I just returned from another world at max level. I wanted to live a peaceful life, but got forcibly dragged into a globally live-streamed rules-based horror game, while others tremble in fear on the death bus. Studying the rules, I suddenly realized this creepy dungeon was practically tailor-made for me. The current heavenly master of Longhu Mountain specializes in curing all kinds of defiance. A mutated girlfriend tries to bite me at the start? A swift slap instantly puts her in her place. Rules? Before my absolute power. I am the rules. But this journey to the Yellow Spring Station seems far from simple. A puppy in the backpack, a father who trembles without smoking, and that seemingly warm family. When all the hidden killing intentions erupt simultaneously, I realize that the true challenge of this game may have only just begun. Chapter 1, Transmigrated again? TSK, chose me again? Lee stepped through the void passage back to his home planet, Blue Star, and sighed helplessly. He was just an ordinary college student when, during an off-campus internship, he accidentally traveled to another world and awakened a role-playing system. Fortunately, the role assigned to him was Zhang Jiwei, the revered heavenly master of Longhu Mountain. After years of arduous cultivation in another world, he finally mastered all the abilities of the old celestial master and even surpassed his teacher, truly inheriting the title of celestial master. Later, he single-handedly fought formidable foes and, by chance, tore through the boundary of realms, stepping into the void passage that ultimately led him back to his homeland, Blue Star. What surprised him even more was that although many years had passed in the other world, only a week had gone by in his homeland. But for Li, who hadn't seen his parents for years and was eager to return to them immediately, he had just stepped out of the void. Suddenly, darkness descended like a curtain, shrouding the sky. A mechanical voice resounded, reaching everyone's minds. This rules-based anomaly has now begun. Long Nation's chosen one, Li, has been confirmed. The selected individuals from various countries will soon enter the game world of rules-based anomaly. When the chosen one dies, the anomalies will randomly descend upon several cities in that country. Every choice you make represents your country. If the chosen one fails consecutively, the types and coverage of anomalous phenomena will multiply until they engulf the entire nation. The Dark Rules game will be broadcast live worldwide. If an incorrect choice is made, it will trigger a supernatural attack on the chosen one. If the chosen one dies, the challenge fails. Weird Tale World Opening, Current Instance Sweet Death Bus, Current Difficulty, 1.5 stars. Li was deeply distressed. What the? I was only gone for 7 days. What did I miss? Li was unaware that during his 7-day disappearance, the rules bizarreness had descended upon the entire world. At first, no one took it seriously, but after the first match when Hans the cat lost, an eerie presence descended upon the city, leaving countless dead and wounded. Only then did people realize. This is absolutely no joke. Over the course of 7 days, 3 matches were held. Every nation on Blue Star participated without exception. Yet with wins and losses across the board and natural disasters striking one after another, the losses were devastating for all, leaving each country struggling to fend for itself. Rescue, treatment, defense, relocation. Post-disaster recovery requires urgent action, yet only when the game begins do nations cease hostilities to observe. In the 3-rule game, Dragon Country lost 2 rounds, resulting in the emergence of eerie phenomena in 2 cities. The total death toll has already surpassed 30 million, plunging every individual in Dragon Country into deep terror. The current new round of competition is undoubtedly the most closely watched event. Dragon Country desperately needs another victory to reassure its citizens and stabilize its international standing. Jianghan City, this is Li's hometown. This picturesque small town nestled against mountains by the river, now had its streets and alleys filled with noisy chatter as people engaged in heated discussions about the match happening today, a contest concerning the very survival of the Dragon Nation. The entire city only fell silent when hundreds of faces appeared on the live stream screen. This is the chosen one of each country. Meanwhile, hundreds of subchannels were launched in the live broadcast, each respectively following and recording the chosen ones from various countries. The audience quickly found their respective country's channel. A white flash passed, and Li appeared out of thin air in a pure white space. Meanwhile, Li's image also appeared in the live broadcast room. Entering the rule-based anomaly space for the first time, Li found it extremely fascinating and immediately flashed a bright smile. Dad, Mom, can you see me? Hee, I miss you. Li smoothed his hair while grinning foolishly, unaware that his parents couldn't actually witness this moment. Ever since achieving 100% synchronization with the heavenly master Zhang Jiwei in another world, he had met no equal. With max-level skills, system-enhanced supreme comprehension, and physical abilities, he had long transcended ordinary human limits. Now returning to his homeland as the chosen one, he could finally unleash his full potential without restraint. For anyone else, this might be a deadly showdown with slim chances of survival, a race against death that concerns countless lives. But for Li, this was just a TV show to let his parents see how successful he had become. The moment Li appeared in the livestream, the barrage of comments exploded. Is this the chosen one of our Dragon Nation? He looks so young, barely 18 years old. Yeah, is this really going to work? And, he doesn't exactly look like the sharpest tool in the shed, does he? Rule-based games probably require strong logical thinking, but he's way too relaxed, even waving to his parents like he's on a TV show or something? We shouldn't put pressure on the chosen one right now. All we can do is support him. That's right, united as one, we'll overcome this challenge together. No problem, having a good mindset is even better. And look at his appearance, full of stories. I suspect he might be a lay disciple of some Taoist sect. How amusing. We have to guess even the information about the chosen one, yet you talk so much about trust. Are you sure his image is about a story? Isn't this just a face full of wisdom, like, are you not from Dragon Country? Saying such things, what are you trying to achieve? Sorry, but I really don't think so. Having immigrated to John Bull, I don't find this little cutie could possibly have more potential than our Prince George XV. The educational resources of nobility, are beyond your imagination. My apologies, everyone. I didn't control this foreign pig in my circle well enough, please excuse the embarrassment. Please do not insult pigs, thank you. Adversity reveals character, rather be a broken piece of jade than an intact tile. The game of rules is a testing ground for human nature. Dragon Nation doesn't need spineless people like this. I believe in Dragon Nation and am willing to live or die with it. Exactly. Somehow I always feel this young man seems extraordinarily confident. The barrage was lively and bustling, but the announcement of a message instantly silenced the chat in the streaming room. Rule game begins. Sweet Death Bus Rules Announcement. You are a college student. Today, you took your girlfriend to meet your parents. Overjoyed, your parents led you and your girlfriend to board bus number 544 for a countryside outing. You must survive the outing and return home safely. Remember the following rules. 1. There are 13 people on the bus in total. 2. Your family's destination is Huangquan Station. 3. You and your girlfriend are deeply in love. You must not make her angry. 4. When she's eating a watermelon-flavored lollipop, never agree to any of her requests. 5. Your mother actually doesn't like your girlfriend. 6. Your father is a heavy smoker. When he starts trembling, make sure to give him a cigarette. 7. The child with the blue backpack is an orphan. 8. No pets allowed on the bus. Your backpack contains your favorite pet dog. Make sure no one discovers it. 9. The weather is terrible today. Please do not open the windows. The rule game has now begun. Find more hidden rules by yourselves. We wish the chosen ones a pleasant day today. In the blink of an eye, Li Yi's surroundings changed abruptly once again. Chapter 2, The Ultimate Freedom to Do Whatever You Want. Li Yi adjusted his mood and took a sweeping glance around. In sight was an old-fashioned bus, identical to those he rode in childhood, flimsy blue plastic seats arranged in pairs on both sides, with a 5-person bench at the back. The welded metal flooring showed numerous rusted patches, while a massive water tank stood to the right of the driver's seat with enough space for passengers to sit atop. The entire bus rattled and creaked from all directions as it moved along. It had been countless years since Li Yi last rode such an old public bus, instantly evoking childhood memories. After years of arduous cultivation in another world, everything in his homeland now filled Li Yi with long-lost joy. He raised his head and observed with keen interest. Seated on the outer side of the right-hand double seat in the first row, beside him was an adorable girl in a dress. Her skin was fair and delicate, her face charmingly round, her figure exquisitely proportioned with alluring curves, as she quietly read a book. Behind him sat an elderly couple, while others were scattered in the back rows. Li silently confirmed to himself, these two elders and the girl must be the girlfriend and parents assigned to him in this rules-based game. At this moment, Li checked himself. He was wearing a tracksuit, holding a travel bag against his chest, and sitting in his seat. Outside the window, it was early morning, and the first rays of the eastern sun cast a touch of warmth on Li's face. The scenery rushing by was mostly fields and woods, with the occasional clear chirping of birds reaching the ears. Yet the warmer and sunnier this scene appeared, the more wary these chosen ones became. Many of them from various countries couldn't even stay seated properly, sliding right off their chairs. Unlike the audience in front of the live stream screen, within such a bizarre space where survival seems almost impossible, everything around subtly lulls you into lowering your guard. The slightest carelessness could trigger a fatal trap. An ordinary person would have long since had their psychological defenses collapse. Some timid chosen ones looked around, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Some even more fearful individuals curled up in their seats, clutching their backpacks tightly, not daring to lift their heads an inch. Even those chosen ones with faith began to pray. While the Dragon Nation's audience was still worrying about the safety of this game, Li Yi reviewed the rules in his mind and had already gained a certain understanding of the game's mechanics. Li Yi was all too familiar with matters concerning the system. Soon, Li Yi had memorized the key points of the rules from his mind. Actually, numbers 1 through 9 are all survival hints. Violating them will trigger eerie occurrences, leading to danger. Alternatively, it can also be interpreted that if you can resolve or mitigate the crisis, then it ceases to be a deadlock. And the only true underlying rule is actually the one stated in this game's introduction. The family completed their outing alive and returned home. This, and only this, is the necessary condition. In other words, 3 conditions must be met, otherwise execution will be immediate. 1. The family lives on. 2. Complete the outing. 3. Arrived home. As for the hidden clues and rules, you'll have to find them in the game. At this moment, Lee opened the travel bag hanging on his chest and began rummaging through the props inside. Phone, wallet, snacks, water, foldable blanket, keys, power bank, and a small white cat. After picking up the phone, Lee glanced at it, a brand new device with nothing noteworthy inside. The contacts list only had family numbers, and there was a single text message about a home delivery. He checked the time, 8:30 in the morning. Then he looked up at the bus route map above the door, but there was no such stop as Huangquan Station on the 544 bus route. According to Rule 2, the destination is Huangquan Station. The train is currently at the starting station, so there's no risk of missing any stops ahead. But for every station that comes after, it's uncertain whether it might be the final stop, the underworld. As well as the content of Article 9. The weather is awful today, so don't open the window. The current situation is quite the opposite, this invisible pressure. Interesting, Lee was already looking forward to what would happen today. Meanwhile, the chosen ones from other countries were far from relaxed. The moment they got on the bus, they frantically began searching for the rules. The chosen one of the scam nation, Jin Xiaoqi, perhaps due to professional habits or sheer panic, immediately switched to rage mode. Searching every corner of the entire vehicle, rummaging through other passengers' luggage, even checking his wife's pockets and beneath his parents' seats without missing a spot. Guided by a misunderstanding of the third rule, adhering to the principle that it's not wrong as long as his girlfriend isn't upset, he decided to get ahead from the start by uncovering all hidden clues. This sent waves of panic through the leadership of the scam nation. What is this Jin Xiaoqi doing? Rule 3 only states not to anger the girlfriend, but it never specified what she dislikes. His actions will only plunge the country into the abyss. Our country has only 4 cities left. Notify the expert team to retrieve the file on this Jin Xiaoqi, and alert the mobile unit to organize rapid emergency plans at the edges of each city. When the anomaly strikes, evacuate immediately to neighboring cities. Dragon Country serves as the best lesson, we must minimize our losses at all costs. The internet fraud kingdom lost faith in the chosen ones from the very start. In contrast, Takeda from Sakura Country sat in his seat meditating, adjusting his state of mind to maintain calmness, preparing to strike later. The bear from Mao Xiong, Dawali, was no less impressive. Sitting in a standard military posture, with a resolute gaze and steady deep breaths, his lower limbs firmly planted on the ground, ready to respond to any sudden situations. In the live broadcast room, viewers from Dragon Country saw Lee calmly inspecting his backpack with an unperturbed expression, which made them set aside their initial criticisms of him and slightly settle down. However, in the next moment, the hearts of Dragon Country's audience were once again left hanging. Hey, why are you standing up? What are you doing near that window? Don't touch the window. Don't touch it. Damn, how dare this kid touch the window? Bro, are you blind? Rule 9 clearly says no opening windows. Is this kid some kind of spy sent here to wreck us all? Oh my god, I'm begging you bro, please stop showing off. Everyone can see the current weather doesn't match the description in Rule 9. But can you just wait a bit? What if the weather turns bad later? The rules don't specify timing, but they do spell out the required actions. Even I, a layman, can tell, this guy must be brain damaged or something? Don't pressure everyone, why don't you do it yourself? Damn it, you're the only one not in a hurry, huh? If Lee fails, the chosen horror might just descend on your house. Lee stood up, reached out his arm, and leaned over his girlfriend to open the window. At that moment, the pretty girl beside him suddenly tapped his shoulder. Lee lowered his head and looked, only to see the girl mumbling something with a lollipop in her mouth, saying, "Baby, can you sit still? You keep looking around and fidgeting, it's really distracting me from reading." Chapter 3. Dare to look me straight in the eye? The audience in Dragon Nation was genuinely terrified by Lee's actions. Even the expert panel felt like sitting on pins and needles, preparing to notify the emergency response team. Lee's actions had simultaneously violated 2 rules, or more accurately, 3. Opening windows, not angering one's girlfriend, and never granting any request from a girlfriend eating a watermelon-flavored lollipop. Thus, many chosen ones had immediately noticed the discrepancy between the weather and the rule description, yet none dared to open the window. Most concluded that the immediate priority was determining whether the lollipop in the girlfriend's mouth was indeed watermelon-flavored. Expert panels from most nations expressed agreement on this point during alliance communications. Lee's actions triggered all 3 rules at once, effectively presenting a life or death choice with triple the difficulty. If any single choice was wrong, it would trigger the descent of a bizarre event. Should Lee die then, the consequences would be unimaginable. Put another way, the probability of correctly selecting all 3 rules simultaneously was merely 50% equals 0.125%. Yet among the expert panel, one figure remained deep in thought, head bowed. At this moment, he finally spoke up, "Hold on. In my view, this young friend seems rather enigmatic. His movements and demeanor are quite deliberate. Perhaps we've overlooked something." The speaker was none other than Qi Xinshan, the current purple-robed Taoist master of Mount Mao in Longhua. The expert panel comprised over a dozen members, each representing the pinnacle of their respective fields in Dragon Nation. A Nobel Prize was merely the minimum qualification for securing a seat. Shi Xuanqian's secure position within the group was no accident. In the previous rounds, he had been the sole individual to successfully navigate the challenges. Taoist masters are meticulous in their actions. Shi Xuanqian's precise predictions, feng shui divinations, and miraculous ability to ward off misfortune and invite good fortune left the Dragon Nation audience utterly astonished. Thus, Qi Xianjun was honored to join the expert panel. After Qi Xianjun finished speaking, the experts who had been bustling about frantically gradually regained their composure. After all, if Qi Xianjun, who had actually completed the challenge, spoke so highly of it, there must be some mystical elements involved. Soon, unexpected developments began unfolding in the live streams of other nations. Every chosen one who had taken action faced the same situation. Their girlfriends all asked that one question. "Baby, can you please sit still? You're fidgeting and looking around, and it's distracting me from reading." Meanwhile, the chosen ones who hadn't taken any action heard. "Baby, let's go out and have fun together. Are you bored? Pay attention to me, okay?" Everyone realized this was the first challenge of the dungeon. Rules 3 and 4 stated, do not anger your girlfriend. Do not agree to eat watermelon-flavored lollipops with your girlfriend. Upon seeing Rule 3, many chosen ones made their judgment. They reasoned that while Rules 3 and 4 appeared similar, one likely took precedence over the other. Many believed that not angering your girlfriend outweighed not agreeing to her request. Refusing her request might not necessarily make her angry. And refusing her request would certainly not trigger Rule 4. The first to act was Jin Xiaoqi, the chosen one from the land of fraudulent calls. Among all the chosen ones, he was the first to lose his composure, frantically searching high and low. Facing the same dilemma as Li Yi, he returned to his seat without uttering a word to his girlfriend. Instead of sitting down, he chose to crouch affectionately beside her legs. This move transformed the initial fury of the upper echelons of the fraudulent nation into delight, sending its citizens into jubilant cheers and filling the entire nation with joy. "I hear this guy's a fugitive pretty sharp. They haven't caught him in years. Who would have thought our savior would be a criminal? What a brilliant choice. He didn't agree to sit down with his girlfriend, yet he didn't upset her either. Brother Jean has mastered the art of wordplay. So much better than that cute little guy from Dragon Nation. If I were from Dragon Nation, I'd have killed myself long ago." Telecom Fraud Nation was now brimming with confidence. After all, from the current perspective, the demands were clear, the rules were straightforward, and there was no better approach. Many chosen ones gradually caught on to this approach, adopting the strategy of refusing while maintaining calm. Those in opposite situations adopted the same tactic, feigning happiness first, then later praising their girlfriend to their parents. However, some genuinely terrified chosen ones couldn't think of a countermeasure and froze in place. The most heart-wrenching cases were the chosen ones from the Dragon Nation. Li Yi was unaware that at this very moment, billions of comments across the entire Dragon Nation were condemning his actions, having completely lost faith in him. He was simply enjoying the journey. Since he'd promised a pleasant trip, his goal was to keep his parents and girlfriend alive and return safely. As for how to play it or analyze the rules, Li Yi had his own preferences. Happiness was all that mattered. What? You ask why Li Yi could be so brazen? The bizarre trigger just happened to fall right into Li Yi's lap. No big deal, it was simply a perfect fit for his expertise. The other chosen ones were walking on eggshells, terrified of breaking the rules. Some, after taking action, panicked so badly they wet themselves on the spot. Meanwhile, on the live broadcast screen, the nations led by country of those who chose not to answer, diverting the conversation to speak with their parents, were instantly bathed in a crimson red. The first wave of failures had emerged. On screen, the French chosen one froze in place. His girlfriend's gaze shifted from anticipation to confusion, then finally to disappointment. The next instant, her mouth began to open, the skin around her lips tearing apart. Saliva and blood churned in her mouth, producing a viscous, terrifying sound. In an instant, the girlfriend, now resembling a slasher movie villain, tore through the throat of the chosen one from Country F. Having violated the rules, the challenge failed. The French spectators accepted their misfortune. There was nothing to be done. After 7 previous matches, everyone knew that failure brought the arrival of the bazaar, and no one could reverse it. In an instant, bizarre incidents erupted on every public transportation vehicle in a city of Gaul. Even though Gaul's higher-ups reacted swiftly, ordering all public vehicles to cease operation, the eerie buses still appeared on the streets, relentlessly luring living people aboard. Adhering to the principle of misery loves company, the French viewers switched over to the neighboring livestream. But upon entering, they were stunned. How could the chosen one from the neighboring Dragon Nation be so brazen and still alive? Li Yi ignored his girlfriend, opening the window to breathe in the fresh air. Left out in the cold, his girlfriend transformed in the same manner, slowly rising to her feet and fixing her gaze intently on Li Yi's throat. Just as everyone covered their eyes, convinced Li Yi was doomed. A resounding slap echoed from the screen. The speed was so fast that no one could see how it happened. Even the transformed girlfriend, after being struck, spun in place a few times before freezing in shock. The next second, Li Yi's command echoed through the car like rolling thunder. "Damn it, who gave you permission to stand up? Sit down." Chapter 4, He came at me like a bull. At that moment, it wasn't just the bizarre girlfriend with the split mouth standing before him who was stunned. But every viewer in the live-streamed broadcast was utterly stunned by Li Yi's bold move. The crisp slap echoed in everyone's ears, stinging like it had landed on their own cheeks. This act swiftly spread across nations, sparking a tidal wave of discussion. Yet among the viewers representing Dragon Nation, represented by Li Yi and Eerie, deathly silence fell. After a long pause, the Dragon Nation livestream chat exploded with unprecedented fervor. It's over. Totally over. He enraged his girlfriend, triggering her split personality mode, and now another slap. We might as well quit playing. Has Li Yi lost his mind? He knows better than to mess with his girlfriend, yet he keeps provoking her. Is he some kind of undercover agent sent by Sakura? Do you have any idea how much damage that slap just caused us? Who among us can understand this pain, brothers? After a moment of stunned silence, the Dragon Nation expert team, both human analysts and supercomputers, raced to calculate. The screen finally displayed the Dragon Nation win rate. 0.00001%. As good as dead unless a miracle of miracles happened. Even Qi Xianjun hadn't anticipated Li Yi making such a choice. In other words, he hadn't even calculated the possibility of this move within the 8 trigrams and 5 elements. As Dragon Nation's audience resignedly awaited defeat and condemned Li Yi, the system did not deliver the expected failure. Instead, that single slap propelled the Dragon Nation's bizarre livestream channel straight into the top 3 trending spots. Dragon Nation viewers' attention once again fixed on Li Yi. He sat silently, arms crossed, staring at his stunned girlfriend before him. You just hit me? Blood mixed with saliva oozed from the gaping, unclosable abyss of a mouth. A crimson tongue, 10 inches long, restlessly swirled around a lollipop. The other NPCs in the car ignored the bizarre girlfriend, staring numbly out the window as if nothing had happened. Got a problem with that? Li Yi closed his eyes, savoring the cool breeze washing over him, his tone utterly unconcerned. Yet those 4 simple words sent the hearts of Longhu viewers leaping into their throats. Who could have predicted that in the next instant, an unnatural flush would spread across the girlfriend's face? And if one ignored that terrifying visage, her form-fitting shirt accentuating her impressive curves, she was actually quite alluring. The girlfriend with the slit hurriedly sat beside Li Yi, her long legs beneath the short skirt angling toward him, occasionally brushing against his pant leg. Running her fingers over her bruised cheek, she adopted an expression of pure enjoyment under Li Yi's disdainful gaze. I'll be good, sit down, will you? Heavy panting echoed continuously. Her body glistened with fragrant sweat as she lifted Li Yi's hand and placed it on her other cheek. Her cracked lips kept pleading, but Li Yi remained utterly cold. A man's hand is meant to conquer the world, not to strike a woman. Now stay still. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. Her face twisted into a grimace. Before billions of viewers, her fangs retracted, her mouth healed, and she transformed back into his obedient girlfriend, nestling quietly beside Li Yi. This scene left the livestream audience utterly dumbfounded. What the hell just happened? That slit-mouthed girl actually seemed to enjoy getting hit? Is she some kind of masochist? Holy crap, Li Yi triggered his girlfriend's hidden switch. He perfectly avoided the dangers of both pleasing and angering her, and even gained the upper hand. Rule 3, be affectionate with your girlfriend. Who would have thought? Who would have thought it would be this kind of affection? You're spot on, man. Relationships like this do exist just like in 50 Shades of Grey. We've all overlooked that. Turns out we were thinking too small. Honestly, looking back at the first 2 rounds, it's clear this rule game is all about wordplay. Li Yi is a genius. We're set. Whether intentionally or not, Li Yi murmured an explanation. Observe closely, his girlfriend has a full forehead but a flat bridge of the nose, a classic young deficiency in excess facial structure. Her almond-shaped eyes carry an innate mix of humility and longing when she looks at me, which is a clear sign of a pathological personality. When Qi Xianchen from the expert panel heard Li Yi's analysis, he was so startled he abruptly stood up. His gaze locked onto Li Yi's image on the screen. Diagnosing feng shui through observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation. Judging national fortune through 3 touches and 6 senses. This is the long-lost Heart Sutra of the Celestial Masters Tao from Dragon Tiger Mountain. Perhaps for revealing heavenly secrets, 3 beads shattered instantly from the thunderstruck wood rosary in Qi Xianjun's hand. Amidst the stunned gazes of the elite paranormal experts, Qi Xianjun bowed deeply to Li Yi on the screen. In the art of feng shui, elders hold the highest respect. Though I bear the title of Celestial Master, I have failed to inherit the Celestial Master's Taoist Heart Sutra. Shameful, truly shameful. Though I am curious, young friend, about the origin of this Taoist scripture Heart Sutra, in these times of national crisis, we should rejoice that such a precious technique and such a remarkable talent have reappeared in the world. Qi Xianjun apologizes for having previously spied upon and calculated the young friend's actions. Qi Xianjun remained frozen for a long while, unable to straighten his back. Staring at the 3 shattered pieces of lightning-struck wood in his hands, the turmoil within his heart refused to subside. How with this, the Dragon Nation seemed saved. Spectators from other nations could scarcely believe their eyes. The rules their chosen ones treated with utmost reverence had been resolved with a single slap by Li of the Dragon Nation? The stark disparity felt surreal. Eyes fixed intently on Li, they cursed under their breath, hoping he'd slip up. His girlfriend's transformation had already caused 50 of the over 200 concurrently running bizarre livestreams to shut down. The chosen ones who had barely survived this ordeal felt as if fate had smiled upon them. The rules did not explicitly state that the chosen one couldn't harm NPCs, only that they had to ensure their family survived until the end. Li gazed out the window at the gloomy, overcast sky. When the rule-based horror had begun, the weather had been bright and sunny. The moment he opened the window, the weather abruptly shifted. The raven's mournful cries were indeed irritating, carrying an ominous sense of impending storm. This Yellow Springs station isn't marked on the map. Who knows how long it'll take to get there? Li, however, remained unhurried. With his formidable skills, he could handle any challenge that came his way. In contrast, the other contestants, especially Inigo, the national chosen one who had survived a perilous juncture, were impatient to disembark at the station. But the old bus plodded along slowly, its driver behind the wheel equally silent. Hey, what's Inigo doing? He's walking over to the driver. The rules didn't mention the driver, but he's holding the steering wheel, he must be key. Look! Inigo is making his move. Enigogwa, the chosen one from Enigogwa's side, in his impatient state, had actually reached out to grab the steering wheel from the driver's hands. The driver remained utterly silent, matching Brother Ni's strength as they wrestled for control of the bus. Get the hell out of the way, you yellow-skinned pig. I'll drive. Seeing his vaunted strength no match for a yellow-skinned NPC, Brother Ni erupted in curses. This enraged the keyboard warriors from Dragon Nation, who flooded into Brother Ni's livestream. They began frantically typing the lyrics to Sunshine Rainbow Little White Horse. You're the one, the one, the one, the one, the one Sunshine Rainbow Little One. But due to his country's poor conditions, Brother Ni rarely countered. His few rebuttals were instantly drowned out by the flood of comments. Even the Ministry of Foreign Affairs swiftly issued condemnations against the Dragon Nation. But Dragon Nation responded with 30 Dongfeng missiles locked on target, leaving them too scared to even fart. Quiet down, everyone. Look, there are two people standing in front of the bus. Through the panoramic livestream, a blurry figure revealed a man and a woman standing on the winding mountain road. Chapter 5. Do you think I'm beautiful? Li Yi's eyes fluttered open and closed. With the hazy glow enhancing his vision, he could still make out their features through the dim light. They're wearing old-fashioned clothes from the 70s, with the rough complexions typical of farmers. Their auras are similar, they must be husband and wife. Suddenly, Li Yi heard shouts erupt from inside the carriage. Daddy, Mommy, you came to pick me up. A little boy with a blue backpack dashed past Li Yi. He climbed onto the water tank, clinging to the glass, and waved at the couple standing a short distance ahead of the train. Li Yi remained impassive, observing once more. The couple at the front of the car seemed to hear the boy's call, yet their arms rose and waved mechanically, like puppets on strings. What seemed like a heartwarming family reunion sent chills down the spines of the audience outside the strange tale. Rule number 7. Isn't that boy with the blue backpack an orphan? Why does he have parents in the ghost story? The plot conflicts with the rules that shouldn't happen. There must be hidden clues or subplots. Li Yi needs to stay sharp. While everyone's attention was fixed on the little boy and his bizarre parents, most failed to notice that the moment the boy stood up, his father awoke from his jolting dream. He instinctively scanned the bus compartment, only to find something terribly off about the scene inside. 1, 2, 3. 11, 12, 13? The father grew flustered. His premise was that before boarding, he knew there were 13 people on the bus, including the driver and the protagonist. But now, without counting the boy with the blue backpack, he counted 13 heads in the front row seats. A chill ran through his body, his hands and feet trembling slightly. He didn't make a scene, instead awkwardly reaching for his phone to call Li Yi. When the text arrived, Li Yi spared a thread of his consciousness to glance at it. It read, "Son, Dad's feeling a bit cold. Can I have a smoke? Don't tell your mom. Just this once." While everyone's thoughts were consumed by the eerie scene involving the little boy, the father's text instantly sent shockwaves through the already on-edge audience. Holy, the sixth one. Quick, light up for the old smoker. Quick, get the lacoon for the old man. Don't let it turn weird. Lacoon is too cheap. Dad's status demands something prestigious like Zuanheman. Given the current logic, no one realized why the father would trigger a rule point at this moment. Typically, anomalous NPCs trigger nodes covertly, waiting for the chosen one to observe. Yet this father actively offered a hint. Could this be a benign rule? Since the emergence of global rule anomalies, nearly every instance has featured an all-star cast of villains. Countless chosen ones have been betrayed by NPCs they trusted. What exactly connects father's request to smoke with the boy carrying the blue backpack? Li Yi stared at his phone, then glanced back at his parents sitting together. His old man was foaming at the mouth from not getting his cigarettes, and there was still that creepy kid to deal with. Everyone understood the situation now. Clearly, the conditions for breaking the stalemate included 1. Satisfy father's need for cigarettes. 2. The father had no cigarettes, nor did he have any in his bag. They needed to find where the cigarettes were. 3. His mother disliked his father smoking and she must not discover him doing so. 4. The matter with the little boy couldn't be delayed too long. The audience in Longhu was left scratching their heads. How could one possibly smoke on this tiny bus without the mother noticing? The chosen one from Camel Country was extremely cautious. Spotting yellow stains between his girlfriend's fingers, he borrowed a cigarette from her. He led his father to the back row, letting him smoke while he himself blew away the smoke. But before he could finish half a cigarette, his mother caught him. The next moment, the Camel Nation's chosen one saw everything turn blood red before his eyes. He was eliminated. Some chosen ones tried persuading their mothers, but the little boy couldn't wait and also ended in failure. The chosen one from Korea was the first to find a solution. He exploited Rule 5, downloaded photos of beautiful women onto his phone, presented them to his mother, and typed, "These are all my backups. Which one do you like?" While his mother was looking and thinking, he took his father to the back row to smoke. Just as the Chinese audience caught on and flooded the chat with reactions, Li Yi's action sent another wave of cold sweat down the audience's spines. "I was hoping for another drag myself. You're spitting all over the place and still smoking?" Li Yi fired back without hesitation, scolding his father. "My good son, you've grown up and learned filial piety." His mother smiled warmly, expressing her approval. But his father began to change. His body convulsed violently, and pus-filled boils erupted across his skin. Just then, his girlfriend handed him a pack of cigarettes, saying with concern, "Honey, I brought some. Should we light one for Uncle? Look how miserable he is." Before she could finish, his mother stood up, pointing at the girlfriend and snapping, "What do you mean light up? You're just an outsider. You don't care about your uncle's health at all." At that moment, the live stream chat exploded. "We're done for, folks. Just wait for death. Rule 356, another chain setup. This is hell. Is it too late to change my nationality now? Just get out already, you traitor who swears loyalty at dusk. You don't deserve to be Chinese. Someone like you would definitely be a collaborator in war." No one could see a way out. But Li Yi calmly accepted the cigarette and lighter from his girlfriend, nonchalantly placed one between his lips, and handed the lighter to his mother. "Why didn't you offer this sooner? Light one for me. It's been too many years since I last smoked." 2 sentences silenced the Dragon Nation people. He asked his mother to light his cigarette, making his girlfriend reflect. Let the father's abscess continue to swell, now resembling a balloon poised to burst at any moment. Seeing this, Li shook his head and raised his index finger, a droplet forming on its tip. "Dad, your addiction is too deep. If this trick doesn't wake you up, then it's your fate to face this trial. I'll just have to send you on your way." Before the screen, Shi Xianjun lost all composure, clapping loudly in admiration. "Ha ha ha ha. The calming chant. Brilliant. Truly ingenious. Master Li is both humorous and profoundly mysterious. If this chant can subdue a raving lunatic, how could it fail to conquer a mere craving for cigarettes?" The outcome unfolded exactly as Shi Xianjun had predicted. The moment Li struck the water droplet onto his father's forehead, the symptoms visibly vanished. His father quickly regained consciousness, wiping his mouth. "Son. What happened to me?" "Hiss huh, nothing. Want a drag?" I don't know why, but suddenly the smell of smoke makes me feel a bit queasy." Father frowned, speaking with confusion. Hearing this, his mother instantly wrapped her arms around his. "Old man? Are you serious? After all these years, you finally quit smoking?" I guess so. Son. Thanks to you, your dad quit smoking. You have no idea how much I hated him smoking." Mother beamed as she clasped Li Yi's hand. Savoring the long-forgotten taste, Li Yi said with satisfaction, "Thank your daughter-in-law. It's all thanks to her that I'm feeling so good right now." With that, his mother actually smiled at his girlfriend, raising her arm to gently pat her head with affection. With that, a scene of warm family harmony unfolded before the audience. Since the global weirdness started, I've never seen such a bold move. Holy crap? Weirdness is powerful, but if my Broly pulls off a mom lights a cigarette move, how would you handle that? Don't get too excited just yet, we still haven't dealt with the blue bag boy. As this comment flashed by, the Dragon Nation audience was doused with another bucket of cold water. Indeed, it was still too early to relax. On screen, father pulled his arm free from mother's loving embrace and leaned close to Li Yi's ear. "Son, did this bus stop anywhere along the way?" "No, I boarded at the starting point and we haven't reached the second stop yet." Li Yi, needing useful information, grew equally solemn. His father gasped, "Whoa, something's off. There seems to be one extra person on the bus?" Rule 1, there are exactly 13 people on the bus. With a sudden, hard brake, the bus stalled and came to a halt. The driver responded blankly, the bus broke down. Chapter 6, Commanding the Ghosts. No sooner had the driver finished speaking than the bus obligingly began spewing white smoke. A jarring, grinding noise emanated from the undercarriage, like a monster gnashing its teeth, a sound that sent a chill down the spine. What the hell? This damn rule game just screwed us over mid-journey? The bus won't start? Are we supposed to make the bus drive the chosen one? Damn it! I just treated the slit-mouthed woman and the old man, and there's still the little boy waiting up ahead. If this bus breaks down, we're as good as fish in a barrel. What are you standing around for? Lee, fix the damn bus. Easy for you to say, buddy. Old buses aren't that easy to fix. What if we get out and trigger some weird monster tale? Shut up, you're the one talking nonsense. If we don't fix it, we can't leave, that's for sure. I'm asking you, can you fix it? Can you? The comments section was deadlocked for a moment, completely caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events. Lee's gaze sharpened, only to see the parents of the boy with the blue backpack vanish into thin air ahead on the road. Yet the little boy remained pressed against the window, bouncing up and down and shouting for his mom and dad. Could it be they're the ones messing with the car? As Lee stood up, his father grew concerned. Son, where are you going? Deal with some unruly folks and give this old thing a proper kick. His father, now smoke-free, would surely handle it. Lee had no doubt about that. The bus wasn't large, especially near the folding doors, which were covered in mottled rust. The rotting edges even let in the decaying air from outside. The driver stood frozen, relaying information without any intention of helping with the repairs. Just as Lee prepared to open the door and step out, his girlfriend quietly slipped beside him. She clung to his side, shy and hesitant, utterly unable to leave his side. Stay put in your seat. Don't make things harder for me. For Lee, who had connections everywhere, acting alone was easy and convenient. His girlfriend could only obey, standing beside him with affection in her eyes. The Dragon Nation's expert team wasn't entirely convinced by Lee's decision. An elderly man shook his head, arms crossed. The girlfriend is a strange and eerie factor. Gaining her trust and reliance could be a huge asset in assisting the Chosen One's mission, couldn't it? I disagree. Even if her identity as a supernatural entity could transform her into a powerful supernatural being, a single slap to suppress her, who can guarantee she'd fully obey and aid the Chosen One? If she faced a stronger supernatural entity and suffered injuries or death, wouldn't that violate the victory conditions? Though she is an eerie entity, her role is ingrained as an inseparable family member of the Chosen One. She absolutely cannot die or suffer any mishap. For a moment, all eyes fell upon Qi Xianjun. Master, do you have any suggestions? Since bowing, Qi Xianjun had remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Lee's every move. After a long pause, he managed to utter half a sentence, leave it to fate. Indeed, once the rule-bound tale commenced, the tale world and the outside world became two completely independent parallel universes, connected only through the livestream. They had calculated billions of possible outcomes through their omniscient perspective, yet none could compare to the choices made by their own Chosen One. All they could do now was trust Lee, maintain constant emergency preparedness, and keep a close watch on the international situation. But they could never have guessed that the unspoken second half of Qi Xianjun's words was Lee's destiny. Except for Lee triggering a hidden ghost story, the Chosen Ones from other nations all faced the same situation, an extra person on the bus and a vehicle that had stalled and refused to move. Lee applied force, only to find the door as solid as if welded shut, utterly impossible to open. What's going on? Are we stuck here? As the Chosen Ones from other nations tried to repair the bus and get moving, they too discovered that neither skill nor brute force could budge the door even an inch. Yet inside the cabin, they couldn't access the chassis for repairs. Immediately, someone's gaze shifted to the windows. Holy moly, the windows are like a tiger's, but touch them at your peril. The doors are welded shut, the windows are off limits, rules are rules. We're all stuck here, so let's just chill, right? Look at Xianjian's Chosen One, seems like they've found a solution. Xianjian's livestream exploded with viewers rushing in to witness how this deadlock would be broken. Xianjian's Chosen One was named Dao Li. Though he appeared burly, he possessed extraordinary observational skills and meticulousness. When the car broke down, his first instinct was to follow old man's numerical clues, scanning the vehicle for the extra person. Yet aside from the key figure, all other characters lacked facial features, blank, featureless faces that sent chills down the spine with every glance. His gaze fell upon a dust-covered toolbox in the corner of the vehicle, revealing clear signs of recent tampering. He swiftly opened it and found a clue, the driver's daily bus maintenance log. Damn, that damn box was practically fused with rust. Without a microscope, you'd think it was just a pile of junk. Dawari really has sharp eyes, though I wonder how useful this clue will be. Meanwhile, back in Longhu, Lee's side of the story unfolded. The little boy kept shouting incessantly in front of the bus, his noise becoming unbearably irritating. That unlucky kid. For Lee, anything brute force could accomplish didn't require thinking. If brute force couldn't finish the job, it meant he simply hadn't built up enough strength yet. Looking out the window, the sky grew darker and gloomier. A heavy downpour would come soon enough. The bus had stalled right in a mudslide-prone area. If they dawdled any longer, no one would escape the impending natural disaster. As the Dragon Nation audience watched with bated breath, Lee made his way toward the young boy near the front of the bus. Without hesitation, he grabbed the boy by the collar and yanked him upright. Then, he snarled menacingly toward the dark stretch ahead. Come out. Your son is in my hands. If you don't want anything to happen to him, let us continue on our way. The moment the words left his mouth, the boy complied, wailing loudly. What kind of move is this? Is Li Yi threatening the ghost? It doesn't feel like a threat to me. Why bother grabbing the kid? He could have just made the ghost come over and kneel down to kowtow. Li Yi had his own reasons for acting this way, but the things he chose not to reveal were beyond anyone's comprehension. In the blink of an eye, two bloodless faces pressed themselves against the windshield. Pale, pupil-less eyes wept blood, while rotting skin clung to torn garments enough to terrify the spellbound audience half to death. Oomph. Playing tricks. Did you think I was joking? Li Yi placed his palm on the little boy's crown and applied gentle pressure. The child immediately began writhing in agony. The rules only required Li Yi to protect his family. They never mentioned safeguarding this orphan with a blue backpack. Moreover, the identities of this ghostly couple remained uncertain. It could only be said that Li Yi's choices were always uniquely unexpected. Damn it all to hell. In this world, people act for themselves. So-called great love is built upon self-interest, and acting for one's own gain is human nature. If he didn't get the outcome he wanted, Li Yi wouldn't hesitate to use whatever means necessary. Seeing the little boy's pained expression, the ghostly couple instantly revealed a hideous yet panicked look. A mere streak of black mist swept past, and the bus engine roared back to life. Its dull rumble shattered the silence and despair. Before retreating, the ghostly couple even respectfully wiped the front windshield clean. Only then did Li Yi lower the little boy. At the same time, he sensed something peculiar about the boy. Chapter 7, Wolf and Deer. The driver started the bus and continued onward. Yet for some reason, a road that should have been a straight path to darkness on the map suddenly split into a fork at a cliffside turn. Li Yi, who had barely sat back down, immediately frowned. The ghostly couple continued to follow the bus, seemingly fixated on the little boy for some inexplicable reason. Evil spirits accompany us, ghosts cling to us. These two anomalies have already disrupted the bus's feng shui. If we let these two ghosts continue following the bus, it might lead to a catastrophic crash. Only by finding clues to resolve the ghosts' obsessions could their karmic obstacles be cleared, allowing the journey to proceed safely. After a flash of lightning and clap of thunder, a road sign suddenly appeared at the fork, crookedly inscribed with Yellow Springs Village, pointing toward an even more winding and perilous path. When the dazed driver spotted the sign, his trembling hands caused the bus to shift. Li Yi noticed immediately. Brotherly, look closely, this is Huangquan Village. Huangquan Village isn't necessarily Huangquan Station. And look at the driver's reaction, he's clearly been bewitched. Right. Huangquan Station must be on the bus route. He's definitely not taking us down another road. Right. Brotherly, you must be cautious. This sign is clearly a distraction. I'm not so sure. What if it really is Huangquan Station? In a 50-50 situation like this, either choice is a toss-up. Can someone analyze this? I'm so tense my palms are sweating. Hard to say, everyone. The driver isn't overly scripted, just driving blankly. Yet this unmarked Huangquan Station caught his attention. Could there be some clue about Huangquan Station here? Shut the up, everyone. It's either life or death, whatever you pick is a gamble. Either Yellow Springs Village is connected to Yellow Springs Station, or it's a dead end. Just as the chat exploded with suggestions for Li Yi to bypass Yellow Springs Village and keep moving forward. Li Yi returned to his seat, murmured an obscure incantation, and the driver shuddered violently. Instantly, he yanked the steering wheel, steering the vehicle toward Huangquan Village. Holy crap, Li Yi's just asking for trouble. Even if he's got the skills, he shouldn't be showing off like this. He's clearly setting us up. Ha ha ha, I knew you Dragon Nation chosen ones would crash and burn. Enjoy your misfortune. You damn bastard. Tomorrow, the Chinese server's mail gunner will blast your boss to bits. Just you wait. The barrage of insults from outside the bus did nothing to dampen Li Yi's cheerful mood as he admired the scenery through the window. While the bus carrying the vast majority of chosen ones remained stuck in traffic, fewer than 30 chosen ones chose to stay on the bus route instead of heading to Huangquan Village. Among them, the Eagle Nation, Cherry Blossom, and Stick Nation didn't even give the driver a second glance. They slapped the driver's head, urging him to speed away. And among those who chose to head to Huangquan Village? Surprisingly, only Li Yi and the bear liked Dawali. Compared to Li Yi's leisurely demeanor, Dawali was far more serious. The audiences of the two nations were in completely different states. Dragon Nation viewers were on edge every second. The Bear Nation's audience, however, radiated extreme confidence, their comments overwhelmingly unified, woohoo. This wasn't Li Yi's fault, it was all because Dawali took things too seriously. The maintenance log Dawali received resembled a bus driver's diary filled with complaints, documenting an unusual incident. April 4th, 4 a.m., mountain road in heavy rain, vehicle condition normal before departure. But on the Huangquan Village section, during the heaviest downpour, a wild deer ran out and collided with the bus. Due to the severe weather, the driver did not get off to inspect. No deer carcass was seen. Continued onward. April 11th, 4 a.m. 7 days after hitting the deer. Passing Huangquan Station again. Heard someone died in Huangquan village, not a local resident. Cause of death, fell off a cliff. Could it be? I didn't hit a deer that day? At 4 a.m. on April 11th, I dreamt of a fawn begging me for help. It said 2 wolves were chasing it and it had no parents. But I seem to recall that the person who died in Huangquan village had parents who came to mourn them. The text abruptly ended here. The next page appeared to have been deliberately torn out, leaving only a single purple-tinged bloodstain. Viewers lingering in Xiangjiang's livestream felt a chill run down their spines, their hair standing on end. Yet this only deepened their trust in Dawali. Praise poured in relentlessly. Oh, Dawali, you're my hero. Our Dawari is so thoughtful. No matter what you decide, we believe in you. But what's the point of hinting that the driver killed the little boy? What use is that information? In contrast, Li remained calm and detached, his expression so cool it was hard to believe this was his first time participating in the rule-bending tales. The same torrential rain pelted the car windows, the same Yellow Springs village route. What was unusual was that Li was actually petting a cat. The white cat in his bag meowed out in delight from his petting. At that moment, the bullet comments from the Dragon Country audience unified. Question mark. Broly, what can I even say? Sure, you always manage to solve these weird stuff, but deliberately triggering Rule 8 like this, isn't that going too far? Don't break formation, upstairs. Question mark. That meow alerted everyone on the bus to the cat's presence, triggering Rule 8. The next instant, the bus seemed to collide with something. Li faintly heard a whimper. The ghostly couple trailing behind the bus emitted faint, eerie cackling sounds. The sudden collision, combined with the contents of the driver's maintenance report, sent chills down the spines of the Longhu audience. Damn it! I told you not to pet the cat, you triggered Rule 8. Karma's A. Now the same thing on that damn maintenance report from Bear Country is happening here. Cut the bullet comments. I can't see how Big Shot Li handles this. The vehicle slammed on the brakes again. A flicker of terror finally crossed the driver's usually stoic face, and within moments, he was drenched in sweat. Li wasn't merely aware of the so-called maintenance report and the clues within. Through the rain blurring his vision, he vaguely discerned 2 figures clinging to the cliff above. They seemed human, yet the rain-drenched silhouettes resembled wolves. Following the rules outlined in the maintenance form, the driver wouldn't get out to inspect. By the 7th day after the death, news of the fatality would spread through this village. But why would the events recorded on this maintenance form, things that had already happened, occur once more? This was certainly not good news for the Dragon Nation's audience. Because Li was unaware. Meanwhile, on Xiangjiang's end, Dawali found himself in a rather fortuitous situation. His girlfriend, frustrated by his constant neglect. And while trying to appease her without triggering Rule 3, he accidentally woke the cat. Now, the same thing was happening again. Dawari was extremely cautious, his forehead covered in beads of sweat, hesitant to proceed further. Li, however, stood with his arms crossed, clearly unconcerned. Ugh, always trying to build this useless dramatic tension. Whatever's in the way, just keep plowing through it. Run it over. The words sent shivers down the spines of the spectators, who held their breath in terror, and made the driver tremble uncontrollably. Seeing this, Li calmly remarked, "Hey, driver. If you don't start driving now, I'll take you down with me." What? When netizens saw Li make such a cold-blooded choice, they expressed utter incomprehension. Even netizens from his own country began criticizing Li. I thought Li was some kind of good guy, but he's just a cold-blooded bastard. But he's just avoiding risk. Maybe nothing's happening outside, it's all an illusion? Ha! The clues on the maintenance form were crystal clear. What bull about hallucinations? Li just didn't want to get out of the car. He was scared cold-blooded. Are you guys out of your minds? Li never had any maintenance slip, you're mixing up channels. To them, there was no question of hallucinations. They were convinced the driver had hit someone and could easily get off scot-free by getting out to help. Li wasn't the powerful figure they imagined, just a cold-blooded coward. The Longhu expert team was equally perplexed by Li's actions. Even if Li hadn't obtained the maintenance log clue, his reasoning should have led him to conclude that checking it couldn't hurt. What do you think, old Qi? All eyes turned to Qi Xianjun, eager to hear his perspective. All I can tell you is this: the Kan hexagram, the done hexagram with thunder. What Master Li did may seem casual and effortless, but it's all about the details. Ah, such meticulousness, such precision, this Li, too meticulous, I must admit I fall short. Chapter 8, The Damp Blue School Bag. Since Senior Qi has spoken, all we can do is trust our own chosen one. Additionally, the cybersecurity department must manage online trolls and public relations to suppress any information detrimental to the Dragon Nation's chosen one. The director made urgent arrangements, even scheming to contact Li's family before he completed this rule-based weird tale. Qi Xianjun's unexpectedly high praise for Li caught the expert panel off guard, leaving them with little to say. On the big screen, Li remained unflappable in every crisis. Each of his actions was jaw-droppingly unconventional, defying all expected patterns and rules. Everything seemed to be going smoothly, yet the strange tale game concerning the safety of the Dragon Nation under Li Yi's influence had become increasingly enigmatic. As the chosen one, is Li Yi ultimately a blessing or a curse for the Dragon Nation? It was still too early to judge Li Yi. They would wait and see. Hey everyone, look at this. Xiongzhang's Dwari has also chosen to drive forward. He thoroughly examined the clues, so why did he follow in Li Yi's footsteps and choose to turn a blind eye? I told you not to stop and inspect so easily. Those who called Li Yi cold-blooded earlier, come out and face the consequences. Shut up. It was definitely an accident. Look at those passengers who missed Huangquan village. At least they chose to stop and observe. That's the right call. Right my ass. Shut your trap in this Dragon Nation livestream. Get lost. Even Li Yi probably never imagined that in this parallel horror universe, another person would consistently make decisions identical to his own, as if they shared a telepathic connection. As the bus finally pulled away from the scene, Li Yi heard the ghostly couple's cackling grow even more piercing, as if they were celebrating. Rule 11, Huangquan village lies long abandoned. You may observe it en route, but do not linger. Rule 12, upon entering Huangquan village, if the boy's blue backpack appears soaked, destroy it immediately and return to your seat. Rule 13, when nursery rhymes begin playing on the bus, do whatever it takes to avoid hearing the lyrics. Triggering new rules signifies the ghost story game has entered another phase, with difficulty skyrocketing. According to the game's logic, clues related to the boy's ghost story seem to lie within this Huangquan village. However, detailed investigation is forbidden. It will only lead to failure. Just as the chosen ones were desperately trying to avoid breaking any rules, Li Yi rose once more, snatched the mineral water from his girlfriend's hand, and slowly approached the little boy. As if drawing closer to home, the boy gazed earnestly, his small pupils sparkling with innocent light. We'll be home soon. Mom and Dad, I miss you. My heart feels so empty. The boy murmured to himself as Li Yi appeared behind him. He unscrewed the cap and poured the water over the blue backpack. The instant the first drop of liquid touched the backpack, the ghostly couple trailing the bus reacted as if deeply offended. Ignoring Li Yi's formidable Taoist master aura, they burst through the bus compartment. Eerie black hands instantly coalesced into sharp claws, and Li Yi sensed their murderous intent. Kill you! The ghost's shrill voices threatened as the male and female specters attacked from both sides. A powerful mental pressure descended, transforming the entire bus into an illusory realm. Rust and fresh blood covered the cabin, while countless desolate, bleached bones filled the horrifying scene. Viewers watching through the screen saw their sanity plummeting. Some even fainted on the spot, overwhelmed by the mental pressure and illusion. This damn thing again. I can't even be bothered to chant the incantation. Li Yi stretched lazily, showing no fear toward the approaching horrors. Their monstrous forms shifted constantly: zombies, undead, Cthulhu. Employing every conceivable form, solely to drain Li Yi's mental energy. Don't look down on me. Why don't you let me try you out? A membrane-like glow instantly enveloped Li Yi's body. His clothes and hair moved without wind, radiating effortless elegance. The abnormality felt an immense pressure surge. Before its eyes, Li Yi loomed like a 40-meter-tall colossus, radiating boundless oppression. It dared not wait any longer. The water bottle tilted relentlessly. As the little boy's backpack was about to be completely soaked, the eerie presence had nearly closed in behind Li Yi. At this critical moment, unnoticed by the audience, Li Yi whipped his head around and glared at his girlfriend. The next instant, a slender figure shot out from the seats. A piercing warning sound rippled from its twisted mouth as it flickered into existence behind Li Yi. She lashed out with a blood-red tongue, forcing the couple of monsters back. Holy crap, that cracked-mouthed girlfriend really stepped up when it mattered. She's killing me. But I still don't get it. Rule 12 clearly forbids getting backpacks wet, so why did Li Yi dare defy it? The cracked-mouthed girl fixed her gaze on the couple's strange creature dangling upside down from the car roof, leaving it utterly helpless. Leave Li Yi alone. Who dares harm my husband? The slit-mouthed girl twisted her neck 90 degrees up and down, her long tongue flickering through the air as a warning. By now, the little boy's backpack was completely soaked through. According to the rules, it needed to be destroyed immediately. The boy continued staring toward home, muttering to himself. But with a flick of Li Yi's finger, the soaked backpack instantly appeared in his own hands. Seeing the chosen one obtain the backpack, the ghostly couple instantly flew into a rage. Ignoring the slit-mouthed woman's threat, they transformed into black smoke and charged forward. Most chosen ones would either be beaten to death or scared to death on the spot by this scene. Even the slit-mouthed woman felt uneasy about the ghost story's ability to transform into black mist and could only warn. Honey, be careful. You're telling me what to do. Fix that slit before calling me honey. With that, Li Yi proceeded to examine the backpack himself. A small plush deer hung from the zipper pull. What was truly terrifying was the faint traces of blood seeping through the zipper. Could it be that the contents inside were? When Li Yi reached his conclusion, even he wore a look of astonishment, which quickly turned complex and regretful. The black mist surged forward, only to be inexplicably restrained mid-air the instant Li Yi extended his other hand. Closing his fist, he instantly compressed the black mist, shrinking it relentlessly. Xishuanjin, observing from the sidelines, leapt to his feet at the sight. Is that the lost 1,000-pound press? One of the 63 Taoist arts of the Jingyi school. Legend says this technique can harness the weight of Mount Tai to crush an opponent. It requires an extremely complex combination of incantations and hand seals, and demands immense cultivation to activate. Otherwise, it would drain one's vital energy and spirit essence. Li Yi. When you emerge, I shall beg you to take me as your disciple. Shi Xianjin's shock was beyond description. Despite a lifetime of composure, he now trembled with excitement. The ease with which two malevolent spirits were subdued instantly stirred resentment among spectators from other nations. They began to denounce the chosen one of the Strange Tales game for unfair selection. Li Yi remained silent, his expression complex. He slowly crouched down, gazing at the little boy yearning to return home. Kid, something's off. Turn around. At the command, the boy turned around and gazed quietly at Li Yi. But when the audience saw the boy's face again, they were instantly stunned. Eyeless sockets, ears and nose gouged out, ragged clothes failing to conceal the hollowed-out body. Everyone who saw it couldn't help but gasp. The little boy's plaintive voice echoed. Big brother, I feel so miserable. Can I borrow your features? Chapter 9, The Crime of Human Trafficking. Witnessing this scene, everyone's hearts clenched in horror. The boy's body suddenly began to twist and contort, flickering like static on a TV screen, oscillating between normalcy and eeriness. Holy crap, holy crap! The boy's mutating. Bullet screen protection. But he's just a child. Holy mother? Get behind the dogs. When danger strikes, not even the king of gods can save him. Li Yi crossed his arms, his aura reading technique revealing that the boy had briefly exposed a monstrous form of flesh mountain creature composed of countless human body parts, bearing two human heads atop it. It was highly likely the parents he was obsessed with. Far from being afraid, Li Yi stepped closer. A surge of heroic spirit erupted from him, delivering a series of sharp raps, smacking back and forth across the boy's two heads. You're something else. You've got two heads. You've got too many heads. Get back. There. Finally, taking it too far, Li Yi even tapped each word deliberately. Audience? Did I hear that right? Big shot Li Yi just told the weirdo to get lost. What astonished the onlookers even more was that the boy's condition truly stabilized, returning to normal. Only then did Li Yi offer a serene smile that eased everyone's nerves. He reached out and gently stroked the boy's head for a moment. The icy chill sent a chill through their hearts. Brother, I feel a bit cold, and my heart feels empty. Li Yi said little. His purple gold pupils could discern that, if the rules were followed, the boy's fate would be nothing more than that of a wandering, lonely ghost, one that would no longer affect the chosen one. As long as you don't get in the way of important matters and behave yourself, I'll take care of resolving your grievances. Meanwhile, in the Bear Kingdom, Dawari's situation was vastly different. The little boy resisted fiercely, accidentally dropping his blue backpack to the ground. The zipper burst open, revealing layer upon layer of human tissue, accompanied by a crimson flow spreading across the floor. Finally, a tiny heart slipped out. Dawari forced himself to suppress his discomfort and asked, Little one, who did this to you? The boy said little. Before Dawali, he cut the tiny heart and placed it into his own leather-like shell. Now my heart isn't empty anymore. Thank you, big brother. Can you take me home? My mom makes the best meals. The main setting for this round of the Strange Tales was the bus. Based on previous rounds' experience, staying within the main scene would avoid much trouble. The tragic boy's plea, coupled with the safety of the Bear Sauce citizens resting on Dawali's shoulders, plunged him into deep conflict. Just then, a dim light finally pierced through the dark clouds. But when Dawari gazed upon the outline of Yellow Spring Village, he could no longer hold back. He vomited a rainbow. Especially when the bullet screen viewers saw the map reveal the non-existent village of Huangquan, their eyes widened in shock and their hearts filled with indescribable dread. Hanging from the withered locust tree at the village entrance were countless empty shells resembling little boys, most hollowed out of their parts, leaving only skin and bones. In the half-collapsed tile-roofed houses, the withered corpses of outsiders could be vaguely seen leaning against the corners. Their distorted faces wore numb despair, their eyes wide open, refusing to close in death. Holy, what the hell is going on in this Huangquan village? It's a ing graveyard. Upstairs, show some respect for the dead. My guess is this Yellow Springs village is most likely. Enough, I know. Holy crap. Dawari's pupils trembled. Though trained as a national elite forensic pathologist, the sight of Huangquan village had left him with an indelible psychological scar. Terrified, he collapsed backward, retreating in fear. This place is nothing short of a living hell. I have to get out of here, away from this place. The young boy gazed calmly at Dawali. He had already made his choice. You're taking this too far, man. You're just a game of rules, why act so pathetic? These words, of course, came from the extraordinary Li Yi. Yet despite his words, cultivators bear the responsibility of the world. Had Li Yi lacked this mindset, he wouldn't have successfully completed the role-playing system and merged with the old celestial master template in the other world. Deep down, witnessing the hellish scenes of Huangquan village still stirred something within him. Holy, no way. That ghost village might even have chainsaw maniacs and cardboard dummies lurking around. No way, Li Yi, we can't go there. You little bastard. Just a moment ago you were calling Li Yi cold-blooded. Your face changes faster than the wind. You think you can handle it? Squeak. The bus came to a halt at the entrance of Huangquan village. The doors, which had been stuck shut, suddenly opened for Li Yi and the little boy. His girlfriend followed behind him anxiously, keeping a safe distance to ensure his safety. Oh no, Li Yi's left the main scene. This is bad. Are you even Chinese? Can't you spout some decent bull? Say something nice. Haven't we seen enough awe-inspiring stuff from Big Shot Li Yi? Look at you. The rope-bound human skin fluttered like a kite, swaying in the wind on the withered tree at the village entrance. The village, half buried in yellow sand, echoed with the wind's wails of despair. Brother, would you like me to tell you a story? No thanks, not interested. Li Yi couldn't be bothered to hear how many stories this kid had to tell. All that rambling was making his ears grow calluses. The boy wasn't about to indulge Li Yi. As a creature of folklore, he followed his script to the letter. As he spoke, the Xionjiang Ghost Story Expert Group and online bigwigs swiftly recorded and analyzed the information, immediately posting the compiled intelligence on the Xionjiang forum. The boy's mother was trafficked here. After giving birth, she and the boy's father died together. The child then caught the eye of another gang of traffickers. One rainy night, they drained his body, transforming him into a grotesque entity. This village isn't exactly a wholesome place either. The entire community is involved in black market dealings. It's a veritable horror village. The analysis above is thorough, but this plot setup is infuriating. Given Dawa Li's cautious nature, clearing this ghost story should be a breeze for our Xiangjiang. No, I gotta go show off in Longhu. The whole world knew that Bearchan Dewari excelled in caution and stability, making his monster tail clearances a breeze. In contrast, Dragon Country's Li pulled off daring stunts left and right, making his journey as thrilling as a roller coaster. As Bearchan's fans flooded Dragon Nation forums to brag and show off, Dragon Nation netizens seethed with frustration. Yet Li Yi's actions remained unpredictable, leaving them no choice but to let Bearchan gloat for now, waiting for Dragon Nation to deliver the ultimate comeback. The trio walked through the ruined village. Li Yi, with his aura reading technique constantly active, couldn't help but gasp when he saw hundreds upon hundreds of shattered souls. The Yellow Springs hold no paths, only the human world and its purgatory. Chapter 10, Hidden Potential. Look! Xiongjiang's Dewari seems to be turning back. Has he finally had enough of living? What do you know? Bearchan's crew is rock solid. The Dragon Nation's chosen one caught us off guard, but I'm more impressed by Big Shot Li Yi's style. Dragon Nation and Bearchan are doing pretty well. Look at those chosen ones over in Cherry Blossom Nation, they're already pulling down their pants and getting intimate with their girlfriends. No shame at all. Don't they feel embarrassed? No comparison, no hurt. Japan's chosen one may have gotten his kicks, but he's left his country hanging its head in shame. Just then, a sandstorm erupted in Yomi Village. Chosen ones invade Yellow Springs Village, triggering Rule 11 and activating the nightmare hidden tail, Yellow Springs White Bones. The sky, heavy with dark clouds moments ago, had transformed into a raging sandstorm. With no time to study this chapter's rules, Li Yi grabbed the little boy by one arm while cradling his girlfriend with the gaping wound in his arms. He dashed into the nearest enormous, deserted courtyard to escape the dust. Holy crap, another hidden ghost story? Did Big Shot Li Yi mess up his luck stat allocation? Quick, grab your notebook. Under special conditions, leaving the main scene won't count as failure, provided you're Big Shot Li Yi, of course. Out of 200 global chosen survivors in this ghost story ordeal, only 2 triggered the hidden scenario. Many survivors, led by the Eagle Wing preservationists, chose to bypass Yellow Springs Village and the boy, advancing directly to later stages. Rumor even has it that a chosen one from a cannibalistic nation has reached the final act of this ghost story, yet all attention remains fixed on the first dangerous hidden ghost story instance triggered by Li Yi. Dewari followed closely behind, its buzz clinging tenaciously to the Dragon Nation's trail. At this moment, the Dragon Nation's ghost story expert team was bustling with activity. While responding to the activation of Level 2 alert, a group of think tanks rapidly analyzed countermeasures. Yet they discovered that even Qi Xianjin had only triggered hidden rule points at most, never encountering the nested horror within a horror scenario. The bus ghost story was rated 1.5 stars in difficulty. Based on computer simulations and expert assessments, this hidden dungeon is rated 2 stars. Don't be fooled by the half-star increase. The dangers and extreme scenarios we'll face will escalate exponentially. The atmosphere within the expert panel plummeted to freezing temperatures. If this simulation held true, wouldn't Dragon Nation's odds of victory shrink yet another notch? The empty courtyard Li Yi and his 2 companions had broken into covered roughly 10 acres. Though the buildings weren't tall, the numerous detached courtyards suggested this had once been the wealthiest household in Huangquan Village. What surprised Li Yi even more was that beyond the courtyard, Huangquan Village was almost entirely filled with corpses and wandering souls, shrouded in a suffocating aura of death and evil. Looking back at the courtyard, however, there was not the slightest sign of anything unusual. The sky darkened rapidly, casting an eerie pall over the already unsettling village. The bus stood motionless at the stop. Every passenger inside sat motionless like puppets, their featureless faces all fixed on the direction of Huangquan village, as if waiting for Li Yi to board and return. If there was anything unusual about the main scene on the bus, a half-open window, an extra person, and a cat carrier without a cat inside. After settling in, Li Yi switched on his phone's flashlight, its faint glow offering a meager comfort against the sinister darkness. As he spoke, the little boy drifted into a heavy sleep. The bitter cold and the howling wind and sand made for restless slumber. Watching the shivering boy, Li Yi impatiently called out to the woman with the gaping wound. "Stop standing there like an idiot. If you came out, help out. Otherwise, you'll regret it." The girlfriend, secretly pleased at being ordered around, awkwardly cradled the boy in her arms, finally ceasing her own shivering. Li Yi sneered coldly without a word. Strangely, he began to think that in her normal state, the slit-mouthed woman was actually quite attractive. Even transformed into her eerie state, she wasn't entirely unbearable. Halfway through this bus horror story, Li Yi felt overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information. Though they were halfway through, it felt like they had only just begun. Did this sweet death-filled bus journey hide secrets within Huangquan village? Special Rule 1, Huangquan village is abandoned but still houses 10 people. Remember, only one among them is not a monster. The chosen one must kill the non-monster. Special Rule 2, with the little boy nearby, nursery rhymes may play throughout the village. Do not listen to their content. Special Rule 3, besides your girlfriend, one supernatural entity from the bus has entered Huangquan village. Stop its transformation. Survival Rule, survive the night. Only these 4 rules exist, yet they alone are enough to drive spectators beyond despair. Damn it, this difficulty isn't even humanly playable. The rule-bending Tales game only selects the truly exceptional. Only legends like Li Yi are up to the task. Us losers don't stand a chance. Don't worry. The strength of these supernatural entities far surpasses that of the chosen ones. Most of the time, outsmarting them is the only way to win. Li Yi tearing up the rules and doing as he pleased was, of course, an exception. As for that bizarre couple crushed by Li Yi's 1,000-pound pressure, there was no rush to deal with them now. Who knows? They might come in handy later. The night was eerily quiet, especially with the mention of transformers like the Rift Girl lurking in Huangquan village. Li Yi was naturally the one tasked with night watch. If I fall asleep, won't that mouth-slit woman devour me whole? He had thought the night would pass without incident. But deep into the night, a sinister figure flashed past the dilapidated window illuminated by the flashlight. What the hell is that? Li instantly grew alert, swiftly extinguishing his flashlight and slipping into the darkness. But immediately after, the little boy in his girlfriend's arms underwent a bizarre transformation. The blue backpack began seeping crimson blood once more. The child slipped from her arms and walked toward the door, humming a clear yet eerie nursery rhyme. The eerie melody and chilling lyrics sent a shiver down Li Yi's spine. 1, 2, 3 little children, walking hand in hand to the underworld. 4, 5, 6 knife grinders, and one more child on the table. Even through the screen, or rather, across 2 worlds, the entire online audience instinctively covered their ears and muted the volume, fearing the eerie influence of the nursery rhyme might seep through the screen and affect them. Just as everyone was astonished by Li Yi's lack of reaction, he began singing along with the nursery rhyme's melody. I have to say, this nursery rhyme, it's plagiarized from Celebrity Detective Season 2, right? Despite his words, Li Yi kept pace right behind the boy. Holy crap, big shot, Li Yi is singing along too? What's this about Celebrity Detective Season 3? What the hell? Brave enough to eat anywhere, afraid of nothing. Wait a minute, it looks like something's following big shot Li Yi and the little boy. Stepping out of the courtyard onto the eerie country road, Li Yi suddenly sensed several pairs of footsteps trailing behind him. Recalling the special rules, he suspected these creatures were the inhabitants of this place. As Li Yi sang the final line of the nursery rhyme, the sound of sharpening blades suddenly echoed behind him. Were stained with blood that could never be washed away. Their forms were merely human silhouettes, their entire appearance an indescribably monstrous and grotesque evil. These were the very creatures that sent shivers down the spines of the audience. Unexpectedly, Li Yi lit a cigarette, turned around, and glared at them with a defiant frown. Outsider, what are you looking at? What's it to you? Li Yi's sudden retort left the others momentarily dumbfounded. Before they could react, a whoosh of wind sliced through the air. The rusty, dull blade had already materialized in Li Yi's hand. Back when I attained the rank of Celestial Master, it was all thunder magic and golden light incantations clearing the way. I've never actually felt what it's like to thrust blades into a bizarre entity. The entity stared blankly at Li Yi, their eyes fixed on the stolen blades. A flicker of fear flickered in their eyes. What the hell are you doing, bro? What the hell are we doing? The blades are in his hands. Let's get out of here. The audience watched Li Yi confront the strange creatures, sweating with tension. But when they saw the entities turn and flee, with Li Yi brandishing the blades in hot pursuit, their worldviews shattered. These bizarre creatures, who looked human but were cowardly freaks, were running all over the streets just because they lost a knife, being chased by the chosen one. Is this how the horror game is supposed to be played? Who's the real dangerous weirdo here? Check out Big Shot Lee, he's having a blast chasing them down. Wonder if he'll scalp these guys later for a feast? The logic up there is truly bizarre. I wouldn't be surprised if Big Shot Lee actually pulled it off. What started as a mission to survive the night and return to the car had now become Lee's playground for hunting down the strange. Chapter 11, The 10th Man, the Old Village Chief. The Huangquan village mission lasted only one night. If they couldn't complete this storyline before sunrise, even the heavens themselves couldn't save Lee. Yet instead of rushing to advance, he actually brandished a knife and chased after the anomaly utterly unheard of. Damn it, what the hell is this guy playing at? Does he really think he can take on 10 anomalies on his own? I doubt Lee has much left in the tank. Everything he pulled off earlier was pure luck, and luck isn't something anyone can count on anytime. I reckon the Dragon Nation side is doomed in the end. Better head over to Bear Chan's place while we still can. Lee kept surprising everyone with his unconventional tactics, but they didn't believe this approach would lead to a smooth victory. Over at Xiangjiang Dewari's place, he was using a twig to rapidly calculate formulas and explore possibilities on the walls and floor of his room. When faced with nearly identical situations to Lee, he calmly handled them correctly, narrowly avoiding crises and swiftly advancing to the next critical point. Seeing this, the Dragon Nation side naturally grew pessimistic, their morale inevitably dipping. Yet watching Lee on the large screen, he remained unhurried. Meanwhile, Lee pursued the villagers, cornering them in a tight space. The cunning, icy moonlight stretched Lee's shadow across the villagers' feet. Though they were the ones clad in butcher's garb, drenched in blood, and radiating terrifying eeriness, their hideous faces betrayed a look of fear. It was as if Lee, sharpening his blade menacingly toward them, was the true source of the eeriness. Damn it, what the hell is wrong with these weird villagers? They're embarrassing the whole Strange Tales genre. You upstairs folks sure love watching the show. What if these villagers still have tricks up their sleeves? We'd be stuck with a silent loss. But from what I see, at least with Big Shot Lee's current skills, these weird villagers probably won't be able to make much of a splash. Lee advanced step by step, fiddling with his knife, while the eerie villagers were scared nearly to tears. Using his aura reading technique, Lee suddenly realized that while these villagers carried strange auras, their core essences held no trace of the evil tied to this incident. Judging by this fellow's actions, could it be they were forced into becoming strange? You lot. If you don't want to die, crawl over here immediately. As Lee's stern voice fell, the villagers trembled, exchanged glances, and then obediently crawled forward. This left the surrounding anomalies utterly speechless and bewildered. These idiots were truly embarrassing to the anomalies. Unbearable to watch. Sir, what are your orders? Exactly. As long as you don't kill us, we'll agree to anything. Even after being assimilated into the weirdness, they still feared death. Lee immediately crossed his arms, demanding to know what had happened to them and what exactly had transpired in Huangquan village. In short, these useless fools might look intimidating, but they were originally the only villagers left with a shred of kindness, never having harmed outsiders. Precisely because of this, they became the sole surviving weirdos after the village was cursed and ruined. Audience, but that doesn't add up. The rules stated 10 villagers remained. Lee only has 9 before him. Where did the 10th go? If I'm not mistaken, Lee's target is to kill the one villager who hasn't been assimilated into the abnormality. Seeing Lee show no intent to kill them, the villagers immediately grew deferential, even volunteering to serve as human stools for him to sit upon. This marked the first instance of enslaving and oppressing the anomalies. Where is the last person in your village? The villagers, who had begun to relax their guard, all stiffened at the mention of the last person, fear etched upon their faces. This 10th one seemed like the deepest fear in their hearts. Don't waste my time. I possess countless methods to inflict agony upon the bizarre. The eerie villagers shuddered. Neither Lee nor the 10th man was someone they could afford to offend. After a moment's hesitation, they stammered out. Sorry, boss, but besides us 9 brothers, there's still the old village chief left in the village. Speaking of the old chief, he hasn't turned into one of us ghostly creatures. Another villager quickly added, yes. That enormous mansion we passed earlier belongs to the old village chief. Back when the village was in the flesh trade business, it seemed only his household remained untouched by bloodshed and death. If that mansion belonged to the 10th person, the old village chief, then wouldn't the woman with the slit mouth and the little boy sheltered there be in danger? Expert team, analyze the risks immediately. The expert team swiftly executed their calculations. The success rate for navigating the hidden plot was already extremely low. But factoring in Lee, whose actions were utterly unpredictable, the odds instantly transformed into an infinite string of zeros trailing the number 0, staring back at every expert present. Shi Xian calculated with his fingers, unable to suppress a cold sweat. The evil of Huangquan village, the 9 deceits, 1 person, the dreaded deceiver. What manner of strange being is that man? Or perhaps, he cannot even be called human. Shi Xianjin dared not include Lee in his divination. Yet, in the depths of his mind, the aura of a celestial master interfered with his calculations. Divination reveals the deadlocked realm, divination reveals the innate. When this celestial master Li returns after achieving enlightenment, I must seek him out to become his disciple. That a seasoned Taoist like Qi Xianjin would seek to become his disciple spoke volumes about the extraordinary potential hidden within Li. At the same moment, sensing something amiss, Li swiftly returned to the Grand Manor, with several eerie villagers trailing obediently behind him. Just as I suspected, my girlfriend and the little boy's auras are gone, yet there's no sign of a struggle. Just as foreign viewers assumed Li was merely a blustering brute unskilled in investigation and tracking. They had no idea that Li had yet to reveal the true brilliance of the Dragon Tiger Taoist arts. At the pinnacle of technique lies the source of Qi. This world of strange tales is built upon human societal structures. Though filled with eeriness, it too possesses Qi. Golden light incantation, Qi severing grasp. A golden light flickered around Li, transforming into ripples that pierced through walls and empty spaces, searching for the lingering trace of Qi he had left behind when he had disciplined his girlfriend in the car. As expected, Li's gaze immediately turned to the deepest recesses of the grand courtyard. Layers of malevolent miasma swirled there, no wonder his Qi gazing technique couldn't detect it under normal circumstances. In an instant, Li located the shrine at the compound's heart, shrouded in miasma. Dim blue candles flickered within the pavilion, where countless blank spirit tablets were enshrined. Dozens of paper effigies with painted eyes stood on either side, so terrifying a single glance could make one explode. Come out. Stop hiding. Where are my people? Li demanded coldly. Our honored guest has arrived, yet we failed to greet you properly. Chapter 12, Respecting Elders and Caring for the Young. A dry, raspy voice emerged from the cluster of paper figures, sounding like the wail of a malevolent spirit in a dark forest. With a shuddering movement, a gaunt, skeletal figure materialized before Li like a ghostly apparition. Even viewers who could slow down the footage couldn't discern how the creature had achieved this. Holy crap, does this old geezer have teleportation? Throw and ignite, and Li might not stand a chance. But that old geezer doesn't look that strong. Feels like big shot Li could take him down in one go? Enough chatter, just watch and see. As the old village chief suddenly materialized before him, a stiff smile spread across his face as he approached Li. The flickering candles nearby grew darker and more sinister, sending a chill straight up from his feet to his heart. Huangquan village hasn't seen outsiders in ages. What wind might have blown this guest our way? The old village chief circled Li, scrutinizing him as he spoke. He nodded occasionally, seemingly quite satisfied with Li's physique. The eerie villagers peeking from a distance, their heads barely visible, trembled in fear at the sight of the village chief. The moment the old chief noticed their presence, he shot them a sharp, piercing glare, a warning, shut your mouths. Keep your lips sealed if you value your lives. But before the old man could speak again, Li stepped forward 2 paces, snapped his fingers, and the rows of nameless spirit tablets shifted aside as if in reverence, clearing a seat for him. Seeing this, the old village chief's eyelids twitched violently, but he forced himself to remain composed. I'll count to 10. Hand over the boy's grudge and my woman, or else. Before Li could finish, old Bai Deng burst into laughter. My guest seems unaware of our village's rule. Once you come to Huangquan village, there's no leaving. Besides, that child was already one of us. It's not for you to decide his fate. Indeed, those who appear ordinary are often the ones who turn out to be the big bosses. Bang! 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 The shrine door slammed shut without a breeze, and the bright candles flickered out as a chilling wind swept through. The faint glow of the paper effigies' painted eyes flickered, as if they'd come to life, staring fixedly at Li, sending a chill down his spine. The Dragon Nation audience couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Did you notice how terrified the strange villagers looked when they saw the village chief? Even though he's not in his assimilated state yet, the oppressive aura he gives off is even more terrifying than the strangeness itself. Putting the clues together, it seems the old village chief's family isn't directly involved in the black market trade of human flesh. Instead, they appear to be pulling the strings from behind the scenes, a seemingly innocent front concealing heinous crimes. Big shot Li, Emperor Li, please be careful. The safety of Dragon Nation rests on your shoulders. As if receiving the cries of Dragon Nation's netizens, Li suddenly reached up to scratch his ears, finding the noise inexplicably irritating. The old village chief before him had indeed not directly stained his hands with blood. Yet the lingering miasma of gloom that clung to the ancestral hall was, in truth, the vengeful spirits and ghosts haunting the old village chief. The unnamed spirit tablets and paper effigies were merely the vessels old Bai Deng used to forcibly seal these vengeful spirits. Not content with merely taking lives, he imprisoned their souls, denying them rebirth. His crimes were truly heinous, deserving of the wrath of both heaven and man. TSK. In the eyes of a Taoist master, your actions defy the heavens and deserve death. Though you have cut off your own line, I shall show mercy and grant you the chance to leave a final message. Audience? Shouldn't this be the old village chief's line when threatening Li? Why did it suddenly become Li's dialogue? Even the old village chief, whose lines had been stolen, wore a look of astonishment and fury on his withered, gnarled face. Arrogant! Since you're so eager to join the little boy and your woman, then go accompany them. No sooner had the old village chief spoken than a tremor rippled through the depths of the ancestral hall. The ghostly blue candle flames flared brighter once more, illuminating the old village chief's gaunt yet sinister form. Simultaneously, two figures, one large, one small, emerged from the shadows. It was none other than the boy from the Flesh Mountain in his bizarre assimilated state, and the even more dangerous carnivorous flower-mouthed girlfriend. Holy crap! This old man isn't a supernatural being himself, but he seems to be able to influence them to do his bidding. That's just too freaking twisted. Don't you see? He's been ruling this murderous village for countless years. Of course he's got some skills. Go, Li. The problem now facing Li was how to suppress the boy and his girlfriend without harming them, while simultaneously taking down this old Biden. When brute force fails to achieve the goal, it only means you haven't used enough power. Roar! The two-headed flesh mountain pounded its chest in frustration, its torso composed entirely of flesh and mechanical parts, a sight that made one want to vomit. The agility and danger posed by the carnivorous flower tearing at the girlfriend went without saying. To the audience, Li Yi's odds of victory didn't look great. Meanwhile, Xiongjian's Dawari faced equally perilous odds. Yet before confronting the village chief, he'd meticulously gathered clues and evidence, approaching it like a survival horror game. Executing the old chief to resolve the Yellow Springs village's grudge seemed within his grasp. The waves of cheers from the crowd left the chosen ones from other nations green with envy. Golden Light Mantra, strike! The Golden Light Mantra was a fundamental and widely used Taoist technique taught to Dragon Tiger Taoist masters. Li spoke calmly, and instantly, a pure golden light enveloped him. Spectators outside the arena were instantly stunned. Li Yi's mastery of the Golden Light incantation had reached the same transcendent level as that of the celestial master Zhang Jiwei. Against the minor demon before him, defense was unnecessary. With a single thought, the golden light transformed into two invisible golden whips, striking at evil spirits and petty villains. The two-headed flesh mountain stomped forward, while the claws and fangs of the girlfriend lurking in the shadows locked onto Li Yi's vulnerable throat. Yet he remained seated at the card table, not even a flicker of emotion crossing his face. Go! Golden light whips rained down like a storm, though invisible. Yet the Taoist master's imposing aura penetrated every viewer's body and mind through the screen. Especially when they witnessed the two controlled monstrosities being punished with wounds all over their bodies before they could even approach Li Yi. Countless eyes widened like copper bells, desperate to peer through the screen and witness it firsthand. The old village chief was equally horrified, his walking stick scraping against the blue stone tiles, emitting a faint, crackling sound. It's nothing special. You may control them, but you cannot master them. How boring. From the very beginning, Li Yi had never held this old fool in high regard. Until the second move, the calming mind chant was unleashed, instantly leaving the old village chief dumbfounded and rooted to the spot. 2 drops of chi were unleashed, burrowing directly into the flesh mountain and the woman with the cleft mouth. In an instant, the eerie aura dissipated, and she swiftly returned to her normal state, slumped unconscious at Li Yi's feet. 2 down, 9 useless ones left outside. Your turn, old man. You. Do you know anything about respecting elders and caring for the young? Stay back. Chapter 13, The Eerie Pattern. Respecting elders and caring for the young? You think you're worthy of that? Li Yi, clutching the rusted blade, slowly advanced toward the old village chief. The old man was scared out of his wits, his trembling legs retreating until they hit the gate he shut himself. I thought this would turn into a bloody battle. Solved this easily? Don't you know who the chosen protagonist is? He's the legendary big shot Li Yi. I want to bear his children. Once the boss finishes the ghost story game, we gotta get him to livestream his loot. Back in Dragon Nation, cheers erupted as Li Yi effortlessly defused the dangerous situation with a casual move. In contrast, other nations remained anxiously concerned whether their chosen ones could navigate the relatively simpler stages ahead. The Eagle Nation's chosen one was far too arrogant, causing their ghost story to falter midway. Rumor has it the Eagle Nation operates with remarkable efficiency. The recently manifested reality-twisting disaster had already been contained and resolved. Forget about them. Let's keep watching the showdown between Li Yi and Dawari. Now that's exciting. Globally, an obscure cannibalistic nation became the first to complete the Deathbus urban legend. Lacking any buzz, their victory caused little stir. Ask anyone, and they wouldn't even know this nation existed. Damn it, despite all the planning, something still went wrong. Break lockdown first, then figure it out. Dawari, already at a disadvantage in combat, reluctantly chose a strategic retreat. This caused his progress to fall directly behind Li Yi's. Li Yi couldn't care less about plot truths. His rusted, stuttering blades relentlessly struck the old village chief. The piercing screams and the heavily pixelated snowy screen could only be described as just desserts. With each blow Li Yi struck, the vengeful spirit here grew thinner. Until the village elder finally breathed his last, dissolving into an eerie, murky glow that vanished into thin air before their eyes. This signaled Li Yi's completion of Special Rule 1. All that's left is to take care of the little boy, then we can return to the bus. The dead cannot be revived. Though the events of the non-existent Huangquan village were mere illusions woven by the void of rules, when one truly stood here and touched the truth of what had happened, even someone like Li Yi, unmatched in the world, untouched by sorrow or joy, could not help but feel moved. "Big brother, I'm home." The gloomy sky offered a rare glimpse of life amidst the sand-buried village. The little boy pointed at the half-collapsed walls, long since eroded by decay. That had once been his home, his entire world. "Hurry back inside. Don't talk to strangers." Though he said this, Li Yi still watched the little boy's retreating figure, bouncing along with his blue backpack toward the ruins. In the blink of an eye, two figures seemed to appear, waiting at the doorway to greet the boy's return. Li Yi paused in silence. Just then, dawn began to break. Crossing his arms, he turned and walked away. But Special 3 mentioned something strange on the bus, and then they got off and came to Huangquan village. Li Yi had been observing the entire journey and detected no other abnormalities. Even upon returning to the bus stop, no unexpected incidents occurred. 1, 2, 3. 13-inch. Li Yi narrowed his eyes, his expression growing deeply meaningful. The little boy had successfully disembarked at the Huangquan village stop, and there were still 13 people on the bus. It's highly likely that the strange entity who got off the bus has returned once more, hiding among those faceless, seemingly insignificant passengers. His girlfriend obediently returned to her seat, making ample room for Li Yi. The father, smoking, was being scolded by the mother. Earlier, he had held back because of the girlfriend's presence. Li Yi glanced over briefly before settling into his seat. But what his eyes failed to notice was that as his mother turned her head, the unseen half of her face was rapidly being consumed by an eerie transformation. The hidden horror tale concluded. For the Dragon Nation audience, it was a scare without real danger. For Li Yi, who had been directly involved, it could only be described as a non-event. Dragon Country viewers occasionally checked in on Bear Chan, noticing that Dewari had sustained injuries to his arm and forehead due to carelessness and his inability to keep up in combat. Had it not been for his sharp wit and the composure honed by dissecting countless corpses, he wouldn't have survived to secure the little boy's safety, let alone return to the bus. They thought the turmoil had temporarily subsided, at least allowing for some rest during the next leg of the journey. Little did they know, the bullet comments section outside the Strange Tale world was already buzzing with chaos. "Cat! Cat! Emperor Li Yi, the cat in your bag is gone." Sakura trolls, hurry up and flood the comments to distract the Dragon Nation viewers from noticing anything. The cherry blossom trolls upstairs are truly despicable. "Watch out, my emperor-worshipping nation might treat you to a little boy." When Li Yi was handling the hidden book, the cat in his backpack had mysteriously disembarked with an inexplicably eerie aura. That eeriness slipped back onto the bus unnoticed by everyone, but where was the cat? Earlier, Li Yi had been observing Huangquan village and hadn't seen any other living beings nearby. Either they possessed extraordinary stealth abilities, or they never got off the vehicle. "Driver, step on it. If you dawdle, I'll make you pull the cart." Li Yi teased, bored. Huangquan village shrank behind them until it vanished, fading into a faint memory etched in his mind. His girlfriend chattered incessantly beside him, once again sucking on a watermelon lollipop utterly clingy. Just as the Yellow Springs route returned to normal, they passed a cliff that seemed familiar. The vehicle collided again. What the hell is going on? Didn't we already get through the Yellow Springs village storyline? Could we be stuck in a ghostly loop? Doubtful. I just reviewed it at 0.5x speed. It looked like we hit a white shadow. A white shadow? Could it be the cat that went missing from Big Shot Li Yi's bag? The audience could sense it, but Li Yi naturally noticed it first. The white cat, which should have been outside the car, reappeared in Li Yi's arms amidst a flurry of screen static. Only now, the cat had a broken leg, blood foam bubbling from its mouth and nose, and traces of being buried in yellow sand. Beyond the car collision, it appeared to have suffered abuse and entombment. How did a cat get in the car? Yeah, I was just about to say that. A white cat on the road brings bad luck, get rid of it fast. Li Yi ignored their chatter, his gaze slowly shifting. It landed on his mother, who still had half her face turned away. "You hurt my cat, didn't you?" Holy crap, how did Li Yi know? Hearing this, mother seemed to trigger some rule. Her limbs suddenly bent backward into an eerie arc. Holy. So there was another weirdo hiding in the car. It was mom all along. At that moment, my mother underwent complete transformation, emerging as a colossal eyeball. Its scara was covered in a dense forest of tiny eyes. Even more terrifying was that every single pupil in the eyeball's countless eyes was actually a mouth. If my guess is right, this probably symbolizes the control freak and gossipy weirdness, right? Li Yi narrowed his eyes, seemingly discovering some pattern in the assimilation. Chapter 14, Weirdness Match 3. The bizarre creatures within the strange tales cannot be assimilated at will. Not only must the chosen one trigger corresponding rules and conditions, but the emergence of an assimilated abnormality also signifies the amplification of some inherent flaw. The cracked girlfriend's flaw was beauty, the little boy's was physicality. With a little speculation, wasn't the mother's flaw precisely control and surveillance? The first 10 rules state that the mother is dissatisfied with the chosen one's current girlfriend. She strictly monitors the father's smoking habits and discovered the protagonist brought the white cat out in act of outright defiance against her. That enormous eyeball nearly burst the confines of the train car. Lee tentatively unleashed the golden light spell, striking the bizarre entity, yet it showed no reaction whatsoever. Why? Your father has bad lungs, yet you let him smoke. Countless mouth-like pupils on the eerie eyeball chanted in unison. It was like demonic music piercing the ears. Hearing a single note was enough to make one's head split with pain. As it spoke, the writhing tongues within the pupils lashed out like iron whips. Mind your own business, handsome. Aren't you getting a little too involved? Lee showed no fear, firing back with a barrage of sarcasm. This provocation naturally enraged the strange creature. Though Lee sidestepped the lash of the long tongue, he had underestimated the creature's strength. The carriage frame behind him instantly bore a gaping hole. Holy crap! This carriage is made of steel, at the very least. And that tongue just snapped it clean through? I'd say Mother Weirdo is the strongest one we've faced so far. This cramped space inside the carriage is making it impossible for her to move freely. Lee noticed the damaged carriage structure rapidly repairing itself. Moreover, the Gigi's attacks only affected the Chosen Ones, causing no harm to other NPCs. Yet the extreme imbalance persisted. The Chosen One's actions directly influenced the plot's progression and NPC conditions. Not to mention, if Lee wanted to unleash his full power, he'd inevitably harm others in the carriage. If Mother's anomaly couldn't be dealt with then, and another anomaly popped up, it would be as hard as climbing to the sky. Yoo-hoo! Our Bear-chan Chosen One Divari didn't trigger Mother's assimilation. You Dragon Country Chosen Ones are still too weak. Hey, old Russian, what's your tone? Want a taste of the East Wind Express? Hey upstairs, that guy's actually Eagle-chan in disguise. What? Those useless eagles lost and still dare to challenge us? Let's all go trash talk them. Beyond the ghost stories lay another battlefield. Online and offline verbal skirmishes fueled the buzz around the Busco's tale. Dawari, having avoided triggering too many traps, now faced the final stage, locating the true Yellow Spring Station. Upon arriving and disembarking, the ghost story would essentially be complete. Boom! Over on Lee's side, he was scrambling to dodge the eerie eyeball attacks. Each time he cast Taoist spells, he had to consider the other passengers. Caught between a rock and a hard place, failure seemed inevitable. Countless long-tongued tentacles swept toward Lee. He swiftly retreated to the doorway, his brow finally creasing with concern. Before launching his offensive, Lee wasn't frantically dodging. Instead, he cast a layer of golden light spells over each NPC for protection. Only then could he unleash his ultimate techniques without harming them. The slit-mouthed woman, being equally eerie, naturally knew of the eyeball's existence. Yet without Lee's command, she could only sit quietly in her place, watching as Lee shifted his stance repeatedly. Yang Wu Lei. Lee pinched his fingers together, channeling chi into a tangible form of purple lightning. Legend held that the Young Five Thunders foundational stage manifested as white, mastery brought it to purple, and the fully integrated stage radiated golden brilliance capable of instantly obliterating all existence within its range. Lee could certainly unleash Golden Yang Wulei, but he held back, mindful of the fragile constitutions of these NPCs. Purple Young Five Thunder will suffice. Look, everyone! Big Shot Lee is conjuring lightning with his bare hands. Could he be the steel pipe hero? Holy crap, even Tesla himself couldn't pull this off. Lee has transcended humanity. Xishuanjun, watching from behind the screen, was equally stunned and astonished. Most Maoshan Taoist arts were basic abilities for exorcising ghosts and banishing evil, producing no grand visual displays. In contrast, Lee's Yengwu Thunder unleashed rolling purple lightning bolts, radiating an unprecedented oppressive force. And this was merely his restrained state. His technique utterly crushed the basic Maoshan arts in both form and intent. The Yang Wulei of Dragon Tiger Mountain. I witnessed it only once in my youth when I climbed that mountain. Never did I imagine I'd live to see such a formidable manifestation of Yang Wulei. To die now would be without regret. Go! The Young Thunder surged along the iron-plated carriage, swiftly channeling into the eerie, eyeball-like body. The vast surge of chi power swept through, instantly paralyzing the eerie entity. Lee simultaneously condensed 10 chi arrows. With a calm whistle, he suddenly fired them, instantly piercing through the 9 pupils of the bizarre entity. Yet the largest and most intimidating pupil remained utterly unscathed, as impenetrable as a fortress. What the hell? Yang Wulei at this intensity could pierce insulated steel plates. How did this weirdo survive? A faint, charred scent drifted through the cabin. The eyeball had indeed suffered severe damage, yet the wounds on its body were healing at a visible pace. In the blink of an eye, it had fully restored its formidable state. The eyeball kept rolling around, looking incredibly creepy. That damn white cat of yours. It should have stayed buried outside the car, but you disobeyed and brought it back up here. And you, girlfriend, utterly disappointing. Her mother's controlling nature had reached a twisted extreme. She seemed to forbid the Chosen One from doing anything she disapproved of, and defiance meant certain death. Lee merely adjusted his disheveled clothes with disdain. You call yourself mom? You really think you're something special? You're nothing but a fleeting, intangible presence, and you dare challenge me? Li Yi realized that extraordinary anomalies demanded extraordinary solutions. As the global audience held their breath, watching to see how Li Yi would respond, he effortlessly dodged the attack, then casually pulled the two glass spheres formed from the eerie couple from his chest. As the saying goes, 1 + 1 = 2, 2 + 2 = 4, 3 + 3 makes a match to clear. To deal with you, I must use the supernatural. Am I seeing this correctly? Could this be the long-lost match 3 mastery? Collect 3 oddities to clear them, isn't that called match 3? But this is a weird tale about the bizarre. Does that match 3 nonsense really work here? The eyeball lord charged forward, relentlessly squeezing Li Yi's face. Li Yi smiled knowingly, releasing 2 small orbs while chanting the dispelling incantation. Chapter 15, The Second Rule. 1,000-pound press, dispel. Almost the instant the eyeball's eerie presence touched the couple's eerie presence, Li Yi unleashed his power. The 3 forces collided, releasing equally malevolent energies. One could distinctly sense the 3 energies colliding and devouring each other. Even the massive eyeball itself had transformed into an indescribable state, locked in a relentless battle of mutual consumption with the other 2 energies. Thus, Li Yi crossed his legs and sat to one side, quietly observing their struggle. Spectators watching from the sidelines were utterly stunned. No way! Did Big Shot Li Yi just unlock some bizarre match 3 gameplay? In all my years, even in the comic books I've read, I've never seen such a wild match 3 maneuver. Similarly, the expert panel known for their rigorous scientific approach was utterly astounded by Li Yi's tactics. We simulated countless battle scenarios in our minds and computers. While the odds weren't great, it proved that the bizarre isn't invincible. But Li Yi? From the very start, he refused to play by the rules. Faced with an anomaly that even thunder and lightning techniques couldn't eliminate in one go, he chose to devour it with an anomaly of his own. Brilliant! Brilliant! It seems our outsiders' perspectives are far too narrow. Inside the carriage, 3 anomalies entangled in mutual combat and devouring each other, their remaining strength dwindling to almost nothing. Only then did Li Yi yawn and slowly step forward. He cast 3 calming mind chants, instantly suppressing them all. Especially the eyeball anomaly. After the energy drain, it reverted to its original form, returning to its mother's appearance. This is such a hassle. If you go and insult Cracked Mouth Girl too, and she gets upset again, I'm done playing this game. Li Yi settled his mother back into her seat. To other chosen ones and spectators, these threats seemed formidable and troublesome, but in Li Yi's hands, they were mere toys, easily dealt with. It wasn't that impressive, just a small taste of Li Yi's awe-inspiring power. The bus continued along the highway. Outside, the sky remained dreary and heavy. Even though the cabin was stiflingly hot and stuffy, the chosen ones dared not open the windows for ventilation. Li Yi's girlfriend beside him kept making demands, first asking him to fan her, then to massage her shoulders and legs. Seems like you've forgotten something? Li Yi shot his girlfriend a look that said she was trash. Little did he know, that was exactly the reaction she was waiting for. If you're so hot, then open the window and let the breeze blow right through you. Li Yi showed no mercy whatsoever. Amidst the stunned silence of the entire network, he abruptly pulled open the window, leaving everyone speechless. He then pressed her head against the window pane and delivered a solid slap to her ample behind. Ah, honey, that feels so good. I want more. You're hopeless. The focus now wasn't on his girlfriend, but on Li Yi breaking the rules again by opening the window. As viewers stared wide-eyed, waiting for punishment, nothing unusual happened around Li Yi. Apart from his girlfriend's provocative moans, the only sound was the rush of speeding vehicles. Nothing happened? Thought there'd be some fun stuff. Boring. Boring? Others would do anything to avoid any mishaps, arriving safely at the finish line and escaping the calamities of this world. Li Yi, however, acted as if he hadn't been chosen for the ghost story game at all, as if he were genuinely here on vacation. Just as everyone assumed this window opening condition wouldn't trigger any further events. The headrest above Li Yi's head suddenly broke and crashed down. Fortunately, Li Yi reacted swiftly, snatching it out of the air with his hand. What is this? Tucked into the fallen armrest was a yellowed piece of paper. Its texture reminded Dawa of the same paper used for driver maintenance forms. Could it be that it contained follow-up information? But why tear it off and hide it in the armrest? Once Big Shot Li Yi opens it up, we'll finally get to the bottom of this. Li Yi held the note, examining it from every angle, yet showed no intention of unfolding it. My gut tells me this isn't anything good. Better safe than sorry, I'm not looking. He crumpled the paper into a ball and tossed it out the window. This blatant defiance of the rules left the already speechless audience utterly dumbfounded. If any other chosen one had pulled off some flashy stunt earlier, it might have sparked a bit of curiosity. But hearing Li Yi's name? Not surprising at all. After all, he was capable of anything. Something's up. There seems to be a reverse wind outside the car. That crumpled paper's drifting back in. The close-up view outside the window was straight ahead, offering no reference points for wind direction. But his girlfriend's long hair, swaying in the breeze, became the key indicator. The reverse wind blew the paper ball right back into the car, though it didn't land directly in Li Yi's hand. His girlfriend spotted it instead. What is it? Before Li Yi could react, that damn girl's hands were already unfolding the paper ball. Almost instantly, the ghost story triggered a new rule. There is a thief on the train. Do not provoke the thief. The male salesman practicing communication skills, please do not interrupt his practice. Just these two rules, each corresponding to a peculiar situation that must not be provoked. Ignoring the salesman seemed unlikely to cause trouble after all, his passive nature meant avoiding conflict would suffice. But this thief, he was far more proactive. Before I could finish speaking, a shriek erupted from the back row. Son! There's a thief on the train! Come catch him! Li Yi whipped his head around to see a masked figure wrestling with his father over a phone. Unbelievably, the thief had wasted no time striking the moment the rules appeared, leaving no room for reaction. When the struggle proved futile and worse, his dad called for backup. The thief suddenly drew a knife from his coat. Under Li Yi's stunned gaze, the blade plunged straight into his father's abdomen. Blood gushed out instantly, catching everyone completely off guard. A crucial prerequisite for clearing the level was ensuring all family members reached the destination alive. Even with Li Yi's extraordinary abilities, he couldn't reverse time to stop the thief's attack. The old man, mortally wounded, turned pale and collapsed unconscious. The thief retreated to a corner, gripping the crimson knife as he fixed Li Yi with a deadly stare. Don't you dare come any closer. If you do, I'll kill you too. You? You dare threaten to kill me? Have you lost your mind? Li Yi felt irritated. He had no desire to deal with trouble right now. In the blink of an eye, he materialized directly before the thief. In a daze, the knife had already appeared in Li Yi's hand. Seeing the bulging bundles on both sides of the thief, he must have stolen quite a lot, huh? Hand them over. Li Yi reached out his hand. Chapter 16, The Spell. The thief never imagined that the loot he just snatched, still warm in his hands, would vanish in an instant, appearing instead in Li Yi's grasp. Even the items he'd stolen from others were snatched away by Li Yi. Give it back. You're the thief, not me. Smack. The only response was a resounding slap from Li Yi. If you keep arguing, I won't mind stripping you naked, tying you to a rope, and dragging you behind my car. A cold glint flashed in Li Yi's eyes. Before he could even provoke the guy, this punk had already injured his old man, causing Li Yi no small amount of trouble. It seemed he'd managed to piss off Li Yi first. Seeing the man hesitant to act further, Li Yi swiftly moved to his father's side. A quick assessment revealed significant blood loss. Without immediate treatment, it could be life-threatening. Oh dear, oh dear. Even if Big Shot Li Yi is formidable against the uncanny, surely he can't handle such meticulous work as healing injuries. Ha! I thought this Li Yi from Dragon Nation was some kind of god-tier warrior, but in the end, that's all he's got. Don't underestimate Big Shot Li Yi. Watch out, he might just whip out a healing potion and force-feed it to you. Once Dad's healed, he'll sew your mouth shut too. The moment Father opened his mouth, he coughed up blood, looking like a candle flickering in the wind. Son, your old man is done for. Before I go, I have one last wish. Li Yi's face remained cold. Cut the nonsense. What else can you do besides annoy me? Shut your mouth and behave yourself. I won't allow anyone to kill the dead. Reverse chi, palm thunder. What the hell? Could it be that Li Yi intended to hasten his father's demise? But if so, the ghost story would be utterly ruined. Li Yi was no pushover. He condensed the palm thunder into a single point. Old man, this is gonna hurt a bit. Bear with it. Before his father could nod, the lightning struck like a laser, searing directly into the wound. The piercing scream of agony made even the spectators outside the ring feel their scalps crawl. No anesthesia? Li Yi really doesn't treat his old man like a human being. Dad's complexion seems a bit better now. Hopefully it worked. The scorched wound achieved the goal of coagulating blood to stop the bleeding, nearly costing old man half his life. He won't die. My reverse chi can draw upon the recipient's life force. Of course, reverse chi consumed immense energy, especially when used to interfere with life and death. After reviving his father, Li Yi's face had gone pale. He rose to his feet, his gaze cold and fierce as it locked onto the thief. What do you want? Cut the crap, I'm gonna kick your ass. In a flash, amid the thief's shrieks and wails, he was stripped naked and writhing helplessly in the carriage. As the saying goes, killing the body is one thing, but crushing the spirit is another. Li Yi had arranged the rules perfectly. But the thief wasn't one to give up easily. Seeing no hope of survival, he tried to drag someone else down with him. As luck would have it, the person closest to him was the male salesman he'd been communicating with. Oh no, a chain reaction. Don't let the thief touch the salesman. Breaking the connection would be disastrous. What's all the commotion upstairs? You still don't understand the power and charm of Big Shot Li Yi. As expected, the thief kept tugging at the salesman, instantly enraging him. After the bizarre assimilation, hatred automatically locked onto the chosen one. The salesman didn't seem to show any obvious signs of assimilation, but the mouth hidden beneath that mask piqued Li Yi's curiosity. Got the guts to take off that mask? Hope you're not hiding a butt cheek under there. Not only did he interrupt the salesman's practice, but he even dared to insult him openly. Only Li Yi would have the nerve to do something like that. You're interrupting me. The salesman uttered this before undergoing a more pronounced assimilation. Li Yi stood there, arms crossed, watching silently as the man transformed from human form into something half human, half ghost. That look, it resembled the cursed spirit villain from some anime. Kneel. This eerie entity spoke first. It was a word spell type cursed spirit. Holy crap, this thing's way beyond ordinary weirdness. It's draining mana to cast spells. As the incantation slammed toward him, Li Yi sensed danger and instantly swapped places with the thief using the transfer technique. The thief immediately fell to his knees, but the incantation's power overwhelmed him, causing blood to gush from his 7 orifices as he died instantly. Meanwhile, Li Yi closed the distance and unleashed a military-style punch. The punch connected squarely with the salesman's jaw, sending his head crashing into the car roof. But the next second, the guy's word spell came flying back. You reap what you sow. In the next instant, Li Yi's second punch suddenly veered out of control, hurtling toward his own face. The force of his own punch crashing into his own body, the sensation was nothing short of excruciating. Under the spell's influence, Li Yi took his own blow squarely, even seeing a faint trace of crimson blood appear at the corner of his mouth for the first time. This is interesting. I hadn't intended to reveal too much earlier, to avoid outsiders discovering my true identity as the Dragon Tiger Celestial Master. But since I've encountered such a troublesome opponent, I suppose I'll have to get a little more serious. To the world outside, save for Qi Xianjin and a handful of top-tier Taoist masters, Li Yi appeared merely as a formidable practitioner who could conjure lightning and fire from thin air. But if he unleashed his true power, it would send shockwaves through the Dragon Tiger Taoist community worldwide. He didn't want to draw too much attention, lest it bring trouble upon himself and potentially affect his parents. Palm Thunder. You brought this upon yourself. Two utterly different abilities converged on each other simultaneously. As expected, the Palm Thunder abruptly reversed course, hurtling back toward Li Yi. But his combat skills weren't just for show. With another swift feint, the salesman vanished and reappeared in Li Yi's position, the Palm Thunder striking him directly through body and soul. Heal. The moment those two words fell, the strange man's injuries vanished instantly. This perverse ability even piqued Li Yi's curiosity and envy. Almost forgot this is the world of ghost stories. No natural laws of the human world apply here. Well, that makes things straightforward. Qi reversal. Interrupt. The salesman, unsure what ability Li Yi might unleash, could only choose a relatively neutral interrupt spell. But this played right into Li Yi's hands. Not only did the spell fail to interrupt Qi reversal, it even allowed Li Yi to glimpse the faint, ethereal threads of the word spirit's arrogance. Immediately after, Li Yi spoke. Kneel. His voice boomed with such force it shook the very ground. The eerie mountain tried to dodge, yet it still found itself kneeling before Li Yi. This can't be. How can it activate without hitting its target? Heh, you don't get it, do you? Yours was directional output, while mine is area of effect. As long as you hear it, you can't escape. Using their own methods against them, that is the true art of killing both body and soul. Chapter 17, Dragon Tiger Mountain. Under heaven, Taoist forbidden arts may manifest in myriad forms. But ultimately, they all converge on the same path. The fire of the dead from Mount Mao and the heaven-burning flames of Dragon Tiger both are condensed through the foundational techniques of their respective schools. The Taoist arts of Dragon Tiger Mountain rely on Qi. At the pinnacle of all arts, Qi is the source and essence. Though there are many other classifications and names, when compared in the present era, the Dragon Tiger Taoist arts, now supposedly lost to history, still hold a slight edge. Master Qi, if you were to confront this strange spirit, what would be your odds of victory? The lead expert pushed his glasses up, asking with profound meaning. Though Qi Xianjin was a revered elder, whenever he recalled being chosen as the chosen one to participate in the rule-bending tales, the scene of being completely overwhelmed by the anomaly still seemed vividly etched in his memory. Back then, if the difficulty of the rule-bound tale hadn't been less than half a star, this old man would likely have met his end. Though I have a 70% chance of countering and breaking the spell of words, just like Li Yi did, but the odds of victory. Qi Xianjin's unspoken conclusion had already provided the supervisor with his answer. Meanwhile, an update arrived from his subordinate, though the news didn't sound promising. Reporting to the supervisor, we've located the current address of the chosen one, Li Yi, through identity information cross-referencing. So? The subordinate paused briefly before replying. We haven't located the individuals, but we did find a kidnapping ransom note. What did you say? The supervisor and Qi Xianjin could scarcely believe their ears. Qi Xianjin, in particular, erupted in fury, slamming his fist on the table. This disgraceful situation would be a laughingstock if other nations heard about it. Utterly humiliating. The chosen one, Li Yi, risks his life in the rule-bound tales for the safety of the Dragon Nation. Yet here we are, failing to protect even the family of the chosen one in the very society we're tasked with safeguarding. How does this not break the chosen one's heart? If we can't even guarantee the safety of their own families, how can we expect future chosen ones to fight for the Dragon Nation and the rule anomalies with peace of mind? His booming voice resonated among the national-level elites present. Even those who held reservations about Li Yi himself placed great importance on the chosen ones and the safeguarding of their interests. Such a catastrophic failure would inevitably lead to accountability. Fortunately, Li Yi was trapped within the monster tale world, unaware of the situation outside. Otherwise, his wrath would likely have been more terrifying than the monster tale disaster itself. The ransom note has been delivered, and the security team has initiated an investigation immediately. You incompetent bunch! I order you to safely recover the chosen one Li Yi's parents before he completes the rule-based ghost story. Otherwise, we'll all be waiting for the national court. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the expert team immediately activated a nationwide Level 2 alert. Specialists from countless anomalous tale departments across the Dragon Nation were mobilized to join the investigation into the kidnapping case. Though the motives behind the kidnappers' abduction of the chosen one Li Yi's parents remained unknown. Fortunately, the kidnappers refrained from publicizing the incident, granting the expert team a window to breathe and investigate. Especially as Qi Xianjin observed Li Yi growing increasingly adept at handling high IQ anomalies. The more he felt. Compared to rule monsters or even natural disasters, provoking Li Yi might make him the most terrifying existence of all. The thought sent a cold sweat trickling down his back. You're no good either, little dog. Is that it? I haven't even started yet? Overusing his word magic took a heavy toll. Yet watching Li Yi command his old man to knead his shoulders, his mom to pound his legs, and his split-mouthed girlfriend to dance wildly, this bizarre spectacle revealed not a trace of fatigue on him. In contrast, the enraged cursed spirit salesman's limbs twisted into grotesque angles, his severed head dangling limply from his neck, utterly helpless against Li Yi. His girlfriend picked up the backpack by her feet and handed it directly to Li Yi. Give me back my stuff. Those are all mine. Seeing his backpack in Li Yi's grasp, the salesman flew into a rage. Yo! Unexpectedly, the next second, Li Yi, fed up with being pointed at, cast another word spell. He spun wildly in place, unable to stop. He casually tossed the contents of the backpack onto the ground. Besides some crumpled receipts, what caught Li Yi's interest most was a worn-out Polaroid camera. Half a sheet of film was still stuck in the printer, suggesting the salesman had snapped some scenery along the way. Go! Get it! At Li Yi's command, his girlfriend obediently complied. Never in her wildest dreams had she imagined a chosen one could tame the slit-mouthed woman into such subservient deference. The chosen one, who had been the lower body of that trembling slit-mouthed woman in Sakura country, had long been kicked to death by Lan Xianzi, dying midway. The entire nation was scrambling to deal with the bizarre disaster of the high-temperature tornado. Half a photo paper could hold only limited content, yet after Li Yi studied it closely, he sensed something amiss. Before he could question the salesman, the guy took offense and immediately entered the second stage of assimilation, his bizarre power multiplying exponentially. Give it back. A powerful incantation struck, and Li Yi found himself unable to resist as the photo flew back into the man's hands. Though Li Yi had instantly committed the fragmentary content to memory, the sensation of having something snatched away was deeply unsettling. I've always been the one taking from others, never the other way around. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Too much time had been wasted. This meaningless battle should have ended long ago. Besides, Li Yi had already gleaned useful clues from that half photo. Die! Boom! Boom! A powerful incantation surged toward him, but Li Yi stamped his left foot, activating his golden light incantation defense honed to an intangible state. The spell couldn't even pierce the golden light spell, let alone harm Li Yi. So all this time, you were just pretending? The salesman's voice was twisted with rage. Li Yi wanted to laugh at his stupidity. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you will win 100 battles. Looks like I've picked up a new skill from you. One strike to cleave the mountains send you to the west. In the world of Taoist arts, techniques are ranked in tiers 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. But in Li Yi's hands, techniques had only strength and weakness, all beings were equal. The techniques of Qi, fused with word magic and mountain cleaving. A dazzling skill instantly erupted on the screen, striking toward the eerie figure with awe-inspiring power. Holy crap, this isn't some damn cartoon. How did Big Shot Li Yi pull off a laser beam? This technique. I've seen it somewhere before. It mentions a sect called Dragon Tiger Heavenly Mountain. Dragon Tiger Heavenly Mountain? As if they'd uncovered a crucial clue, the audience frantically began digging for information. In the present-day world where the Mao Mountain sect dominated the Taoist tradition, the obscure and reclusive Dragon Tiger Mountain gradually entered the public eye through Li Yi. Chapter 18, Huangquan Scenery. Damn, after scouring the entire internet, there's barely any intel on Dragon Tiger Mountain? But the plot in Beneath a Certain Person might offer some clues. Give me 10 minutes, I'll summarize it and post it online right away. You better not be pulling a fast one and use this as an excuse to do a live-streamed product pitch. Just as a wave of investigations into Li Yi's identity swept across the internet, a newly launched, unassuming server website suddenly posted a speculative tweet about Li Yi's identity. Dragon Tiger Mountain's Taoist arts vanished a century ago. Li Yi is highly likely the sole surviving heir. The post further claimed dragon tiger Taoist arts can profoundly influence one's lifespan and karma. After attaining enlightenment and ascending, practitioners may even cultivate the dragon tiger immortality. What? Immortality? Death is an inescapable part of human existence. As for immortality, it remains a distant and elusive concept. Though most dismiss immortality as a myth, the mere suggestion that Li Yi's dragon tiger Taoist arts could potentially achieve such a state would make anyone take notice and ponder its implications. Ultimately, it all boils down to one word: greed. Report. A speculative post about Li Yi's identity is spreading like wildfire online, sparking a wave of calls for feudal restoration. What's happening? Suppress the trending topic immediately and delete all related information entries. The server's local URL is overseas. Interference will take some time. This is quite a predicament. The supervisor hadn't even had time to read the ransom note left by the kidnappers when a new complication arose. Xi Xianjun scammed the trending topics on the popular social media app favored by young people. 9 out of the top 10 were about Li Yi and Taoist practices. One entry was anti-social rhetoric advocating the restoration of reactionary nonsense. Xi Xianjun gave a wry smile. Young people these days are so easily led astray. They believe whatever others say, as if Taoist arts truly possessed such divine power? The person in charge shared the sentiment. The theoretical foundation of world order is built upon a scientific worldview. Without science, everything in the world becomes self-contradictory and inexplicable, let alone those esoteric Taoist arts and magical techniques. The world is a scientific realm, not one of Taoist arts and sorcery, and that makes sense. Even if Qi Xianjun were the purple-robed celestial master himself, he would still champion science at every turn. This world holds no place for such supernatural mysticism. This wave of public opinion clearly aims to undermine social order. Its intent is deserving of condemnation. Master Qi, as the state-recognized purple-robed celestial master with experience navigating the rules of strange tales, could you step forward to manage this public outcry? Purple robes were not meant for public display, but given the situation, Qi Xianjun agreed without hesitation. He immediately summoned his disciples and relevant members of the expert team to prepare for public relations efforts. Bang! After several mountain-splitting palms, the male salesman lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, his breath weak and faltering. Yet seeing that expression of defiance even in death, could it be he truly intended to fight to the bitter end? Li Yi waved his hand dismissively. Enough already. You're just a corporate drone working for the rule-bound world. Is it really worth risking your life like this? The rule-based Tales universe was built upon Blue Star's societal norms, and this salesman was nothing more than a downtrodden office drone in the narrative. Even his vacation trips were tied to networking. Li Yi's words struck a chord not just with him, but with millions of viewers watching the screen. Well said. Li Yi is speaking for us office drones. Exactly. That jerk of a boss keeps docking my pay while preaching about dedication. I'm quitting tomorrow. Big shot Li Yi, you rock. Li Yi's offhand remarks could spark a wave of outrage in the real world at any moment. People harboring long-standing grievances weren't lacking the will to fight back, they just needed an outlet. With big shot Li Yi's words, those unscrupulous bosses must be feeling their right eyelids twitching like crazy, right? The male salesman, given his circumstances, felt deeply moved. Yet, existing within this ghost story framework, he must fight Li Yi to the death. Forget it. You wouldn't understand anyway. Rest in peace. Li Yi casually uttered his final word spell. The salesman kicked out with both legs and fell straight backward. After successfully disposing of him, the remaining half of the photo slowly slipped from his chest and appeared in Li Yi's hand. When he joined the two complementary fragments together, they formed a seemingly ordinary landscape photograph. Strange. If this photo was taken inside the car, why does this scenery appear? The entire network followed Li Yi's gaze toward the image. A winding country road stretching endlessly into the distance. A kind-hearted old lady selling tofu pudding, her face devoid of wrinkles. A stone bridge over a stream, rice fields fragrant with blossoms, a thatched cottage. Most striking of all were the 18 ancient locust trees lining the road, tiny yet miraculously clear despite the distance. Beneath them, a man with a large hat sat before a chessboard, as if awaiting an opponent. Strange. I collected the clue, yet no rules popped up. Could it be glitched? Could it be that this vehicle lacks a Yellow Springs station? Is misleading information? Perhaps the earlier Yellow Springs village was merely an unexpected hidden location triggered by Big Shot Li Yi and Dao Ali? Korean 1, no Yellow Springs sign, but it's highly likely Yellow Springs isn't a tangible place. You have to find it yourself among the scenery along the way. The correct location is some specific spot along the road. Korean 2, what the hell, bro? Are you even Korean? Keep your analysis to yourself. Why post it in the Chinese comments section? Are you a spy or something? Korean 1, who the hell are you calling bro? Sorry, but I'm from the other side of the 38th parallel. My ancestors crossed over from the Green Duck River. Dragon Nation audience, sir, your sense of justice is admirable. Thumbs up for the big picture. Big picture thinking. Thumbs up, impressive. This analytical comment quickly went viral online. Among thousands of analyses, it was arguably the most plausible one. These outside observers could see it, naturally assuming that Big Shot Lee in the Strange Tales world had everything under control. But seeing how flustered the Big Shot Lee looked, they couldn't help but feel uneasy. Little did they know, the gleam in his eyes seemed to pierce through to something deeper. This photo paper is relatively new, suggesting it was taken on the bus. Yet I distinctly remember no such scenery on the way here. My memory absolutely cannot be wrong. Xiongjiang Dewari hadn't provoked the male salesman, so he only managed to find half a damaged photo. Naturally, the clues were incomplete. He too suspected the scenery hadn't existed on the way here, but beyond that, he couldn't discern more, leaving him at an impasse. The ghost story neared its conclusion. Who would emerge victorious? The real excitement awaited after the commercial break. Damn it, a rule-based ghost story with commercials? Are you kidding me? Chapter 19, The Road to the Underworld. A landscape that didn't exist on the way here. A journey with no end or destination in sight. And Lee, utterly unconcerned, even enjoying the scenery and a massage. Pieced together, these elements felt utterly jarring. Netizens stared intently out the car window, afraid to miss even the slightest clue about the scenery. But the scenery captured in those photos was on the way here. Could they possibly turn around and drive back? Do you think this missed scenery might hint at some kind of subversive meaning? The guy above has an eagle-themed IP. Could he be another Red Brother? In the hearts of the people of Dragon Nation, I just feel that missing out might be a major clue. It's just a shame I can't convey it to Big Shot Lee through the bullet comments. The innate unity and wisdom of the Dragon Nation people means that when faced with a thorny problem, they don't think about looking out for themselves alone. Instead, they pool the strengths of many to analyze and judge together. At that moment, Lee slowly rose to his feet. Could it be that Lee has figured it out? Shoo, watch quietly. Lee raised the photograph. Through the bus window, the bizarrely colored sunlight made the hazy landscape on the photo seem imprinted upon the distant sky and earth. Suddenly, the landscape in the photograph began to flicker, gradually fading away. Yet, beyond the bus window, the corresponding scenery in the distance began to actively materialize. This is the dragon tiger mystic art, shifting mountains and projecting shadows. The forbidden scriptures of Mount Mao record this technique, yet even generations of purple robes of Mount Mao could never comprehend or cultivate it. Master Qi, did you know about this? Qi Xianjun was so stunned he had lost all expression, staring blankly at the large screen. Moving mountains and projecting shadows represents the pinnacle of wind-water-earth cultivation. Through a photograph, or even text on yellow paper, it could transform and imprint the content onto reality with uncanny realism, truly a power beyond human comprehension. It sounds incredibly unorthodox, but doesn't that defy science? Qi Xianjun stroked his beard thoughtfully. Advocating science doesn't mean the world lacks phenomena beyond scientific explanation. Regarding the chosen one, Lee, I must investigate personally. I'll leave this matter to you. After experiencing several rule-defying anomalies, Qi Xianjun now rarely ventured out on his own. It was as if he had witnessed that beyond every person lies another, beyond every sky lies another heaven. Realizing he could not overcome the heavens, he had become somewhat complacent. Beyond his closest associates, few understood what Qi Xianjun's initiative truly signified. Qi Xianjun represents far more than just the Maoshan sect. Even in the secular world, his influence is immense. If he were to laugh at a cripple passing by, that cripple would be treated as an honored guest. Watching Qi Xianjun's frantic retreating figure, the person in charge did not attempt to stop him. But at this most critical moment, there was no room for carelessness. Look, everyone! Lee just raised the photo, and the scenery actually appeared. Lee tossed the photo aside, folding his arms as he gazed into the distance. The sunlight dimmed, thin clouds gathering. Country lanes must be traversed backward. Streams hide treacherous pools, never cross them. The old lady works hard, support her business, or she'll chase you away. Everyone loves flowers, please don't stop family members from taking photos in the flower fields. The thatched hut is safe. A true gentleman watches the game in silence, do not disturb those playing chess. That ancient locust tree planted 18 generations ago is sacred, do not damage it. Damn it! Pop-up alert. New rules. The new rules seem fine on the surface, but who knows if they've set traps for the chosen ones. Lee crossed his arms and glanced at the screen, finally breaking into a meaningful smile, brimming with contempt. Country lanes like the Yellow Springs, the Naiha Bridge over the River of Oblivion, Mengpa offers you a bowl of soup, forget the past 10 lives, walk this one. Before the Hall of the Judge, the scent of red spider lilies, don't provoke the Rakshasa Demon King, or you'll be sent to the 18th layer. So this so-called Yellow Springs station, could it be this hidden path to the underworld? Hearing Lee's deduction, the entire internet exploded. Suddenly, it all clicked. They had all been deeply speculating on the meaning and implications of the Yellow Springs station's name. They seem to have forgotten, from the depths to the surface reveals the core. Yellow Springs. Yellow Springs. It is the very path to the realm of death. The sweet death bus heading for the Yellow Springs. It was highly probable everyone on board had died on the bus itself, which served as the vehicle transporting them to report to the underworld. I remember now. In the old rule-based Weird Tales, human-created NPCs couldn't be assimilated into the uncanny unless under extremely special circumstances, and the rules almost never targeted harmless NPCs. So you're saying my girlfriend, my parents, even the white cat and the driver, they're all already dead? Does that mean the chosen one and a busload of ghosts are heading to the underworld? Could there be a billion possibilities where, in the setting, the chosen one also entered this scenario as a deceased soul? This scenario is unprecedented. In all previous ghost stories, the chosen one was at least a survivor by the end. Naturally, there have been instances where the chosen one assimilated into other creatures after completing the tale, be it a cat, a dog, or at worst, a hybrid beast. If the premise of the death bus is that it's a busload of souls reporting to the underworld, then isn't the chosen one? Wouldn't that mean they were declared dead from the very start? At this moment, the entire online audience fell silent, and the bullet comments in the livestream chat abruptly ceased. If that were truly the case, then the Death Suite bus would have been a losing from the start rule-based ghost story game from the very beginning? Would the chosen one's efforts be utterly wasted, doomed to death no matter how far they pushed? At that moment, someone recalled the first chosen one to clear the game, the cannibal tribe. But in such remote areas, there wasn't even cell service, let alone internet access. No one knew whether their chosen one had emerged alive or perished within the horror tale. As the situation grew increasingly dire, public opinion began to split into two extremes. This bus urban legend is fundamentally flawed, it's riddled with inconsistencies. The chosen ones sacrificed their lives for nothing. For the greater good of the nation, they should have sacrificed themselves. If failure midway caused the country to suffer, we wouldn't recognize such chosen ones, they'd be selfish, useless losers. The world instantly split into two factions, the small family camp and the greater good camp, engaging in heated debate. The very nature of the chosen ones' lives became a point of contention. Was their sacrifice a duty or an obligation? The debate raged on. Such is humanity in crisis, difficult to judge. The underworld is a one-way journey. Now, there was no evidence left to overturn this near certain conclusion. Not a single bus passenger survived, and the chosen one was merely another soul escorting the spirits. It all seems futile. Ding dong, Yellow Springs Station. Passengers, please prepare to disembark and take all your belongings with you. Rest in peace. Chapter 20, A Master of Contradiction. We're already here? But wasn't it agreed that no real Yellow Springs Station exists? Brother Lee used his extraordinary abilities to create this Yellow Springs Station from scratch. Naturally, we're entering the final and most challenging stage. The path to the netherworld. Doesn't that mean the chosen ones will have to confront even more restless spirits, or even Yama himself? The final stage inevitably meant the chosen ones would face unprecedented challenges and eerie phenomena within this ghost story. Even doing nothing could trigger rule failures and ruin everything, let alone the fact that every action or question might be laced with traps. Final destination of this journey reached. The bus made its final announcement, its loudspeaker crackling with a dry, distorted sound. The entire vehicle began to visibly corrode and decay at a visible pace, collapsing into a heap of wreckage and scrap metal. This really leaves no room for the chosen ones to regret their choices. The main scene bus is gone, leaving only the Yellow Springs road ahead. Though it was broad daylight, the path they had come was now shrouded in inexplicable darkness. The chosen one from the small nation of Canada had barely clung to life to reach this final moment. Yet, knowing the truth behind the scenes, he stared at the Yellow Springs road before him, still unwilling to accept his own death. He clutched his head in despair, his eyes bloodshot. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There must be another choice besides this deadly Yellow Springs road. Let me leave. I must escape this place. The chosen one from Canada descended into madness, screaming as he fled into the darkness behind him. But in a rule-bound tale, desertion was never an option. The instant his body touched the darkness, he instantly turned to ash and vanished. Simultaneously, Canada would suffer the consequences of the chosen one's misdeed, struck by a bizarre calamity. In a certain area of Canada, an acid rain disaster struck without warning. Countless citizens died or were injured, cursing and condemning the useless chosen ones. Those unable to escape were corroded by the acid rain into piles of flesh, merging with the earth. Even those sheltering in sturdy buildings couldn't escape being pierced and eroded by the acid rain. The region instantly transformed into a living hell, utterly terrifying. The disasters in other failed nations are each more terrifying than the last. Let's hope our country's chosen ones can hold steady. Hold on a second, our nation lost the first wave of critical points. If it weren't for Dragon Nation stepping in with humanitarian aid, our incompetent government would have sunk the entire country. When the world faced crisis, the Dragon Nation naturally stepped up first, demonstrating the bearing of a great power. Lee made his mark in the world of ghost stories, while the Dragon Nation commanded awe across the real world. Other nations occasionally spewed hateful comments to provoke the Dragon Nation, but the Dragon Nation always responded with kindness, truly the mark of a noble gentleman. The difference in moral depth is starkly evident. Not actively bullying others is the essence of Dragon Nation's character. Striking back with force when provoked is true strength. When it comes to matters of right and wrong, the Dragon Nation prioritizes human rights. Of course, some will accuse the Dragon Nation of exploiting vulnerability with malicious intent. In response, the Dragon Nation's leaders simply stated at a press conference, "Walk tall and stand firm, all are welcome to join the Dragon Nation family." Public sentiment toward Lee and the Dragon Nation surged across the internet. This is a nation worthy of trust and reliance. As for those consumed by envy and resentment, they could only cower in the shadows, unable to bear witness to the Dragon Nation's radiance. And certainly not the gaze of the chosen one, Lee. "So this is Yellow Springs Station? Nothing too special, huh?" Lee stretched lazily, then glanced sideways. His girlfriend immediately understood and moved closer to massage his shoulders. His parents followed behind, carrying luggage, radiating an air of grand style. "Honey, which scenic spot are we visiting? Sightseeing? Damn it, the whole bus is full of souls reporting to the underworld for reincarnation, and you're talking about sightseeing?" Lee, however, observed with keen interest. "Since this symbolizes the netherworld, the scenery before us shouldn't be viewed with ordinary eyes. But the true netherworld is the ultimate realm of darkness, the necessary path for the dead to reincarnate. This rule-breaking horror story dares to desecrate death, utterly unforgivable." When Lee cultivated the Dragon Tiger Taoist arts in another realm, his first lesson was to honor the dead and revere the underworld cycle. As the saying goes, the dead hold the highest honor. Even the passing of those of lowly status and little power demands profound respect. The netherworld that receives the departed and governs the cycle of reincarnation between the realms of the living and the dead is revered by all. Lee spat contemptuously. "Bull rules and tales. Not only do you disregard the balance of yin and yang and show no respect for the underworld, but you also expect this Taoist master to follow your rules and walk this path to the underworld? Dream on." The scene before him abruptly shifted to a desolate twilight landscape, the bleakness suffocating. Those insignificant NPCs, as if possessed by a singular purpose or stripped of their souls, walked straight ahead along the winding, endless path to the underworld. "Look! Over there, on the little bridge by the stream, isn't that the boy with the blue backpack? Show some respect. That place is the River of Oblivion and the Bridge of No Return, the mandatory passage for reincarnation." Not only the passengers who had reached their destination, but even the plot characters the chosen ones had encountered along the way, one after another, began walking down this path to the underworld. Deep within the Yellow Springs Station, obscure ghostly ballads echoed like demonic melodies, luring people forward. A significant portion of the audience, merely hearing a syllable of the ghostly chant through their screens, felt such despair they contemplated suicide. At the end of the day, it's just a fake parallel world. It can't possibly compare to the real Blue Star. Trying to create another world? Absolutely laughable. Even someone of Lee's stature, second only to a certain figure yet towering above all others, had people, things, and events he couldn't help but fear and avoid. To him, this rule-bound horror tale seemed downright arrogant. "Then let me see just how difficult this path to the underworld truly is. Can you take my life?" Lee clasped his hands behind his back. Having reached the final stage, he would naturally give it his fullest effort and attention, a fitting reward for the entertainment this rule-bound tale had provided along the way. The Taoist master's haughty aura was so overwhelming that even the spectators dared not meet his gaze, as if he were a ghostly deity. With a mere twist of his foot, an invisible chi sphere enveloped his family. "During my leisure time in the other world, I studied the records of the 8 marvelous techniques. It seems they'll come in handy now." Immediately, Lee anchored the central palace beneath his feet, forming 4 palace discs. Wind following mystic gate, chaotic golden drum. As the saying goes, one can never have too many skills. Having cultivated the Tao of the Celestial Master, Lee casually studied and mastered the 8 marvelous techniques favored by younger generations, reaching a level of divine mastery. Chaotic golden drum instantly immobilized his parents and his girlfriend, the White Cat, in place. Following the other NPCs, Lee stepped onto the path of the underworld. The path to the underworld demanded one walk backward, facing the realm of the dead. Lee, however, turned his back to it, basking in the warmth of spring blossoms. The more rigid the rules, the more he defied them. Chapter 21, Tofu Pudding's Here. There's an old saying in the underworld, walk the Yellow Springs backward, and even the king of hell grows weary. Dawari stood at the same crossroads as Lee, naturally adhering perfectly to the rules. Even if a rule suddenly appeared demanding his death to complete this ghost story, he might hesitate, but he would undoubtedly carry it out with unwavering conviction. He and Lee represented 2 extremes of the chosen ones. One utterly obedient, the other utterly rebellious. Dawali sought stability, always methodically completing the plot. "Father, mother, and my beloved, please wait here. I'll go take a look first." Dawari immersed his mind, transforming the static landscape into the corresponding underworld scenery through rapid movement. Standing at the crossroads now, his heart was equally unsettled. "Representing my beloved Xiangzheng in the Rule Monster Tale contest is the honor of my life. I am willing to sacrifice my life for it, even though I am already dead." Dawari also deduced that he and the other chosen ones who had journeyed this far were all souls from the bus. The so-called protection of family safety was nothing more than escorting them peacefully into reincarnation. But was this path to the underworld truly so easy to traverse? Stepping forward, Dawa Ri took a deep breath and placed his foot upon the green stone tiles of the underworld path. Instantly, his body felt weightless, his very existence growing ethereal and insubstantial. Staring at his translucent hands, Dawa Li felt his heart nearly leap from his chest. Right. The latter part of the rules must be the clue to navigating the correct path. Dawari clung to this lifeline like a drowning man, swiftly pivoting his body and retreating a step to continue walking on the stone slabs. Sure enough, the floating sensation vanished in an instant. Hurrah! Bear-chan the Chosen One, never disappoint. Our thoughts become an endless stream of motivation. Hang in there, Comrade Dawa. We're all waiting for you to come back. Just as the Xiongjian bullet comments were in perfect unison, Ulan's Zillion driver insisted on disrupting the formation with his own comments, even mocking and insulting them verbally. If not for Longhu stepping in, Xiongjiang would have unleashed 300 intercontinental missiles, flattening Ulan to the ground. Before long, Dawari successfully navigated the Yellow Springs Blue Stone section. Before him stood a dilapidated facade, its signboard resembling the fierce beast Diding, guardian of the underworld. Battered by time, yet its aura of cold, sinister energy still commanded awe. Merely traversing this initial path left Dawali drenched in sweat, his legs trembling uncontrollably. All beings are equal in the face of death. Fear arises involuntarily in anyone. Beyond the gate lay a small stream and a bridge. This situation, according to the underworld lore of the Dragon Kingdom, should be the River of Oblivion and the Bridge of No Return. How thrilling! As a national talent of Bear Sauce Nation, Dawali naturally possessed extensive knowledge of neighboring Dragon Nation. Audience members of the Dragon Bear Friendship faction also held their breath for Dawali. Crossing the Bridge of Oblivion, those who have committed evil deeds will fall into the River of Forgetfulness, where the waters corrode their souls, tormenting them until their very essence is destroyed. I was genuinely worried for him. Even those who've done good deeds aren't guaranteed safe passage across this bridge. Watch your step, Dawali. Before Dawa even reached the bridge, he saw the driver let out a blood-curdling scream. The man inexplicably lurched toward the railing, tumbled over, and plunged straight through. Had he not grabbed the iron chain, he would have met a violent end. Hold on tight. I'll help you. As if spurred by a sudden surge of compassion, Dawa Ri charged onto the bridge without hesitation, grabbing the driver and pulling him back up. Spectators held their breath, fearing Dawa Ri would fall too. But as a pure-blooded Su Hong descendant, he stood on the Bridge of No Return, unshaken and unharmed. Sorry, I suspected Dawa Li might not be a good person. No hard feelings, mate. We're all part of the Dragon Bear family here. Both chosen ones will make it through. Alright, I was so focused on watching Bear-chan Dawa Li stay so steady. What's going on with Dragon Nation's Li? The audience split their screens to open the second livestream. Li had just stepped onto the bridge. The Bridge of No Return collapsed instantly. Just like that. Other souls either had to cross after committing misdeeds to fall into the River of Oblivion, or the virtuous passed through directly. Could it be that Li had committed some heinous crime, causing the Bridge of No Return to collapse instantly, refusing him passage? Did I misjudge him? Could it be that big shot Li committed murder and arson? Murder and arson might cause one to fall off the bridge, but for the Bridge of No Return to collapse entirely? Could it be that brother Li wiped out an entire nation? History books never recorded any soul or spirit powerful enough to collapse the Bridge of No Return. Li truly is the first of his kind. He walked straight across the stone path without a scratch. What harm could the paltry River of Oblivion possibly do to me? Are you kidding? Since the bridge collapsed and barred Li from crossing, he would simply wade across barefoot. The River of Oblivion was bottomless. Anyone who fell in had no chance of survival. Just as foreign spectators prepared to witness the Dragon Nation's humiliation, Li slowly stepped into the River of Oblivion. Half his body submerged, yet nothing happened. In fact, the big shot Li even changed his posture and started freestyle swimming? Holy crap, Li is swimming in the River of Oblivion? Isn't it supposed to corrode souls and prevent rebirth? Did he grab the wrong script or something? Li crossed the River of Oblivion with effortless grace, his clothes not even a thread out of place. Gazing at the shattered bridge, he seemed utterly speechless. I told you this underworld is nothing but a hollow illusion, not the real afterlife. A steadfast materialist warrior will never be defeated by mere phantoms. Tiancher Li, now preaching scientific materialism to the masses? Eating sweet grapes yet complaining they're sour? The River of Oblivion could do nothing to stop Li as he strode toward the third stage of the Yellow Springs. Along the way, amidst the pitch-black landscape, a vast field of crimson flowers stretched into the distance. All the passengers on the carriage rushed toward it in wild excitement, snapping photos and admiring the sight. Just as Li prepared to investigate, a diminutive figure blocked his path. Hey handsome, wanna try some bean curd pudding? It's a local specialty. How local is it? Li chuckled. Hearing this, the old lady perked up instantly and shouted. 1 bowl clears your mind, 2 bowls banish fatigue forever, 3 bowls grant eternal youth. Oh yeah. Li wasn't stupid. If it's that amazing, give me a bowl. And find me a seat, I need to rest. The old lady works hard. Support her business, or she'll chase you away. Li Yi was indeed supporting her business. But anyone with eyes could see this was damn well Manhwa selling her soup, the very soup meant to erase past lives. Big shot Li Yi, are you seriously trying to kill yourself? Could you at least pass down your Taoist teachings before drinking it? What a waste of divine blessings. Sitting at the small stall, the old woman quickly brought over a bowl. Ha, here comes the bean curd. While it's hot. Chapter 22, The Stupid Chess Player. The steaming tofu pudding looked truly appetizing, complete with its appealing color, aroma, and taste. The vendor had even thoughtfully sprinkled some chopped scallions and cilantro on top. However, Li Yi didn't pick up his bowl or chopsticks. Instead, he quietly stared at the old lady. Hey, the tofu pudding's here, better eat it while it's hot, handsome? Li Yi looked at the tofu pudding, then spoke with a meaningful tone. Before coming, I heard rumors that your tofu pudding contains something rather extraordinary. Haha, young man, you must be joking. I've been selling this tofu pudding for countless years. Everyone who's tried it has given it rave reviews. How could I possibly add anything to it? Li Yi didn't immediately expose the old woman's true identity. After all, the real Manhwa in the underworld also hid her true identity when selling Manhwa soup. Seeing Li Yi remained unmoved, and with a line of other customers waiting for their soup, the old woman grew impatient. Young man, look at you working so hard running around. What's a little bean curd soup? Seeing the gleam in Li Yi's eyes, the old woman knew she'd met her match. If you insist there's nothing in this bean curd, you drink it first. I'll come back after you finish. What a reversal of roles. The audience burst out laughing on the spot. The old woman knew exactly what she was selling, and that it worked on the dead just as well. For a moment, she hesitated. Seeing the look on Li Yi's face, she felt deeply offended. Drink up, hurry. There are people waiting behind you. Don't waste everyone's time. Li Yi turned the tables and urged the old woman on, leaving him utterly speechless. The old woman lifted the bowl to her lips. But in the next instant, she turned on Li Yi, knocking over the bean curd. Her dim eyes glared at Li Yi with venom. Are you going to drink it or not? Drink up. If you don't, I won't drink it. What are you going to do about it? Li Yi crossed his arms, utterly dismissive of the old woman. Defying Manhwa besides Li Yi, which other chosen one would dare do such a thing? But don't forget, without drinking Manhwa's soup, you cannot advance the plot. The old woman's expression instantly twisted into a hideous grimace. The next moment, a cloud of black mist enveloped her entire body. Playing tricks, wasting my time. The old woman merely sought to transform into her true form to force Li Yi to drink the soup. But just as she regained her beautiful form, Li Yi had already approached her entire barrel of bean curd pudding. Wait. What are you doing? Li Yi didn't answer. He grabbed a starving ghost nearby, lifted the lid, and spooned the bean curd into the ghost's mouth, one scoop after another. Helping you hit your KPIs, does finishing this mean you can clock out? Hearing this, Manhwa froze in shock. Within minutes, the entire bucket of Manhwa's bean curd, which had seemed bottomless, disappeared into the starving ghost's belly. The ghost lay sprawled on the ground, stuffed to the gills and drooling. Li Yi clapped his hands. All done now. You can clock out, old hag. Stop wasting my time. Not just Manhwa, but the onlookers were all utterly bewildered. So, does drinking all the bean curd mean Manhwa can clock out? But behind her stretched a long queue of wandering souls. How could Manhwa possibly leave? Fine, you're something else. But I'm warning you, without drinking the bean curd soup, you still can't move forward. The next moment, Manhwa showed no mercy, instantly producing a bronze hourglass. At that moment, the eerie ghostly ballad echoed once more through the underworld. The path through the underworld closes before nightfall. Souls that fail to pass through become wandering spirits. The chess players beneath the locust tree have entered their final game. Both hints made it clear to the chosen one that time was running out. If the ghost story wasn't completed within the allotted time, all their previous efforts would be wasted. At that moment, he realized the ghost story was using time to force his surrender. Though I have 1,000 ways to stall for time, they're all too troublesome. Since you want me to drink, I'll grant your wish. Seeing Li Yi give up his resistance, Manhwa nodded in satisfaction before bringing over the final bowl of bean curd pudding. Let me remind you, you just wasted an entire tub of bean curd pudding. Before the Yellow Springs Road closes, the souls behind you who can't eat it will all turn to dust. The bean curd, now within reach, was indeed sweet and delicious. Stop trying to guilt me into it. Let me make this clear, not only will I not die, but my people won't come to harm either. Big shot Li Yi can't drink it. If he does, he'll lose his memory and turn into a little cutie. What a waste of big shot Li Yi's Taoist abilities. Looks like they'll be lost forever. Once he forgets who he is and what he's doing, failure won't be far off. Could you cut the snark? Remember, you're in a rule-bending tale. You'd probably choke on the air the moment you stepped into the map. Watching Li Yi shovel the bean curd dessert into his mouth in one go, his expression radiated pure bliss. He even seemed ready for 2 more bowls. Can I leave now? Manhwa? Observing Li Yi, who showed no change whatsoever, Manhwa sensed something odd. But he had indeed consumed the bean curd pudding right under her watchful eye. After much deliberation, she decided to let him pass. You're quite an interesting fellow. Hurry up and pass through while you can. Just remember, don't provoke that chess player. Li Yi paid no heed, walking straight out. Once he was a safe distance away, Mengpa expected the soup to take effect. But unexpectedly, Li Yi slapped his forehead, and the bean curd instantly regurgitated from his stomach in a rainbow stream. This was his way of exploiting a loophole in the rules. It only said to support the business by drinking it never said you couldn't spit it back out. Thus, Li Yi smoothly arrived at a shopfront. The sea of red flowers was packed with people, all taking photos and admiring the view. Realizing time was tight, Li Yi didn't waste a moment and walked straight into the shop. If my guess is right, this place should be a replica of the Hall of the Judge of the Dead. Li Yi activated his aura reading technique, and the dilapidated storefront instantly transformed. Yet the shop stood utterly empty, with no one manning the spirit passage. Instead, from behind the shop came the faint, rhythmic sound of chess pieces being placed. Without hesitation, Li Yi walked straight over. Pushing open the back door, 18 ancient locust trees, each over 1,000 years old, came into view. Yet the aura emanating from these locust trees was overwhelmingly oppressive. Beneath one tree, a group of people gathered around a chessboard. Strangely, one person rode an ox while another rode a horse, their shots the loudest. On the board itself, only a young man clad in blue robes and white mourning garments sat, calmly placing his pieces as if playing against the air. As the saying goes, a true gentleman watches a game of chess without comment. But when Li Yi approached, he realized the young man in blue was a complete novice playing against thin air and making moves as messy as dog poop. Damn, he really is a black piece. Let this big shot teach you how to play chess. During his cultivation in another realm, Li Yi's sole entertainment had been playing chess with fellow disciples. Chapter 23, Joining the Game. The crowd had gathered in layers upon layers, yet none seemed to possess any understanding of the art of chess. Yet as the green-robed man made his move, a chorus of shouts erupted. Brilliant! The boss truly plays like a master, a true chess virtuoso. Even if the boss didn't make a move, his opponent would still be crushed. This awkward display of mutual flattery left Li Yi and the spectators speechless. These guys sure know how to suck up, huh? Exactly. That young man in green is practically turning Go into Gomoku. Does he even know how to play? The crowd was dense, and it took Li Yi some effort to find a spot where he could see the entire scene clearly. The young man in blue robes looked youthful, with a fair complexion. He wore a ceremonial crown adorned with pendants, incense pouches hanging from the sides to protect his ears. His wide-sleeved robe featured ruffled collars, and he wore boots on his feet. His hands were clasped before his chest, holding a ceremonial tablet, sitting upright with perfect posture. Yet judging by his expression over the board, he seemed utterly uneducated. I thought the king of hell would be green-faced with fangs, looking terrifyingly fierce. But seeing him like this, he's kinda handsome? Handsome my foot. Once you're dead and he sends you to the 18th layer of hell, he won't seem so handsome anymore. As a teacher, I can't help but feel this man in green robes lacks the gleam of wisdom in his eyes. At that moment, the largest of the ox-men and horsemen crowded around Li Yi. Two figures clad in black and white robes attended the green-robed man closely. Judging by their attire, they were likely the black and white impermanents. These were the very beings who reaped souls and claimed lives, powerful entities within the underworld's hierarchy of the Dragon Kingdom. If Li Yi acted foolishly and provoked these beings, or worse, started a fight, he wouldn't gain anything good. Just as Li Yi was fully engrossed in observing the chessboard, the Minotaur beside him finally noticed that an outsider had trespassed into the rear garden of the Hall of Judgment. Hey, who are you? Where did you come from? Li Yi didn't even turn his head, pushing the minion away with a dismissive gesture. Leave me alone. I'm watching the game. Realizing Li Yi might just be some poor soul who'd wandered in by mistake, the Minotaur instantly grew annoyed. Damn it! No one in the underworld dares talk to me like that except the boss. Have you had enough of living? The Minotaur swung his bullhorn trident, slashing toward Li Yi. Ox-headed pitchforks, horse-faced leg-kicking rakes, all these soul-trapping, life-stealing weapons. I'm really scared, aren't I? Spectators outside the arena stared wide-eyed. Holy crap, Li Yi is actually going to fight the underworld's generals. There's no way he can win against so many of them. Mind your own business, big shot Li Yi. Just watch quietly. I'm a pure love warrior, take down the Minotaur. The horned pitchfork whirled menacingly, and Li Yi felt a twinge of tension. Yet he didn't even attempt to flee. Instead, he extended two fingers and clamped down on one corner of the pitchfork, pinning it so firmly it couldn't budge an inch. Keep your eyes on the game. Stop fidgeting around. You audacious fool. Are you trying to be reincarnated as a dog in the next life? Looking for death, are you? The Minotaur's eyes blazed with fury, yet Li Yi's fingers held with the crushing weight of a mountain, utterly immovable. Just as the horse-faced demon sensed his brother being bullied and prepared to intervene, he was silenced by the green-robed man on the chessboard. Enough, enough. Calm down, Oxhead and Horseface. You two stand no chance against this fellow. Oxhead and Horseface? Hey, boss, he's just a stray ghost. What's so tough about him? Exactly. The little ghost trespassed into the back garden of the Hall of Judgment, violating the rules of the underworld. He can't be spared. The green-robed man frowned impatiently, instantly making Nyo Tu and Ma Mian, along with the black and white impermanents, realize something seemed off. Who said he was a little ghost? What did that mean? The ox-headed demon suddenly pointed at Li Yi's nose and burst into laughter. Ah, boss, don't tease us like this. With this scrawny little guy, how could we possibly lose? Realizing he'd been underestimated, Li Yi decided to give them a little shock. The Minotaur's finger was nearly as large as Li Yi's entire palm. Yet Li Yi merely gripped it lightly before unleashing overwhelming power. Golden light incantation, Chi movement mountain moving. In the next instant, Horseface and Wu Chang watched in astonishment as the Minotaur was lifted mid-air. They even sensed an aura emanating from Li Yi that filled them with both disgust and a hint of fear. Black Wu Chang instantly sensed something was terribly wrong. This is strange. The yang energy emanating from this fellow is purer than that of 10,000 living souls combined. How could such a being appear in the realm of the dead? You just figured that out? Li Yi, hearing the commotion, cast a contemptuous glance their way before flinging the Minotaur 100 feet away with the effortless ease of tossing a paper airplane. The man in green, sensing hostility, finally looked up with curiosity, giving Li Yi another glance. Then, a small black pellet shot out, flying toward the Minotaur. He had thought it was to protect the Minotaur, but in reality, the chesspiece's light enveloped an ancient locust tree, shielding it from being crushed by the Minotaur. Immediately, the man in green casually called out. Assaulting a public official? Your actions will send you straight to the 18th layer of hell. Choose one of the 18 trees behind you. Li Yi merely snorted coldly. With no stool on the chessboard, he sat directly in the void before the man in green. Witnessing this, Horseface and the Grim Reaper trembled in shock, doubting their own eyes. In this world, one kneels before the judge's hall, kneels at the boss's feet. But this is the first time I've seen a fool dare to sit opposite the boss in such blatant defiance. Has this brat lost his mind? Thinking he can defy the boss right here, relying on his strong yang energy to think we can't touch him? The black and white impermanents exchanged glances. Before the boss could erupt in anger, they swiftly fled the scene, paying Li Yi no mind whatsoever. The man in green robes, however, remained calm as he looked at Li Yi across the chessboard. Understand? I understand a little. At least 100,000 times better than this trash game of yours. Arrogant. The Minotaur immediately clutched his bruised head and approached the boss with a look of grievance, denouncing Li Yi's outrageous behavior. Boss, you know what? This guy came right at me with a challenge, causing immense psychological damage. This is a work injury, boss. Faced with his own incompetent employee, the man in green robes sighed helplessly, waving him away. In the back garden, only Li Yi and the man in green remained. Look at the mess you made of that game. You can't even tell the difference between a true eye and a dead stone. And to top it off, you placed your final move right in the center? TSK, TSK, TISK. As Li Yi spoke, he began making moves, undoing 3 of the man in green's previous plays. His casual attitude was so relaxed that the stone he was holding slipped from his fingers and fell to the ground. Spectators who understood the game immediately grew anxious. Holy crap! Taking back moves and removing pieces are both deeply insulting acts. Big shot Li Yi really is fearless. Chapter 24, The Book of Life and Death. Sorry, he just skipped breakfast, so his hands are a bit shaky. Before finishing his sentence, Li Yi casually tossed the piece he'd taken back into the green-robed man's hand, then pointed at the board before them. What's the meaning of this? The man in green robes was momentarily taken aback. Li Yi promptly crossed his legs. Back in cultivation, even our old workhorse disciples were 7th dan players. They wipe out any opponent. If you were with me, you wouldn't even match an old turtle's moves. How embarrassing is that? At this very moment, besides the online viewers, the ox-headed and horse-faced demons and the Grim Reapers were eavesdropping behind the door. Especially when they heard Li Yi disparage the boss's chess skills as being worse than a turtle's, each of them trembled with fear. We've spent centuries groveling just to keep the boss happy. This guy drops a couple of lines, and all our previous flattery goes back to square one? What can we do? This guy radiates an unprecedentedly strong yang energy. He doesn't seem like a normal deceased soul at all. The slacking employees were utterly clueless about how to handle Li Yi. Just then, the bronze pendant in Black Wu Chang's embrace suddenly stirred. Several souls on the road to the underworld have been immobilized. They'll be released from work soon. Hurry and bring them all over to send them on their way to reincarnation. Hold on. I have a feeling those immobilized souls might be connected to that arrogant brat. Though lacking the grotesque, terrifying appearance of ghost stories, these fellows possessed a certain sharpness of mind. Since the heavenly Yuan approach won't work, should I descend here? The man in green robes showed no anger at Li Yi's insolence. Instead, he reassessed the situation, searching for a way to break through. But the moment he made his move, Li Yi mercilessly snatched that seemingly casual piece and flung it straight at the man in green's head. The fingers of netizens typing comments froze mid-motion, trembling in unison. Wrong move. Do you have any brains? You clearly need to attack, not defend. Start over. Green-robed man. His expression abruptly turned stern and grave. Just by looking at his face, one could sense his displeasure, even suppressed anger. After a moment of hesitation, he identified an opening and prepared to make his move only to have Li Yi snatch the piece away again and smash it against his forehead. Hesitation leads to defeat. Hesitating on this move is a mistake. The man in green remained composed, this time striking decisively only to have Li Yi block his intended point outright. The same scene repeated itself, only this time the piece didn't strike the man's head, it was casually tossed onto the floor. Focusing only on attack and ignoring defense? You're not even fit to clean my outhouse. Do you even know how to play? Give up already. At this point, the green-robed man's patience snapped. His eyes blazed crimson as he glared at Li Yi, panting heavily. Oh no, Li Yi's enraged the big boss. This guy's character is Yama, the king of hell. Can he handle this? I doubt it. Maybe Li Yi's just thrown in the towel now. At this final critical juncture, nationwide, only the 6 nations' chosen ones remained in the last stage, either outwitting or forcing their way through alongside the cannibal tribes who had already cleared the challenge. All were resorting to their last desperate measures, utterly unwilling to let their efforts crumble at this final hour. But Li Yi? He could have played it safe to clear the stage, yet he chose to provoke the big boss and break a crucial rule. Earlier in the game, viewers might have dismissed it as Li Yi flexing his overwhelming power. But as the final hour approached, the audience grew increasingly intolerant of such reckless, thrill-seeking behavior. Online, tens of thousands of posts spread by the second, fueling speculation and accusations that Li Yi was an extreme antisocial individual. From the very beginning, he never intended to fulfill the duties of a chosen one. He was merely selfishly seeking amusement before his death, toying with the entire nation. Ha! Your Dragon Nation's chosen one never intended to win from the start. Your Dragon Nation is doomed to lose, ha! Since your Dragon Nation is about to lose anyway, why not hand over your cultural heritage and technology? Let us Koreans apply for UNESCO recognition. At least that'd make your Dragon Nation somewhat useful. Looking at this mess, Dragon Nation is doomed. Good thing I already got my green card from Eagle Nation, time to move my assets and emigrate. Reading these mocking foreign posts, the steadfast Dragon Nation audience couldn't help but seethe with anger. We believe in Li Yi, he's not that kind of person. You foreigners better not get too cocky, we'll buy plane tickets and come kick your asses. We track down that traitorous immigrant's info. Report him to the police immediately, karma's coming for him. Similarly, Dragon Nation's government and even top celebrities were urging everyone to trust the chosen one in this final stage, to believe in victory, and not let reactionary forces exploit the situation. Success or failure hinges on this moment. It all depends on whether Li Yi can handle the green-robed king of hell and survive to leave the ghost story world. At this moment, the green-robed one had fully transformed into a grotesque state. Along with the underworld scene, it had been fabricated into the image of the netherworld. Particularly the 18 ancient locust trees had transformed into 18 abysses, from which constant screams of agony echoed, sending chills down the spine. Only Li Yi remained composed, utterly unaffected by Yama's influence as he stared at the chessboard before him. Since you're so knowledgeable, how should this move be played? If you make a wrong move, I'll send you to the hells of fire and blades, boiling oil cauldrons. Any ordinary person would have been terrified out of their wits by the eerie yen luo, their mental pressure overwhelming them to the point of instant death. But Li Yi merely sneered coldly, then captured the position with a single piece. Retreating to attack, advancing to defend, a single move revitalized the chaotic, ruined position, leaving the enemy pieces utterly defenseless. See? This is the perception gap between us, one you'll never bridge in a lifetime. Oh, my apologies. I almost forgot you're just a fictional king of hell from a ghost story. This is as far as you'll ever go in this life. Next time around, you'll be reincarnated as a lowly foot soldier in the underworld, starting all over from the bottom. He had to admit Li Yi truly held the upper hand on the chessboard. The supernatural entity conceded defeat wholeheartedly. But beyond the game, he had provoked the ultimate boss of this world. A confrontation seemed inevitable. Li Yi rose to his feet, his gaze cold as he stared at the monster before him. The true king of hell is mighty and imposing, nothing like your half-human, half-ghost form. Stop wasting time. Defeat you and leave this ghost story world. My mom's sauerkraut dumplings are getting cold. Fine. Very well. You're asking for death. The bizarre Yama king wasted no words, lashing out with 2 soul-binding chains. Li Yi didn't hesitate. 8 marvelous techniques summoning spirits and commanding generals. Even this fake underworld had countless spirits and ghosts at his command. Why fight enemies himself? In an instant, countless spectral forms materialized before Li Yi, blocking the soul-binding chains and charging toward the sinister king of hell. Seeing Li Yi's troublesome tactics, the sinister figure cursed under his breath before conjuring an ancient tome out of thin air. Li Yi's eyes flashed with excitement at the sight. This is what I've been waiting for. The Book of Life and Death. Chapter 25, Time to End This Game. Within this small book of life and death lay the records of every soul's deeds, origins, and even their past 99 incarnations. Throughout the history of the Dragon Kingdom, even the divine treasures of the celestial elders might not hold greater value than this Book of Life and Death. Every native of the Dragon Kingdom should know the underworld keeps the Book of Life and Death. I just saw a comment asking what the Book of Life and Death is. Quickly trace their IP and report them as a spy. The Book of Life and Death directly controls human mortality. Once a death date is set, even a great immortal cannot escape it. Its power is so immense that even the most formidable artifacts and immortal arts throughout history, such as King Wen's Mountain River Tripod, the Separation Decision, and the Peerless Staff pale in comparison. Moreover, the Book of Life and Death operates without distance limitations. No physical encounter is required. Merely possessing a person's name and birth chart is sufficient to bring about their demise. Naturally, a treasure capable of creating a deathgate also possesses the power to grant survival. Ever since Li Yi realized he was the chosen one and that he had existed as a wandering soul from the very beginning, he had fixated on the Book of Life and Death that might exist within this illusory realm of the underworld. To see this artifact, one inevitably had to deal with King Yama. I'm no ruthless monkey king who leaves no trace behind. I'll need to employ some tactics to make him willingly hand over the Book of Life and Death. There was no way King Yama would obediently hand over the Book of Life and Death just because Li Yi had mentioned it. I get it now. Big shot Li Yi wants to cross his own name off the Book of Life and Death to correct his very existence. So that's it. How did my pig brain fail to see it? Since it's the Yellow Springs Road, the Book of Life and Death must be a crucial artifact. Don't get too cocky just yet. The Book of Life and Death is ultimately in King Yama's hands. Without his permission, no one can open it, not even the Buddha himself. When the masses grasped Li Yi's true scheme, they were utterly bowled over with admiration. He risked provoking King Yama precisely to force him to produce this very artifact to deal with him. Why yeah? You're asking for death. Yama's voice itself carried an eerie, sinister quality. The spirit binding force Li Yi had summoned barely held back Yama's eerie presence. A flash of black mist swept past. Immediately, a rustling sound filled the air. The Book of Life and Death appeared no thicker than a palm, yet the pages it contained seemed endless and boundless. Kid, just wait till I find your name. I'll make you pay. Is that so? What other tricks can you pull, you ugly monster? Li Yi continued to provoke his opponent, then watched as the Book of Life and Death froze on a particular page. Though separated by dozens of paces, he could truly sense a trace of his own aura within the book. It looks real enough, but the time has come. Just as everything was unfolding according to Li Yi's plan, the demonic figure across from him remained utterly unaware of the true nature of the entity he faced. His gaze froze on Li Yi's name, yet strangely, aside from the automatically generated deceased soul prompt upon entering the ghost story instance, there was no other information. Even details like birthdate and zodiac sign were shrouded in a murky blackness, as if something was actively blocking the entity from probing Li Yi's information. What the hell is this? Never mind. I'll scatter your soul essence and condemn you to eternal damnation. As the Yenluo entity's black mist pen was about to seal Li Yi's fate, the next instant, the four-palace board of Fengho's mysterious gates materialized once more beneath Li Yi's feet. Xian Koan writes water, Li possesses thunder. Yang 5 Thunder Pro. Max Plus Edition. Every family of Taoist practitioners knows that demons and evil spirits fear the thunder of the mortal realm. Even the official duties of capturing living souls dare not confront young thunder. Not even you, King Yama, are an exception. Thunder embodies the righteous energy of heaven and earth. Li Yi's cultivation of the Dragon Tiger Celestial Master Tao was itself a supremely potent and yang-aligned art. Combined, their power reached the heavens. Compounded by Fengho's mystical arts reversing the feng shui, the Yang 5 Thunder's power was amplified tenfold. As it struck the eerie entity, agonized screams erupted. The screams echoed throughout the entire netherworld. Boom! Just as Li Yi's strike succeeded, the entire Yellow Springs realm. No! Even this entire world of strange tales and rules began to twist and shake violently. Standing firm, Li Yi was convinced this false Yenluo was the ultimate entity connecting the entire weird tale. Defeating it meant victory in this tale. If he could just figure out a way, he could leave this place alive. Li Yi's Yang 5 Thunder continued to surge, seemingly without exhaustion. He even clenched his palms, sending 2 more palms of thunder shooting forth, striking the anomaly with a thunderous boom that left it writhing in agony. I said it before, the strange entity doesn't assimilate things for no reason. Once it does, it must symbolize something, represent something. Since you embody Yama, you naturally possess his traits fear of thunder and fear of yang energy. As he spoke, the Book of Life and Death materialized in Li Yi's hands. With the big boss wounded, the entire space began to destabilize, causing even the Book of Life and Death to blur and flicker like snowy static. On that page lay Li Yi's name, along with his blurred future and unverifiable past. Boring. It's time to end this. Li Yi bit his finger, sending forth a drop of vital blood that instantly erased his name. As an eerie gray light flashed around his body, he successfully escaped the inevitable death. The entire network erupted in excitement. Under his control, this eerie force remained utterly powerless to resist. But don't forget the final victory condition still required, ensuring the safety of his fellow travelers. Just as this thought crossed his mind, rustling sounds echoed from behind. The next instant, he saw the ox-headed and horse-faced demons escorting his designated family members into custody. Surrender peacefully. Cease your attacks if you don't want harm to come to your family. Li Yi remained indifferent. What makes you think I care about these useless deadweights holding me back? Realizing Li Yi remained unshaken, the ox-headed and horse-faced demons panicked. But they failed to notice that Li Yi was secretly commanding his spirit troops. Countless ghosts and demons closed in around them. Seizing the moment of their unpreparedness, he charged forward, disregarding his own safety to rescue his entire family. Ha, a bunch of brainless fools. I'm done playing with you. Snap. With a flick of Li Yi's thoughts, the entrance to the 18 layers of hell was severed entirely, crashing to the ground as shattered rotten wood. Yen Luo's eerie aura withered, teetering on the brink of death. Congratulations to Bear-chan, the chosen one Dewari, for successfully completing this rule-based ghost story. Congratulations to the Republic of Saipan for passing the tale. Congratulations. At the final moment, the other chosen ones who had reached the end completed all rule tasks. Whether they could walk out alive remained to be seen, a miracle to be witnessed. As for Li Yi, gazing into the collapsing false world, a pure white portal appeared in the distance. It was time to end this. Chapter 26, Retention. By the standard pace of a ghost story, Li Yi had wasted at least 2 or 3 days here. Not only the hidden dangers lurking within the fake Huanquan village, but also the constant threats concealed on the bus. It was all too much to handle. Li Yi slowly approached the white light portal, but before he could take more than a few steps, his arms and shoulders were seized by his girlfriend and parents from behind. In the very next instant, the scene before him shifted once more. Look, everyone. At this critical moment, something's gone wrong with big shot Li Yi. Could it be that the family in the setup doesn't want the chosen one to leave? Are they trying to drag him down with them? So you're saying our own family is trying to harm us? As Li Yi squinted against the strange, blinding light, the unique fragrance emanating from his girlfriend's body grew even more intense. What does this mean? Before Li Yi could process it, he heard the sound of waves crashing against the shore before him. The air itself carried the damp, salty scent of sea breeze. This was clearly an inland rule-based weird tale. All the other chosen ones had completed this ending, yet Li Yi had triggered the hidden ending once again? Honey, do I look beautiful? When Li Yi opened his eyes and saw clearly, his girlfriend was still the same one from when they got in the car, alluring and seductive. She wore an incredibly seductive swimsuit that accentuated her voluptuous, well-defined curves. Bathed in the dazzling coastal sunlight, she looked utterly ravishing. Honey, what are you looking at? Her soft, sultry voice sent shivers down his spine. Li Yi remained unmoved, even watching her warily. Yet now he sensed not a trace of threat emanating from the slit-mouthed woman, only adoration and longing for Li Yi. What's with this weird world suddenly throwing in such explicit content? Still baffled, Li Yi naturally declined his girlfriend's attempt at interaction. His girlfriend instantly grew annoyed, stomping off to the side, though her gaze still lingered on Li Yi from time to time. The next second, his father approached from behind, patting Li Yi's shoulder with solemn words. Son, you've passed Dad's test. You know, our family has hundreds of billions in assets waiting for you to inherit. The next moment, an entire convoy of luxury sports cars pulled up beside Li Yi, filled with beautiful women and sleek vehicles. It seemed like they were celebrating Li Yi completing the ghost story, but something felt off. Their motives definitely weren't simple. Could it be, you want me to stay trapped in this ghost story world forever, just to keep you company? As if his true intentions had been exposed, the old man flashed an unnatural expression before quickly changing the subject. That fleeting micro-expression gave Li Yi the answer he needed. He wasted no more words on the old man. Even as the old man conjured up a wall of money, Li Yi remained utterly unresponsive. Seeing this, old dad grew anxious, and just then, old mom chimed in. Once kids grow up, they won't stay put. They won't listen to a word their parents say anymore. We're just old folks now. Li Yi frowned in disgust. Stop trying to guilt me into compliance. I know this is your final test. If I give in now, I'll never escape this fabricated world. Besides, you've accompanied me this far, you've done enough. It's time for you to rest. According to the rules, the best possible outcome was for the chosen one to reunite with his family. But Li Yi knew the chosen one could never truly integrate into this bizarre, fictional world of strange tales. The price of not being able to leave was annihilation. Seeing his family still trying to persuade him to stay, even his fictional girlfriend began undressing, revealing her nearly perfect form before him. Being young, Li Yi had never witnessed such a scene. He could see everything clearly, but the audience outside the scene could only see a thick mosaic, loudly complaining about the unfairness. As my second family, if you truly care about me, you should let me go. When Li Yi uttered those words, his parents and girlfriend visibly froze, and even the white cat let out a couple of reluctant meows. They seemed to have realized that Li Yi had made up his mind, and said no more. Yet with this parting, their makeshift family would never have the chance to reunite again. A strange, indescribable emotion now choked Li Yi's heart, causing an unbearable ache. For me, the best outcome is to send you all to be reincarnated, while I return to my original world. Li Yi spoke calmly, his gaze fixed on his family. In the light of his eyes, they glimpsed something profound and nodded with acceptance. Immediately, Li Yi conjured the Book of Life and Death. He turned to a fresh page and inscribed his family members' names in seal script, arranging a bright and happy future for each of them. The moment the inscriptions were complete, their bodies froze rigid. The very landscape that had so bewildered Li Yi crumbled at that moment. Their forms gradually faded away, yet in their final moments, they spoke to Li Yi. "Thank you, my family." Li Yi fell silent, calmly turning to walk through the white light gate. What a tedious and sentimental game. At least it provided this Taoist priest with a bit of amusement. People are always ensnared by love and affection, though that is precisely what makes them uniquely human. Ding! The sweet bus of death urban legend concludes. The chosen one has successfully exited the urban legend world. Success! It really worked! Our Dragon Nation had lost so many times, but finally won this crucial match. Fantastic! I told you to trust our chosen one. Big Bro Li Yi is amazing. Our compatriots are safe. Dragon Nation's chosen one completes the ghost story. The world is stunned. Remember, Li Yi has been defying the rules at every turn. He treats them as if they don't exist. Immediately after, a rift in the void began to crack open above the capital of Dragon Nation. This bizarre phenomenon defied scientific explanation, yet the very existence of this rift signaled that their chosen one had emerged alive. Before long, the void gap was swarming with thousands of people, all raising their phones as if welcoming a victorious hero. The expert team immediately dispatched personnel to maintain order, yet they couldn't stop half the capital from flooding in to welcome Li Yi. When is big shot Li Yi coming out? I want to have his baby. Li Yi, a miracle of the world. Master, take me as your disciple. As the light from the rift intensified, the crowd held their breath, preparing to welcome Li Yi. Yet when the blaze retreated, the figure emerging from within surprised them all. He's coming. He's coming. Wait a minute, something's off. Isn't this Xiongjian's Dao Li? Chapter 27, Departing after the task is done. The Dragon Nation had long prepared a celebratory banquet, awaiting the return of their greatest hero, Li Yi, to the real world. Unexpectedly, the one who emerged from the void rift was the chosen one from Xiongjiang's side? The head of the expert team sensed something amiss and immediately sealed off the scene. Simultaneously, they dispatched specialists to make contact with Dao Li, seeking to understand what had transpired. Team 3, what's the situation on your end? Did only Xiongjiang's chosen one emerge from the void rift? Reporting to the head, only one life sign detected. No sign of Li Yi. That's peculiar. Why would this happen? The leader was perplexed. Logically speaking, Li Yi's last-minute tactics were nearly flawless. Especially the Book of Life, a survival tactic no one inside or outside the arena had anticipated. Upon receiving the news, the Dragon Nation leadership immediately contacted Xiongjiang. Xiongjiang, however, relayed the following: their chosen one, Dao Li, successfully navigated the ghost story but failed to find a way to reverse death. He cannot be retrieved. The conflicting reports created an immediate stalemate. Could something have happened during the process that they hadn't noticed? Yet the live surveillance had followed the chosen one 24/7. What clues or events could they have missed? Just as countless people debated why Dawari was the one who emerged, no one noticed a certain alleyway beyond the crowd. A handsome young figure stretched lazily, looking relaxed. Li Yi finished speaking, then glanced at an inconspicuous notebook in his hand. There, in bold letters, was the name of the chosen one, Dawari. So Dao Li didn't know about the Book of Life and Death, had no way to reverse his fate. Had Li Yi intervened to save his skin? But in the strange tale game, chosen ones were randomly selected and operated independently. How had Li Yi even detected Dawari's presence? Perhaps heroes recognize each other's spirit. In the instant both Li Yi and Dawa made the same choice, Li Yi had sensed his presence. I'll leave the mess here for Dawari to clean up. Finally back on Blue Star, I'm craving jajangmyeon and stinky tofu. Li Yi washed his hands of the matter, but it stirred up quite a storm in the Dragon Nation. Even foreign media began speculating whether Dragon Nation's Li Yi had perished within the strange tale world. Before long, at the expert group headquarters in the capital, Dawari was inevitably summoned for questioning. Xiongjian learned through online reports that their chosen one, who should have perished, had reappeared in Longhu. He rushed to demand his return, only to be held hostage by Longhu's PR team. Dao Li wouldn't be allowed to leave until the expert group extracted the intelligence they sought. In the interrogation room, Dawari stared calmly at the ceiling, as if savoring this bizarre game. Especially in the final moments, when he calculated there was no way to reverse his death, he had prepared himself to face it with composure. In the words of the Dragon Kingdom, he mused, "It's as if the heavens played a cruel joke on me. It's hard to believe I'm still alive." Facing the interrogator, Dawari remained composed. "Ask away. I'll answer everything. But please convey to my country and my family that I'm still alive. Otherwise, they'll worry." The official nodded. Dealing with intelligent individuals was always straightforward. "Rest assured, we only have a few key questions. Once we're done, we'll send you home." First question. Do you know Li Yi, the chosen one of my dragon nation? Li Yi? Dawari pondered for a moment. I know the emperors of the Tang dynasty in the Dragon Kingdom bore the surname Li. Names with such graceful and flowing characters are indeed splendid, though unfortunately, I don't personally know him. After that, they chatted for a while about this ghost story and his return through the portal gap from the Dragon Kingdom. They managed to gather some useful intelligence, but they still couldn't find any clues related to Li Yi. Could it be he truly perished within that ghost story? Just as the person in charge began to accept this grim possibility, Dawari recalled a fragment of the situation. Right at the end, just as I had successfully protected someone and was about to embark on a happy reincarnation, when my body began to disintegrate and fade away, I sensed a figure appear before me. It grabbed me, and after that, I returned to the real world. Someone pulled you back. Excellent. Thank you for the information, Mr. Dawa. We'll have someone escort you to the ambassador's residence. May the friendship between dragon and bear endure forever. After completing the formalities to send Dawali on his way, the supervisor sat alone before the now darkened screen, silently lighting a cigarette. Though this strange tale had concluded, for the Dragon Nation, the most crucial figure remained the chosen one, Li Yi. Through simulations by the Dragon Nation's supercomputer and Lu Cixin, proponent of the Hessian principle, it was determined that the selection of the chosen one was inherently random, yet within the framework of probability theory and quantum mechanics, it exhibited a certain degree of repetition. If Li Yi is still alive, though it hasn't happened before, it's highly probable he'll be chosen again in the future. But if we lose such a powerful chosen one, the future will only become worse. The Dragon Nation treasures its chosen ones, so the responsible officials would not lightly accept the conclusion that Li Yi was dead. He pulled out his phone and placed a call to Qi Xianjun. Hello, old Qi. What's the latest on Li Yi's parents? Through certain means, we've located the hideout where the kidnappers are holding Li Yi's parents. Military forces from 10 surrounding cities have been mobilized for the rescue operation. Excellent. But old Qi, have you seen today's news? Li Yi. I'm afraid. Hearing this, old Qi burst into laughter. Ha! When the deed is done, one flicks one's sleeves and departs, concealing one's achievements and fame. When the time is ripe, Master Li Yi will naturally reveal himself to the world. Hearing this, the officer stiffened abruptly. Was Master Qi implying that Li Yi was unharmed, merely choosing to stay out of the limelight? I'll handle matters with his parents promptly. For now, it's best not to seek out or disturb Li Yi excessively, it would only backfire. Li Yi moved slowly toward his home. Even at Lenovo, parents prepared braised pork ribs and pork belly to treat themselves. Just around the corner, a fleet of 20 Maybachs swept past Li Yi. Li Yi was dressed in a carpet-like outfit, with the most expensive item being his outdated old model phone. Together, they couldn't even afford a single tire from those cars. Rich folks, huh? Li Yi glanced sideways, not particularly fixated on wealth. In that instant, his gaze locked with that of an elderly man seated in the rear of the rare, pure white Maybach at the very center of the convoy. But it was just a fleeting moment. All Li Yi could see was the old man's deep, resonant gaze, suggesting a long life. The man in that white Maybach was none other than Qi Xianjun, the Taoist master from Mount Mao who had personally handled the kidnapping case involving the chosen one's parents. As he glanced at Li Yi, he too glimpsed boundless mystery in the young man's eyes. Yet, with the urgency of the situation, he paid it little mind. Yet before the convoy had traveled far, Qi Xianjun's massive frame suddenly trembled. His eyes widened in shock. Turn around. Turn around. Chapter 28, Why did you go and provoke him? He urged while simultaneously performing hand seals to calculate. Opening the window, the lingering aura from the thug still clung to the street. But when he returned to his original spot, Li Yi's figure had vanished into thin air on this straight, wide avenue. Even the unique locating technique of Mount Mao failed to detect the slightest trace of Li Yi's aura. Master Qi, what's going on? Master Qi suppressed his shock and spoke slowly. I sensed an extraordinarily potent source of Taoist arts and glimpsed a face that was almost certainly that of the chosen one. Could it truly be him? If it truly is the chosen one, Li Yi, should we conduct a thorough search? Master Qi waved his hand. Master Li Yi likely wishes to lie low for a while now. We should continue handling the kidnapping case and bring back the chosen one's parents as soon as possible. Then, deploy the nation's top-tier convoy to welcome the chosen one. The convoy pressed on toward its original destination. Li Yi hadn't gone anywhere. Instead, he materialized on the rooftop of a nearby building. Something feels off. Maybe I should hurry home and check? Meanwhile, after wasting considerable time, Li Yi finally arrived at the doorstep of his long-abandoned home. Though time passed hundreds of times faster in the otherworldly realm where he trained, it still felt like an eternity had passed. He wondered if his parents were worried and missing him. Knock knock knock. 3 knocks on the door yielded no response. Li Yi sensed something was off. Gripping the doorknob, he channeled his qi to force the lock open. Inside, the house was immaculately tidy, as if unoccupied for days. That doesn't make sense. Even accounting for the time lost in the ghost story world, I've only been gone less than a week. Where are mom and dad? Just then, the neighbor across the hall slowly opened their door. Seeing Li Yi, they looked utterly astonished. "Hey, isn't this Li Yi who went off to college? A group of people came to your place a couple days ago and took your parents away. I thought you'd made it big and were taking your folks out to enjoy the good life. What did you say?" Li Yi was utterly shocked. Li Yi clearly remembered that his parents didn't have a particularly wide social circle. They didn't know any random people. Even the elementary school he could have gotten into easily through connections when he was little required his parents to spend a fortune to secure a spot. "Old man, tell me who took my parents away?" Li Yi grabbed the old man's shoulders in desperation. No wonder his parents hadn't answered his calls, they'd been taken away? "I believed I had no enemies in this world. But as the saying goes, misfortune spares no family. You have truly touched my sore spot." Li Yi was genuinely trying his hardest. Targeting him was one thing, but going after his family and loved ones? That was like digging up the ground beneath the god of the year. The old man thought for a moment. He couldn't recall the men's appearances, but he did know some other details. "Old man, if I recall correctly, another group came looking for your parents afterward. They spoke with me before leaving." Grasping this lead, Li Yi pressed eagerly. "They said if they found any leads about you or your parents, they'd contact the Longhu expert team immediately. That's all." Longhu expert team. Li Yi wasn't stupid. By participating in the Rule Strange Tales under his real name, his parents would inevitably be summoned for questioning by the expert team. But the task force always returned empty-handed. Clearly, his parents had been kidnapped. Great. Just what I needed. I'm risking my life in this strange world to help Longhu escape danger, yet someone has set their sights on my family. After bidding farewell to the old man, Li Yi powered on his fully charged phone. Contact information for the expert team was everywhere. Li Yi dialed a number directly. "Longhu Rules Ghost Story Expert Correspondence Bureau, how may I assist you?" The call was answered by an official customer service representative, unaware that the number they had connected to belonged to the chosen one, Li Yi. "Connect me to your supervisor. Your actions have left me deeply dissatisfied. I demand to hold them accountable." Hearing Li Yi's youthful voice, coupled with such arrogant insults toward the expert team, the operator instantly grew annoyed. "Damn it, you really think you're the chosen one, Li Yi, huh? If you've got nothing to say, get lost. Keep harassing us, and I'll have someone arrest you." "Oh my, even a customer service rep acts like such a big shot. Looks like your expert team isn't such a great place after all." The customer service rep was furious. But before she could curse Li Yi, he issued a final warning. "Your position doesn't warrant speaking with me. I'll overlook your insolence for now. But pass this along to your superiors, a spot is reserved for him in the Book of Life and Death." With that, Li Yi calmly hung up the phone. But judging by his expression, he was absolutely furious. What a waste of time. "Since you can't be relied upon, I'll handle this myself. But the methods I'll employ next may impact the mortal realm. I protect the mortal world, yet it cannot safeguard my parents' safety. How utterly ridiculous. Shimen Feng Shui may disrupt the balance of yin and yang, but I can't care less. If anything happens to my parents, everyone will go down with them." Shortly after the call ended, the manager hastily adjourned the high-level meeting. Planning countermeasures for the next ghost story game was always a headache. At that moment, the customer service representative who had taken the call approached the manager, brimming with resentment. She recounted the entire incident, embellishing every detail. What else did this so-called Li Yi say? At first, the manager dismissed it, as imposters claiming to be Li Yi constantly tried to ride the expert team's coattails for fame. The customer service rep recalled, he also said, "The Book of Life and Death has unknown written for you." The Book of Life and Death? A reserved spot? The supervisor stiffened, glaring intently at the customer service rep before grabbing his shoulders. Did that person leave any other information? Spill it now. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. The manager's gut told him it had to be Li Yi. He must have contacted the expert team because something happened. But upon learning that the customer service rep and Li Yi had just exchanged insults before hanging up, with no other useful information, the manager nearly exploded with rage. He prided himself on being calm and composed, but he couldn't hold back. He kicked the customer service rep flying across the room. By then, several high-ranking officials had gathered nearby. None had ever seen the supervisor lose his composure like this. He delivered 2 more slaps, one with each hand. The customer service rep clutched his face in shock, staring at the manager in disbelief. "You hit me. Not even my mom has ever hit me." The manager was speechless, pointing at the representative's nose, at a loss for words. "You really are hopeless. Do you even know who called you? That's Li Yi, the chosen one who cleared the death bus. Why did you have to provoke him?" "What? Li Yi? He's still alive?" Chapter 29, Your father is coming to find you. Fire every useless member of the customer service team and replace them. Additionally, mobilize every member of the operations team to accompany you. You're coming with me to apologize to the chosen one. The customer service representative watched the long line of people and busied themselves with a young man on the phone. He suddenly realized he'd messed with someone important. When word spread that Li Yi was still alive, the expert panel erupted in chaos. Holy crap, Li Yi, the guy who defied the rules and still managed to clear the stage, is still alive? Stop wasting time. Find someone to bring him into the expert team immediately. Dragon Nation desperately needs such a powerful chosen one right now. It was clear that Li Yi's effortless clearance of the rule monster tail had left a small but significant shockwave within the expert team. A hero deserves a hero's welcome. Would 100 Humvees be too modest? 100 military Humvees rolling down the highway was an utterly breathtaking sight. Even the flashiest supercar convoy would look delicate and insignificant beside this 100-strong Hummer fleet. Holy moly, are these 100 vehicles here to welcome some VIP or something? If I could ride in a Hummer convoy just once in my life, I'd die happy. I mean, is the world about to change? Whenever the expert team's top priority was locating the chosen one's parents, the slightest hair on their heads would render all current plans utterly meaningless. With this realization, the task force swiftly expanded their operations and notified Qi Xianjun to accelerate the rescue. After hearing the full account, Qi Xianjun slammed his thigh in fury and demanded, "You lot are real troublemakers. How could a mere operator wield such authority? As for Li Yi's parents, I've already pinpointed their location using certain methods. 10 cities' military forces are surrounding them now, no need to worry." The expert team members blamed themselves, meekly admitting negligence. It was our oversight. But Master Qi, forcing a rescue, might that be too reckless? I fear the kidnappers. No. The kidnappers have already learned through the Skynet system that it's a spy named Elena. Though her motives remain unclear, I have a plan. With that, Qi Xianjun hung up the phone, his face clouded with worry. He grabbed the radio and barked orders. "All personnel, accelerate the operation. Quickly. We must rescue his parents before Li Yi arrives, or it's all over." Even as he spoke, Qi Xianjun felt a chill run down his spine. With a sigh of resignation, he muttered to himself, looks like we have no choice but to proceed." 1 hour later, in a remote location within the Central Plains, a massive scene unfolded. Tens of thousands of personnel had encircled a designated area. The commander of this massive encirclement was none other than Qi Xianjun. Despite their overwhelming advantage, no one dared make a rash move. A single gunshot could plunge the Dragon Nation into crisis, creating a tense standoff with the hostage-takers. Even Qi Xianjun, a man of unwavering resolve, was now consumed by anxiety. This couldn't drag on any longer. Fully aware of the urgency, Qi Xianjun decisively stepped forward. "Listen up, you inside. I am Qi Xianjun, the Taoist master of Mount Mao. I hold considerable standing within the Dragon Nation. How about exchanging me for 2 hostages?" Qi Xianjun? Upon hearing that name, Elena immediately consulted the Dragon Nation intelligence her undercover network had relayed. When she saw the list of Qi Xuanjun's achievements at the Mashan Taoist Temple from the First World Battle to the Second World Battle, even the counterattack against Vietnam, and the battles beyond the 38th parallel, 30 meritorious deeds per page, spanning a full 30 pages. As for Qi Xianjun himself, the sheer volume of his national credentials, each page listing 30 achievements, was overwhelming. She knew nothing of the Dragon Nation's unique Taoist arts and geomancy, nor did she care. All she understood was that Qi Xianjun was indeed a veteran-level figure in the Dragon Nation. "You do have the authority to negotiate for hostages, but without a sample of the Chosen One's blood, we won't budge." As if anticipating her response, Qi Xianjun conjured a classified briefcase out of thin air. "What if I brought what you want to exchange for these 2 hostages? Other things, like armored vehicles, tanks, helicopters, fighter jets, we have whatever you want. But here's the catch, if even a hair on these hostages is harmed, Dragon Nation will send you a special delivery from the East Wind." The reputation of the East Wind Express was known to all across the ocean. Faced with this combination of hard and soft tactics, Elena conceded and agreed. Yet she couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why would the Dragon Nation go to such lengths for the family of the Chosen One? Is it because these 2 individuals are truly special, or is there another reason? Elena glanced at Li Jianguo and Wu Bing. Both looked harmless as lambs. Yet the chilling truth was that these ruthless kidnappers who hired assassins, couldn't muster the bloodlust or killing intent in front of this couple. Snipers lurked in countless corners of the factory, and heavy firepower was even trained on the outside world. Qi Xianjun approached slowly, handcuffed and carrying the confidential briefcase. He held his breath, silently assessing how many snipers the enemy had deployed. When he spotted the heavy weapons concealed in the shadows and goddammit, even a ING mortar, he nearly lost his composure. Damn it all to hell. China's military equipment controls are ironclad. How the hell did these foreign bastards smuggle heavy weapons right under our noses? Looks like there are rotten bones and traitorous scum within China itself. In his younger, hot-blooded days, Qi Xianjun could have handled these foreigners with his Mao Shan Taoist arts, or at the very least, by deploying his ancestral jade zombie. But times had changed, and he was getting old. He simply didn't have the strength to deal with enemy heavy firepower anymore. "I need to think of a way." Just as Qi Xianjun was advancing step by step toward the hostage exchange, He suddenly realized that the presence of the hostage-takers' snipers, whose positions he had already pinpointed, was being severed one by one, leaving no trace like wild geese, killing without a trace what master has infiltrated? Qi Xianjun remained silent, but he could surmise that the hidden ally was most likely another master of the Dragon Kingdom's arts. After all, the Manshan sect currently lacks such formidable techniques for concealing their presence and striking without trace. What Qi Xianjun hadn't anticipated was that during the hostage exchange, the kidnappers broke their word. They seized Qi Xianjun and the box, yet failed to release the hostages. Instead, they dragged them back into the upper floors. The sudden anomaly instantly alerted the Dragon Nation officers. Weapons were caught, and even above the clouds, fighter jets glided and circled incessantly. Big sis, just like you said, we got the old geezer, and they didn't get their hostages back. This is hilarious. Elena nodded with satisfaction. An extra hostage meant an extra bargaining chip. She raised her walkie-talkie and called out, "Snipers and heavy weapons team, you can return now." After a brief pause, the radio crackled with nothing but static. Elena instantly realized something was terribly wrong. Full alert! Intruders are breaching security. Just as the group was scrambling in confusion. From the junk-filled corner deep within the factory. Each syllable felt like a hammer blow to the heart, chilling to the bone. Surround them! I'll see who's playing tricks. No need. Your old man's coming to find you himself. Chapter 30, You old fart, you're teaching me how to do my job? It was Li Yi's voice. As that indifferent figure stepped forward. The kidnappers he'd severely wounded some near death were bound together by fingers twisted into knots. The one at the end used his fingers to tie Li Yi's shoelaces. They resembled a human centipede, Li Yi's handiwork. I'll give you a choice, kill yourselves, or I'll finish you off. Thick-shelled crab, when did this man enter? Full alert. He took out every single sniper team member? Strung them up like centipedes on his shoelaces? Is this guy a demon? Whoosh. Countless black muzzles pointed straight at Li Yi's vital points. Yet he showed not a flicker of emotion. If anything, his extraordinary rage had transformed into terrifying calm. I thought you lot were some big shots. Daring to touch my family? You must be tired of living. Li Yi's glance revealed that this group of kidnappers were all foreign faces, though the possibility of some insider theft couldn't be ruled out. What was even more suspicious was this. I only spent a few days participating in the Rule Strange Tales event, yet these foreign kidnappers found my family faster than the expert team. Where did they get their intelligence? It was hard not to be suspicious. You, Xia. Who the hell are you? Spill it now, or I'll put a bullet through your head. A burly man, seeing his brothers dead or wounded, flew into a rage. He cared not a whit about the methods Li Yi had employed to silently eliminate their men across countless building floors. Listen, you fat pig, you seem to have got something wrong. It's you lot who are surrounded by me now. Surrender peacefully and take your own lives to atone for your sins, and I might just let your souls be reincarnated. Reincarnation? Your souls will be scattered to the winds. Do you really think you're some kind of god or ghost? The kidnappers burst into laughter. Had Li Yi infiltrated their lair just to play the delusional hero? At that moment, Elena fired a warning shot into the air. Hearing the commotion, the surrounding officers immediately went on high alert, weapons drawn and ready to respond to any emergency. Elena stared at the reckless Li Yi and demanded, "Who the hell are you? Go to hell, you. You're the ones who captured my parents, and now you're asking me who I am? What the hell is wrong with you?" Li Yi wasted no words. With a flick of his left foot, the string of snipers flew through the air. In an instant, several gun-wielding kidnappers were knocked down, throwing the scene into chaos. What terrifying strength. This man is dangerous, shoot him dead immediately. Qi Xianjun, positioned nearby, had fully noticed the unfolding situation. A young man faced heavily armed terrorist kidnappers without flinching, even provoking them. Even in my youth, I couldn't guarantee I could silently take out countless people, let alone strut right into the enemy stronghold. Li Yi stood there, not even bothering to defend himself. During my cultivation days, no blades, spears, swords, axes, halberds, hooks, or forks could pierce my protective golden light spell. I've never tried catching bullets barehanded. What does that mean? Was Li Yi planning to stand there and take bullets? Qi Xianjun was utterly shocked upon hearing this, momentarily unable to connect Li Yi with the Dragon Tiger Taoist master. Kid, get out of the way. These guys are using armor-piercing rounds, you'll be blown to bits. Old dang, you're annoying. I hate it when people tell me what to do. Seeing Li Yi even chatting casually with Qi Xianjun, Elena felt deeply offended. Damn it, I've been underestimated. Bang! 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 The bullet comments from the livestream viewers were nothing but psychological attacks. But Li Yi faced real physical bullets. One hit meant instant death. Senior officers in the command center monitored the situation through the pinhole camera on Qi Xianjun's body. How did this kid even get in? And he's provoking the hostage takers? If any civilian gets hurt, every single one of us here will have to write at least 100,000 words of self-criticism. And now someone actually dares to come in and stir up trouble? Wait, look. That youth seems to be trying to take bullets head on. What? The hail of bullets was so dense it could pulverize steel. Just as everyone thought Li Yi was doomed, they suddenly saw the bullet strike an inch away from Li Yi's body, erupting in a violent shower of sparks as if it had slammed into a wall. Everyone was left utterly speechless. This is impossible. Could he be some kind of cybernetic golden shield, a tech-enhanced ironclad armor? Clang! Clang! The hollow bullet casing fell at Li Yi's feet. Aside from a gentle breeze ruffling the strands of hair above his brow, not even 2 RPGs could have budged him today. That's it? Not even as powerful as my grandma's fire poker. With firepower this weak, you call yourselves kidnappers? How embarrassing. The kidnappers were dumbfounded, one after another. They'd never seen anyone withstand bullets while still cracking jokes. Irina prided herself most on her team's firepower, which had helped them successfully kidnap and blackmail the families of the chosen ones on multiple occasions. But he seemed to have forgotten one crucial fact: they were now on the territory of the Dragon Nation. They were facing Li Yi, the Tiancher who embodied the pinnacle of Longhu Mountain's teachings. This can't be possible. Are you human or a ghost? Elena finally realized the situation was spiraling out of control. His henchmen were equally baffled, checking their magazines to find nothing amiss. This is bizarre. This Dragon Nation man is downright unnerving. Li Yi stretched his limbs, stamped his left foot, and dozens of spent shells flew from the ground straight into his hand. Finished shooting? Now it's my turn. Take cover. This guy's not normal. Stay alert. Sorry, it's too late. With a flick of his fingers, the spent cartridges in his hand shot out like bullets from a barrel, their speed surpassing even that of firearms. They instantly pierced through the concrete cover, severely wounding several kidnappers. Impossible. This can't be real. This is a world of science. How could magic exist? What's impossible about it? You ignorant Westerners. The mystical arts of the Dragon Nation, how could you pigs and dogs possibly comprehend them? The immortal realm of eternal life, where Taoists dwell as long as heaven itself. Such unfathomable arts transcend ordinary science. Cease fire. Avoid ricochets and friendly fire. Switch to cold steel weapons on my command. Close in and kill him. Irina made the decision swiftly, a testament to her training as a seasoned operative. But against absolute, even mystical power, all else was mere empty talk. Ha! Bullets can't kill me, and you're nothing but a rabble in close combat. Dragon Nation pig, your time is up. A group of black-clad kidnappers burst from cover in an instant, brandishing butterfly knives, mantis blades, and an array of other exotic weapons. Li glanced at them. Since you refuse to play by the rules, I won't hold back either. You're all dead meat. With a grin, Li pulled a rusted paper cutter from his pocket. Compared to his opponent's gleaming butterfly knives and sharpened folding daggers, it looked like a child's toy. Physical cuts plus tetanus magic penetration. If you survive this, you can spell my name backwards. That peculiar youth has pinned down the enemy. They've deployed hot weapons from above. Launch a strong assault now to close in. Ensure the hostages and Qi Xianjin's safety at all costs. Commander, that man appears to be the chosen one, Li Yi. What did you say? Chapter 31, never seen such an outrageous demand. Watching the screen, where Li Yi wielded a rusty knife to dodge and counter the skilled hostage-takers' coordinated attacks, the commander couldn't help but chuckle wryly. As expected, enemies who charged him couldn't last 3 rounds against Li Yi. The rusty knife only managed to draw shallow cuts on their bodies, making the risk of tetanus magic penetration relatively low. But what if I told you this dagger was tempered with animal gold juice? How would you respond then? Qi Xianjin. Rust combined with animal gold juice. If the bacteria weren't stopped in time, even a god couldn't save them. I'd expected Li Yi to wield some lofty, refined dragon tiger Dao technique, but it turns out he can't escape being down to earth and vulgar. It's even a bit low class. Whether high level or low level, any method that defeats the enemy is a good one. Though Li Yi was showing off, he wasn't foolish enough to rely solely on a small knife against his foes. Those he slashed wouldn't succumb to tetanus or infection immediately. His main goal was to discuss them. Kill you bastards to complete the mission, then get shots to prevent infection. Plenty of time for that later. The others dismissed his warning, only to catch Li Yi's meaningful grin. Oh? Is that so? Carefully feel now. Isn't the numbness spreading from your wound throughout your body, leaving you weak, in agony, and unable to control yourself? Elena? What's that supposed to mean? Does your knife suddenly conduct electricity? Bingo! I just added a bit of palm-mounted lightning when I wounded you. Wonder if you can handle it. Li dropped the act and laid his cards on the table, kicking Elena back with one swift move before striking the other kidnappers again with lightning speed. Though these thugs only suffered superficial cuts and saw a bit of blood, their bodies went completely numb, rendering them unable to move. Only when the last henchman collapsed at her feet, convulsing and foaming at the mouth, a flash of fear and shock erupted within Elena's heart. Well, where's that urge to kill me now? Don't think I won't touch you just because you're a woman. Elena stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered. She couldn't fathom how their meticulously planned operation, one that had even the Dragon Nation's non-commissioned officers at a loss, had been so easily shattered by a mere youth. Their attacks proved utterly useless against Li Yi, failing to make even the slightest dent. Outside the arena, the stunned shock of the commander and others had turned to silence. The operation they'd painstakingly orchestrated for so long had been so effortlessly dismantled by a mere youth? Just then, Lorenz, the head of the expert team, arrived late. He rushed over to the commander, panting heavily. "What's got you in such a rush, kid? Something urgent?" After catching his breath, the head stammered out, "Fire with caution. That man is Li Yi, the one we've been assigned to. Do not harm him by mistake." The situation was urgent. After making contact with Li Yi, the leader had assigned him the most powerful Hummer to arrive at the scene first. "Your worries seem rather unnecessary. The kidnappers who've been giving us headaches are currently being toyed with by Li Yi. Surrender now. Your men are either dead or wounded. No matter how much you resist, you won't escape a grim fate." Li Yi deliberately held back in his attack, aiming to teach these kidnappers a lesson while also issuing a warning to the expert team and the sergeant. Killing the kidnappers meant Li Yi wouldn't just avoid responsibility, he'd earn the title of 5-star citizen as a reward. For Elena, however, one misstep meant certain death for her entire squad. But now, it wasn't the Dragon Nation sending them to their deaths, it was Li Yi alone. How could he accept that? In a dazed moment, something suddenly clicked in Elena's mind. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared intently at Li Yi. "You? Could you be? What am I? If you don't mind, I could be your dad. The chosen one who conquered the Dragon Nation's rule," tails Li Yi. As Elena's attention wavered, Li Yi shook his head, swiftly lunging forward to knock her unconscious with a karate chop. Immediately afterward, she spotted her parents, visibly plump, beyond the wall. The elderly couple, overcome with indescribable emotion at seeing their son again, gestured wildly, unable to articulate their feelings. Sensing the Dragon Nation non-commissioned officers closing in, Li Yi knew contact would bring nothing but trouble. "Son, is it really you? You're finally back, Yi. Mom missed you so much." The elderly couple nearly rushed forward to give Li Yi a loving hug. "Alright, now isn't the time for sentimentality. Whatever happens next, don't be too surprised. I'll explain everything to you later." The elderly couple nodded in agreement, staying close by Li Yi's side. As they passed the half-conscious Elena, she mustered every ounce of strength to grab Li Yi's ankle. Her eyes held utter despair. The mission had failed, death was inevitable. "You destroyed us. It's only right that you kill me. I don't want to fall into the hands of the Dragon Nation military. Li Yi. Death is inevitable for all. Some lives weigh heavier than Mount Tai, others lighter than a feather. I shall grant you your wish." Flecks of lightning flashed as Elena's pupils dilated, her face frozen in an expression of utter disbelief even in death. "Whether the case is solved or the mastermind uncovered is none of my concern. Touch my parents, and you're dead." With that, Li Yi vanished from the spot in an instant, carrying his parents away, leaving no trace of his deeds. "Qi Xianjin, holy crap, you guys forgot me." Li Yi and his parents had barely left. The Dragon Nation officers finally arrived, dragging their feet. Countless officers poured in, swiftly securing the scene. "Apprehend and subdue all hostage takers. Immediately neutralize all fire hazards and secure every weapon in the enemy's possession." "Where are the hostages?" "The hostages are here." A group rushed over in a panic, only to find Qi Xianjin alone. After searching for a long time, Li Yi and his parents were nowhere to be found. "Old Qi, where are they?" "You're a step too late. Li Yi took his parents and left already, and he even captured the kidnappers' leader along the way." "What did you say? That guy just ran off like that?" Yi Ro's voice rang out, clearly displeased with Li Yi's actions. But now he was nowhere to be found, leaving the group with nowhere to vent their frustration. Meanwhile, at Liji Tianxia residential complex, Li Yi chattered away busily, finally managing to bring his parents back home. Just as Li Yi, exhausted from all the commotion, was about to head to his room to rest, his mother, Wu Bing, suddenly rushed forward and grabbed the doorknob. "What's the matter? Your son risked life and limb in the rule of the strange, then saved both of you from a bullet. Can't I get some sleep? Son, tell me, how did you get so powerful in just 1 week?" "Li Yi, it's a long story. Mom, please just let me rest." Li Jianguo, dangling a cigarette, sighed, "My son's finally grown up. He's got his own little secrets now." Li Yi felt a headache coming on. He waved his hand dismissively, signaling for them to carry on. Parents everywhere were the same. Just as Li Yi was about to head to the small bed in the storage room for some sleep, a global alert for the rule anomaly sounded once more across the entire world. Every electronic device in Li Yi's home automatically powered on, displaying warning prompts. Chapter 32, Li Yi's second game. This rule-based weird tale has commenced. Dragon Nation's Chosen One, Li Yi, has been confirmed. Chosen Ones from all nations will soon enter the game world of this rule-based weird tale. Should a Chosen One perish, the horror tale will randomly descend upon several cities within their nation. The dark rule game will be broadcast live globally throughout its duration. Monster Tale World is opening. Current instance, the Endless Dragon Boat Secret Talks. Current difficulty, 2 stars. New tale mechanic, the second chosen one an unknown enemy. Damn it, can't I get any sleep? It's barely been a day since the last one ended and now I'm chosen again? Li Yi felt a sudden headache coming on. Yet even as a purple-robed celestial master, he couldn't escape the fate of being chosen. While Li Yi remained relatively composed, the entire nation once again plunged into panic and suffocating chaos. Big Eyes headlines. Number 3, barely finished the Death Bus event and less than a day later, the second Dragon Boat Secret Talks event has already begun. Number 2, why did the Rule-Bending Tales event suddenly advance its schedule when it's supposed to open every 2 weeks? Trending number 1 nationwide. Dragon Boat Secret Talks, is Li Yi still the chosen one of Dragon Nation? Is this the extinction of humanity or the collapse of morality? Chosen one teleporting in. Game commences immediately. Will the dragon boat swaying on the river of blood make it to the end? This time, before the horror livestream even began, billions of viewers worldwide flooded the chat. They never imagined the Rule Ghost story, scheduled for 2 weeks later, would inexplicably commence today. What's going on? Didn't the organizers explicitly state the Rule Ghost story happens every 2 weeks? Why did it suddenly start now? No clue. Look, our Dragon Nation's chosen one is still Li Yi. Getting selected twice? That's got better odds than winning the lottery. Hold on, if it really is Big Shot Li Yi, how did he survive the Death Bus? Who knows? He's got connections everywhere and moves in mysterious ways. How could mere mortals like us possibly understand? Just sit back and watch. Game rules commence. Endless Dragon Boat Secret Talks rules announcement. You are an ordinary office drone who, after being laid off, came to Shirlong Town in Dongguan to make ends meet. You rented a modest shared apartment and happened to arrive during the town's triennial ancestral Dragon Boat Festival. Objective, win the Dragon Boat Race Championship. Remember the following rules. 1. The Dragon Boat Race will be held punctually on the 15th day of the 7th lunar month. The locals hold it in high regard. 2. Your shared courtyard houses 10 people. 3. If you hear paddling sounds in the courtyard at midnight, seek help from the landlord's son. He will assist you. 4. Do not lock your door from the inside, this will anger the landlord. 5. The landlord has lost 3 consecutive races and will offer generous rewards to recruit rowers. 6. The dragon boat is damaged and needs rebuilding. The wood is in the forest on the back mountain. 7. During water training, if the river turns red, keep it quiet. 8. If a blue croaker jumps onto the dragon boat, stop rowing and close your eyes. If a red grasscarp jumps aboard, leap off the boat and swim ashore immediately. Do not look back. 9. Your opponents are formidable but prone to violent outbursts. If encountered in town, do not flee or shield your head. 10. Time in Shirlong Town is completely chaotic. If training or race times don't align, go to the village store and dial 9527. The rule-based game commences now. Discover additional hidden rules on your own. May the chosen ones claim the dragon crown. Monster Tale rules broadcast complete. The illusory space before Li Yi twisted and distorted ceaselessly. Simultaneously, across 233 nations worldwide, the chosen ones were swiftly transported into the strange tale world. During that fleeting yet endless wait, the audience in Dragon Country began to collectively sort through the 10 rules of this ghost story. The 15th day of the 7th lunar month is Dragon Country's Ghost Festival, when the gates of the underworld swing wide and energy runs thick. And yet they chose this very day to hold the dragon boat race? Following the logic above, the overarching framework here isn't just wandering aimlessly, it involves a specific objective. We can investigate and unravel the mystery by targeting that goal. True, but having a target doesn't mean the journey will be easy. The starting difficulty is rated 2 stars. Given Big Shot Li Yi's usual style, who knows, he might trigger a hidden challenge, bumping it up to 2.5 stars or even higher. As speculations swirled outside the venue, Li Yi's tightly closed eyes suddenly sensed a glimmer of light. We're here. The first sound to reach his ears was the creaking startup noise of the old, rickety bus. Worn tires rolled over the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The sky wasn't exactly clear, but the gray haze felt oppressively heavy. Looking up, he saw an antique-style signboard, Longhu Town. As Li Yi, a chosen one who had participated in one rule-based ghost story and emerged victorious with ease, he couldn't help but conduct a careful search before joining again. His greatest concern was the newly added rule announced when the tale commenced. New tale setting, a second chosen one of unknown allegiance. The rule explicitly states that I'm not the only chosen one in this tale. If a second chosen one truly exists and remains an unknown enemy, it would be a ticking time bomb. Li Yi certainly didn't fear supernatural entities. Even an NPC human possessing equal intelligence wouldn't faze him. But facing a second chosen one who also knows the rules? That would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. For now, though, it was merely a new gameplay mechanic. Whether it had been implemented in this ghost story would require uncovering more clues. He checked his belongings: an ill-fitting white-collar uniform, a burlap sack stuffed with bedding, and the rent money for the landlord. In his pocket was a pocket watch, but its hand spun wildly out of control, rendering it useless for reference. Seriously, this set of props is practically beggar's fare. Not even a cell phone? Li Yi muttered in exasperation. Just then, an old fishmonger carrying a bamboo pole passed by. The stench of rotten fish was nauseating, yet the old man continued to hawk his wares with vigor. Fish for sale, fish for sale. Fresh river fish from Longhu River. Seriously, how can you sell fish that's already rotting like this? In the world of ghost stories, there are only hidden NPCs, no useless ones. Maybe eating these dead fish will fill your veins and give you a buff. You play too many games, but I reckon this old man is the chosen one encountering the first unguided NPC. He's definitely no ordinary guy. Since Li Yi shattered the death rumors and reappeared before the audience, the Dragon Nation livestream's popularity reached unprecedented heights, even surpassing the historical peak set by Eagle Sauce. Just as Eagle San and the Korean media were loudly proclaiming Dragon Nation's incompetence that without Li Yi, they were nothing. Li Yi's reappearance slapped them right in the face. Wang Defu, the report said Li Yi was dead. How did he come back to life? FCK, bro, I have no clue. Doesn't that make us look like fools after pushing negative propaganda for 3 straight days and nights? Oomph. This time, our eagle chosen is the IT industry's leading figure, Zackburp. Even if the Dragon Nation had 10 more Li Yis, they wouldn't stand a chance. The game had barely begun when an elected one inexplicably violated the rules and was eliminated. Soon after, a bizarre catastrophe descended upon the nation. All regional water sources turned into rivers of blood, ecological capacity plummeted, and the pollution-induced catastrophe became irreversible. Ironically, this nation had once received aid from the Dragon Kingdom, yet it turned its guns on the dragon to aid the eagle, a fickle fence-sitter. The eagle father refuses to aid them, yet they shamelessly try to morally blackmail the Dragon Nation. Utter hypocrisy. The Dragon Nation's diplomatic response was swift. We are deeply distressed by this. We wish your nation good luck. Good luck? That's it? What about the hundreds of millions in relief supplies? Just as this small nation was about to continue morally blackmailing the Dragon Nation, even playing the victim to gain advantages, new developments arose on Li Yi's front, leaving the higher-ups no time to deal with these opportunistic freeloaders. Chapter 33, The Old Man Selling Dead Fish. Hey, old man. Selling stinky fish and rotten shrimp every day, isn't that disgusting? A loiterer kicked him hard in the left leg, sending the old man sprawling onto the ground. 2 baskets of slimy, unidentifiable goo spilled onto the pavement. The stench seemed to seep through the screen, making one feel queasy. Yet amidst this blurred mess of rotten flesh, Li spotted something utterly inconspicuous yet peculiar. He didn't rush to make a scene. It was wiser to be cautious as a newcomer. Ouch. My old bones can't take this beating. Stop it, you guys. My fish. The old man desperately tried to save the fish that was his livelihood, scrambling on the ground to grab it. But the next second, the unlucky unemployed man, finding it unsatisfying, picked up the carrying pole and overturned the basket once more. The item Li Yi coveted traced a graceful arc through the air before plummeting into a nearby sewer drain, vanishing without a trace. The object Li Yi coveted was, at the very least, useful. It was within his grasp, only to be knocked away by a shoulder pole. This was tantamount to messing with the gods. He must be tired of living. Watching the bum snatch the old man's wallet, he rummaged through it, finding only some loose change and a photo tucked away in a compartment, still fairly pristine. Whoa, bro, check this out. The girl in this photo looks like the old man's daughter. Damn, she's hot. Look at that mouth, those eyes. You're right, she's got a killer body, big tits, tight ass. She's got me hooked. Hey, old geezer. If you want to keep peddling your stale fish in peace, get your daughter out here to entertain us over drinks. How about it? Hearing this, the old man's face instantly drained of color. No way. My daughter just graduated and became the town clinic doctor. She can't drink. So you're refusing the offer and choosing the punishment, huh? Be smart and take us to your daughter now. Otherwise. Li Yi suddenly appeared, glaring at the thugs. Hold it right there. You lost my stuff. How are you going to pay for it? Who the hell are you? Before the question could be fully voiced, Li Yi swung the burlap sack and smashed it hard against the thug's head. The entire group froze in shock. Even the spectators, who were somewhat familiar with Li Yi's tactics, were utterly dumbfounded at this moment. Wait, even though there's no explicit rule targeting this old man and the homeless guy, an NPC who appears on camera can't be a good guy, right? This is going to backfire. Screw that. Are you the streamer, or is Big Shot Li Yi the streamer? How did you even find out what they were streaming? Clang. One swing wasn't enough. Li Yi followed up with a kick. Looking for trouble. The street thugs were stunned, one after another. How dare this migrant worker turn around and attack them? As expected, Li Yi triggered a side quest rule. 11. The old man sells live fish. Never mention dead fish or complain about the smell. 12. The old man's daughter runs a clinic, but she's away recently. Do not call her. 13. The thug's father is the town mayor. Investigating past cases is strictly forbidden in this town. As the saying goes, the main plot of these rule-based tales lies hidden within the rules themselves. Only by weaving main and side threads together can one gradually piece together a complete story. Yet even after learning the thug had a mayor for a father, Lee showed no mercy. After all, in his eyes, even if he took the kid's heart, liver, spleen, stomach, and kidneys, it wouldn't be worth as much as that fisheye he just lost. That thing was recorded in the Dragon Tiger Treasure Compendium as possessing 2 formidable abilities, and you just went and lost it, you brat? Ouch, ouch. Stop hitting me. I beg for mercy. I was wrong. Heh, too late for mercy now. Lee grabbed the thug by the head and slammed it into a pile of pixelated meat paste on the ground. The thug's massive face smacked right into it. The scene was nothing short of spectacular. By the time the old man reacted, he rushed forward and pulled Lee away. Young man, thank you for helping this old man. Calm down, this guy's trouble. Lee shot him a cold stare, and an overpowering stench of blood and decay instantly filled the air, making everyone feel sick. Hey, old man, you reek. Could you give me some space? As he spoke, Lee kindly cast a purification spell to suppress the foul odor emanating from the old man. But within 3 minutes, that sour, authentic stench assaulted his nostrils once more. That stench is unbearable. Old man, get away from me right now, or I'll toss you into a washing machine. After repeatedly scolding the old man about his smell, sure enough, the old man's expression turned fierce as he glared at Lee. Damn, that's classic Lee actively defying the rules. If we follow the boss's theory that these bizarre transformations are amplified sins and desires, what does that make this old man? As expected, Lee triggered level 11, declaring right in front of the old man that he was selling dead fish. The old man's face turned green with rage. You stinking outsider don't know good fish. When you see it, I sell only the finest. If you're disgusted by the fishy smell on me, I'll chop you into fish paste too. Heck crunch. Lee's vision instantly darkened, but with his mental fortitude, he needed no calming incantation to completely resist the pressure on his mind and sanity. The old man's body began to transform, emitting an even more intense fishy stench. Yet something was different. This fishy stench was now intertwined with an almost imperceptible feminine scent. In an instant, the bizarre entity coalesced a monstrous fish with human legs, writhing like a centipede. At the same moment, the chosen ones from other nations, even if suffocated by the old man's stench, dared not utter another word. Of course, a few couldn't hold back their complaints. They were chased 3 blocks by the eerily transformed old man and ended up as his satisfying meal on the spot. Those nations that dared to defy, insisting on witnessing the Dragon Nation's chosen one in action, soon realized their own chosen ones were nothing but primitive savages. Meanwhile, Big Shot Lee remained utterly unfazed. He'd already shown contempt for the Lord of Death in the last battle. What did this stinking old man think he was? The massive, monstrous anomaly stood before Lee, yet failed to stir even a shred of seriousness in him. Killing a monster right after arriving? Might as well treat it as practice. Lee casually tossed aside the half-dead thug, formed a seal with one hand, and an invisible yet overwhelming golden light spell instantly enveloped the entire arena. The abomination seemed to sense it, an aura emanating from Lee that was even more terrifying than its own, and trembled faintly for a moment. Don't make me dirty my hands. Get lost. At that very moment, a piercing bell toll echoed through Longhu town. Its high-pitched resonance carried an undertone of sorrow and lament, creating an atmosphere that was masterfully crafted. Immediately after, the town's newly installed loudspeaker blared. Today is the 8th day of the 7th-month Dragon Boat Festival. The race is in a week on the 15th. No need for me to remind you all what needs doing, right? At that moment, those unaware might have thought the eeriness had been dispelled by the bell's sound. Only the people of Dragon Nation knew that the only one capable of mastering the eerie was the great Lee. What's going on? Could it be that the eeriness was conquered by the dashing appearance of the great Lee? Master Lee can control the eerie without even lifting a finger now? Holy cow, that's incredible. The commenters had no clue what was happening. But the expert team, already in position, swiftly investigated and immediately reached a conclusion. The main storyline's dragon boat race actually caused the anomaly to voluntarily release its assimilation. It seems only Old Cheese Incident and the Chosen One from the Oil Nation encountered similar situations. But we can't rule out the Chosen One's intimidation factor. After all, Lee is still too unfamiliar to us. The dragon boat race held immense significance for the entire town of Longhu. After the old man's assimilation was lifted, he merely shot Lee a cold glance before hastily gathering his belongings and departing in disarray. Interesting, Lee remarked meaningfully. Chapter 34, Golden Dead Fish, Silver Dead Fish, Fake Dead Fish. The instant he stepped into Longhu town, it felt like breaking through a thin membrane. Looking back at the town's outskirts, they had completely transformed into an impenetrable void. I can sense something amiss with the flow of time, but I can't quite pinpoint what's off about it. Following the instructions on a note in his pocket, Lee located the shared rental apartment he had leased. The entire courtyard was actually quite cramped. Originally meant for a single family, it had been awkwardly converted into 15 cramped rooms spread across 3 crowded floors. The moment he stepped inside, a thick, damp, musty odor hit him. Even at noon, sunlight couldn't penetrate the depths. The landlord, Shikue, had a small frame but sported a beer belly. The courtyard space was no larger than 10 square meters, yet this fellow had carved out a spot for himself. He sat in a traditional armchair, fiddling with a folding fan, while a small table beside him held a keyring with over 100 keys, truly the standard pomp of a Dongguan landlord. "Old man, looks like someone's here." Li Yi glanced over. The speaker was a young man in his early 20s, gaunt as a dried-up stick, a description that fit him perfectly. "You can tell this landlord's making a killing, but how did this kid get so scrawny? He probably couldn't even take down a single vine on my Dragon Tiger Mountain." Only then did the gaunt figure lift his eyes. "Looking to rent?" "Yeah, we have a reservation." After sizing them up, the landlord snorted coldly. "Oof, look at you. Got enough cash? This is Dongguan, every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. You know exactly how much you owe for staying in my place, right?" The guy was clearly all about the money, but Li Yi didn't waste words with him. He pulled out a thick envelope without checking the amount inside. The skinny guy's eyes lit up instantly. He scrambled off the armchair, snatched the envelope, and tossed a rusty key into Li Yi's hand. "Cash for keys, no backing out now. And let me warn you, staying here means playing by my rules." "Your rules? Could your rules possibly match those of the Strange Tales of Rules?" Li Yi had no desire to waste words on him. He strode straight to the armchair and plopped down with a flourish. Even before Shikue could finish brewing the tea, Li Yi had already drained the entire pot. "Not bad tea. Got any more to offer?" Shikue watched the scene unfold, his face turning beet red. Having lived a life of arrogance, this was the first time anyone had dared to sit in his grand armchair and order him around like a servant. Seeing this scene, the commenters were naturally unsettled. Most of them were also young people renting apartments and struggling to make ends meet. The relationship between landlords and tenants had long ceased to be an equal one. Deep down, they knew that angering a landlord would spell trouble for them. Could it be we've been PUA'd by landlords too many times? Look at how scared Big Shot Li Yi is of being targeted by his landlord. This damn landlord might be some kind of weirdo. If we piss him off, how the hell are we supposed to survive the next week? To them, Li Yi's approach was indeed unwise. But if he played by the book, he wouldn't be Li Yi. Xiongjiang's chosen one had changed, now a female convict serving time in death row. Having landed a government-provided meal ticket by killing someone years ago, she showed little restraint even as Xiongjiang's chosen one. In the same scenario, she outright assassinated the thug, knocked out the old man, and took his wallet along with that peculiar fish eyeball. While no dangerous rules have triggered yet, having someone like this as the chosen one is already extremely perilous. Oh my, oh my, oh my. How come your Bear Chan's chosen one is a heinous criminal? Aren't you afraid she'll just rebel and trigger a catastrophe, making your Bear Chan's world come crashing down? Dudrak, you idiot, when did it become your place to comment on my Bear Chan's chosen one? By Chiao and brother and I, now that's a perfect milk chocolate pairing. Baka. How dare you speak to my eagle boss like that? Off, Sakura. You're such a suck up to your eagle daddy. Why didn't you bring those Korean bastards along? Koreans, currently attempting to steal Dragon Nation's cultural heritage for UNESCO listing. Do not disturb. The international chat room erupted in chaos. Meanwhile, beyond the Alliance's 5 elders and the expert panel, a mysterious organization from across the Pacific Ocean was simultaneously monitoring and observing over 200 rule-bending tales. This is my final warning, get off my armchair. Or else, I'll raise your rent. Li Yi remained unfazed, barely acknowledging the man. You. Just as Shikue was fuming with rage, the old fishmonger slipped silently through the doorway. He glanced at the landlord and Li Yi before hurrying back to his own room. The moment the door closed, the pungent fishy stench flooded the air once more. Alright, it's getting late. Time for bed. After testing the waters, Li Yi finally rose with a sigh. Ordinary provocation seemed ineffective against whatever strange force might lurk within the landlord's body. Perhaps only actions related to the dragon boat race would work. As dusk fell, the town of Longhu adhered strictly to the rhythm of sunrise and sunset, despite the clock showing completely incorrect time. Li Yi felt no urgency to rest. Instead, he waited until midnight before stepping out of his cramped room to observe the shared courtyard. Counting himself and the old man, there were exactly 10 people in the courtyard. At least there's no mass phenomenon like in those bus ghost stories, that'd be way too abstract. Still, better to be cautious. What if 9 out of these 10 are ghosts? That'd be like sheep walking into a den of wolves. Li Yi checked each room. Besides those sleeping soundly, there were others diligently tilling fields indoors. The young boy next door was eavesdropping while muttering curses under his breath. For now, he hadn't discovered any major red flags. Li Yi's room was on the 3rd floor. On his way back, he caught sight of a shadowy figure sneaking out of a room. Taking advantage of the empty surroundings, it hurriedly departed. That figure looks like the old man who sells dead fish. Going out this late at night? He must be up to no good. Carrying a basket of dead fish every day was strange enough, but now venturing out in the dead of night? He might very well be advancing a crucial plot point. Li Yi considered chasing after him, but noticed the old man's door was unlocked, whether by oversight or design. The door stood ajar, creaking eerily with each breeze that stirred it. Li instantly changed his mind and crept closer to the old man's room. Peering through the crack, he saw the room was unusually clean and tidy. Strange, where on earth is that fishy smell coming from? A faint beam of moonlight fell just right, illuminating a portrait in the room. The figure in the portrait wore a gentle smile, yet those eyes, bathed in moonlight, seemed to stare intently at the chosen one and at the spectators beyond. Looks like this must be his late wife. Wonder if there's any information about his daughter. Just as Li Yi prepared to delve deeper, a sudden chill swept past him from behind. What are you doing here? Chapter 35, The Unfortunate Old Man. What's going on? How could someone evade my intuition and suddenly appear behind me? Li Yi was slightly startled, but he didn't panic. He turned around slowly to look. The next instant, the figure transformed into a gust of wind, whistling past Li Yi's ear as it darted into the house. A familiar fishy stench followed close behind. What are you doing in my house? You're not welcome here. Turning back, the old man materialized in the room, straightening his wife's crooked portrait without so much as a glance at Li Yi. Instead, it was the damaged basket in the corner and the broken carrying pole that drew his repeated sighs. Oh dear, you're not exactly a spring chicken anymore. Is it really worth taking it so personally just because I said a few words? Regardless of whether the old man was pleased, Li Yi pushed open the door and walked inside. He flipped the switch. The dust-covered 54-watt bulb flickered twice before going dark. Besides, we're both living under someone else's roof. What kind of home is this? It's obvious you're not doing well. As if struck by Li Yi's words, the old man tending the incense suddenly stiffened. The sleeve of his shirt slipped down, revealing a tattoo pattern bearing some kind of symbol. And Li Yi felt like he had seen this pattern somewhere in Longhu town before. The room was small, and compounded by the old man's frugal habits, it was piled high with belongings, leaving barely any space to walk. Yet behind a pile of clutter, a locked small room caught his attention. In this room, permeated with the pungent smell of fish, only that small chamber emitted a faint, lingering fragrance through the doorcrack, a sense suggesting it had been unoccupied for some time. Next, the old man poured out the last bit of tobacco and lit it. Before he could bring it to his lips, Li Yi snatched it away without hesitation. Old dang, if you've got something on your mind, you can tell me. I might not be able to help, but who knows? He looked at Li Yi, with whom he'd clashed before, then glanced at his wife's portrait. The old man couldn't recall how many years it had been since he'd had a proper heart-to-heart with anyone. My place is cramped. The Longhu riverbank at night is a better spot. Since you're new here, I'll take you to see it. Wasn't that how it was between men? No fight, no friendship. Besides, Li Yi had found a perfect opening with the old man. Having a specific target is far better than randomly scanning the map for clues. Besides, that portrait in the old man's room is more than just a memorial for the deceased. Li Yi thought to himself, his mind inevitably turning to deeper considerations. Arriving at the Longhu River, he had to admit the scenery was indeed quite something. A refreshing evening breeze rustled the waves, making it seem utterly unlike a place where strange phenomena could occur. Without cigarettes, the old man could only chew on a half-broken twig to satisfy his craving before slowly recounting a tale from the past. Since you're an outsider anyway, I won't mind if you laugh at me. Years ago, I was the most formidable racer in Longhu town. Li Yi gave him another look. No wonder. I saw the tattoo on your arm on a memorial stone at the village entrance. But how did you end up in this situation? Of all the weapons in the world, none cuts deeper than the wounds of the past. The old man hesitated, unsure if he should share what had happened. Despite their earlier clash, he sensed an unusual trust and sense of security emanating from Li Yi. The spectators watching the old man's wavering expression grew restless. See? He hasn't even raised a finger this time, and the old man's still playing along. But the way he's squirming, something's off. Could Li Yi be into both men and women? That comment upstairs stinks. Already reported. Reporting +1. In the previous encounter with the eerie ghost story, he still had to employ some tactics to thoroughly subdue and capture the monster. But now Li Yi? He effortlessly strikes up a heart-to-heart with this deeply mysterious old man. It's beyond belief. The old man then briefly recounted his past. Once upon a time, he was the most renowned dragon boat racer in the town. Blessed with both skill and strength, he was a highly sought-after competitor among the dragon boat teams around Longhu. With both fame and skill at his peak, he easily married his wife and had a daughter. But life rarely goes as planned. After the new town mayor arrived, he aggressively interfered with the dragon boat races on Longhu. Under various pretexts, he extorted money from the teams. Later, he even set his sights on my wife. Those bastards, relying on their official positions, colluded with thugs to break into my home. The old man trembled as he spoke, as if suppressing immense fury. Li Yi listened, realizing this man had suffered terribly. You know what? Those bastards took advantage of my absence to gang up on my wife, defiling her honor, and they even tried to. What else did they want? They even tried to. Forget it. Just thinking about it makes me sad. I'd rather not talk about it. My condolences. That damn habit of leaving things unsaid again. But considering the old man's misfortune, Li Yi didn't press him further. From his account, the town mayor greedy, lustful, and abusing his power for personal gain might well be a key antagonist. The Longhu expert team swiftly began their analysis, with Qi Xianchen and the project leader watching intently. Every step taken by the Chosen One held the weight of countless lives and futures. Reporting to the director, the old man carrying the anomaly exhibits an 80% credibility rating in his dialogue. The other expert's eyes lit up instantly. 80% credibility, does that mean he could potentially be useful to our Chosen One? Hard to say. While the probability is high, don't forget there's still a 20% chance he can't be trusted. Even if it's only 1 in a trillion, that anomaly carrier could still pose a threat to the Chosen One. Based on the timeline of this event, it seems the official Dragon Boat race countdown won't begin until tomorrow. Li Yi has nearly entered the old man's side story early. We'll just observe quietly for now. The vast river, its emerald waters stretching endlessly, began to lull Li Yi into drowsiness after listening to all that idle chatter. But just then, the old man raised his harpoon and gazed at the rushing river. What are you doing? The old man clutched his stomach. All that fish meat I worked so hard to get was wasted. At my age, what else can I do besides catching fish to survive? So did you withdraw from the dragon boat race because of the town mayor, or was it something else? The old man seemed taken aback by Li Yi's sudden change of subject. Instead of answering, he rolled up his other sleeve. A terrifying scar stretched from his forearm to the base of his palm, trembling uncontrollably. One single slash, that's all it took to destroy my life. Completely destroyed. The old man's voice cracked with helplessness, yet life must go on, didn't it? Just then, he suddenly pointed toward the lake. Quick, look! What is that thing over there? Chapter 36, The Gluttonous Beast. You're an old man now. All this fuss isn't good. Let me see what it is. Li Yi finally followed the gesture and looked over, only to see the once turbulent river suddenly calm. A short distance away, within the hazy river mist, a massive, pitch-black creature floated, its long, slender body swaying eerily. Drawing on years of experience, the old man speculated, strange. That shape looks like a dragon boat. But according to Longhu Town's rules, the dragon boats aren't supposed to hit the water for training until after dawn tomorrow? A dragon boat? Li Yi secretly activated his gaze technique, and an invisible aura instantly enveloped the area within a mile. The shadowy object could not hide, revealing its true form to Li Yi's eyes. It does look like a boat, but the bow doesn't resemble a dragon's head? How could that be? A dragon boat doesn't have a dragon head? Could it possibly be a snake head? Li Yi frowned, scrutinizing it further. One side of the hull faced Li Yi. The entire body was jet black, yet faintly resembled the color of congealed blood. The bow was indeed not a dragon, but rather resembled another mythical creature from folklore, the Paishio, a beast that attracts wealth. Off-screen brainstorming time. Whenever something unusual happened, netizens from all countries would gather together to swiftly analyze the situation. Logically speaking, even if the Paishio is an auspicious beast, it's still a descendant of the dragon. Taking the dragon's place to form the boat, couldn't that disrupt the rules? Hard to say. But both recent rule anomalies were rooted in Dragon Nation's history and mythology. While that gives us Chosen Ones a natural edge, it also brings back our previous disadvantages. As a weather scholar, it seems a torrential downpour is approaching Longhu Town, where the esteemed Li Yi resides, and it'll last for days. The off-screen chat was buzzing with excitement. True to form, a thick bolt of lightning suddenly flashed, startling the old man so much his hand trembled. With a rolling clap of thunder, a downpour came crashing down. Looks like the weather's not cooperating. Guess we'll have to come back tomorrow night to catch fish. Kid, aren't you going home to sleep? The old man looked at Li Yi, showing no intention of leaving. Without further ado, he turned and walked away swiftly, leaving Li Yi standing alone in the rain, staring intently at the strange black boat. Lightning flashes gave way to darkness, even disrupting Li Yi's ability to read the aura. The foul weather, the curtain of rain and the dark clouds made it impossible for the naked eye to see the black boat again. With the next flash of lightning, spectators and chosen ones alike were stunned to see that in the sudden flash of light, the black boat was still heading downstream, yet inexplicably drifting sideways toward Li Yi. It was well known that dragon boats possess neither sails nor engines. Even fierce winds could scarcely propel them forward, let alone cause them to move parallel without altering their course. It was utterly terrifying upon reflection. Holy crap, that scared the hell out of me. There's clearly no one on that dragon boat, so how could it move like that? What? You dragon country folks are such scaredy cats? This is hilarious, ha ha ha. Hey, Eagle-chan, what are you yapping about? Our chosen one is hunting for clues, while yours is holed up in a little hut jerking off to relieve tension. You're the ones who should be ashamed. Exactly, Eagle-san. Call out your cherry blossoms and sticks. 2-3 of us cursing together is way more satisfying. Crack. 3 more bolts of lightning struck in quick succession. The black vessel's speed surged, moving as if through space itself, rapidly closing in on Li Yi's position. The eyes on the Paishio prow, whether from wet paint or some other reason, trailed crimson streaks down with the rain, like blood. When the black vessel came to a steady halt at the riverside before Li Yi, he sensed an unusual aura emanating from it. It felt like the sinister aura of a dead person. Could it be a corpse hidden in the boat's double bottom? Do you even know basic facts, little blackie? Dragon boats are built for lightness, they rarely have hidden compartments. The thickest part is the bow, but it couldn't hold a person, right? True. Hey, wait. Look. I didn't notice it before, but the other side of the black boat seems to have changed. Li Yi noticed it too. Could it be that you've been sneaking closer all this time just to lure me aboard? I'll see what tricks you've got up your sleeve. To get a closer look, his feet lifted slightly off the ground and he landed steadily on the boat. The next instant, the black boat that had welcomed Li Yi indeed drifted away from the shore unmanned, sailing once more into the darkness. Even the omniscient viewers felt the impact, though they still had their chosen one's first-person perspective. Holy! What the hell is that in Li Yi's perspective? You scared the crap out of me. The instant he switched to the chosen one's perspective. What met their eyes was a jarringly grotesque monstrous eye, its mouth and nose twisted and compressed into the body. As the gaze shifted outward, the other half of the monstrous vessel revealed itself to be white, while the bow had transformed into the head of a taotai, a fierce beast with the body of a sheep and the face of a man. Its teeth were like saws, its mouth slightly curved inward, capable of greedily devouring the world's treasures. Tiger-like teeth and human claws, its voice like an infant's cry luring greedy souls to risk death for its treasures, all part of the Taoia's scheme to revel in bloody amusement. One auspicious beast, the Pishio, takes in but never gives out. One monstrous beast, the Taotai, knows no bounds to its greed. Does this strange vessel represent wealth or power? Even Li Yi couldn't fathom the answer in the moment. As the wind and waves grew fiercer, the strange vessel rocked violently, threatening to toss passengers into the river at any moment. But Li Yi was protected by the golden light mantra. Rain couldn't even dampen his clothes, let alone make him worry about falling into the water. Yet in the next instant, strange, distinct bubble-like formations appeared at the bow and both sides of the hull as if some terrifying creature were about to burst forth. The audience held their breath, terrified tentacles might burst forth, dragging both the dragon boat and Li Yi into the water. Game over. The expert panel held their breath, watching intently. As the bubbling intensified, their hearts raced faster. If the left and right bubble zones represent the Taotai and Pishio, then what could the bubbles at the bow correspond to? After so many years submerged, it must have grown into a giant or even rotted away. Why won't it come out? Afraid its hideous form would frighten this Taoist master? The moment Li Yi's impatient words fell, a faint thunderclap echoed, bringing with it a blinding yet fleeting flash of light. 3 figures materialized out of thin air, 2 on the ship's sides and 1 atop the dragon boat's prow. On the left was a woman whose face was unrecognizable from years of waterlogged decay. On the right was a dim, shadowy figure, limbless and semi-transparent. But standing atop the dragon's head was a figure so shocking that the entire online audience couldn't believe their eyes. Only Li Yi remained relatively composed. The musty smell of rain mixed with the familiar stench of rotten fish. It was none other than the old man who had just left not long ago. Chapter 37, the higher the wind and waves, the higher the fish price. What the hell is going on? That old guy was definitely acting weird, but he just left a moment ago. Exactly. I saw him run off myself. Even if he came back to scare us, the timing doesn't add up. 3 ghostly figures, neither quite human nor spirit, silently surrounded Li Yi. Hey, you 3 playing mahjong short 1 player? Is that spot behind me reserved for me? Li Yi spoke, but the 3 strange entities showed no reaction whatsoever, only staring fixedly at him with their cloudy eyes. Suddenly, Li Yi noticed something peculiar. The old man's posture resembled someone hanging by the neck. Using his aura reading technique, he examined closely and indeed found ligature marks on the old man's neck. This guy hanged himself. Then who was that person who just left? Could it be these 2 old men aren't even the same person? Maybe someone's playing tricks, trying to intimidate the chosen one? My skin just crawled. Forget that boating trip we planned for tomorrow, it's off. The scene froze. The 3 monsters remained utterly still. Only the strange boat glided silently across the river. Since they weren't making a move against Li Yi, he felt perfectly justified in proceeding with his search. The woman on the left at least appeared to have a relatively intact body. However, the waterlogged state created a distorted appearance, making it difficult to determine whether her death was from drowning or homicide. As for the bizarre entity on the right, lacking even a complete body, that would require a thorough investigation. The instant Li Yi attempted to use spirit summoning, the eerie old man and the spirit on the right stirred. In the blink of an eye, the eerie old man charged directly toward Li Yi. Terrifyingly, blood poured from all 7 orifices of this old man. His eyes lacked pupils, mirroring the strange vessel, one eye white, the other black. You think scaring an old Taoist master like me will work? Bring on the real deal. Seeing that intimidation had no effect on Li Yi, the eerie figure transformed into a cloud of black mist and vanished before his eyes. Simultaneously, the eerie presence of the woman on the left vanished in an instant. Only Li Yi and the female spirit on the right, now without even a physical form, remained aboard the vessel. And you? What's your story? Spirit. This peculiar entity remained silent, showing no intention of leaving. In fact, it seemed to be sending out a signal, almost as if it were seeking help. You're just standing there playing aloof without saying a word. Do you expect me to guess how you died? Sure enough, after Li Yi spoke, the spirit finally stirred. Slowly, it raised its arm, but the raindrops felt like they weighed 1,000 pounds, hindering its movement. Just as the spirit struggled to point toward the bow of the strange vessel, a blindingly bright light suddenly erupted from the shore, flooding Li Yi's direction. The blinding glare didn't affect Li Yi, but it nearly blinded the viewers watching the screen. Ah! My titanium alloy dog eyes. Who the hell turned on those headlights? I'm going into the ghost story world to kill you. The instant the light struck, the female spirit seemed to writhe in agony before vanishing instantly from Li Yi's sight. Immediately afterward, a shout rang out from where the blinding light had originated. What the hell are you doing, kid? With this storm raging, you're out rowing instead of sleeping at home? Think there aren't enough deaths on the Longhu River already? Li Yi? What's that supposed to mean? So it's common knowledge around town that people have died on this river? What are you standing there for? Pull ashore. Tired of living, are you? Li Yi chuckled in response. I'm not afraid of rough waters. After all, the rougher the waves, the pricier the fish I can get a good price for them. Hearing this, the man snorted derisively. Ha! You're clearly a newcomer from out of town. The fish in this river haven't been fit to eat for ages. Clearly, this NPC standing in the dim light, his face obscured, likely knew more clues and inside information. Just as Li Yi was about to ask more questions, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and his body felt inexplicably heavy. His shoulders bore an immense weight, as if two hands were pressing down on them with deadly force. Damn it! I'm a Taoist master. Messing with a Taoist master, you've had enough of living, haven't you? Li Yi sensed something amiss. Behind him stood a sinister figure, its weight crushing down on his shoulders. Knowing full well that Li Yi was beyond its reach, it fought desperately to suppress him, even at the cost of its own life. Yet it uttered a broken sentence to Li Yi. A river's upper reaches cannot reach its lower reaches. Time has no end. Greedy souls row their boats, craving that blood-soaked crown. The moment the words fell, Li Yi's golden light spell struck. Even at the cost of its very soul, the strange entity refused to dodge. The instant it was blasted into specks of light, Li Yi too lost all strength, collapsing onto the small boat and falling into a deep sleep. The people on the shore remained standing within the glow, showing no intention of reaching out to rescue him. This scene instantly gripped the expert team with dread. Could Li Yi have failed? If this strange disaster descends and threatens the lives of the Dragon Nation's people, it would be an immense loss. Hold your conclusions. That anomaly merely sought to lull Li Yi into slumber. It didn't appear intent on taking his life. He battled the King of Hell himself last time. How could some nameless anomaly have him cornered now? Though uneasy in the situation dire, no failure alert had been broadcast for Dragon Nation. Instead, Li Yi's eyes fluttered open on the screen once more, as if he'd just awakened from sleep. But the truly hair-raising events were only just beginning. The creaking sound of the dilapidated bus echoed once more, carrying dust and wind as it sped away. Li Yi opened his eyes to find himself standing at the village entrance of Longhu town, clutching a burlap sack. Before his mind could fully register the scene, the old man passed by him once more. This time, his basket contained fresh, live fish. He encountered the same group of unemployed men again. Only now did they treat the old man with utmost respect, even offering him a cigarette. What's going on? Did time rewind? Man follows the earth follows heaven follows the Tao, and the Tao follows nature. Every word transcends time, yet every word is bound by time. As the Dragon Tiger Celestial Master, Li Yi knew full well the immense difficulty of reversing time. The Chaos Golden Drum or even the Tortoise Fly Body technique merely cool and slow time. Large-scale time reversal? Even if the rootless sage were alive, it wouldn't be easily accomplished, right? A rare ripple stirred within Li Yi's usually tranquil mind. That he would begin to repeatedly retrace the same day suggested something had gone awry. Was it the eerie old man? The money-grubbing landlord? Or the three malevolent spirits dwelling aboard that strange vessel on the river? The chosen one of Wagwan Nation violated the rules of the ghost tale, declaring failure and death. A natural disaster immediately descended upon the nation. The chosen one of the Kingdom of Virtue has suffered a mental collapse, lost all rationality, and is unable to proceed. Failure declared. A natural disaster descends. In less than a day, this secret dragon boat conference had claimed over 50 nations. Chapter 38, Old Deng's Gold Coin Explosion. This round's rules follow a similar framework to the last, drawing from Dragon Nation's folklore and even its bio-horror legends. That doesn't exactly favor our nations. So what if we're at a disadvantage? Our Eagle's chosen one is formidable and cunning. This task should be a breeze, right? At that moment, within the Eagle's 5-star headquarters, their experts appeared calm under pressure, but in reality, they were panicking. No wonder their nation's history is so thin it could barely cover 10 wipes. Their historical depth and capacity for drawing lessons from the past were pathetically weak. Unlike the Dragon Nation, where even the records of a minor dynasty could crush the Statue of Liberty. By the way, Mr. Danto, we've received internal intelligence from the Dragon Nation. The family of their last chosen one, Li, has also been kidnapped by a mysterious organization. Holy crap, are these guys out of their minds? The Dragon Nation is famously off limits to mercenaries. They've got some serious guts. It seemed Duna wasn't surprised by such kidnappings. Even Eagle Sauce had only recently resolved a similar case. But on Eagle Sauce's soil, where freedom gunfight reigns daily, an unchosen one who fails to clear the stage is worthless a criminal. Compared to the blood samples of the chosen ones, the abducted family members were as light as a feather. In contrast, in Dragon Nation, the people come first. Young man, fancy some fresh river fish? Our Longshore town fish are tender as can be. Li, returning to the previous day, did not initiate contact with the old man this time. Instead, the old man approached him to hawk his wares, triggering a rule related to him. Upon closer inspection, even without water in his basket, the fish were struggling desperately yet remained visibly fresh. Watching those fish twist and writhe in agony, unable to breathe, yet unable even to die, it was too painful to look at. It was as if we were those fish. Guaranteed fresh? Li casually picked one up. As expected, there was no foul odor, and the fish was full of life. The old man immediately patted his chest, brimming with confidence. Rest assured, young man. These were all caught that very night. Fish are most lively at night, and their flesh is the most tender. Night fishing? After a moment's thought, he recalled the humble old man mentioning earlier that his fish were all caught in the river at midnight. But considering what happened later, the river water had long been polluted by the of the dead, making the fish inedible. The timeline looped back to the moment they first entered the village. Could it be that this time the river water was safe? Would they still encounter that strange dragon boat, the malevolent spirits aboard, and the mysterious lantern bearer on the shore? Just as doubts swirled, the town's bells rang out again as expected. This second announcement, however, differed from the first. Today is the 9th day of the 7th month the dragon boat departs. 6 days hence, on the 15th, is the dragon boat race. I needn't elaborate further on what everyone ought to be doing, right? The live chat exploded in an instant, viewers jumping out of their seats in shock. Holy crap! When the chosen ones first arrived before the time loop, wasn't it the 8th day of the 7th month? Even if NPC behaviors change during the loop, why the hell did the calendar suddenly jump forward a day? What the hell is going on? Sure, Longshore Town's time is messed up, but if a full day passes normally during the loop, does that mean the chosen one has to keep finding clues and solving puzzles across 7 identical days? The guy above gets it, but let me add this: if it really is accumulating clues across 7 identical days, the difficulty skyrockets, yet it also gives the chosen ones potential trial and error opportunities. But the knowledgeable voice shifted gears, continuing his analysis. Even the international chat room, monitored by experts from various countries, listened intently. The commentator added meaningfully, but the most puzzling aspect now is the shifting personality traits observed in the old man and the thug. If NPCs alter their emotions and identities with each repeating day, that's the truly unsolvable conundrum. Dong Nyo sighed, puffing on his pipe. It's like a pair of broadly similar double calculus equations. Even with endless chances to trial and error, if the specific numbers and solution patterns change, it becomes an unsolvable puzzle. Jesus Christ, I hope our chosen ones can push forward smoothly. The scene shifted back to the ghost story world. This time, Li didn't actively engage with the old man, but living so close meant interaction was inevitable. This time, however, the landlord Shikue and his son Shiokue had undergone a remarkable change in temperament. The landlord had become much more amiable, though his dragon boat team consistently finished dead last, leaving him perpetually gloomy. His armchair was monopolized by his spoiled son, who constantly demanded money and even occasionally complained about his father's incompetence. Since we're trapped in this loop, and with no idea how many times we might repeat it, doing nothing might just be the solution. Waiting for the answer to come to him, that was Li's style through and through. This time, the rental negotiations went smoothly. Just as Li was about to head back to his room for some sleep, the landlord, observing his sturdy figure, spoke up. Young man, I'm sure you've heard about the dragon boat races in this town. You've got an impressive build, why not give it a shot? Consider what? Was he offering Li some martial arts manuals to cultivate heavenly palm techniques? Just then, Xiaokui suddenly cursed out loud, "Hey, you old geezer. You just said you didn't have any gold coins to spare, and now you're recruiting people for the race? You still have money, huh?" Rule 5 stated that Shikue would recruit racers with generous compensation. But who knew if this seemingly ordinary rule hid some trap? No thanks, not interested. Li was blunt. When he wanted to back out, no one could force him to do anything, not even if something bizarre happened. Shikue refused to give up. His eye for talent was sharp. Li might look lean, but beneath his loose clothes lay well-defined muscles, the perfect physique for dragon boat racing. His current crew was filled with slackers at best. Without a strong middle-tier paddler, even finishing last would be an embarrassment. Just then, Li turned around, flashing a smile at Shikue. Holy crap, big shot, Li is smiling, this landlord's in for it. As the saying goes, when Li smiles, death is unpredictable. Even if he doesn't want to die, he'll at least get skinned alive. Shikuei glanced over. Could it be that Li Yi had changed his mind? But the next second, Li Yi held out his hand. I don't have big appetites. 10,000 for a day of training, 50,000 for the official match. How about it? Shikuei? Chapter 39, Moonlight Panic. Don't close the door. Not just Shikuei, even the spectators outside the ring thought Li Yi was asking for the moon. I thought big shot Li Yi had changed his mind and was joining for 100 grand straight up. Turns out it's 100 grand a day just for showing up? Not surprising, really. The big shot is now an internationally renowned figure. 100 grand a day is probably low. But big shot Li Yi doesn't look like a seasoned dragon boat racer. Can he really pull this off? As the saying goes these days, you can doubt science, but you can never doubt Li Yi. Of course, when Shikuei heard Li Yi's outrageous demand, he could scarcely believe his ears. Wait. I figured 10 or 80,000 for a week would be generous enough. You're asking for 100 grand a day and 50 grand for the final day? Are you kidding me, kid? You could tell from Shikuei's voice he was hesitant, but he definitely had that kind of money. His son, Xiaokuei, wasn't exactly a pushover either. Damn it, Dad, what's your deal? Instead of letting this skinny dog compete, why not let me join and give me the money? I've got energy to burn and nowhere to put it. I promise I'll bring you back the championship. But no sooner had Xiaokuei finished speaking than he was met with a furious rebuke from his usually gentle father. Shut up, Xiaokuei. Precisely because you're my son, I won't let you join the dragon boat race. If you ever get serious about something worthwhile, I'll gladly give you money. What does this mean? His son couldn't join the dragon boat race. Could there be some hidden clue behind this? Xiaokuei said no more. After wrestling with Shikuei for a while, he finally snatched his wallet and dashed out, off to enjoy himself. Shikuei could only sigh deeply. Unexpectedly, the sudden surge of anger overwhelmed him, and he coughed up blood. Li Yi found it hard to empathize with NPCs that weren't truly real, but he didn't rush to leave. If this old man logged out unexpectedly and disrupted the plot, that would be a huge loss. After a long moment, Shikuei climbed back into his armchair and caught his breath. With a touch of melancholy, he confessed, truth be told, my old bones are riddled with ailments. My days are numbered. The town doctor says I've got less than a year left. Before I go, all I want is to win the dragon boat race once. Cough cough. So what does this have to do with me? I'm just here to earn my keep. We agreed on 100,000 for training and 500,000 for competing, no guarantees. I won't budge a single coin. Li Yi remained unyielding. Not renegotiating the price was already the height of generosity. Pushing the limits with NPCs was practically second nature to him. Alright, landlord, think about my offer. But before Li Yi could rise to leave, Shikuei suddenly seemed enlightened. Suppressing his discomfort, he shouted. Fine, as you say. 100,000 for a day of training, 500,000 for the match. If you win, I can't offer more money, but I can reveal a major secret about Longhu Town, one that will satisfy you. Oh? What secret? This truly piqued Li Yi's curiosity. But this landlord, aside from having a bit of money, had a gray, sunken forehead and thin lips, not someone known for eloquence or communication. This is the classic face of someone with money but no power or influence. Normally, secrets like this would circulate among mysterious, shadowy figures. But this boss knows the so-called big secret of Longhu Town? Something's fishy here. When curiosity struck Li Yi, he never let it linger overnight. Since tomorrow would likely bring another loop anyway, wouldn't it be best to use some means tonight to extract the secret directly from Shikuei? Having experienced one loop, the chosen ones all proceeded with extreme caution. Yet their paths forward were somewhat surprising. Aside from Li Yi and a handful of others who had already encountered the bizarre, eerie vessel, the progress of the remaining chosen ones was nothing to boast about. In the realm of the rules and the strange tales, only the chosen who survived and completed the journey remained. The rest were cast aside as failures, condemned by death. Progressing slowly might invite mockery from spectators, but wasn't caution the wiser choice? That night, the moon shone brightly amidst sparse stars. Li Yi still chose to defy the rules. Not only did he sleep with the door locked, but he even added an extra layer of Feng Ho Chiman to ensure his safety. Sleeping with the door locked might anger the landlord. Didn't that old fishmonger leave his door wide open when he went out? What if this landlord really has some ability and transforms into an extremely powerful supernatural being? Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? As the audience expected. The omniscient view of the courtyard captured a fleeting crimson flash in the landlord's first floor room. Accompanied by irregular footsteps, the gaunt figure pushed open the door and stepped out mechanically. Dressed in black on top and white below, his left foot elevated above the right, his face and expression hidden. The sound of grinding teeth, however, echoed with a grating creak, instantly sending shivers down the spine. Upon closer inspection, Shikuei, in his bizarre state, maintained the posture of holding something in his hand as he began inspecting the first-floor residence. When he finally spoke, his voice carried the breath of a dying man. The weather's dry and parched. Don't lock your doors when you sleep. Listen to me. Most first-floor residents slept soundly, unaware of the eerie gaze peering through their doors or the sinister grin lurking outside. One female resident, who slept late, nearly cursed the landlord as a pervert for peeping before obediently following the rule. As he climbed the stairs to the second floor, a slaughter knife suddenly materialized in Shikue's hand. If he had to inspect the third floor next, would he need to bring out an RPG? Right in the first room on the second floor. The occupant had returned home drunk late at night and accidentally locked the door. Shikue's body twisted into an eerie contortion as he muttered incoherently, his voice crackling and popping. You could even hear the grinding sound of his joints rubbing together over and over, sending a chill down your spine. Disobedient, rule breaker. I'll teach you a lesson. Bang! Shikue stood motionless, yet the door sprang open of its own accord. A single scream echoed from within, followed by utter stillness. Only the sound of a slaughter knife slicing flesh and chopping bone remained. The sounds echoed through the silent night. Some skeptical viewers switched to the live feed, only to have their sanity plummet upon witnessing the bloody, brutal scene immediately vomiting rainbows. The cutting abruptly ceased. Shikue emerged holding a plastic bag filled with a sack of mangled flesh and body parts. Covered in blood, he walked into the hallway and dumped the contents of the plastic bag onto the first floor. But keen observers noticed that sack of rotten flesh and parts landed precisely in the clean fishwashing basket the old fishmonger had just finished scrubbing. Holy! Could it be that the day before, the old man wasn't selling fish meat, but... I can't take this anymore, it's making me sick. This is pure morbid curiosity. The perverted landlord actually killed an NPC, and the old man was selling human flesh? Ugh. Those fish eyes with special properties might just be human eyeballs. Chapter 40, Midnight Splashing Sounds. It made me think of the old man carrying a basket of human flesh through the streets every day. Some might even buy it to cook into delicious meals. For a while, people couldn't bear to look at the seafood market. The shadow of this incident would linger for the next month, potentially even curing gluttonous eaters of their voracious habits. The incident caused the stock prices of companies primarily reliant on fish sales to plummet, nearly causing them to lose all their market share. Hold on, everyone. I've made a major discovery. If this basket of rotten meat is the landlord's doing, then why was the meat old buy sold yesterday rotten? That makes some sense. Could his overlapping flashbacks be working backward from the present? On day 1, old man buy bought human flesh. On day 2, he witnessed the landlord disposing of it. Then the third or even fourth day of the retracing might push the timeline further back. This theory holds merit, but after over 200 sessions, no clear clues point to a time-related issue. Our focus now should be on the connection between the landlord and the old man. The rules explicitly mention few NPCs. What about the old man's daughter, whom we've never met? In the scene, the landlord became the eerie figure patrolling the courtyard, having killed 5 people in total. But observant viewers noticed. The rooms the landlord entered to kill did not overlap with those occupied during daytime searches. This suggests the landlord may not be targeting roommates, but rather the strange entities potentially lurking in the empty rooms? Look, everyone! The creepy figure is heading up to the third floor, rounding the corner of the hallway, this time wielding a chainsaw. A chainsaw is an extremely dangerous tool, yet it is not classified as a restricted weapon. Not only that, but upon reaching the third floor, Shikue didn't rush to check the doors. Instead, it hauled a blood-stained meat grinder from the corner. Even stuck in the mechanical parts was half a human tooth. This guy's a pure mincer warrior. If he switched to selling human meat buns, he'd be raking it in by now. Cut the sarcasm. That old man was moaning about being half dead earlier, and now he's heading straight for Big Shot Lee Yi's room. On the first and second floors, the landlord had already killed 5 tenants, none of whom could be considered normal occupants. On the third floor, right up until the last room where Lee Yi resided, he hadn't encountered any more unruly tenants. But of course, standing before Lee Yi's door, he paused for 3 seconds before grabbing the doorknob. The hearts of the audience and the expert panel leapt into their throats. They feared even the mighty Lee Yi might be turned into mincemeat by this bizarre landlord. As expected, the door handle was locked from the inside and wouldn't budge. Even the small window beside it was completely covered by Lee Yi's methods. Another disobedient one. I must teach you a lesson and punish you. With that, the deranged landlord began violently yanking at the doorknob, even kicking the door repeatedly with all his might. The old courtyard building, already structurally loose and aged, began to tremble, windows shook, and even the third floor vibrated. Such a racket would wake the other tenants, but they dared not speak up. After all, they knew all too well the temper of the Shikue. Yet inside his room, Lee slept soundly, as if oblivious to the chaos unfolding outside. Something felt off. This bizarre landlord could chop through human bones with a kitchen knife, and now that he was in his eerie state, he should possess terrifying strength. So why couldn't he even open a simple wooden door? Who knows about his own house? Better he can't open it, at least the chosen one is safe. Meanwhile, Zack, the chosen one of Eagle Sauce, burped contentedly as he experienced his second day. He obediently followed the rules, opening the door wide. He even stared wide-eyed at the landlord's eerie grin as he waved a blood-soaked human head while making small talk. Zach Burke trembled all over, yet somehow survived this ordeal unscathed. Though he didn't know the trigger, tomorrow would likely loop back to day one, effectively shaving a day off their progress. Instead of sleeping, perhaps he should use this window after the landlord's inspection to hunt for clues? Zach Burke possessed exceptional intelligence, serving as the de facto leader of a major internet corporation in the real world, even earning the nickname Human Machine. His first concern, naturally, was the old fishmonger. Late on the first day, he had experienced a similar sequence to Li Yi's, except he hadn't boarded the strange ship afterward and thus avoided encountering the three eerie apparitions. Just as he peered out to watch the landlord clumsily clean the bloodstains on the third floor, Zach Burke dragged a small ladder from the corner. But before he could move, rhythmic paddling sounds suddenly echoed from the courtyard. Accompanied by the splashing of paddles against the water, one could even hear the rhythmic shouts of roughly 9 people training. The rules had warned, if you hear paddling sounds in the courtyard at midnight, seek help from the landlord's son, Xiao Kuei. But that guy had gone out drinking with Big Sister, money in hand. Who knew if he'd even come home tonight? And even if he did, would he be sober enough to help the chosen one? The situation was at a standstill when Zach worked his way to the corridor, quietly peeking his head out. In the modestly sized courtyard, 9 figures stood in perfect formation, hands grasping at thin air as they mimicked the motion of swimming. The landlord still stood in that bloody, eerie pose, clapping and cheering beside the contestant. But the most bizarre sight of all. Under the cypress trees in the courtyard stood 5 legless figures. As if freshly washed, water droplets continuously fell from their bodies as they silently watched the 9 individuals train. Zach Burke knew full well that the last remaining spot was reserved for him. These figures had been training with their backs turned to Zach Burke. But in the next instant, those bizarre creatures' heads snapped around 180 degrees, fixing their gaze firmly on Zach Burke. Even the old fishmonger was among them, glaring at Zach with terrifying ferocity. Besides him, the rest were all tenants here. Just you left. Come down and train. We're just waiting for you, hurry up and join the training. Hurry down, don't make us come up and chase you. After these 3 sentences, they expected Zach Burke to flee in panic. But Eagle Sauce's audience was stunned to see their chosen one, eyes vacant and vacant, rise like a wooden puppet. He waved back at the eerie figures in the courtyard. He then slowly descended the stairs. Just as he was about to be swallowed whole by the eerie presence, a drunkenly stumbling Xiao Kuei stumbled into the room. Seeing Zach Burke about to reach them, he frowned and warned, "Hey, old man, is that sleepwalking habit of yours acting up again? Those things from back then are over. Just let it go, okay?" Chapter 41, Tonight is Christmas Eve. What happened back then? What exactly happened back then? Could the eeriness of Longshizen be connected to those so-called events from years ago? The moment Xiao Kuei spoke, Zach Burke shuddered violently. His mind snapped back into focus. The thought that he nearly lost control and almost joined their bizarre training session left him trembling with fear. Xiao Kuei, however, seemed unaffected, striding into the courtyard as if this were routine. Enough, enough. My father's a disgrace, and you tenants are just enabling him. It's late, disperse and go home to sleep. Xiao Kuei couldn't care less about the dragon boat race everyone in town was so invested in. Though the guy was dead drunk, it was as if some strange protection shielded him. The intense mental pressure in the air instantly eased, and even the strange states of his dad and the tenants dissipated upon contact. The crowd dispersed, leaving Xiao Kuei standing where he was, fast asleep. The bloodstains vanished as if by magic, as though nothing had ever happened, as if he'd been sleepwalking. Just as Zach burped, hoping to glean more clues from Xiao Kuei shot him a withering look. "And you," he added, "if you're going to sleep, don't bother closing the door. Don't try to join in on my dad's fun. Go back to sleep." His expression made it clear he didn't want to say more. He pushed his father back into the room. Zach Burp had been lucky to survive. Had Xiao Kuei not arrived home in time, he too would likely have become a puppet on strings, forever joining the ranks of the bizarre. That eagle-esque guy sure is lucky, but it's still not as entertaining as what happened to Li Yi from our great dragon nation. Ha ha ha, look at this. That arrogant chosen one from Camel Country has been completely assimilated by the weirdness. He was bragging earlier, claiming his chosen one was even more divine than Li Yi. Divine my ass. If Emperor Li Yi claims second place, who dares claim first? He's among the top 3 most watched global anomaly streamers. Who else could possibly compete? If that's the case, then who are the other 2 highest rated ones? Besides Dragon Nation's Li Yi, the second highest viewership belongs to the chosen one from White Swan Nation. As for third place, it was none other than the Cannibal Tribe's chosen one, who had been the first to clear the previous Bus Ghost Story challenge. Knock knock knock. In the Ghost Story world Li Yi inhabited, the landlord continued his relentless knocking on the door. But Li Yi's wind following Mystic Gates, home to near invincibility, remained unshaken. Even if the supernatural brought out a nuclear bomb, it might not budge them. The scene felt like I just can't get in, hurry up and open the door. Originally, the commotion caused by this little monster wasn't enough to disturb Li Yi's sweet dreams. But just then, the courtyard echoed with the rhythmic thud of rowing drills and the shouts of training. Hey, will you lot ever stop? Do you want anyone to get any sleep tonight? Li Yi rose with a heavy groan, his eyes opening with pure resentment. He tossed aside the covers, revealing his upper body muscular and well-defined. Combined with his already striking looks, the scene instantly drew millions of adoring female fans. Holy crap, Li Yi's got a killer body. I wanna have his babies. Who do you think you are? I'm a Forbes-listed billionaire. Look at me, Li Yi. Even though I'm a guy too, Boss Li Yi is seriously so handsome. You disgusting guy upstairs, get lost already. After getting fully dressed, Li Yi approached the door. Shikue was still relentlessly trying to break down the door, but after all this time, the audience was getting bored. He hadn't made a single bit of progress. One strange creature was no challenge for Li Yi, but the sound of splashing in the courtyard meant trouble was brewing. The rules say I should find Xiao Kuei for help in this situation, but the guy's nowhere to be found. He's completely unreliable. Looks like this Taoist master will have to take matters into his own hands. What a load of crap these rules are. My rules are the only rules that matter. The audience held their breath, some even ready to record the screen, terrified of missing the moment when the great Li Yi would instantly eliminate the anomaly. The eerie slender figure, unable to breach the door, flew into a rage. He took 2 steps back, raised his chainsaw, and swung it viciously at the door. But at that very instant, Li Yi kicked the door open from the inside. Crash! The door flew straight toward Shikue's face, the immense force sending him tumbling down the hallway. He landed squarely among the rowing gangsters. You bunch of scumbags. Can't sleep at night and think you're going to cause trouble? Keep making noise and I'll pull out my chainsaw and use you as a ball to kick around. Li Yi scanned down the hallway. Those guys acted like they hadn't heard a thing, still rowing at the non-existent water. Instead, the sound of water flowing steadily reached his ears. Shikue had fallen headfirst from the 3rd floor. The left side of his skull was a bloody mess, with shattered bones piercing through his shoulder and neck, gouging out his eye. Propping himself up with his broken arms and legs, he still crawled relentlessly toward Li Yi. It's not that the landlord is weird, but how fragile can someone be? It's just a slip and fall from the 3rd floor. A slip? Li Yi's kick could pierce high-density steel plates. That he didn't kick Shikue to death on the spot was pure luck. He must have been built like a tank. This noise is killing me. Since you guys love playing with water, I'll let you have your fill. Li Yi activated the Dragon Tiger Feng Shui technique, instantly drawing nearby river water down from the sky. With a simple feng shui formation, the strange boat was instantly engulfed, turning it into something akin to an ornamental fish, a performance art spectacle. Yet even this failed to deter them from paddling onward. As their paddling grew frantic and their shouts grew louder, Li Yi felt an inexplicable unease. Until the strange competitors shouted this line, "Dragon boat paddlers, never look back. People of the river, stay put. If you leave, who will beat the villains?" Hearing this, Li Yi felt his head grow heavy and his feet light again, just like the sensation he'd experienced during his first flashback. Damn it! Once wasn't enough, you want a second round? Never ending, huh? Li Yi hastily cast the Golden Light Mantra and the Calming Mind Mantra to shield his consciousness. Just then, that skinny bastard reappeared on the 3rd floor, wielding a broken chainsaw, charging toward Li Yi once more. But if he split his focus to deal with this guy, he might avoid immediate death, yet risk triggering the regression effect. Perfect timing, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It would just take a bit more effort. Just as Li Yi was about to strike, the courtyard gate swung open and the water barrier below dissolved. Anyone home? Xiao Kuei got drunk, so I brought him back. Judging by the voice, it was a woman in her early 20s. As she entered Li Yi's line of sight, he was startled to see her wearing a white lab coat. Could she be the fishmonger's daughter? Xiao Kuei's return signaled the end of the eerie atmosphere. Tonight seemed destined to be a peaceful night after all. Chapter 42, Don't Look at What You Shouldn't. After the eeriness lifted, everyone else went home to their own families. Only Li Yi and Yi Ro, the old man's daughter, remained standing in the courtyard, the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Are you the old man's daughter? Yi Ro hesitated before nodding, though she seemed reluctant to mention her father's name. Yes. Since there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Get some rest. Yi Ro had no desire to discuss her family affairs, and she even avoided the courtyard where her father lived. Just as she turned to leave, she noticed Li Yi's figure had appeared before her, seemingly out of nowhere. Long nights drag on, sleep eludes me. I see your arched brows and high cheekbones, eyebrows like swords, cheekbones solitary and prominent. Such features often signify a proud and solitary nature, prone to waking in the dead of night or suffering from insomnia. How did you know? I do suffer from insomnia. Yi Ro was slightly surprised by Li Yi's observation, but then she remembered she was the one with the valid medical license. Her expression turned cold. We've never met before, so what urgent business brings you here? If you're trying to hit on me, save it, plenty in this village have tried. As a sliver of moonlight spilled down, Li Yi finally caught a clearer glimpse of the woman's face. Her skin was as white as jade, her figure curvaceous and alluring. Even the loose white coat couldn't hide her charm. Such a beauty in this town, where men far outnumbered women, naturally had no shortage of admirers. But Li suddenly scratched his head. Beautiful lady, you seem to have misunderstood. I'm not trying to hit on you. I just want to learn something from you. How about it? Not hitting on me? Yiro had just taken another look at Li Yi, sensing an aura and presence in him that was entirely different from those vulgar, thuggish men. In her 20s, she was naturally at that age where blood ran hot, inevitably sensitive to the opposite sex. Still, she forced a cool demeanor. Sorry, I'm not one of those old folks at the village entrance who just sit around chatting. I've got things to do. Can't keep you company. Yiro seemed impervious to soft approaches, but Li Yi's methods were both gentle and forceful. Watching her retreat 2 steps, Li Yi condensed his chi into droplets that instantly struck several acupoints on her back. Instantly, the woman froze rigid in place, unable to move. This technique of striking pressure points from a distance left the onlookers gasping in awe. The ability to strike pressure points from afar had become an unattainable skill. That Li Yi could even perform it from a distance caused immense shock within modern Taoist sects. Why can't I move? What did you do to me? Yiro realized with shock that her body was rigid. She felt everything but couldn't control herself. Helplessly, she watched as Li Yi approached her once more. He extended his long, slender hand and flipped open the ID badge pinned to her 3060 chest. Beyond her name and basic details, a black and white photograph was tucked into the bottom left corner. It showed a smiling young man, radiating integrity and a commanding presence. He even bore a striking resemblance to Yiro. Could this man in the photo be Yiro's late husband? Husband doesn't quite fit, it looks more like a fiancé or boyfriend. Seeing Li Yi scrutinizing the photo with an unfriendly gaze, Yiro grew anxious. Her rapid breathing caused her chest to rise and fall, her full, rounded curves undeniably captivating. Give it back, you scoundrel. If you don't let go of me right now, I'll call for help to arrest you. Li Yi abruptly lifted her chin. Her delicate, almost fragile beauty seemed oddly out of place. It's the middle of the night. You're a medical worker, yet you're wearing your uniform and full makeup. Doesn't that seem contradictory? Hearing this, Yiro's heart skipped a beat, and her eyes began to flicker nervously. Answer me. Who is the person in this photo? What's your relationship with them? If you don't tell me the truth, I won't mind taking you back to the room for a proper discussion. Not. Yiro's legs went weak at his words, and she glared at Li Yi with a mix of shame and anger. But Li Yi was notorious for showing no mercy to women. He'd kiss a woman with a cleft lip before slapping her, let alone someone like Yiro. Even the audience couldn't help but feel a tinge of anticipation. If Li Yi really did take care of the beautiful NPC in this ghost story world, would they get to witness a full display of springtime beauty? Fine, I'll tell you. The man in the photo is indeed my fiancé. But he was forced on me by my parents. He died 10 years ago during the Dragon Boat Festival. Fiancé? He kicked the bucket 10 years ago? Your face doesn't look like it brings misfortune to husbands. In fact, it suggests prosperity. What exactly is the deal with this arranged fiancé of yours? Yiro. It's a long story. Could you untie me first? This position is uncomfortable. Seeing she couldn't pull off any tricks, Li Yi released her acupoints. Unexpectedly, the woman let out a sharp gasp, lost her footing, and lunged straight at Li Yi. Thinking she was throwing herself at him, Li Yi missed a crucial detail hidden from even the audience's god's eye view. He spotted a slender blade concealed between Yiro's fingers. What's this? Think I'm too handsome to resist, so you want to destroy me? Yiro merely muttered to herself, ha ha. You're no different from them all villains. They're dead, and now you'll die too. With that, the blade flashed coldly as she lunged at Li Yi. Her covert attack turned overt, a sudden shift that left billions unable to react. Holy! A beauty as deadly as a scorpion. This woman is truly dangerous. Holy, I was just about to shoot my load at this woman, but she scared the hell out of me. SSSSHHH. The blade sliced through the hem of Li Yi's robe, revealing the woman's hidden prowess. But with her half-baked skills, Li Yi could shatter every thread of her clothing with a single finger. You resort to knives so easily? Did you kill everyone you ever met? And what do you mean, they're all dead? Who are they? Her eyes were now bloodshot, filled with venom and rage. She offered no reply. Even as a tear split open her chest, revealing her full, rounded curves, it did nothing to waver her resolve to kill the chosen one. You're hopeless, but I love a feisty one. Li Yi vanished from his spot without even forming a hand seal. When he reappeared, his palm was already pressed against Yura's back. Impossible. Nothing is impossible. Soon, this celestial master will thoroughly favor you. Boom! A colossal surge of chi slammed directly into Yiro's 5 elements meridians. Excruciating pain and utter weakness overwhelmed her, sending her crashing to the ground. Even so, she refused to yield. Adopting a pitifully alluring expression, she gazed at Li Yi with eyes brimming with desire. She began undoing her own buttons, revealing pure white lace. Oh my, eyes off that. Chapter 43, forcing you into the sea, persuading you to go straight. Li Yi wasn't sure exactly how deep the grudge between him and Yiro ran. I merely sought some clues. Was it necessary to fight me to the death? Being a young man full of vigor, he couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed upon witnessing this scene. Yiro seized the moment Li Yi averted his gaze. The blade in her hand was razor sharp, its edge nearly piercing through his throat. At that moment, the blade was a mere 0.01 centimeters from Li Yi's throat. Yet that sliver of distance proved an insurmountable barrier. What the hell? Yi Ro stared in shock. She had exerted every ounce of strength, yet the blade hadn't even grazed Li Yi's skin. It felt as though an invisible giant hand had seized her wrist, preventing her from drawing any closer. Only then did Li Yi speak. "Oh, sorry. Forgot to tell you, you can't kill me. Now you've successfully pissed me off." Bang! Another snap of his fingers sent Yi Ro's limbs stiffening uncontrollably once more. The chi he had infused into his body earlier now served as the very force to bind her spirit and command her actions, completely suppressing her movements. Her exquisite curves displayed before him made Li Yi whistle in admiration. Truly exquisite. Since you won't remember anything after tomorrow's reshaping, why not just play along with me? Realizing she was no match for Li Yi, tears welled up in Yi Ro's eyes. I know I was wrong. Please, let me go. I'll tell you everything. I won't lie, I won't hide anything." "Really?" Li Yi was skeptical but unfazed by the woman's tricks. With too many eyes in the courtyard, Li Yi led Yi Ro to the banks of the Longhu River. It was the same spot where he and the old man had stood on the first day, only now it was his daughter in their place. Tonight seemed calm and still. It appeared that even if he rewound time, the events that unfolded afterward would still be subject to chance. The night view across the river was clear to Li Yi. Yi Ro then briefly explained, "You've only been here one day, so you don't know that many people have died in this river. My former fiancé, he died here, during the dragon boat race." Yi Ro didn't seem particularly saddened by her fiancé's death. Her tone even carried a hint of relief. What exactly happened? Jealousy, corruption, and hired murder. Hearing this response, Li Yi couldn't help but give Yi Ro another look. While the words themselves weren't unusual, hearing them spoken so matter-of-factly by the victim's relative created an inexplicable sense of dissonance. Her parents had arranged her marriage without her consent. The young man was handsome and a skilled dragon boat racer. Yet while Longhu Town's dragon boat races appeared lively and fair on the surface, they were actually a day when countless dirty deals were temporarily brought out into the open. What do you mean? The dragon boat race is just a front for illegal activities behind the scenes? Yi Ro motioned for Li Yi to lower his voice. Only after scanning the area and confirming no one was nearby did she relax. For her fiancé's death wasn't the root cause of her heightened sensitivity and vigilance. Don't leave it hanging. Say it all out loud, and it won't hurt so much. Yi Ro fell silent for a moment before continuing. "I can never forgive my father. He killed my mother with his own hands." The thought of her father killing her mother was utterly horrifying. No wonder the story hinted at a strained father-daughter relationship. So she'd feared her father might suddenly turn on her and kill her too. After her fiancé's death, shadowy figures suppressed the news. But not long after, her father returned from fishing on the river during a torrential downpour and was never the same. Could it be possible that the man you call father now isn't your real father? That your father died long ago on that stormy day, lost on the Longhu River? At these words, Yi Ro's face instantly drained of color. That's impossible. I saw my father kill my mother with my own eyes. Then who is he? Li Yi said no more, knowing when to stop was best. He glanced toward a tree branch in the distance, where a crow was watching him. "Alright, that's all I'll say. You can go home and get some sleep. If anything comes up, come find me at Xiao Kuei's place." Li Yi released the spell, and Yi Ro was finally able to leave. What Li Yi had said sounded like pure fantasy to her. Yet the stark contrast in her father's behavior before and after was undeniable. As for the secrets she knew about the dragon boat races, now was not the time to reveal them. Bringing them to light prematurely would do more harm than good. Without further ado, Yi Ro hurriedly ran away from the shore. Strangely, the direction she headed was identical to the path the old fish vendor had taken on the first day of her time loop. Even the distance and force of each step matched perfectly. Wait, something's off. A sudden suspicion flashed through Li Yi's mind. At that very moment, a peculiar commotion erupted from the trees nearby. Li Yi glanced over impatiently and was startled to see that the tree, which had previously held only a single crow, was now swarming with hundreds upon hundreds of them. Their eyes were all blood red, staring fixedly at Li Yi. The gathering aura of coldness and eeriness sent a chill down one's spine. "You dead birds. Keep staring, and I'll turn every last one of you into braised crow." Sensing Li Yi's threat, the crows scattered and fled in all directions. A strange gust of wind swept through. Amidst the swaying tree shadows, a pair of human feet drifted past. This sight sent countless spectators into cardiac arrest. Holy, it's a ghost. This time, it wasn't just feet, an entire figure flickered past. Vaguely discernible was a black and white robe and disheveled hair. Li Yi instantly grew annoyed. "I may not be the Taoist master of Manhwa, but you came out to provoke me. That's your mistake. Now show me your true face." Without another word, Li Yi delivered a powerful kick, snapping the centuries-old tree clean in two. But just as the tree crashed into the river, the eerie figure remained suspended mid-air, still struggling. "What's going on?" This eerie aura bears a striking resemblance to the life force emanating from Yi-Ro. Could it be? Just as Li Yi moved forward to inspect the hanged figure's identity. At that very moment, a blinding beam of light suddenly shot across from the opposite riverbank exactly like last time. Damn it! The Sakura Second Sting Monkey's time travel artifact is some kind of truck-sized road roller, but this Dragon Boat Secret Meetings time rewind artifact is a ING-24K flashlight? The moment that light appeared, it signaled that Li Yi was nearing the point of regression. But one crucial condition remained unmet. Just as Li Yi was distracted by the shouts and lights from the opposite bank, the hanging ghost suspended midair suddenly landed on Li Yi's shoulder from behind in the blink of an eye. The audience gasped in horror as they realized the female ghost bore an uncanny resemblance to Yi-Ro, as if she were Yi-Ro in middle age. Please, avenge me. The heavens over Longshizhen are too dark. Chapter 44, the third flashback, half-formed ghost ship. Revenge? This Taoist master has no time for such trifles. If everyone in the world asked me to avenge them, how many people and matters would I have to handle? Facing ghosts and monsters, Li Yi showed no fear. He even brushed away the eerie middle-aged Yi-Ro's hand resting on his shoulder. However, since this matter concerned the progression of the plot, despite his verbal disdain, he certainly couldn't just let it go. Immediately, a wave of helplessness washed over Li Yi. Even with a layer of golden light incantation and a layer of clear mind incantation, he couldn't resist this forced drowsiness buff imposed upon him. Li Yi pressed quickly, one last question. Who is the person shining the spotlight from the other side of the river? The peculiar middle-aged man Yi-Ro hesitated briefly before replying, if you want to know more, you can go find him yourself. Li Yi. This is pointless, you piece of trash. Back to the timeline. Li Yi drifted into an uncontrollable slumber. Though his mastered golden light and clear mind spells failed against this inexplicable drowsiness, the second rewind revealed a crucial clue. This forced unconsciousness wasn't triggered by encountering someone at a specific stage. It was planted in my mind from the very beginning. If I hadn't been intimately familiar with my physical state both before and after the regression, it would have been nearly impossible to detect. The second regression returned him to the moment of his arrival in Longshire town. Townspeople shouted through loudspeakers that the Dragon Boat Festival was just 5 days away. The tightening sense of urgency forced him to pick up the pace and search for clues as quickly as possible. What the hell is this? 1 day wasted per regression, and NPCs might even develop personality shifts or altered scenarios? Screw this nonsense. You were spot on. After this flashback, those thugs started picking fights with the Chosen One for no reason. Look at the Chosen One from Foot Basin Country begging for mercy on his knees. This time-traveling dragon boat mystery woven with murder cases is getting more thrilling by the minute. Everyone, keep your eyes peeled. Here we go again. Li Yi uttered just 3 words, yet they encapsulated the heartache of countless Chosen Ones. At critical junctures, countless Chosen Ones had faltered, not only meeting their end in monstrous tales, but also unleashing innumerable, unbearable calamities upon their nations. In the impoverished, war-torn nations of Black Porridge, powerless against bizarre natural disasters, some had even declared national collapse. Those who remained walked each step with extreme caution, hesitating to act for fear of unintended consequences except for the big shot, Li Yi. After repeating the tedious scenes, the moonlit night returned, bringing with it a sense of unease. Based on the changes from the 2 previous loops, Yi-Ro had now assumed a dual identity as both a fallen woman and a medical worker. Li Yi found her at a late-night food stall beside the Longshire River. We meet again. Li Yi sat down across from Yi-Ro without hesitation, his gaze immediately noticing that the Yi-Ro of the second loop wore revealing clothing and heavy makeup, her face etched with countless marks of time. Yet within her eyes, a faint glimmer of unwillingness flickered, a longing for redemption. Yi-Ro looked at Li Yi's youthful, handsome appearance and was somewhat surprised. She picked up her glass, drank it dry, and then said, 500 for a session, 2,000 for the night. Friends get 20% off. Li Yi nearly choked on his own spit at the price. The owner promptly brought over the food, lingering to ogle the ample expanse of exposed skin before Yi-Ro before leaving, making no effort to conceal his desire. To this, Yi-Ro was unfazed. Is it because your regular job pays too little that you resorted to this? Li Yi quipped. While Li Yi couldn't quite empathize with Yi-Ro's situation, he still felt a faint pang of pity. What's this? A handsome young guy from out of town, broken, looking for a chat with this lady? Trying to talk me into going straight so you can get laid for free? No such intentions. I'm here at someone's request to ask about a person. Who? Li Yi poured himself a glass of beer. Even in this world of strange tales, the taste of things remained real. The man shining that powerful light every night from the opposite bank of the Longshire River. I observed the area before coming to see you. There's no sign of heavy-duty lighting equipment on that side. At those words, the middle-aged Yi-Ro froze instantly. Water from her glass spilled down her collar, soaking her blouse and clinging to her skin, accentuating her alluring curves. Though middle-aged, her charm remained undiminished. The young man at the next table couldn't contain himself, about to offer money for a night of passion. But then, the middle-aged Yi-Ro hurriedly clutched Li Yi's arm. Sorry, guys, tonight's not happening. With that, she hurriedly led Li Yi away. The young men could only click their tongues in disappointment. What a lucky break for Li Yi. This time, Li Yi avoided the familiar riverbank. After altering their route, Yuro led him to the foothills beside the river, low but continuous mountains. Li Yi's eyes widened at the sight. Zhang connects to Lianshan. Yin energy neither dissipates nor gathers here. It's a Yin Sha feng shui with an open evil eye. No wonder this town has so many murders. Though this was a fictional world, certain underlying principles remain traceable through feng shui methods. Who knew you knew so much at such a young age? Yuro spoke as she tucked her arm around Li Yi's, her rounded, jade-like skin brushing against his arm, as if tempting him to sin. Stop entertaining those wicked thoughts. I'm not interested in you. Besides, bringing me to the back mountain, it seems you weren't here to find someone, was it? The mountain was covered in fir trees and bamboo, both essential materials for building dragon boats. Now that Li Yi had joined the dragon boat team, could it be that she kindly brought him here to gather materials for the boat? As for the person, I'm afraid I can't take you to find them. But he said that one day, when someone came looking for him, I should bring them to this mountain to find something. Li Yi? Could it be that the lantern-carrying man in the setting was also here to assist the chosen one? After winding through the mountain paths, the middle-aged Yuro kept hinting that Li Yi could do something inappropriate with her. If it were a money-making deal, Li Yi would have refused long ago. Could Yuro have other intentions? Li Yi didn't indulge her, instead activating his chi-gazing technique to survey the surroundings. Could this woman be trying to set me up? The two managed to find a thatched hut halfway up the mountain without incident. Though long abandoned and neglected, the sturdy whale oil lamp still burned. Pushing open the door, they were met by a dragon boat without a bow. Its hull featured distinctly different lines on either side, even painted with black and white primer. This thing. Could it be that strange boat we saw on the river the first day? That one was infested with 3 eerie, malevolent spirits. Stay away from it. What the hell are you scared of? Last time we didn't see the strange boat, and this time we only saw a half-finished version. At least this boat's timeline is moving backward. Maybe no one's dead yet. Immediately after, Yuro explained, he told me that if anyone truly wants to uncover the secret, they must complete the bow section of this vessel. Once done, all the truths you seek will be laid bare. Chapter 45, Paint Play. So you're saying this man knew the purpose of my journey and had everything planned out, hidden within this dragon boat? Li Yi had outmaneuvered countless people, but this was the first time he'd been outmaneuvered, and by a damn ghost story NPC, no less. But then he thought about it, everyone else was pretty much in the same boat. So what? The most important thing was to win the game and go home to sleep, right? Yuro slowly lit a cigarette, took a drag, and exhaled a cloud of smoke before casually setting the lighter on the windowsill. What are you staring at? Want one? Forget it. Smoking in this room? If we set the place on fire, it wouldn't be worth the trouble. Li Yi finished speaking, fumbled for a moment, opened the window, and casually closed the door behind him. Just then, a torrential downpour began outside the window. As if planned, it trapped Li Yi and Yuro on the mountain. Yuro pulled over a chair and leaned against the window. The wispy smoke drifted into the rain curtain, making her look like a melancholy figure. This Yuro doesn't strike me as a good person. Big shot Li Yi, you'd better watch out, don't let that woman trick you. Even despicable people have their pitiful sides. Yuro lost her husband and parents at a young age, and her father had serious issues. In middle age, she entered the business world for various reasons. She's a pitiable and tragic figure too. Li Yi didn't waste much more time on Yuro. After mentioning the lantern-carrying man, Yuro's demeanor seemed to grow more serious. Had she remained as before, Li Yi would never have trusted her words so readily. He circled the headless dragon boat several times. Li Yi found the dragon boat's main structure ingeniously designed. Though covered in dust, he could imagine it cutting through wind and waves. The vessel is indeed splendid, yet it remains headless. Like Xingtian, it bears heavy karmic debt. This dragon boat is destined to be stained with countless bloodshed. The lower hull was painted in black and white, yet it was white on the left and black on the right. Yet on the first day, Li Yi had clearly seen it painted left black and right white, representing the mythical beasts Taotai and Pishio. Why are the colors reversed? Could this be intentional? With nothing else to do tonight, Li Yi rummaged through the thatched hut and pulled out 2 buckets of paint. Since the first day hinted at restoring the ship to its original state, he might as well get to work now. Boredom was killing him. Just then, Yuro, seemingly struck by some strange impulse, glided toward Li Yi with a seductive sway. She began undressing herself, her face radiating a look of unbridled desire. It's a moonless night with a cool breeze and refreshing rain. Since neither of us has anything better to do, why not let you have your way with me? Yuro was utterly captivating, possessing a flawless figure even during the second regression. By the third reincarnation, in her middle age, her allure had only deepened, becoming utterly irresistible. Li Yi instantly felt a surge of lust ignite within his gut, a clear manifestation of his youthful vigor. The audience witnessed Yuro's bold appearance, but the faint mosaic over her fair skin dampened their enthusiasm. Hey! We're all on the same team here, no need for censorship, right? You're like someone who never feels pain when stepping on a trap. The chosen ones risk their lives in terrifying worlds. A little sensuality is only natural. You just sit there typing as a keyboard warrior yet expect to see and experience the same things as them? Exactly. Dream on, you pervy netizen with nothing but trash in your head. When the entire internet saw the steamy scene, everyone reacted completely differently. Some suggested the chosen one deserved to enjoy it legitimately, while others deemed Yi-Ro's behavior scandalous, suspecting foul play. Yi-Ro exposed her body to Li Yi like that anyone seeing it would be utterly unable to control themselves. Yet Li Yi's gaze was blurred as if by a mosaic filter, paying little heed to the sensual scene before him. With a mere puff of breath, the clothes that had fallen to the ground returned to her body. Yi-Ro was astonished not by the clothes returning, but by Li Yi's complete indifference to her deliberate display. Could it be, my charm just isn't strong enough? Yi-Ro glanced down at herself. Her figure was breathtakingly beautiful, a true vision of perfection. Li Yi waved dismissively. I told you before, I'm not interested in you. Don't put yourself through this. If you really want to do something to me, why not have whoever sent you come out and meet me face to face? Yi-Ro's face instantly paled. She stared at Li Yi in disbelief, her eyes darting nervously as she stammered, what are you talking about? There's no one else here but us. I was just bored and thought I'd let you take advantage of me a little. Really? You wanted me to take advantage? Li Yi suddenly changed his tone, as if he'd had a change of heart. She even exchanged a meaningful smile. Yi-Ro sensed it and quickly composed herself. Her graceful form drew closer to Li Yi, her alluring scent teasing his heated senses. So you were just joking. Go ahead, tell me how you want to take advantage of your big sister. I'll grant you anything. You said it yourself. What comes next will send you soaring to the heavens. As she listened to Li Yi's description, a fleeting, almost imperceptible look of disgust flashed across Yi-Ro's face. Yet she continued to rub her legs together suggestively, hinting at what she wanted him to do. Just as the entire online audience was on the edge of their seats, ready to witness explicit content, Li Yi instead brought 2 buckets, one black, one white of waterproof paint before her. What's this about? How are we supposed to play with paint buckets? Li Yi immediately let out a wicked grin. Since you're bored out of your mind, why not help this Taoist master paint? A little painter roleplay, don't you like that? This turn of events was utterly jaw-dropping. Yi-Ro, her pretty face frozen in confusion, took the paint buckets. She watched as Li Yi showed zero interest in her body, instead turning to the window to admire the night rain. Damn it! A beauty's favor is right before your eyes, and you're not even tempted, big shot Li Yi? Exactly. The well-fed don't understand the hungry. If big shot Li Yi doesn't want it, let me have a go. You're not worthy. Get out of Longhu, you pervert. Yi-Ro was stunned and embarrassed, but she could only awkwardly pull her clothes back on and follow Li Yi's instructions to apply the waterproof paint to the dragon boat. Just as Li Yi sat resting in his chair, he caught a whiff of rainwater seeping through the thatched roof, carrying an odd scent. What's that strange smell? Like something flammable? Li Yi realized the thatched hut had been doused with gasoline long ago, and the scent was now emerging as the rain soaked it. Yi-Ro's startled cry rang out from the other side. Oh no! Look at the back window, it's on fire. Gasoline could ignite and burn even in moderately rainy weather, especially with the charged ions present in thunderstorm air. Which bored bastard is trying to kill me now? Could it be the one who sent Yi-Ro to seduce me? Chapter 46, The Puppeteer Emerges. An unexplained fire truly caught everyone off guard. Ito, the chosen one of Sakura Nation, truly lived up to the cherry blossom tradition. He shamelessly discussed the art of life with Yi-Ro. Yet he remained oblivious to the impending disaster. While the rain outside muffled the roar of the flames, rising temperatures and an eerie odor filled the air. When Ito finally sensed something was terribly wrong, he hurriedly pulled up his pants. What the hell is going on? It's raining, so how could a fire even start? This guy really had no common sense. Gasoline itself is lighter than water and can burn in air and rain. In fact, the rain curtain could even help contain the fire's spread, preventing those down below from noticing the blaze on the mountain. Ito frantically tried to flee. In another 5 minutes, the flames would engulf the entire thatched hut. Never mind the importance of the unfinished dragon boat, his own life was clearly more crucial. Just then, Yi-Ro lunged from behind, pinning Ito in her embrace. With considerable strength, she held him firmly to the ground. Stay put, you're as good as dead. There's nowhere you can run. So it was you, you damn woman. Let me go. Let me out. At this life or death moment, Yi-Ro revealed her true purpose. This thatched hut did indeed hold clues to the Lantern Man's dragon boat. But at the same time, Yi-Ro genuinely intended to take the chosen one's life. Let me go. Don't force my hand. Another signature move of the cherry blossom loser was to flip-flop and deny everything the moment he pulled up his pants. Though Eagle Chan's Zack couldn't resist the temptation either, he used his silver tongue to successfully persuade Yi-Ro to defect and escape the fire with him. Even Bear Chan's death row inmate managed to rescue the crucial clue, the headless dragon boat. The incompetent Ito could only rage and kick at Yi-Ro, but having expended much of his strength, he couldn't break free. He watched helplessly as the flames consumed the place. Damn it! If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. I've important business to attend to, let me go. Someone wants your life. Even I cannot defy that will. At least you won't be lonely on the road to the underworld, we'll walk it together. Facing such an end, Iro seemed to cling to life. Rather than drowning in the terrifying Longhu River, she would choose to burn to death in the flames. She could feel it. Death seemed like a helpless yet inevitable release, the only escape left. Amidst piercing screams, Sakura Country's Ito was utterly consumed by the raging fire in the rain. Not far from the towering flames, countless figures stood motionless, witnessing the scene as if performing some ritual. The screen froze on the final frame, abruptly halting amidst the deep oaths and prayers of those unidentified figures. Cherry Blossom Chosen 1. Ito's death attempt failed. Cherry Blossom Row Prefecture hit by bizarre natural disaster, human self-destruct spores. In an instant, wails of despair echoed across the entire nation of Sakura. Once again, failure to keep one's fly zipped had led to such a tragic outcome. And Sakura netizen ranted in an international chat room, "Lifeguard platform is our territory too. It could accept the disaster as our county. Why couldn't we choose that place? You, Sakura. That damn place belongs to our dragon nation. Keep your mouth shut or we'll send you an extra dose of eastern wind disaster, believe it or not. IP, Dragon Nation. Why pick a fight with Dragon Nation? These cherry blossoms really love courting disaster. IP, unknown, note, Dragon Nation friendly. Sakura suffered a natural disaster that nearly drained the nation's vitality. Their leader just kept bowing and apologizing, privately groveling. As for solutions? Still just bows and apologies. Even their usual lapdog, the Eagle Daddy, was finding excuses to refuse aid. And don't even think about expecting countries harassed by the cherry blossoms to repay evil with kindness. That's pure fantasy. By the third day of the timeline reset, only 37 ghost story livestreams remained worldwide. The cannibal tribe's feed kept stuttering and flickering, ruining the viewing experience, and its popularity was steadily declining. But damn, their pacing was relentless. Despite being a ghost story tied to the Dragon Nation's historical customs and supernatural lore, they'd pushed through to the latter half at an extraordinary pace, nothing short of lightning fast. But the most thrilling spectacle? That's definitely Lee Yi's side. The raging fire ignited a wooden wall, and the thatched roof above the hut caught fire, fueled by the wind and flames. Seeing no escape, Iro clung to her final mission, throwing herself at Lee Yi. She wrapped her arms tightly around him, determined to drag him into the inferno with her. What's this? You want to rebirth with me? Lee Yi didn't push Iro away. Even if he dealt with her, there was still a crowd outside waiting to take him down. A rain screen fire? These guys really came up with that. They have some brains, but not many. Lee Yi rubbed his hands together, eager to give those outside a taste of his power. Master Lee, I absolutely love playing with fire. 3 and 5 of the blazing sun, 4 and 6 of the rain's transformation, enlightenment awakens the dragon and tiger. Command! Just as Lee Yi channeled a massive surge of chi, a dozen figures emerged from the shadows surrounding the thatched hut. They varied in build, some plump, some thin, some tall, some short, yet each radiated an aura of ruthless cunning befitting the wealthy and powerful, unmatched in its intensity. A heavy-set man with a Mercedes key dangling from his belt stood with hands behind his back. I didn't expect it to be settled in just a day, but something still feels off. Are you certain this man was sent by the Enforcement Bureau to investigate Longhu Town? The Longhu Town Dragon Boat Festival brings in so much overt profit every year, and the shady black market industries are how people like us get rich. How many law enforcement agents have come and gone? Haven't we wiped out every last one of them? A man with sunken cheekbones shook his head regretfully. It's a shame about that woman, Iro. I was looking forward to more conversations with her. And you lot go and pick her to ambush the outsiders. Let's take advantage of the big fire to worship the god of wealth. Don't just stand there, guys. After the ceremony, let's head to Red Romance. It's on me. It was also a rainy night back then. The first person these men killed was the man who had saved them by lighting a lamp in the dead of night. Just as the group bowed in worship to their greed and murderous intent, the blazing fire, fueled by burning thatch, suddenly burst through the rain curtain. It engulfed the nearest person, instantly reducing them to ashes. Witnessing this, the entire group was overcome with shock and terror. Then, the blazing inferno abruptly turned a sinister blue, coalescing into a malevolent black flame. Even through the rain-drenched darkness, one could clearly see the black flames coalescing into the ghostly visage of Zhu Rong. What the hell? What the hell is going on, guys? Second brother Hai just got burned to death. Not necessarily. Maybe he just got distracted. What ghosts or monsters are there in this world? In a world of ghost stories, to claim there are no spirits or demons, should we call these NPCs perfect or just plain clueless? Suddenly, the black fire specter of Zhu Rong transformed into a headless dragon boat. Upon the headless vessel stood 3 ghostly figures. They were none other than the 3 malevolent spirits Lee Yi had encountered on his first day here. Chapter 47, The Mole in the Expert Panel. Ghosts? There really are ghosts. The fat man jumped in fright, cold sweat instantly crawling up his spine, pulling him down and sending him crashing to the ground. His eyes widened in terror as he stared at the three malevolent spirits that had materialized before him. There they were, the very people they had killed years ago. What's going on? Could it really be them coming back for revenge? The entire group was utterly terrified, unable to believe what was unfolding before their eyes. Even the sinister flames had instantly incinerated one of their comrades. Their reactions were exactly what Li Yi had anticipated. Of course, Li Yi had no intention of using this Shu Rong fire to wipe them all out at once. If these bastards wanted to burn me alive as a sacrifice, I certainly wouldn't let them die so easily. Li Yi glanced at Ji Ro, unconscious at his feet. Seeing she was unharmed, he could focus on dealing with these scoundrels. A dragon boat without a head faces a troubled journey ahead. Moreover, with three vengeful spirits coiled around the vessel like grim reapers' sides, even these bloodstained, filthy creatures felt a surge of dread. The Dragon Nation's expert panel, comprising the nation's highest intellects, analyzed and speculated relentlessly. The Li seemed to make seemingly effortless choices within the rules of the strange tales. Yet these very choices placed immense computational strain on the nation's supercomputers, forcing them to switch to manual risk assessments. The moment I saw these guys, I knew they weren't good people. Seeing those three ghosts, they acted like they'd seen their own father's whip. Who knows, maybe they're the ones responsible for the deaths. And what's with them going on about some enforcement connection to Li Yi? Sounds like they suspect he's here conducting a covert investigation. Even the most chaotic urban legends follow some underlying logic and the fundamental principles of Blue Star. But is Longshire Town really just about murder and black industries? The numbers in his hand, written line by line, seemed to calculate the odds and find the optimal solution. But when applied to the true nodes of the ghost story, their speculations and calculations proved utterly futile. Tu Shasha tossed her pen aside in frustration, the dense grid of numbers on the scrap paper giving her a headache. Honestly, I'm starting to doubt this. We're sitting here making bold deductions and calculations, even judging the abilities of the chosen ones. Does that really prove our God's eye perspective choices are correct? Of course, everyone present shared this doubt. Just then, the head of the task force, Lorenz, entered the conference room, seemingly having overheard the members' complaints. At this stage, all the expert team can do is guard against bizarre natural disasters and trust the chosen one's decisions. But I believe that one day, our role won't just be sitting here playing armchair quarterback. We'll be actively assisting, helping the chosen ones complete the rule-based weird tales. Though that day remains distant and uncertain, as every rule-based weird tale holds the potential to alter its settings and patterns, hope endures. Thunderous applause erupted throughout the room. Time and again, the director had dispelled doubts and concerns, forging the unity of the Dragon Nation's expert team. Everyone returned to their posts, still uncertain but determined to do their part. Director Luo is absolutely right. We may seem to be scratching the surface now, but through perseverance and determination, we will ultimately make a difference. The chosen ones operate in the open, while our expert team works in the shadows. Shi Xianjin's voice carried a palpable sense of inspiration. The investigation into the kidnapping case at the law enforcement office took some time, and after finishing up, they hurried back. His sole purpose was to witness Li Yi's second rule-defying encounter in his chosen one career and lead the Dragon Nation to victory. Immediately afterward, Shi Xianjin found an excuse to pull the person in charge aside. Old Shi, you wanted to see me alone? Is there something important? With time pressing, Shi Xianjin didn't beat around the bush. He handed the person in charge a classified USB drive. Do you know why foreign kidnapping syndicates can locate chosen ones and their families faster than we can? The manager froze, staring at Shi Xianjin in disbelief. What exactly are you implying, senior? Shi Xianjin said no more, even making a shushing gesture toward the manager. He then proceeded to remove the top button from the manager's suit jacket. In a flash, he uncovered a miniature listening device hidden within the button. This discovery left the supervisor utterly horrified. Someone planted a tracker on me? There really is a mole within the expert team? The supervisor wasn't naive. He had certainly suspected such a possibility earlier. Even within the smaller allies of threatening major powers, Dragon Nation operatives had infiltrated to gather intelligence. Infiltration and covert operations by various nations aren't uncommon, but to have someone lurking within my expert team and leaking such classified information is unforgivable. Shi Xuanjin stroked his beard. After all, as a cultivator, it was best to stay uninformed about modern affairs. These documents were uncovered by Dragon Nation investigators and some of my disciples working together. They serve as the initial leads. The rest is now in your hands. The leader snorted coldly, his stern face commanding respect without anger. Looks like it's time to give those foreigners a little taste of Dragon Nation's might. Let them know, Dragon Nation's supernatural realm has Li Yi, and Dragon Nation's modern world has us. After making the necessary arrangements, the two returned to their respective posts, continuing to observe Li Yi's progress without making a fuss. At that very moment, Li Yi emerged from the flames of Zhu Rong. Though his divine power had retracted, the creatures before him remained frozen in terror. Even upon seeing Li Yi, who appeared completely unscathed, Their expressions were more vivid than if they'd seen a ghost. Damn it, that scared the hell out of me. How did that kid survive in that fire? Impossible. I drenched both the thatched hut and the stuff that law enforcement guy left behind with gasoline. How could he not have burned to death? Unless he's a ghost? You lot are all ghosts yourselves. The real horror lies in the demons lurking in your heart's murderers, dirty deals, forcing women into prostitution. Need I say more? The fat man shuddered, his voice stuttering. What nonsense are you spouting? We found the fire and came to help. Murder and arson? Don't make wild accusations. Lee? The mountainous forest was dense, and with the night rain curtain, even laser eyes would struggle to spot the fire here. He really was spouting nonsense. Fine. It'll all be recorded anyway. Might as well kill them all and keep one alive for interrogation. You lot decide, do I take you all on at once, or do I fight each of you individually? Lee emerging alive from the fire curtain was indeed surprising, but they seemed confident in their own strength. Oof. The affairs of Longshizhen don't require an outsider like you to enforce justice. You're not welcome here. Why don't you just go die quietly? The mention of law enforcement made Lee inexplicably think of the lantern-carrying man by the river. Him? Chapter 48, caught off guard. Before Lee could ponder further, these reckless fools charged forward. Just as the first man swung a punch that Lee effortlessly dodged, a hidden rule prompt appeared. Rule 15, if you delay too long, tomorrow you must conduct dragon boat training. Otherwise, the landlord will invite you for drinks. Rule 16, you have obtained one of two items left behind by someone, a headless dragon boat. Refer to Rule 6 for bow design materials. You must complete its bow design before dawn. Rule 17, the town mayor must preside over the July 15th dragon boat race. He cannot die. Damn it all to hell. Just as this Taoist master was about to act, you pop up with rules. Are you deliberately targeting me? Lee showed no mercy, disregarding whether the man before him was the so-called mayor. With a swift, light push to the man's midsection, he sent him flying. The next second, the man flew backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily into a tree. Blood spurted from his mouth as he lay unconscious, his fate unknown. This is boring. Next one, quick. Or do you all want to take me on together? I, Lee, have one thing to say, either you kill me tonight, or none of you leave here alive. Lee's words instantly stunned the crowd, and some began to consider retreating. Uncle Tiger-san, maybe we should just leave. That kid's got the strength of a bear, one slap and he knocked that monkey dead. We can't just leave like this. If that stinking law enforcer makes it down the mountain alive to report this, we'll all get a string of bullets in our heads. If he's capable of such evil deeds, why would he fear the law enforcement? This bastard is a disgrace to the weird and eerie. At that moment, Zhang Long, who'd been lurking quietly among the crowd without stirring for ages, stepped forward. He whispered incitement into his brother's ears. What are you afraid of, brothers? There are so many of us and only one of him. We can wear him down and finish him off easily. Then, as if prepared, Zhang Long pulled several fruit knives from behind his back and distributed them among the men. We'll use these, but what about you? You can't go barehanded, right? Don't worry, I've got this covered. You take the knives, I'll use this. Zhang Long patted his pocket. The others instantly understood. If it came down to a knife fight, they'd be useless. But with that thing in Zhang Long's hands, who knew? The group charged forward once more, brimming with confidence. The rain gradually subsided, and the flames at the thatched hut died down. It wasn't just Lee. The bastards suddenly realized that Yiro, whom they'd sent to their deaths, and that headless boat showed not a single scratch. Even after standing in the rain for ages, Lee's clothes remained completely dry. It was the scheming ones among them who ended up soaked to the bone. The boat goddess protects us. Today we've seen ghosts bless us to slay this detestable creature. May the boat god protect us. Keep us safe. Perhaps overly devoted to local deities, this group even prayed before engaging in battle. Glancing at the moon hanging high in the cloudless sky, he realized half the night had already passed. I must deal with these men swiftly and begin building the boat immediately. But alone, I must gather materials and do all the work myself. Even using the Dragon Tiger Taoist arts, will it be enough time? Just having Yiro help out isn't quite enough. Next, Lee's gaze shifted to the powerful figure before him. This is a prime pig ready for slaughter. With the backstory of growing up in Longshire town, they must know how to build ships and carve wood, right? For a moment, Lee wore a meaningful smile, sending a chill down the spine of the man across from him. Enough talk. Two brothers are dead, now you'll join them in the grave. The burly man swung his blade in a blinding arc, a truly formidable attack. But Lee didn't even glance at him. Just as the man closed in, Lee channeled a small burst of young five thunder through the soles of his feet. The rainwater acted as a conductor, and a tingling, stinging sensation instantly surged through the burly man's body. Those behind him only saw him freeze in place, his trembling hands dropping the blade to the ground. Oh, this won't do. How are you supposed to kill anyone without a weapon? Lee helpfully stuffed the knife back into the burly man's hand. But the man, still numb from the shock and with his hair standing on end, could only stare at Lee with eyes filled with terror and regret. Guys, don't just stand there. All at once. Zhang Long barked the order. But as his former brothers and men swarmed toward Li Yi, he slipped away unnoticed into the shadows. Just as he thought his comrades could hold Li Yi off while he made his escape, he failed to notice that the middle-aged Yi Ro, who had been lying at Li Yi's feet, had vanished. Damn it, how much stamina does this kid have? I'm exhausted, but he's still going strong? The live chat nearly burst out laughing at the audacity of someone challenging the chosen one, Li Yi. Place your bets. What are these lackeys' odds of winning? 19-1. Li Yi will send them straight to hell with one punch. I'd say 10-0. Li Yi's a 10, and these guys are a 0. Li Yi's combat prowess earned him sky-high praise across the entire internet, even globally. Compared to those who became chosen ones through their special forces sergeant status, he surpasses them all. Of course, this is just basic hand-to-hand combat. If Li Yi gets bored and pulls out his pipe-wielding palm grenades, these guys will be reincarnated instantly. But did you notice? There seems to be one less person on the scene? Counting the pile of bodies Li Yi sat upon, plus the handful still putting up a desperate fight before him. Where had Zhang Longren gone? After subduing the remaining men, Li Yi followed standard procedure, channeling Qi to awaken their spirits, transforming them into subjects for his spirit summoning and commanding technique. With a simple command, they began searching the mountains for suitable timber for boat hulls. Back when this Taoist master first attained enlightenment and emerged from seclusion, the spirits and generals I commanded were all divine and ghostly energies, celestial and demonic forms. Now that I've fallen, I can only control some ordinary mortals to play around with. Li Yi felt like giving up, but he still had some serious business to attend to. Next, he spread his left palm, revealing the peculiar fisheye he'd discovered in the old man's rotten meat basket on the very first day. Linked to the events of the flashback, this fisheye had transformed into a human eyeball, but it was a mermaid's double pupil. Human eyes see spirits and ghosts, fish eyes discern yin and yang. First, I'll use this to find the wood. Later, I can use it to communicate with spirits and gods. Who knows? Maybe I'll even run into the lantern-carrying man. Just as Li Yi resolved to take action himself, he realized Yi Ro had vanished. When he finally registered it, one person was indeed missing from the scene. All this time I forgot to ask who the town mayor was. If someone took Yi Ro away, they might even use her to threaten me. That would be a real headache. It seemed he had no choice but to search for her first. But before Li Yi could act, the ghost story world popped up a rule violation alert. Rule violation 17, the mayor's death will transform him into a high-tier anomaly, randomly roaming and hunting down the chosen ones. If the chosen one dies, the real world will suffer double the bizarre calamity. Caught off guard. Chapter 49, The Blood-Nourished Tree. This was merely a minor branch rule. Triggering it wouldn't directly declare the ghost story a failure, a lesson Li Yi had learned from countless previous trials. Yet triggering such minor, tangential rules inevitably brought immense obstruction and danger to the subsequent process. Though Li Yi was currently in a ghost story allowing time rewinds, what if the difficulty of the rules escalated? Or what if rewinds ceased entirely? Lu Cixin's assessment of Li Yi at this stage was, he possessed both intelligence and courage, but his excessive arrogance would inevitably lead him to pay a price, large or small, for his actions. In contrast, another expert, Wu Zhanlong, believed Li Yi embodied the fiery spirit of the Dragon Nation. He remained unflappable in crises and achieved victory through overwhelming force, the true way of the warrior. At that moment, Ma Wading, the expert from the conglomerate, slammed his fist on the table and stood up. Oomph. This chosen one, Li, is truly irresponsible. He shows utter disregard for the Dragon Nation and its people, and for the responsibilities he bears. Enough, Manhwa Tang. Save your words. You weren't invited to participate in the rule-bending tales. You might not even measure up to him. Manhwa Tang immediately bristled. Wang Gangi, who do you think you're talking about? Even though I didn't become the chosen one to shed blood for the Dragon Nation, my heart is always ready to sacrifice. Wang Gangi wasn't having it. I know exactly what you're after, just grabbing more publishing licenses so you can churn out those money-grabbing, low-quality games. My stance hasn't changed, I stand with Li Yi. If you think you can do better, go ahead. Fine then, Wang Gangi. Enough, both of you. Shi Xianjun spoke up. Though aged, his voice boomed like a bell, piercing through the air. As one of the few experts selected to participate in the ghost story missions, Shi Xianjun held considerable status and influence. Arguing now only undermines our unity. Back in the ghost story, Li Yi is facing enemies alone. The mayor's assassination was truly unexpected. How many chosen ones could have anticipated that? Manhwa Tang voiced his discontent, but he's Li Yi. He's the chosen one who successfully completed a strange tale before. Selected again, he has to perform even better. Money-grabbing Tang, your standards are pretty high. Haven't seen your games do much better. Talk about double standards. Manhwa Tang and Wang Gangi's attitudes toward Li Yi were like two extremes. One demanded perfection, expecting Li Yi to conquer the ghost story without any risk. The other believed doing one's best was sufficient. Risk and reward were interdependent, and risk could sometimes be a driving force. Everyone voiced their opinions. Though friction was inevitable, the atmosphere remained positive and constructive. A significant number of nations lost faith in their chosen ones during the first round, adopting a defeatist attitude toward the ghost stories, essentially giving up and waiting to die. Everyone, calm down. Instead of all this talk, let's see how Li Yi handles the situation next. Amidst the experts' heated debate, Li Yi had already located Yi Ro and Mayor Zhang Long of Longshu town within the treacherous, muddy forest. However, Yi Ro was now near madness. In her hands was a broken paintbrush, its jagged, razor-sharp edge repeatedly plunging into Zhang Long's body, slicing open his abdomen. His death was gruesome. Even as blood splattered into her eyes, Yi Ro showed no sign of stopping. Mounting the corpse, she reveled in the ecstasy of vengeance fulfilled. Pretty impressive. Vanished in a flash and managed to kill a middle-aged man. Li Yi didn't seem particularly troubled by the trouble Yi Ro had caused him. If anything, he admired her courage and strength. Damned bastards, every last one of you. You forced my father to kill my mother, you killed my fiancé, you killed good enforcement. You ruined my chance to practice medicine, turned me into a horse selling my body, it's all your fault. Yi Ro's voice was hoarse, her body growing unstable, shifting toward a bizarre transformation. Li Yi frowned slightly. Having navigated nothing but landmines along the way, he had no idea how to interrupt an NPC's assimilation. Could you stop causing me trouble? I have important business to attend to. There are still plenty of villains in this town. Why don't you go kill them? At that moment, Yi Ro's bizarre transformation culminated in a foul-smelling, sludgy liquid form. Her hideous, grotesque appearance was beyond description, chilling to the bone. In the blink of an eye, a muddy curtain enveloped Li Yi. From Li Yi's first-person perspective, however, the eerie entity didn't execute him immediately. It seemed to be contemplating something. Listen to me. Go kill the other villains first, then come find me, okay? Li Yi showed no fear whatsoever. Acting like an older brother, he even patted the liquid abnormality on the head. He certainly wasn't some innocent little thing. Though his hands were protected by 3 layers of golden light spells, the sludge still corroded and burned through them. Only one layer remained, narrowly missing Li Yi's hands. Woo-woo splash. The liquid anomaly emitted a strange sonic wave, carrying a palpable third of its agony. Immediately, a sludge tentacle shot forth, instantly corroding Zhang Long's corpse into a pile of broken bones and flesh. The twisted body shifted restlessly, then began crawling across the rain-soaked, muddy ground toward Long Town. Li Yi immediately crossed his arms and clicked his tongue. Looks like quite a few folks in town have crossed Yi Ro. This is gonna get messy. But Yi Ruo's entire family, Yi Ro, the old fishmonger, they're all strange. Only his late wife seems to have had little contact with any clues. Mentioning this NPC, Li Yi felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had seen her before. Without dwelling on it, nighttime hours were limited. The controlled individual had gathered most of the materials for the dragon boat head, lacking only the crucial timber. Yin Yang Mermaid Eye, it's your turn now. Li Yi performed a simple hand gesture, activating the mermaid eye's power. Instantly, the mermaid's eye began to twist eerily, its pupils fixed intently on the low mountain closest to Longshu. Suddenly, he noticed a tree standing tall and straight, piercing the clouds atop that hill. Without this mermaid's eye, I'd never have known such a tree existed. Let's go take a look. But before he could reach it, Li Yi caught the scent of a stale, blood-tinged stench in the air. Pinching his nose as he approached the tree, he discovered its trunk was entirely blood red. The patterns on its bark resembled countless human eyes, densely packed as if constantly staring at Li Yi, making onlookers dare not look for long. Li Yi merely kicked the trunk twice before shifting his gaze to the soil beneath the roots. Out of nowhere, he muttered, your obsession is this dragon boat race, isn't it? What did he mean? Who was the big shot Li Yi talking to? But in the next instant, a chilling breeze swept through the sweltering July heat. Leaves rustled and drifted onto the Longshu River, as if answering Li Yi's question. This tree, it feeds on human flesh and blood. And not just one person's. Chapter 50, Grinding Bones for the Bow. Li Yi surveyed the area briefly but did not rush to dig up the roots. He condensed the intangible chi into a blade. With a single swing through the air, he cleaved the towering trunk clean in two. For ordinary men, even a broken axe couldn't shake this blood-red ironwood. Too bad for you that fate brought you to me. Though you won't earn the merit, you still deserve to see daylight again. This blood-red ironwood seemed like a vessel suppressing the souls of corpses, truly an omen of great calamity and evil. Had Li Yi not cultivated the supremely yang and fierce dragon tiger Taoist path, but instead followed the Mao Mountain or Qingcheng traditions, even a purple-robed Taoist master would not dare claim to cleave through such evil with a single stroke. The tree snapped, and the bark patterns like those before them instantly closed. Li Yi selected the finest section of wood to take. Even with careful estimation, this piece of wood could only craft half a prow figurehead, choosing between the Tao Tai or Pishio. The other sections were either infested with insects or of such poor quality that they were utterly unsuitable. Well, I'll look for more later. Next, Li Yi turned his attention to the soul-binding, fate-sealing tree roots. The section he had cut revealed a pattern of shackles, overlaid with the design of an evil dragon and a wicked boat, meant to suppress the darkness. What deep-seated grudge could these people of Longhu possibly hold against those below, to create such a vile contraption? He quietly released chi from beneath his feet, then casually flicked his fingers toward the empty space before him. The tangled, rock-hard roots were uprooted cleanly, roots and all. Spectators outside the arena gasped in astonishment, their shock beyond words. How did he do that? I refuse to believe he could sever a tree and uproot its roots with just a flick of his fingers. Didn't someone reveal in the last match that Li Yi is supposedly some reclusive Taoist master with extraordinary power? Hey, if that's the case, who's more powerful, the legendary Qi Xianjun, the hottest figure in Dragon Nation, or the rising star, the great Li Yi? Numerous people flooded Qi Xianjun's social media with inquiries, even tracking down his secular disciples for answers. Qi Xianjun simply replied on Dianbo with this: some learn the way earlier, others later. We honor those with greater knowledge. Though Master Li and I follow different paths, I hold him in the highest regard. In short, in his view, though young, Li Yi possessed greater and more refined abilities than himself, and he held him in the highest regard. Goodness gracious. If even Grandmaster Qi Xianjun speaks of Li Yi like this, just how powerful is he? Enough talk, I'm heading to Dragon Tiger Mountain right now. I'm learning the exact same Taoist arts as Li Yi. Grandpa and Grandma are thrilled. All these comments are hurting my eyes. Look at the screen, he's dug something up. Li Yi continued to excavate the thick earth with mere thought. But as he dug deeper, the originally yellowish-black soil gradually turned blood red, and he even unearthed a liquid as crimson as fresh blood from the earth. When a segment of long-buried, now blackened and decaying human bones finally emerged, a powerful, invisible wave of resentment surged straight toward Li Yi's face. It's just seeing daylight again. No need to get so worked up. But at the very end of his excavation, he discovered 3 skeletal corpses stacked atop one another. The main root of the ironwood tree had grown directly from the bodies of these 3 corpses, a sight so shocking and horrific it was almost unbearable to behold. Imagine it, a wrongfully killed soul buried alive, then subjected to some wicked ritual where seeds were planted on the corpse to grow into a soul-binding tree. Such an act provokes the wrath of both heaven and man. Mermaid's yin-yang eyes open once more. The 3 ghostly apparitions that had once appeared on the strange ship materialized before Li Yi once more. Realizing the tragic fate they had endured, they seemed less terrifying. They drifted silently before Li Yi, posing no threat and making no move. Let me guess your identities: the lantern-carrying man investigating the Longhu illegal activities, the old fishmonger, and the old fishmonger's deceased wife? Logically, the 3 bodies must have been buried close together in time for the soul-binding tree to take root. If the fishmonger had died long ago, then who was the fishmonger Li Yi had encountered on previous occasions? Considering Yi Ro's intense aversion and disgust toward her father, who was still alive, it was clear something was deeply unsettling here. At that moment, the spirit of the lantern-carrying man who had interacted with Li Yi twice spoke up. Dragon Boat Festival, murder. It's up to you now. Li Yi? What do you need me for? My job is only to help you see the light of day again. Though you're virtual entities, you still have the right to be reincarnated. As for your so-called enforcement, I'm not interested. Immediately afterward, Li Yi heard 2 thuds behind him. He turned to find the old fishmonger and his wife kneeling before him. When Qi Xianjun witnessed this scene, he nearly crushed his teacup in his fist. Ghosts without graves, beings beyond the 5 elements transcending the 3 realms to make the demonic kneel is the mark of a god of the afterlife. Li Yi actually made ghostly evils prostrate themselves. Just how powerful is he? Qi Xianjun had dealt with countless zombies, yellow demons, and evil spirits in the mortal world, yet he had only witnessed such a scene once in his youth when a century-old master was made to kneel by the spirit of a tiger beast. Yet Li Yi, barely in his 20s, had compelled 2 specters to prostrate themselves, a feat that sent shockwaves through the entire Taoist community of Longhu. Ghosts bowing to humans can signify good or ill intentions, or they may seek something. I understand your meaning, but the Dragon Tiger Ascension Dao I cultivate is not the same as the Mao Shan Dao. You've come to the wrong person. The old fishmonger seemed to have had his throat slit when he died, leaving only his wife to speak. Please, save Yi Ro. Honorable Master, are you lacking something now? Oh? Do you know where the thing I desire is? The materials for the strange vessel were still half missing, and Li Yi naturally found this troublesome. But the next moment, the woman pointed directly at 3 corpses, their bones blackened and swollen. Wealth-blooded pisho, bone-forged taotai or white bones ground to powder are precisely the material for half the bao. The secret of Longhu will be revealed through the Lantern Man's strange vessel during the victory moment of the Dragon Boat race. With that, the 3 ghostly figures knelt down, each with their own request. To earn my kneeling service, you must pledge absolute loyalty. Mortals seeking my aid would normally pay at least 1,000 taels of silver. Consider this a bargain for you. But think carefully, grinding bones to dust for the taotai means you forfeit your next life. The 3 ghosts felt no regret. As long as Li Yi could fulfill their wishes, they would have no regrets. Without further ado, Li Yi carried the bones back to the half-burned thatched hut, carving away at both the bones and the wooden stump simultaneously. Guided by the blueprint in Li Yi's mind, the spirits he commanded swiftly completed the task. Finally, as dawn broke, the black and white 2-headed monster boat was fully completed. Yet even as they ground the bones to powder, the spectators felt a visceral queasiness. Likely, only Li Yi, the chosen one, would dare accept such a commission. Anyone else would have been scared out of their wits long ago. Just as sunlight began to breach the horizon, the beast-eyed vessel wept blood, and the third regression commenced. Blending Chinese horror with rules-based supernatural tales of demons and spirits, it was both terrifying and eagerly anticipated. Chapter 51, Scratch My Back and I'll Scratch Yours. The third regression commenced. But when Li Yi opened his eyes again, the scenery before him had drastically changed. Where am I? This place feels so ancient. Upon closer inspection, Li Yi realized he had retreated even further back in time to a Longhu town that existed before the rescue mission. The town gate remained unchanged, only appearing newer, yet the architectural style of the surrounding buildings and even the clothing of the passing residents suggested a regression of at least a decade. Could it be that this regression started in Longhu town from years ago? The rickshaw creaked away. Gone were the old fishmonger and the loitering ne'er-do-wells at the village entrance. Instead, passers-by mentioned that a new clinic had opened in Longhu town. Not only was the doctor highly skilled, but she was also exceptionally beautiful. Hey, old Wang, where are you headed? Ahem. My throat's been bothering me lately. I'm heading to that new clinic to get some medicine. Yeah, right. I bet you just want to ogle the doctor's pretty face. Let me give you some brotherly advice that doctors into old Yi the monster. You better not even think about it. The man retorted indignantly, what's so great about old Yi? He's almost 30 and still hasn't accomplished anything. I'm going to see the doctor, humph. The new clinic, the female doctor, and the man surnamed Yi. Could it be the old fishmonger and his wife from their youth? The expert team observed that this regression didn't start on the day of arrival but had been pushed back 10 years, making the situation feel even more complicated. This 10-year regression means all the clues Li Yi uncovered could become useless. If that swamp abomination tracks us down, it'll be next to impossible. I don't think we should dismiss it outright. Look at the chosen ones from other countries, they're still stuck at certain stages, scratching their heads. Maybe Li Yi's path is actually the most correct one. The supervisor nodded in agreement. At least the public discourse surrounding Dragon Nation's inner workings remains relatively healthy. Li Yi has reignited the Dragon Nation people's confidence in clearing the strange tales. Some countries have even approached me seeking to lease chosen ones for their own nations. Since we've traveled back 10 years, it's only natural that some questions are best answered by speaking directly with those involved. Just as Li Yi had assessed the situation and made his decision. Just as he was about to step into town, he heard someone calling his name from behind. Hey, you over there, the T-Rex warrior, you super handsome guy. Could you give us a hand? No man could resist compliments about his looks, especially when paired with the title Tyrannosaurus Warrior. Not even Li Yi was an exception. When he turned around, he recognized the young man before him as the person in the photo of the middle-aged Yi Ro. So this is Yi Ro's former fiancé. He looks like an outsider too, doesn't he? What's more, the man had brought along an unusually long object wrapped in oil paper. Its shape resembled a boat oar. I love hearing what you have to say. How can I help? The young man pointed to the large object behind him, panting slightly. I'm here to participate in the Longhu Town Dragon Boat Race. This behind me is the dragon boat I designed myself, but time was tight, and it's not quite finished yet. Dragon boat? Li Yi frowned. His aura reading technique instantly pierced through the oil paper, revealing the outline of the unfinished craft beneath. It was identical to the headless monster boat from the thatched hut. Could it be, this man was the lantern-carrying figure from his previous investigation, whose other identity was Yi Ro's fiancé and an outsider enforcer? Li Yi couldn't help but take a closer look. There weren't many leads on the lantern-carrying man, and his identity remained speculative. It was equally possible this boat would end up in someone else's hands. Forgot to introduce myself. I'm Zhou Jingyi. What about you, handsome? Li Yi snapped back to reality, his expression unreadable. Li Iron Fist. Justice Iron Fist? Our names make a pretty good combo, huh? Zhou Jingyi Iron Fist was a natural charmer, striking up a friendship with Li Yi in no time. Before long, this guy used his silver tongue to rally a crowd to help carry the boat. It was clear he had good street cred and personal charm. Why call so many deadweights? I can handle this alone, Li Yi said calmly. Hey kid, who do you think you're calling deadweight? A proper dragon boat weighs at least 250 kilograms. Add in that wave-cutting hull design, and even 20 strong men might struggle to handle it. What makes you think you can do it, skinny kid? Exactly, kid. Don't talk out of turn if you don't know what you're talking about. Seeing these NPCs questioning his ability, Li Yi snorted coldly. Without further ado, he grabbed the edge of the oil paper right in front of them. Oh ho, you really think you can lift this alone? If you pull it off, I'll write my name backwards. Li Yi. Without further ado, he channeled his chi throughout his body, concentrating his strength to an entirely new level. With a creaking sound, the several hundred kilograms of dragon boat wrapped in oil paper was indeed lifted by Li Yi alone. Witnessing Li Yi's monstrous strength, the villagers felt their faces burn with embarrassment and slunk away in defeat. Let's go, Zhou Jingyi. Where's the house you picked out? Lifting a boat as easily as paper, only Li Yi could pull that off. Viewers, please do not attempt this at home. As the two walked away from the town entrance, they failed to notice several groups of people watching their departure. The most furtive among them was none other than Shikue, the landlord who had once been full of vigor and ambition a decade ago. Holy cow, that guy's got strength like an ox. If we could get him rowing for the dragon boat races, he'd be perfect. In contrast, another group whispered furtively in the shadows before hastily departing, as if they already knew something. Zhou Jingyi's residence wasn't far from the clinic. It was clear the young man was quite wealthy, having rented an entire spacious courtyard. The unfinished dragon boat sat in the courtyard, taking up only a fraction of the space. Zhou Jingyi showed no signs of homesickness. He quickly changed into a sharp outfit and stepped into the courtyard, eagerly lifting the oiled paper to let the dragon boat soak up some sunlight. When Li got a clear look at the dragon boat's original form, he was startled to recognize it as the very same black and white two-headed monster vessel he'd encountered multiple times. It was still early in the process. Not only was it headless, but the black and white patterns and the design for the twin beasts hadn't even begun. How about it? Pretty cool, huh? Too bad I ran out of inspiration halfway through the design. Any good ideas, Iron Fist? Li Yi abruptly changed the subject, asking, "Tell me, are you an enforcer?" Zhou Jingyi didn't respond immediately. He stared back at Li Yi calmly, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "No, I'm not. Why bring that up? Now that you mention it, I recall hearing that Longhu town hasn't been peaceful lately." Zhou Jingyi denied being law enforcement, but no matter how he answered, it would be the right answer for Li Yi. "Oh, right. There's a small-scale warm-up dragon boat race tomorrow. You're so strong, want to give it a shot?" "Heh, my appearance fee is pretty steep, 100 grand per stroke," Li Yi declared with unabashed confidence. For him, perhaps the truth would finally come to light today. Chapter 52, A Long Day. The day that followed felt interminably long for Li Yi. Even after sharing a meal and a lengthy conversation with Zhou Jingyi, the sun hadn't yet reached its zenith, and the air still carried the crispness of the morning breeze. Li Yi was certainly aware that this third regression was likely also the final one. The final day had been granted considerable time, and it was highly likely to be the conclusion. I reckon, judging by how the other progressions handled the half-day selection phase, Li Yi's side must have acquired clues too quickly. The critical content has already been triggered. Yeah, look at popular contenders like Bear-chan and Eagle-chan. Their chosen ones are still painstakingly carving the bow of the ship. When will they ever finish? At that moment, a comment appeared in the bullet chat. The answer isn't always on the surface. When you get truly close to the end, both the process and the outcome will surprise you. This final, longest day will likely be the day Big Shot Li Yi clears the game. Longshizin's timeline is off. The July 15th Dragon Boat Festival might not even be the chronologically correct date. It could be a day that suddenly rewinds. This is boring. Why don't we borrow a dragon boat to practice? Zhou Jingyi made the suggestion, and Li Yi didn't refuse. Just then, a furtive head peeked through the doorway. Li Yi didn't hesitate, flicking a pebble straight at it. A pained cry echoed from outside. "Who's there? Peeking through the wall in broad daylight? What's the point?" Sorry. I was just hesitating whether to come in. My name is Shikue, a landlord in town." Shikue? Li Yi hadn't expected this fellow to come looking for him. It must be related to the dragon boat affairs. Shikue got straight to the point. "Just now at the village entrance, I saw you too. You're perfect material for dragon boat racing. Interested in joining my team? The old town chief and some business leaders are organizing a friendly race upstream on the Longhu River today. You two would be perfect to test your skills." Before Li Yi could speak, Zhou Jingyi eagerly agreed, even signing up Li Yi for him. "Well then, we'll gladly accept the invitation. I absolutely love competitive races. Li Iron Fist, you're coming with me. Hey. If you want to play, don't drag me into it. Just a heads up, when you walk by the river, you're bound to get your shoes wet." Hearing this, Zhou Jingyi's heart skipped a beat. Seeing Li Yi's meaningful expression, he sensed something was off. Shikue, oblivious to the tension, kept urging them to hurry over. The event was about to begin. Li Yi knew Zhou Jingyi had come with a purpose. He could safely conclude that Zhou was the man with the flashlight. Today's friendly match was, at best, an opportunity to make contact. At worst, it was Zhou Jingyi's death sentence. Someone had long known his true purpose and sought to eliminate him. Yet according to the subsequent timeline, Zhou Jingyi had formed connections with Yi Ro's family, even becoming trapped alongside her parents beneath the iron cedar, their souls sealed and bones buried. Could that have happened today too? Given the current situation, Zhou Jingyi's character isn't inherently set as Yi Ro's fiancé. But if something happens to him today, how would Yi Ro's family be killed? The secret lies within the dragon boat race on the Longhu River. It seems a trip there today is necessary. Shikue and the old township chief entrepreneur weren't allies. He'd never won, yet he yearned for victory in the dragon boat race. The racers under those big bosses and influential figures were all professionals far beyond what ordinary people like them could match. Shikue volunteered to drive the tractor, taking Li Yi and Zhou Jingyi upstream. This remote spot, devoid of human presence for miles around, seemed like the perfect place for murder and hiding a body. But it didn't match the location where the bones were later found. Shikue, where are your people? Hurry up and bring them, we're just waiting for you. Aye. Everyone's here, we'll be right there. Upon arriving at the scene, numerous commercial vehicles were parked there. Li Yi immediately recognized almost everyone present as those who had set the fire to harm him before. Future town mayor Zhang Long was among them, though the most conspicuous figure in the crowd was a woman in a white lab coat serving as today's medical staff. She bore a 5-part resemblance to Yiro, but possessed an intellectual beauty reminiscent of 10 years prior, a quality that most captivated these big bosses and dignitaries. Nearly every man's gaze was fixed on her, even those with families. Looks like these guys all had a thing for the fishmonger's wife. The motive for murder holds up, but there's the issue of the timing discrepancy. As Li Yi pondered this, he suddenly caught sight of a shadow darting through the crowd before vanishing in an instant. Could it be that weirdo chasing us? He sure is persistent. Li Yi wasn't afraid. After stalling for a moment, he followed Zhou Jingyi onto the dragon boat. On the river, 10 dragon boats represented 10 teams. Looking around his own boat, Li Yi saw 8 others, all elderly, infirm, or disabled. The man beating the drum beneath the dragon's head was none other than the old fishmonger from 10 years ago. Though lacking in skill, this didn't stop him from exchanging flirtatious glances with the female doctor on the shore. Of course, the group of big bosses saw it all, though they gave no sign. If these people, driven by unrequited love, forced the old man to kill his wife before taking his own life, and both his remains and Zhou Jingyi's were buried together, then the old man we saw earlier might not have been the real one. Could it be someone impersonating him, taking his place as Xiao Yirou's father? The timeline doesn't add up. How did Yiro and Zhou Jingyi even connect in the first place? The comments section buzzed with theories, but all Li Yi wanted now was to find a mattress and sleep soundly. At the command, the other dragon boats launched like cannonballs, heading straight for the 3-pronged estuary downstream of Guoxing town. Meanwhile, Li Yi's rickety little boat dawdled for ages and even drifted back 10 meters. Ha 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 ha. Are you people here for laughs? If you can't handle it, just get lost already. Stop embarrassing yourselves. Shikue's pride was wounded. They were a hastily assembled crew, how could they compare to the regular army? As for Zhou Jingyi, who claimed to love dragon boat racing, his mind wasn't on rowing either. His gaze kept drifting toward the hands of the wealthy and powerful, and he kept tapping his fingers as if deciphering some kind of code potato shred telegraphy. Come on, you bunch of country bumpkins. If you can't compete, get off the course already. You're nothing but bad luck. Who said we won't race? Since you want to lose, I'll grant your wish. Li Yi bellowed at them, then braced himself against the dragon boat, channeling his chi into his oar. Hold on tight, we're approaching the finish line. The next second, the dragon boat launched like a rocket, exploding through the wall of waves on the river and shooting forward. Eagle-eyed netizens noticed something peculiar. The moment Li Yi's dragon boat launched, it didn't seem propelled by oars or an engine. It was a damn flying launch, can you believe it? A flying dragon boat? Never seen that before. Li Yi did it? That's just par for the course. Chapter 53, Seizing the Moment, Dragon's Blessing. Not just by bystanders in the world of strange tales. Even the national dragon boat champion in the real world would be utterly dumbfounded witnessing this spectacle. Never in their lives had they seen a dragon boat launch like a rocket. Soaring over the river's surface paddling seemed utterly redundant. Damn it, big shot Li Yi pulling this stunt is making us professional paddlers look like amateurs. Hey, bro, chill out. In this world, only big shot Li Yi could pull this off. No one's taking your jobs, so relax. I know Li Yi is an incredibly powerful Taoist master, but how on earth did he make that dragon boat fly through the air? The battered dragon boat plowed through the river, occasionally skimming the surface like a dragonfly, a gesture of courtesy to the other competitors. Zhou Jingyi gripped the edge tightly, clearly startled by the sudden turn of events. The elderly, infirm, and disabled passengers were screaming in terror, clearly unaccustomed to such excitement. Quiet down, you lot. That's deafening. If you're truly scared, jump ship. As soon as Li Yi finished speaking, several people couldn't take it anymore and plunged headfirst into the river. But despite the lighter load on the dragon boat, its speed actually slowed down. Hey, Iron Fist Li, what's going on here? Did you install airplane engines on this dragon boat or something? Li Yi sat back, arms crossed over his chest, legs crossed. What kind of question was that? It was just a matter of this and that, and the dragon boat moved on its own. Everyone learned from him it never hurt to hide a few tricks up your sleeve. Zhou Jingyi was deeply puzzled. Who exactly was Li Yi? He even began to doubt his own identity. Even an outsider like him could sense it. Those wealthy and powerful figures with ulterior motives weren't exactly simple-minded fools. But even now, Zhou Jingyi stubbornly persisted. Iron Fist, what exactly are you implying? I don't understand. Isn't this kind of dragon boat racing a bit against the rules? Li Yi casually dipped his hand into the river water, his movements exuding a relaxed ease. I'll ask you this, is the dragon boat moving forward? Yes? Is there a rule against dragon boats flying? Not that either. Then that's settled. One last thing, if I help you win this race, will you tell me the truth? Zhou Jingyi. Li Yi saw his silence and realized there must be something he couldn't bring himself to say. Forget it. If you don't want to talk, don't. If you're really unwilling, you can jump ship. But I advise you not to do what comes next. Your life comes first. As Li Yi spoke, several more passengers felt the boat rock violently and jumped into the river to abandon ship. Only Li Yi, Zhou Jingyi, and a large, heavy man remained aboard. The natural qi generated by just the three of them was insufficient to sustain the dragon boat's high speed. Li Yi remained unconcerned about the outcome. He faced whatever came his way. No situation was beyond his handling. Since you're truly curious, I still can't tell you much. Oh ho, you've changed your mind? This celestial master wasn't even listening anymore. Humphrey spread his small hands in resignation, throwing in the towel. This actually made Zhou Jingyi feel a bit ashamed. Thank you for the reminder. I did indeed come to Longhu town with a purpose. In fact, I've been here countless times, over and over. Li Yi? Hearing this, Li Yi sprang to his feet. At the same time, the audience reached a potentially astonishing conclusion. From what Zhou Jingyi said, could it be that he too has been endlessly looping through time to pursue his own purpose? Before Li Yi could ask, an unusual situation suddenly unfolded on the river. After traveling several kilometers, Li Yi and Zhou Jingyi discovered a dragon boat capsized on the river's surface. There were no competitors waiting for assistance on the shore. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. Beneath the overturned hull, a faint hole was visible, stained with a shred of torn fabric and a small patch of blood. What's going on? Could someone else have died? Zhou Jingyi's expression turned grave at the sight. Can we stop? Something terrible must have happened to this dragon boat. Before he could finish, Li Yi snapped back, we can't stop unless you want to die too. Zhou Jingyi instantly felt annoyed. He had always thought Li Yi was a decent person, yet now he seemed unwilling to help someone in danger? You! Cut the nonsense. If you want to live, do as I say. Not satisfied? Then look at the river surface. Zhou Jingyi looked over. The murky, silt-laden river water had transformed in the blink of an eye into a blood-red expanse. Even the churning waves now churned up foam that looked like blood. Li Yi spoke calmly, it's precisely because the people on that dragon boat slowed down that they were attacked by some terrifying thing. That's why we can't stop. The fat man trembled violently at these words. Then what about the crew members who jumped into the river earlier? Don't dwell on it. Those who were meant to die are likely already dead. Zhou Jingyi and the fat man's faces instantly drained of color. They never imagined such a tragedy could occur during a friendly race. The very existence of life and death, spoken of by Li Yi with such casual ease, felt like a child's game. As expected, two more capsized dragon boats appeared ahead on the river. Severed limbs floated on the surface. They even witnessed a living person being instantly dragged underwater by an unknown force, without even a chance to cry for help. Despite the peril, Li Yi remained serene. His piercing gaze fixed on the blood-black water, as if seeing through it, revealing countless corpses chained beneath the river's surface. Yet their faces bore expressions of contentment, as if fully aware of their impending doom. Recalling that bizarre ritual performed by those bastards during the last regression. Could these people be sacrifices? Or did they too make shadowy demands of the deities of Longshizhen, paying with their lives? Li Yi grew serious, his eyes taking on an ethereal and profound quality that revealed nothing of his thoughts. In sheer terror, the fat man chose to leap from the dragon boat. He swam frantically toward the shore. Zhou Jingyi watched with concern, only to see him reach the shore unscathed. Even the water dripping from his clothes bore the normal hue of the river. He's unharmed? Zhou Jingyi refused to believe it, reaching out to scoop up a handful of river water. Are you tired of living? Don't move. Li Yi's warning came too late. The instant Zhou Jingyi's hand touched the surface, something beneath the water seized him with an iron grip, holding him fast. It even began pulling him down into the water, inch by inch. Zhou Jingyi's face drained of color. By the time he reacted, half his body was already suspended in midair. Just as he was about to plunge into the blood-red river, in a moment of dazed clarity, he seemed to glimpse a strange presence beneath the surface. That's actually my face? Beneath the river, only Zhou Jingyi could see it. The one dragging him down was none other than his own hideous, sinisterly grinning self. It murmured, having seized the moment's advantage, I, Ganlong, have lived on borrowed time. Now the price must be paid. Do this Taoist priest a favor, I'll protect this fool. Li Yi declared instantly. Chapter 54, suddenly hearing song on the shore. Zhou Jingyi's body hung upside down above the river's surface. He wasn't being dragged into the water by the demonic force. The dragon boat continued moving forward at a steady pace, while Li Yi casually pinched Zhou Jingyi's pant leg, effortlessly countering the demonic force's boundless power. Quick! Pull me up. What are you afraid of, you big man? Tell me what you saw, then I'll pull you up. Li Yi stated his condition. Zhou Jingyi was already so terrified he could barely form coherent words, but desperate to survive, he managed to describe, I saw another me in the river, exactly like me. He wants me to pay the price, wants to drag me to my death. Paying with one's life. So that's what it means. Could it be the price for traveling back through time? An even more powerful tug erupted from beneath the river, pulling half of Zhou Jingyi's head into the water. Perhaps the more he had once taken, the fiercer the price he now paid. Zhou Jingyi even felt the river water touching his body was scalding hot. Li Iron Fist, please save me. I don't want to die. I'll tell you everything. Li Yi finally let out a triumphant laugh. You really won't cry until you see the coffin. Now that's more like it. The process is a bit troublesome, so bear with it. He drew forth a thread of qi, swiftly connecting Zhou Jingyi's legs to the bow of the boat. The next instant, Li Yi appeared on the river surface with a dragonfly-like touch. He couldn't see the malevolent spirit demanding its toll from Zhou Jingyi. Instead, in a fleeting moment, he glimpsed his shadow in the river, a mirror image of himself. Interesting. But all exorcism arts share the same principles. Wind and thunder to calm the waters will suffice. Li Yi's fingers coiled with thunder, sending the spectators' blood boiling. Here it comes. Here it comes. Steel Pipe Lover's palm cannon is simply unbeatable. Are you kidding? Master Li's palm thunder is far more powerful than Steel Pipe Hero's palm cannon. Don't make comparisons and spout nonsense. The palm thunder surged into the Longhu River, its surging qi energy generating such force it severed the river's flow for a full second. Curving streams, flowing cups. Palm thunder severs water. Dragon and tiger soar with palm lightning, truly a unique marvel. Shi Xian gasped in awe. I spent half my life mastering only the fire of the wicked dead, achieving but a sliver of lightning in my fingertips. Master Li, so young and accomplished, has already reached the pinnacle of the way of thunder. It seems the realm of the dragon tiger way is about to witness a new dawn. I am now in my twilight years, frail and decrepit. Master Li's brilliance surpasses all under the dragon heaven. The river receded, yet its waters remained crimson. Zhou Jingyi was brought back to the boat by Li Yi, clinging to barely half a life. Li Yi's shoes were merely damp at the soles, a relatively easy escape. That fat man probably didn't demand anything, so he didn't have to pay a price. That's why he escaped death's jaws. Cough cough cough, I nearly died this time, Zhou Jingyi said, having narrowly escaped death. But the word this time drew a meaningful look from Li Yi. Facing Li Yi's piercing gaze that seemed to see through illusions, Zhou Jingyi sighed helplessly. I trust you're a good man. Now I can tell you I exploited Longshizin's secret to perform the regression. Just as I suspected. Yet simultaneously, new doubts surfaced. If using the secret 4-time reversal or obtaining one's desired outcome required paying with one's life, then at least dozens had perished just moments ago. Didn't that mean anyone could potentially disrupt the timeline during a regression, rendering Longshizin's entire logical order meaningless? The old man selling rotten meat, middle-aged Jiro, Zhou Jingyi, even every passerby he'd encountered. Including himself, could they all be individuals from different time periods, existing simultaneously within each time frame? Would people risk their lives to fulfill all manner of secrets? Truly, everyone in this world has regrets, losing sleep over whether there exists a remedy for regret or a second chance, Li Yi mused. The fish vendor who used secret, perhaps he just wanted to glimpse his future life? The middle-aged Jiro to save her despairing self from the sea? Zhou Jingyi to uncover evidence exposing darkness? Or perhaps the chosen one of the rule-bound tale, using the retroactive power to fulfill their destiny? The pieces clicked into place instantly, everything made sense. But if countless intersecting individuals and their motives for influencing spacetime were involved, then none of it would make logical sense. As the saying goes, a gentleman judges by the heart, not by the actions. If it truly stems from one's heartfelt conviction, what does it matter if one pays with their life, crossing countless loops? The so-called secret of Longshizin boils down to 2 words, regret and opportunity. Having obtained the answer he sought, Li Yi remained unmoved, as if completing an exam he knew he'd aced was merely routine. If one were to ask whether Li Yi harbored any regrets or truly desired to rewind time to rectify them. Silent sighs, mere illusions. Zhou Jingyi, having regained his composure, thought the turmoil might pass. But the very next moment, a terrifying shadow emerged from the river beneath the boat. In an instant, it cleaved Li Yi's dragon boat clean in two. Li Yi reacted with lightning speed, grabbing Zhou Jingyi and soaring into the air. To their horror, the muddy demon had followed them back from the previous timeline. Hey, do you have a crush on this Taoist priest? If you really can't handle it, I can sign an autograph for you, but don't go pulling that secret fan stunt, okay? Without the dragon boat, the chosen one who couldn't finish the race was doomed. In this final stage, only 5 ghost story livestreams remained worldwide. Li Yi from Dragon Nation dominated the rankings by a landslide. As the sludge appeared eerily, their race entered the Longshi Zhenjiang segment. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened. When it came to dealing with the abnormality, Zhou Jingyi was practically dead weight. Li Yi promptly tossed him ashore. Thanks for the intel. The rest of the battle is mine. Li Yi stood resolute against the anomaly, the river breeze caressing him like a spirited young man in his prime. However, the anomaly did not rush to attack. It waited until blue croakers and red grasscarp began leaping simultaneously from the river surface. Rule number 8, the appearance of black bass and silver carp leaping from the water was never a good sign. Soon after, countless malevolent spirits coalesced on the night-shrouded river's surface, mostly souls who had paid the price for their past transgressions. They surrounded Li completely on the river's surface, leaving him utterly isolated and helpless. This is interesting. Dealing with you twisted spirits may be troublesome, but I alone am sufficient. Just as Li prepared to take this seriously. Suddenly, the sound of mountain songs echoed from the shore, their masculine, resonant tones stirring his spirit. Li even sensed a certain boost and enhancement emanating from it. As the folk song drew nearer, he saw the town shore adorned with lanterns and decorations, drums and gongs resounding, a lively scene of dragon boat racing. Every face seemed to radiate joyful smiles, as countless fragmented memories intertwined to piece together this fleeting dragon boat evening. Suddenly, the sound of stopping songs reached the shore. Dragon Time town bustled with dragon boats. "Hey, handsome lad, no dragon boat?" Li looked over in surprise. There, on the shore ahead, stood the very same beast-like vessel, still bearing its eerie dual-headed form in black and white. Zhou Jinyi delivered the boat, instructing Li, "You must win. Carry the hopes of countless flashbacks." Chapter 55, Desire. Li was slightly taken aback, but he couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Just some delusional fools. Who are they putting on this show for? A swarm of eerie creatures surged forward, intent on devouring Li. Yet his form flickered mid-air, appearing on the strange vessel the next instant. The scenery, people, and events from his journey vanished in an instant, replaced by darkness and strangeness. Corruption spread, devouring everything, as if the entire space itself was collapsing. Li understood this was the price he paid for using his retroactive ability. Only by completing the dragon boat race could he depart victorious. The strange vessel required no propulsion, nor even Li's control, as it sped swiftly across the river. Behind them, formidable sludge entities and other indescribable horrors closed in with alarming speed. "We have no chance left. The dragon boat race rests on you." Zhou Jinyi spoke, then relit the lamp they had first encountered, the light of justice that never arrives too late. In the next instant, his form was instantly swallowed and assimilated by the abnormality, vanishing without a trace. Li remained speechless, his expression growing colder as he steered the small boat forward at breakneck speed. Even knowing this is all a virtual horror world, it still feels damn uncomfortable. Li stretched his limbs, turned around, and unleashed Yang Wulei and Palm Thunder without a second thought. Along with the proactively unleashed Golden Light incantation ability, he unleashed them as if they were worthless. Countless beings, countless times assimilated, coalesced into tens of thousands of grotesque forms. Even when reduced to ashes by Li's techniques, their fondness for existence would instantly into an even greater multitude. What a plague of annoying locusts, impossible to kill them all. Suddenly, a peculiar anomaly clad in a white lab coat lunged out from the shadows. Li reacted with urgency. But before he could act, a massive net descended from the sky, trapping the peculiar anomaly securely. Looking up at the small bridge, he saw none other than the old fishmonger. "Young man, you're brave to come forward. Thank you for letting me see her again." With that, the old fishmonger pulled the white-coated creature into his embrace. Even as it pierced through his chest, he refused to let go. Only when the creature reverted to the form of his late wife did both figures twist, devour each other, and vanish. Xiao Kuei helped Li block his assimilating father. The yellow dog he'd fed on the first day held the strange mayor firmly in check. "Do not worry about the road ahead being deserted. Perhaps that is the meaning of repeatedly rewinding toward a better outcome. Though I didn't beg them for help, it still leaves one sighing with emotion." Li felt a pang of emotion, but now he had a reason he absolutely couldn't fail. The strange vessel sailed out of Longhu town. From afar, the vast town and surrounding mountains twisted into a mass of illusion and malevolent spirits. Yet the sludge-like evil still pursued relentlessly, seemingly determined not to rest until Li was slain. Again? Is this ever going to end? As Li soared through the air, poised to strike, he suddenly sensed a fragrant breeze sweep in behind him. I knew it. With Longhu town harboring such twisted secrets of regression, Yi-Ro wouldn't be left behind. Now appearing behind Li, her jade-like arms wrapped around his neck, was Yi-Ro in what seemed to be her most beautiful age. Yi-Ro flashed a playful smile. "If I hadn't come, you'd never make it out of this river. Ever thought about staying? Staying with me?" She glided to stand before him, her sheer silk robes barely concealing her flawless form. Li chuckled. "Don't tease me. I'm not worthy of such grace. A monster beauty once tried to keep me too, but I refused. After all, you and I aren't from the same world. If you were in reality, I might consider giving you a chance to pursue me." These words from Li sent shivers down Yi-Ro's spine. "Though I don't understand what you mean, I'll press on regardless. I must stay and bid farewell to my future self. In that case, take care." Li said no more, turning to board the boat and speeding away. Only as it faded into the distance did he glance back once more at Yi-Ro, still tangled in the strange, sludgy mess. The world of strange tales bestowed boundless peril and arduous trials upon the chosen ones, yet it also imbued these inherently fictional NPCs with human significance. Was this rule-bound strange tale truly nothing more than a simple catastrophe? It was profoundly thought-provoking. All anomalies were contained within the Zheng section of Longhu town. Though things had eased later, it didn't mean Li Yi could breeze through the dragon boat race and complete the rule-based weird tale. Before the three-forked mouth leading to the sea, Li Yi halted his boat and scanned the horizon. Standing atop a headless, monochrome vessel in the distance was a face identical to his own. This weird tale world's pretty slick, it can even copy-paste a second me. Thought it'd be over soon, but there's still one more hurdle. The eerie duplicate of Li Yi, born from the loop, glared at the real Li Yi with a cold, vicious glint in his eyes. Upon closer inspection, a hazy, ominous aura shrouded the fake Li Yi. His demeanor screamed trouble at first glance. This was far easier than distinguishing the real Monkey King from the fake, but that didn't mean the fake Li Yi would be easy to deal with. If he had perfectly replicated all the real Li Yi's abilities, the consequences would be unimaginable. So, you're not surprised by my existence. Had you revealed yourself sooner, I would have let you complete the rule-bound horror tale for me. Since you've donned my mantle, you naturally must serve my purposes. Or is it your intention to fight? The fake Li Yi sneered contemptuously at this remark, proving he'd inherited the genuine Li Yi's character and demeanor. Fighting is child's play. I'm only stopping you to give you a heads up. The fake Li Yi turned sideways, revealing three diverging paths leading into the sea. The first path leads you effortlessly to the end. The second path allows you to rewind once more and alter the story, achieving a perfect conclusion. As for the third path, if I told you that choosing it would send you back to before the rules of the weird tale began, and no tale would ever occur afterward, the cost would be losing everything you have now forever. What would you choose? At this moment, Li Yi seemed to stand at a crossroads, paved by himself three choices that tested the depths of humanity. Is it the false, unreal NPC he's always been certain of? Or this seemingly Pyrrhic victory ending? Or sacrificing everything to return to the real world without the rule monster tales? At a time when the entire internet should be erupting in heated debate, the global audience offered no blame or moral condemnation, no speculation or suspicion. They waited in silence for Li Yi's purest choice. This was a trust that transcended worlds and time, a trust and support that had traversed countless retrospectives. The real Li Yi let out a cold laugh. From his bosom, he drew forth two fish. Which did you lose, this blue croaker, or this red grasscarp, or the one that countless retries could never satisfy? Fish desire? Chapter 56, Dragon Boat Passage Secret Talks. Li Yi's counter-question truly silenced his false self. As the amalgamation of his darker impulses, the fake Li Yi embodied every potential desire and wickedness lurking beneath Li Yi's suppressed self. Seeing the fake Li Yi remain silent, the real Li Yi crushed both fish in his hands, then steered the dragon boat silently toward his counterpart. Gazing at the two identical faces, the spectators held their breath in anticipation. If they were to clash, what a spectacular spectacle it would be. Especially Qi Xianjun and other influential figures from the hidden world Taoist realm, they were all watching intently to see just how far Li Yi's abilities could extend. This held immense significance for the Dragon Kingdom's Taoist realm. You've been standing there for ages. Are you here to help everyone, or just to waste my time? As my malicious composite form, you shouldn't be so indecisive. The fake Li Yi snorted coldly. You're quite confident in your own goodness and evilness. While I cannot answer whether I am truly a fish, what lies before you now are three paths you must choose from. Of course, each path leads to the same endpoint, yet each also leads to a different outcome. Since the true you possesses perfect control over your desires, what will your choice be? Bombardment 1, what's there to debate? The third path, of course. That way, the entire Blue Star can revert to an era without rule-breaking horrors. Wouldn't that be splendid? Exactly. If it means achieving a better world, what's the big deal if Li Yi has to sacrifice everything? Even giving up his life? Sacrificing the small for the greater good is the true path. Hey, you troll up there, try walking a mile in our shoes. If the rule-based horror tales could flip time back at will with a single word, that'd be the real nightmare. Blue Star would become nothing but a lab rat caged by the horror tale's twisted whims. But even if there's a 1 in 10,000 chance, aren't the Chosen supposed to sacrifice everything for humanity's greatest good? I support the third path. The Chosen should give everything for all mankind, without complaint. Yet within the strange tales world, merely choosing between three paths had driven the Chosen Ones and the masses into opposing camps. Unchecked public opinion even claimed Chosen Ones had no status or human rights, relegating them to society's lowest rung. That clearing the horror tales was their duty, and failure bringing catastrophe would make them eternal villains, deserving punishment extending to their entire lineage. International public opinion fractured, and even within national expert panels, diametrically opposed views emerged. Yet to maintain stability, authorities had no choice but to suppress the discourse. In United London Tun City, Prince Charles IX surveyed the striking protesters marching beneath the triumphant tower. They chanted the doctrine of the Chosen One's inherent guilt. Not only must the Chosen bear full responsibility for failure, but even those who survive must face swift execution. To delay would be blasphemy against the ghost stories, inviting catastrophe upon all humanity. Charles IX was deeply troubled, yet powerless to intervene. Our nation sees major protests every 3 days and minor ones every 5. It's endless. This uncontrollable public sentiment will only push the Chosen Ones and the nation into an abyss. What are we to do? His ministers echoed his helplessness, the pressure future chosen ones will bear, and whether they can uphold the spirit of sacrifice to complete the ghost stories. All this is now uncertain. The success rate of future ghost story completions will plummet to rock bottom. Though public sentiment was somewhat turbulent, under Emperor Puta's leadership, the nation remained united in purpose. Even though the chosen one was a female death row inmate, she was striving with all her might to complete the ghost story quest. While some criticism was inevitable, regardless of whether she succeeded in reaching the end or perished in defeat, few Bear Sauce supporters would blame her. This was the dignity and unity of a nation. Dragon Nation boasts freedom of speech, yet a significant portion of its netizens prove deeply disappointing. Does this not prove that when faced with baseless desires, who can guarantee they will remain unscathed and not drag others into the fray? The most chilling realization comes when the core truths revealed in the ghost story world mirror the realities of our own. All under heaven throng for gain, all under heaven jostle for profit. It's getting late. Please make your choice. The fake Lee grew impatient. Its assimilated state required the strength of its original self to maintain prolonged rational stability. The real Lee, however, remained unconcerned. I'm not in a hurry, so why are you? Of course, I'll take my time choosing. What if you try to trick me? Facing his self, the fake Lee was at a loss for words. They both came from the same person, how could he not break through this? Fine, seeing how impatient you are, I've made my choice. The real Lee had reached his own conclusion. In truth, from the very beginning, there were never three forks before him. Only a single path stretched endlessly before him, a path that might even lead to the abyss. And hadn't the people of this world already made countless choices for him? The fake Lee fell silent for a moment, as expected of Lee. Once you've chosen, set off. May the winds of Longshizan forever blow upon you. Forget it. I don't care for virtual, unreal things. Farewell, different me. The fake Lee stepped aside. Lee's dragon boat soared once more, moving steadily toward the horizon where sunlight touched the earth. Three intersecting rivers flowed, carrying the wails of countless souls devoured by desire, voices from different times and different people. Even the utterly dissipated false Lee transformed into a lament of desire, flowing with the river of time toward countless regrets, into the spacetime he yearned to reverse. The entire human race fell into profound contemplation. A significant portion began to question themselves, had they been demanding perfection from the chosen one, driven solely by their own desires? Lee's figure vanished completely within the last sliver of sunlight. The silent darkness once again filled the screen. Just as it seemed to be ending, the monstrous prow, left half a tout high, right half a pichot, suddenly materialized on the screen. Its lifelike head seemed to address the global audience. Your desires, do they span time? When will they ever cease? Ha 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 ha. Accompanied by a terrifying, feral laugh, all live feeds instantly turned to static. Endless, intertwined desires flowed ceaselessly through the river of time aboard a single dragon boat. No one could ever be the victor over desire. No end. Dragon Nation's chosen one cleared the endless dragon boat secret talks. Unlocked special rule, second chosen one punishment, 30 days of severe drought in Nanjiang province. The thrill of debunking the ghost story was so intense that everyone forgot about the special rules. But with Nanjiang recently hit by typhoons and floods, wouldn't this 30-day drought disaster be a helping hand in flood control and disaster relief? Chapter 57, The Hero's Triumph. Other nations toiled to death only to fail their trials, with the punishments unleashed by the supernatural nearly wiping out millions in an instant. Indirectly, they inflicted even greater calamity and suffering upon countless others, inflicting immense damage upon national economies. Besides Lee, 4 other nations had cleared the challenge. Unfortunately, Xiongjiang's chosen one failed to pass the final node. Yet the calamity they faced was merely sub-zero temperatures in a deserted province. For Bear Sauce, it was hardly a blip, merely an indirect drop in the national temperature, hardly a concern for the battle-hardened nation. Zack burped his way through the challenge, yet he failed to uncover any clues about the second chosen one. Though a minor disaster, it inflicted considerable losses upon Eagle Sauce. Seizing the opportunity, Eagle's political office directly siphoned off 30% of Zack's assets, laying bare their wolfish ambitions. The remaining 2 nations that cleared the stage? Mostly luck, nothing particularly noteworthy. However, the chosen one from Sion had actually uncovered clues about the second chosen one and avoided punishment. Yet Sion chose to keep this discovery under wraps, sealing off all information the moment the chosen one returned. At this point, some spectators grew curious. Hey, did the chosen one from that cannibal nation actually clear the mission? I recall they failed to clear it. They fell victim to their lack of literacy in the final word game challenge. Probably a disaster, it might have wiped out their tiny island nation entirely. That's a real shame. Their chosen one was seriously fierce, but the stream kept buffering, couldn't watch it properly. Though not as prominent as Lee, the cannibal tribe still secured a spot on the trending topics. And now, the entire nation of Dragon Country once again stood guard at the Void Rift, awaiting the return of the chosen one, Lee. This time, the media and expert teams had learned their lesson. They had set up comprehensive surveillance and dedicated observers at nearly every intersection and alleyway. Everyone had memorized Li Yi's face, determined not to let him slip away again. The void rift burst forth with dazzling, blinding light. Li Yi felt the strange sensation of traversing space. In an instant, he glimpsed the present world through the fissure. Holy crap, there's so many people. Big shot Li Yi, I wanna have your baby. Li Yi, I love you like a mouse loves rice. I want to be your disciple. Teach me the dragon tiger Dao arts. Master Li Yi, you must accept me. The vast plaza was packed with over 100,000 people, while countless others were still rushing to the scene. All eager to catch a glimpse of Li Yi's glory. Even though this could make me an overnight sensation, I still prefer a low-key life going home to sleep soundly. The Dragon Tiger's celestial master cared little for fame or fortune, rarely demanding much even when he intervened. Though Li Yi was somewhat self-centered, he had inherited the Dragon Tiger's celestial master's noble habits. Outside, the crowd stretched as far as the eye could see, filling every nook and cranny. To slip away unnoticed, he had no choice but to resort to a bit of teleportation. As Li Yi's figure faded through the rift, he materialized atop a towering skyscraper. The roar of 100,000 voices shook the heavens, deafening in its intensity. Hail the return of our chosen hero! Welcome home, our heroic chosen one! Countless flowers were tossed into the air. Even in a city where fireworks had long been banned, 666 state banquet level along the river during the Qingming festival fireworks were specially ignited for Li Yi. Even fighter jets escorted him through the skies, a clear demonstration of the Dragon Nation's esteem for its hero, the chosen one, Li Yi. Had it not been for fear of provoking neighboring nations, the Dragon Nation's leadership had even contemplated naming a nuclear bomb after Li Yi and conducting a test detonation in an uninhabited zone. Naming a nuclear bomb was indeed considered one of the highest honors in the Dragon Nation. But such a move would be too ostentatious, ultimately damaging to international public opinion. Is this whole spectacle meant to trap me, making it impossible for me to slip away? Li Yi wasn't one to fall for such tactics. Having finally returned from the strange tale world, the best thing to do was go home and sleep. He had no desire for constant interruptions over the next few days. Cheers erupted from the crowd below. Just as Li Yi prepared to slip away unnoticed, he sensed a familiar presence atop another towering structure nearby. What's going on? Why are the old couple here? Li Yi sensed something was amiss. It seemed he couldn't just slip away after all. Just then, a flock of birds flew overhead. Li Yi shot them a glance. The birds instantly obeyed his command, changing course to form a bridge between the upper levels of the two buildings. Holy crap, everyone look! Big shot Li Yi can actually make birds form a bridge, it's unbelievable. I thought scenes like this only existed in comic books, never imagined witnessing it in real life. Quick, capture this moment, we can't miss it. Brother Li Yi is amazing. But in truth, this was merely one of Li Yi's illusions. The moment the bridge formed, Li Yi's figure had already vanished from his original spot. The penthouse of the skyscraper across the street happened to have a private pool, and Li Yi instantly teleported over. He stretched out on a lounge chair, relaxing in leisure. Meanwhile, several floors below, in a presidential-level conference room, the head of the expert panel and Qi Xianjin had been waiting for quite some time with Li Yi's parents. This is strange. I thought Li Yi would come over the bridge once he discovered us here. Why hasn't he shown up after all this time? Li Jianguo and Wu Bing remained silent, but Qi Xianjin chuckled thoughtfully. Ha ha ha, he's now the chosen one who saved the Dragon Nation from disaster twice. Of course he'll have his own temperament and attitude. Expecting him to come find us after risking his life to escape? That's a bit unreasonable. So you're saying Master Qi is displeased and we should go invite him ourselves? Exactly. After all, who wants to be put through the ringer after performing such a great service? Especially someone as young, impetuous, and proud as Li Yi. The Dragon Nation would need to show more patience and reverence to earn his approval. Found him. He's at the rooftop outdoor pool. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry and go invite him. Don't keep him waiting too long. I think we should take the initiative. Please ask the hero's parents to accompany us. The terrace doors swung open, and a flood of people poured in, so many that Li Yi couldn't even catch a proper glance at any of them. Son, you're finally back. Mom and Dad missed you so much. Li Jianguo and Wu Bing rushed over, checking Li Yi for injuries before finally relaxing. Yet judging by their expressions, they seemed strangely unfazed by Li Yi's second entry into the rule-bending tale or even his effortless completion of it. Li Yi noticed this, but chose not to elaborate. Mom and Dad, we'll talk more at home. I expect the Dragon Nation authorities have a lot they want to discuss with me. Lorenz arrived swiftly with Qi Xianjin and other high-ranking officials. Dressed uniformly in black, they radiated an oppressive aura uniquely associated with the Dragon Nation. Formal introductions, Li Yi, the chosen hero and meritorious figure. We're not on familiar terms. Let's get straight to business. Chapter 58, Peace Hotel, Not So Peaceful. Had Qi Xianjin not intervened, the expert's arrogance might have overshadowed even Li Yi's. After struggling to escape the world of ghost stories, anyone with common sense would know there was no way Li Yi would come looking for them on his own. What's more, these experts have even dragged my parents into this mess. Both Lorenz and Qi Xianjun could sense the displeasure emanating from Li Yi. "We apologize, Mr. Li Yi, but since you're as elusive as a dragon showing only its head, this was the only way we could arrange a meeting with you. We mean no offense, but we wish to discuss certain matters with you." Qi Xianjun remained silent, but Li Yi could sense the expert's attitude was reasonably cordial. Li Yi finally nodded, giving them a way out. "I won't hold it against you, but this isn't the place for a conversation. My parents are hungry too. Why don't we find somewhere else to eat?" Seeing Li Yi willing to engage further, the leader was naturally more than happy to oblige. Perfect timing. The Peace Hotel still has availability today. To celebrate Longhu's victory, let's head there to welcome the chosen one, Li Yi. The Peace Hotel was arguably the most prestigious establishment in Dragon Nation. Matters of both the legitimate and underworld spheres had to be set aside once one stepped inside its doors. Leave it behind and do as you pleased. Its significant national and social influence meant that even average demolition tycoons and small business owners couldn't afford its prices. A simple dish of blanched cabbage costs 188,000 yuan, while a more common longevity noodle dish runs 80,000 yuan per noodle. You can calculate the extravagance yourself. If the expert panel was willing to foot the bill for the Peace Hotel, Li Yi was certainly open to conversation. "In that case, I won't waste your time further. The motorcade is waiting downstairs, security befitting the status of a chosen hero." Li Yi waved his hand dismissively. "These are secondary concerns. Nothing supernatural can touch me. You've seen my capabilities. It's always wise to keep a low profile." But the protocol experts seem to have misheard. "What? Mr. Li Yi still finds the motorcade too low-key? Then we'll switch to plan B." As hundreds of national-level figures walked alongside Li Yi, even striking up casual conversation with him. Those inside the building who didn't know the situation were utterly stunned. "Hey, look! That's the chosen one, Li Yi. He's surrounded by so many people. Quick, get a shot." "Sorry, national security prohibits photography." Undercover agents in sunglasses swiftly confiscated the tourists' phones, compensating them for the value of the devices. No matter the hassle, protecting Li Yi's information and personal safety was paramount. Downstairs, 66 state guest-level Hongqi limousines and 66 rugged military humvees were waiting to receive Li Yi. It's no wonder the people of Dragon Nation have such a special fondness for numbers like 66 and 88. A crowd had already gathered downstairs. Li Yi vanished from public view once more. Was this motorcade here to welcome him, or some other VIP? The last time I saw a display like this, it was 100 Hummers heading for a suburban housing complex. Today, with Hongqi and Hummers combined, it's even more impressive than last time. If I could ride in that convoy, I'd die happy. It's simple, just complete the rule strange tale and return victorious. You could even choose your own welcoming convoy. Li Yi was blocked by a human wall, his face hidden from view. The organizer had even assigned a personal female bodyguard named Song Junyi. While her strength was unknown, her appearance rivaled Ji Ro and the slit-mouthed woman from the Weird Tales. Just as Li Yi was about to remark that this convoy was a bit too flashy, the earth trembled violently as another torrent of steel swept toward them. 10 vintage, museum-grade Jiefang heavy trucks led the way, followed by an array of Longhu's latest armored vehicles. Li Yi watched in astonishment. The convoy even included tanks developed entirely within the Dragon Nation. Such a display of grandeur far surpassed that of any ordinary convoy. With armed helicopters and fighter jets clearing the way overhead, Li Yi couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. "Hey, did you guys get the wrong idea?" "Oh, Mr. Li Yi, rest assured. It's just a strategic relocation of the camp, a detour, really. We thought you might enjoy the ride, so feel free to hop along." As long as Li Yi agreed, even the ends of the earth would be considered on the way. "Then let's not waste time. Let's hurry to dinner. If we dawdle any longer, we'll get stuck in traffic and won't be able to leave." As expected, headlines about Li Yi and the military convoy dominated the social news charts. Some even linked the two events together. It was because of Li Yi that the military convoy appeared. With such widespread public recognition, Li Yi instantly became, in a sense, the undisputed top-tier celebrity in Dragon Nation. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the city, a convoy of luxury sports cars sped toward the Peace Hotel. The flashy car colors and occasional roar of engines seemed deliberately designed to draw attention. Inside the vehicles sat none other than Kai Yifan, the current top star of Dragon Nation's entertainment industry. Today's motorcade and dinner gathering were nothing more than publicity stunts, aiming to elevate his social status once again. Seated in his 200 million yuan Bugatti Veyron, Kai Yifan watched as Li Yi dominated the trending topics on Big Aibo. He'd even spent tens of millions buying buzz just to scrape into the bottom spot on the trending list. The gap between him and the second-to-last entry dominated by Li Yi and the Weird Tale was a staggering 10 million views, as vast as a chasm. A penniless bumpkin who barely scraped by completing 2 rule-based ghost stories. How dare he compete for attention with me, the top star of Dragon Nation? He's got no clue how dangerous that is. Kai Yifan posted 50 updates in rapid succession, each one deliberately steering public opinion towards cyberbullying Li Yi. But he had no idea what consequences awaited anyone who dared to go against Longhu or against Lee. Some of Brother Xiao's brainless fans actually bought into it, spreading baseless rumors and slandering Lee with all sorts of nonsense. Their reckless reports and trending topic complaints actually boosted Cai Yifan's own popularity quite a bit. The expert team noticed this development but didn't take it too seriously. Both convoys arrived at the Peace Hotel almost simultaneously. Due to special military equipment, Lee and the responsible personnel were unable to enter. Cai Yifan's convoy, however, sauntered in through a side entrance, passing Lee and his group at the intersection. Not even slowing down, they nearly bumped into the experts, kicking up a cloud of dust in their wake, utterly infuriating. Had Lee not been in a good mood, he wouldn't have let it slide, and others certainly couldn't say much. When Cai Yifan stepped out of his car at the hotel, he continued to put on airs, acting as if he were more revered than the Dragon Nation's leader. Upon reaching the lobby, however, Cai Yifan was informed that an important guest would be dining at the Peace Hotel that evening, and no unauthorized visitors would be admitted. Cai Yifan instantly grew displeased, showing utter disregard for the Peace Hotel's rules. He even pointed at the front desk clerk and shouted, "Commoners are just commoners. Open your eyes wide and take a good look. I'm Cai Yifan, the top-tier celebrity of Longhu. If you piss me off, watch out. I'll use my big eyes to make sure your Peace Hotel goes out of business." Front desk, is this guy a total jerk? Chapter 59, Top Star? What a joke. I'm sorry, sir, but the Peace Hotel is hosting special guests today and cannot accommodate unauthorized visitors. Please leave promptly so as not to disrupt our operations and guest reception. Though Cai Yifan was nominally Longhu's top celebrity, he held neither national merit nor official status. Not everyone was obligated to recognize him. Feeling disrespected and humiliated, Cai Yifan slammed his fist on the table, startling everyone present. His entourage and sycophants nearby were quick on their feet, whipping out their phones to film the hotel front desk. My dear fans, everyone must see this. The Peace Hotel doesn't treat me, a top-tier celebrity, with any respect whatsoever. They even insulted me, calling me worse than a pig or a dog. This is outrageous. This post, complete with a heavily edited video clip, sent countless brainless fans of Brother Kai flooding the comments section to attack the Peace Hotel. What kind of crappy hotel is this? Not recognizing my idol is one thing, but daring to insult him? All you girls, go order takeout from the Peace Hotel right now and give them terrible reviews. Trash hotel. My idol eating there was doing you a favor. You should be groveling at his feet. Give this place a thumbs down to shut it down. You gotta admit, this Cai Yifan guy has some clout. But judging by his character, this is probably as far as he'll ever get in life. Sorry, but if you want to order takeout from the Peace Hotel, you can certainly do so. Verify your assets exceed 1 million to order the most basic set menu. Only those with verified assets exceeding 10 million qualify to order the luxurious, high-end dishes. Just the delivery alone is escorted by a Maybach, costing over 100,000 yuan. Even if those brainless fans took out loans, they probably couldn't afford Peace Hotel takeout. It's clear that with Cai Yifan and his fans' limited horizons, they'll likely never grasp just how extraordinary the Peace Hotel truly is. What kind of status and standing must one possess to receive exclusive clearance treatment? As Brothers fans relentlessly posted fabricated rumors, a mysterious force swiftly banned their accounts. Cai Yifan remained oblivious to what was unfolding. Seeing how difficult this guy was to deal with and glancing at the watch showing little time left, the front desk staff grew anxious. At that moment, preparations began for the grand welcome ceremony arranged earlier for Li and other high-ranking officials from the Dragon Nation. Over 100 impeccably dressed attendants, tall, handsome young men standing at 6 feet 3 inches and graceful, beautiful women at 5 feet 7 inches filled the lobby. They unfurled red carpets and scattered flowers, creating a truly breathtaking spectacle. Even Cai Yifan couldn't help but be stunned by the spectacle, his expression betraying a cheap sense of shock. However, this guy seemed to think the whole setup was for him. He immediately smoothed his clothes like a dandy and declared haughtily to the front desk, "So this is your apology? Not exactly what I expected, but I'll take it. To make up for the inconvenience, your hotel better give me a free stay today." With that, the guy began preening and strutting toward the red carpet, refusing all attempts by the front desk staff to dissuade him. Saying another word would only earn them the label of a jealous bumpkin. But just as Cai Yifan activated his video and live stream, ready to strut down the red carpet once more, the lights at the Peace Hotel suddenly brightened, becoming even more dazzling and spectacular. The ornate golden doors swung open, revealing Li and a delegation of Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials and expert team. Each exuded the unique composure and authority characteristic of Dragon Nation men. Welcome, distinguished guest and chosen hero Li. The Peace Hotel is honored by your presence. Welcome, distinguished guest and chosen hero Li. The Peace Hotel is honored by your presence. Welcome, distinguished guest and chosen hero Li. The Peace Hotel is honored by your presence. The waitstaff's welcome cries nearly pierced the sky, leaving everyone stunned and awestruck. Meanwhile, Cai Yifan, who was live streaming the event, suddenly turned pale. His face turned ashen when he realized the red carpet and welcoming ceremony weren't for him. He felt utterly humiliated. Sounds like that chosen one Li from some weird rule-based urban legend. Sure, he saved someone's life, but he's not as handsome as me, can't sing, dance, or rap as well as me. Why does he deserve higher social status than me? Why get treated like royalty at this crappy hotel? A crowd of high-ranking officials from the Dragon Nation surrounded Li. A mere word of recommendation from him could elevate their careers and businesses to new heights. But the Dragon Tiger Taoist master only intervened in disasters and crises. He wouldn't stoop to bowing for a few grains of rice. Even so, Li's extraordinary achievements in completing 2 rule-defying supernatural trials, coupled with his status and power, meant that even the Dragon Nation's leader personally greeting him wouldn't be considered ostentatious. The private room reserved for Mr. Li is on the top floor. We've cleared it out especially for you today. Shall we drink until we're drunk? Li waved his hand dismissively. Those who cultivate the Tao abstain from alcohol. It harms the body. And next time, please don't make such a grand display. If word gets out, it'll make things awkward for this humble Li. Seeing Li was impossible to please, the seasoned veterans naturally turned their attention to ingratiating themselves with Li Jianguo and Wu Bing. Li made no comment on this. Instead, he gave a slight nod to Qi Xianqian, the Taoist master of Mount Mao, who remained silent throughout. Just as everyone was in high spirits, Cai Yifan and his entourage suddenly barged onto the red carpet, blocking the path. Seeing Li surrounded by even more people than himself, Cai Yifan was instantly consumed by jealousy. Is this the famed chosen one, Li? Surrounded by such a bunch of unsophisticated, dim-witted fans. Doesn't he feel embarrassed? Disgraceful? These were all influential figures in Longhu's political and business circles. Take Lorenz, the head of the expert panel. Though mixed race, he had risen to Longhu's upper echelons and even held shares in Longhu's military-industrial complex, a testament to his power. Sure, they dressed plainly, but that hardly made them fools worthy of scorn. And then there's this. The Peace Hotel kept talking about clearing the venue for Li's banquet, but what was the deal with that fair-skinned young man suddenly rushing out? Where was the head waiter? Cai Yifan had no idea he'd just made a huge blunder. He even instructed his assistant to separate these idiots, intending to grant Li a chance to interact with him. Who are you? Do I know you? Li frowned, his previously cheerful mood instantly cooling. I'm Cai Yifan, the top male star in Dragon Nation, a heartthrob who's swept countless girls off their feet. Right, someone like you, brawn over brains, a useless chosen one, wouldn't know just how great Cai Yifan truly is, would you? Li felt so embarrassed he could have dug out a 3-bedroom apartment. Enough. We're not acquainted. Don't try to get involved. I'm about to eat. Please move aside. Hey! How dare you talk to a top star like that? I'm going to expose you online and let the whole nation see the true face of a chosen one. For the sake of public opinion and traffic, this Cai Yifan truly stopped at nothing. Little did he know, disaster was about to befall him. Chapter 60, Li's third round of squeezing. The expert panel and the Longhui officials truly hadn't expected that just when they were feeling so happy, they'd run into such an unlucky person. Accompanying Li was none other than the exclusive assistant to the Dragon Nation's leader, a status that spoke for itself. His entourage stared at Cai Yifan's face for a long moment before realizing who he was. One whispered to the others, "This guy seems to be the top star in the domestic entertainment industry right now. But his reputation isn't great. He's always trying to get attention by stirring up trouble, inciting online bullying, and acting like he's above everyone else." Li snorted coldly. "Just ignore such a guy. He'll bring us bad luck if we engage too much. Don't let him ruin our meal." Today was a special day. Longhu had just weathered another rule-bending anomaly. They didn't want to spoil the mood. But just as Li and the others were ignoring Cai Yifan, the guy grew even more brazen, blocking their path once more and speaking with audacious arrogance. Hey, hold up. I've reserved this entire crappy restaurant for today. Did you ask me before deciding to eat here?" The clueless viewers in the livestream were naturally fooled by his ruse. "Wow, bro, you're so awesome. I bet renting out this crappy restaurant didn't cost much, right? Let's crowdfund, girls. We'll buy this place tomorrow and make the waitstaff kneel to serve our brother." "Exactly. Look at those bumpkins, how dare they ignore our brother? I've already tracked down their personal info. Let's bombard them with hate." The last thing an official wants is to be seen in public, especially with countless cameras pointed at them. The manager snapped, "I advise you to delete all related footage and get out of our sight immediately. Otherwise, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to handle." Cai Yifan could scarcely believe his ears. He immediately approached with a sarcastic tone, addressing the official. "Oh my, I can't quite tell what kind of big shot you are, but no matter what, I'm dining in the best private room of this crappy restaurant tonight. If you make me unhappy and I decide to leave the Dragon Kingdom, that would be a huge loss for the country. Can you really afford the consequences?" But no sooner had he finished speaking than thunderous laughter erupted from Li's side. The shrill laughter left Cai Yifan utterly dumbfounded and mortified. "You pathetic little cop, get the hell out of Dragon Country and stop causing trouble. This is my final warning. This man is the chosen one who twice conquered the rule anomaly. He's far beyond your league. Leave now, or you'll regret it for the rest of your life. But Kai Yifan wasn't just arrogant, he was downright audacious. What bull, chosen one? Even if they die in some rule-bound horror story, what does that have to do with me? Even if disasters strike the real world, what does that have to do with me? My fans need me, and the people of Dragon Nation need me too. I'm a top-tier celebrity, even greater than the chosen one. You all should obey my will. The moment these words left his mouth, some force immediately banned his account and live stream, but some of the backlash still leaked onto the internet. Li Yi's face darkened, and the expressions of other Dragon Nation officials weren't much better. Well, now you see how important I am, Kai Yifan? I reluctantly signed for you, now get lost. What the hell are these chosen ones? Can they even compare to me? Ha! Well done, kid. Insulting and defaming the chosen ones, spreading socially harmful rhetoric. Looks like your reign as top influencer is over, huh? The supervisor snorted coldly before pulling out his phone and dialing someone. Kai Yifan remained brazenly defiant. What can you do to me? Watch out for my fans tearing you apart and driving you into depression. But the next second, his own phone in his pocket rang out. The ringtone was more urgent and unusual than usual. My apologies, Mr. Li Yi. Sorry for the spectacle. People like this are nothing but trouble as top influencers. Let's not let it spoil our dinner and conversation. Since you've handled it, I won't intervene. Let's go eat. Kai Yifan, seeing Li Yi and the others ignore him once more, flew into a rage. Yet the urgent ringtone sent a chill down his spine. Hello, President Wang? What is it? The voice on the other end erupted into a torrent of curses. Hell, Kai Yifan. Where the hell are you? Who did you piss off? Have you had enough of living? I'd love to kill you. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Kai Yifan could only see Li Yi's impenetrable back. I'm at the Peace Hotel. I had a bit of a run-in with the chosen one, Li Yi. Those bastards actually underestimated me, so Peace Hotel? The chosen one, Li Yi? Mr. Wang nearly choked on his breath. Do you even know what kind of place the Peace Hotel is? Even the bigwigs from the Eagle and Bear nations have to get out at the gate and walk in. Hearing this, Kai Yifan's heart sank halfway. And did you provoke the chosen one? I just got a call from the Dragon Nation authorities. You, Kai Yifan, are suspended indefinitely and blacklisted. You might even end up on the government's payroll. All because of you, the company is ruined. You're on your own now. Mr. Wang, Kai Yifan felt as if he'd been plunged into an ice cellar. He never imagined things would turn out this way. This was the price of being blind to reality. How did it come to this? Kai Yifan looked over in search of confirmation. At the VIP elevator entrance, Li Yi gazed at him with a pitiful expression, watching silently. He then made a shushing gesture before stepping into the elevator. Immediately, a swarm of black-clad men surged forward, whisking Kai Yifan away. He vanished without a trace, his whereabouts unknown forever. The top floor of the Peace Hotel was an entire private suite, costing $10,000 per minute. But judging by the officials and experts present, they'd gladly drink with Li Yi for 3 days and 3 nights. The banquet commenced, with clinking glasses and overflowing dishes of delicacies before them. Yet even to Li Yi's palate, the feast felt somewhat bland. Just then, Shi Xianjun seemed to have an agenda. He called Li Yi aside and led him to the rooftop terrace soaring into the clouds. Shi Xianjun, purple-robed celestial master of Mount Mao. It's an honor to meet you. Li Yi responded with a mere, pleased to meet you. Yet Shi Xianjun unexpectedly clasped his fists, bowed deeply, and paid Li Yi the respect due an elder. Kixwanzan, purple-robed celestial master of Mount Mao, greets Li Yi, celestial master of dragon and tiger-flying immortals. Enough formalities. What brings you here? Li Yi's direct approach left Shi Xianjun somewhat flattered and surprised. But before he could speak, the skies over the Dragon Nation darkened once more as storm clouds gathered. A void fissure burst open in the sky, radiating a purple glow. The shrill alarm of the rule-bound tale echoed across Blue Star for the umpteenth time. This rule-bound tale has commenced. The chosen one of the Dragon Nation, Li Yi, has been confirmed. Chosen ones from all nations are about to enter the game world of this rule-bound tale. Should a chosen one perish, the tale will randomly manifest in several cities within their nation. The Dark Rule game will be broadcast live globally throughout its duration. Monster Tale World Loading. Current instance, Escape the Squeeze Ward. Current difficulty, 2.5 stars. Chapter 61, The Role of Paid Commenters. No one could have imagined that after the Deathbus incident, the Rule Ghost stories would abruptly cease their weekly schedule without notice. Instead, they now could begin at any time, anywhere. Upon realizing the third rule-based ghost story was about to begin, the people on the rooftop couldn't believe their ears. And this time, the chosen one Li Yi had been selected once again. What the hell is going on? Li Yi hasn't even been back a day from the last game, and now the third one suddenly arrives? I don't know the details, but my advice is for everyone to return to their posts immediately and observe how this tale might unfold. The manager sighed helplessly, seems we have no choice. Everyone return to your stations immediately. Tonight's banquet is over. After all, Li Yi's sudden selection meant that nearly an entire table of dishes worth hundreds of thousands to millions remained largely untouched. Yet with the nation's security at stake in this rule-based ghost story, no one had any appetite left for the feast before them. Meanwhile, as the chosen one, Li Yi prepared to represent the Dragon Nation for the third time in the Rule Strange Tale. This sparked intense discussion not only within Dragon Nation but across the entire nation. What's up with the thick gift crab? Our Eagle's chosen one never repeats, but Dragon Nation seems permanently welded to Li Yi. That's not fair. Damn it, what's the real reason? Why do these rule anomalies keep triggering seamlessly? Could it be because Dragon Nation's chosen ones always break the rules? Hey, stop smearing us Dragon Nation folks. Your own chosen ones are useless and can't survive. Don't make Dragon Nation look bad. While the internet erupted in heated debates, behind the scenes, expert teams from various nations engaged in fierce rivalry. Chosen ones are being teleported. The game begins immediately. Rule game initiated. Escape from the squeeze ward. Rules announcement. You are an intern doctor about to begin a 7-day rotation at Osaka Kunshin Psychiatric Hospital. However, the hospital has recently experienced issues that may be supernatural. Chosen ones, complete your internship tasks and escape as soon as possible. Remember the following rules. 1. All individuals within Osaka Kunshin Psychiatric Hospital, including but not limited to medical staff, psychiatric patients, animals, and family members any species capable of movement and thought, must wear one of 3 tiered identification badges: medical staff A, patient B, or family member C. 2. Selected individuals' work shift is the night shift from 7 p.m. to 4 a.m. After finishing work, you must return to the staff lounge on the basement level, adjacent to the morgue. 3. Sharp objects, ropes, medications, and similar items require written approval from the director to enter patient areas. Do not bring them without authorization. 4. All other night shift medical staff are female. Show them special consideration and fulfill any requests they make. If unable to comply, report to the security office on the first floor. 5. This psychiatric hospital does not prohibit emotional exchanges between medical staff and patients. Do not eavesdrop. If you hear unusual sounds indicating intimate activity between a patient and staff member, record it immediately and deliver the tape to the archives room on the 3rd floor. 6. A fire occurred on the 6th floor, reportedly killing the hospital's most alluring patient and the most pure-hearted nurse. The director prohibits anyone from entering the 6th floor except herself. 7. If moaning is heard in the changing room, promptly locate the subject and satisfy them. If a patient is found playing with a toy, immediately burn the toy and confine the patient to the isolation room. 8. All hospital staff harbor affection for you, but you cannot engage with everyone. Doing so will offend patient 0, the schizophrenic. More clues are scattered throughout the psychiatric hospital. The chosen one must complete the internship tasks. Happy exploring. While waiting for the virtual horror world to materialize, Li Yi felt a tinge of helplessness. He'd only been back less than a day. Why had this rule-bound ghost story singled him out? Why couldn't it wait a couple more days or find another chosen one? This vast land teems with talent. Li Yi may be second to none, but the other hidden chosen ones are no slouches either. Since it had come to pass, Li Yi could only accept it. Yet he was never one to sit idly by. On Blue Star, societal progress across all fronts had reached a bottleneck. Countless expert teams and geniuses had yet to uncover the origin of these rule-based horror tales, whether they stemmed from a higher dimensional world, or perhaps such a framework system inherently existed within Blue Star itself. Li Yi silently released his chi cultivation. As expected, within this seemingly endless void, it was gradually consumed and dissipated. How fascinating. Since we're waiting for time to pass, doing something shouldn't be too much to ask, right? Li Yi sneered coldly, forming a seal with one hand as he murmured. The primordial spirit of the Tao's origin, the treasure pearl, is the heart. Confucians call it the supreme ultimate, Buddhists call it perfect enlightenment, all one principle. She divides into yin and yang, refining solitary evil to temper me. Just as the virtual horror world was completed and began logging in the chosen ones, Li Yi seized the opportunity to condense a golden lightform identical to himself. He permanently anchored it within the void. Meanwhile, after a flash of light, his physical form descended onto the 1st floor of Osaka Kunshin Mental Hospital. New rule: outside the ghost story arena setting, when the chosen one's livestream reaches a certain level of engagement, they become more likely to encounter valid clue entries. Additionally, when the chosen one's livestream reaches 10 billion bullet comments, it can resolve one crisis situation for the chosen one. This new rule isn't targeted at the chosen one inside the game. Instead, it strengthens the connection between the audience outside the game and the current ghost story. If we complete the engagement tasks, can we help the chosen ones? Doesn't that mean we could become heroes too? The idea is good, but for the ghost story game, it's still a drop in the bucket. It's more like a gradually recognized battle between us and other countries outside the arena. At this very moment, netizens worldwide are itching to get involved, ready to transform into online armies and compete with other nations for popularity rankings. Xiongjiang Expert Group Prediction: once this feature launches, chosen ones with high popularity rankings will likely receive benefits, possibly including real-world disaster repairs. Regardless of the specifics, the moment this rule enhancing off-screen engagement is unveiled, it signifies that popularity and bullet comments have become the second battlefield beyond the rules of the ghost story. Escape from the squeeze ward, the strange tale begins. Good luck, chosen ones! Dragon Nation viewers, grab your keyboards and storm Emperor Li Yi's livestream, spam the chat. You're the new intern? Head to the registration desk on the second floor first. You're on duty now. A soft, sweet voice whispered in Li Yi's ear. He turned to see a blonde-haired, blue-eyed female nurse. Petite and cute with a lowly style appearance, but this seemed to be a mental hospital. Why was she wearing pure white stockings under her uniform? Chapter 62, The J-Squeeze Ward lives up to its name. The J-Squeeze Ward combined the horror aesthetic of a mental hospital with Japan's unique cultural phenomenon J-Squeeze. In other words, beneath the backdrop of profound eeriness and terror, countless female deities offering perks lurked enough to make one's blood boil. Whether one can enjoy these blessings depends entirely on the chosen one's skills. Even though Li Yi had encountered this kind of Japanese culture in his youth, when he encountered it firsthand within the rules of the strange tales, he couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. Well, do I look good? The blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman seemed aware of her most prized asset, willingly showcasing her figure. Pure white stockings outlined the allure of her absolute domain, her seductive gaze nearly devouring Li Yi. Though Li Yi was in the prime of his youth, he wasn't the type to be easily swayed. His gaze merely flicked over the name tag pinned to her ample chest, at least an E-cup. Medical staff A. Ailey, responsible for night shift ward care. Sensitive points, back. Dislikes, contact with psychiatric patients. Li Yi frowned. Even the off-screen audience was taken aback and bewildered. Given the sheer population of Dragon Nation, the popularity of Dragon Nation's Chosen One, Li Yi's ghost story livestream, was in a league of its own. Fans had emerged in other countries too, with his combined viewership exceeding half that of the second and third most popular channels combined. Holy crap, why does this ID card even list sensitive points? Is this supposed to be a rule-pushing ghost story or a trip to the brothel? Could it be that after watching the first 2 episodes, our Chosen One got too tired and decided to throw in a little perk this time? Could be what the guy above said, but anything tied to cherry blossom themes might just come with this kind of color scheme. Looks good, can't wait to see it. Hope they don't censor it. The weird tale had barely begun, yet the chosen ones of Iron Stomach Nation seemed unable to keep their hands out of their pants. Unable to resist Alice's allure, the two made their way to the storage room in no time, where unspeakable things occurred. But to the audience's frustration, the screen went completely snowy during the climactic moments. Just as the Iron Stomach Nation's Chosen One proved his mettle in 5 seconds flat, Ailey pushed open the door, clearly disheveled and glistening with sweat. But peering through the corner of the screen, they were horrified to discover the Chosen One had been drained dry, reduced to a desiccated corpse. After struggling on the ground for a moment, he breathed his last. To die beneath the peony is to be a romantic ghost. This fellow may have died in splendor, but the elemental continent of Iron Stomach Nation faced a plague of venereal disease, a disaster spreading through a single glance, instantly claiming the lives of hundreds of thousands. Many Chosen Ones couldn't keep their pants zipped. Right from the start, a single woman caused over 30 nations' Chosen Ones to drop dead. Some Chosen Ones simply couldn't resist touching Aries' voluptuous curves, their pants exploded instantly, bleeding to death. Holy crap, this is truly the cherry blossom style J-Squeeze Ward, no self-control, no chance of resisting. Sorry about that. This time, our cherry blossom Chosen One is adult actor Yama Azojin, famed as the Iron Bull. His last work was Squeeze J Ward, so this time our win rate is way up. Other Chosen Ones actively sought relations with Eri, triggering bizarre deaths. Yama Azojin was quite skilled through subtle words and actions. He coaxed Eri into initiating contact. After one satisfying encounter, nothing further happened. But neither he nor the Sakura audience noticed that Eri's gaze toward Yama Azojin had begun to shift, and it definitely didn't bode well. Compared to the other Chosen Ones, Yama Azeo could barely be considered a rival to Master Li Yi. What are you thinking about? Over at Li Yi's end, Alice waved her hand, stirring a tantalizing breeze of fragrance. The exquisite scent invaded his nostrils, undeniably stirring a fiery heat within him. Li Yi, however, shot Eri a slightly disdainful glance. He silently muttered, "Immoral." Still, he asked, "New here? Where's the elevator?" Seeing that Li Yi remained unmoved by her allure, Ailey instantly began to doubt whether her seductive powers were lacking. This hospital hasn't seen a healthy man in ages. Those patients are just a bunch of useless guys. I won't let you slip away like this. Ailey Fong's senses grew hazy as she let out a soft moan, no longer caring about the sliding medicine cart. Her slender hands gripped the ultra-short skirt beneath her uniform and lifted it upright in front of Li Yi. The audience could only see mosaic blurring, but Li Yi witnessed scenes that made his blood boil. Yet he remained unfazed. Not interested. I'm leaving. Even after Ailey went this far, Li Yi remained unmoved. Suddenly, out of nowhere, she blurted, "You don't even react? Could it be you're not up to par down there?" Not up to par? For a man, the greatest insult is to suggest he's inadequate there. Even the celestial master Li Yi was no exception. He forced himself to suppress his irritation, turning to stare sternly at Ailey. Say that again? I'll say it again, you're no good down there. The moment the words left her lips, however, Ailey was suddenly knocked to the ground by an inexplicable force. Her slender body slid uncontrollably to Li Yi's feet. Li Yi wasted no words, planting his foot squarely on her back. He looked down at her coldly from above. You've got some nerve. Time for a lesson. Li Yi's foot pressed down on Ailey's sensitive spot. To his surprise, Ailey, who was being punished by Li Yi, wore an expression like a pervert. She even rudely demanded he press harder, clearly relishing it. Li Yi was utterly speechless, filled with disgust. Just then, another woman's voice echoed from the far end of the hallway. What are you doing? It's night shift work hours now. If you want to do that, can't you wait until after work? Li Yi looked over to see a tall, dark-haired woman in black stockings. Her style was completely different from Ailey's. Even the ill-fitting uniform accentuated her curves, especially her coldly beautiful face, restrained yet impossible to look away from. As she approached, he glanced at her name tag. Medical staff A. Zhou Qing, patient psychotherapist, sensitive spot, ears, dislikes, men, provides psychological counseling for patients. Who would have thought such a beautiful woman would be misandressed? A bit of a shame for the audience. Truthfully, this ghost story mission remains somewhat hazy. It outlined the broad goal of completing the internship and escaping the ward, but it didn't specify whether winning over key characters counted as part of the mission. Before Li Yi could speak, a frantic voice crackled through the pager in Ailey's chest pocket. Schizophrenia patient 9527 has gone missing in the third-floor surgical area. Ailey, go find them immediately. But Ailey looked utterly worn out, her eyes filled with stars and hearts as she gazed at Li Yi. How could she possibly go searching? Li Yi was even less inclined to volunteer, whistling as he watched Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing was a bit speechless, but she still stepped forward. Her long, beautiful legs bent as she crouched down, her faintly visible graceful figure seeming to dilute the eeriness and terror of this strange world. Unexpectedly, Zhou Qing lifted her head and suddenly gave Li Yi a mischievous grin. Since you're new here, I'll show you around. The unspoken implication, make him do the work. Chapter 63, The Dagger Incident. I just reported in. Being new here, I'll leave the credit for that to Dr. Zhou Qing. If there's nothing else, I'll head upstairs to report in. Li Yi said before walking away. Hey, you. Forget it. Not a single man in this world is reliable. Zhou Qing sighed and went to find someone herself, but not before giving one last look at the battered Ailey. This person seems a bit different. While everyone was busy with their tasks, the audience finally noticed how dimly lit the first floor was, with only the green access light in the security room flickering reassuringly. The layout of the mental hospital was eerily strange, the long corridor stretching endlessly before them. Ailey slowly regained consciousness. Yet she failed to notice the eerie, malevolent glow emanating from a pair of eyes watching her through the open door of a storage room behind her. The next second, the eerie presence burst out of the shadows. Ailey sensed something was wrong. Just as she turned her head, a sudden, sharp blade sliced clean through her throat. Hot blood splattered across the floor, even splashing onto the walls. Eliza clutched her neck in despair, staring in horrified terror at the monstrous spider-like creature before her. It moved on 8 human-like legs, its human head glaring malevolently. Blood choked her windpipe, and she could only manage a choked, broken sentence. Why? I still have a chance. The eerie mandibles emitted a sharp, grating sound that echoed relentlessly through the empty first floor, sending chills down the spine. Spectators outside the arena shuddered in horror, unable to believe that the female bodhisattva, Ailey, would meet her end so abruptly. It wasn't hard to spot the barcode on the back of the creature's head, with an ID number printed below. But strangely, there was a gaping hole in the back of its head, as if some kind of technological device had once been fixed there. The creature seemed unwilling to waste time on the useless Eerie. In the next instant, the creature's tentacles transformed into razor-sharp blades, piercing through Ailey's shoulder blades as if intent on dragging her into the depths of despair. Please, cough cough, I don't want to die. The pitiful cry abruptly ended on the first floor. Only a long trail of blood remained on the ground as Alice was completely thrust into the darkness. The next instant, an inexplicable infrasound rippled through the space. From tightly shut doors and even doors that shouldn't have existed in ventilation shafts, one by one, frenzied, monstrous heads emerged. As if receiving a command, they frantically lapped up Ailey's blood before swarming into the room where she had been dragged. What might unfold afterward was beyond imagination. Lee didn't witness this scene firsthand, but the Dragon Nation's audience didn't miss a thing. The expert panel and prominent online influencers swiftly analyzed the situation. Based on comprehensive observation, it appears that Ailey, the medical staff character, deliberately approached the Chosen One to complete a mating task, killing the Chosen One to secure her own chance at survival. The rules did hint at the possibility of pursuing the medic, but cautioned against casual encounters. So this was all part of the scheme. But within the forced plot, why did that eerie spider face hand compel Ailey to murder the Chosen One? Could it be that some crucial settings for this ghost story weren't explicitly revealed? The core outline of the previous ghost story was incredibly hazy. Everything seemed to have clues, yet nothing had a clear origin. To deduce the final core about recurrence and desire, Li Yi's ingenuity was truly awe-inspiring. The supervisor focused intently. This framework isn't rooted in familiar Dragon Nation history or culture, but in the unique essence of cherry blossoms. Without deeper insight, we can only follow the chosen one step by step. Ding! With Li Yi occupying the elevator, Zhou Cheng had no choice but to take the stairs at the end of the first-floor corridor to reach the third floor. Just as the elevator doors opened, a deranged woman with a mental disorder lunged straight inside. Her face was deathly pale, draped in a white bedsheet. She nearly scared the pants off the audience watching behind the screen. But with Li Yi shielded by the golden light mantra, the woman couldn't get anywhere near him. Wielding a sharp prop, she relentlessly closed the distance between them, as if intent on killing him. Kill me? You must be dreaming. Li Yi cast a calming mind spell, instantly soothing the heart barrier woman. But the next instant, she violently twisted her neck, limbs trembling erratically. Out of nowhere, she blurted, "This isn't a place for humans to be. It's so painful. Let me die." With that, the heart barrier woman raised the dagger and plunged it directly into her left heart in front of Li Yi. Blood spurted everywhere. As the woman collapsed to the ground, Li Yi suddenly noticed something peculiar. There was something peculiar about this woman's ID badge records. Family member C. Wang Xuxian, mother of Xiao Jie, type A schizophrenia patient. Currently undergoing psychological treatment due to excessive grief. Why was this woman, who appeared deranged and even wore patient attire, listed as a family member? Could it be that the eerie secrets of this ward had come knocking? The chilling thought sent a shiver down his spine. Just then, several female medical staff burst onto the corridor from both sides, each stunningly beautiful. But Li Yi's aura reading ability revealed that these women had all, to varying degrees, engaged in sexual relations with patients some as recently as moments ago. Quick! Wang Xuxian got hold of a knife somewhere and stabbed herself in the heart. Rush her to the ER. The women rushed off in a flurry, leaving only a pool of blood behind. At that moment, nurse manager Kasha turned her gaze toward Li Yi. Her name tag showed no major issues, but her sensitive trait was conquest. New here? Do you even know the rules? Carrying a restricted knife led to a patient's suicide. Do you understand the consequences? It turned out Kasha mistakenly believed Li Yi had brought the sharp knife that caused this situation. No sooner had Kasha finished speaking than Li Yi, still inside the elevator, noticed the elevator lights flickering erratically as the hallway lights abruptly shut off. The rules of the supernatural don't play by your rules. Once you're suspected, you'd better brace yourself for a baptism of the bizarre. In the blink of an eye, under the dim lighting, the head nurse transformed into something grotesque. Her perfect figure was utterly corrupted, her blood-stained nurse's uniform exposing vast swaths of snow-white skin. Her palms had been severed, replaced by sutured surgical blades and syringes. Her head was wrapped in scorched gauze, with blood seeping from where her features should have been. Holy crap, isn't that the Silent Hill alternate world nurse? She's terrifying and horrifying. Oh no, oh no. The elevator's too cramped. Big Shot Li Yi can't cast his space-bending spell. Stay confident. When have you ever seen Big Shot Li Yi handle the bizarre with anything less than sweeping, decisive moves? True. Look at the chosen one from Wagwan Kingdom already disintegrated into countless meat shreds by that nurse anomaly. RIP. The assimilating anomaly possessed the ability to corrupt its surroundings. The elevator compartment around Li Yi corroded at an alarming rate, teetering on the brink of collapse. Just as the elevator was about to plummet, Li Yi didn't hesitate. He dragged the nurse anomaly inside. Nurse anomaly, elevator play. Max concentration. Chapter 64, Dual Mastery. While chosen ones from other nations were being crushed into pulp by anomalies, Li Yi had actually brought the already dangerous anomaly into the confined space of the falling elevator. The elevator wasn't particularly tall, yet the distance between the first and second floors maintained a constant sensation of weightlessness. Kassa's scalpel stabbed forward. It sliced clean through Li Yi's afterimage, cutting straight through the elevator's alloy wall behind him as easily as tearing through a sheet of paper. Li Yi brushed off his clothes. And you say I carry restricted blades? Aren't you the real danger? Only 3 body lengths separated Li Yi from the anomaly. The next instant, the creature plunged a syringe stitched into its other arm directly into its own brain. Red and white fluid rapidly filled the syringe. Then it was injected straight toward Li Yi. Golden light mantra, condense. To Li Yi's surprise, even his fully mastered golden light barrier was corroded through 3 layers in an instant by the crimson white substance. It even melted through the alloy floor, leaving a gaping hole through which the elevator's seemingly endless descent could be faintly glimpsed. Evil energy, but this Taoist master fears nothing more than evil energy. Kassa charged forward with eerie recklessness, her mouth emitting occasional hissing sounds. Violation of psychiatric hospital regulations. Punishment. With your half-human, half-ghost appearance, you dare punish me? Li didn't want to strike a woman, but if he didn't subdue this anomaly promptly, the entire elevator might soon be reduced to scrap metal with nowhere to stand. He considered that, though strange, a gentler approach might work, perhaps subduing her with the calming mind chant. But in the next instant, beneath that tattered skirt, a third hand emerged from that place. You heard correctly, a third hand from that place. The breathless spectators had never witnessed such a diabolical spectacle, instantly imprinting an indelible psychological scar. For a split second, Li failed to notice. Yet a sudden, piercing cold glint flashed before his eyes. What's the meaning of this? With a sharp swish, the rusted scalpel gripped by the third hand pierced straight through the final layer of golden light. Just as the audience thought the big shot Li would pay the price for underestimating his opponent, the scalpel did indeed slice a gap in the white coat. Yet the instant it touched skin, it seemed to encounter a non-Newtonian fluid utterly unable to cut through the flesh. The moment Li noticed his immaculate attire torn, his expression instantly turned icy cold, his aura plummeting to freezing temperatures. His eyes bore into the eerie figure with such ferocity that even the creature froze mid-strike. You bastard! You tore my clothes, have you had enough of living? Rip! Casa snapped back to her senses, but this time, before her three arms could strike, the audience witnessed a flash of icy light on the screen. Casa's three arms snapped cleanly in three places. Perhaps sensing the pain, the creature curled up on the ground, writhing in a dark, twisted manner. But the next second, an enraged Li stomped directly on the creature's head. Despite its frantic struggles, Li showed no intention of letting go. Get off! I finally managed to put on a nice outfit. If you tear it, I'll be really upset. Besides, the one who should be punished for illegally possessing a restricted knife is you, right? Under the dual suppression of the calming mind incantation and the golden light incantation, even the creature sensed a threat more terrifying than death itself within the Taoist master's techniques. Using the golden light and calming mind spells repeatedly was starting to wear on Li. Suddenly, Li's hands began to gather streams of divine gray light. The yin-yang bagua and the tai chi dual principles seemed to dance within his grasp. Before Li could fully unleash it, Shi Shenzhen, who was sipping tea, sputtered it out in shock before staring at Li with eyes wide with awe. Could this be the double-handed technique, one of the 8 lost marvels? The attendant beside him was utterly baffled. Phenomena far beyond scientific explanation were naturally beyond his comprehension. Master Qi, what exactly is this dual mastery technique? How does it compare in power to the golden light incantation and calming mind incantation that the chosen one, Li, has clearly mastered? Hearing this, Shi Shenzhen sighed and shook his head, his tone tinged with self-mockery. In the eyes of ordinary Taoist practitioners like us, there are indeed tiers of power within Taoist arts. Yet even the weakest minor spell, when cultivated to the realm of divine transformation, can manipulate living beings. And Li? He embodies the pinnacle of De Luo Dragon Tiger's myriad Taoist arts. For him, there are no weak Taoist arts, only weak enemies. Shi Shenzhen's voice remained calm, yet the tremor he struggled to suppress repeatedly sent waves of Li's style awe crashing over the supervisor. Such a formidable and enigmatic being, thankfully he's our ally, at least not our enemy. The dual mastery hand is the universal mastery. Capable of detecting lies, reading and erasing memories, even rewriting perceptions. Having mastered this technique to perfection, Li could wield both red and blue hands simultaneously. The blue hand altered souls and controlled others, while the red hand reshaped flesh, capable of restoring flesh to bones and altering appearances. Red and blue palms simultaneously pressed against the struggling, bizarre form of Cassidon. As chi flow distorted the very air around them, Kasha's bizarre form underwent unexpected transformations. Before long, the strange state of assimilation dissolved, restoring her to the appearance of a normal NPC. Li even reshaped her face according to his own preferences. However, having encountered few beauties during his cultivation in the other world, this new face was, well, it was hard to describe. When Kasha slowly opened her eyes, her memories had been altered by the dual blue hands. Deep within her subconscious, she now firmly believed Li was her boss. Master, what do you need me to do? Master? Didn't I alter it to boss? Never mind, just obey. Meanwhile, Eagle's expert team was monitoring every move of Dragon Nation's Li, even comparing him to Eagle's chosen one, Max. That yellow skin guy's abilities are nothing special. Our Max is a socially adept genius with both brains and bravery. This time, he'll absolutely crush the Dragon Nation and bring Eagle Sauce all the buzz and fame. Bro, check this out. How did Li pull this off? He's made the anomalous submit once again? The anomaly in the elevator had Eagle's algorithms immediately declaring Li's death sentence. But Eagle-chan racked its brain and still couldn't figure out how Li brainwashed the weirdo into obedience. At the same moment, the Dragon Nation's foreign ministry sent an email. Stop watching, it's just making us more frustrated. Our chosen one is merely mediocre. Good luck to you. The message was brief, yet it shattered the Eagle's expert team's resolve, plunging the entire facility into chaos. Ding! Elevator arrival. 3rd floor of the psychiatric hospital, surgical level. Strange. The elevator was clearly plummeting downward. If it hadn't been descending into the 18th layer of hell, that would have been one thing, but how had it ended up on the 3rd floor? Chapter 65, 3rd Floor Turmoil. Compared to the 1st and 2nd floors, the 3rd floor operating rooms looked even more dilapidated. Corridor lights flickered erratically, while corroded metal cabinets and used hospital beds littered the space. Even scattered across the floor were patients' and medical staff's uniforms and ID badges, though no obvious signs of supernatural corruption were visible. Come to think of it, Zhou Qing from the 1st floor was probably looking for someone on the 3rd floor. Wonder if he's still here. With no leads on the 3rd floor at this stage, the carefree Li decided to return to the 2nd floor to sign in for duty. But unexpectedly, the already peculiar elevator showed no response no matter how he tried to activate it. Casa beside him could only stare blankly. Forget it. Can't count on that. Where are the stairs? Just then, Casa spoke up. The stairs were sealed off years ago to prevent people from going to the 6th floor without authorization. Li frowned. If they didn't want people on the 6th floor, why not just lock the door? Blocking the entire staircase was a strange move. Moreover, Li noticed that among the floor buttons on the elevator, the one for the 6th floor showed more obvious signs of wear and use than those for the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd floors. Ironically, the buttons for the rarely mentioned 4th and 5th floors looked brand new. Just a guess, but floors 4 and 5 are probably where the patients stay. Add in the fact that they're all mentally unstable lunatics, and it's no wonder nobody wants to go up there. But just then, distinct sounds suddenly echoed from both ends of the 3rd floor operating corridor. From the left corridor came a woman's shrill scream, abruptly cut off. From the right corridor came the bone-chilling sound of teeth grinding together. The clacking noise echoed eerily through the seemingly deserted 3rd floor, amplifying the terror. What the hell is that noise? Li ordered Casa to investigate. But just as she peered out from the elevator entrance, a severed steel cable plummeted from the gap between the elevator and the floor. Oh no! Such an anomaly caught all the spectators completely off guard. Karsa couldn't react in time, and it looked like she was about to be decapitated. Though she was an NPC, Li wasn't the type to stand by and watch someone die. The golden light spell transformed into a chain, snatching Kasha and pulling her inside. But from his own position, the alloy plate above his head inexplicably fell, its sharp edge aimed directly at Li's head. Ha! Li flickered, pulling Kassadin back to safety inside the elevator, dodging both the steel cable and the falling plate. Now, Li and Kassadin had switched positions. Even more bizarrely, the moment Li's entire body left the elevator, it resumed normal operation. Just as Kassadin was about to alert Li, she noticed the elevator floor indicator lights had automatically illuminated the 6th floor. Kashala gasped in horror. Before she could utter a warning, the elevator shook violently and its doors slammed shut. Li sensed something was amiss, but it was too late to catch the elevator. In the final split second before the doors closed, he caught a glimpse of a strange, quadrupedal shadow darting across the elevator ceiling. To Li, the elevator descended toward the 2nd floor, unaware that Kasha had entered the forbidden, mysterious 6th floor. This is for me, isn't it? Li sneered coldly, unfazed by the cheap tricks of this ghost story world. Logically, the surgical floor should have been a sterile, airtight environment, yet the only sensation Li felt was a chilling, gusting wind. However, in the direction of the woman's screams, he detected no signs of living beings. Meanwhile, the source of the grinding teeth sound to the right indicated the presence of several lifeforms, at least human in nature. Given this situation, I should definitely head right first to find people and regroup. Like hell we go. This might be a deliberate trap to lure big shot Li in. I bet something happened to Zhou Qing on the left, we should save him. No need to guess. Sakura's Yama Azojin gave us a clue. He went left to find Zhou Qing. Throughout his journey, Yama Azojin had scarcely spared any female he encountered. The dozens of wounds covering his body clearly marked his battle with the bizarre Kasha. Yet seeing the decaying bandages hanging from his belt, it was hard to fathom what mindset drove this guy to engage in intimate acts with the monstrous Kasha. The Dragon Nation Task Force had also investigated Yama Azojin. This guy was a member of Sakura's super soldier program, injected with a special serum. However, his only acquired abilities were enhanced virility, already strong defensive and regenerative capabilities, and upon further investigation, even a side effect where his crotch would explode if he didn't engage in intimate activities utterly bizarre and utterly insane. No wonder he acts like he owns the place in the J extraction ward. But the way he's recklessly pulling out his DCK, trouble's bound to happen sooner or later. I agree, it's imminent. At least Zhou Qing isn't someone you can easily pull the trigger on. As expected, the Japanese ghost stories footage froze at the corner where Yama Azojin hurriedly ran past. Immediately after, Yama Azojin's shrill, terrified scream pierced the air. The screen flickered with static for a moment before revealing Yama Azojin stumbling back, clutching his bleeding crotch and holding half a foot in his left hand. Severely injured, yet seemingly saved by sheer luck, he had evaded the bizarre pursuit. Longwei identified the anomaly even faster than Sakura Country. They determined it lacked NPC Zhou Qing's characteristics, ruling out the possibility of it being Zhou Qing's assimilated form. At that moment, the experts noticed that internally Li hadn't gone anywhere. He'd simply opened the door to a dilapidated operating room next door, flopped onto the relatively clean operating table, and got to work. It was indeed Li Yi's style, but it couldn't help but leave people utterly dumbfounded. Especially for those nations whose chosen ones had worked tirelessly only to end up wasting their efforts. Their sense of balance was the most profound. Toward unfriendly nations, the Dragon Nation's officials naturally offered cold, sarcastic remarks. As for friendly countries, they extended aid with the blessing and protection of Master Li Yi. Through Li Yi, the Dragon Nation's international standing was subtly rising. One might ask, aside from Li Yi, perhaps only the figure who proclaimed the new Dragon Nation is established, at its founding possessed such influence. Just as Li Yi was setting up his stall, the eerie presence in the left corridor, having waited in vain for its prey, unexpectedly stepped out. Only then did the audience see clearly it was an albino who had undergone surgical modifications. Now, it had completely degenerated into a bloodthirsty, deranged madman. Patient B, name field damaged and blurred, faintly discernible as Jie, type A, extremely dangerous. If observed leaving the ward, contact security and the head nurse immediately for containment. Could this creature be the son that Wang Shuxian, the suicide victim on the second floor, had come to visit? Its body was covered in stitches, both arms modified into 2-meter-long monstrous claws. Its gaping maw could almost swallow a human head whole. Li Yi slept soundly, but at that very moment, the lunatic lingered at the operating room door, showing no intention of leaving. The audience held their breath in terror, as if they were witnessing the scene firsthand. Just as Madness sensed something and prepared to push the door open, the sound of something falling echoed from the right corridor, drawing his attention. Madness turned to investigate, and his tattered bag spilled 2 items onto the floor. One was a childlike diary stained with blood and scorch marks, the other was a camera missing its batteries. Chapter 66, Zhou Qing, the Unlucky One. As Madness vanished around the corridor corner, Li slowly awoke from his slumber. Stretching lazily, he pushed open the door and immediately spotted the 2 items Madness had left behind. Whoa, just slept for a bit and suddenly got a gold coin drop out of nowhere? When luck's on your side, you can't even stop it. No wonder those who embrace fate have such innate luck. While other chosen ones were desperately searching for clues, the clues had simply presented themselves to Li Yi. What truly astonished the Dragon Nation fans watching from outside the arena was this: their off-site popularity tally required the first half to conclude, yet the legendary Li Yi had already secured clues with incredible luck early on. Truly, fortune favors the fortunate. Even if Dragon Nation's ghost stories lack buzz, it doesn't mean Li Yi will lose, right? Holding both items in his hands, Li Yi first opened the tattered diary. Bloodstains from different periods stained its pages, yet one thing was certain: all the blood belonged to the same person. Month, year, I discovered a new friend had suddenly appeared at home. Playing with him was joyful, but strangely, my mother couldn't see him. 3 days later, the school bully beat me in the bathroom. My friend was there too. He told me to fight back. I picked up a broken mop handle and stabbed it into the bully's left eye. Mom said she was exhausted and barely making ends meet. Dad brought an aunt to school. She kept rolling her eyes at me. All I remember is Dad's belt hitting me so hard it hurt terribly. My friend was there too, telling me to fight back no matter what. A month after meeting my best friend, I did grow happier. But Mom suddenly looked worn out. She brought me to a 6-story place. I don't know how long it's been since I last saw the sun. Uncle Director's needles hurt terribly, and his smile felt fake. My best friend never showed up again. When I write in my diary, red liquid always seeps from my body. Li Yi kept flipping through the pages, only to find the later sections either burned or deliberately torn out. Only when he peeled back the hidden flap on the back cover did he glimpse words stained with blood: "My friend is inside me. It hurts so much. I want to leave." It was hard to imagine that the diary's author had suffered from schizophrenia before being sent to this sinister psychiatric hospital. Even the and perverted surgeries he endured were all carried out by the director mentioned in the diary. It seems this mental hospital isn't just about treatment and care, they're up to some shady business behind the scenes. The CVD had no batteries, but its memory card was intact and showed signs of use. It seemed to hold even more crucial clues. At that very moment, Zhou Qing, searching for someone, wandered aimlessly through the gloomy 3-story building. At a turn, she spotted a shadowy figure darting past. "You there! Stop right there! Where do you think you're going?" Though extremely reluctant to interact with patients, she steeled herself to pursue the figure in order to complete her night shift duties. But after rounding a corner, she collided head-on with Li Yi. "Ouch! Who's that? Don't you have eyes? You bumped into this lady." Zhou Qing stumbled backward, her imposing frame sending the 2 buttons on her uniform flying toward Li Yi. Li Yi sensed the threat and quickly turned his head away just as the buttons whizzed past his temple. They slammed into the reinforced concrete wall, blasting 2 holes right through it. Even the worldly Li Yi couldn't help but marvel at the sheer force behind it. "Never in my life have I seen buttons fly like bullets. I must say, your figure is truly captivating, Zhou Qing." Zhou Qing rubbed her ample hips, gasping in pain. Hearing Li Yi call her name, she snapped back to reality. Glancing down, she realized her black lace 36E bra was exposed, revealing a vast expanse of snow-white skin before Lee. The audience, of course, was spared the sight, seeing only the thoughtful mosaic blurring from the horror livestream. Zhou Qing let out a shriek. Even stretching both arms couldn't fully cover her voluptuous figure. And then she stood up, raising her right hand to slap Lee across the face. "Ah! You pervert! Seducing Ailey is one thing, but you won't even leave me alone." Her palm was intercepted mid-air by Lee. Noticing the intact aura of virginity still lingering on Zhou Qing, Lee suppressed her with a wicked grin. He pinned her against the wall, letting her alluring, seductive curves display themselves before him. "That flower game with Ailey? Not my style. But you, Zhou Qing, you're interesting." Lee radiated mature male hormones, mixed with an irresistibly domineering, robe-like charm. Zhou Qing's legs went weak, clamping together as if fearing her defenses would collapse. Lee chuckled wickedly, blowing a breath into Zhou Qing's ear, a breath carrying the essence of the calming mind incantation. Though meant to calm, it struck a sensitive spot, causing Zhou Qing to let out a soft moan. What, already giving up? Only a big shot like Lee would have the interest and leisure to tease a female NPC in a terrifying horror tale. Could we not do this here? The floor, it's too cold. Just as Zhou Qing thought his time had come. Even the entire online audience assumed Big Shot Lee wanted a moment of pleasure, understandable under the circumstances. Lee released him, even draping his wide white coat over Zhou Qing. "I have no interest in virtual women." He never had been, and he never would be. Even if she were the ultimate beauty, he'd merely admire her for a moment. He wasn't some pathetic creep driven mad by lust. Zhou Qing's face flushed crimson. Just as he was about to speak, sounds of passionate lovemaking drifted from the adjacent operating room marked in use. Zhou Qing trembled like a flower branch, her eyes brimming with desire as she looked at Lee. "Damn it! I took off my pants, and this is what you show me? Boss Lee, you're so mean. With your tiny little thing, you'd better not come out and embarrass yourself typing. Did you forget rule number 5? No peeping, but you must record evidence and store it in the archive room on the 3rd floor. Even an NPC like Zhou Qing, who's considered a rare gem, can't make Big Shot Lee's heart flutter. What on earth is his ideal type? Mortal thinking. Master Lee's ideal type is someone who's attained enlightenment and ascended to heaven. Got it? Of course, before Lee could react, the entire online audience had already assumed the Big Shot would defy this rule. Peeping wasn't his style, but recording would waste stamina, not something Master Lee would necessarily do. Come to think of it, the CVD in his hand, if he could just find the battery, wouldn't that be a ready-made recording device? Just then, Zhou Qing, somewhat curious about matters of the heart, peered through the psychiatric ward's hidden one-way window. To her astonishment, the escaped patient she was searching for was none other than one of the 2 individuals diligently at work. Unexpectedly, the commotion she caused alerted the 2 inside. The laboring movements abruptly halted. They turned their heads and fixed Zhou Qing with an intense stare. Oh no! Chapter 67, The Mysterious Stairwell. The patient looked perfectly human, yet possessed a pair of dark green eyes. Upon closer inspection, they were indistinguishable from jadeite emeralds. His hospital gown was stained with blood, clearly the result of a recent altercation with either medical staff or another patient. Zhou Qing, however, seemed utterly terrified of this patient. He stumbled backward, falling to the ground, and even retreated 2 steps toward Lee's feet. What should we do now? Run? Then what are you standing around for? Hospitals frown upon eavesdropping on others' business, especially when it involves a Class B patient or higher. Let's get out of here. Zhou Qing forced herself to stand despite her trembling legs. Just as she grabbed Lee's arm to turn and leave, the operating room door burst open, and a blood-stained scalpel flew out. Watch out. Lee murmured softly, then pulled Zhou Qing into his embrace, shielding her from danger. Feeling Lee's sturdy embrace and an inexplicable warmth, Zhou Qing couldn't deny that for a moment, her heart skipped a beat. But now was no time for romantic notions. She saw that the so-called Type E patient's eyes had not only completely turned jade green, but their skin and entire facial features were also covered in varying degrees of crystalline growths. Peering through the gap behind it, the barely clothed woman revealed her legs rapidly infected and parasitized by this crystalline virus. Yet her body seemed to lack tolerance for the virus. Within moments, her eyes bulged wide as she died violently on the operating table. What? Are infectious diseases going around in this mental hospital now? Zhou Qing witnessed the scene, collapsing limp into Lee's arms as she stammered, "No, it's not that. Type C patients and above all exhibit characteristics associated with mental disorders. It could be manic irritability, or it could be a bloodlust and lust for flesh." So what? A screw loose might mean catching an infectious disease too, huh? Looks like this guy's worth his weight in gold. Be extremely careful. Aside from him being the virus host, the others have little tolerance for the virus. They were supposed to be strictly confined to the ward area. No idea why they ended up here. Lee sensed something. If this guy was only Type E, how much more dangerous would a Type A patient be? He didn't know for sure, but the 2 clues in his hands were dropped by a Type A maniac. Just thinking about that scene still sent shivers down his spine. New doctor, hello there. The infected patient's voice was hoarse and unnerving as he approached Li Yi with clear hostility. Zhou Cheng closed her eyes in terror, even wondering why Li Yi hadn't run away at a time like this. Of course, she couldn't know that for Li Yi, no demon or monster could shake his resolve. He even considered stripping the jade crystals from the patient's body. They might be worth something. I wonder how long your arrogant, self-proclaimed chosen ones from Dragon Country can hold out. Facing a virus patient? You're practically knocking on death's door. IP Sakura. Bunch of damn Japanese bastards, can't be bothered with you lot. Our chosen ones survived 2 rounds of rule-breaking ghost stories unscathed. Why should we care about your problems? Ignore him. Just treat it as boosting viewership for Dragon Nation's weirdo livestreams. Mind your own business. Your chosen one Iron Ox is already broken. Worry about your own mess instead. Typical Chinese netizen combat readiness: curse anyone who provokes me, curse anyone who annoys me, curse back when allies are insulted. In international chat rooms, 3 out of every 10 comments blast sardonic Chinese viewers. Even the official stance of the Dragon Nation's diplomatic corps is that no one can get through. But rather than waste their breath arguing with a bunch of brainless idiots, they preferred watching Li Yi pull off jaw-dropping feats. After merely scrolling through 2 streams of comments, they witnessed Li Yi pinning the infected patient to the ground and forcibly prying the jade crystal from its body with a scalpel. The patient screamed in agony, but unfortunately, once detached from its host, the jade rapidly disintegrated into a foul-smelling, putrid powder. Trash. Thought it was something special. As expected, the enraged patient began rapidly transforming into a Giyi, its entire body enveloped in crystals, appearing to gain formidable defensive capabilities. Meanwhile, Zhou Qing, having regained his composure, suddenly noticed that the special patient he'd been searching for had discovered something on the female corpse on the operating table. He then swiftly fled through the opposite side door. Hey, you're not getting away. Zhou Qing hurried after him, not forgetting to hand a voice recorder to Li Yi. Per protocol, the recording must be delivered to the archives. That task is yours. I need to find someone. Ha? Are you giving me orders? Come on, stop dawdling. Consider it a favor owed to you. After this, you can do whatever you want with me, okay? Li Yi? Zhou Qing vanished in a flash. The crystalline entity's stiffness had lifted, but its unique structure left it nearly immobile. Fine. Off to the archives I go. Maybe there'll be some clues there. Li Yi led the crystalline anomaly around like a dog on a leisurely walk as they searched for the archives. After circling this dim, eerie place for ages and only after using his aura reading technique, he finally spotted the archive room at the end of the corridor. It was sealed off by a massive iron door opposite the locked staircase, requiring an ID card to enter. Whoever designed this damn building must be a complete moron. Not only is the layout convoluted and poorly planned, but it's a pure gathering place for Yin-Sha energy. It's a miracle any patients ever recover and leave. But that wasn't all. Li Yi cast another glance at the sealed staircase behind him. The sturdy metal gate was secured with 3 layers of chains, as if fearing someone might trespass into the stairwell. Gazing into the dark passageways leading to the upper and lower floors, it felt as if terrifying monsters lurked within, poised to devour anyone who strayed in. And then came another chilling thought. The first floor only has 1 elevator for quick access, and Big Shot Li Yi has been monopolizing it for ages. Since the stairs are sealed off, how did Zhou Qing get past the 2nd floor to reach the 3rd? Outside the window during the night, nothing but a void stretched out. Nothing could be seen except for the flickering lights within the building. No other illumination existed. Could there be another passageway here? Or did Zhou Qing teleport up? The immediate priority was to open the archive door and deliver the documents inside. But knowing Li Yi's temperament, he certainly wouldn't follow the rules and search for the key properly. Other synchronized chosen ones on the 3rd floor dodged the maniacal, bizarre pursuit while enduring immense mental pressure to find the key. In contrast, Li Yi turned to stare at the crystalline anomaly with ill intent. Feeling his gaze, even the anomaly couldn't help but emit sounds symbolizing resistance and defiance. Since you can infect people, I wonder if you can infect the environment? Don't disappoint me, or you'll regret it. Chapter 68, Livestream Perks. The crystalline entity resisted, but Li Yi's combination of the Golden Light Mantra and the Calming Mind Mantra had tormented it relentlessly throughout their journey, leaving it in agony. He stepped forward and delivered 2 swift kicks, sending it crashing against the safety door. Open the door now. Don't waste my time. With no other choice, the crystalline anomaly transformed into a fluid state, clinging entirely to the security door. One could clearly see it secreting crystalline viruses that relentlessly corroded the hard alloy material, altering its molecular structure until it too transformed into a jade-like crystalline state. Before long, the security door was completely swallowed by the abomination. After absorbing the door, its form even grew taller. Could this thing actually grow larger by consuming more? If left unchecked, it might just devour the entire building. What kind of creatures are confined in this mental hospital? Nothing but freaks. The virus-like anomaly approached Li Yi with an almost boastful air. But at its core, it remained a dangerous anomaly. Just as Li Yi wouldn't keep the reversed Nurse Cassidon by his side for long, he wouldn't keep this entity near him indefinitely either. Glancing once more at the staircase, Li Yi suddenly had a mischievous idea. Audiences familiar with Li Yi's style naturally caught on. Holy crap, is Big Shot Li Yi planning to send the crystalline anomaly to scout the locked stairwell? Besides Li Yi, no chosen one can actively command anomalies, it's downright divine. But seriously, why seal off every staircase in the entire building? Could it be that these stairwells also hide dangerous type A psychopaths? Stop it, I'm scared. I'm switching to another stream to watch the pretty nurses. Everyone's gaze returned to the screen. Li Yi was already standing before the barred gate. A chilling wind blew up and down the stairwell, sounding like the wails of ghosts. Faintly, the sound of chains scraping could be heard from one of the floors, as if something was trying to break free. I'll let you go, but only through the stairwell, Li Yi commanded. Yet upon hearing the word stairwell, the crystalline entity grew even more resistant, its eerie presence actively dissipating. It reverted to the patient's original human form, trembling as it stared at the dark and perilous stairwell ahead. Can't I just not go, doctor? I'm scared. What are you afraid of? You dared mess with the nurse, you're not scared of a few flights of stairs? Cut the nonsense. My patience is limited. If I can spare your life, I can also make you die in agony. Your fate rests entirely in my hands. The patient felt utterly hopeless, drenched in sweat. Watching Li Yi's supernatural hands effortlessly bypass 3 security locks and push open the creaking gate, he gestured for the patient to step out. With no other choice, the patient obeyed. The moment his body stepped inside, clang! Li Yi instantly slammed the gate shut and re-engaged the safety locks. Doctor, stop. I'm scared. Li Yi grew impatient. Don't be afraid. Just wait by the staircase on the 2nd floor. Call out for someone to let you out. If no one answers, wait for me to come down and find you. With that, Li Yi ignored him completely and turned to walk straight into the archives room. No matter how the infected man called out, Li Yi pretended not to hear. With no other choice, the patient steeled himself and continued down. But as he stepped onto the staircase, to the audience's astonishment, he appeared to be climbing upward. In the darkness, it seemed as though a pair of hands had seized him. Accompanied by a scream that died in his throat, the patient's body was dragged into the darkness. Only his ID badge remained, lying on the floor. This damn stairwell really is haunted. Li Yi from the archives tossed the documents into a basket, considering his task complete. Compared to the outside, this place had an even stronger medicinal odor. Before Li Yi lay all the hospital's official and unofficial records, detailed files on every patient and staff member, documenting every incident, big or small, that had ever occurred within these walls. Just when viewers expected Li Yi to absorb clues and begin analysis, he merely browsed aimlessly, unwilling to let excessive text taint his pristine mind. At the same moment, the live stream of real-world ghost stories tallied its bullet comments and popularity. Unsurprisingly, Dragon Nation's supernatural livestream dominated the rankings by a landslide. Eagle Nation, despite using super servers to flood the chat, only managed to edge out Dragon Nation by a mere 100,000 comments, barely securing first place. Can't wait, what's the popularity reward? Damn it, if the rules of this ghost story don't kill you, you're lucky. And you want a reward? That's like lighting a lantern to go to the bathroom and looking for poop to eat. Dragon Nation's ghost story livestream ranks first in popularity. Chosen one Li Yi will swiftly gain access to crucial clues at no cost. Eagle Nation leads in bullet comments. Reward, cataclysmic weakening. If Eagle Nation's tale fails, the scope of the descending cataclysm shrinks by 30%. Valid only for this tale. Eagle Sauce. Eagle Sauce's viewers erupted in outrage. Is that it? All that computing power and billions in service fees just for a catastrophe weakening? At least give us something like Dragon Nation did, a clue or a skip on danger. Thousands of Eagle Sauce fans nationwide broke through their defenses, painstakingly flooding the comments only to receive a reward that's practically useless. It even felt like a curse on Eagle Sauce's inevitable failure. Instantly reduced to a laughingstock for other nations. FCKU, Squid. Dare to mock my Eagle-chan and I'll send troops to invade you. The world was never peaceful, and after the descent of the ghost stories, chaos only intensified. War had become a commonplace occurrence outside of the supernatural tales. Look, Li Yi found a safe. In the corner of the archives room, a safe that should have been locked stood wide open, staring right at Li Yi. Whoa, could it be that this Taoist master just got lucky? The clues here might be worth a second look. Li Yi hadn't stumbled upon mere luck, it was the nation's fortune, guided by some unseen force. Besides some moldy cash and jewelry, the paper documents had rotted beyond reading. However, a memory card and several CVD batteries remained perfectly preserved. In no time, Li Yi installed the batteries into the CVD. Before he could even swap out the memory card, the screen flashed with footage recorded by Xiao Jie. The footage showed Xiao Jie in the operating room waiting for surgery, his body already covered in wounds. He struggled to hide the CVD in a corner when suddenly, a man in a white coat and a group of nurses walked in. They pinned him down on the operating table, began the surgery without anesthesia, and started cutting with a scalpel. Besides me, are there any other male doctors in this ward? The screen turned to static. Though the video feed was lost, Lee picked out a crucial sequence of numbers from the cacophony, 2024-4. After playing once, the screen's contents automatically self-destructed and deleted, making reinterpretation impossible. The other chosen ones, clueless about the situation, failed to notice the numerical clue. One could only imagine how difficult the upcoming decryption would be. Chapter 69, The Mad Director Goes Mad. After retrieving Xiao Jie's memory card, Li turned his attention to the memory card inside the safe. A quick inspection confirmed the fingerprints and lingering scent belonged to an adult male. Could this be that male doctor's memory card? Inserting it into the CVD, as expected, prompted a request for a 6-digit access code. Li directly entered the numbers obtained from Xiao Jie's memory card. After a brief, anxious wait, no unexpected issues arose. But then again, why would the date and content recorded by Xiao Jie, as a patient, be the access code for the male doctor's memory card? Could it be that the events of that day were equally vivid in both their memories? With that thought, Li skipped all the earlier videos and jumped dozens of pages ahead. He found the sole and final video dated 2024-4, though the file name offered a clue. 2024-4, final stage of patient Xiao Jie's treatment, partially damaged content. Li pulled up a chair and sat down, placing the CVD in front of him. The footage was choppy, but the earlier content of that day showed the male doctor constantly rushing about, meeting various patients, their families, and medical staff. There was even a segment depicting intimate moments. Yet certain details still escaped Li's keen eye. This video documents the male doctor's activities throughout the day. But in the office segment, why is his office so large? The decor is extravagant, and you can even catch glimpses of the edges of commemorative banners. Li seemed to deliberately slow down the playback speed, giving the off-screen expert team time for frame-by-frame inspection. Through the supercomputers of Dragon Nation, a peculiar trophy finally emerged from the blurred footage. The base bore the inscription, "Congratulations to Wen Jing, director of Kunshan Mental Hospital, for receiving the Outstanding Talent Award." The lead investigator slapped his thigh in realization. We seem to have completely overlooked the figure of the mental hospital director. Even the rules mention the director but contain no information about him. Based on past experience, it's highly likely this director has either left or passed away at this stage. Still, any clues about him hold investigative value. What secrets does this madhouse director conceal? And what exactly is this mental hospital? Li remained quietly engrossed in the records, even yawning as drowsiness crept over him. Just as his focus began to wane, type a manic patient Xiao Jie happened to wander into this area. His massive frame resembled the Hulk, yet his footsteps made almost no sound despite his heavy weight. What was truly terrifying was the segment of spine he held in his hands, still connected to a severed head, dripping with blood and clinging bits of flesh. Strings of hair at his waist linked severed heads and limbs together. Upon closer inspection, most were tender, delicate flesh, making it clear the victims were predominantly female medical staff, with only a handful being other psychiatric patients. Nearly every tissue on his body bore traces of sutures, making this grotesque creature appear like a monster stitched together from countless pieces of flesh. It was unimaginable how the body of the normal, teenage Xiao Jie could have been transformed into this monstrous form. In the blink of an eye, he was only 10 paces from the archives room. As Li drifted in and out of sleep, his gaze fell upon the title of a document on the director's desk, on human modification techniques and longevity. Immortality is no longer a fantasy. So this director was conducting human modification surgeries on patients to research his immortality techniques? This was nothing short of a fairy tale. Having nearly deduced the director's motives, the next phase of the investigation focused on finding clues to unlock the next stage. Passage keys were always tied to specific individuals or events. Unbeknownst to the outside audience, Li noticed that director Wen Jing would occasionally cover his mouth and nose to cough. Though the footage was blurry, Li could still vaguely make out that he was coughing up blood. The screen flickered with static again, then abruptly cut to today's crucial surgery. The test subject for his immortality theory was the emaciated Xiao Jie. Even before the surgery, the director had found time to meet with Xiao Jie's parents. Is this the extinction of humanity or the collapse of morality? That bastard director is using Xiao Jie as a test subject to achieve his own ends. No. It's not just Xiao Jie, it's all the other patients in this hospital too. The audience outside the operating room concluded that director Wen Jing was definitely no good person. Li, however, remained unmoved, offering no reaction as he quietly watched the scene unfold. On the operating table, half of Xiao Jie's body had already been transformed into a monstrous form. The transplanted limbs and tissue components all came from other anesthetized patients in the operating room. The image distorted, followed by static. Then came a piercing scream of despair. Next, the camera was knocked to the floor. Medical staff scattered in panic amid the chaotic clatter of footsteps. Li glimpsed the hospital director crazily laughing at his masterpiece. But when the masterpiece rose, it tore the director clean in two, blood splattering everywhere. The aftermath of this medical incident seemed to be contained. It was precisely at this moment that the stairwell was inexplicably sealed off, and the third floor fell into a state of semi-abandonment. The video ended, and at that very moment, Lee suddenly sensed a bone-chilling coldness descending from above, accompanied by a faint yet palpable threat of death. His eyes snapped open as he instantly activated the golden light incantation. A thunderous crash echoed as a spinal weapon smashed down, shattering through 5 layers of defense. Lee dodged, but the chair and CDD couldn't escape destruction. Crushed under the spinal weapon's weight, they lay shattered on the floor. Roar! So you're the one, the monster the Dean modified, type a manic Xiaojie, classified as a grade A dangerous patient. Roar! This creature possessed no consciousness, driven solely by the urge to slaughter. It would massacre every living thing it encountered across 3 floors, even retaining a twisted collecting habit, preserving body parts from its victims. Lee possessed countless methods to deal with this creature. Yet, just as he prepared to unleash 30% of his true strength for a serious confrontation, Zhou Qing's screams echoed from the 3rd floor once more. Ah! Lee, help me! The cry was brief and fleeting, yet it instantly heightened Lee's vigilance. With Zhou Qing in trouble, he certainly couldn't waste any more time on Xiaojie. If he was the key figure to clearing this ghost story, then easier solutions would surely follow later. With that thought, Lee let out a cold laugh. He opened his left hand to reveal a jade crystal from a virus patient. Though I haven't deciphered its structure, replicating it to trap you should pose no problem. Dual mastery, mimic all forms. Lee flashed out of the archive room. Xiaojie lunged to pursue, but the door swiftly sealed shut with solid jade crystals, trapping him inside. He raged helplessly. You big oaf, stay put. Chapter 70, the 3rd floor, you can't escape. The virus's bizarre bodily crystallization possessed remarkable hardness, its texture alone rivaled real-world diamond. However, Lee had merely replicated this jade using his dual hand technique. Through the harmonization and configuration of qi, it could only be sustained for a limited time. Only when the infected underwent bizarre assimilation could it achieve its peak state of solidity. Roar! The frenzied, mutated monster furiously pounded the jade crystals. Yet even as his blows shook the entire building, not a single crack appeared in the crystalline surface. Stay put. I'm leaving first. Lee pressed forward, unconcerned that Zhou Chang would easily encounter danger. However, the 3rd floor had inexplicably become filled with wandering psychiatric patients. Most were harmless C and D level patients, with only a few scattered medical staff overseeing them. After a brief inquiry, it was now midnight, the designated time for patients on the 4th and 5th floors to come out for their evening walk. Hey, you're the new male intern who started today, right? The director's been looking for you for ages. What are you doing on the 3rd floor? Mind your own business about the handsome guy. And stay away from that file room at the end of the corridor. Don't say I didn't warn you. How can you be like this? I was counting on you to help guide these patients. The pink-haired nurse grumbled, while a dark-skinned, fiery-tempered doctor leaned in beside her. Forget it. I just saw Zhou Qing rushing over there. I bet this guy is looking for him. The pink-haired nurse looked surprised. Huh? Does that guy actually like Zhou Qing's style? She's not even as good as me. I don't get it. If there was one thing that made this war truly terrifying, it was how death seemed to have become an everyday occurrence for them. Even when passing by an open operating room door where several patients and medical staff lay dead, they merely glanced once more, utterly unmoved. Unnoticed by the chosen ones or the audience, these bodies were swiftly disposed of, as if they had never existed. The Longhu expert team managed to catch a trace of evidence in the footage. Particularly near the corner of a patient's bloodied mouth, they discovered a small tuft of blood-stained golden hair, still clinging to a fragment of flesh. Though we can't verify it, I can't shake the feeling this tissue might belong to Alice from the 1st floor. Upon grasping this possibility, Wu Zhanlong couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. You mean these monster-like patients eat people, but why are the 2 nurses unharmed? That's the truly terrifying part. If true, NPC Ailey might have encountered danger. But since she wasn't on the same floor as the chosen one and wasn't on camera, after the incident, she became a meal for the monster patients. The thought of these psychotic monsters consuming humans sent a chill through the expert team. Yet within the game's framework, there was no explicit indication of a predatory hierarchy. Just then, Qi Xianjun rewound the footage, freezing the image on a particular frame. Within the darkness sealing off the stairwell, something even more concealed and perilous than the darkness itself seemed to lurk, a void. That void took on a human outline, yet beneath a sensation distinct from mere blackness, Qi Xianjun was horrified to discover that the bizarre entity in that frame appeared to sprout countless legs. If the design of this mental hospital was peculiar, Li found himself getting lost on the 3rd floor based solely on instinct. It wasn't until he used the golden light mantra to probe ahead. He was startled to discover that the location where Zhou Qing's voice had originated was near the archives room and the sealed stairwell. What's going on? I heard the noise from the opposite corridor while in the archives. Why did it lead back to that area? Could it be that this ward's layout was designed as a looping, interconnected maze? Ah! Li. Just as he was about to lose his bearings, Zhou Qing's voice called out again from that direction. It was definitely coming from the stairwell and archive room area. Trying to play ghost tag with me? I'm way more skilled than any ghost. After several turns, Li Yi realized there was indeed something amiss with the feng shui here. The yin and yang energies were completely inverted. To put it more scientifically, the magnetic field had been disrupted, causing the chosen ones to experience disorientation and discomfort. After breaking free from the ghostly maze, Li Yi found himself back where he started. Mad Little Jack had shattered the crystal but now vanished without a trace. The archives were largely destroyed, rendered useless for reference. But then, Li Yi discovered Zhou Qing had collapsed in the stairwell, which was secured with 3 safety locks. Both her black and white garments bore obvious tears, revealing glimpses of her impressive figure and alluring curves. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, Li Yi severed the 3 locks, sending them clattering to the floor. After carrying Zhou Qing out, he immediately cast 3 life-saving calming chants upon her. Fortunately, Zhou Qing was merely shaken and unharmed. Where am I? 3rd floor. Zhou Qing slowly opened her eyes and looked up, only to find Li Yi's face staring back at her. Yet for some reason, her eyes still held that initialness and wariness she'd felt upon first meeting him. She quickly pulled away and curled up in the corner. Intern? Why are you on the 3rd floor instead of reporting on the 2nd? I was about to ask you the same thing. You've seen me on the 3rd floor before, so why all the fuss? Seen me? You hogged the elevator for so long I had to take the stairs. Do you have any idea how hard that gate lock is to open? It took me forever. And then I ran into this indescribable monster. It scared the hell out of me. What kind of monster? Zhou Qing pondered. It only showed half its body to me, but everything about it was a sickly pale color. The scariest part? Its eyes were growing out of its breasts. Eyes on its chest? The moment those words left his mouth, not just Li Yi but the entire audience envisioned a bizarre scene. The entire internet erupted in laughter. So this was the legendary breast eyes? Li Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Had this girl gone mad from pulling all-nighters? But behind Li Yi lay the dark stairwell, its door wide open. Zhou Qing saw Li Yi mocking her and was about to explain. Her expression suddenly froze on her face, and she stared at Li Yi, her face turning deathly pale. Is there something on my handsome face? Zhou Qing saw clearly that sideways glancing, squinty-eyed monster had appeared behind Li Yi. And it had only a left half of its body. Zhou Qing trembled as he pointed behind him, his voice thick with terror. He's right behind you. Ha! Li Yi whipped his head around and was startled to see a real squinty-eyed monster, though its eerie eyes were as large as bulls. And from the remaining half of its head, a single arm had grown out in a bizarre manner. Chapter 71, The Director. What the hell is that thing? So ugly. Almost instinctively, Li Yi lashed out with a slap. His strength slipped slightly out of control. The half-body monster, thrown off balance, flew backward violently, crashing through 10 walls before finally coming to a halt. It was completely buried beneath the rubble. The audience watched in stunned silence. Was this Li Yi's true power? It looked as effortless as swatting a fly. You're insulting big shot Li Yi. From what I've seen, even a tank's armor-piercing rounds can only penetrate 9 walls. That means big shot Li Yi's fist is more powerful than a tank. Hold your conclusions. I see movement in that half-monster still shrouded in dust. Zhou Qing was frantic, even clasping his hands in supplication. I've barely made it to the 3rd floor and already run into this mess. Buddha help me. What did that mean? If Zhou Qing truly just arrived on the 3rd floor, then who was the person he encountered not long ago? Could Zhou Qing possibly be splitting into multiple copies? With so many strange occurrences still unresolved, now a fake Zhou Qing had appeared. The mounting problems were truly giving him a headache. The dust had barely settled when, in the next instant, the half-human monster's speed surpassed that of any ordinary person. In the blink of an eye, it appeared before Li Yi. But that half-face and its arrogant yet incompetent demeanor were utterly hideous. Ugliness was what Li Yi detested most. Just as the monster's single claw was about to tear Li Yi apart, the repulsed Li Yi lashed out with a backhand slap. The blow caused the creature's body to emit a sharp, cracking sound as it exploded through the air. It flew straight to the far end of the corridor. These days, anything dares to show its face before me? Just go die already. Just as Li Yi and the audience assumed this bizarre creature was all show and no substance, the damn thing got back up again. Never ending. Just as Li Yi prepared to use some real skill to finish it off, he noticed Zhou Qing tugging at his sleeve. Li Yi, look behind you. Li Yi? The instant he turned, he saw the crazed Xiao Jie charging toward him in a warlike stance. The severed heads dangling from his waist jingled ominously. A direct collision or a lash from his spine whip would be almost certainly fatal. Though the situation was perilous, who was Li Yi? With a swift sidestep, he shielded Zhou Qing in his arms. Wind Rider's mystic gates swirled beneath their feet, propelling both figures out of the encirclement. Xiao Jie and the half-human monster continued their dive attack. A thunderous crash echoed. The immense shockwave from their collision shook the entire building. Smoke billowed through the scene, and Li Yi discerned through his chi gazing technique that the half-body abomination matched Xiao Jie's modified monster strength blow for blow, even showing signs of gaining the upper hand. But in the next instant, Xiao Jie was enraged. His thick, barrel-like monstrous arm lifted the half-bodied abomination high. A tearing sound echoed. As easily as tearing a sheet of paper, the half-body abomination was ripped clean in two. Yet even so, the abnormality still refused to die. Xiao Jie roared in fury. It seemed he preferred collecting the flesh and bones of living medical personnel over the undead. He turned to glare at the crowd, and not a single spectator dared meet his gaze. What are you standing around for? Get out of here. There was no other path at the end of the staircase. With no other choice, Zhou Qing grabbed Li Yi and dragged him straight into the stairwell. The earlier scene of Li Yi effortlessly dispatching the eerie creature seemed to vanish from their minds. Even Li Yi was somewhat astonished. What kind of strange power does this girl possess? She nearly lifted me, a 70-kilogram man. However, to Zhou Cheng and Li Yi, they were descending the staircase leading to the second-floor safety zone. But the spectators and expert panel watching from the sidelines saw clearly Zhou Cheng, carrying Li Yi, had actually ascended to the fourth and fifth floors, the floors guarding the mentally ill patients. Who knew how many dangerous mental patients lurked there? Ha! Looks like your Dragon Nation's chosen one is about to become fish on the chopping block for those lunatics. Even if he's got the skills, how can he fight so many madmen? Hey, Eagle-chan, take a closer look. Most of the patients appearing in this asylum and the ones who've died have Eagle-chan's features. Doesn't that prove something? Yellow-skinned bastard, you wanna fight? You, white pig, black bastard. Come to Dragon Country and get your ass kicked. If you don't, you're my son. Come on, then. Dragon Nation and Eagle Nation suddenly became the main combatants in the Bullet Hell War. Chinese men and eagle-wielding thugs challenged each other to a fight, yet chose Little Cherry Blossom's territory as the battleground. Truly, when good things don't come, bad things come in droves. As the Dragon and Eagle factions traded insults, they suddenly turned their collective fire on Little Sakura, leaving the Cherry Blossom netizens too scared to even fart. Qi Xianjun, of course, witnessed the spectacle unfolding in the international chat room. Truly youthful impetuosity, he mused. But it's not bad that it ignited the fiery spirit and unity of the Dragon Nation. The fourth floor of the psychiatric ward was completely dark. The air was thick with the foul stench of too many people living in close quarters. No wonder the spotless nurses mostly avoided contact with the patients. At that moment, Zhou Qing sensed something was amiss. Hey, weren't we heading to the second floor? How did we end up on the fourth? No idea. Zhou Qing couldn't see his hand in front of his face, but fortunately, Li Yi's aura reading technique could even pierce through the void. As long as he held onto Li Yi's arm tightly, he'd be fine. The vice president warned us after midnight, avoid the fourth and fifth floors if possible. It's dangerous. Li Yi hadn't heard a word. So far, nothing in this ghost story game had truly frightened him. The only sensation he felt was Zhou Qing's soft, supple body pressing against his arm. That tender touch was utterly irresistible. Suddenly, from the prison-like room beside them, a pair of hands shot out and grabbed Zhou Qing's hair. It's a woman. I've got her. At the same moment, the previously quiet fourth floor erupted into chaos. Countless deranged patients began screaming and howling, emitting waves of indescribably strange sounds. Li Yi acted swiftly, severing Zhou Qing's hair. But he failed to notice that the patient had retrieved a hairpin from Zhou Qing's hair. That really scared the hell out of me. While Zhou Qing was frantically adjusting herself, Li Yi took a closer look at the surroundings. Every patient in every room was classified as danger level B or higher. If they were released, this place could easily turn into a living hell. Hey, what's this? Zhou Qing suddenly spotted something and handed it to Li Yi. Opening the damaged, even partially gnawed folder, he found documents that were only half contaminated. The header of the document read, On Human Modification Technology and Immortality. If Dean Wenjing died at Xiao Jie's hands, then why did this file end up here? You're not on duty. What are you doing here? The sharp female voice belonged to the deputy director of the psychiatric hospital. But shouldn't she have clocked out already? Chapter 72, Secrets of the Sixth Floor. Li glanced at her again, expecting the classic stereotype of a bossy woman in glasses. But to his surprise, his aura reading technique revealed that this deputy director was even more stunning than any woman Zhou Qing had ever encountered. Her features and perfectly proportioned figure seemed almost unreal, strangely unsettling. Well, you two aren't doing your duty. Breaking regulations by trespassing onto the fourth floor. Don't you want your pay today? Zhou Qing hurriedly explained, We weren't. We were searching for someone on the third floor when we encountered a type A patient chasing us. We ended up here by accident. But clearly, the vice president wasn't interested in hearing her elaborate explanation. Very well. Since the director isn't here, does that mean I, the deputy director, can't manage you? I'll record this incident accurately. Especially you, in turn I seriously question your professional competence. You'd better watch your step. So what? You want to dock my pay? Li Yi let out a cold laugh, fixing the vice president with a meaningful stare. I never imagined this ward had such peculiarities. Zhou Qing is one thing, but you, Vice President, still hold your position with a clean record? Hearing this, the Vice President's body trembled. What do you think you're doing? Nothing. Let's go, Zhou Qing. Back to the second floor for duty and sleep. Li Yi and Zhou Qing took the elevator away, but strangely, the Vice President showed no intention of following. Her explanation was, you two go down first. I need to check if you've damaged anything here. Zhou Qing didn't think much of it, but under the Vice Dean's deep, piercing gaze, she couldn't shake the feeling that she had no secrets left. Perhaps she was just overthinking it. The elevator took them straight to the second floor. Guided by Zhou Qing, Li Yi registered his name and then wandered around this floor, which functioned as a sort of safe zone. This place truly lived up to its reputation as a man's paradise. Everywhere he looked, there were beautiful medical staff, and there were even dedicated rooms provided to satisfy those needs. By design, the women here felt something was missing without men. And that's precisely how other chosen ones gradually fell into this tender trap, failing their missions and ending up drained to nothing but corpses. Li Yi, naturally handsome and well-built, drew the admiring stares of passing nurses. But as he passed the pharmacy, through the open door, Li Yi overheard a snippet of conversation. Hey, Xiaoyu, did you hear about that family member who just committed suicide? Rumor has it they stormed the 6th floor during the director's surgery. After coming out, they went completely mad. What? Seriously? What's even on the 6th floor? Isn't it abandoned? Who knows? Ever since Director Wen passed, his wife, the deputy director, and the other senior staff have been acting like completely different people. They're all mysterious every day, even setting up access restrictions on the 4th and 5th floors. It's such a hassle. After all that talk, they still couldn't avoid the subject of what had once existed on the 6th floor, and the pivotal figures like the former president and the current president. Passing by the elevator again, I encountered the nurse who'd come down from the 3rd floor, the one Xiao Jie and T managed to catch. Have you seen the Vice Dean? The Vice Dean? Isn't she on leave today? Director Casa is on duty managing things. Right, I almost forgot about Kasha. Since she's the director, she might know some inside information. But the hospital was so huge, he didn't want to search for her himself. Glancing out the window, it seemed daylight was approaching. Perfect timing to head back to the security room on the 1st floor, the only place with a bed for some rest. Wait, I'm coming too. Zhou Qing caught up in 2 strides, clinging to his heels like a shadow. By the way, are you a twin? Zhou Qing immediately tensed up. Don't scare me. I'm the only daughter in my family. Could you have run into another me? Sort of. She acts exactly like you, but she made it to the 3rd floor before I did. That's a bit strange. Stop talking, I'm scared. Back on the 1st floor, the same desolate silence hung heavy. Some relatively stable patients were housed here, along with a few unimportant NPC family members, no useful leads. But when Li Yi stepped onto the floor where Ai Li had been, his footsteps halted for a moment. In that brief instant, several eerie gazes from the crowd fixed on him. The scent of blood, looks like Ali's met with misfortune. Could it be these guys staring at me? Li Yi remained composed as he entered the security room and locked the door behind him. The room was surprisingly well equipped. Not only did it have a bed, but the building surveillance system on the workbench was still operational. Floors 1 through 3 were clearly visible, but access to the 4th floor and above required a passcode. The strangest thing was that the surveillance system for the 6th floor, which was supposed to be closed off and inaccessible, showed normal operation. What good stuff is hidden up there? The lower floors showed nothing worth watching, just people playing cards and grinding tofu. On a whim, he entered Xiao Jie's password and unexpectedly unlocked the surveillance feed for the 4th and 5th floors. The moment the footage appeared, they saw the vice president still lingering on the 4th floor. Her presence seemed to heighten the patient's restlessness and hunger. Yet she alone stopped before an unremarkable corner award without restraints. Then, a bizarre, 8-legged figure snatched the vice president right inside. Whether she was dead or alive remained unknown, yet the other patients remained intensely aroused. This vice president, though retaining a distinct aura of innocence, carries a foul, eerie stench upon her. Having played too many rule-based weird tales, Li Yi's basic senses could now discern the uncanny. The positive and negative deans were husband and wife, yet they shared no marital intimacy. This suggested they were not united in purpose, each pursuing their own agenda. The dean died on the 3rd floor, while the vice dean was occupied with matters on the 6th floor. This deranged Xiao Jie might just be the appetizer. The real big boss lurks on the 6th floor. About 3 minutes later, the vice dean emerged, smoothing his clothes. Judging by his gait, he likely hadn't broken through yet. At that moment, Li Yi finally got a clear look at the bizarre creature. It was a spider-like abnormality with a human head and 8 arms. Though there were no obvious surgical scars, after such a long investigation, it was undoubtedly a stitched-together monster. The surveillance feed shifted. The vice dean seemed to sense something, scratching the back of her head as if concealing something. Immediately afterward, she pressed the elevator button for the 6th floor. Instantly, the spider-like creature's hideous, oversized face slammed directly into the surveillance equipment. Its eyes scanned the scene before mercilessly destroying the camera. This thing seems to have a bit of brains, huh? At that moment, the sun rose fully. Yet a knock sounded at the security room door. Though it was a bright, sunny day, a chill and an eerie feeling crept into one's heart. Chapter 73, The Master Wants You Dead. Who the hell is banging on the door in broad daylight? Annoying. Who knows? Maybe now that we're off duty, it's a relatively safe time. Nothing else will happen, right? It was possible someone else had come to rest. But in the world of weird tales governed by rules, one must be exceedingly cautious. Better safe than sorry. Big Shot Lee was used to doing as he pleased, so naturally, he couldn't be bothered to answer the door. The knocking persisted for a moment before fading away, as if someone had deliberately played a prank. On the surveillance device, access to the 6th floor feed remained locked. Xiao Jie's password was incorrect, requiring further investigation. After Li Yi dismantled the system, he discovered an authorization disk inside the main unit. With this disk and the correct password, the Chosen One could now access surveillance footage from any floor at any time. After a night of hustle, the light filtering through the blinds finally offered a hint of warmth. This is the world of rule-bound tales. Nothing can be taken lightly. Since this is a rule-sanctioned rest period, sleep. Zhou Qing stood on the soft bed frame. Though Li Yi harbored no improper intentions toward her, he showed her no special consideration. He simply picked her up with both hands and placed her on the cold floor, then stretched out comfortably on the bed frame himself. It was actually quite comfortable. But just then, the security room door was knocked upon once more. But Li Yi had already drifted off into a deep sleep. With his quality of rest, it would take more than a blow to the head to wake him. Thump! 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 The first floor was almost silent, save for the peculiar knocking. Curious spectators switched to the perspectives of other Chosen Ones. Call, the Chosen One from the Ka Federation, had yet to endure society's harsh realities. Having narrowly escaped death earlier, he now opened the security room door. The next second, a seemingly normal patient stood before him. The name tag on his chest identified him as a Class C patient, posing no threat. Doctor, I want to go home. What does your desire to go home have to do with me? I'm just an intern. You should leave immediately. Doctor, only you can help me. My home is on the 3rd floor. Kai was unaware that although this patient appeared harmless, dozens of dangerous Class B patients were pressed against the walls, some even holding sharp objects, waiting for Kai to fully exit the security room. These strange creatures seemed to have developed a peculiar intelligence and teamwork. One stepped forward to lure the Chosen One, while the others swarmed in to tear him limb from limb. Doctor, if you don't take me there, I'll file a complaint against you. Kai's eyes widened in alarm. You old fool. I'm counting on completing this internship task to pass my training. If you complain, won't all my hard work be for nothing? Kai felt torn, but glancing at the brightly lit corridor, he subconsciously reassured himself that leaving the safe house during daylight hours should be fine. He just needed to get this guy to the 2nd floor duty station. But the spectators from the Kaka Federation and Dragon Nation noticed. Dozens of dangerous patients lurked behind that door. Stepping outside meant certain death. With no way to contact the Chosen One, the outside world could only watch as billions of eyes bore down on him. The instant Kar stepped fully into the open, countless patients surged out of the shadows. Piercing screams and the bone-shattering sounds of tearing flesh filled the air, sending shivers down the spine. As these monsters scattered, only a blood-stained piece of cloth remained, no trace of flesh or bone. Chosen One of the Kar Federation. Deceased Botulinum disaster descends upon a continent of the Kar Federation. Not only Dragon Nation, but other nations were also investigating intelligence and clues within foreign livestreams. Watching other nations' Chosen Ones either steadily level up or meet violent ends inevitably brought feelings of oppression and shock. Just as the Kar Federation livestream was about to close, a sharp-eyed expert from Dragon Nation spotted something unusual. Freeze the previous frame. Look at what's wedged between the chairs in the corridor. Through the splattered bloodstains, the image was blurry, but computer-enhanced contour analysis quickly yielded a conclusion. What's the big deal? Is a hairpin really worth all this fuss? Don't underestimate a hairpin. Used right, it can help you escape the most heavily guarded prison or kill the most powerful person. What? Are you saying these dangerous individuals used hairpins to pick locks and escape from the 3rd floor? But why go to such lengths to detour down to the 1st floor to target the Chosen Ones? The supervisor fiddled with his pen, forming a possible conclusion. Could it be someone behind the scenes manipulating these patients to commit murder and attacks? Quickly return to the Longhu livestream. Li Yi is making his move. The scene shifted. Li Yi was simply desperate to use the restroom. The knocking on his door had long since ceased, but that didn't mean the danger outside had vanished. Pushing open the door, Li Yi strode out with confidence. The bathroom was just diagonally across the hall, not far away. But for the spectators watching from outside, Big Shot Li Yi had now crossed the line of rules, facing potential danger every single moment. As expected, several thugs burst out the moment he turned his head, brandishing assorted weapons as if intent on murder. Yet the moment their eyes met Li Yi's, they visibly flinched. Instinctively, they hid their weapons behind their backs. Upon witnessing this scene, Qi Xianjun suddenly remembered something. I nearly forgot at noon, when the sun is at its zenith and the purple aura rises from the east, the Taoist arts cultivated on Dragon Tiger Mountain naturally emit a rising gale energy. The fierce, dragon and tiger-like momentum repels all evil spirits. Seeing it today, it truly lives up to its reputation. Does that mean they're virtually invincible during this time? True, but the effect doesn't last long. The Gangqi's suppression of the eerie is fleeting. Once it fades, even the calming mind chant won't easily subdue the monsters. What are you waiting for? Are you going in or not? A group of people blocking his path infuriated Li Yi. Though these fellows sought his life, the Gangqi's suppression forced them to obediently clear a path. If you're not joining, then get lost. You're pissing me off. But just as Li Yi smoothly entered the restroom to flush the toilet, little did he know, a bizarre figure hung upside down from the ceiling behind him, staring intently. Seeing the moment ripe, it swiftly launched its attack. Ha! Can't even pee in peace? Hiss! An 8-legged spider demon burst forth, its gaping mouth large enough to swallow a human head whole. The next instant, a mop handle materialized in Li Yi's hand. He whipped it around and thrust it precisely into the demon's gaping maw. Disturbing this Taoist master's pee break? Watch out, I'll use a child's stream to send you to the afterlife. Li Yi pulled up his pants and scrutinized the hideous creature. To his surprise, it could still spit silk, though the substance it emitted was rather disgusting, thick and slimy. Hiss! My master commands your death, new intern. The spider hissed eerily. Chapter 74, Li Yi exposes a weakness. Li Yi easily dodged the silk spray. The stuff could directly corrode any substance it touched, proving even more bizarrely potent than the crystalline virus. But its weakness was equally obvious. If you enjoy littering everywhere, I'll just plug your mouth for you. What are you doing? Before the spider-like creature could react, Li Yi's lightning-fast movement flashed him directly before it. Gazing upon that calm, serene face radiating an almost divine majesty, even this type A spider abnormality couldn't help but feel a momentary flicker of fear. Empowered by the purple qi rising from the east, Li Yifeng wielded another mop handle. Before the arachnid could react, the stick plunged straight into its silk-producing gland. Viewers across the entire network witnessed this scene, involuntarily clenching their buttocks as a chill ran down their spines. The spider-like creature emitted an inexplicable sound. Ah! You big-headed ghost, that's disgusting. Before the corrosive silk could serve its purpose, Li Yi had already sealed off its exit. He even cast a spell on it, trapping it inside for at least 10 days to half a month. The creature rolled on the ground, its face flushed crimson from the suffocating pressure. During their brief encounter, however, Li Yi detected not only the bloody aura of Ali on the creature, but also the scent of the Vicedine. You ugly bastard! Ugly as sin yet playing the field, how did you even hook up with the Vicedine? Are you some kind of minotaur trying to cuckold the dean? Li Yi stomped on the spider-like creature's head. The weight of 10,000 tons crushed him, rendering all struggles futile. Compared to a type Xiaojia, your rank seems like a hollow title. You're so weak I can't even be bothered to use 30% of my strength. Let me go if you dare. Li Yi burst out laughing. Like hell I will. I'm just cocky and arrogant, not a monster. Not killing you outright is proof I'm handsome and kind-hearted. The audience noticed, however, that this guy seemed to be stalling for time. Above their heads, two eerily sharp blades materialized from the ceiling. Taking advantage of Li Yi's lack of guard, they stabbed straight toward him. Just as the crowd grew accustomed to Li Yi's signature moves, expecting him to dodge and strike back in an instant, they were horrified to hear a wet thud. Two razor-sharp spider legs pierced straight through Li Yi's shoulder blades, blood spattering everywhere. His entire body was suspended midair, and he instantly lost consciousness. This shocking turn of events sent shockwaves throughout the entire Dragon Nation. No one could have imagined that Li Yi, whose tactics had always seemed invincible, would meet his downfall in such a manner. The sheer abruptness of the situation left all 1.3 billion people of Dragon Nation in stunned silence for a full 3 minutes. They simply refused to believe it. Li Yi had fallen so easily, even becoming the bizarre meal on someone else's plate. What the hell is going on? Did I really see Li Yi, the big shot, get pierced through by a monster? This is too surreal. It's like winning the lottery only to find the ticket expired. If Li Yi truly perishes here, Dragon Nation will face another catastrophic disaster. As people began to realize that no matter how powerful Li Yi was, he remained merely a mortal adept of Taoist arts, not a true immortal. The once peaceful Dragon Nation plunged into tension and anxiety, erupting into significant turmoil. As a chosen one whose reputation was already polarizing, Li Yi now faced not only personal peril. He was also at the epicenter of a storm in the real-world public discourse. Audiences who had been hailing Li Yi as a god just moments before, like clowns, turned on him the next moment, launching fierce attacks and proclaiming his sins and arrogant, conceited nature. Hashtag chosen one Li Yi betrays Dragon Nation's trust, trips up in the gutter, hero or coward? Hashtag the incompetent chosen one Li Yi has once again plunged the Dragon Nation into chaos. What kind of hero is he? He's a criminal. Hashtag chosen one Li Yi, a worthless coward. Does he deserve to bear responsibility for this disaster? This sparked a massive backlash. Much of the divisive fervor undermining Dragon Nation's unity stemmed from foreign spies' infiltration and brainwashing. Those unaware of the truth only felt panic at the impending disaster, unaware they were being used as pawns. Admittedly, crisis easily robs people of rational thought. Who knows if calamity might strike them in the next instant? Yet these undeserved calamities and slanderous accusations should never have been heaped upon the Chosen One, who bears the responsibility for all humanity's survival. The Chosen Ones might as well give up. They're doomed either way. Why bother clearing the game if not to avert disaster? Stop defending the Chosen Ones, you lapdogs. Avoiding disaster by completing the mission is their fundamental duty. If they fail, they're incompetent failures. What's there to defend? Got a brain? Step up if you can. What good is barking here? Never seen you donate a single cent. What kind of skill is keyboard bombing your own people? When keyboard warriors are called to action, they vanish into thin air. But the moment a whiff of public sentiment shifts, their noses sniff it out like dogs and come running. The Dragon Nation's expert task force was in utter disarray. The Political Affairs Department scrambled to maintain online order while hunting down saboteurs undermining unity. The Paranormal Task Force swiftly assessed risks and notified regions nationwide to activate emergency protocols for bizarre disasters. Dragon Nation's arch-rival Eagle Chan, accompanied by the Koreans and Japanese, sniffed out the scent and joined the fray. We deeply regret Dragon Nation's misfortune. Following the disaster, Korea is donating 50,000 boxes of kimchi. Dragon Nation folks, you're no good at this. We cherry blossoms are the real powerhouse in East Asia. We're donating 100,000 origami cranes. These guys are naturally gifted at being obnoxious. But Dragon Nation's diplomacy fired back with just one sentence. The situation is under control. The game is far from over. Trust our chosen ones. Ha 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 ha. Li Yi's body's been pierced through. Even if he scrapes by, he's just a candle flickering in the wind. Think he'll clear this ghost story? That's a pipe dream. Don't get too cocky, Eagle Chan. Your chosen one isn't doing much better. We're halfway through, while yours has barely started. How dare you bark like a dog? Li Yi's situation no longer affected only the Dragon Nation. It had begun to subtly influence the international landscape. Countless people wanted to see him die, to witness his downfall. Yet in the face of humanity's survival, they also yearned to witness Li Yi's repeated triumphs. Mock the rules with sheer power, exposing their grotesque incompetence. Amidst the utter chaos, only Qi Xianjun and the supervisor remained, silently observing the situation on the screen. Li Yi appeared injured, even collapsing unconscious. But they believed Li Yi couldn't possibly fall so easily. This situation actually looks like Li Yi deliberately leaving an opening? It's possible. Look at that spider, it seems to be carrying Li Yi somewhere. Immediately afterward, Qi Xianjun saw Li Yi dangling mid-air, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He let himself get caught. There's a twist coming. Chapter 75, Monster Domestic Violence. The members of the expert panel were essentially representatives of humanity's highest intellectual caliber. They could naturally discern the current situation more swiftly. Since everyone has seen it, should we release the information immediately? The head of the team and Qi Xianjun disagreed. There's no rush. Since netizens enjoy ranting, let them keep shouting for a while longer. When the truth hits them later, they'll feel the sting themselves. This was the ultimate psychological warfare. Most importantly, we can use this chaos to thoroughly investigate the situation with traitors within the Dragon Nation. Ideally, we'll root them all out at once. The Dragon Nation task force's execution speed was terrifying. Even while they were discussing, the investigative framework had already been completed. Meanwhile, within the rule-bending world, Li Yi was steadily drawing closer to the master mentioned by the spider anomaly. Hiss. I never imagined it would be this easy. Master will surely reward me, right? Li Yi hung limply from its body, eyes closed, feigning death. Even the bleeding was fake. He was perfectly unharmed. In the blink of an eye, the spider anomaly carried Li Yi to the stairwell entrance. After breaking the door lock, they barged straight in. Soon after, other medical staff would appear to replace the lock, their movements seamless and fluid. The stairwell was pitch black. To avoid detection, Li Yi refrained from using his aura reading technique. Yet he still caught sight of a mangled corpse in the corner. There were even fragments of jade crystals scattered about, likely from another virus patient who had met a violent end. They passed through the second and third floors, even reaching the fourth floor without stopping. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself deep within the fifth floor. He found himself carelessly tossed onto the floor, while the spider Gue stood silently waiting by a doorway. Immediately after, Li Yi saw the Vice Dean emerge from within. How did things go? It's done, Master. The person you wanted isn't dead yet, but it won't be long. He's over there. The Vice Dean glanced at the seemingly unconscious Li Yi and nodded with satisfaction. Well done. With this guy, our ultimate goal will be achieved soon. Seems I'm worth quite a bit after all. What the hell is this ultimate goal anyway? Li Yi wondered silently. Immediately after, Spider Wegwei couldn't wait to speak up. So, Master, what about the reward you promised me? Last time it was all talk and no action, no real satisfaction at all. You can't just brush me off this time, can you? The Vice-Dean flaunted her curvaceous figure, showing no fear toward the eerie entity before her. She even wore an expression that suggested she had him completely under her thumb. Rest assured. When have I ever gone back on my word about something you've done for me? Come with me. I'll satisfy you. By the way, I'm curious, what exactly do you want to do with this man? Back when Jing was still alive, I heard you guys talking about ultimate and immortality all the time. The Vice-Dean remained evasive on this point, avoiding a direct answer to the strange being. For a moment, his gaze even turned hostile. It's not time for you to know yet. Immediately after, the two entered the room. Li Yi opened his eyes to observe. Through the window, he could see the Vice-Dean's silhouette undressing. A beautiful body was laid bare before the spider's eerie gaze. The creature, overcome with hunger, lunged forward. The two entwined in an indescribable position, sending shivers down one's spine. Holy, the Vice-Dean is into monsters? Li Yi certainly wasn't going to sit idly by and wait for death. Though the fifth floor was designated for patients, it held only dangerous AB-type inmates. But for some reason, the AB patients had been depleted to the point of posing little threat. There must be clues in here. Time to get moving. Just as the entire online audience erupted in curses. They watched in horror as the chosen one, Li Yi, who had been gravely wounded and seemed near death, rose to his feet once more. Holy, what's going on? Did Big Shot Li Yi fake his death? Ha! All you dogs who barked that Big Shot Li Yi was going down, come out here. I'll curse each and every one of you. Big Shot Li Yi is fine. He's faking his death to get closer to the mastermind behind this. You think you know everything? You were the loudest one cursing earlier. The Li Tiancher fan club doesn't welcome scum like you. Li Yi stood up and stretched his body briefly. Ignoring the unbearable noise filling the room, he began searching the fifth floor for useful clues. An office lay adjacent, its aura indicating recent use. Sneaking in silently, Li Yi suddenly discovered a keycard leading to the sixth floor. Alongside it was a string of numbers scribbled on a sticky note. Could this be the password for the sixth floor surveillance system? A dim-witted viewer might think that grabbing the keycard and heading upstairs to uncover the secret would lead to a happy ending. But Li Yi didn't do that. It didn't seem like the right time yet. After jotting down the password, the creature in the adjacent room, which had been engaged in amorous activities, suddenly stirred. Immediately after, a piercing scream echoed, followed by the sound of blades piercing flesh. Li Yi didn't want to stay lying on the floor any longer. He resorted to a little trick, creating a convincing decoy on the ground. He then found a corner where he could observe the situation and hid himself. Moments later, he witnessed the spider bizarrely missing limbs, shattering the glass and bursting out. Its body was pierced by blades, resembling a honeycomb. Drag its mangled body, one moment reveling in the bizarre ecstasy of lovemaking, the next crawling in utter despair and disarray. Behind it, the Vice-Dean emerged slowly, her clothing barely covering her body, her face still flushed with the lingering glow of passion. A cold gleam flashed from the blade in her hand, stained with crimson and green blood. With a sickly, twisted smile, she approached the spider demon. TSK, TSK, TSK. Truly, beauty is like a scorpion. Li Yi whistled, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. SSSS. Why did you do this to me? The spider freak was clearly bewildered, clueless about what had transpired. The Vice-Dean savored the taste of the blood, his face etched with pure delight. You're useless to me now. Letting you taste my essence is the greatest favor I can grant you. After this, you can depart in peace. Ultimate power and immortality? Not for someone like you. With that, the Vice-Dean's blade slashed forward once more. But spider weirdness was type A after all. Though gravely wounded, he retained some mobility. After dodging the strike, the two adversaries, now utterly at odds, were clearly destined for a showdown where one would fall. Just as spider weirdness prepared to strike back, kill the Vice-Dean, and then slowly devour him, a towering figure suddenly materialized behind him, seizing the spider firmly in its grasp. Type A Xiao Jie has arrived too. This place sure is lively. Without further ado, Xiao Jie crushed the spider into fragments. Chapter 76, The Vice-Dean's Scheme. Well, a case of cannibalism? I absolutely love watching enemies turn on each other. Li Yi, tucked away in the corner, remained utterly unfazed, stepping back as if none of this concerned him. The spider lay on the ground, bizarrely missing half its head, emitting a sound of utter despair. I brought the person you demanded. Why kill me now? The Vice-Dean wore a cruel smile while Xiao Jie stood obediently behind her. Completing the task only proves you're no longer useful. Unlike Xiao Jie, he's practically the most perfect creation of my good-for-nothing husband. At this point, the Vice-Dean couldn't help but glance over at Xiao Jie. The monster understood perfectly. It knelt down on its own accord, allowing the Vice-Dean's foot to rest on its head. When Jing was modifying Xiao Jie, I embedded some beneficial information for myself within his programming. He is the one who will never betray me. He even helped me eliminate that major nuisance, Wen Jing. As for you, you're nothing but a disobedient insect. Just accept your fate and die. The Vice-Dean patted Xiao Jie's body. Xiao Jie instantly understood the implication, rising to his feet and lifting his massive foot. The spider felt utterly doomed and despairing. No. Please, I don't want to die yet. Ha! You're my flawed creation. Compared to Xiao Jie, you're nothing but defective. I refuse to acknowledge your existence. You must die. Clang! Xiao Jie's foot came down, crushing the spider's head into a pool of bloody pulp. After finishing the deed, the deranged, mindless Xiao Jie even found a scrap of cloth to drape over the Vice-Dean's body. From his hoarse, hollow throat came a single cry, "Mom." However, the Vice-Dean seemed to recoil at the word mom. He warned Xiao Jie directly, "Don't ever call me mom in front of me again. If you don't listen, don't follow me." Xiao Jie understood the implication and grew visibly terrified. His limited verbal skills left him frantically nodding in agreement. He was terrified of displeasing the Vice-Dean and being abandoned here. Li Yi remained motionless, observing the scene. Though expressionless, he seemed to have figured out the situation. Earlier, Li Yi's encounter with Xiao Jie on patrol was likely orchestrated by the Vice-Dean. Even during the collaboration between the positive and negative deans years ago, this venomous woman, the Vice-Dean, had already laid her plans and schemes. She had directly orchestrated Wen Jing's death and even manipulated Xiao Jie into obeying her every command. But when she first arrived, that woman who claimed to be Xiao Jie's mother even had her identity recorded on the employee badge. Surely that couldn't be forged, right? In other words, the vice president's identity was undoubtedly suspect. Since both she and Wen Jing were researching ultimate power and immortality, after Wen Jing's death, all the research achievements naturally became hers alone. Upon this realization, the vice president ordered Xiao Jie to bring the fake Li Yi to the 6th floor. But the moment Xiao Jie moved, the doppelganger instantly dissolved into a stream of qi, leaving the vice president utterly shocked. What's going on? I clearly had him in my grasp. Why did he vanish into thin air? Seeing the vice president's angry expression, Xiao Jie, thinking he'd made a mistake, he immediately crouched down, clutching his head. He looked exactly like a child who had made a mistake and was waiting for punishment. Compared to the spider's bizarre bargaining with the Vice-Dean, Xiao Jie truly was the perfect puppet. Damn it! Could we have been tricked by this useless fool? The vice principal's anger boiled over. Xiao Jie, I'm giving you a task. Go capture that new man for me. Complete this mission, and I'll let you call me mom. Really? Enough. Get moving. If you fail, you know the consequences. Xiao Jie seemed to recall something, his body trembling uncontrollably. But just as he rose to search for Li Yi's true form, a woman's voice echoed from the elevator lobby on the 5th floor. Li Yi, are you here? What are you doing wandering around in broad daylight? It was Zhou Qing's voice. What was that girl doing wandering around instead of resting in broad daylight? The Vice-Dean's face instantly drained of color. He hurriedly hid in a corner, as if terrified someone might recognize his face. Xiao Jie, what are you doing here? Seeing the towering Xiao Jie, Zhou Qing was startled. Though their relationship was supposed to be doctor-patient, the creature before her was nothing short of an artificial monster. To avoid potential trouble, the vice president whispered urgently, "Kill her. Don't let her leave the 5th floor." Under the vice president's countless directives, Xiao Jie had already eliminated numerous troublesome individuals. Adding Zhou Qing to the list was hardly a burden. Roar! Xiao Jie pounded his chest in frustration, his bloodthirsty gaze fixed intently on Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing paled in terror, stumbling backward until she collapsed to the floor. Sorry, I'm in the wrong place. I'll leave right now. But just as Zhou Qing prepared to flee, Xiao Jie grabbed him by the hair from behind. Ah! Help! Someone help me! Li Yi had no desire to meddle in this mess. Xiao Jie was a handful to deal with, and with the Vice-Dean present, if he intervened, he might end up getting the short end of the stick in future assignments. Forget it. Mind your own business. Zhou Qing's just an NPC. Saving him or not won't make a difference. He said that, but watching Zhou Qing being held like a toy in Xiao Jie's palm, Zhou Cheng, about to be fed into Xiao Jie's mouth. Li Yi couldn't bring himself to stand idly by. The golden light incantation instantly illuminated the entire 5th floor. See? I told you big shot Li Yi is like a little angel. He'd never just stand by and let Zhou Qing die for nothing. But by doing this, isn't he still putting himself in danger? You just don't get it. This is called no pain, no gain. Clearly, you never paid attention in Chinese history class. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Jie was blinded by the light, and the Vice-Dean, caught off guard, had no idea what had just happened. By the time he regained his senses, Zhou Qing had already appeared in Li Yi's arms. Hey, Vice-Dean, it's one thing to be ugly and play around, but now you want to kill Zhou Qing? Jealous that he's better looking than you? New in turn, you've got some nerve. I hadn't even come looking for you, and here you are, walking right into my trap? Li Yi snorted coldly. I just think dragging out the investigation is a waste of time. If I hadn't baited you, how would I have known you're a venomous woman? Heart of a snake and scorpion? Ha! Let me tell you this, for ultimate power and immortality, I'd do anything. The vice president immediately ordered, Xiao Jie, kill them both. I'll take you to find your father. Father. Grr. The frenzied Xiao Jie charged forward like a runaway truck. If he got hit by that charge, he'd be crushed to bits if not outright killed. Hiding for so long has worn me out. Why not settle this right here and now, then deal with that stinking afterward? Chapter 77, Half-Body Strangeness. Roar. Xiao Jie's charge failed, and his sandbag-sized fist whistled through the air. Li Yi's feet danced in the bagua step, dodging relentlessly while still managing to protect Zhou Qingyu. But carrying the dead weight made it hard to move freely. A palm thunderstrike landed on Xiao Jie, yet it barely made a dent. This little brat really is tough as nails. He took my palm thunder and isn't even phased. Zhou Qing regained his composure and recalled some details from Xiao Jie's medical records. Don't waste your energy. Xiao Jie's body modifications are nearly flawless. He's incredibly resilient and has powerful regenerative abilities. Oh ho, little missy, you're underestimating this Taoist master's power. Let me tell you, there's no such thing as a wall that doesn't let the wind through, nor is there anyone completely invincible except me, of course. After quickly securing Zhou Qing, Li Yi casually blocked the lash of a steel beam. The sheer force snapped the load-bearing column clean in two, a testament to Xiao Jie's terrifying strength. Just some big dumb oaf. Taking you down should be a breeze. He watched the Vice Dean flee up to the 6th floor from the elevator entrance. He had to chase after him. But Xiao Jie, this roadblock, was quite troublesome. Chi body source stream. Li Yi had no intention of wasting too much time on this. He directly unleashed the ultimate power at the pinnacle of his art's chi body source flow. He channeled his chi to its absolute peak, ensuring even a Xingyi-style attack could inflict devastating damage. To the spectators, the diminutive Li Yi battling the colossal Xiao Jie looked like nothing more than an egg smashing against a stone. Li Yi made a provocative gesture. Come on, then. He then assumed a Tai Chi stance, radiating confidence. Roar. Xiao Jie's fist slammed toward him once more, like a cannonball. Li Yi didn't even bother to defend. After a deep breath, he channeled his chi into both fists. He charged straight into Xiao Jie's fist. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, so powerful that even spectators outside the arena felt their screens tremble. Damn it! When masters clash, ordinary folk suffer. Who won? As the dust settled, Xiao Jie's arms as thick as oxen's revealed stark white bone. It was clear even his major bones were held together with steel pins and plates. This freak show looks like it's been cobbled together from the bodies of 108 people. Green blood flowed from his shattered arm. Li Yi, however, felt only a slight tingling in his arm from the shockwave, not a scratch on him. Thought you were something special? Turns out you're all show and no substance? Xiao Jie seemed to grasp Li Yi's meaning, instantly enraged. But just as he swung his other arm, intent on smashing Li Yi into mincemeat, the tendons in his hands and feet suddenly snapped. His body crashed to the ground, uncontrollably, like a tower collapsing. Thick-shelled crab, how did he do that? Xiao Jie was as strong as the Hulk, yet Li Yi broke his arms and severed his tendons? It happened too fast to see clearly. Is this the true power of the Dragon Nation's chosen one? Absolutely breathtaking. But don't get complacent. Look, Xiao Jie's body seems to be undergoing some bizarre, active regeneration. This was what Zhou Qing had mentioned. Xiao Jie wasn't just resilient to blows, he possessed extraordinary regenerative abilities. As long as he wasn't reduced to ashes, he could repair almost anything. No wonder the Vice Dean called him the most perfect creation. If something this powerful were mass-produced, it could overturn the entire world. Li Yi had 1,000 ways to finish this guy off. Earlier, he'd merely used a minor trick to lure him in, then secretly severed his tendons and bones with the wind following Mystic Gate technique. At that moment, a brilliant idea suddenly struck Li Yi. Since you possess regenerative abilities, wouldn't it suffice to keep destroying your body until you can fully regain mobility? What did that mean? Immediately after, Li Yi unleashed his spirit summoning technique. In this place where countless souls had perished, extracting 2 spirits to serve him was effortless. Thanks to the intense resentment energy, the spirit soldiers Li Yi summoned possessed 3/10 of their full power. Put! Li Yi delivered a palm strike through the air, once again shattering Xiao Jie's bones. It howled in agony, utterly unable to rise. Li Yi commanded his spirit soldiers, who wielded spirit blades forged from condensed chi. Every 10 seconds, they would slash at the wounds. Exploiting your bug. Even if you can regenerate infinitely, endless damage will reduce you to nothing more than a worthless shell. A sinister grin slowly spread across Li Yi's face. Spectators outside the arena couldn't help but feel a chill of dread. Who's the real freak here? Seeing Li Yi, shouldn't the freaks be the ones running? This is pure damn Yama-like behavior. Never seen a chosen one play like this before. Mom, big shot Li Yi is way too ruthless. I'm scared. Li Yi clapped his hands, seemingly quite pleased with his masterpiece. Since I can't kill you yet and you're still within the bounds of my spirit binding control, you'd better just stay put. Zhou Qing breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Xiao Jia restrained. I just saw someone go up to the 6th floor. Should we chase them? No sooner had the words left his mouth than sparks flew from the only elevator, which then shut down completely. Likely the vice dean's doing, probably afraid we'd go looking for him. So what do we do now? Li Yi promptly delivered a sharp smack to Zhou Qing's head. You're not staying put and you're causing trouble here. If it weren't for you, I'd have finished this long ago. Zhou Qing pouted in displeasure. I came looking for you out of concern. Hospital rules state night shift medical staff can't wander off after finishing their shift. You're breaking the rules. Well, thanks for your concern, useless NPC. Li Yi emphasized the last part with particular venom. What's an NPC? Is it edible? Li Yi. In the minds of these rule-bound creatures born from urban legends, they seem to be living, breathing beings, not the virtual entities the chosen ones believed them to be. They bled, felt pain, and even experienced joy. This was one of the reasons why even the steadfast Li Yi found himself growing increasingly unsettled. Forget it. There's no point talking to you. Since we can't get to the 6th floor anytime soon, we might as well keep an eye on her. After dismissing Zhou Qing, Li Yi found a secluded spot, inserted the disk into his computer, entered the password, and successfully accessed the 6th floor's surveillance system. But when the feed activated, the view of the 6th floor was unusually blurry. Yet faint traces of fire damage remained visible, casting an eerie, unreal aura over the scene. Why are there still bodies of crystalline virus victims here? Having seen some on the 2nd floor hallway earlier, now finding remnants on the 6th floor, could they have been dismembered? Just then, the vice president's piercing scream echoed through the feed. Immediately afterward, she stumbled into view. She fled in a panic, as if something was chasing her from behind. What is that thing? Half a body? How bizarre. Chapter 78, Everyone Deserves Punishment. Li Yi clearly remembered encountering a half-bodied apparition on the 3rd floor earlier, eyes sprouting from its chest, hands growing from its eyes. The one they encountered now seemed to perfectly complement the half-body entity from before. But I distinctly remember this thing had no real threat. Xiao Jie tore it apart in one go. Why would the vice dean fear it? Just then, Li Yi discovered a note tucked beneath the keyboard, simultaneously triggering a new rule. The vice dean is a vital figure at the psychiatric hospital. She cannot die, or no one will receive their wages. The vice president is not director Wen Jing's legitimate wife, and Xiao Jie is not her son. The chosen one should avoid the 6th floor if possible. If proceeding, bring 1 medical staff member, 1 family member, and 1 patient as companions. These 3 rules interlinked, weaving existing clues into a deeper tapestry. The vice president brainwashed Xiao Jie into believing she was his mother, prompting him to attack the director and seize the ultimate elixir of immortality. The woman who committed suicide on the 2nd floor was likely Xiao Jie's real mother. However, she was betrayed by the vice president. After witnessing something on the 6th floor, she descended into madness. If that's the case, what exactly is the relationship between Xiao Jie, his mother, and Wen Jing? Surely it can't be as simple as doctor-patient family ties? Ugh, can't do this. Thinking too much is exhausting. Need to sleep for a bit. Li Yi's style was to use brute force whenever possible instead of thinking. But that didn't mean he lacked intelligence. He leaned back into the soft sofa, ready to rest for a bit. Just as his eyes closed, he heard the office door being pushed open from the outside. Footsteps approached the room, moving with deliberate stealth. Someone else trying to ambush me? Li Yi didn't open his eyes immediately, luring the enemy closer. Only when the person drew near did he fully awaken. Hello there. Sneaking up on this Taoist master so silently, what do you think you're doing? As Li Yi spoke, the woman before him seemed vaguely familiar. But strangely, her body was nothing but a ghostly blue translucent form, like a spirit. Wait, are you the mother of Xiao Jie, the boy who jumped from the 2nd floor? Li Yi recognized the face, but her current state proved her physical body was already dead. The next instant, the woman's spirit collapsed to her knees with a thud. Please, save my child. He's suffering terribly. I can't bear to see him endure this torment any longer. Xiao Jie had been transformed into a creature neither fully human nor ghost. Just looking at him was heartbreaking. The price for my help is steep, especially for a vengeful spirit like you. Seeking my aid means your soul will be scattered to the winds. Are you still willing? The rules of the underworld, Dragon Tiger Taoist masters assess cases and offer aid. They demand payment in the mortal realm and souls in the spirit world, a fair deal for all, young and old alike. As a mother, who wouldn't wish for their child to escape suffering safely? Even if it meant trading one life for another, there wouldn't be a moment's hesitation. Wang Shuxiang knelt on the ground, her hands pressed together in devotion. I can trust no one else in this hospital. I had no choice but to come to you. If you can help me, I'll give anything. Hearing these words, Li Yi suddenly frowned. A dying man's words are often truthful. Though ghostly tales are untrustworthy, a mother's pleas are an exception. First tell me your connection to this mental hospital, me and Xiao Jie's ties, before I can help. Wang Shuxiang held nothing back. It's like this. She had once been a nurse at this hospital. All the women there seemed perfectly normal when they first arrived, but after working for a while, they would become utterly depraved. Unlike the other staff, she never succumbed to that state of unfulfilled desire. Then, the young, promising, and handsome director, Wen Jing, inexplicably took a liking to the ordinary Wang Shuxiang. The two quickly fell in love, and a year later, Wang Shuxiang gave birth to Xiao Jie. After a smooth delivery, they thought happy days were ahead. But without discussion, Wen Jing took Xiao Jie away and never allowed Wang Shuxiang to see him again. He grew increasingly cold toward her, and she discovered he was getting close to the deputy director. Then, inexplicably, Wang Shuxiang aged rapidly and lost her beauty. Barely 30, she looked like a 50-year-old woman. Using her aged appearance as cover, she managed to return to the psychiatric hospital. There, she discovered Wen Jing had vanished, leaving the vice president with whom he had been having an affair to handle matters concerning their son. I refused to believe it, so I followed the vice president up the stairs to the 6th floor. That's when I saw. What did you see? Her words abruptly halted. Recalling what she'd witnessed on the 6th floor, Wang Shuxiang's entire being went numb and hollow. I saw Changsheng an ultimate, and my son who had become a monster. What followed was something the Chosen One had experienced firsthand. But learning that scum Wen Jing had colluded with his mistress to use his own son for experiments, it was utterly despicable. Being torn to shreds was too good for him. Yet Li couldn't shake the feeling that this matter was far more complex than it appeared. I beg you, save my son. At least spare him this tortured existence. I accept your request. But the price demanded by the Dragon Tiger Celestial Master is your soul. Is that acceptable? A mother's love remains the most sacred and inviolable force in this world. Though Wang Shuxiang might not recognize Xiao Jie transformed into a monster, the bond between mother and son remained unbroken. She could feel her son's agony. Li Yi felt a pang of reluctance, but the rules of the Dragon Tiger sect must be upheld. The path to redeem Xiao Jie was not merely granting him a painless death, but severing the imprisoned true soul at the root of cause and effect. The hysterical creature restrained by Li Yi outside was merely a monster inhabiting Xiao Jie's shell, not the true child. Spectators wept openly, moved to tears. A mother's love was indeed sacred. Even when cornered with no escape, she would sacrifice herself for her child's safety. Li Yi performed a ritual to guide Wang Shuxiang's spirit to the afterlife, yet he did not gather the scattered essence to serve as a vessel for his own spirit summoning powers. In that case, a trip to the 6th floor is inevitable. From the very first rule-bound ghost story, Li Yi never treated the characters within as real people, dismissing them as mere fictional phantoms. Yet after enduring countless trials of human nature, even the fragmented world of ghost stories began to take on a faint, indistinct sense of reality. The rules say you need a medic, a patient, and a family member to access the 6th floor, but this Taoist master refuses to play by them. Why should a Taoist master be bound by rules? Breaking free from the shackles, Li Yi strode directly up the staircase to the 6th floor. Countless deranged patients surged toward him like a tidal wave, only to be effortlessly neutralized by Li Yi. Those innocent women didn't willingly become the silver chaos. It's more like they were exploited, constantly seeking matching vitality from these patients and medical staff. It was unimaginable that these deformed, monstrous patients might once have been the children of women who had been wronged. And the depraved mastermind behind it all forced them into chaotic, unethical unions. They deserved to be hunted down and destroyed. Chapter 79, Suspicion. The monsters surging like a tidal wave could not halt Li Yi's advance. They weren't even worthy opponents to warrant his full attention. Compared to Li Yi, who always obtained crucial clues at the perfect moment to advance his mission, Yama, a Zojin of Sakura country, relied purely on luck. Despite the explosion in his crotch and the loss of limbs, the guy hadn't been taken down. Having narrowly escaped death from the joint pursuit of the virus Gi and Xiao Jie, he'd scrambled into a dark stairwell and was now groping his way toward the 6th floor. Hey, what do you think? With Sakura's Chosen One looking like this, what are our odds? Not more than 30%. Who knows what monsters will appear next? The expert team's data gives an even lower probability. Sakura's popularity is fading fast. Let's go check out Li Yi, the Chosen One from Dragon Country. That guy's a god. Despite not being particularly popular, Sakura still held some degree of attention. The reason lies in Yama Azao's identity as a surgically enhanced warrior. Where there's one, there's two. An unremarkable little Middle Eastern country. The weird livestream hasn't gained much traction, but their ghost story win rate is still at 50%. This time, their Chosen One even made it to the final stage. Strangely, however, comments were disabled for the small nation's ghost story livestreams. Viewers who bypassed the firewall noticed the Chosen One constantly producing all sorts of weapons. What's this demon hunter's curve, St. Killian's cross, all these demon-slaying tools, even including talismans from Mount Mao in the Dragon Kingdom. This guy's weird. No matter the situation, he never flinches. His movements are so robotic, like he's a machine. Don't be so harsh, bro, robots are people too. The rules for ghost stories don't say robots can't be chosen ones, right? Viewers watching via VPN whispered among themselves. But the next second, their IPs were tracked down by the small country. The addresses were immediately blocked, and the Dragon Nation was even condemned on international forums for allowing its citizens to bypass the Great Firewall. Every single condition only added to the mystery surrounding this small nation. Expert teams attempted investigations, yet global intelligence sources yielded scant information. Even the hawks skilled in covert espionage operations returned disappointed from this tiny nation. Nowadays, everyone minds their own business, paying little attention to them. What's the deal? This path to the 6th floor is really tough to navigate? What should have been just a few steps felt endless in this spiraling, skyward-reaching space. Deformed patients occasionally emerged to disrupt Li Yi's stride. Even without encountering powerful anomalies, he could still be worn down to death by these irritating creatures. Big Shot Li Yi wasted too much time and stamina on these stairs. Guess getting to the 6th floor really isn't that easy after all. Exactly. At this critical juncture, few of the chosen ones remain alive. But those who survived and obtained clues have all diligently assembled their teams to ascend to the 6th floor. They look so much more relaxed. Stop comparing others to Big Shot Li Yi. He's a Taoist master, how can you judge him by mortal standards? True. Let's just watch quietly to see how Li Yi breaks through this stalemate. Our very lives are in his hands. Since walking proved too slow, Li Yi decided to take flight. Though his method differed from conventional flight, the core principle remained essentially the same. In the next instant, Li Yi planted his feet on the railing, glancing down at the bottomless abyss below. Then he looked up at the endless expanse above. Chi body source flow, mud swallow flight. Swish! With an explosion of intricate power from his feet, Li Yi soared upward like a swallow, his body shooting straight up to the height of 10 stories. Even ordinary monsters couldn't keep up now as he pushed his speed to the limit. Yet even so, after several swift shifts and maneuvers, Li Yi still couldn't locate the entrance to the 6th floor. Strange. This place isn't designed with a ghostly maze, nor does it have any feng shui barriers. Could it be some Western trick? Just as he pondered this, Li Yi caught a fleeting glimpse of a familiar shadow on one of the floors. Upon arriving at the scene, they discovered Zhou Qing lying unconscious, bleeding profusely from her hand. Is this girl some kind of plague spirit? Why do I keep running into her everywhere? Li Yi kicked her twice. She still had a pulse, her injuries weren't too severe. After catching his breath, the kid slowly came to. She let out a startled cry. Ah! That monstrous creature torn to shreds, stop chasing me. What torn apart monster? Answer me, are you the real Zhou Qing or some kind of weirdo? Li Yi didn't let his guard down, his palm pressing directly against Zhou Qing's vital point. The moment he sensed anything amiss, he would end her life. Zhou Qing instantly put on a pitiful act. Li Yi, what are you talking about? If I'm not Zhou Qing, then who am I? Let go of me, you're hurting me. Li Yi. What did you mean by blaming me for being torn apart? After releasing her, Li Yi demanded. Zhou Qing struggled to recall, his body occasionally shuddering with genuine fear and chills. It's a monster with only half a body, but it's actually 2 separate pieces. It lurked darkly behind me and clawed my ankle. Li Yi gave the wound a cursory glance. It looked like the marks of a monster's bite. Could Zhou Qing be lying? Li Yi kept quiet, unwilling to burden himself with Zhou Qing's dead weight. Hey! Where are you going? Can you take me with you? Get lost. You're nothing but trouble. Li Yi showed her no mercy. Every time he encountered this woman, trouble followed. Taking her along again would be like asking for trouble. Just as Li Yi turned to leave, Zhou Qing suddenly blurted out of nowhere. Take me with you. I know exactly how to get to the 6th floor, I can even bypass the hospital's rules. At those words, Li Yi's footsteps halted instantly. Just as Zhou Qing thought Li Yi might agree to take her along. The next instant, she felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation. It felt as though her entire body had been seized by the throat and suspended midair. Cough. Cough. This hurts. Let go of me. Li Yi turned and came to her side. His dragon tiger eyes, capable of piercing through demonic forces, seemed unable to see through this woman before him. In other words, Li Yi suspected her true identity. Just as the audience grew increasingly tense, they saw Li Yi wave his hand, and the screen instantly turned to static. Even Li Yi's first-person livestream perspective froze. What's going on? Is Big Shot Li Yi trying to hog the spotlight? This woman's a first-timer. Eat your own words. I don't think it's about the ghost story. Maybe Li Yi has something private to discuss with Zhou Qing. Remember the last Dragon Boat ghost story? They introduced a second-day selector rule, right? Chapter 80, revealing the truth. You mean that rule? We didn't pay much attention back then, we were too busy watching Big Shot Li Yi show off his poses. Exactly. All I remember is Big Shot Li Yi rushing to push the book. After successfully clearing the stage, he casually mentioned not noticing the relevant rule, then dropped a minor drought disaster. Anyway, there are several theories now, but no matter which one you believe, Zhou Qing is definitely no ordinary person. The women in the Jiaojing ward all suffer from some form of condition that leaves them insatiably hungry, craving that aspect intensely. The only two unaffected women were Wang Shuxiang, who was being exploited by both the director and deputy director, and the deputy director herself, who was also pursuing a mysterious plan. Another theory was that Zhou Qing was highly likely to be the second chosen one who doesn't know which side he's on. Holy crap, if that's the case, it's downright terrifying when you think about it. Dealing with weird NPCs and schemers is one thing, but if a second chosen one who knows the rules comes to block the first one's path, it'd be impossible. Big Shot Li Yi proactively blocked the feed. They couldn't observe the situation anyway in the short term. But the theories they brainstormed weren't entirely baseless. Beneath the snowflakes, Li Yi and Zhou Qing remained in the hallway, though it now felt like a small, isolated space carved out by Li Yi himself. Zhou Qing looked utterly confused, seemingly unaware of what had transpired. What exactly are you trying to do? I'm here to help you. Ha! I'm just a new intern, yet you're so concerned about me. I've even run into you multiple times in places you shouldn't be. How am I supposed to believe you're a good person? When they first met, Zhou Qing genuinely hadn't felt much affection for Li Yi. Yet now he was actively approaching her to offer help. To say he had no ulterior motives would be impossible. During the previous rule tale, Li Yi had taken note of the second chosen one rule mentioned. Though unaware during the event itself, he'd researched related information afterward. Throughout this current scenario, he'd been constantly on the lookout for suspicious individuals. Without further ado, Li Yi grabbed Zhou Qing's chin, his icy gaze sweeping over her. If you don't tell me the truth, I promise to make you wish you were dead. And before I torture you, taking your virginity would be a nice little bonus. Speak. Are you the second chosen one? What second chosen one? I have no idea what you're talking about. Zhou Qing continued to protest, her expression seemingly sincere. But in this perilous place, one must never lack the intent to harm others, and guard against them with utmost vigilance. Very well. Since you still refuse to tell the truth, I won't mind having a little fun before we reach the 6th floor. Li Yi adopted the expression of a ravenous wolf. With a flick of his finger, the buttons on Zhou Qing's clothes flew open, exposing the soft, white flesh encased in delicate lace, tempting and alluring. Ah! Pervert! What are you doing? Zhou Qing struggled desperately, but it was futile under Li Yi's firm grip. Nice figure, huh? But you're still wearing too much. How about down below? MMPH, not below, please don't. I really don't understand what you're saying. Though the audience couldn't see the screen, Zhou Qing's voice rang crystal clear. Her breathy whispers and pleading words sent shivers down the spines of those watching. Holy crap, Big Shot Li Yi's hogging all the fun. He's just going to take down NPC Zhou Qing right here? Can't see a thing, but it's driving me crazy. Wait, Li Yi isn't the type to lose control like this. There's definitely something going on here. The most heartbroken were the female viewers outside the arena who called themselves Li Yi's devoted fans. Hearing Zhou Qing's sounds, it was impossible not to imagine Big Shot Li Yi dominating her forcefully. They weren't angry that Li Yi did that to an NPC, they were furious that it wasn't them being forced. You don't look like you're lying, but I'm still curious, why do you keep initiating contact with me? Li Yi had no interest in Zhou Qing, nor did he harbor any perverse delight in tearing her clothes. Using shame to achieve his goals felt inhumane to him. When did I start feeling sympathy for the virtual people and things in this ghost story world? That's not my style as a Taoist exorcist. That's what he thought, but the more he interacted with them, the more he wondered, how different were these NPCs from real people in the real world? When the scene resumed, Zhou Qing sat on the ground, tears streaming down her face like rain on pear blossoms, as she tried to adjust her clothes. The alluring stockings on her long, beautiful legs had been torn to shreds. It was hard for the audience not to speculate wildly about what had transpired during the blackout. I misunderstood you. My apologies. Li Yi scratched his head, unsure what to say. He had indeed overreacted to this incident. But even now, Zhou Qing's involvement couldn't be ruled out. Zhou Qing's eyes reddened as she confronted Li Yi. Did you never see me as a person from the start? Just your plaything? Hearing this, Li Yi certainly had no interest in treating NPCs or women as his playthings. It was the first part didn't treat her like a human that truly stunned him for a moment. The definition of human is always a blurry line. Those in the real world call themselves human, but even cats and dogs that can't speak might call themselves human. And these beings existing beyond the framework of the rules and strange tales, why couldn't they call themselves human too? Silence fell over the scene. Li Yi said nothing more. Seeing him like this, Zhou Qing felt a chill run through her heart. She flung a note at Li Yi's feet. Go climb your 6th floor yourself. Whether you live or die is none of my business. Hey, Li Yi watched Zhou Qing stagger down the stairs. He had no intention of chasing after him. He was here to complete the rule-bound weird tale, not to get worked up over someone who didn't belong to the same world. Yet in Zhou Qing, Li Yi increasingly sensed an aura indistinguishable from what he considered a human being. He picked up the note from the floor, which detailed the necessary steps to reach the 6th floor. These were clues Li Yi had naturally overlooked while casually pushing the plot forward. Perhaps, in some fleeting moment, even NPCs became my companions like Hiro and Zhou Jini in the Dragon Boat ghost story. The note's contents were straightforward. After swiftly deciphering the infinite staircase, Li finally stood before a charred, broken door. Here, there were no shackles. Only a corridor beyond the glass scorched, permeated with an air of despair and terror, echoing with the howling wind. A corridor ready to swallow anyone whole in the next second, more effective than any shackles at deterring the unwary. This is the final stage. Let me see what secrets this 6-story building, reduced to ashes, truly hides. Chapter 81, The Ultimate and Immortality. The instant Li stepped through the doorway, he sensed an unusual presence. This aura belonged neither to humans nor to dangerous anomalies. It was difficult to describe, yet utterly impossible to ignore. The entire 6th floor had indeed been utterly consumed by fire. What met his eyes was utter devastation and debris, no possibility of restoration. Even if the fire started on the top floor, according to fire spread theory, the lower floors wouldn't have escaped unscathed. Another possibility is that someone deliberately set the 6th floor ablaze to conceal some secret, preventing outsiders from discovering it. Amidst the wreckage, a distinct set of footprints remained. Li crouched down to examine them. But observant viewers noticed something peculiar. Though the overlapping footprints on the ground formed a complex pattern, they definitely didn't belong to just one person. So this godforsaken place had visitors besides the Weinstein? Could everyone here be a villain? Don't be so quick to judge. Look at Jo Chin, she's clearly a good person. If she hadn't helped us again, Master Li might have wasted even more time trapped in this endless loop. After venturing deeper, Li realized. The layout here resembled a large, open-plan residential apartment more than a hospital. Though charred, faint outlines of spaces resembling kitchens and living rooms were still discernible. I've seen people living on top of kitchens, but living on top of a hospital? That's a first. The layout on the 6th floor was even more convoluted than the floors below. Though the fire had collapsed many walls, the layout remained quite intricate. After turning a few corners, one could easily lose their way back. It resembled the gaping maw of an abyss with no return, its endless darkness waiting to devour any intruder who dared venture in. Li failed to notice the 2 flesh-like monsters had appeared in the area he had just passed through. Upon closer inspection, one could easily recognize them as the half-bodied monstrosities encountered earlier. Someone has intruded. I cannot let him take what is mine. This creature seemed to harbor its own obsession, silently continuing to trail Li's location. Though Li remained unaware of its presence. He discovered a relatively sturdy safe in a room with average levels of destruction. Why do these people all insist on using such useless boxes? I don't even need to crack the code. Li's hands merely touched the surface. The internal locking mechanism of the combination safe clicked open. The rusted iron door sprang open, revealing a nearly fully charged cell phone. Along with a critical medical document. The phone's owner had apparently been lazy and hadn't set a password. After successfully unlocking it, Li immediately opened the contact list. Through deduction, he confirmed this was the phone used by Dean Wenjing. Though much time had passed, a red dot still glowed on the messaging app. He tapped it open. Wow, this guy really plays the field. Besides Wang Shuxian, who bore him Xiao Jia, Wenjing had affairs with the vice president, numerous medical staff from the ward's previous generation, and even family members. The chat content was explicit and shameful, utterly unsavory, even including videos and photos of that nature. Worst of all, this bastard Wenjing had committed monstrous acts against some of the mentally ill patients who were attractive. His phone memory was even stuffed full of that kind of filth. This bastard didn't deserve to die, he should have been dead long ago. Just then, Li noticed something peculiar about the messages between him and the vice president. The notes were disjointed, some even mismatched in their dates. Could they have been deleted? What a coincidence! Before cultivating the Dragon Tiger Dao arts, Li had been a computer engineer with a degree from a prestigious university. Restoring the chat history was a piece of cake. Never thought the skills I once planned to use to make a living would come in handy today. The audience watched with bated breath, expecting Li to perform some grand ritual to uncover the hidden meaning in his hand. Instead, he simply opened the backend files, searched for vulnerabilities, and restored them all without a single ripple of excitement. The great way favors simplicity, even Master Li finds technology convenient and practical. Still, I wish to become a disciple of the Dragon Tiger sect. Though it wasn't quite what I imagined. With the file recovery complete, Li gleaned numerous clues from the venomous woman's files on Wenjing and the Weinstein. This hospital was nominally for treating mental illnesses, but both the positive and negative directors were fanatical researchers pursuing ultimate power and immortality. The day would inevitably come when they ran out of patience for their human experiments. They then turned their attention to the medical staff, forcing them into slave-like conditions of constant copulation and reproduction. The offspring produced, however, were nothing but mentally deranged individuals, their minds warped by the drugs administered. This ensured an endless supply of test subjects. The aphrodisiac they released throughout the hospital was, in fact, a drug related to their immortality research. Wang Shuxiang and the vice president possess antibodies to the drug. Both are crucial for developing the second generation of the research serum. Unfortunately, the vice president's body was incapable of pregnancy, so when Jing set his sights on Wang Shuxiang. As expected, after Xiao Jie's birth, his genetic fragments contained the gene chains required for the immortality serum. However, Xiao Jie was also in a near-fatal state of premature death. Perhaps influenced by paternal love and the unseen, when Jing, who had repeatedly modified Xiao Jie's name, felt too much compassion to proceed and wanted to withdraw. But at the critical juncture, the vice dean refused to consent. During the final surgery, when Jing intended to end Xiao Jie's suffering peacefully. However, the vice dean secretly intervened. This caused Xiao Jie to snap, killing his biological father Wen Jing. He was then brainwashed into becoming the vice president's puppet, serving her continued research on the elixir of immortality. The reason the vice president became the ultimate villain is revealed in the chat logs. Unable to bear children for Wen Jing and unwilling to witness his relationship with Wang Shuxiang, her love turned to hatred. TSK, what a bull excuse. Love turned to hate? What a load of crap. If that elixir were placed before me, I'd snatch it too. Making excuses would just be boring. The subsequent document, unsurprisingly, was the critical condition notice following Xiao Jie's birth. A circled highlight revealed that Xiao Jie possessed an innate antisocial multiple personality disorder, a frenzied double Y chromosome. Even if his body remained healthy, as long as he possessed consciousness, every day of his existence would be a torment. Countless violent personalities tore at his core, causing unbearable agony. Perhaps Xiao Jie should never have been born into this world. Just then, a faint sound came from outside the door, not escaping Li Yi's senses. Who's there? Realizing Li Yi had spotted them, the figures in the shadows scrambled to flee. But the unmistakable click of high heels made it clear, it was the deputy dean who had come looking for him. You've come right to me, saving me the trouble of finding you. The art of reading auras, activate. No trace can escape detection. Chapter 82, Frozen Age. Don't come any closer. I'm not ready to die yet. The vice dean screamed in near despair as he fled. It was as if, besides Li Yi, some other creature was chasing her. The sixth floor's layout was so convoluted that even the vice dean, who had once lived here, found herself disoriented. Cornered in a dead-end space, she was overcome with despair. Before she could catch her breath, Li Yi had already found her. What the hell are you running for in broad daylight? Did you see a ghost or something? The vice dean was utterly surprised by Li Yi's sudden appearance. Why are you still alive? That good-for-nothing Xiao Jie failed to finish you off. Even in her current disheveled state, the woman couldn't resist the verbal jab. Li Yi snorted coldly. Compared to me, it's you who should be dead. Sometimes I wish I could send you to the afterlife with a single blow. But the rules were unforgiving. This vice dean was likely tied to the final outcome. Allowing her to die here would only complicate matters further. I'm giving you a chance. Tell me everything you know, and I might spare you. The vice dean could scarcely believe her ears, bursting into maniacal laughter. Since when does an intern get to boss me around? You're taking yourself far too seriously. Having ventured into the forbidden sixth layer, your fate can only be death. My apologies, but this Taoist priest has no special talents, only a long life. No one in this realm can kill me yet. Li Yi paid no heed to her threats. Though this six-story building truly harbored some unclean entities. The vice dean's mental state was unstable, and just as he was about to provoke Li Yi further, Li Yi swiftly stepped forward and seized her throat. Cough. Cough. Let go of me. The vice dean struggled desperately, but Li Yi's grip held him like an iron shackle. His sharp nails scraped against Li Yi's skin, leaving only faint marks. Disobedience will be punished with a spanking. Since the objective was the so-called ending and immortality, the vice dean must know the inside story. If you refuse to talk, I have 1,000 ways to make you talk. If all else fails, I'll simply extract your memories, but the price will be dementia. No. You can't do this to me. The research on the ultimate goal and eternal life is in its final stages. I absolutely cannot be harmed. The vice dean's state was indistinguishable from madness. Yet Li Yi felt puzzled. When they first met, this man seemed perfectly normal, not someone prone to such a sudden collapse. What could have driven him to this state? The ultimate breakthrough still requires my brain to complete the research. You absolutely cannot harm me. Ha. Ha. Oomph. After all that, you're nothing but a madman conducting senseless human experiments. What bull, ultimate or immortality? It's all fake. All lies. Fake. Hearing these words, the vice dean's expression froze instantly. It was as if a young child had been told the Ultraman they idolized was fake, that he never truly existed. No, the ultimate and immortality are already in their final stages. All that's needed is a man's body, your body, to complete it. This batch of over 200 chosen ones consisted entirely of males because, within this experiment's parameters, the chosen ones were also experimental subjects selected by Wen Jing and the vice dean. The matured ultimate immortality sample, once transplanted into the chosen ones, would yield the ultimate result. And I, carrying Wen Jing's portion, will become the greatest being in this world. Ha. Li Yi was irritated, wishing he could cover his ears. This woman sure talks a lot. But forcing her to speak will take time. We need to find a suitable place. Just then, the vice dean suddenly grew composed. Her already alluring face now bore a gentle, undulating gaze fixed on Li Yi's eyes. Li Yi? What's she playing at? As expected, seeing that force wouldn't work, the vice dean began undoing her already tattered clothing. Button after button popped open, revealing a flawless figure that seemed poised to thrust itself right into Li Yi's face. What? Trying to seduce me? As a Taoist master trained in the Supreme Yang and Ultimate Yang Dragon Tiger Tao, my mind and spirit are one. I fear nothing more than seduction. The vice dean ignored him completely, continuing to strip off her clothes. Male spectators outside the arena fidgeted in frustration, their hands scratching their ears and cheeks. A large mosaic smashed across the screen, obscuring everything. Moments later, the fair, delicate body was clad only in sheer, barely their undergarments. The graceful curves were undeniably tantalizing. But when Li noticed several distinctive necklines on the vice dean's throat, his brow instantly furrowed. Though you possess beauty like a flower, your deep necklines and 8-age marking moles on your collarbone reveal your true age. Deep necklines signaled she was past youth, while the age spots each representing 10 years revealed the vice president's true age, a full 80 years old. That was older than the combined ages of Li Yi's parents. This is bizarre. Even in the realm of weird tales, realism is emphasized. If this woman is truly 80, how could she possess such beauty? Such a stark contrast left not only Li Yi but also the audience utterly dumbfounded after hearing the explanation. Holy, this gorgeous woman is actually 80? I've been lusting after someone who could be my great-grandmother? Hey, how does she defy aging like that? If beauty-obsessed people in the real world got their hands on that method, it'd be total chaos. Shi Xianjin examined her closely and arrived at the same conclusion as Li Yi. Her physique is slender, but the age information displayed by her body doesn't lie. She truly is 80. The supervisor frowned immediately. Could this be the so-called ultimate immortality technology? The setting of the Strange Tales world hasn't completely detached from Blue Star's framework. Could such an ethereal, elusive thing really exist? People always say to trust science, but beyond the mysteries of geomancy and feng shui that science cannot explain. The realms beyond science's reach remain humanity's eternal unknowns and subjects of doubt. People only believe what they see with their own eyes, but that doesn't mean certain things can't exist. If this ultimate, life-extending technology could truly be replicated in the real world, then wouldn't that mean? As a major player, Lorenz's vision was undeniably far-reaching. Yet he was far from alone in this line of thought. Some had already begun taking action. Well, as you can see, this is the effect of the ultimate and eternal life manifesting within me. Isn't it marvelous? Even Li Yi, who had seen his share of demons and monsters, couldn't help but nod in response to this spectacle. I must admit, you've got some skills. But how do you explain the over 200 types of cancer in your body after I've had you locked up for so long? Chapter 83, A Miserable Alliance. Shi Xian, who was sipping tea, spit out a mouthful of leaves. Even he hadn't expected Li Yi to blurt out the exact number of cancers plaguing the vice dean. And over 200 types, for crying out loud? As for the other viewers, their fingers hovered over the keyboard, frozen for at least 3 minutes. Medical professionals among the audience felt their expertise challenged. Master Li is already incredibly skilled in Taoist arts and geomancy, but diagnosing cancer just by talking? That's a bit much, isn't it? Exactly. When Li the Great speaks, it makes me feel like all those decades of medical books I've read were for nothing. Relax, buddy. Master Li couldn't care less about the measly salary you earn by burning the midnight oil. What you should be more concerned about is how the hell did this woman end up with over 200 types of cancer? Unlike common illnesses that manifest outwardly, cancer possesses a long incubation period and far more lethal potential for metastasis and danger. The vice president stared at Li Yi in astonishment. How did you know? There shouldn't be any medical records of me in the hospital. Li Yi sneered coldly. This Taoist priest is no genius, but after mastering the Dragon Tiger Tao, I picked up some traditional Chinese medicine along the way. Judging from your carotid artery, there's hardly a healthy part left in your body. Reverse engineering that, doesn't it mean you've suffered countless illnesses, big and small? A body riddled with holes. If not for the cancer cells balancing each other out, you'd have rotted into a pool of blood long ago. Is this the so-called ultimate gift of immortality you speak of? The current vice president was nothing but a gilded cage, all show and no substance. Cut open her belly, and you'd likely find nothing but rot inside. A flicker of melancholy crossed the vice president's eyes, yet she remained stubborn. Oof. It has already granted me the ageless beauty I desired. That alone suffices. Once I perfect the ultimate formula for eternal life, I shall achieve immortality and become a woman both magnificent and peerlessly beautiful. Li shook his head. This guy was hopelessly lost in it all. Your life or death matters little to me. Tell me where the ultimate elixir of immortality is, and I'll let you live. Heh, you want it? She's inside my body. The vice dean lifted her undergarment, revealing full, rounded curves that seemed ready to spill out. Li Yi remained unmoved. But as a young man in the prime of his vigor, who could truly remain unaffected by such a voluptuous form presented before him? Li Yi flung his arm out, hurling the woman away. Not only did the creature offer no resistance, but it wore an expression of pure delight at being toyed with. Ultimate power and immortality are sacred and must not be desecrated. The blessing of eternal life, do you desire it? The woman sat before Li Yi, unabashedly displaying her nearly flawless body. But the thought that this creature was actually an 80-year-old crone sent a chill down his spine. Next, the woman gave a playful smile and spread her long legs apart toward Li Yi. Her hands slowly slid down the last barrier. Hey, don't stare at me like that. I'm not into older women. Well then, what if I told you that the ultimate and eternal life you seek lies within this very place and it requires your big, hot thing to come find it? Li Yi? Damn it, you old hag. How disgusting. Seeing Li Yi lower his guard, the woman's expression suddenly hardened. She shouted toward the space behind him. Wen Jing. You've always craved the perfect ultimate power and eternal life. Kill him, and our goal will be achieved at once. What? Li Yi sensed something behind him as a sudden chill swept over him. In the instant he turned his head. A grotesque, half-formed figure materialized before him. So you're Wen Jing? The scum torn apart by your own son's hands. Never imagined you'd become a monstrosity, clinging to life here. This monster, whose ambitions far exceeded its capabilities, seemed to understand every word of Li Yi's scorn and contempt. It was as if Li Yi had touched its sore spot. Immediately, the severed stump began emitting a substance unique to the abnormality. It appeared poised to initiate the second stage of assimilation. Bull about transformation protection not being interrupted. Li Yi certainly wasn't going to give it a chance to act. Yang Wulei thundered, filling the entire space. It even spread throughout the entire 6th floor. The second stage assimilation of the eerie warm realm was interrupted, and his body nearly charred to cinders. True to its 2.5-star difficulty, the monster's resilience has increased. But killing you? Still a breeze. Just as Li Yi prepared to send him to the west with a second Yang 5 thunderstrike. A quarter of Wen Jing's body suddenly burst from the corner. It lunged at Li Yi, instantly releasing a green gas with potent corrosive and infectious properties. The air it touched spread parasitic spores of bloodlight, capable of infecting and transforming into emerald crystals. This bastard, he possesses the abilities of a virus carrier? Could it be that you were responsible for that worthless fool's death? The bizarre Wen Jing seemed to possess devouring abilities. It absorbed not only the emerald crystals from the infected, but also inherited Director Aisha's bizarre nursing traits and Xiao Jie's rapid regeneration abilities. In a split second of distraction, the vice president was dragged away by the last quarter of his body, swiftly vanishing from sight. The temperature zone seemed to know Li Yi wasn't someone to mess with. Even with 10,000 bizarre abilities, it couldn't overcome Li Yi. Put. Another wave of green gas virus was released, instantly filling the entire space. With 5 layers of golden light spells protecting him, Li Yi remained unaffected. Don't chase a desperate foe when Jing still retained a modicum of basic intelligence. You think you can just slip away from this celestial master's watchful eye, constantly refusing to give me face? Li Yi snorted coldly. Beneath his feet, the wind-following mystic gate array disc solidified. An inconspicuous tracking mark instantly appeared on the eerie figure's body. After completing these actions, the figure vanished in an instant. What surprised even Li Yi, however. After the green mist dissipated and he stepped out of the room, the locator's signal vanished without a trace, leaving no way to track it. Damn, this guy's got some skills. But this hospital's only so big once I find you, you won't get off easy. Li Yi moved through the 6th floor with ease, as if returning to his own home. Yet even he failed to notice. An inconspicuous camera overhead was tracking his movements, following him until he vanished at the end of the corridor. Meanwhile, in an office on the 5th floor, a woman sat calmly watching the surveillance feed. A smug smile spread across her face, as if everything was unfolding exactly as she planned. After all this effort, it's time for results. I hope you won't disappoint me. With that, she flicked open a lighter, its bright flame illuminating her dark hair. She then set fire to a stack of documents and strode confidently out of the 5th floor. As the flames consumed the paper, the horrifying sight of Zhou Qing's name and photograph were engulfed within the burning document. Could it be she was involved in this? Chapter 84, Life for Life. Li Yi strolled through the 6th floor like a grand old man, occasionally encountering a few dangerous patients. He dealt with them effortlessly, sparing their lives out of pity for their wretched states. Even though there's no time limit this time, I still feel like I need to hurry. Otherwise, those two will become a huge problem. A wall stood before him, but Li simply kicked it down. Nothing could halt his progress. He could have unleashed a full-power Yang 5 thunderstrike to cover the entire 6th floor, but if he wasn't careful and caused the building to collapse, it would be a case of the cure being worse than the disease. During his cultivation in another realm, Li Yi had once flattened an entire mountain peak with a full-power Yang 5 thunderstrike. At the very moment Li Yi was searching for them, the eerie Wen Jing and the Vice Dean hadn't left the 6th floor. Instead, in an inconspicuous corner Li Yi had passed by earlier. They opened a hidden, eerie door, entering the space that truly concealed the secrets of the 6th floor. Within this chamber, every inch of space visible to the eye was composed of flesh and mucus. It resembled the internal structure of a living organism. Even the room's layout, resembling a house, and all the props large and small were formed from flesh and blood. The space itself wasn't particularly large. At its very center hung a bizarre organ connecting the floor to the ceiling. It pulsed like a human heart, continuously spewing an inexplicable fluid. After processing through a series of specialized instruments, only a single drop of essence was extracted. Combined with the previous amount, it barely filled a 50 milliliters syringe. The essence of ultimate power and immortality. The extraction process is far too slow. The Vice Dean grew impatient, glancing toward a corner of the room where another device, resembling a hibernation pod, had coalesced from flesh and blood. Through the translucent flesh, a row of over a dozen figures could be faintly discerned, still clad in enforcement officer uniforms. The external expert team, having gathered all clues from the chosen ones, summarized the situation here. The scenario was that years ago, an experimental subject had escaped control and reported to law enforcement, leading the investigation all the way to the 6th floor of the psychiatric hospital. Left with no choice, Wen Jing and the Vice Dean resorted to setting the place ablaze and secretly brought these dozen or so enforcers here. Through a series of procedures, they were transformed into psychiatric patients. A substance produced in the brains of these patients, J9527 spiral phenol gene polymer, was extracted. Using this substance, they developed a life-extending serum. While the drug itself extended life, its impurities, when released into the air, could transform healthy men into psychiatric patients capable of producing the substance. Women became insatiable breeding machines, inevitably giving birth to grotesquely deformed children afflicted with mental disorders. That adulterous pair, Wen Jing and the Vice Dean, to achieve their goals, they truly completed a cycle that defies all human ethics. Ha, those two will get their comeuppance sooner or later. Big Shot Li could wipe them out in a heartbeat. Hold your horses. That bizarre Wen Jing was hunting the vice president earlier. Sure, he intervened to save the woman, but this definitely isn't that straightforward. Unsurprisingly, the 50 milliliters vial of serum became a point of contention between the bizarre Wen Jing and the vice president. The hospital's in utter chaos now. There aren't many mentally ill patients left to extract J-gene aggregates from. So this serum belongs to me. The bizarre creature was severely wounded by Li Yi, its movements slowed, allowing the Vice Dean to seize the potion. Watching this greedy woman exploit him to escape, only to now attempt to seize the potion for herself. Recalling everything that had transpired before, and the hatred he harbored toward her, the woman seemed to have forgotten that not long ago, she had been hunted down by the uncanny warmth. The long needle was about to pierce her temple. Eerie Wen Jing's eyes flashed with desire and murderous intent. Give him, to me. Suddenly, the creature lunged forward. He pinned the woman beneath him, struggling for the vial in her grasp. Deprived of J-gene polymer, the pulsing of his flesh core was fading. Neither Wen Jing nor the woman noticed, utterly consumed by their struggle for the rare serum. Damn woman, you keep ruining my plans. I'll kill you. Wen Jing erupted, abandoning the struggle for the serum. He watched helplessly as the syringe pierced the woman's temple, injecting the murky serum into her brain. But just as the woman flashed a smug expression, he was stunned to see Wen Jing's dismembered body reassemble. Hands sprouted from his eye sockets, one clamped around her throat. The other hand plunged directly into her eye socket. In an instant, her eyeball exploded, blood spattering everywhere. What are you doing? Let me go. Agony and despair drove her to struggle relentlessly, but the suffocating pressure only hastened her demise with every convulsion. Ha! You deserve to die. You deserve to die. The deranged Wen Jing snapped the woman's neck completely. As life drained from her body, the corpse, which had appeared to be only 20 years old, began to rapidly age and deteriorate. Wang Jing seized the moment, opening his blood-stained maw filled with fangs and moving toward the woman's head. Crash! When Li Yi arrived at this location, the space, entirely forged from flesh and blood, had withered beyond recognition. The putrid stench was unbearable. Still too late. There's no sign of life left here. Li Yi ventured deeper and discovered that most of the patient corpses here had holes drilled into their skulls, connected to tubes. Their brains had shriveled, as if their marrow had been sucked dry. In the center, what had once been living flesh and organs had withered into oxidized apple cores, their hollow cores suggesting they had once been connected to something only to be gouged out. Just then, Li Yi spotted a corpse in the corner. An emaciated figure, likely in her 80s, her head missing. Fresh blood still spattered around the severed stump, bearing distinct bite marks. Most disturbingly, the woman's lower body had been brutally cut open and hollowed out, as if something had been extracted from her. Something feels off here, the Taoist master mused. Didn't that damn rule say we couldn't let the Vice Dean die? Now this guy's head severed, a gruesome sight, yet no pop-up warning or punishment weirdness appeared? Li Yi, unusually, gave it some thought. Given the circumstances, it could only mean one thing. This woman wasn't the real Vice Dean at all. Someone else was. Realizing someone else lurked behind the scenes, Li Yi's guard immediately rose. Several women he'd encountered flashed through his mind. Wang Shuxian was confirmed dead. I personally guided her soul to the afterlife. But it's possible she set something in motion before her death. I met Alice once on the first floor. Though I didn't witness it directly, she essentially died at the hands of that bizarre psychopath. Casa was brainwashed by her own double-handed technique. She poses no threat. The old woman is ruled out. That leaves only Zhou Qing. After all this chasing, the wolf was right beside me all along. Chapter 85, Horrific Flesh. Rule number 1 of survival in Weird Tales worlds: never trust any NPC in a Weird Tale world, even if the system labels them as friendly. Though Li Yi had gained new insights into how people were categorized within the Strange Tale world, it didn't mean he'd place complete trust in NPCs. It's all just a show. I don't believe anyone in this world would genuinely help the Chosen One 100%. You have to rely on yourself for everything. After scanning the room, he found no other meaningful clues in the dilapidated space. However, the array of chemical instruments on the table and a damaged syringe on the floor caught his attention. Time is tight. That bastard couldn't have wiped every trace clean before leaving. There might be something left on this. A foul odor lingered on the syringe, a repulsive blend of rancid pig brains and greasy rust. Inhaling it produced a distinct burning sensation, like some kind of stimulant. Upon re-examining the workbench, an even more potent scent trail emerged. Persistence paid off. Li Yi discovered a single drop of solution that hadn't fully evaporated beneath a storage flask. With a thought, the substance coiled around his fingertip and floated upward. Despite the foul odor, he sensed a strange, potent energy within the liquid. Li Yi wasn't foolish enough to experiment with it directly. He casually grabbed a small storage container and sealed the solution inside. Just then, a dark figure burst from behind him, darting toward the exit. "Damn it, stop right there!" Li Yi roared, whirling around. Instantly, countless eerie auras transformed into arrows hurtling toward him. Dodging them was effortless, but this creature wasn't after Li Yi, it was after the solution sample in his pocket. Ha! At least the final 50 milliliters of ultimate power and immortality won't be wasted by that. And you'll never get your hands on it either. Wen Jing radiated an intense, eerie aura, yet his body had reverted from its grotesquely twisted form to that of a human. Even so, he appeared well past 80, his frame bent and hunched, his face covered in countless death spots. Had he not swiftly devoured the woman's brain to absorb the potion that hadn't yet taken effect into his own body? He likely would have perished under Li Yi's Yang Wulei attack. I say, is this ultimate and immortality your father or your mother? If you like it so much, why not marry it? As Li Yi came to a halt, the sample in his pocket fell out, only to be snatched back by Wen Jing's tentacles. The creature wasted no time, swallowing the glass container whole and crunching it with a grating sound. "Ha, I know you're powerful, but what good does that do? You're still going to die here." The creature pulled two objects from behind its back. At a glance, both appeared to be special tools composed of flesh and blood. One was the core of a flesh and blood heart, while the other was the key that had parasitized the woman. Wen Jing gazed at the two objects with reverent eyes, as if admiring works of art. The ultimate pursuit of immortality is sacred and must not be desecrated. To exchange my eternal life for freedom from calamity, I would sacrifice everything. Bull. Li Yi couldn't bear to look and cursed immediately. The so-called immortality you speak of is nothing but draining others' vitality to prolong your own miserable existence. Where is the sanctity in that? Shut your mouth. Shut your filthy mouth. Have you ever considered whether your actions are sacred or sinful? This Taoist master despises opportunists like you who chase fame by any means. I'll live 100 years longer if you die. Li Yi's words cut straight to the heart. Not only do you despise life, you even desecrate the sacred skirts of women. Scum like you deserves to be fried in boiling oil until your little dick is crispy. Wen Jing was so enraged he could barely breathe, on the verge of choking to death right before Li Yi. Cough, cough. You truly are stubborn beyond redemption. How dare you lecture me? For the sake of the ultimate goal, those ants sacrificing their lives is only fitting. It is the honor of their entire existence. And you will be the final piece to end immortality. Kill you, extract the J gene polymer from your brain, and I shall become the greatest being in this world. This guy and that dead hag were cut from the same cloth. Immediately, old Wen Jing revealed a maniacal, eerie grin. Though fixed on Li Yi before him. But it was equally fixed upon the audience watching the screen. Though he said little, Wen Jing's gaze delivered a small shot to the viewers. It was as if they themselves would be the ones to enjoy watching someone's skull split open and their J gene extracted. As if a man like Wen Jing truly existed in the real world. Bring it on. This Taoist master is eager to see what tricks you old fool have left up your sleeve. Li Yi stood motionless, unfazed by his enemy's myriad schemes. One strike, and all shall be destroyed. Ha! Go to hell! The next instant, Wen Jing's eerie aura erupted violently, instantly enveloping this desolate, flesh-deprived space. The next instant, all the withered flesh within sight regained its vitality except for the most crucial piece, the heart, which remained still. Boy, you're not worthy to fight me. Let the sacred ultimate execute you with its own hands. The next instant, the flesh beneath Wenjing's feet rapidly grew, transforming into an instrument base in the blink of an eye. Wenjing then clashed the two central devices in his hands together, fusing them into one. A triumphant chuckle followed as he mounted it onto the base. Boom! The flesh and blood heart erupted with a powerful ripple, nearly shaking Li from his feet. Old Biden really did leave a backup plan. Let this Taoist master see what it's all about? Heh, enjoy yourself here. When you're finally pierced through the brain and turned into a mindless shell, I'll come back to visit you. Wenjing swiftly retreated, blending into the flesh wall. The flesh heart's attack spared no one. He had to get out of here. Think you can leave? Did you ask this Taoist master first? Li clenched his fist, gathering boundless thunder within his palm. Surges of qi erupted, instantly engulfing the entire space. Originally intended to counter the flesh heart, Li unexpectedly redirected the strike, slamming it directly into Wenjing's chest. The sensation of rolling thunder coursing through his body was excruciating, as if his internal organs were being scorched and pierced. A gaping, blood-soaked hole instantly tore through Wenjing's chest, exposing charred internal organs. But this bastard was strange. A single strike couldn't finish him off so easily. Oh dear, he got away again. Li shook his hand, watching the vicious Wenjing temporarily flee. The pulsing of the bloody heart grew more intense, its overwhelming aura of danger pressing down on the audience until they could barely breathe. This isn't a horror movie. Chapter 86, Eerie's sudden appearance. The flesh and blood space alone was enough to make one feel uneasy, the mental pressure skyrocketing. Sakura Yama stumbled into this realm by accident. Unlike Li's composure, he remained utterly unaware that he had become a mere pawn in Wenjing in the woman's hands. Damn it all, what the hell is this place? Yama Azojin's crotch was wrapped in thick bandages, causing him to limp with every step. Combined with the loss of an arm, he seemed to be teetering on the brink of sudden death at any moment. If not for this place being a hospital that bandaged him up, he might have kicked the bucket with his pants torn to shreds, dying in utter disgrace. With every step Yama took, the flesh beneath his feet oozed and squelched. With decapitated corpses scattered everywhere, Yama Azojin felt a chill like a cold fan blowing past his ears. Holy crap, please let me out. I swear I'll never shoot 18+ content again. In this bizarre world, even gods and ghosts couldn't protect him. Then, by sheer accident, he stumbled upon the bloody core at the center of the zone. He hadn't killed either Wenjing or the fake Weisstein, nor had he received Zhou Qing's life-sacrificing aid. Therefore, dealing with him required no additional schemes from the mastermind behind the scenes. You know this fool? Is the J gene polymer in his brain pure? He looks way too dumb. Hard to say. But we owe this dying fool for bringing us together again, putting past grievances aside. Wenjing and the fake Weisstein each harbored their own schemes, their combined cunning amounting to at least 800 schemes. So, should we kill him outright now, or? Wenjing sneered coldly, men understand men best. Killing him outright won't let his J polymer reach its peak. Of course we'll give him one last wild ride and thrill before he dies. What do you mean? Hidden in the shadows, Wenjing manipulated a bizarrely fractured object, swiftly closing in on the artificial being at the mountain's base. With lightning speed, he thrust the needle tip of his comrade's high-purity ultimate and longevity serum, piercing his skin. It hurts. Yama Azeo immediately grew alert, but nothing unusual surrounded him. What he didn't know was that even a tiny amount of the serum could rapidly spread through his body, relentlessly stirring the desires within him. The next instant, a gaping fissure tore open in his flesh and blood heart, revealing a space of utter darkness within. Ghost! Stay away from me! Yama Azeo was scared out of his wits, scrambling backward without a second thought for his torn pants. But then, he saw a pair of slender, fair legs emerge from the heart. Then, a stunningly beautiful woman, completely naked, appeared before him. Under the drug's influence, Yama Azojin was hallucinating. He even discovered with astonishment that his manhood had grown. So terrifying, such a beautiful woman, the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life. Her slender figure and the constant bounce of her ample breasts instantly set Yama A's desires ablaze. She beckoned him with a finger, seemingly inviting him to savor her charms and indulge in carnal bliss. I'm dead either way. What good is some bull about the safety of the nation? Better to die beneath the peony blossoms, even as a ghost I'll be a man of pleasure. Yama Azeo lunged forward, pinning himself directly atop the beauty. But to the cherry blossom viewing crowd and the Dragon Nation spectators, the so-called beauty was nothing more than a long-decayed, shriveled corpse. The sight of Yama Azeojin rubbing his crotch already torn from repeated explosions against the corpse was utterly sickening. You Sakura people, do you ever pick a time or place to get horny? Your crotch is blown apart, yet you still threaten skeletons before dying. Seriously, you guys. Bastard. Yama Azojin's actions are his own. Don't drag my cherry blossom nation into this. Stop playing the innocent, you hypocrite. That profile pic is your girlfriend, right? I saw her and brother Anai studying the Kuan character technique on a small website last night. Anai-gu, what does this have to do with me? The Dragon Nation is untouchable. Yama Azeo had forgotten the pain, even wearing a look of blissful satisfaction. Only Guan Wenjing and the Vice Dean could see the blood smeared everywhere from his crotch. Almost there, don't miss the window for extracting the J polymer. Relax, it'll be fine. Immediately after, Yama Azeo, already mentally shattered, glimpsed more scantily clad beauties through the fissure in his heart. So many flower girls. I'd die satisfied. Yama Azeo stepped into the flesh and blood heart, embracing nothing but countless corpses. All unfortunate souls like him, drained of their J polymer. As a tentacle thick as a bowl pierced Yama-A's brain, Sakura Nation's bizarre tale declared its final game over. Sakura Nation's chosen one deceased. Within half an hour, a young commissioned disaster will descend upon Sakura Kosaka. Infected targets will carry the young commissioned contagion virus. Other natural and man-made disasters were manageable, but sealing their sacred cow? That was a death sentence. Now Sakura's populace lives in constant fear, too preoccupied to care about the Dragon Nation's audience or other sneers. Your chosen one is trash. Come see our Li Tiancher instead. Ha! I'll see if Li Yi can even escape this flesh and blood space. I refuse to believe it. The scene shifts to Li Yi narrowly dodging tentacle stabs. Countless tentacles lay severed on the ground, yet this creature kept regenerating them endlessly. The same seduction tactic had no effect on Li Yi. Who would get aroused by a corpse? He'd be laughed at for life. Yama Azeoren, I'm already dead, just call me out directly. But continuing like this and draining my stamina isn't a solution either. Since this flesh and blood heart could be activated by a mechanism, the same principle should allow it to be shut down. But the heart's surface was seamless. Where could the control center possibly be? A carnivorous flower tentacle loomed overhead, poised to clamp down on Li Yi's head. Suddenly, a cold gleam descended from afar. It pierced straight through the tentacle, pinning it to the flesh wall. I'm here to help you. Turning his head, he saw none other than Zhou Qing's face. Why is it always you? What do you mean you? You should be calling me Ailey. Ailey? Before Li Yi could react, Zhou Qing removed his glasses and wig, peeling away the makeup from his face. There, staring back, was the unmistakable face of that free-spirited girl from the first floor. Ailey. But didn't that girl die in the dangerous patient's mouth? How is she still alive? I know you have a lot of questions, but now's not the time. Catch. Ailey instantly tossed a syringe his way. Li Yi caught it effortlessly, noticing it was labeled trans-J enzyme amino 886 splitting agent specifically developed to counteract J polymer. Without further ado, Li Yi plunged the syringe into the bloody heart. As the solution fully injected, the bizarre heart ceased beating, and all tentacles deactivated and rotted away. The crisis seemed temporarily averted. Yet the glint in Li Yi's eyes as he looked at Ailey was icy cold. Chapter 87, It's time to end this. At such a perilous moment, this lady saved your life. Aren't you going to thank me for my great kindness? Though he hadn't interacted much with this Ailey, her playful, lively nature and tendency to be overly generous made her quite memorable. Why are you here? And where did you get the antidote? Li Yi felt like he had a million questions, but he knew asking wouldn't yield any useful clues. To his surprise, Ailey actually answered him seriously. As you can see, I am the very person you suspected and have been searching for all along. As for your assumptions about my death. Eri cut straight to the point, tearing open her clothes to reveal bandages wrapped around both shoulders, faintly stained with blood. Indeed, someone threatened to take your life. Though they let you escape on the first floor, those monsters failed to kill me. As for the antimatter serum you're curious about, I was already researching it before you arrived. It was extracted from the brain of someone similar to Yuang Shuxiang. Li Yi quietly observed Ailey's subtle expressions. Her demeanor and tone showed almost no flaws. I vaguely recall that in the game's design, even NPCs encountering anomalies might simply ignore them or subconsciously assume everything remains normal. The very word monster seemed sufficient proof that Ailey was the second person who could potentially exist. Combined with the absence of any lies, though she hadn't directly revealed her identity likely due to caution regarding the rules, it was almost certain it was her. Seeing this, Li Yi lowered his guard. You came to help me even wounded in such danger, you must be one of the good guys. Ailey waved her hand dismissively. Cut the good person act. Do you realize that even if you survive, the Dean has already gotten what he wanted? What's that supposed to mean? He tricked me into joining just to kill me for some damn polymer? Ailey nodded. You are indeed powerful, so powerful that the monsters in this ward couldn't kill you. But precisely because you're so powerful, even your hair and skin flakes carry that polymer. What? Being too strong is a crime? Add in this Taoist priest stashing good looks, and I'd be stuck in prison for life, huh? Though the atmosphere was lighthearted, Li Yi understood the gravity of the situation. So you've been scheming all this time, even developing a reversal serum. What's the next step? Ailey immediately pouted. You really don't use your brain at all, do you? Remember, Xiao Jie? Of course. Astonishing defense, plus that god-tier auto-regeneration ability. Ailey explained. Xiao Jie's self-healing ability stemmed from hidden genetic segments, possessing even the power of genetic invasion. In other words, if Xiao Jie were to place a single drop of his blood on Li Yi's hair or skin flakes, He could restore and regenerate Li Yi's genetic structure. Creating another Li Yi wasn't impossible. Whoa, seriously? If he could really create a second Li Yi, he could take my place in those ghost stories. Ghost stories? Ailey was puzzled by this specific term. Though she didn't voice her confusion, her micro-expression flickered for an instant. The audience watching from God's perspective noticed it, though it remained unclear whether Li Yi himself had seen it. Is Ailey really the second chosen one? She's been a huge help, but something about this feels off. Careful not to overanalyze. You might miss the truth. At least to me, Ailey seems more like a good person compared to that mysterious Zhou Qing. As mentioned above, Zhou Qing doesn't seem like a good person. Then why would Ailey impersonate Zhou Qing to approach Li Yi? And during their previous interactions, how could anyone tell which moments were Zhou Qing and which were Ailey? Billions of viewers were strategizing and speculating wildly. But among those billions, only the chosen one, Li Yi, couldn't be bothered to think. Cut the banter. Once Wen Jing gets your J polymer, it'll all be over. Right now, we need to find Xiao Jie fast. Do you know where he is? 5th floor. Then let's get moving. The elevator's out of order, we'll have to take the stairs. No need to make it so complicated. Ailey? Li Yi stood atop the withered flesh and blood. With a mere stomp of his foot, the ground exploded, forming a massive pit that plunged straight through to the 5th floor. Ailey's eyes widened instantly. This building isn't just reinforced concrete, they even added a layer of 10 cm thick alloy steel plates during construction. How much force did you put into that kick? Not much. Let's hurry. Short but talkative. Ailey was speechless but still grabbed Li Yi and leapt swiftly to the 5th floor. When they finally found Xiao Jie again, it was already too late. Li Yi's card glitch had rendered Xiao Jie immobile, his stamina severely depleted. Though he harbored hatred toward his biological father, he was powerless against Wen Jing, who was nearing his complete form. He could only submit to his fate. Xiao Jie, once towering like an iron pillar, lay dying on the ground. A gaping hole had been carved into his skull, where a grotesque insect clung, greedily draining his genetic essence. J-polymer wasn't just the key element to ultimate immortality, it was also the primary cause of people descending into madness and psychosis. The less of this substance present, while still fatal, could restore lucidity in the dying moments. Xiao Jie's first words were, "Dad." This single word tugged at the hearts of countless parents watching the screen. It was hard to imagine that after enduring such physical and mental torment, he was now being exploited by his own father. In contrast, Wen Jing showed no mercy whatsoever. Seeing Li Yi approach only made him grow more frantic. Li Yi shook his head immediately. "You're utterly beyond redemption. Not even the 18th layer of hell could contain you. Ha! I'm about to become immortal. What bull about the Grim Reaper or King Yama? Once I become the ultimate, you'll be the first one I kill." Li Yi spread his hands, a confident look on his face. "You won't get that chance." That unforgivable remark? I said it on behalf of Xiao Jie and Wang Shuxiang. What do you mean? When Jing truly didn't love the son, he merely treated him as an experimental subject. Yet during his exploitation of Wang Shuxiang, perhaps at certain moments, he had genuinely felt fleeting affection. Hearing Wang Shuxiang's name caused him to tremble for an instant. That was the last vestige of his humanity. Ha, don't try to fool me. No one can stop me today. Hey, man, who cares about stopping you? Wang Shuxiang, you deal with your own husband. The next second, a pair of hands suddenly appeared behind Wen Jing, wrapping tightly around his body. The bizarre insect on Xiao Jie's head died inexplicably. Li Yi had merely expelled a breath of immortal energy, sealing Xiao Jie's fate. Wen Jing, you've deceived me so bitterly you wouldn't even spare your own flesh and blood. Chapter 88, Caught in the Trap. It's you, Wang Shuxiang. You're still alive. Wen Jing detected the familiar aura, and suddenly, even his voice trembled. He had committed countless heinous crimes, any one of which could have secured his death sentence. Yet the one sliver of conscience this man still clung to was the lingering sense of debt he owed Wang Shuxiang, the woman he had once loved. Though this debt was entirely of his own making, the gaze he cast upon Xiao Jie grew noticeably clearer. Hey, Wang Shuxiang. I forcibly reversed the qi to preserve your last shred of ghostly energy, not so you could flirt with this scumbag. When Wang Shuxiang's ghost found Li Yi, they naturally struck another deal. Wang Shuxiang's spirit bore an exceptionally potent karmic law. They say cause and effect are cyclical, and this causal law could greatly suppress its corresponding effect. Indeed, the very singularity of karmic cycles meant that without this specific cause, the effect manifesting in Wen Jing's body could not be resolved. Driven by his own selfish motives, Li Yi secretly employed spirit-binding techniques while guiding Wang Shuxiang's tormented soul to rest. He preserved the last shred of her spiritual consciousness, reading fragments of her memories. Li Yi had already observed the situation on the 6th floor earlier. Had I not discovered in Wang Shuxiang's memories that she had become deranged after accidentally entering the 6th floor's flesh and blood space, I would never have found its entrance so swiftly. As the saying goes, if one does not look out for themselves, heaven and earth will destroy them. Though Li Yi had exploited Wang Shuxiang, allowing her one final glimpse of Wen Jing was, in its own way, a form of recompense. Wang Shuxiang, I know your hatred for me, your love for me, but could you let go of me first? Once I take down this bastard, I'll use ultimate and immortality to bring you back to life. Wen Jing spoke with flying spittle, sounding genuinely sincere, even tinged with emotion. But in this world, who would easily believe the repentance of a wolf with ulterior motives? Li Yi couldn't be bothered to expose this guy, it would be a waste of breath. The ultimate and immortality were things that could never be mass-produced, they might not even exist at all. Even if they did, would he truly spare them for Wang Shuxiang? You bastard, Wen Jing. Your wife's reduced to this wretched state, yet you spout more nonsense than she does. What the hell? Wen Jing's eyes burned with fury as he fixed Li Yi with a deathly stare. All of this is because of you. Intense murderous intent filled the room, but the strange power Wen Jing released was instantly absorbed by Wang Shuxiang's yin yang law. What the hell? This can't be happening. Even more frenzied than Xiao Jie, Wen Jing still didn't understand what had just happened. As long as Wang Shuxiang remained entangled within him, all his fruit laws techniques would be absorbed by Wang Shuxiang without exception. Enough, Wen Jing. How long do you intend to deceive me? Wen Jing was but a single stage away from the ultimate realm of immortality he spoke of. Even so, he sensed a terrifying aura emanating from Wang Shuxiang. With superpowered autopilot, Li Yi stood arms crossed on the sidelines, needing not to lift a finger. Wang Shuxiang, hurry! Have Xiao Jie charge in and kill this bastard. Wen Jing had long become a freak, but his mind remained sharp. Xiao Jie naturally ignored him. Though his subconscious loathed Wen Jing intensely, he hesitated out of deference to his mother. The situation reached a stalemate. Though Wang Shuxiang had once loved him, she didn't respond to Wen Jing immediately. Would you be willing to leave with me? Hearing this, Wen Jing's expression suddenly froze. Wang Shuxiang had become this ghostly apparition, wouldn't following her mean becoming a ghost too? You, what are you talking about? Of course I want to be with you. It's just that I have things I absolutely must do. Then give up your pursuit of ultimate power and immortality. Come with me. Come with Xiao Jie. Isn't having our family reunited better than anything else? Li Yi, Wang Shuxiang is right. I'm so moved I could cry. What, Wen Jing, you really have no heart. Shut up. This isn't your place to speak. Watch your mouth or I'll take your life. From start to finish, Wen Jing never awakened his conscience. Instead, he sought to exploit Wang Shuxiang's lingering spirit and Xiao Jie to achieve his own ends. But alas, his carefully laid plans were about to come crashing down. This Taoist master's life is priceless, you're not worthy of coveting it. Besides, who do you think made Wang Shuxiang cling to you so relentlessly? Ha! I'll kill you. This guy, even at his worst, was a high-level transformation stage weirdo. His strength was naturally among the most formidable Li Yi had encountered so far. Seeing this bastard attempt to break free from Wang Shuxiang's restraints through sheer force, Li Yi would never let him succeed. But before Li Yi could act, Wang Shuxiang reacted first, commanding Xiao Jie. Son, grab him. Don't let him touch Master Li. Roar! Xiao Jie instantly wrapped his arms around Wen Jing's bizarre form. His subconscious loathing and hatred transformed into colossal force, nearly crushing Wen Jing's steel-like bones. Wen Jing's face flushed crimson, yet a meaningful smile soon spread across his features. Li Yi sensed something was amiss. This bastard seemed to have another trick up his sleeve. Wang Shuxiang. Tell Xiao Jie to get out of the way. Ah, it's too late now. What? Wen Jing's bizarre body instantly erupted with countless suction cups, and sharp-tipped tubes instantly pierced into Xiao Jie's body. Roar! Accompanied by an agonized roar, the material elements within his body were rapidly being absorbed and devoured by Wen Jing. Visibly, this creature's bizarre aura grew ever more potent. They say even a tiger won't eat its own cubs, but you, Wen Jing, have truly opened my eyes. Ha 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 ha. For ultimate power and immortality, any sacrifice is worth it. My weak and incompetent son, your genes hold infinite potential. Come, help Daddy one last time and fulfill my quest for the ultimate and immortality. The fruit law erupted instantly, even suppressing Wang Shuxiang's cause law. The cycle of cause and effect devoured each other. Had Li Yi not swiftly guided Wang Shuxiang away, she too would have been absorbed by Wen Jing. But Xiao Jie forgot that little bastard still had the ability to devour and inherit. Empowered by immense restorative force, the drained Xiao Jie even shed his assimilated state, reverting to the frail, emaciated form of a teenage boy. Wen Jing's aura surged back to its peak, but the most terrifying thing was that this bastard had obtained the unique J polymer from Li Yi. Ha 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 ha. With your genes devoured and this newly acquired regenerative power, ultimate strength and immortality, here I come. You think you're worthy? Li Yi lunged forward to seize it, but the creature's evasion skills had improved, it dodged his attack. Then, right before Li Yi's eyes, he swallowed the genetic sample whole. The eerie aura surrounding the entire being had risen to new heights. He was becoming a real pain in the ass. Chapter 89, The Weakness of Flesh and Blood. Hey Wen Jing, things have come to this. Are you still going to make a last-ditch struggle? Li showed not a shred of fear, even harboring a hint of anticipation. Could this fellow prove himself a worthy adversary? 3 ghost stories in a row, and not a single one has been weird enough to warrant my full attention. Is it that this Taoist priest's standards are too high, or are the ghost stories just too weak? Heh, are you starting to spout nonsense now that you see I'm about to reach my peak? Cut the crap. Hurry up and stop wasting my time. Let me see what your ultimate power and immortality actually look like. Oomph. Li Yi watched silently as Wen Jing's body seemed to melt entirely into a flowing liquid. His already deformed body now appeared even more grotesque. His aura infected the very air around him, causing flesh-like vines to rapidly sprout from his feet, stretching relentlessly toward Li Yi. This is the power of the ultimate. I'll soon attain immortality and become the foremost being under heaven. In the next instant, Wen Jing's body transformed entirely into a flesh and blood state, composed of countless vessels, organs, and even limbs pieced together a sight that made spectators' scalps crawl. Holy crap, this boss hasn't even started fighting yet and he's already unleashing a mental assault. Isn't that a bit much? He's so ugly, who knows what Wang Shuxiang sees in him. Li Yi, take him down. Hey, are you done yet? Stop dawdling. Li Yi yawned, never once taking him seriously. Heh, I'll test my perfect body, the culmination of immortality and longevity on you. Hey, I'm talking here. You guys have been chatting for ages without including me. Do you think I'm an outsider? Ailey stepped forward, her expression calm and utterly fearless as she faced Wen Jing. Ailey? I recall you're just a senior genetic researcher. What gives you, a woman, the right to meddle? Ailey crossed her arms, her soft curves rising and falling beneath them, a smug expression on her face. Are you sure that ghastly mess you're in is the real ultimate and immortal? Wen Jing? What do you mean by that? Though he feigned confusion, Wen Jing couldn't help but feel uneasy as he examined his own flesh and blood form. Though his physical strength had increased, this ghastly appearance was still hard for him to accept. Immediately, Ailey retrieved another sample from her chest, the formal anti-splitting substance. Your research with the Vice Dean has always been flawed. I discovered this anti-splitting substance purely by chance. Empty words won't hold up. You're asking for death. A wall of flesh surged forward, its surface covered in countless fangs and grotesque faces, as if poised to devour Ailey and Li Yi. Ah! How terrifying! In panic, Ailey jumped onto Li Yi's back. As the flesh wall closed in, Li Yi channeled thunder into his palm, shattering the flesh instantly. Is that all? I thought it would be tougher. Li Yi had intended to confront the creature head-on and eliminate it, but Ilera tugged at his sleeve. Leave it to me. Not a single casualty. Really? I'd love that. Era stood before Wen Jing once more. The creature had now transformed into a terrifying flesh monster, its form gradually enveloping the entire space. If you don't believe me, then witness it for yourself. What do you mean? Ailey pushed the plunger, releasing a single drop of sample onto the flesh. The next second, the flesh erupted with a powerful surge of life force so astonishing it left even Li Yi speechless. However, Li Yi speculated that since Ailey was helping him, she would never hand this thing over for nothing. Either there was something wrong with it, or perhaps she had other plans in mind? NPCs and anomalies in weird tales sure love to complicate things. If the next weird tale still picks me as the exorcist, could we at least get a world where killing enemies is as easy as slicing vegetables? Of course, Li Yi had no idea that his global fame had already reached a point where the rules of the strange tales took him seriously. Back to the matter at hand, that flesh not only possessed vitality, but under Wen Jing's eager gaze, it continuously transformed into flawless, smooth skin, exactly what Wen Jing truly desired. With this final piece of the puzzle, you can forge complete ultimate power and immortality. Feeling tempted? Give it to me. Wen Jing lost his mind and charged forward, but Li Yi's deliberate punch sent him flying back. Instead, Ailey feigned weakness, stumbling backward and dropping the vial from her grasp. Li Yi feigned a struggle for it, and sure enough, Wen Jing couldn't resist charging forward. He didn't hesitate to take the full force of Li Yi's Yong-5 Thunderstrike. Ha 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 ha. Thanks a lot, Ailey. With this, my ultimate power and immortality are finally mine. The guy was in a real hurry, injecting the potion directly into himself. But immediately afterward, both Li Yi and Ailey wore triumphant smiles. What do you mean by this? At that moment, Ailey stepped forward. This serum does indeed hold the key to your ultimate power and immortality. But as the old saying goes, too much of a good thing can be bad. Can your mortal flesh truly withstand the arrival of ultimate power and eternal life? Nonsense. Why wouldn't it be possible? No sooner had Wen Jing uttered these arrogant words than his flesh and blood left arm instantly exploded, a pool of rotting flesh splattering onto the ground. The excruciating pain overwhelmed Wen Jing, leaving him momentarily unable to react. Only when the potion swiftly coursed through his body, black liquid flowing through every vein, did he realize something was terribly wrong. Put. Another piece of his body rotted away. What the hell did you give me? Why is this happening? Li Yi replied coldly, I told you, extremes breed their opposites. Ultimate immortality is real, but your body is too weak. Your sins are too many. It's also true that you can't handle it. How could this happen? Wen Jing had stopped at nothing to achieve his goal, even paving the way with countless lives and flesh, all for a mere illusion. With his goal within grasp, could it all be negated by a mere mortal body? At that moment, Ailey warned Li, this thing will explode in 3 minutes. The black liquid is highly corrosive. Let's get out of here. As expected, when Jing writhed in agony, his screams piercing the air. Countless flesh tentacles flailed wildly, tearing apart everything within the space, even his own body. This pain, my ultimate immortality, this can't be. When Jing's body rapidly swelled, becoming bloated and twisted, a sight dozens of times more grotesque than Xiao Jie's madness. Li blew out the golden light mantra, enveloping Ailey, Wang Shuxiang, and Xiao Jie within its protective barrier. However, Wang Shuxiang, clutching Xiao Jie, stepped out of the protective barrier of her own accord. What? You want to die? Li offered no persuasion. Wang Shuxiang glanced at the unconscious Xiao Jie in her arms, her eyes filled with reverence and gratitude toward Li. Our family has already died once. When Jing deserves his fate, but please, Celestial Master, let us journey together. Li nodded in silent consent. Chapter 90, no immortality, but an endless stream of newcomers. Ordinary humans and ghosts alike rarely dare ask Li for favors. Yet witnessing the Wang Shuxiang family's suffering stirred even Li, who had cultivated the path of indifference, to feel something. When Jing's death was his just retribution. Even without Ailey's intervention, he could never have survived Li's grasp. Xiao Jie, cradled in Wang Shuxiang's arms, gradually regained consciousness. Restored to his child form, he gazed blankly at the unfamiliar surroundings and the familiar face of his mother. Good boy, we'll be reunited with Daddy soon. Daddy, where is he? Gazing at Wen Jing, a bloated mass that stretched across half the space, Xiao Jie's clear eyes held no fear. Amidst the flesh and blood, he saw a pair of cloudy, ferocious eyes. Daddy! Wen Jing! With that single cry, a long-forgotten tenderness stirred within Wen Jing's heart, a heart as hard as rock, even cruel. Fragments of memory surfaced, voluntarily shared with the Chosen One and the audience. Back then, when Jing was on the verge of retiring from his life of crime, wholly devoted to saving the prematurely aging Xiao Jie. Yet in the subsequent scene, a pair of long, elegant legs appeared beside Wen Jing. Whether it was the fake Weisstein or someone else, it was unclear. After showing him something, he fell back into his old ways, even more crazed than before, exploiting children for his experiments. This beastly act cannot be whitewashed, yet it cannot be denied that a sliver of sanity and humanity still lingered within him. Enough of this now. What's done is done. Even if you gain eternal life, what good would it do? Wen Jing, let's go together. Wang Shuxiang, holding the adorable Xiao Jie by the hand, approached Wen Jing. This creature had completely lost its human form. Only his scattered facial features remained, gazing at Wang Shuxiang with a complex expression. The silence was deafening. As the black liquid erupted, the existence of the family of three was swiftly erased. Even Li's golden light spell was corroded by the incessant sound of decay. After a brief moment, the flesh-bound space dissolved, and the great villain Wen Jing was declared dead. The next task, it seems, is to liberate this hellhole. The Squeeze Ward had always been a human factory. The Chosen One's mission wasn't merely to complete an internship, but to shatter the ultimate immortality according to their own understanding and liberate this place. Or else join the villain's research, becoming their experimental embryos. Ultimate power and immortality were nothing but human obsession. For such an obsession, they would stop at nothing to achieve their goal. For Wen Jing and the fake Weisstein, this obsession meant paving the way with flesh and blood, forging longevity with human heads. The true horror of obsession lies in its collision, inevitably sparking a bloodbath far more violent and terrifying than anything within these walls. Humans possess no path to eternal life, all things lack ultimate fulfillment. What is the immortality and ultimate perfection you pursue, and to what lengths are you willing to go for it? These words seemed directed by Li at the audience outside the arena. But Ailey beside him seemed to hear the hidden meaning. Ultimate and immortality, aren't they just what they say? Why are you being so mysterious and scary? Ailey cooed. Li turned his head, his gaze calm as he looked at her. Stop pretending. You are indeed Ailey, but you don't belong to that identity. I don't hit women. Call out the real Weisstein. A massive plot twist left the audience utterly dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Ailey just pulled off a huge favor and now she's being treated like a double agent? Could it be that Master Li got overly nervous and overreacted? Ailey stepped in during the crisis. She's a lifesaver. Shut your mouth if you can't speak properly. What a load of crap about saving his life. Without Ailey, Master Li could have handled these bastards with ease. Quiet down, everyone. Let's see what's really going on. Li and Ailey locked eyes in a tense stare. Clearly, even now, Ailey was still putting on an act. Hey, you're being a real jerk. I helped you, and now you're turning around and suspecting me? Li sneered, his gaze dripping with contempt. You think you're some big shot just because I'm talking to you? Tell whoever's pulling your strings to come out. You're just a pawn, you're not worthy of speaking to me. You. Ailey was about to argue, but suddenly, applause erupted behind her. Accompanied by the crisp click of high heels on the floor. Zhou Cheng appeared before Li, dressed in a purple evening gown and heavily made up. Who'd have thought a mere intern could possess such formidable deductive skills? What's this? Dressed to kill? Trying to seduce me? Sorry, but this Taoist master isn't into flashy show-offs hiding behind the scenes. Li Yi's words were never pleasant to hear. But Zhou Qing hadn't risen to her current position by being petty. Still, I'm curious, how did you figure out that Alice wasn't who she claimed to be? Both Li Yi and Zhou Qing seemed strangely reticent when it came to the term chosen one. After a few encounters with me, you should know I don't like to overthink things, but my intuition is sharp. It was precisely because Ali was too perfect that she had a flaw. Am I right, player 2 Zhou Qing? No, should I call you the Real Weisstein? Holy crap. So this green tea Zhou Qing's identity is actually Weisstein? Does that mean he's been testing Li Yi from the very start? Then what about Dean Wenjing and the fake Weisstein? Are they also part of Zhou Qing's scheme? Indeed, it was she who manipulated Wenjing and the fake Weisstein into researching ultimate immortality. She orchestrated the transformation of the mental hospital into a ward for exploitation. Even when Wenjing tried to withdraw, she was the one who brainwashed him again. Her identity never felt particularly strong, yet from their very first encounter, Li Yi sensed a distinctly different aura emanating from her, the aura of awakening. What kind of fetish do you have, woman? Observing and stalking me? Do you enjoy nurturing games? Zhou Cheng smiled meaningfully, offering no reply. According to the rules of this strange tale, once I leave my mark on the internship documents, you can leave this place and return to where you came from. And I've already obtained what I wanted. I truly intend to let you go. What does that mean? Immediately after, Zhou Chang pulled out an internship completion document from between the white rabbits. The moment her fiery red lips pressed against his, a radiant glow enveloped Li Yi's body. Li Yi felt both curious and somewhat surprised. What exactly had Zhou Qing obtained, and why was she willing to let him pass? Could it be she was really researching some bull about the end of the world and immortality? His instincts told him it couldn't be that simple. Don't you have any questions? One chance to ask, Zhou Qing purred seductively. Without hesitation, Li Yi replied, Who exactly are you? Just as Li Yi was about to be fully teleported out of the strange tale world, Zhou Qing gave her answer. I am, of course, identical to you in status, but I originally hailed from the rule-based strange tale. I look forward to our fourth meeting. Chapter 91, The Taoist Masters Meet. What does that mean? Have we met before? But by the time Li Yi opened his mouth, he had already completely departed from this strange tale world. Having unraveled the secrets of the squeeze ward and secured the deputy director's personally signed internship completion report. Compared to other chosen ones who struggled through tasks piece by piece or even lost their lives, his advantage was immeasurable. This return to reality came abruptly. Before the countless spectators could deploy their formations at the Void Rift to welcome the chosen one's return, Li Yi's figure had already materialized atop a skyscraper, standing in the breeze. The gentle evening breeze mingled with the bustling cityscape, the nightscape of cars and crowds. An overwhelming sense of unreality washed over him. Countless times, Zhou Qing's face and her words flashed through his mind. This guy claims he originally came from the world of strange tales. But even if I've come to recognize and even accept the people within it, that doesn't mean they truly exist. What's more, she said she looked forward to our fourth meeting. Could it be that she was present in all the previous rule-based ghost stories? Such thoughts were truly terrifying upon deeper reflection. The thought of someone watching my every move at all times sent a chill down my spine. Though this woman is shrouded in mystery, this Taoist priest finds it rather intriguing. I look forward to our next encounter. Just as Li Yi was about to leave, Qi Xianjun appeared behind him, seemingly out of nowhere. He wisely remained silent for a while, not interrupting Li Yi. Well, if it isn't the renowned Master Qi Xianjun of Mount Mao. Such an honor to have you here. Didn't even bother to announce your arrival. In terms of both age and experience, Qi Xianjun's status undoubtedly surpassed Li Yi's. Even as a child, Li Yi had heard of the Mao Mountain Celestial Master's fame. Qi Xianjun had subtly influenced Li Yi's path to becoming the Dragon Tiger Celestial Master. Before Li Yi could react, however, Qi Xianjun bowed deeply with clasped fists. The new generation surpasses the old. Master Li is young yet accomplished, with profound cultivation. Meeting you today confirms your reputation is well deserved. You flatter me, Elder Qi. But surely you didn't come just to exchange pleasantries? Qi Xianjun burst into hearty laughter upon hearing this. Ha ha ha. Master Li, you truly kept me searching. I exhausted every trick in my arsenal to break your counter-tracking spell. Without sheer luck, I might never have found you. Li Yi disliked overly noisy scenes. Getting involved with officials inevitably meant dealing with bureaucratic entanglements and troubles. Old Qi, just call me by my name. Let's get down to business. Li Yi is indeed straightforward. Then I'll be blunt too. I'm sure you're aware of just how much influence you wield now, aren't you? Li Yi smiled faintly before turning his gaze toward the distant landscape. Influence is indeed a valuable thing. It can even forge an extraordinary status. But to me, all that is meaningless, fleeting clouds. If possible, I'd rather pass this influence on to someone else. Qi Xianjun understood the subtext perfectly. The rule monsters were deadly and perilous for any chosen one, including Li Yi. Yet among the elite chosen ones who had risen to prominence, Li Yi possessed the greatest strength, sufficient to crush any danger he encountered. Yet even at his peak, Li Yi understood that fatal threats inevitably existed in this world, let alone another perilous strange tale realm. Compared to trading his life for influence, he'd rather stay home, eat, and sleep soundly. No one is a saint, and who can be a saint? One's own fate remains uncertain. Though you haven't said it outright, I imagine the pressure on you must be immense too, right? Li Yi offered no reply, letting silence speak for him. If it were merely a personal journey through a perilous world, that would indeed be a unique experience. But as the chosen one, bearing the weight of millions, even an entire nation every single moment, who wouldn't feel the burden and pressure? Li Yi stretched lazily. You didn't come here privately just to gossip about me. Since this isn't an official matter, why don't we find a more private place to talk? Shi Xuanjun stroked his beard and chuckled. Master Li is straightforward. I certainly won't keep you waiting. I'll have the honor of escorting you to the Qi Lu tea house, my treat. Let's go. Dragon Nation's chosen one, Li Yi, had cleared the rule anomaly 3 times. Related news dominated the headlines across countless nations. Out of 500,000 media outlets worldwide, 450,000 simultaneously broadcasted news about Li Yi, an unprecedented phenomenon. Hashtag in ancient times, Zhao Zilong of Changshan charged 7 times in and out of Changban Slope today. Dragon Nation's chosen one Li Yi has cleared the rule-based strange tale 3 times, shocking the world. Hashtag debate, what percentage of Li Yi's power must an elected one attain to increase their chance of clearing a horror tale? Hashtag Li Yi's power is too unbalanced. Eagle, Cherry Blossom, and Bamboo Nations strongly condemn Dragon Nation, aiming to obtain the chosen one Li Yi. They say fame brings trouble. Sitting in Qi Xianjun's Lincoln Emperor, Li Yi idly scrolled through the news. Honestly, being detached from the real world for so long has left me a bit out of touch with society. So even a transcendent dragon tiger ascended Taoist master like Li Tianxia has such worries. Beneath the flood of exaggerated praise for Li Yi lay countless criticisms and even insults. He didn't care, but seeing it all left a bitter taste in his mouth. Compared to transcending the mundane, I'd much rather sit in Emperor Lincoln Li's palace, eating hot pot and singing songs, than head off to the next city to serve as county magistrate. Li Yi's lively and entertaining conversation even drew frequent smiles from Qi Xianjun, the usually stoic old man. Even his veteran driver, who had been behind the wheel for 70 years, was astonished by Li Yi's capabilities. Even a worldly Taoist master has his troubles. Everything you see me possess now proves I've reached my limit. There's no room for further advancement. Li Yi rested his eyes, half closed, offering only a faint reminder. Those who cling to old ways are no heroes, those who belittle themselves are no warriors. As long as one lives, there are no limits. Though these words held no profound obscurity, they still sent a jolt through Qi Xian's massive frame, his face etched with utter astonishment. Master Li, are you saying I still have a chance? I know nothing about it. You can't expect me to worry about your own affairs, can you? Having said all that, Li Yi had done his utmost. The path of cultivation and ascension was ultimately tedious. Bringing up a twilight companion, an ageless friend, at least meant having someone by his side. Qi Xianjun suppressed his shock. He had attained the rank of purple-robed celestial master decades ago, believing he had reached the pinnacle of his limitations. Now, hearing from a more powerful celestial master that he still had a chance, who wouldn't be thrilled? That may be so, but Celestial Master Li, besides me, the official celestial masters of the Dragon Nation and the Taoist masters from various mountain sects within its borders all wish to meet you. Li Yibai shot Qi Xianjun a look. I bet you've already lined up your people. Do I even have a chance to refuse? Chapter 92, Qi Xianjun's Little Scheme. The Taoist masters of the Dragon Nation's Taoist community had long heard of Li Yi. Even after the last ghost story concluded, they had hoped to leverage Qi Xianjun's official status to arrange a meeting with Li Yi. Whether good or bad, they were all old comrades who had contributed to the Dragon Nation. Qi Xianjun naturally couldn't refuse them. Alas, after the last session ended, we couldn't have a proper chat. Some clown ruined the mood. Then the third ghost story began so quickly. This hasty gathering now is truly disrespectful. Cut it out, old Qi. You've seen more than I have, I can't compete. Fine, I'll tag along to take a look. But I'll warn you now, if I don't like what I see, I won't hold back. Though they'd interacted little, through observing his ghost story performances and basic understanding, Qi Xianjun had a pretty good grasp of Li Yi's personality. After running background checks on Li Yi, it was clear he was a top student and heartthrob throughout elementary, middle, and high school. He spent nearly every day rejecting girls' confessions. Even during college, he turned down the advances of the daughter of a Dragon Nation super elite, leaving the Gold Coin Kingdom princess heartbroken. A far-fetched yet not entirely impossible thought suddenly flashed through Qi Xianjun's mind. My granddaughter, Qi Yanan, is over 20 now. Though she didn't inherit the Qi family's Mount Taoist lineage, she's made quite a name for herself in the financial sector. Li Yi and my daughter aren't far apart in age. Perhaps. Li Yi regarded Qi Xianjun as his senior, yet Qi Xianjun was eyeing becoming Li Yi's father-in-law. If he actually voiced this thought, Li Yi might just crush this car to pieces. But since Qi Xianjin dared to entertain such thoughts, Li Yi, having lived a century and seen it all, quietly sent a message to Qi Yanran. Li Yi sensed something was amiss, but he hadn't deciphered Qi Xianjin's true intentions. "My dear granddaughter, what are you up to? Don't even ask, Grandpa. None of the arranged dates at home appeal to me. They're either useless pretty faces with no substance or wealthy but dull as coal." Nighttime, inside a certain 5-star restaurant. Qi Yanran stared at the premium Wagyu beef on her plate with little enthusiasm. Her pale gold evening gown shimmered with a delicate texture that seemed to absorb the light's hues. Her long hair, smooth and glossy, fell softly over her shoulders, radiating elegance and nobility. Her makeup was flawless, her red lips curved in a subtle smile that hinted at confidence and allure. Those eyes, like the depths of a lake, could make even the most beautiful flower pale in comparison. The men she met through blind dates came and went in waves, none of them meeting her standards. It wasn't impossible that this girl was deeply averse to matchmaking, hence her extremely high standards. "Since you dislike it, come to Qilu Tea House to keep Grandpa company. I can introduce you to some uncles and elders who might help your business." "Qilu Tea House? I remember that property, Grandpa. You spent 10 billion to acquire it. Dad said you only use it when entertaining important figures. Asking me to come now, I doubt it's just for a chat, right?" Qi Yanran possessed keen insight, sharp observation, and a photographic memory traits that fueled her rapid rise in finance. Especially this girl possessed a considerable adventurous streak, often imagining what it would be like if she were chosen as the chosen one. "Since Grandpa asks, Yanran will obey. Please wait, I'll be right over." Yanran is always the most obedient. After the conversation, Qi Xuanjin couldn't hide the smile on his face, his complexion even looking a bit rosier. "Family? To be honest, it's been far too long since I last saw them. This would be a good opportunity to meet Master Li as well." Li Yi said little. At first glance, Qi Xianjin's intentions seemed genuine, though it was clear he also sought to curry favor. In the real world, the Dragon Tiger Ascension Dao had become a lost art. Among 7 billion people, not a single Taoist master capable of inheriting its legacy could be found. As the last known practitioner of Dragon Tiger Taoist arts, Li Yi naturally drew countless attempts to make contact. "Gentlemen, we've arrived." Though called a tea house, Li Yi looked up to find a towering skyscraper piercing the clouds. Those entering and exiting were all high-caliber professionals, though they were but a fraction of Li Yi's caliber. Qilu Tea House occupied the top floor, reputedly the vantage point where one could witness the sun's first rays across Dragon Nation and indeed the entire world. It was said that every second spent at this pinnacle cost 10 million, even a single breath. Naturally, it had become a landmark for the upper crust to check off their bucket lists, a lifelong aspiration for ordinary folk. To date, Qi Xianjin had opened the Qilu Tea House to only 3 distinguished guests, once for the Dragon Nation's head of state, once for high-level business negotiations with the Eagle and Bear Nations. The third occasion? That would be Li Yi, invited here today. A place countless people desperately yearned to visit. Yet Li Yi couldn't help but express a hint of disdain. "Honestly, you wealthy folks in this world, don't you ever get tired of all this hassle? Why build everything so high up? Are you afraid of not getting tired?" The driver stared wide-eyed, but having served Qi Xianjin long enough, he knew better than to speak. And knew Li Yi was a world-class figure. He wouldn't have dared believe his ears, and might even have blurted out an insult about not knowing good when he saw it. Cold sweat trickled down the driver's brow. He vaguely recalled a financial tycoon once offering over 1 billion yuan for a single visit to Qilu Tea House. When he tried to force his way in, he vanished from the face of Blue Star. Watching Qi Xianjin now, smiling obsequiously at Li Yi, the driver felt his entire worldview shatter. Ha ha ha. Master Li is absolutely right. After all, the Feng Shui and Taoist arts of Dragon Tiger Mountain are among the pinnacle of all schools. If you say it's high, then it should come down. Seeing Qi Xianjin like this, Li Yi felt a bit embarrassed. "Old Qi, we're friends. You don't need to flatter me to death like this. It's as if you're afraid you'll marry your granddaughter to me next moment." "Hey, how did you know?" Qi Xianjin blurted out without thinking. "Li Yi?" Realizing his slip, Qi Xianjin shuddered and quickly changed the subject. "Ah, just kidding. Let's hurry up and go upstairs." The elevator ride to the top floor of the massive building alone took 10 minutes. The moment the doors opened, they were indeed at a height rivaling the clouds. One could even sense the pure, refined Qi distinct from that on the ground. Master Qi has arrived with his honored guest, the celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain, Li Yi. The clamor within the room abruptly ceased. The person they'd been waiting for so long had finally arrived. The banquet hall occupied half the top floor. The moment Li Yi entered, a shrill voice pierced the air. "Ha! They say the Dragon Tiger Celestial Master is full of himself, and seeing him today, it's no surprise at all, huh? Hey, hey! Master Li is a meritorious chosen one. What's wrong with waiting a few days? Even if it took a year, it's only right for us to wait." Sarcastic remarks? Li Yi sneered inwardly. It had been a while since he'd had a proper argument. "You lot think you're hot stuff just because you drink horse piss? Mess with me, Li Yigang, and you'll find your fate hanging by a thread." Li suddenly interjected, how could it be old Qi? This place near the clouds, how could there be the sound of a donkey braying? Present Taoist masters, is he cursing us? Chapter 93, give them face and they'll take it. This is the fine Qi Luo tea house, how could there be donkey braying? All guests are welcome. Please take your seats and chat leisurely, ha. As the host, Qi Xianjun naturally didn't want everyone to start arguing right after meeting. Naturally, as an official figure of the Dragon Nation, everyone gave Qi Xianjun face. As for whether Li Yi commanded respect here, that depended entirely on whether the other Taoist masters acknowledged his authority. At a gathering of Taoist masters, even the smallest seating arrangement held profound significance. Minor seating errors could cause backaches, while major ones might lead to incoherent speech. Thus, most celestial masters present took seats casually, with attendants serving tea. The meditation cushions were made of Bodhi silk, priced at 300,000 yuan each. The tea tables were crafted from lightning-struck jujube wood, costing 5 million yuan apiece. Even the teacups are made of rare purple clay, priced at 800,000 each. As for the extravagance of this top-floor renovation, you can do the math yourself. If we're being honest, the Taoist masters present here owe their invitation to this place entirely to Li Yi's influence. Many understood the situation, but there were also those who were arrogant and unaware of their own shortcomings. Hey, there's no room here. Go sit somewhere else. Sorry, Master Li, my back's been giving me trouble. This spot suits me perfectly. If you sit next to me, it'll be a bit awkward. Why not sit over here? The feng shui is passable. It was as if these fellows had coordinated beforehand. A significant portion of them harbored more than just a poor impression of Li Yi. Some were even actively trying to make things difficult for him. To put it nicely, they were testing Li Yi's limits. Li Yi wasn't about to indulge them. He's got bad lower back, you're weak in the legs and can't stand up. Isn't this a gathering of Taoist masters? Why is it full of old folks, the infirm, and the disabled? Did I walk into the wrong place? Hey, you! What do you mean, you? Thick, bluish tongue coating, bloodshot eyes, and a red nose. Did you just chase your wife away? And you, your voice is weak and hollow, your fingers limp. Did you fail to perform last night? 2 sentences instantly dealt a critical hit to the group of old men, silencing them all at once. Sharp tongue indeed. Were you not a meritorious chosen one, and were we not giving face to the Dragon Nation authorities, we senior Taoist masters would have taught you a lesson. Teach me a lesson? Li Yi could scarcely believe his ears. Let's skip the details. When I released the third ghost story, old Qi risked his life breaking my taboo just to track me down. If it weren't for old Qi inviting me here, do you really think I'd be willing to play along with you lot? These words made everyone's faces burn even hotter. Since Qi Xianjun became an official figure, an uncrossable chasm had formed between him and these seasoned Taoist masters. Even securing a single meeting required booking appointments 5 years in advance. Now, whenever matters concerning Li Yi arose, Qi Xianjun would act without hesitation, even turning down multi-billion yuan feng shui contracts for his company. To be personally welcomed by old Master Qi was something they could never hope to match. Li Yi understood these old men were simply resentful. There wasn't any particular malice, though. Among them were several kindly elders whom Li Yi genuinely respected. Since you're all occupied, I see there's a spot right in the middle. Let's take that one. Hey, Master Li, don't. In the realm of feng shui, where one gains blessings by occupying a seat, another must bear the consequences. Moreover, the blessings bestowed by a feng shui spot depend entirely on one's own strength. The 20 Taoist masters present were all the highest-ranking purple-robed masters in the Dragon Nation's Taoist community. Having each secured a favorable seat, they naturally required a yin-yang seer to suppress the karmic law. The top floor's layout embodied the principle of purple qi rising from the east, lacking yin to forge yang. At its very center sat the most precious tea table and meditation cushions, designed to absorb and suppress the karmic consequences emanating from the celestial masters. The tea table was crafted from cold imperial jade, a priceless artifact passed down since the Warring States period. The meditation cushions were carved from Ming and Qing dynasty rulai rock. Suppression and absorption posed no problem, but anyone who sat upon them would endure the consequences of dozens of Taoist masters within 3 seconds. One might choke to death on nothing but the wind. The last tycoon who forcibly entered this place and vanished without a trace did so precisely because he sat upon it. While fleeing, he accidentally fell from the top floor, yet not even his body was found. As Li sat down amidst the gasps of countless onlookers, a group of veteran Taoist masters were startled. Killing a meritorious chosen one? That's tantamount to provoking the Dragon Nation's government, even declaring war on it. Dozens broke out in cold sweat and immediately urged him. Master Li, you really should change seats. Sitting there might be too much for you to handle. Exactly. We only wanted to temper your spirit a bit, seeing how young you are. Li Yi, however, remained unfazed. He poured himself tea and water, feeling perfectly at ease. What's wrong with this seat? I don't see anything amiss. In fact, I feel quite warm and cozy. As Li smiled meaningfully, the group of Taoist masters suddenly sensed something was terribly wrong. The auspicious energy of fortune and prosperity beneath their seats was rapidly dissipating. Meanwhile, a hazy golden glow began to shimmer around Li Yi's seat. The elders exchanged alarmed glances. That brat dares to play with fire in front of Guan Gong. He's reversing the feng shui and absorbing the fortune and prosperity of everyone present. Heh, youthful arrogance indeed. Well then, let's teach him a lesson he won't forget. A group of veteran Taoist masters engaged in a silent contest with Li Yi, vying for the limited pool of fortune and prosperity energy. Li Yi didn't even spare Qi Xianjun's share. Qi Xianjun nodded in approval. Conflicts among Taoist masters should be resolved by their abilities alone. Strength reigns supreme, that is the truth. Just as the elders believed they could teach Li Yi a proper lesson, they discovered that even exerting their full strength covertly could only slow the dissipation of the blessings and fortune. They couldn't reclaim any from Li Yi. They dared not make a single reckless move. Yet Li Yi, seemingly unfazed, propped himself up with one hand while engaging Qi Xianjun in lighthearted banter. Though you're a big shot, since you've suppressed me in the ways of wind and water, I'll take your surname. The more they tested him, the more alarmed they became. Facing dozens of Taoist masters, Li Yi held his own, even overwhelming them. Forget stripping away fortune, he could even create dual-element feng shui beneath their very feet, subjecting them to both scorching heat and freezing cold. Those who had mocked Li Yi earlier were now drenched in sweat one moment and shivering with cold the next. Had Qi Xian not shot Li Yi a warning glance, fearing someone might die, someone might have been played to death by Li Yi today. When the contest ended, Li Yi claimed 80% of the cause, while the other Taoist masters could only share the remaining 20% of the cause. Yet they bore the full burden of the consequences. Sitting through it with gritted teeth, their already shortened lifespans risked being drained dry in an instant. Grandpa, I've come to see you. I brought your favorite hanging oven flatbread. Qi Yanran pushed the door open without hesitation. To her surprise, the room was filled with familiar yet unfamiliar uncles and elders standing by their seats, while a young man sat in the center. He seemed to radiate a golden glow, shimmering with light. Chapter 94, Chaos in the Taoist World. Grandpa, I'm here. What's going on? There are so many people. With her parents busy at work, Qi Yanan was naturally closest to her grandfather. I brought the finest black tea in the city. I'll have someone brew it shortly, it'll help with your cold, Grandpa. Ah, my dear Yanan, you've gone to such trouble. Come sit down. The moment Qi Yanan arrived in her golden evening gown, she captured the attention of countless people present. Though these folks could be a bit petty, aside from Li Yi, the youngest among them were all uncles. Their gazes toward Qi Yanran held more awe and admiration than anything else. Li Yi, however, paid no heed, clearly uninterested in such beauty. The moonlit scene outside the window held far more allure for him. Haha, let me introduce everyone. This is my granddaughter, Qi Yanan. She's currently the CEO of 3 listed companies. Introduced by Qi Xianjun, the graceful Qi Yanran bowed elegantly. Greetings, uncles and elders. My name is Qi Yanan. Please forgive my limited knowledge and shallow learning. Though Qi Yanan appeared well-mannered and sensible before her elders, in the arena of business warfare, her eyes burned with the sole purpose of annihilating her opponents. Nevertheless, her well-mannered demeanor left a favorable impression on the Taoist masters present. I've long heard of the Qi patriarch's cherished daughter. Meeting her today is truly astonishing. The Qi family has always produced exceptional talents. It's only natural that Miss Yanran possesses remarkable abilities. My own son, who spends money like water, is no match for her. The consensus on Qi Yanran was overwhelmingly positive. Yet despite being young and from different fields, Qi Yanran and Li Yi received starkly opposite reputations. At that moment, Li Yi finally turned his head. One glance at Qi Yanan was indeed breathtaking. Immediately, someone chimed in, we old fogies shouldn't be fawning over youngsters here. Yanran, my son is about your age and is also trying his hand at running a company. If you get the chance, you two should exchange ideas. Thank you for your kind words, uncles. I'll definitely do that when the opportunity arises. Qi Xuanjun observed these old friends, well aware of their ulterior motives. Almost every one of these folks has a grandson or granddaughter of their own, yet they're all eyeing my little granddaughter. Although Qi Xianjun intended to encourage Li Yi and Yanran to spend more time together, he didn't interfere much in the affairs of the young. If any of these old friends' offspring truly caught Yanran's eye, it wouldn't matter much. Deep down, though, if he were to compare those dozens of wealthy scions descended from celestial masters to Li Yi of the Dragon Tiger sect, Qi Xuanjun would still hold the latter in higher regard. A group of old men chatted around Qi Yanran for ages, practically ready to call their grandson over. They were itching to set him up with her. With Qi Yanran's talent and the mighty backing of the Qi family, who wouldn't want to climb that tree? Unbeknownst to him, Li Yi, who should have been the guest of honor today, found himself completely ignored. This was quite different from what Qi Xianjun had anticipated. Yanran, this gentleman your age is. I've seen him in the news. He's Li Yi, the powerful chosen one who single-handedly cleared 3 bizarre rule-based horror challenges. Unexpectedly, this delicate young lady, who never lifted a finger for anything, actually recognized him. Qi Yanran remained trapped within the crowd. Yet, in a fleeting moment, her gaze met that of Li Yi, who stood alone outside the crowd. Li Yi responded with a faint smile, raising his teacup in a gesture of respect. Then he turned away, returning to his appreciation of the moonlight. Though not breathtakingly beautiful, Shi Yan'an remained confident in her own charm and allure. Countless wealthy young masters and second-generation officials pursued her. Yet all were drawn by her beauty, the wealth at her disposal, or even the prestige of the Qi family. As for this chosen one of the meritorious officials, Li Yi, his gaze remained indifferent, never sparing her a second glance. Could it be? I'm not even as beautiful as the moon? Unbeknownst to her, Li Yi's figure had left a faint imprint in Shi Yan'an's heart. Lifting my cup to invite the moon. Though Li Yi wasn't wealthy, his composure in the face of the bizarre within the ghost story world and his ability to uncover deep clues. These traits signified his unique character and abilities. This was precisely the allure Shi Yan'an had never encountered in any of her suitors. Today, let tea stand in for wine. Shall we raise a toast to Yanran? Agreed. Absolutely no problem. At gatherings, offering tea or wine to others in front of honored guests was considered extremely disrespectful, even bordering on humiliating. These seasoned masters of the Taoist arts had reached their age and status precisely because they weren't blind to such nuances. Shi Yanran was flattered and surprised. She knew full well she wasn't the focus of this gathering. She might even have been summoned merely to serve as a foil for the main attraction. Yet she hadn't anticipated that the neglected Li Yi would be the gathering's focal point. Just as Qi Xuanjin was about to speak, an old friend beside him tugged at his sleeve. Hey, what's this about? You guys were the ones pushing me to invite Li Yi. Targeting him was bad enough, but now you're pulling this stunt? The Taoist priest, however, appeared utterly confident. Ah, old Qi, don't worry about it. We know exactly who Li Yi is. But you can't expect a tree to bear sweet fruit if you cut it down before it grows. We just need to teach him a lesson so he can walk more steadily on his path from now on. He's a national hero and a chosen one. Even Lorenz and I wouldn't dare say no to him. How dare you think of disciplining him? In the modern world of Taoist masters, it seemed that face and seniority were held in the highest regard. On one hand, these fellows acknowledged Li Yi as a national hero, yet harbored skepticism toward his Dragon Tiger Taoist arts. Frankly, they simply refused to admit that in certain respects, the Dragon Tiger lineage surpassed many others. If they had any good intentions at all, it was to remind Li Yi that the world is full of surprises, and one should never get too cocky. What they didn't know was that the last person who tried to teach Li Yi a lesson vanished without a trace, never to be heard from again without Li Yi even lifting a finger. So this gathering was just a show to make me jealous? How boring. Li Yi chuckled, showing no intention of leaving. Even Shi Yan'an, who had been showered with flattery, felt a bit embarrassed. In this world where right and wrong blur, especially with all these bizarre tales running rampant, only steady caution can weather crises. You guys agree, right? So you're lecturing me? With your bull Taoist sect's rigid rules? How dare you? The Kunlun Taoist master slammed his fist on the table and leapt to his feet. You, Li Yi. How dare you sully the reputation of the celestial masters? Do you not fear the ancestral masters descending to punish you? It seems the ones defiling our ancestors' teachings aren't me, but all of you here. Did your ancestors teach you that you can just arbitrarily lecture others? You. Since we can't talk this out, let's just stop talking altogether. Anyone who wants to challenge the Dragon Tiger Ascension sect, come on up. Let's see who truly has the qualifications to lecture others. Li Yi's audacity stemmed from his power and confidence. Chapter 95, The Power to Command Destiny. I had intended to give you a verbal lesson to teach you to be cautious and low-key. But now it seems, unless you taste a bit of flesh and blood, you truly won't understand the benevolent intentions of the Taoist world. Instead of participating in the rule-bending tales, these fellows were seeking a showdown before Li Yi. The so-called Celestial Master's realm is nothing but a bunch of petty thieves and scoundrels banding together under the pretense of eliminating dissent. It's no wonder my Dragon Tiger Celestial Master, Zhang Jiwei, chose to seclude himself. Li Yi rose from the Buddha's cushion, his gaze cold as he surveyed the assembled crowd. In this world, no one but his own parents had the right to lecture him on anything. Everyone, calm down. Peace brings prosperity. Shi Xianjin tried to mediate, but Li Yi never bought into such tactics. He despised neutral parties stirring the pot. Master Qi, I've given you face. Today's spectacle clearly aims to provoke me. Since we're settling this, why not join forces? You are the world's foremost celestial master. In that instant, Qi Xianjin's body stiffened. The intangible qi currents that merely passed through him instilled an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. With the opening of the Ma Shan Eye, Li Yi's body became like a limitless vessel, capable of absorbing and transforming the qi into various supernatural abilities. Even without resorting to spells, Li Yi possessed the raw strength to snap a rib from each of them. This. Shi Xianjin had meant well, but never imagined things would turn out this way. Treating a meritorious chosen one like this would surely ruin the Celestial Master's reputation. Arrogant brat. Don't think becoming a meritorious subject makes you invincible. We'll teach you a lesson on behalf of the Dragon Nation. Teach me a lesson? Let's see if you're even worthy. Enough. With both sides locked in tense confrontation, Li Yi alone commanded an aura that overshadowed everyone present. But Qi Yanan's sharp command cut through the tension. Her eyes flashed with indignation as she glared at Li Yi. I thought the chosen one representing the Dragon Nation would be some brilliant young talent. But now I see you're just a rude, disrespectful brat. Shi Lu Tea House doesn't welcome you. Get out. Li Yi? Listen, young lady. Your grandfather personally invited me here. I didn't force him. These old fools try to pressure me with their so-called celestial master's authority, even daring to lecture me. Are you truly blind, or just pretending? You! Qi Yanan's body trembled with anger, a faint blush rising on her fair cheeks. With things escalating to this point, old Master Qi felt helpless. If word of this got out, not only would it be difficult for old Qi to explain himself to the authorities. If the people of Dragon Nation learned that the Dragon Nation Taoist masters, a bunch of well-fed, arrogant fools, were condescendingly lecturing the chosen one, wouldn't that be a laughingstock? Most importantly, this incident was an injustice to Li Yi, a grave disservice to him. Before Qi Xianjun could speak, the driver hurriedly rushed over. Mr. Qi, did you invite the authorities? No, why? Lorenz, the head of the expert team, has surrounded this building with armed forces. What? As expected of old Qi's territory, truly magnificent. The manager's tone was off, and the experts trailing behind him were unfamiliar faces. Qi Xianjun immediately realized that today's incident wasn't just far from over, it had escalated dramatically. As for Li Yi, he wasn't surprised by Lorenz's arrival. What took you so long? If you'd been any later, these formidable celestial masters were going to give me a proper scolding, Li Yi said with a hint of reproach. The world's universally acknowledged powerhouse is one that never needs to lift a finger. Others will step in and handle everything. The Taoist master realm? Punishing the chosen ones who serve the cause? When Lorenz heard these words, he could scarcely believe his ears. He turned his head, staring at Qi Xianjun in utter disbelief. Qi Xianjun's aged face stiffened, his expression filled with helplessness. It was meant well, but backfired. We never intended to humiliate the chosen one. It's just... But what? Old Qi, I ask you fairly, after you cleared the rule monsters back then, what was the Dragon Nation government's stance? Qi Xianjun recalled. Back then, the Dragon Nation's Taoist master community was a muddy mess. A bunch of reckless fools even dared to meddle with the nation's fortune and feng shui. When the Dragon Nation authorities demanded the Taoist community answer for their actions, Qi Xianjun's success in overcoming the rules-based horror tale made him a highly sought-after figure. Not only did he save the Tianqi's sex reputation, but the Qi family's entire business empire soared skyward, facing no obstacles whatsoever. As a chosen one and meritorious figure across generations, Qi Xianjun had reaped every conceivable benefit. Even families and Taoist masters who once stood above the Qi clan showed him a measure of respect. Don't think I'm unaware of how much the Taoist community has done under your name, Elder Qi, these past 2 years. And now, what are you doing to the chosen one who cleared the trial 3 times? While Qi Xianjun himself had no ill intent in this matter, as the host, he inevitably bore the brunt of the blame. We never intended to mistreat the chosen ones. If anything, we're eager to cultivate good relations. Perhaps our methods were misguided. Mistakes. The expert panel cannot tolerate errors or failures. Let me tell you, Elder Qi, Li Yi's 4th entry into the rule-bound tale is already a done deal. If this incident of yours causes any mishap along the way. Li Yi, me? Me? Why me again? Don't think the expert panel won't recognize you. The Dragon Nation won't acknowledge you in the Taoist master realm, and your Qi family's holdings will be hard to preserve. Chosen ones, especially meritorious ones, have become a sensitive topic, even classified information, for nations. The nature of old Qi's case is extremely grave. In an already unstable society, without Longhu's protection, the Qi family's holdings would be utterly vulnerable. Not to mention other celestial masters. Li Yi watched silently, showing no intention of intervening. People must pay the price for their actions, even when the consequences were unforeseen. He had some regard for the Qi family. But if he couldn't deliver a small shock to them today, even dogs might dare to trample on Li Yi's head afterward. But how can the organizer be so certain I'll participate in the 4th rule-bending tale? Damn it, they won't just teleport me away, will they? Qi Yanan stood out like a sore thumb among the crowd. She naturally recognized Lorenz, the head of the expert panel, and even the official figures he brought weren't unfamiliar faces. Her business had even relied on their assistance on multiple occasions. But now, the one being fawned over by everyone was Li Yi. The very man the Taoist masters sought to suppress was now someone others scrambled to curry favor with. As she stood there in a daze, Li Yi walked past her. Money and power are indeed indispensable tickets to this world, but what stands above them both is the strength to control the destinies of others. I understand old Qi's good intentions. I'll speak favorably to the person in charge. Goodbye, Miss Yanran. Li Yi's aura felt like an intangible wind, boundless, formless, yet utterly free. It slipped through her fingertips, impossible to grasp. When Shi Yanran turned back, Li Yi had already departed, surrounded by countless influential figures. Left behind was a room full of disgraced Taoist priests, their faces ashen. Chapter 96, Bullying the Honest. Truth be told, these fellows never intended to escalate matters. But their pride, combined with Li Yi's unyielding nature, had led to this situation. As fellow Taoist masters, Li Yi naturally wished for the Dragon Nation's Taoist community to thrive. But if you provoke me, well, sorry you're asking for trouble. The once lavish gathering place at Qilu Tea House was now nothing but a mess of trivial messes. The group of Taoist masters, feeling thoroughly humiliated and having embarrassed Qi Xianjun, apologized and hurriedly departed, desperate to avoid further embarrassment. Soon, the once bustling tea house was left with only Qi Xianjun and Qi Yanran. Grandpa, I don't quite understand how did things turn out this way. Does that Li Yi really have such power that even the expert panel wouldn't give you face? Qi Xianjun sighed helplessly at her words, ruffling Qi Yanran's hair affectionately. The saying, there's always someone better out there, certainly applies to me. Take that chosen one, Li Yi. Do you think someone bearing the weight of over 1 billion lives can be compared to us petty, self-serving people? Qi Yanan found this notion hard to swallow. He just participated in a rule-based weird tale. It's not like my Qi family needs his protection. What's he so arrogant about? Sweet Yanran, that's not how you look at it. Tell me, if the tale failed and a bizarre natural disaster struck the capital, what do you think would happen? Images flashed through Qi Yanan's mind. A nation without leadership would swiftly descend into chaos. Social order would collapse, foreign powers would swiftly annex it was almost unimaginable. As for entrepreneurs like them, their fate would be decline or becoming playthings for others. After this realization, Qi Yanan fell silent. She recalled Li Yi's final words. Mastering one's destiny is the true path to engaging with the world. Though Li Yi bears the weight of countless lives, he too is the king who holds the fate of innumerable souls in his hands. Though bound by the lives he held, survival or death rested solely on his whim. Qi Yanan possessed no innate talent for Taoist arts, yet she understood one truth. For someone like Li Yi, walking this world, the very force binding him was the nation's destiny. It's just a pity that with this incident happening now, even getting Li Yi's forgiveness would be incredibly difficult. Even if Li Yi himself didn't care, the Qi family's defiance of the nation's destiny would inevitably exact its price. Qi Yanan was no fool. Since the Qi family was implicated in this affair, they would inevitably have to pay the price. Grandfather, you summoned me today to arrange my meeting with Li Yi, didn't you? Qi Xuanjun nodded without concealment. After all, you young people are the future backbone of Dragon Nation. In that case, I'll personally handle the apology until she forgives the Qi family. With that, Qi Yanan turned and walked out without looking back. Ah, that girl really is impatient. In the military Hummer, Li Yi lay flat in the back row, occasionally glancing at Lorenz's blue eyes reflected in the rearview mirror. It's rather peculiar. I can instantly discern the destiny of any Dragon Nation person, yet your eyes? I find myself unable to read them. Lorenz chuckled. Well, I'm truly flattered. Even a chosen one who's cleared the trials 3 times can't see through me. But disappearing right after emerging from the ghost story world, you really left quite a mess behind. Mess? Through the car window, Li Yi saw a sea of fans below the overpass. These people chanted slogans related to Li Yi, holding up his standing cards. One wealthy fan had even rented out the entire Oriental Tower for 10 days, broadcasting highlights of Li Yi's ghost stories non-stop around the clock. The intensity of their support was off the charts. Heh, looks like I'm almost a superstar now. But you know I'm not one for crowds. So, when these netizens couldn't see you return, they stormed the location of the expert panel. It must be said, Mr. Li's popularity is unmatched. Driving along the elevated highway, people below still sensed something was amiss. Do you think Big Shot Li might be in one of those Hummers? It must be. Are those expert group guys trying to drag Big Shot Li off for some dissection study? Can you use your brain properly? Li Yi's fan club doesn't welcome brain-dead idiots. Outside the expert team's building, drums and gongs blared, and shouts rose and fell in waves. The noise nearly shattered the building's single-pane windows. This is my first time visiting your expert group. Contrary to expectations, this place had neither an overwhelming presence of officers and soldiers nor the dazzling yet useless cyber tech of the Eagle Squad. Just down-to-earth decor and down-to-earth chosen ones. Even the most expensive specialist combat command center was converted from a bankrupt private company's research lab. If one must single out the most valuable item, it would be the Dragon Nation's Panga 1 Heaven opening-class supercomputer. Its processing power rivals that of the Eagle's Turing 1 computer, serving as a crucial reference for calculating Chosen One's win rates and making real-time decisions. On the way to the operations meeting room, Li Yi asked curiously. By the way, back at the tea house, you said I'd definitely enter the 4th rule monster tale. Was that for real or not? Lorenz nodded. When it concerns national affairs, I dare not be vague. Based on human voting and computer analysis, you are among the top 10 most likely candidates to become the next chosen one. Your selection rate, Li Yi, stands out by a landslide. Out of curiosity, what was mine? Lorenz glanced at Li Yi. Your selection rate is 99.9%. The remaining 0.1% is split evenly among the other 9. Lee E. This is just bullying the honest folks. How many ghost stories has this Taoist master participated in? Does it really have to be me? Lee E was somewhat speechless. He hadn't had a proper night's sleep in ages. The difficulty of these rule-based ghost stories was gradually increasing. It was palpable. Upon entering the conference room, both familiar and unfamiliar experts gathered together. They seemed to have 1,000 words they wanted to share with Lee E. With no clue when the next rule-bound ghost story would strike, they had to act fast. Yet amidst the crowd, Lee E spotted a familiar face. Song Liani, you're here? Well, who'd have thought the renowned, celebrated chosen one would still recognize me? It really has been ages. Song Liani was Lee E's childhood sweetheart, having attended the same school from elementary through high school and even university. Back then, both the Lee and Song families had hoped to bring the two children together. But then Song Liani went abroad for further studies, and they gradually lost touch until today, when they unexpectedly met again. Over the past decade, Lee E had treated Song Liani like a buddy. Now, upon seeing her again, her face had grown even more beautiful, and the two mounds in front of her had inexplicably grown larger. Could it be you went to Thailand for surgery? Chapter 97, The Leader. At this remark, a blush instantly spread across Song Liani's cheeks. Lee, after all these years, you still can't keep your mouth shut. I've always been a girl. Seeing the expression on Song Liani's face, her refined features and mature, poised demeanor, she was exactly the kind of daughter-in-law parents would insist on choosing. But seeing someone who'd always been treated like a buddy since childhood transformed into such a stunning beauty still caught Lee E off guard. Truly, girls change a lot as they grow up. And now you've even landed that ironclad job with the expert panel. Facing Lee E's teasing, Song Liani crossed her arms and gave a cold laugh, just like she always did. Oof. At least it's better than you risking your life in those weird rule-based horror stories. Sitting in an air-conditioned office is pretty comfortable, isn't it? The two of them chatting like old friends in front of countless experts made them feel a bit awkward. Lorenz quickly stepped in to interrupt. Ahem, this doesn't seem like the time for chit-chat. We summoned the chosen ones here for a more important matter. Should have said so sooner. Song Liani, contact me when you're free. You remember where I live, right? Don't worry, I remember. I visited your aunt and uncle just the other day. Lee E followed Lorenz out, while Song Liani watched his retreating figure. She couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. You were always the brightest star in my youth. Seeing you today, you're still the same person. I just wonder if I'll ever get another chance. In the early days of college, Lee E often used Song Liani as an excuse to reject girls' confessions. Little did he know that his childhood friend, the one he'd grown up with, even sharing a bed naked, was actually a girl. Song Liani and Chi Yanan were equally stunning, though each possessed a completely different style. I still have some annual leave left. I can invite him out to catch up then. Recalling those days always made one blush. He shone brightly on TV, but Song Liani wasn't one to give up easily. You guys aren't seriously planning to drag me into some dissection study, are you? Lee E joked as he walked. Mr. Lee, you have quite the sense of humor. If we were truly researching you, who would protect the Dragon Nation from the subsequent rule-bound tales? Hey, that's a bit of a stretch. I didn't choose to join the rule tales, I had no choice. That said, Lee E knew full well that one or two rule tales could be coincidence. As the saying goes, things rarely happen 3 times. Lee E had reason to suspect he'd formed some kind of bond with the Dragon Nation's fate. A connection akin to as one prospers, all prosper, as one suffers, all suffer. Beneath the expert group building lay a hidden, honeycomb-like underground complex. The main body of the supercomputer was concealed here, alongside research into strange tales and terrifying natural disasters. Additionally, in an area with extremely tight security, blood and genetic samples from all generations of the chosen ones were stored. A significant portion of these samples even originated from foreign countries, making the collection truly vast. No wonder the Dragon Nation consistently minimizes losses during disasters. It's merely necessary foresight. As the world's third largest nation, it naturally needs something substantial to show for itself, doesn't it? Lee E knew better than to pry further after his initial curiosity. After all, these were Dragon Nation secrets, some things were better left unknown. Arriving at the deepest security gate, the 2 soldiers guarding it caught Lee E off guard. Their physical prowess far surpasses ordinary humans. Could they be super soldiers too? Lorenz made no secret of this fact. When the first rule-bound strange tale descended, despite its difficulty rating being only half a star, all 200 nations worldwide failed. At that moment, the Dragon Nation realized ordinary people simply had no chance of clearing such tales. To safeguard national security, super soldier programs were launched across all nations. Examples like Davari and Yama Azoran are products of these programs, though the specific abilities gained vary from person to person. Just then, the security door opened. Waiting inside, surprisingly, was the Dragon Nation's leader. You finally arrived. Please, take a seat. Li Yi sat down calmly across from the leader, while Lorenz, aware of his own status, stood quietly to the side. The leader radiated an innate aura of authority, a trait bestowed by the nation's destiny. Even a top-tier Taoist master like Li Yi felt compelled to show deference. Mr. Li Yi, let's get straight to the point. Have you noticed that the rule anomaly isn't merely a rule anomaly? Oh? This question instantly piqued Li Yi's interest. What appeared to be a series of forced, terrifying chases actually contained depth and meaning in every plot point. It wasn't merely a game of mental suppression and rational collapse, it also functioned like a mirror reflecting the real world. Sweet Death Bus, journey through the underworld and see how you grasp your own fate. The endless dragon boat race, if time rewound, would you embrace regrets or succumb to greed? The immortality ward, the greedy pursuit of eternal life ultimately devolves into nothing but dehumanizing empty talk. The most mysterious thing in this world is human nature, and the most unsolvable is also human nature. The next game might just be another human nature game, Li Yi speculated. As you say, these rule-bound tales emerge from realms beyond our comprehension, even from other dimensions. They possess the power to unleash calamities upon human civilization, yet they insist on selecting their agents through these bizarre, rule-bound narratives. What possible purpose could that serve? Humans never belittle themselves, nor do they hide their desire to conquer the unknown. Yet when truly confronted with the inexplicable, it feels like facing the ultimate eternal life itself, filled with both anticipation and dread. I suppose even you, Mr. Leader, have no answers? Li Yi smiled. The leader sighed. This world should be peaceful, but alas, it is not. Carrying the burden of the chosen one must be exhausting, right? It's fine. Quite entertaining, actually. Li Yi shrugged. Aside from a few rare moments, it really was no different from traveling. Glancing at the time, the head naturally had more pressing matters to attend to. Yet the question he posed to Li Yi was precisely what Li Yi himself yearned to understand. Before departing, the leader slid a USB drive toward Li Yi. What's this? You'll see for yourself, except you, of course. The leader spoke. Only Li Yi could access the contents of this USB drive, not even Lorenz, with all his authority and position, could do so. Well then, I'll look into it shortly. It might just help me complete my next ghost story. Excellent. Goodbye. The leader's movements were notoriously unpredictable, yet today he had sought out Li Yi. This couldn't be solely about the current issues at hand. What secrets did that USB drive hold? Why does the head know so much about the rule ghost stories despite never having participated in them? Chapter 98, Extinction and Legacy of the Biohazard Ghost Story. After the leader departed, Li Yi waved the USB drive in front of Lorenz. Aren't you curious about what's inside? Lorenz was naturally curious, wishing he could swallow the USB drive and play its contents on loop inside his brain. The head said no one but you is allowed to peek inside. If anyone snooping gets discovered, they'll probably vanish without a trace. Holy crap, that's terrifying. I was actually thinking of taking it home to show my parents. Lorenz? Alright, enough fooling around. This underground place is too oppressive. I want to get out. He took the elevator back to the surface. The moment the door opened, I bumped into Song Liani, who was carrying a stack of documents. Hey, Miss Beautiful Song seems pretty busy, huh? Though they hadn't seen each other in ages, there was no awkwardness or unfamiliarity between them. Song Liani gave a mischievous grin and shoved half the files straight into Li Yi's arms. Hey, what are you doing? I'm a noble, meritorious chosen one. Oh my, could it be that the noble chosen one can't even carry a few documents? Li Yi? You're quite the troublemaker. Since this Taoist priest is in a good mood, I'll reluctantly help you out. As the elevator ascended, more staff members crowded in, making the already cramped space feel even more confined. Song Liani's figure was already stunning, and Li Yi was surprised by how striking she looked up close. But if she didn't tuck her chest in, she'd easily bump into others. Li Yi spun around, shoving Song Liani straight into the corner. He then positioned himself like a wall, shielding her from the surging crowd. Their eyes met, and as they sensed each other's presence, even Li Yi, who cultivated emotionless detachment, couldn't help but feel a flicker of unease. Thank you, Song Liani murmured in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Li Yi had to press close to her face to barely make out her words. But Song Liani's soft, gentle breaths and the gentle rise and fall of her body meant that even when Li Yi tried to step back, he inevitably brushed against her. His heart fluttered. The long-neglected elevator suddenly lurched, sending Song Liani clattering forward and crashing straight into Li Yi's arms. The full, rounded sensation pressed against his chest. The scent of a maiden ignited at Li Yi's neck. A wave of heat surged through Li Yi's lower abdomen, something stirring silently within him, rising like a pillar. Li Yi, what's that hard thing in your pants pocket? Song Liani was a medical expert, not some naive little thing. Awkwardness reigned supreme. Ahem, just a useless little treasure. Do you need help straightening it? It's poking me and it's uncomfortable. No, don't touch it. It'll cause trouble. Even with Li Yi's 2 decades of composure, he couldn't help but lose his cool in the presence of such beauty. While Li Yi and Song Liani shared an awkward moment in the elevator, Ji Xuanshan's granddaughter, Qi Yanran, had already used her connections. She successfully gained access to the interior of the expert group building. Being official territory, she naturally changed into a low-key OL business suit, yet her extraordinary aura remained undeniable. Every movement radiated a mature, alluring charm. Grandpa said the chosen one, Li, is right here. Finding him to apologize and seek forgiveness should be simple. Shi Yanan took a deep breath. But just as she was about to step into the building, the eerie broadcast sounded for the fourth time, echoing across the globe. What the hell is going on? Shi Yanan's face drained of color. The elevator now held only two people. Li and Song Liani, who had been on the verge of passion, instantly regained their composure, awkwardly adjusting their clothing. Thank goodness this rule-based horror arrived in time, or my 20 years of cultivation would have been shattered. The familiar aura of despair enveloped the entire world. However, thanks to several victories, the atmosphere of fear within the Dragon Nation wasn't overwhelmingly intense, adding a touch of confidence. The previous rule-based horror stories were also intense. I wonder what kind of spectacle Big Shot Li will bring us this time. Why are you so sure? This round's chosen one is definitely Li. They say things don't happen 3 times, and Big Brother Li has already completed 3. I suspect it might be someone else. Ha! Besides Master Li, I can't imagine anyone else clearing the post-rules weird tales. Even the most powerful weapons can't match the sense of security Master Li provides. Billions worldwide buzzed with speculation, plunging into varying degrees of panic. Some nations, having suffered repeated failures in the strange tales and facing uncontrollable natural disasters, had only one region left. This strange tale might be their final chance. Others, ravaged by spreading calamities and endless death, clung to their last desperate citizen. And then there were the nations and peoples already erased from Earth by the rule-based horror tales. Though the Dragon Nation had Li, the terror and difficulty of the rule-based strange tale remained unimaginably daunting. The Dragon Nation cannot rest easy simply because Li is among them. This rule-based ghost story has commenced. Dragon Nation's chosen one, Li, has been confirmed. Chosen ones from all nations are about to enter the game world of the rule-based ghost story. Should a chosen one perish, the horror tale will randomly descend upon several cities within their nation. This dark rule-based game will be broadcast live globally throughout its entirety. The horror world is opening. Current instance, Biohazard Horror Extinction and Legacy. Current difficulty, 3 stars. Invoking special horror tale provisions, as difficulty escalates, the second and third chosen ones will be activated. Should an auxiliary chosen one perish, that nation's chosen one is immediately declared defeated, triggering triple-strength supernatural calamities. The news sent the nation into an uproar. World leaders and expert panels were utterly stunned by what they heard. What's going on? Last time it was just a side quest triggering the second day chosen one. This time it's not only mandatory, but 3 chosen ones share a single life. When Li heard this news, he couldn't believe his ears either. While the chosen ones joining forces is certainly a positive development, the crises they face will be more than 3 times as severe. Forget 3 weaklings, even a 2-to-1 scenario could collapse the entire rule-based horror game because of one weak link. All things considered, this new rule clause does more harm than good. Below are randomly selected secondary and tertiary support chosen ones from various nations. Eagle Sauce, Dylan Lauren, Jack Arthur. Bear. The nations reporting first are predominantly those with professions highly valuable in an apocalyptic setting. Cooks, military experts, demolition specialists, medical practitioners. But when it comes to the Dragon Nation, the tone shifts abruptly. Dragon Nation's support type chosen ones, Song Liani, Shi Yanan. Li? Leader? National audience? What's going on? Why them? Li glanced at Song Liani beside him, her face pale. Suddenly, she remembered that in this round of chosen one predictions, she happened to be ranked 10th. As for that unfamiliar woman, Shi Yanan, what was her deal? The rule-bending tale is about to begin. Chosen ones from all nations, teleportation commencing. Still bewildered, Li and Song Liani were both sucked into the void corridor. Meanwhile, Shi Yanan, who had just arrived at the expert building, vanished into thin air as well. Chapter 99, I never wanted to be the Bio King. The rule game has begun. Biohazard Tales Extinction and Legacy Rules Announcement. You are an ordinary college student. During the biochemical virus outbreak, due to divine intervention, you became one of the first infected hosts and rapidly mutated into a bio-terminator. In the void corridor, due to their differing roles, he and Song Liani had no choice but to part ways. The biohazard apocalypse was incredibly dangerous. You might encounter zombies the moment you teleported to a new location. Song Liani and Shi Yanan had almost no ability to resist, hoping they could hold out until Li found them. This Taoist master never imagined becoming the zombie overlord before even becoming human. How am I supposed to clear this ghost story? Immediately afterward, the system panel popped up, beginning to explain the rules for this ghost story. Please adhere to the following rules. 1. Chosen ones are covertly infected and possess a Terminator awakening cycle. Do not reveal your infection status lightly. 2. Every team suspects infection within their own ranks. Exercise caution when interacting. 3. After infection, the chosen one cannot consume human food and must ingest at least 50 kilograms of flesh and blood every 12 hours, or else enter a frenzied state. 4. The university campus houses a dedicated pharmacology lab. Access requires permission from the pharmacology instructor. 5. If you encounter two uninfected twins with bloodied faces in the corridors, immediately escort them to the gymnasium warehouse and lock the door from the inside. 6. If encountering a Saint Mother during exploration, eliminate her immediately. If unsuccessful, swiftly detach from the team and, if necessary, abandon the human faction. 7. After the Terminator awakens, control zombies only between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. Do not manipulate zombies outside these hours. 8. Human numbers are limited. Chosen ones must conserve food supplies. Failure to do so will provoke the zombie tide. 9. During zombie surges, chosen ones cannot control zombies. Do not attempt forced control. Instead, infect the pharmacologist to secure their assistance. 10. Terminators possess exceptional attributes. Due to their noble lineage, refrain from using saliva to infect humans. Damn it, so we can't bite to infect? What about other bodily fluids? The initial main storyline content was inevitably limited. Further investigation required entering the ghost story world. However, this time, the game rules were revealed exclusively to the Chosen One. The audience couldn't see them. They naturally remained unaware of the Chosen One's identities, and the Chosen One's concealment from NPCs also meant hiding their status from the audience. The ghost story begins. Good luck, Chosen survivors. Swish. The moment Li Yi teleported into the scene, he saw Qi Yanan dragging him along as they sprinted at breakneck speed. Behind them, desperate cries and the sounds of flesh being torn echoed intermittently. Every classroom they raced past had been transformed into a living hell. Infected creatures tore into others, blood splattering everywhere. Holy crap, this is intense. Qi Yanan, fully immersed in her role, snapped back to reality. But when she saw the bloodstains and the hideous zombie beside her, her legs gave way and she collapsed to the ground. What's going on? How did I end up here? With zombies chasing from behind, Li Yi quickly scooped Qi Yanan into his arms and sprinted forward. Relevant plot details flooded her mind. The zombies arrived. The male lead rescued the saintly woman. Unexpectedly, to ensure everyone's safety, the Chosen One locked the door from the outside just as they were about to enter the safe house, claiming it was for the greater good. The Chosen One, with exceptional skills, avoided infection. Instead, in a location I can't recall, he came into contact with a canister of liquid samples. After that, I assisted the Chosen One in escaping the danger zone, which is exactly where I am now. Not long ago, this place echoed with the sound of books being read aloud. Now, Li Yi's feet were surrounded by scattered limbs and rivers of blood. Behind him, a zombie lunged toward Li Yi, its mouth clamped around a female student's severed hand. Its twisted body moved with surprising speed. Why are you chasing this Taoist master instead of chasing beautiful women? Golden light incantation. Who would have thought that the barrier Li Yi had just set up would be shattered in an instant by the relentless horde of zombies? Almost forgot this Taoist master's specialty is subduing spirits and demons. These zombies are bloody Western creations. My methods just aren't cutting it. Climbing over the railing, Li Yi intended to escape this classroom building infested with zombies. But below him, a zombie titan was already feasting on flesh. Several swift zombies waited nearby. The moment they spotted Li Yi, they charged straight at him. This never ends. Li Yi changed direction and swiftly flew toward the upper floors. Since the zombie horde had erupted from outside the school building, the situation upstairs wasn't much better. Panicked teachers, desperate to escape, dragged students down to distract the zombies and buy themselves time. A young couple, bound by private vows, watched helplessly as a zombie tore into the lover's neck, blood gushing forth. Yet they raised iron bars, smashing them down hard on the zombies' heads only to meet their own deaths. Worse still, some with no hope of escape began attacking surviving female classmates. Human nature in the apocalypse was laid bare in all its ugliness. The 10-story academic building offered vast space. Above the 7th floor, makeshift safe rooms began to appear, but most were already packed to capacity, unable to accommodate Li Yi and Qi Yanan. Even a student Li Yi had helped up snatched into a secure storage room and immediately locked the door from the inside, barring Li Yi from entering. Damn it all. What a bunch of ingrate bastards. Just wait until this Taoist master becomes the Terminator. I'll make you all pay first. The life or death chase was breathtakingly intense. Gone was the exhilaration of headshots in zombie games, only the despair of death and pursuit remained. Qi Yanan had long since passed out in Li Yi's arms, becoming nothing but a heavy burden. If she weren't the support Chosen One and Qi Xianzhen's granddaughter, who would bother with her? What's going on? A dead end? Just as Li Yi prepared to blast a path with Yang Wulei's thunder, a door opened a short distance away, and a chubby little head peered out. You too, this way. Li Yi quickly spotted it, pivoted, and dashed over. The zombies behind them closed in relentlessly. In the nick of time, Li Yi tossed Qi Yanan over. Catch! What the? The chubby kid scrambled to catch her, but the weight of her body sent him tumbling backward. But when he saw Qi Yanan's breathtakingly beautiful sleeping face, he felt it was worth getting knocked out cold. The instant Li Yi burst into the room, he swiftly channeled his chi into a thread-like stream, sealing the door shut with a slam. The zombie was just half a step away from bursting through. Finally safe. He caught his breath. Li Yi then noticed that besides the chubby kid, there were other survivors in the room. The most conspicuous among them was the damnable do-gooder, Wang Ya. He wondered if it was this damn saintly woman who had caused the deaths of the survivors in the previous safe house. Her clothes were torn and tattered as she buried her face in the school heartthrob's chest, sobbing. Taking advantage of the consolation, the school heartthrob groped Wang Ya, even pulling down half of her undergarments and panties. The wept like a rain-soaked pear blossom, yet her body betrayed a mix of resistance and invitation. Li Yi couldn't fathom why this damnable system would save such a. Even without the rules, do-gooders were the most despicable creatures in the world. But the rules demanded immediate elimination. Li Yi, however, had other ideas. Killing her outright would be too easy for that saintly. Chapter 100, What are you staring at? Wang Eru, why did you just let people in again? What if they're infected? Exactly. You're putting everyone at risk. This safe house isn't big enough. Stop letting people in. Tell them to go somewhere else. As they spoke, another dozen or so survivors being chased rushed past the doorway. Wang Eru was a kind-hearted man at heart. Hey, listen up. I let you guys in. Why are you turning around and telling me what to do now? Don't count me among the cold-blooded ones, okay? Li Yi could sense that Wang Eru wasn't a saint, but genuinely kind-hearted. The Mach group fell silent for 3 seconds, but they always found excuses to justify themselves, even resorting to anything to survive. No, Wang Eru. You can't open the door again. The zombie tide has already reached this floor. Are you trying to die? Watching Wang Eru prepare to open the door again to rescue someone. Who would have thought that Wang Ya, the so-called saint, would suddenly pipe up? Wang Eru, we barely scraped by with our lives. Do you really want to push us all back into the fire? Sure, you saved us, but this safe house belongs to all of us now. Are you really going to be so selfish? Wang Eru felt somewhat helpless. He'd saved them out of goodwill, and now he wanted to rescue more people, only to be called selfish. As the others chimed in, some even hurled insults at him. The kid was starting to doubt whether he was doing the right thing. Li Yi suddenly stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Eru, go save them. I'll hold these guys off for you, but remember to watch your back. Wang Eru hadn't expected anyone to support him at this critical moment of life and death. Without another word, he moved to the doorway, ready to confront any approaching survivors. At that moment, the saintly Wang Ya caught sight of Li Yi's face and gasped in shock. Li Yi. You were supposed to be eaten by the zombies. How are you here? That shut the door, infecting Li Yi, and now she has the nerve to question him? Killing the Saint Mother first in the apocalypse isn't just empty talk. If he'd said one more word to her, the chosen one would have been screwed over so badly he wouldn't even have his underwear left. But did anyone else notice? Big shot Li Yi doesn't seem intent on killing the saintess. That look in his eyes, it's like he wants to toy with her. True. Letting her die would be too easy on her. Amidst the overwhelmingly critical comments, one voice suddenly emerged. She was just trying to save herself for everyone's sake. What did she do wrong? The saintess should die. Holy Mother, get lost. Beyond the online audience, Qi Xianjin's household was now in turmoil. What on earth is going on? Why was my granddaughter chosen for the rule monsters? Qi Xianjin slammed his palm down, shattering the expensive table into pieces. Every member of the Qi family gathered in the grand hall wore bitter expressions, utterly helpless. Master, please calm down. No matter what we discuss now, Qi Yanan has already entered the rule-bound horror. Indeed, I've ordered all staff to monitor the live stream. Qi Yanan is with Taoist Master Li Yi, she'll be fine. Li Yi's prowess was recognized worldwide. In fact, his participation in any rule-based horror tale guaranteed a 100% win rate. Yet it was precisely because she was with Li Yi that Qi Xianjin felt uneasy. My earlier mistake caused Li Yi to be snubbed and lose face at the gathering. Now asking him to protect my granddaughter seems rather unrealistic. In this rule-based ghost story, 3 lives meant 1 death. Logically, Li Yi had to ensure Qi Yanan's survival. Yet the misunderstanding between the Qi family and Li Yi still needed to be gradually resolved. I only hope Yanran doesn't get into trouble. Otherwise, I'll die with regret in my old bones. After dismissing the Qi family members, Qi Xianjin's figure seated on the high platform looked somewhat desolate. He trusted Li Yi's character he wouldn't take advantage of the danger to harm Qi Yanan. Yet he couldn't help but wonder. Perhaps if that incident hadn't occurred, today's situation might be different? Some mistakes, once made, leave cracks that no compensation can mend. Where I am is none of your business. But you? After dumping me, you went and hooked up with the school heartthrob? Hearing this, Wang Ya immediately pulled away from the school heartthrob's embrace. Judging by Li Yi's appearance, though she'd ruthlessly left him behind in the zombie horde, he seemed uninfected and had even made it here alive. She instantly sensed that Li Yi's strength seemed far superior to that of the newly discovered school heartthrob. The school heartthrob, who had always been surrounded by admirers, noticed Wang Ya's apparent shift in attitude toward Li Yi and instantly grew displeased. Hey, who are you? What's your deal with my Wang Ya? Li Yi, another pathetic sycophant. He'll get himself killed by that saintly woman sooner or later. Li Yi chuckled dismissively, paying him no mind. Unexpectedly, Wang Ya rushed to explain, Li Yi isn't what you think he is. He's just an older brother figure who's close to me. Brother? It was my fault for locking you out back then, but I did it for everyone's safety. I know you'll forgive me, right? Forgive? Are you kidding me? Even though Li Yi couldn't be bothered with such a pain in the ass, every word she uttered, every single syllable, felt like a spark ready to ignite a fire. Li Yi sighed and scratched his ear. Cut the crap. Hope your school heartthrob lasts until you find a new sucker. Stay out of my business, thanks. Wang Ya's eyes froze, and she burst into tears. You had to admit, this shameless liar was a master at playing with people's emotions. His pitifully vulnerable act instantly stirred both sympathy and anger among the other survivors. Especially the school heartthrob, who glared at Li Yi with such ferocity it looked like he wanted to devour him. Hey, you! You think you're done for, making my Wang Ya cry? This guy stood at 6 feet tall, yet he was as skinny as a stick. Standing before Li Yi, he looked no different from a stick insect. What are you looking at? What's it to you if I'm staring at you? The school heartthrob swung his fist, aiming to teach Li Yi a lesson. But the figure vanished before his eyes in an instant. To his astonishment, the scenery before him began shifting. By the time he regained his senses, he found half his body shoved outside the safety gate by Li Yi. At his feet lay a student whose body had been half devoured. Clutching at the last breath of life, the student grabbed hold of the school heartthrob's pant leg. Ah! Ghost! Stay away from me! Save me! The school heartthrob was so terrified his soul nearly fled his body. His legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. A foul-smelling liquid soaked through his pants as his eyes rolled back and he passed out cold. Li Yi snorted coldly. Is that all you've got? Dragging him back to the safe house, he looked like he'd lost half his life. Watching his humiliating state, Wang Ya regretted abandoning Li Yi. Chapter 101, Night in the Apocalypse. When the school heartthrob awoke from the dampness in his crotch, darkness had already descended outside. Yet the waves of agonized screams and the monster's howls showed no sign of ceasing. Inside the safe house, countless people wept in despair, seemingly unable to see any way out. This girl sure can sleep. She took 3 of my calming chants and still hasn't woken up? Shi Yanan seemed to have been too deeply traumatized, she still hadn't regained consciousness. As the night temperature plummeted, Li Yi had no choice but to hold her close to keep her warm. This scene was clearly observed by the saintly Wang Ya from a short distance away. The girl seemed oblivious to her own mistakes. No wonder brother Li Yi has grown cold toward me, he's found someone else. This zombie apocalypse is too dangerous. I absolutely cannot let another woman steal my brother Li Yi. A cold, vicious glint flashed in Wang Ya's eyes. For a weak woman to survive the apocalypse, she needed more than just a saintly demeanor, she needed cunning. Achoo! Freezing and starving. We may have dodged the zombie horde, but we won't starve to death here, will we? Wang Arrow had managed to set up a safe house, but unfortunately, he hadn't secured food in time. With 20 or 30 people here, the single melted Snickers bar hidden in Wang Arrow's pocket could easily spark trouble if revealed. Going out for food is inevitable. Once the zombie tide eases during daylight, I'll take my people and leave. Arrow, I advise you, either kick Wang Ya out of the safe house or get yourself out of here fast. She'll bring death to everyone. Ah, she's the infamous Saint Mother? Terrifying. Wang Arrow wasn't a pushover. He understood Li Yi's meaning perfectly well. Simply because Li Yi had stood by him earlier, he trusted Li Yi unconditionally. Looks like your classroom's on the 1st floor, buddy. Making it all the way up to the 7th floor to dodge the zombie horde? That's pretty impressive. Just ran fast. Li Yi's response was matter of fact, but as an academic star, Wang Arrow sensed Li Yi possessed abilities beyond the ordinary. He managed to escape the zombie horde while carrying a woman. This Li Yi is definitely someone you can rely on. With that thought, Wang Arrow slipped a Snickers bar into Li Yi's hand when no one was looking. What's this about? Wang Arrow chuckled. Brother Li, can I join your survivor squad? Don't worry, I won't slow you down. I'll be the first to charge into danger. Li Yi hesitated to refuse, but in Wang Arrow, he glimpsed echoes of acquaintances from his cultivation days in another realm. Ultimately, he nodded in agreement. You can join me, but the conditions are strict. Are you sure you can handle it? Ha? Aren't we just trying to survive? What else is there? Bull, I'm gonna kill that saint. You in? Ha? You're going to kill someone? Wang Arrow, the dimwit, blurted it out without thinking. Countless eyes instantly turned toward him, especially Wang Ya's. Though she looked harmless as a lamb, the aura she gave off was the most spine-chilling of all. Everyone, relax. I just had a nightmare, heh. Wang Arrow, you nearly scared everyone to death. Just behave yourself. Before he could explain further, Li Yi smacked him hard on the head. You idiot, nearly ruined my plans. Keep your voice down. The rest of the night passed without incident. Li Yi looked at the Snickers bar and slipped it into Qi Yanan's pocket. Little did he know, Wang Ya hadn't slept a wink. She'd been watching Li Yi and Qi Yanan's every move, silent as a mouse. Later that night, unable to sleep, Li Yi settled Qi Yanan before leaning listlessly by the window. Haunting the safe house was definitely not his idea of fun, but if he went out to party in the zombie horde, what about Qi Yanan and Song Liani, who hadn't even met anyone yet? Damn, women really slow down my reflexes. I'll have to scout the situation tomorrow during daylight. Failing to kill the saintly woman immediately, the rule's insidious invasion crept in unnoticed. Just as sleepiness finally crept over him, Li Yi turned to find Wang Ya approaching with a suggestive look in her eyes. Under Qi 13's short skirt, a pair of white legs rubbed back and forth. Her hands rested on her chest, a hint of blush on her face, as if hinting at something. Li Yi, are you still angry? Stay away from me, you. You disgust me. Even after Li Yi spoke so bluntly, Wang Ya showed no sign of displeasure. Instead, she pressed herself against him with a sly grin. I know it's my fault. It's freezing out here. Want me to warm you up? Oh really? How exactly do you plan to warm me up? Well, exactly how you're thinking. Moonlight spilled down as Wang Ya stood before Li Yi, undoing the top 2 buttons of her shirt. 2 soft mounds threatened to spill free, but the clear handprints and pinch marks visible on them would dampen anyone's enthusiasm. Li Yi grabbed her by the throat and shoved her against the wall. You really are shameless. I don't recall ever touching you. In the story, Li Yi had been pursuing Wang Ya, but this showed no self-restraint whatsoever. Is this what you like? If you can forgive me, I'll accept anything. What the hell? How the hell is this starting to enjoy this? Just now, Li Yi was ready to strangle her with one hand to save himself the trouble. Get away from me. You disgust me. Even with her throat clamped, Wang Ya wasn't staying still. Her legs wrapped around Li Yi like snakes. Her waist moved with practiced ease, the kind of skill honed through countless real encounters. Seeing her courting death, Li Yi had intended to test how his Terminator identity might infect survivors through her. But at that very moment, Qi Yanan awoke. The first thing she saw was this scene. A woman was wrapped around Li Yi, her expression one of utter exhaustion. Even inexperienced Qi Yanan understood exactly what was happening. What the hell are you doing? Qi Yanan's shriek jolted everyone awake. Seeing this, Li Yi immediately sensed trouble and flung Wang Ya away. Let me explain. Wait, hold on, I don't have anything to do with her. What the hell am I explaining? Li Yi, so this is who you really are. I've completely misjudged you. Li Yi, me? What kind of person I am? When did it become your family's business? Don't forget I saved your life. Ha, thanks, but I don't need it. This girl must have lost her mind. While everyone else was still dazed and confused, Qi Yanan unlocked the door and dashed out. The bloody chill in the hallway instantly jolted everyone awake. Damn it, has this woman lost her mind? Stop spacing out and shut the door. Li Yi sensed trouble brewing. Not only had Qi Yanan misunderstood the situation, but she was also only going to cause him more trouble. Wang Arrow rushed to the door but was a step too late. Brother Li Yi, she's gone. Li Yi helplessly scratched his head. Let them run. But his body still instinctively followed after them. This apocalyptic night was destined to be anything but peaceful. Chapter 102, Explosion. The school building corridors were eerily silent in the night. Only the bloodstained handprints at her feet and the countless mangled limbs and torn garments spoke of the brutal carnage that had unfolded. Qi Yanan wandered the corridor, mustering her courage. She didn't know where she was going, nor why she'd left the safety of her shelter. But seeing Li Yi getting close to another woman had filled her with unbearable resentment. It felt like something that was about to be hers had been snatched away. Damn Li Yi, rotten Li Yi. A man so unprincipled doesn't deserve my apology. Dream on. Qi Yanan remained defiant, but the whistling wind piercing through the shattered glass sent shivers down her spine. I'm the cutie. What the hell? Running outside in such danger. Who does Li Yi associate with? What does it have to do with me? Maybe we should go back? Qi Yanan feared zombies and the apocalypse, but she also understood her identity as a chosen one vital to the nation. Even without strength, she must at least ensure her own survival. She couldn't be a liability to the Dragon Nation or bring shame upon the Qi family. With that thought, Qi Yanan resolved to set aside her emotions. But the instant she turned around, a figure stood lurking in the shadows. Spectators outside the arena were startled by the eerie figure. Not to mention Qi Yanan, who experienced it firsthand. Her mind went blank, and her body froze solid on the spot. Was that thing human or a zombie? Was it dangerous to me? Qi Yanan's heart raced with anxiety, unable to utter another word. Though they hadn't interacted much, she knew Li Yi wasn't the type to be so uninteresting. Who are you, and why are you following me? Qi Yanan nervously backed away, accidentally kicking a severed leg. Her hastily reaching hand was cut by glass, blood immediately flowing. Fortunately, she didn't fall, though the shock nearly scared the life out of her. The figure saw this and began to approach. Though it walked, its speed was indistinguishable from running. Driven by the instinct to survive, the desperate and terrified Qi Yanan forced herself to her feet. She grabbed a pencil with half a finger still stuck to it and sprinted in the opposite direction. She desperately wanted to call for help. But making noise would surely attract more zombies, leaving her even less chance of escape. The layout of the school building was complex, yet even as Qi Yanan pushed herself to her physical limits, that eerie figure maintained a steady distance, relentlessly trailing behind her. The closer it got, the more hopeless and helpless she felt. She burst into a large storage room piled high with junk. There were no bloodstains or dead bodies here. It seemed like a safe spot. Spotting an inconspicuous long storage cabinet, Qi Yanan immediately ducked inside, covering her mouth and nose to stifle any cries of terror. As she calmed slightly, her mind raced with questions about why this was happening. Then, she recalled the strange rules she had forgotten about. Support Chosen One. Qi Yanan's sole rule: the apocalypse is dangerous. Do not stray from the main Chosen One side, or it will cause trouble for both of you. Oh no, I was so terrified when the descent happened that I completely forgot. Plus, I acted on impulse. It's all that guy Li Yi's fault. The cunning moonlight cast an eerie crimson glow. The eerie sound never materialized in the silent warehouse. Qi Yanan didn't rush to leave, choosing instead to linger for a while longer. Only after half an hour passed without a sound did she breathe a slight sigh of relief. It's been so long, and Li Yi still hasn't come looking for me. Does that mean he's not coming at all? Right. We have nothing to do with each other. I was just clinging on. Why would he come looking for me? Better to rely on myself. Qi Yanan slowly peered out. The vast warehouse was filled with clutter except for a narrow passageway, making it impossible to see clearly. Just as she thought it was safe, a pair of hands suddenly reached out from behind her, clamping directly over her mouth. Qi Yanan felt as if she'd fallen into an ice cellar, despair choking her voice. As she struggled desperately, a voice came from behind her. Shu, don't be afraid. I'm not a zombie. Calm down and follow me. It's not safe here. A living person? Qi Yanan turned to see a man before her, impeccably dressed and wearing gold-rimmed glasses. His crisp white lab coat bore a name tag reading, Graduate Student in Biological Bacteriology, Qin Yang. I know where it's safe. Come with me first. His words seemed to carry a strange magic. Even without knowing his true identity, she found herself unable to refuse. He even extended his hand proactively, his reassuring smile radiating warmth, a stark contrast to Li Yi's cynical Taoist master persona. Qi Yanan instinctively reached out, but her hand froze mid-air. I'm sorry, Don't worry, I won't harm you. Qin Yang turned and walked away, leaving the choice of whether to pursue or let go entirely in Qi Yanan's hands. She realized she had no idea where she was, with strange pursuers still behind her. For now, it was best to stick with her companion. Just as Qi Yanan followed Qin Yang through a hidden passageway, Li Yi entered through the main gate, holding a bloodstained glass shard. The marks on his pant leg confirmed that Li Yi had clashed with the zombie. Strange. The scent and blood trail clearly led here, yet they vanish without a trace? Here, Li Yi detected no trace of another person's presence unless that entity wasn't human. As Li Yi scanned the surroundings, he discovered the naked corpses of over a dozen young women in a corner. It didn't appear they'd been infected and killed by zombies. Their lower bodies showed varying degrees of tearing, and their bodies bore extensive bruises and scars. It seemed they'd been taken advantage of and killed by someone. TSK. The moment the apocalypse hits, all these S come crawling out. Hope that girl Qi Yanan is safe. Otherwise, I'll have a hard time explaining this to Qi Xianjun. After performing a simple ritual to send off the women's spirits, Li Yi seemed to gain their ghostly assistance. He suddenly sensed a draft coming from a certain wall. Just as Li Yi prepared to investigate, a rustling sound suddenly emanated from the ceiling. It sounded like teeth grinding and flesh being chewed. What the hell is this noise in the middle of the night? Looking up, he saw an agile female zombie. Her limbs could cling directly to the building's surface, her tongue stretched at least a meter long, and her sharp fangs could pierce through almost anything. Hey, lady, I'm not into weird games. If you don't want to die, I suggest you get out of my sight fast, okay? Just as the audience assumed Master Li would inevitably clash with the bizarre undead. To everyone's surprise, the creature seemed to understand Li Yi's words. It leapt down and came to a halt directly opposite him. After a moment of standoff, it spread its deformed legs wide toward Li Yi. The audience. The expert panel. Li Yi? Forgot Li Yi's Terminator lineage? This agile zombie's already conquered and ready to mate? Explosive. Chapter 103, Busted. As time passed, the Terminator infection within Li Yi deepened, causing his body to naturally emit pheromones detectable only by zombies. The intensity of these pheromones directly determined the number and strength of zombies Li Yi could command. Though this ability seems utterly monstrous, capable of dominating this zombie apocalypse, this Taoist master refuses to become one of those half-human, half-ghost creatures. Another concern arose during the bus ghost story. If Li Yi completed the tale but met his own demise, he might return to the real world as a ghost or spirit. Becoming the zombie king might be exhilarating. But returning to reality as one would spell disaster. When Li Yi engaged his mind, his calculations were often more meticulous and profound than others, which was the key to his consistent success. This Taoist master just doesn't like to think too much. It's not like I don't have a brain. Back to the present, the agile zombie remained frozen before Li Yi, its powerful pheromones rendering it utterly helpless to resist. How do I control this zombie? Is it through sheer willpower? The pheromones weren't fully developed yet. After several attempts, Li Yi realized that at this stage, he needed to use word magic to control the zombie. Come on, spin me around twice. At Li Yi's command, the zombie obediently complied. Yet upon completing the task, it displayed intense resistance and rejection toward the pheromones. At that moment, some spectators realized something. Almost forgot rule number 7: zombies can only be controlled normally between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. Operating outside those hours might be a violation. But from what I saw, Big Shot Li Yi seemed to have this zombie wrapped around his finger. It couldn't pose a threat, at least. Better to be cautious. That shadowy figure Qi Yanan encountered must be some rule-breaking anomaly. Li Yi was no pushover. He'd memorized the rules after reading them just once. Watching the agile zombie's consciousness struggle against the pheromones, Li Yi wasted no time. In that case, snap your own neck. The zombie's weak point was its head. That much was undeniable. As Li Yi gave the order, Wang Era frantically pushed open the warehouse door and was startled by the scene before him. After Li Yi's command, the agile, eerie creature struggled but still wrapped its tentacles around its own neck. With a crisp snap, the zombie's head twisted 180 degrees, locking eyes with the terrified Wang Eru. The agile zombie was far more terrifying and hideous than ordinary zombies, causing Wang Eru to scream in sheer terror. His commotion instantly put Li Yi on high alert, even sparking a hint of murderous intent. This little chubby guy had to show up at this exact moment. The guy had stumbled upon Li Yi's secret ability to control zombies. If suspicions arose later, it would definitely ruin Li Yi's plans. After all, his identity was sensitive. He had to be cautious. Wang Eru, what brings you here? Li Yi spoke as he tucked his left hand behind his back, gathering a stream of qi capable of lulling someone into a painless, eternal slumber, a truly lethal, invisible method. Li Yi naturally preferred not to resort to such measures unless absolutely necessary, but that was only if he felt Wang Eru posed no threat. Wang Eru steadied his nerves and hurriedly locked the warehouse door from the inside, fearing the hidden zombies might be alerted and come chasing after them. Taking a deep breath, he watched Li Yi approach calmly, utterly unaware that his life hung by a thread. A single wrong word or even silence could cost him his life. Just as brotherly predicted, after you left, that Wangya started spouting nonsense. She really is a damnable do-gooder. In the moonlight, Li Yi noticed the marks of struggle and tearing on Wang Eru's body. He guessed Wang Eru had gotten into a fight and been kicked out, led by Wangya. But you'd never guess, Li, after I got kicked out, there was a body in the next room, and it was perfect for hiding. What I never expected was that within 10 minutes, the safe house was breached by a sudden wave of agile zombies. People were either killed or fled. With lives at stake, Wang Eru's expression turned somber. After all, in the apocalypse, every survivor lost was one less person to rely on. Did Wangya die? Wang Eru shook his head. Through the door crack, I saw Wangya step over the school heartthrob's body and dash out first, but in the opposite direction, oblivious to danger. As for the others, Wang Eru was still shaken and didn't want to elaborate. Yet in a moment of clarity, he saw it clearly. The window of the open safe house hadn't been smashed by the agile zombies, it had been opened from the inside. With the truth laid bare, everyone knew exactly who was responsible. The audience breathed a collective sigh of relief that the chosen one hadn't gotten too close to Wangya. Yet joy for some meant sorrow for others. The cherry blossom's chosen one remains the familiar tradition. Any beautiful NPC could trick them out of their last pair of underwear. The moment you open Sakura's ghost story livestream, it's just two people stacked like a human pyramid with heavy pixelation. Seriously, you Sakura folks have been lusting after NPCs since the bus ghost stories. How desperate are you? Ha, what do you know? Give it a rest. That last time Yama got his pants chewed to shreds is still fresh in our minds. Let's see how long you Sakura bastards can keep up this arrogance. A series of consecutive natural disasters plunged Sakura Nation into unbearable suffering. The sharp population decline, coupled with prolonged economic and multifaceted devastation, had all but sealed the nation's fate, complete annihilation within decades. They begged Daddy Eagle countless times for help, but Eagle always gave only empty promises, delivering barely a tenth of what was pledged. Yet they still demanded double the gratitude from the cherry blossoms. With the nation teetering on the brink, the cherry blossom leaders activated their long-planned strategy. Haley, how did you manage to make the zombies snap their own heads off? That's incredible. When the conversation touched on sensitive ground, Wang Eru instantly felt a chill run down his spine, though he didn't realize the killing intent emanating from Li Yi. Nothing special. After defeating it, it felt humiliated and killed itself. Zombies commit suicide? That really is amazing. Admiration flickered in Wang Eru's eyes. His sincere expression gave no hint that he knew the truth. He thought things would stay peaceful, but then the unexpected happened. Having triggered the 7th rule, the agile zombie with the snap neck began a bizarre process of transformation. Flesh tumors and ghostly eyes sprouted across its body, while its lower half split open into a gaping maw of fangs. As its body swelled relentlessly within the warehouse, Wang Era stared at the mountainous, terrifying monster, his face turning ashen. What's wrong? Feeling cold? And no. Lee, look behind you. What? Could there be a super-sized zombie behind us? Li Yi turned around with a smile, but the next second, his expression froze. Holy, I actually guessed right. Chapter 104, The Creepy Zombie. Damn it, don't just stand there. Get out of the way. Li Yi kicked Wang Arrow 10 meters away with a swift motion. His own body flickered away from the spot in an instant. The next second, the elusive, eerie arm slammed into the ground, carving out a deep crater and even punching through the wall between the 7th and 6th floors. Li Yi realized this thing's power could easily shatter 5 layers of his golden light incantation. Wang Arrow rolled over a dozen times before his head slammed into a pile of corpses, finally coming to a halt. He was scared half to death. The eerie zombie's movements had a few seconds of stiffness, enough time for anyone to react. Holy, this apocalypse is only just beginning, and already zombies have evolved to this level? Shut the hell up and run for your life if you don't want to die. Li Yi's shout jolted Wang Arrow into action. Despite his bulk, he possessed a surprising agility. Like a big fat cat, he bolted straight out the warehouse door. But luck wasn't on his side. Li Yi heard Wang Arrow let out a shriek, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps desperately racing away. That bastard must be being chased by zombies. It's dangerous, but I can't leave yet. Li Yi stared at the blocked, hidden path behind the eerie zombie. Before he could devise a plan, the creature suddenly became agile. Its degenerated legs spread apart, revealing a gaping maw filled with thousands of fangs. After another flash, the creature had unexpectedly learned to anticipate Li Yi's landing spot. Just as he steadied himself behind it, the very entrance where Qi Yanan vanished appeared before him. Then came a deafening crash. The bizarre zombie's massive arm pierced straight through his 4 layers of golden light spell. If this Taoist master hadn't dodged fast enough, you bastard would have skewered me like lamb kebabs. Forced back once more, Li Yi's temper flared. Frowning at the eerie zombie, boundless killing intent surged from him, sending a chill through even the spectators watching from the sidelines. Master once said, fame brings fear, and strength brings dread. But without fame, one risks being looked down upon by a damn fool. Li Yi's hands instantly formed the seal-opening seal. A series of obscure incantations murmured forth, and Li Yi's aura visibly condensed around him in the scene. An opalescent glow enveloped his body, radiating a hazy golden light that warped the surrounding space. Everyone, look! Could it be that big shot Li Yi is about to unleash his hidden power with a bankai? I knew it. Master Li was just coasting all along. He never took the difficulty of those earlier ghost stories seriously. What do you mean slacking off? That's called building up strength for a big payoff, purely strategic. We can't call him Brother Li Yi anymore, it's too cheap. Call him Emperor Li Yi. At the pinnacle of technique lies the origin of Qi. Actually, this mantra has a second half. The limit of heaven, Qi moves to strategize. Though Qi may not be the most potent energy among the 100 schools of thought, we adhere to the words of our founding master. Qi is the energy closest to true divine power. The Golden Light Mantra and Yang 5 Thunders he had previously wielded, though formidable, remained merely within the realm of Taoist treasures and techniques for Li Yi. Only by unlocking the second layer of the Dragon Tiger Sealing of the Gods and unlocking 50% of the old Taoist master's abilities can I manifest a portion of a true supernatural power in the truest sense. Boom! The eerie zombie charged forward. The reinforced concrete walls couldn't withstand its crushing pressure, instantly reduced to rubble. If this monster were allowed to continue its rampage, the entire academic building might collapse. Determining fortune and misfortune, traversing the cosmos to manifest divine power. Golden radiance, great might. Li Yi's dragon tiger Dao cultivation had reached its zenith. A significant portion of his divine arts and spells required no complex hand seals or incantations, they could be unleashed effortlessly. For a fleeting moment, the audience seemed to glimpse Li Yi on screen, his form enveloped by the aura of an ancient golden immortal. Quick-eyed viewers snapped screenshots, yet still observed nothing. They only remembered Li Yi's aura drifting like ethereal dust, mysterious and formidable. His hair and clothes fluttered without wind. Out of nowhere, an inexplicable force swept through, violently flinging the massive, eerie zombie to the ground. Holy crap, just one move? Absolutely insane. Who else among the chosen could pull this off? Who else? Wait a minute. Look at Emperor Li Yi's expression, something seems off. Perhaps due to his power being sealed for too long, unleashing just 50% of it nearly drained all the chi from Li Yi's body with that single move. Damn, a man can't admit defeat. Kidney deficiency at such a young age is no good. Just as Li Yi prepared to send the eerie presence to the afterlife with a single Qingming ghost exorcising chant, he suddenly noticed a faint haze distorting the scenery before him. An inexplicable hunger gnawed at his abdomen and brain, tempting him to abandon the fight and seek sustenance. What the hell? I've survived 10 years without food as a Taoist exorcist, yet some virus makes me starve? Li Yi's hunger was a fierce craving for flesh and blood, a hunger ordinary food couldn't satisfy or suppress. But if he truly followed the rules and devoured flesh, wouldn't he become a monster in every sense? This not only contradicted the dragon-tiger Taoist way but also defied Li Yi's very nature, unrestrained and free-spirited. Eating is out of the question, but continuing to fight now seems unrealistic too. Li Yi had unleashed 50% of his Taoist master power, but as the bloodlust suppressed him, it retreated to 30% or even less. The monstrous corpse of the undead collapsed, yet its massive frame crushed the bodies of a dozen young women. Like chewing on duck necks, the eerie zombie devoured the flesh and blood, greatly increasing its power. Roar! A pair of ultrasonic sacs had evolved on its body, driving the weakened Li Yi into a frenzy. Damn you! If this Taoist master had been fed properly, you'd be nothing but rotten mud by now. Li Yi abandoned the fight, spotting the hidden door opening up. He sprang forward the moment he moved. Think you can just walk away? Not so fast. Oh ho, you dead bastards learn to talk human now? Li Yi's speed left afterimages in his wake, though that bizarre zombie's evolved ultrasonic waves were genuinely irritating. As Li Yi smashed through the wall and charged inside. Yet, a sudden, monstrous arm reached out and tore the hem of his clothes. Fortunately, he wasn't injured. The hidden door led to a small space, too narrow for the bizarre zombie to pursue him. Behind the door lay a downward sloping chute. Li Yi charged down the slope along its path. When a faint light appeared at the tunnel's opening, Li Yi landed smoothly. This looks like an indoor stadium? The place was vast and empty, devoid of bloodstains or corpses. Only the escape route signs flickered with a faint green glow. Yet the calmer and safer a place seemed, the more suspicious it became. Li Yi had to suppress his surging bloodlust while constantly scanning his surroundings. As expected, several figures suddenly emerged from behind, closing in on Li Yi with swift precision. Chapter 105, Ultimate Immortality Flows into the Mortal World. Man, this is killing me. My old university was a dump, nothing like this fancy indoor stadium. Look at the floor, the equipment. Li Yi habitually scanned his surroundings wherever he went, and this distraction diverted a significant portion of his attention, precisely the opening others needed to make their move. The bloodlust hunger debuff forcibly suppressed Li Yi's bodily functions. His senses were temporarily unable to detect anyone approaching him. This universal mechanic severely restricted the game's strongest player. For other nations, this amounted to a balancing adjustment. After all, whether other countries succeeded or failed in clearing the stage would subtly impact their own positions. For the Dragon Nation, however, suppressing Li Yi's combat power represented a massive weakening. Is this damn weird tail deliberately targeting us? Now that they know Emperor Li Yi defies the rules, they're tampering with the punishment system? If Emperor Li Yi gets taken down, I'm burning down the weak nation shrine in Sakura. Sakura, your chosen one is being targeted by the ghost story rules. What the hell do I care? A powerful chosen one being restricted is a massive loss. Those who never had much strength or chance of winning to begin with, whether they get nerfed or not, it makes little difference. This round of the rule-based ghost story, Xiong-chan and Ing-chan's chosen one's lineup is decent but lacks any real standout features. Their traffic is mediocre, even dropping out of the top 100. Meanwhile, the Arctic nation's popularity skyrocketed into the top 3, even rivaling Dragon nation's Li Yi in heat. Clicking into the Arctic nation's Strange Tale livestream revealed their chosen one, a girl with blue eyes and extraordinary combat prowess. Unsurprisingly, she too was a product of the Super Soldier program, but her method of awakening genes and abilities was somewhat unique. How the hell is this Arctic nation chosen one so damn strong? He's chasing down zombies like crazy, even charging into their horde. My relative happens to be a high-ranking official in the Arctic nation. Remember? J9527 phenylpeptide gene polymer and 886 fission substance. The substances mentioned in the last rule-based weird tale. Although the Arctic nation lost the previous monster tale, leading to the hyperthermal disaster obliterating half the country. But before his chosen one died, he revealed a top-secret document containing the complete sequence of the J-type gene fragment. Since it was built upon Blue Star's overarching framework, the Arctic nation grasped at straws. After several days of tinkering, they actually managed to concoct the substance and immediately injected it into a new batch of super soldiers. But my relative mentioned the Arctic nation paid a devastating price. There's no such thing as ultimate power or immortality. While the serum does enhance humans, the vast majority transform into terrifying monsters. The Arctic nation's covert capabilities weren't up to par. On the very first day of research, intelligence was transmitted to the Eagle by a spy, only to be intercepted by some mysterious signal. The matter was quietly buried. After all that, I still don't get what makes this Arctic nation chosen one so formidable. I'm not entirely sure either, but judging by her eyes, she seems to possess a regal, commanding presence. And strangely enough, this girl acts like she has some sort of storage space she can pull out firearms and knives at will. The path taken by Yelena, who survived and became the Arctic nation's chosen one, diverged sharply from Li Yi's. She surmised that the map of the ghost story world had limitations, meaning the zombies must be killable. A classic only when all enemies are dead am I truly safe hardliner. However, like Li Yi, she neither accepted nor even tolerated her identity as a carrier of the biochemical virus. She even declared outright within the ghost story world, "If I turn into a zombie before finding an antidote, I will end my own life with my own hands." Li Yi's refusal to consume flesh to accelerate his mutation stemmed from the same mindset. Why choose to be a zombie when you could be a normal person? Mom, I don't want to be human anymore. With Yelena, you get that satisfying feeling of reaping rewards effortlessly. But the Chinese chosen one resonates better with Chinese audiences. Li Yi's slow burn, filled with constant surprises and twists, is what truly tugs at the heartstrings. No way, I need to eat something. Li Yi swore he'd never been this miserable since his enlightened return. But what could he do? That damn monster had forced the virus into his body without a word, pure revenge. I only cleared the game 3 times, is that really worth targeting me like this? If I die, who's going to watch the ghost stories anymore? The next instant, the figure lurking in the shadows charged forward. A club was raised high, aimed squarely at Li Yi's head. Damn it, how could there be more people? Li Yi felt weary and drowsy, but he managed to dodge just in time. Even in his current state, he wasn't about to be outmaneuvered by a bunch of misfits. This zombie's agile. Everyone, be careful and attack together. Zombie? This Taoist priest is a pure-hearted good guy. Have you got the wrong person? The words left his mouth, but these tense individuals offered no chance for explanation. Li Yi sighed inwardly, sidestepping the club's swing and grabbing the nearest woman. He twisted her wrists behind her back, disarming her instantly. Yet on her body, Li Yi caught the sweet scent of blood. Damn it! I just managed to hold back, and this woman is injured. Xiao Rou. Damn it, let go of Xiao Rou. The female college student named Xiao fell into Li Yi's grasp, and no one dared to make a move. But Li Yi desperately needed bloodlust now, otherwise, who knew what monstrous form he might become? The hostage Xiao Rou was like a lamb led to the slaughter. Just one bite on her pale, delicate neck would instantly restore him to peak condition. He could even kill those bizarre zombies with his bare hands. Yet Li Yi refused to become that kind of monster. The standoff dragged on. Despite Li Yi's repeated explanations, the survivors here refused to believe he hadn't been infected. In this pitch-black darkness, I advise you to release Xiao Rou immediately. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Li Yi instantly grew irritated. Are you some kind of pathetic lapdog for this woman? Both suck-ups and do-gooders end up eating scraps. You. Enough. This man doesn't carry that scent. He's not a zombie, he's merely fought them. A voice cut through the tension, calming the agitated survivors. Looks like we've run into the boss. Sure enough, the newcomer arrived holding a slightly cool lantern, its dim light barely illuminating a pristine white lab coat and the sharp features of a well-groomed young man. But the moment Li Yi saw him, he couldn't help but cover his nose. Qin Yang immediately asked curiously, "What? Do I smell like a zombie?" Li shook his head. That wasn't the smell of a zombie, it was the scent of a living person. Chapter 106, You're targeting me, right? Qin Yang might look like a decent person on the surface, but in Li Yi's eyes, he was nothing more than a cold-blooded killer. His aura carried 2 or 3 dozen traces, over a dozen of which belonged to those women who had been brutally murdered. What surprised Li Yi, however, was that this guy carried no trace of Qi Yanan's aura. Even if my senses are suppressed, they absolutely won't malfunction. Yet I can't shake the feeling this guy has come into contact with Qi Yanan. You're their little boss? Li Yi released the injured Xiao Rou. As the blood-soaked air grew slightly less thick, he finally began to recover somewhat. I wouldn't call myself a leader exactly. I just tend to stay calmer during crises, so the brothers here listen to me more. Qin Yang phrased it diplomatically, yet he seemed to sense a peculiar aura emanating from Li Yi, as if this youth might challenge his authority. Is this guy declaring his dominance over me? Childish games. Conversations between adults often reveal extraordinary truths hidden within ordinary words. Qin Yang's tone carried a hint of unwelcoming toward Li Yi. But with traces of Qi Yanan's presence lingering here, Li Yi certainly couldn't just leave so easily. Are you two planning to hide out in the stadium forever? Facing Li Yi's question, Qin Yang calmly replied, I've observed that this is one of the safest spots in the school. The only issue is we lack essential supplies. We plan to scavenge at the convenience store a kilometer away tomorrow during daylight. Li Yi had only asked casually, yet Qin Yang immediately jumped into discussing resource gathering. His intentions seemed clear, and events were unfolding exactly as he'd anticipated. Then, a voice chimed in from the crowd. Since you haven't been infected and you're so skilled, why not stay and help us? Let's go to the convenience store together tomorrow to gather supplies. Exactly. If we want to survive, everyone needs to prove their worth and contribution. Did I ever say I wanted to join your shelter? You guys sure have me all figured out, huh? The stool the younger brother brought for Qin Yang was casually snatched by Li Yi. He plopped down, crossed his legs, and settled in with obvious ease. Qin Yang observed it all. Though his expression remained unreadable, his aura betrayed his true feelings. If you invite me, I might consider helping you procure some supplies. The moment those words left his mouth, someone grew visibly annoyed. Damn it, what gives you the right to expect us to invite you to collect supplies? Think you're too important? Exactly. Don't you fear the wind will twist your tongue? Li Yi's personality was inherently unsuited for group operations. A few words were enough to ignite everyone's temper. How could you lot possibly comprehend the capabilities of this celestial master? Li Yi seemed to relish the verbal sparring, as if he had all the time in the world to waste on them. However, Qin Yang appeared somewhat anxious, as if he had some extremely important matter left unattended. This couldn't help but arouse Li Yi's suspicion. It was this fellow who spoke first. You've seen the situation yourself. Everyone at the stadium has their role to play, allowing us to scrape by in this apocalypse. But if no one can lend a hand, it's bound to cause distress. Exactly. The implication was clear, there was no room for useless people here. Qin Yang's open strategy meant that if Li Yi backed down, he couldn't continue his investigation here. But if he chose to gather supplies, that seemed like an even dead end. No matter which path he took, it seemed to play right into Qin Yang's hands. Li Yi couldn't fathom where this guy's intense hostility toward him came from. It was like a guilty conscience. So what if I just camp out here? What are you going to do about it? Playing the fool and bluffing his way through. Li Yi had mastered that game long ago. Someone was furious, but there was little they could say. Kicking Li Yi out outright would make them look heartless. All eyes turned to Qin Yang. His decision held the most weight. Forget it. One more person means one more sliver of hope in this apocalypse. Since you can't be of much help, just try not to cause trouble for everyone else. Li Yi and Qin Yang locked eyes. Between them, they possessed at least 800 cunning schemes. Li Yi was currently suppressing his bloodlust, otherwise he would have already asserted dominance here. The others still seemed uneasy about Li Yi. Strangely enough, the one assigned to monitor his every move was the injured Xiao Rou. She appeared timid, yet her gaze kept drifting toward Li Yi. Her gaze held confusion, yet also a glimmer of hope amidst despair. As if she had a secret she wanted to share, yet held back, hesitant. This is Qin Yang's turf after all. I'll see what tricks this guy has up his sleeve. Li Yi remained as still as a mountain, finding a comfortable cushion and falling asleep. He knew full well that within this vast stadium, countless surveillance cameras were fixed on him. And Qin Yang sat behind the monitors. This man is very peculiar. Could he be here for that woman? Qin Yang recalled Qi Yanan. He had intended to lure Qi Yanan here according to plan. But inexplicably, the pipes had led him in a completely different direction. An unexpected zombie appeared, forcing him to part ways with Qi Yanan. The current situation seems to be far beyond my expectations. But based on the results of previous experiments, this shouldn't be happening? Qin Yang pulled out a stack of documents over 100 thick pages, all containing data investigations on the biohazard outbreak. The outbreak lasted less than 48 hours. By the second stage, the virus had evolved into countless special zombies. After several consecutive rounds of rule-based horror scenarios, Li Yi felt somewhat exhausted, and this sleep proved exceptionally restful. Early the next morning, however, he was roused by a cacophony of noise. Countless zombies futilely pounded against the sealed gates. Panic gripped the crowd as countless people discussed a future devoid of hope. A group had gathered to listen to Qin Yang's rousing speech. Li Yi had intended to join the crowd and take the opportunity to annoy Qin Yang, but Xiao Rou tugged at his clothes from behind. What? Your injuries healed? No. I need to talk to you about something. Can we go to the equipment room? Li Yi instinctively grew wary. What can't be said here? Why the equipment room? If your sycophant sees us, won't he misunderstand? Xiao Rou's gaze darted away, hesitant, but she gathered her courage and tugged at Li Yi's sleeve. Please, just 3 minutes. This is really important. Fine. Let's go. But as soon as Li Yi followed Xiao Rou into the equipment room, before Li Yi could speak, Xiao Rou suddenly began lifting her skirt hem and messing up her hair. She curled up in the corner and screamed. What are you doing? Let me go. Help. Li Yi? A honey trap? Chapter 107, Feeding the Zombies. Xiao Rou had barely spoken for 3 seconds. Dozens of young men burst in, surrounding Li Yi. Each wore an expression of intense indignation. She was acting all by herself. It had nothing to do with me. Li Yi explained nonchalantly, then turned his gaze to Qin Yang, who had arrived late. Seeing Li Yi's expression, Qin Yang felt a surge of satisfaction. He then feigned concern and hurried over to Xiao Rou. Xiao Rou, are you okay? You're not hurt, are you? Li Yifeng suddenly noticed that when Qin Yang approached Xiao Rou, she visibly flinched and showed fear. Her body even trembled slightly. A smirk instantly curved Li Yi's lips. Since you couldn't hold back and started the real thing first, don't blame me for being impolite. I'm fine. Thank goodness you arrived in time. Xiao Rou stiffly recited her rehearsed lines before squeezing out 2 tears. These tears seemed less out of fear of Li Yi and more out of dread toward Qin Yang. Qin Yang suddenly put on an indignant expression, glaring fiercely at Li Yi. I fought against everyone to keep you here, thinking you might find your conscience. But it turns out you're a beast worse than any animal. You bastard. You go after Xiaoro the moment you arrive? You're nothing but scum. A group of people brandished their hockey sticks and paddles, poised to judge Li Yi. When did I ever say I'd stick around to be your lackey? Besides, this setup of yours is pretty clever, huh? Li Yi didn't look at Xiaoro, but she, cornered and helpless, could only curl up guiltily. We have both witnesses and evidence. How dare you still try to wriggle out of this? I really misjudged you. Qin Yang was a master at crafting his persona, using others' integrity to bolster his own authority, a true talent. Brother Qin, should we just beat this scum to death with clubs? Beating him to death would be too easy. We should break his limbs and toss him out to feed the zombies. The crowd, already driven to the brink by fear and despair, was pushed further into a state of heightened tension. Li Yi's actions suddenly became the outlet for their pent-up despair. A torrent of vicious words poured forth, as if they were about to subject Li Yi to 77 tortures. Hey, aren't you guys being a bit childish? So, what exactly do you plan to do to me? Li Yi had countless ways to escape, but the more Qin Yang targeted him, the more Li Yi wanted to see what this guy was really up to. Qin Yang watched Li Yi's expression with smug satisfaction, though his mocking look suggested he had no immediate plans to act. Listen up, everyone. Dealing with this guy now would be letting him off too easy. Why not lock him up first? Then, whenever we face danger, we can send him to cover our rear. That's a good suggestion. Let's do it. These guys were scared out of their wits when facing zombies, but switched the target to humans, and they were each faster than the next. Li Yi was locked inside the basketball cage truck, unable even to stand up. I used to lock others up like monkeys for my amusement. Who'd have thought the tables would turn, and now I'm the one in this situation. Just as he was about to close his eyes for a rest, Xiaoro crept closer again. It was as if she deliberately wanted to discuss Li Yi. I'm already locked up in this cage. Are you still not going to let me go? He sensed the girl had some unspoken hardship, but having been tricked once, Li Yi felt more than a little annoyed. After an awkward silence, Xiaoro finally managed to squeeze out, I'm sorry. There's no need to apologize. Now that you've completed Qin Yang's task, he's lowered his guard toward you. If there's anything on your mind, we can talk it out properly now. Li Yi's magnanimity left Xiaoro deeply grateful. After scanning the surroundings, Xiaoro tossed a note toward Li Yi. Then she leaned close to his ear and whispered. I've seen Qin Yang take many women away alone, but none of them ever came back. He took me too. Qin Yang is nothing but a beast. Could you elaborate? Even before the biotech disaster, Qin Yang had been isolating and approaching girls, including Xiaoro. Yet the girls he took away were rarely seen again. As the apocalypse drew near, Qin Yang lured Xiaoro with sweet talk to a place she'd never seen before. Then he injected an unknown substance into her body. A drug? Could this guy be researching the zombie virus? Xiaoro shook her head. He gave me a drink laced with something, but my body resists sedatives. I woke up just in time to notice what was happening. I was too scared to make a scene, so I pretended to be asleep. After the bioterror incident, Qin Yang blackmailed Xiaoro into working for him, even threatening to expose her secrets at critical moments. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. Enough. I know the details. But Xiaoro, tell me, have you seen Qin Yang take away a woman? Tall and slender, but with a nice figure. Li Yi briefly described Qi Yanan's features. After recalling, Xiaoro shook her head. I haven't seen anyone like that. When Qin Yang came back last night, he looked like he'd lost half his life. It seemed like he'd encountered something terrifying. Something terrifying? Just then, a survivor approached. Xiaoro quickly wiped away her tears and left Li Yi's side. The guy addressed Li Yi arrogantly. Your chance to atone for your sins is here, kid. Brother Qin says zombies are less active during the day, perfect for gathering supplies. You're coming with us. Li Yi stretched lazily. Can't I just stay behind? Zombies are so scary. Scared? When had Master Li ever been afraid? A crack appeared in the gymnasium door as Skinny Monkey peered out to survey the surroundings. The sunlit area showed almost no sign of zombies, but the scattered debris and chaos on the ground couldn't help but make one feel uneasy. Brother Qin, you were absolutely right, these zombies really don't come out in the bright sunlight. Qin Yang smirked smugly. How could these fools not suspect why he knew so much? In that case, my men will head out now. Assign 2 more to keep an eye on this guy. Though Li Yi wasn't restrained, the baseball bats wielded by the 2 burly men were still intimidating. They encountered no zombies or danger along the way. They even rescued a few survivors who'd managed to escape. But the safer things got, the more Li Yi sensed something fishy about the whole situation. Damn it, zombies are less active during the day. If I'm the one controlling them, it's basically useless, purely screwing people over. Stay alert, everyone. The lighting in the convenience store is poor, zombies could be lurking. If danger arises, run for it. These guys looked well trained, but if push came to shove, they'd probably be nothing but cannon fodder. Moreover, Li Yi sensed something unclean lurking within the store. That bastard Qin Yang, could he be planning to feed these guys to the zombies? Chapter 108, The Inheritance of the Chosen One. Though called a convenience store, the building's scale rivaled a medium to large shopping mall, compounded by its windowless design. From outside the door, though no zombies were visible, the pitch-black interior was still intimidating. Guys, are we really going in here? What else? This is the closest supply point to us. You'd rather starve to death or get eaten by zombies? I've never even held a girl's hand. I sure as hell don't want to die. The scene froze. No one dared be the first to step inside the convenience store, terrified that the moment they crossed the threshold, their lives would be forfeit. The group's eyes turned to Lee with a hint of malice. Lee? What are you all staring at me for? What else? You're the one with something to prove. Of course you get the honor of scouting the place. Exactly. If you want to keep your spot in the stadium, you go first and scout it out. If it's safe, give us a signal. What if I refuse? Well, do you really have a choice? The group glared at Lee. In zombie movies, cannibalism becomes commonplace during the late stages of the apocalypse. But reality is often more surreal and brutal than fiction. I'm seriously impressed with you guys. Lee shrugged. Playing along with these guys was somewhat entertaining. Besides, with him leading the charge, no one could keep up for the time being. Even if he just walked away, it wouldn't be a problem. It was just this bloodlusty buff that bothered Lee a little. The price of restraint now is weakness. I wonder what happens when we completely break the rules later. Stop dawdling and get inside. The survivors shoved Lee, but he sidestepped them. Instead, he stumbled and fell straight in. Seeing this, Lee let out a cold laugh and flicked his finger lightly. The survivor was instantly seized by some strange force, violently dragged into the darkness. With a piercing scream, his figure vanished instantly from everyone's sight. Everyone was utterly shocked, all of them retreating 2 steps in panic. Look, the zombies are starting to eat people. I'm going in first. You guys better hurry up and follow? Lee walked into the darkness with his hands in his pockets, humming a tune. His companions behind him dared not take a single step forward, terrified of being swallowed by sudden danger. Holy cow, this place is way too dangerous. I want to go home. You think your home will be safe if the school falls? Worry about yourself first. Outside the world of ghost stories, Shi Xianjun wore a look of deep worry, sighing repeatedly. He smashed every valuable item in the room to smithereens, yet even that couldn't ensure Qi Yanan returned unscathed. What's more, Shi Xianjun had witnessed Yanran storming off in a tantrum, leaving him utterly clueless about her whereabouts now. Reporting to the head of the household, we've screened all the ghost story livestreams. Aside from the main Chosen One's perspective and the Chosen One's God's Eye view, there are no livestreams from the second or third Chosen Ones. If we can't find it, keep searching. Qi Yanan is the apple of our family's eye. Not a single mistake can be tolerated. Shi Xuanzhen's voice was hoarse, as if he had aged 10 years overnight. He regretted what had transpired earlier, but regret was the one thing this world never lacked. Old Shi, you can't go on like this. Lorenz, the person in charge, had come to pay a visit, naturally intending to offer some consolation. I can't fathom why Qi Yanan's name wasn't on the list, yet she was still chosen as a chosen one? Seeing Qi Xianzhen's state, Lorenz felt a twinge of pity, yet he still had to lay out the truth plainly. The truth is, Qi Yanan wasn't without a chance of being chosen. Qi Xianzhen's massive frame trembled violently. What do you mean? Lorenz handed over a document. The first page prominently displayed the top 10 candidates for Chosen One status, as calculated by the supercomputer and expert panel. And the 11th name listed on the second page was none other than Shi Xuanzhen's granddaughter, Qi Yanan. How could this be? Qi Xianzhen nearly tore the document in his hands to shreds. But he managed to control himself. Lorenz clearly hadn't finished speaking. Old Qi, do you recall a certain project the expert panel once worked on? Project? You mean the Chosen One genetic selection project? Precisely. As mentioned earlier, the global expert panel has been preserving blood samples from the Chosen Ones to investigate the probability and range of their selection. Though the project was abruptly halted, the secondary expert team continued their investigation under my orders and made some discoveries. Oh? It turns out that while the first batch of Chosen Ones including you, Old Qi, were selected randomly, subsequent selections exhibit genetic inheritance patterns. What? Qi Xianzhen's shock was beyond description. He had long suspected that his own selection might have influenced his descendants. Today, years later, it was finally confirmed. But in a dazed moment, Qi Xianzhen suddenly made a connection, his gaze shifting to Lorenz with a mix of shock and suspicion. If what you say is true, then Li. Lorenz sipped the Qi family's tea before shifting his tone. Beyond genetic inheritance, biological experts have discovered a mutated gene fragment in successive generations of the Chosen Ones, tentatively named the anomalous gene chain. Of course, based on current big data, we've only analyzed victorious Chosen Ones, that is, Old Qi, Li, and a small number of others. The data is incomplete and should be treated as reference only. A storm raged within Qi Xianzhen's mind. He had become a Chosen One in his early 30s. The youngest among his cohort is now at least 60. As a new generation meritorious chosen one, Li Yi's selection likely stemmed from genetic inheritance. Then Li Yi's parents, Li Jianguo and Wu Bing, could they also be among the first generation? But why was there no record of them in the history of Dragon Nation's strange tales? Or had my conjecture been mistaken? At that moment, in the old neighborhood of Li's heavenly realm, Li Jianguo and Wu Bing were exercising on the senior fitness equipment. While others were glued to the live stream of the rule-bound ghost story, this elderly couple seemed utterly unconcerned. Achoo! Which little brat is cursing me? Li Jianguo wiped his nose. Must be all those guilty deeds you've done. Speaking of Shaoyi. Don't worry. Like father, like son. Old Li's boy will dig holes. Easy for you to say, old fart. If Shaoyi gets into trouble, you'll sleep in the doghouse. Li Jianguo and Wu Bing communicated effortlessly, not with words, but through their minds. Inside the convenience store, a wave of looting had already swept through. After all, this was a high-traffic area, now littered with corpses and bloodstains. Some morbidly amused zombies had even lined up their trophy heads in a row. I sensed some kind of presence when I first arrived. Why is it gone now? Chapter 109, The Man's Madness. The convenience store radiated an eerie aura and atmosphere everywhere. Li Yi detected no signs of dangerous creatures or entities here. Still, he didn't speak up immediately. Hey, what's going on in there? The others were starting to regret not tying a rope around Li Yi. Not sure yet. I'm still looking around. Can't you guys just chill? Li Yi walked over to a shelf, casually grabbed a ham sausage, and popped it straight into his mouth. As expected, the intense food aversion made Li Yi feel nauseous. Still, to suppress his bloodlust, he forced the sausage down. The poor soul he'd scared half to death lay unconscious behind the counter. Venturing a bit deeper, Li Yi found clear signs of looting. However, due to the sudden zombie outbreak, a significant portion of the supplies hadn't been moved in time. In an inconspicuous corner, a pile of clutter on the floor caught Li Yi's attention. Could there be something valuable? Li Yi approached. With a single thought, a chilling gust of wind swept in, startling them. Holy crap, a gust of wind in broad daylight? That's creepy. Look at you, scared of a breeze when you've seen zombies. What exactly is Li Yi doing in there? Is it dangerous? Let's wait a bit longer. It'll be noon soon, so we need to hurry. The chilling wind swept away the debris on the ground. To their shock, what lay beneath was a corpse already beginning to rot and decay. The white robe it wore was stained with blood and reeked of decay. It was vaguely recognizable as a young man. At least, it didn't look like he'd been killed by zombies. It's only been 2 days since the biohazard outbreak. The rivers of blood on the ground haven't even dried yet. Where did this corpse come from? A body hidden in the convenience store for so long suggested trouble had struck the shop before the outbreak. What's more, the clothes vaguely resembled those of Qin Yang. Could they have come from the same research institute? Following this line of reasoning, the poor soul might have been killed in a vendetta. The clue Li Yi found next might confirm his hunch. This looks like the ID badge I saw on Qin Yang. The square badge gleamed with an eerie cold light amidst the dried, congealed bloodstains on the corpse. Li Yi picked it up for closer inspection. School of Biological and Viral Studies, Zhaoqin. Nothing particularly noteworthy. The instant he flipped it over, Li Yi discovered a strange sequence of characters. Damn it, you cursed urban legend, couldn't you give me some straightforward clues? You know using your brain is exhausting, right? At first, Li Yi was stumped. But hidden among the live stream's comments were some real experts. Did anyone screenshot this? This thing looks kind of familiar to me? Hold on. Screenshot.jpg, could it be you know what this means? Let me see. This looks like an RNA gene sequence. It's not from a healthy person, could it be from a zombie? This is a major discovery, damn it. Biohazard lore inevitably delves into the science of genetic transmission viruses. If it really was that thing, Zhao Qin's death was most likely the result of being caught stealing research secrets and then brutally silenced to cover it up. If someone stole the secrets, then someone must have been guarding them. The first person who came to Li Yi's mind was Qin Yang. Rule 11, after the chosen ones hold out for 5 days, the authorities will dispatch special forces to suppress the zombie tide. However, due to the global collapse, do not place complete trust in anyone. Rule 12, the advanced math instructor remains uninfected. The advanced math course begins at 8 p.m. Chosen ones must not be late or leave early. Violators bear the consequences. Rule 13, access to the Biological Virus Research Institute building requires approval from senior department officials. Rule 14, meat buns from the cafeteria may be consumed on site but cannot be taken away. Yet this final rule made Li Yi frown. Rule 15, theoretically, there is no cure for Terminator infection. Do not attempt to deactivate the virus or purify mutations, or you will provoke the principle. Li Yi? Damn it, could this weird tale be any more vague? What does theoretically incurable even mean? Just as Li Yi was about to curse, a figure silently flashed past deep within the snack shop, though Li Yi still caught its trace. Who's there? If you don't want to die, come out. Seeing no response, Lee hurled the ham package like a cannonball toward the shadows. Boom! The shelf where the figure had been hiding was blown to smithereens. Countless snacks exploded into the air like fireworks. The commotion inside startled everyone outside. Holy crap, why did it explode in there? Shoo! I heard zombies moving. They must be waking up. Though zombies enter a dormant state during daylight hours, who could resist devouring the living who disturbed their peaceful slumber? As expected, the sentry-chosen ones spotted a small zombie surge charging toward them. I'm speechless. What the hell are those people doing in there? Stop spacing out. The convenience store's rolling door still works. Get inside and lock it from the inside. The group scrambled in a panic, each fearing they might be too slow and become the zombies' next meal. But with over 20 people, the small shop door could only fit one person at a time. The terrified crowd instantly began jostling and pushing. I'm scared. Let me go first. Get lost, I'm going first. Hey, can the people in front hurry up? Two fat men blocked the doorway completely, while the crowd behind them pressed forward relentlessly, leaving no escape. The grotesque, menacing zombies lunged toward them. Some in the middle were even crushed unconscious, trampled under countless feet. Ah! After a piercing scream, the person at the very back was swept away by the sucker-tongued zombie's tentacle. Swallowed by the tide of corpses, he vanished instantly, leaving only the sounds of flesh being torn and bones cracking. The two heavy-set men were forcibly pushed into the fray, nearly losing half their lives. The crowd surged forward, yet the last person was still seized by the zombies. Hurry up and get in! The door's closing. Seeing the rolling door descending, the man shoved his girlfriend straight into the zombie tide. Yanzi, I'm sorry. I want to live. Yanzi, overcome with despair, frantically wrapped her arms around the man. The man kicked and punched her mercilessly, nearly beating her half to death before finally breaking free. You worthless woman, go die for me. The man lunged frantically toward the last opening. But he was still caught by the agile zombie leaping up, its claws tearing at his ankle. His face twisted in a moment of fury, but he suppressed it. The instant he rolled inside, he frantically covered his wound. Bang! 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 The zombies relentlessly pounded the rolling door, their howls sending shivers down the spines of those who had narrowly escaped. Then they saw Lee walk over unscathed, clutching a tiny old man in his hands. Hey! Let me go! Chapter 110, Deadly. The figure Lee had captured wasn't exactly a little old man, but his dwarf-like stature and scruffy beard made him look utterly bizarre. What was even stranger was that such a creature had managed to survive this dangerous apocalypse until now. What the hell were you rushing in here for? I never said it was safe in there. Lee's words sparked immediate discontent among the crowd. Eyes turned sharply toward him, and someone stepped forward. You've got some nerve saying that. If you hadn't made such a racket in there, how else would the zombies outside have woken up? Yeah, it's all your fault. You got so many of our brothers and sisters bitten to death by those zombies. Outside the rolling door, the zombies continued their frenzied pounding, their ravenous, bloodthirsty howls sounding eerily fitting. Lee had initially ignored them, but the man who had personally caused his girlfriend's death grabbed something nearby and hurled it at Lee's feet. Lee detested people littering more than anything. He glared at the man with a menacing look. You wanna die? Unaware of Lee's capabilities, the man shouted defiantly. It's all your fault. You let my beloved be torn apart by zombies. You should pay with her life. Lee had never encountered such brazen audacity. He crossed his arms, laughing in disbelief. You really have no shame, do you? I clearly saw you shove your girlfriend away, even kicking and punching her to get rid of her, targeting her most vulnerable spots with brutal force. You saw that. The man's face drained of color as he glared at Lee. What else? Because of your selfishness, both of you could have entered safely. Yet it was precisely your selfishness that not only killed someone else, but now you dare to smear this Taoist priest? You. What about you? You're speechless, aren't you? Seeing the conflict escalate, the other survivors naturally didn't want things to get out of hand and stepped forward to restrain the man. Yet his selfish betrayal of his own kin proved difficult for the others to accept, stirring growing resentment within them. When even the slightest mistrust takes root within a small group, division is inevitable. The man wasn't exactly a sweetheart either. He launched into a passionate explanation, spittle flying. Listen to me. I didn't mean to harm my woman. It's all his fault. It's all his fault. Lee shrugged indifferently. You're never going to let this drop, are you? Do you need me to spill the beans about you being infected by a zombie before you're satisfied? What? At this, the survivors immediately grew panicked. They feared getting too close to the man might expose them to the virus. Most even aimed their weapons at him. In this terrifying apocalypse where every shadow seemed threatening, better to kill 1,000 by mistake than let one slip through. The man's pupils contracted, cold sweat pouring down his body. His scratched leg began trembling from the intense pain. He explained weakly, his face pale, don't listen to his nonsense. I'm not infected, I'm perfectly healthy. The guy didn't hesitate, stripping off all his clothes except his shoes and socks. Aside from the ironic XXX loves you forever tattoo, there were indeed no visible wounds. See? I'm perfectly healthy and safe. He's definitely lying to you. Lee sneered. My nose never lies. The scent on you is indistinguishable from those zombies. You've already taken off your pants, might as well remove your shoes and socks too. What? The man froze instantly. His pupils trembled as he stared at Lee with a mix of despair and regret for ever provoking him. Yeah, hurry up and take off your socks for everyone to see. At least prove you're not injured, that's the only way they'll believe you're not one of them, right? When everyone noticed the bloodstains seeping through his socks, they already knew the outcome. Then, the desperate man burst into maniacal laughter. Ha 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 ha. If none of you survive, I'll become a monster and you won't get off easy either. Spotting a vulnerable woman, his eyes bloodshot, he lunged at her with frenzied abandon. Lee acted swiftly, grabbing the dwarf by the collar. What the hell are you doing? Give you a little flight. Don't, ah. Lee executed a spinning throw, sending the dwarf flying through the air like a high-speed bowling ball. At the critical moment, just as the man was about to pounce on the woman, the dwarf struck him squarely on the head, sending him flying backward. The crowd stared dumbly, utterly frozen in shock. What are you standing around for? Tie him up and throw him out. If he fully mutates, none of us will be safe. By the time several men snapped out of their stupor and closed in, the man had already begun accelerating his infection. His body twisted grotesquely, and his eyeballs burst open. Save me. The man clung to his last shred of sanity to cry for help. But if he hadn't done what he did, perhaps this situation wouldn't have befallen him. It was entirely his own doing. The group shoved him through the rolling gate, not even glancing back at him. Lee noticed that the first one to pounce on the man was none other than the girlfriend he had killed. TSK. Revenge begets revenge. When will it ever end? Now it's your turn, little potato landmine. The little dwarf, who had been tiptoeing to escape, instantly grew annoyed. Who the hell are you calling a potato landmine? You're the potato landmine. Your whole family is. But the next second, he regretted his words. The icy glint in Li's eyes nearly crushed his spirit. When he finally came to his senses, he found himself once again dangling in Li's hand like a yo-yo. Where are you taking me? Someone demanded. Get lost. Who do you think you are, talking back to me? The dismissive retort nearly choked the man, before Li marched off with the little dwarf toward another room. Surrounded by an array of goods and food, most of them wore numb, sickening expressions even amidst the gruesome corpses scattered about. Elsewhere, Li casually tossed the little dwarf into an aquarium, its size fitting him perfectly. Let me go. I'm the renowned Dr. Zhao Go. You're nothing but an old dog, Zhao Dog. If you don't want to die, tell me why you're here. Realizing his struggles were futile, Zhao Go resigned himself to lying motionless in the fish tank. I came here to get that ID card from you. Not only did you beat me to it, but you also captured me. I give up. You look pretty pissed off. What do you need that ID badge for? Li waved the object in front of Zhao Go. His eyes lit up, and he jumped up, still not reaching Li's knees. Give it back. The information on it is crucial. The badge was within inches of his grasp, yet he remained a mere toy in Li's palm, unable to seize it. Furious, Zhao Go leapt up and delivered a vicious kick to Li's knee, only to receive a dismissive reply. Tell me what this thing is and where it came from. Tell me how you're connected to the bio-apocalypse, and I'll give it to you. Seriously? At this point, Zhao Go had no intention of hiding anything, but an equal exchange was the only fair deal. You're a prisoner. What gives you the right to question me? Fine. I'll tell you, but don't tell anyone else. Chapter 111, Sticky Plaster. What do you mean? You were researching this thing before the virus outbreak? Outside the room, chaos erupted. People were fighting over scraps of supplies. All traces of their earlier unity and rationality vanished. Zhao Go clutched the ID card to his chest like a precious treasure, afraid it might get bumped or scratched. Hey, you can't say it like that. We didn't create the virus. We discovered it by chance. By chance? Exactly. Our institute named the first organism infected with the biochemical virus the Terminator Mother. Terminator. According to the rules, he was essentially a Terminator awaiting awakening. The concept of a mother unit wasn't particularly unusual, but when these two keywords were combined, they didn't seem to apply to Li at all. The rules never explicitly stated the mother would be singular. It's highly probable many were born simultaneously. And my Terminator identity doesn't seem exclusive either. Li remained impassive, careful not to reveal his hidden Terminator identity. Yet he harbored doubts. If Zhao Go had genuinely conducted phased research on the Terminator Matrix, he would have detected some anomaly in Li. This guy might be lying, or he genuinely doesn't know about his own situation. Given the current circumstances, Li naturally leaned toward the former. Haha, now that you've asked everything you wanted to know, can I leave? Leave? You're dreaming. The next second, Li snatched the ID badge right back into his hand. Zhao Go was so furious he was practically jumping up and down, but he was powerless against Li Yi. We had an agreement. Why are you going back on your word so quickly? Li Yi stared at Zhao Go. I haven't gone back on my word. Didn't I give you the item? Yeah. Then what's wrong with taking it back after I gave it to you? No. Wait, that's not right, it's downright outrageous. No one ever walked away smiling after falling into Li Yi's hands. To be honest, I can't give you this thing just yet. I still need it to reel in a big fish. Big fish? You mean you're trying to lure Qin Yang into action? That kid's cunning and selfish. I'd advise you to drop that idea. Oh? Without Li Yi even hinting at it, Zhao Go blurted out Qin Yang's name. Could it be they'd had some unpleasant encounter too? Though a dwarf, Zhao Go possessed a sharp wit. God may have closed a door, but he didn't forget to slap him in the face. I anticipated your anticipation. Regarding Qin Yang, all I can say is stay away from him. You saw that academy that's been dead for a while, that was Qin Yang's doing. Oh? That two-faced sissy actually has the guts to kill? This did surprise Li Yi a bit. Well then, I'm all the more determined to meet this guy. After all, the person I'm looking for might have crossed paths with him. Zhao Go didn't beat around the bush. As the saying goes, giving advice is a waste of breath. If your people knew Qin Yang was no good, why didn't you strike first? Oof, easier said than done. Our university was once a top-tier institution. That kid got into the research institute without any academic credentials. Apparently he's the president's son. The research institute had planned to issue an early warning about the biochemical disaster, but Qin Yang beat them to it by leaking the information to the president. Don't be fooled by the hellish chaos outside. The westernmost office building of the academy is now completely occupied by the president's private militia. He's practically a warlord in this post-apocalyptic world. That kid's got quite the reputation, huh? You bet. That's why I'm telling you to stay away from him. Even if you could take him on, the president's armed forces won't let you off the hook. Li Yi was never one to abandon his convictions or actions for fear of danger. Zhao Go had certainly done his utmost to warn him. Just then, a shrill, terrified scream pierced the air from the school store. Ah, they're here. What? Agile zombies. They're breaking in through the ventilation ducts. Everyone, run. Li Yi pushed open the door to see the agile zombies, having devoured vast amounts of flesh, had evolved into a new state. They had transformed from clumsy, lumbering masses into agile beings possessing a degree of intelligence. A zombie's strength isn't terrifying. What's truly terrifying is when it has a brain. This ventilation shaft was in a location that should have been both safe and inconspicuous, yet this creature had somehow tracked them down. As if sensing a familiar scent, the zombie's eyes snapped toward Li Yi, locking gazes with him. Damn it, it's after me again. Roar! The zombie remained motionless, silently reeling in its tentacles. Yet its enhanced speed could dispatch an ordinary survivor in an instant. It devoured their brains right before Li Yi's eyes, crunching on the chicken-flavored flesh. As if flaunting its power. So what if this Taoist master doesn't play by the rules? Is it really necessary to chase me this relentlessly? And damn it, this Taoist master hates nothing more than people showing off in front of me. Zhao Go had already slipped away in the chaos. Though he hadn't managed to get the ID card, he'd memorized most of the genetic data. Li Yi had no time to worry about him. He'd barely suppressed his bloodlust and regained some composure, only to face another agile and bizarre threat. Someone frantically opened the rolling door, hoping to escape, only to unleash a flood of zombies inside. The first victims were the jerk and his girlfriend, a zombie couple, oddly enough, quite a fitting pair. Ah! Some couldn't escape in time, their throats torn open by bites. Blood gushed back into their mouths, triggering relentless coughing fits, yet they could only watch as the scent of blood drew more zombies from their slumber. Holy, so many? Are they chasing stars? Li Yi naturally wouldn't linger in battle, but Agile and Weird blocked every escape route, seemingly intent on finishing him off right here. Some managed to flee in the chaos, but most inevitably met their end, infected and devoured. Kid, take my big treasure. Just this one, use it sparingly. Zhao Go didn't try to escape. Instead, he tossed something in a parabolic arc toward Li Yi. It landed in his hands, a cold steamed bun. It smelled strange, and something was wriggling inside. However, Li Yi's suppressed bloodlust stirred violently at that moment. Not only could Li Yi not resist the urge to devour the bun, but other zombies and the strange creatures with zombie-like instincts were also drawn to it. What the hell is this? Bait? What kind of bait? Eat it. It'll make you strong as an ox. A roar. Zombies lunged forward, vying for the prize. Li Yi leapt and hung upside down from the ceiling. After a moment's hesitation, he swallowed the thing in one gulp. Immediately afterward, Li Yi realized his bloodlust had vanished completely, replaced by strength multiplied countless times over. Yet accompanying this surge, he sensed something unclean within his body, now evolving into an entirely new stage. Chapter 112, That Person. No offense, old dog Zhao, but what the hell did you feed me? His blood surged violently, and something within his body was indeed beyond his control. Even immersing himself in the calming mind chant failed to reveal what was amiss. Zhao Go seemed to sense something amiss. He pulled a pair of half-broken glasses from his pocket. He perched on the head like a human-shaped dog, briefly examined Li Yi's body, and was suddenly alarmed. Holy crap, how did you get infected by that thing too? Good heavens, pray for your own salvation. This doctor shall take his leave first. Until we meet again. You're not going anywhere. The old man seemed to have detected the Terminator virus lurking within Li Yi's body. That bun he'd eaten earlier did suppress the bloodlust and enhance his state, but it also accelerated the replication and development of the virus within his body. Just as Li Yi moved to pursue Zhao Go, that agile, eerie figure flickered into existence before Li Yi, a hard as iron arm lashing out. Crossing his arms to block, even Li Yi was forced to stumble back 2 steps. Dare to block this Taoist master's path? Have you grown tired of living? Summoning spirits and commanding generals. Under Li Yi's command, the chi transformed into chains that instantly pierced countless zombies and corpses. They became like puppets, their souls and consciousness drained, now under Li Yi's complete control. The zombie world may lack substance, but it sure has plenty of junk. I'll bury you alive. The wise corpse tide stood beside Li Yi, their sheer numbers offering an overwhelming advantage. Holy crap, this is getting my blood pumping. Are we about to have a brawl today? Back in the day, Emperor Li took on hordes single-handedly. Now it's Emperor Li's puppets ganging up on one. The spectators cheered in unison. Li Yi took a step back. The agile and elusive one, seeing this, swiftly advanced only to be met by a wave of targeted attacks from the undead horde. You lot go ahead. I've got other things to attend to. Looking forward to your good news. Zombie? The dimwit scratched his head, only to see Li Yi vanish in an instant. Then, countless zombies charged forward. In an instant, they piled up like a mountain, pinning the agile and uncanny creature to the ground. Countless bloody fangs tore into its tough skin, and the agile and sinister creature let out a wail of agony. Li Yi didn't risk chasing after Zhao Go. Since this old codger knows so much, he's bound to have plenty of tricks up his sleeve. Right now, the most urgent task is to find those 2 deadweights, Qi Yanan and Song Liani. With that thought, Li Yi decided to return to the stadium's safe zone to regroup and search for Wang Era's whereabouts. Inside the snack shop, he had assumed the agile and sinister had been taken down for good. Yet the next instant, countless flesh and blood spikes erupted outward, relentlessly extracting the last remnants of flesh from the zombies. The zombie wave was effortlessly deflected by Agile and Uncanny, who gained further enhancement through absorption, initiating their 3rd stage of evolutionary mutation. Its monstrous body began to curl and degenerate into a shell, while flesh cocoons spread across the entire ground floor of the convenience store. With each pulsation of the flesh cocoon, the released crimson aura drew surrounding zombies closer. Look at the nesting structure of these flesh cocoons, doesn't it resemble the honeycomb system in nature? A comment flashed across the screen, sending a chill down every viewer's spine. As an expert in this field, the pheromones from these flesh cocoons seem to filter zombies. The strong are kept as worker zombies, while the weak are consumed as nutrients. But judging by the shape and characteristics of these cocoons, they don't appear capable of birthing zombies. Instead, they seem to be incubating something far more powerful. Could this abomination actually evolve into a zombie king? Hard to say. That's a ticking time bomb. One wrong move and we're all toast. Just as the scene shifted, shortly after Li Yi departed, Zhao Go's dwarf-like form suddenly emerged again from some concealed corner. After scanning his surroundings, he injected a green serum into his body before strutting out. Surprisingly, the zombies ignored him completely, allowing him to approach the flesh cocoon with ease. Thankfully, I memorized the genetic information from the ID card, which allowed me to create this blocking serum. Still, it has some flaws. The flesh cocoon was a high-level bio-organic entity. Low-grade zombies couldn't detect Zhao Go's presence, but it could. Now immobilized, the flesh cocoon was like a lamb awaiting slaughter. It could only release danger pheromones, causing the zombies to form a wall, completely blocking the convenience store space. Zhao Go stood at the doorway, surveying the dense horde of terrifying creatures within. Not a trace of fear crossed his calm expression, as if this were an everyday occurrence. This particular infection entity is unprecedented. Even in the predicted infection patterns, none followed such an unusual trajectory. Time is running out. Let's take a sample first. The space was indeed packed to the brim, making it seem impossible to proceed. But then Zhao Go pulled a pistol from his coat. After ejecting the standard metal bullet, he loaded a special sampling projectile. Bang! The projectile struck the flesh cocoon with pinpoint accuracy. Immediately afterward, a woman's magnetic yet cold voice echoed through Zhao Go's earpiece. Zhao Go, what the hell are you doing? What are these sample data? Heh, you won't believe what I found this time. Not only did I recover the missing gene fragments from the traitor, but I also discovered an unexpected special infection host. The woman on the earpiece fell silent for a moment before coldly reminding him. While these are unexpected, they're secondary. Have you found that person yet? At this point, Li Yi's face flashed through Zhao Go's mind. Yet he denied it. Not yet. This is a massive campus with over 100,000 people. You've got to give me some time. We haven't even dealt with that traitor Qin Yang yet. Time is running out. You know what to do. If we don't find that person, we're all dead. Just a heads up, the principal already knows a lot. If necessary, you can work with them. Before Zhao Go could respond, the woman hung up. Voices of others could be heard in the background. She must be in a very secure location. Sampling complete, data import finished. Remaining potion activation time, 3 minutes. Time's almost up. We should go. Just as Zhao Go prepared to leave. Unbeknownst to him, hidden within the horde of corpses was a zombie previously controlled by Li Yi's spirit summoning technique. Perhaps due to exposure to the mother virus, the zombie had vaguely awakened some consciousness and was now staring intently at Zhao Go from the shadows. The instant he turned his back, the zombie lunged forward in an instant, its sharp claws and fangs striking out. What the hell is going on? Zhao Go had no time to react before the zombie clawed open his shoulder. Fortunately, his short stature allowed him to scramble back into the hidden cave entrance. Chapter 113, The Man Vanished. Damn it! How did it come to this? The wound on his shoulder wasn't severe, but it had still broken the skin and drawn blood. Exposing a wound to biological agents meant an 80% chance of infection. Damn my luck! Zhao Go was so furious he wanted to curse like a sailor, but as an expert in biological virus research, he couldn't have been unprepared. This small hole in the ground was like his secret base. Inside, besides some clue files, there was an entire cabinet filled with all kinds of potions. Though the virus had an incubation period, extreme fear and tension made Zhao Go's body tremble uncontrollably. Stumbling about, he finally found a deep blue vial and swiftly injected it into his body. Only after completing these actions did Zhao Go finally exhale a long breath. Yet he knew the apocalypse had only just begun. The virus could evolve through transmission and time. And the pre-prepared serums could only provide temporary suppression. They couldn't completely eradicate the biochemical virus. The wheel of fortune turns. I've lived prudently my entire life, yet my final chapter remains uncertain. It seems I have no choice but to consider collaborating with that fellow, the principal. With profound reluctance, Zhao Go had no desire to collaborate with the Qin family, especially given the strained relations between the principal and the research institute caused by Qin Yang. Yet now, it seemed there was no other choice. This exhausts this Taoist master to death. Finally back. Li Yi paused to catch his breath before knocking on the stadium's massive door. Knock knock knock. No response came for ages. Could something have gone wrong inside too? The stadium's ceiling soared a full 10 meters high, designed with glass panels to let sunlight stream in. After a quick survey of the structure, Li Yi used the protrusions on the wall to effortlessly fly upward. With a deft strike shattering the tempered glass, Li Yi's figure silently descended onto the stadium floor. Looking around, the hundreds of people who had been here moments ago had vanished without a trace. Strange. There are no signs of zombie invasion or combat here. How could everyone vanish? Could they have relocated or been evacuated by rescue forces? A quick scan with his chi body consciousness revealed no signs of forced entry on the stadium. Examining the footprints on the floor, aside from those left by Li Yi and the others who had gone to collect supplies earlier, the rest of the group seemed to have vanished into thin air. Returning to the cage vehicle where he had been confined, Li Yi discovered a note tucked into the wheel hub. It faintly carried Xiao Rou's scent. A note left by that girl? Unfolding it, he first saw the location of a hidden spot within the stadium, followed by Xiao Rou's neat handwriting. If you can see this note, Xiao Rou and the other survivors have already left the stadium for a safer place. But I don't recommend you come looking for us. What did that mean? If it was a safer place, why did she advise Li Yi not to come? The latter half of the note was written in a hurried, almost forced hand, a stark contrast to the earlier elegant script. I'm sorry, I lied again. Qin Yang doesn't seem like a bad person. Even if you do come looking for me, there might not be any hope. The thing in that spot might help you. Someone's watching me, I can't write more. That's all, Xiao Rou. Li Yi showed little reaction. Following the markings, he found a small, pink wallet tucked in a corner. Inside was a fully charged phone with no unusual call logs or texts. It wasn't until Li Yi opened the photo album that he discovered a secretly recorded video. After a burst of static, the footage began. Being a hidden recording, the footage was mostly blurry. But the first voice Li Yi clearly recognized was Qin Yang's. The person who went out to gather supplies has been gone too long. I fear they may have encountered danger. Also, I don't trust that guy who came later. Li Yi knew exactly who he was referring to. Open the door. Everyone who went to the convenience store is dead. Let me in now. Judging by the commotion, it seemed like people who had fled during the convenience store incident had returned. But for safety's sake, no one opened the door. The video stuttered. When it resumed, he could vaguely see Qin Yang projecting a document onto the wall. Xiao Rou also whispered to the collector, I recorded this projection. It's in the album. Had Li Yi not possessed keen senses, ordinary people would have struggled to hear Xiao Rou's hushed voice. Opening the album again, the projection's contents were blurry but still discernible. At that moment, Li Yi triggered the urban legend side quest rules. Side quest, survivors without hope at the office building, the principal's broadcast states, survivors may be accommodated. Those meeting the following criteria are requested to register. Special Condition 1, due to limited space in the safety building, only healthy individuals suited for post-apocalyptic survival will be admitted. If you have lost your health for any reason and possess no special skills, please do not approach the office building. Special Condition 2, post-enrollment physicals will verify organ integrity. The principal prioritizes students' health. Subsequent procedures like surgeries are for survivors' well-being. Special Note 3, this is a selfless effort to shelter survivors. Those who lack trust should not participate. Do not waste everyone's time. Special Note 4, the safe house will unconditionally collect survivors' identification documents and communication devices like cell phones. Do not resist, as it will endanger others. Special Condition 5, this operation is a joint initiative between the principal's team and external private factions. Survivors must first report to the private faction's headquarters, especially female survivors. Do not attempt to flee. Spectators outside the venue were somewhat bewildered by these rules. It's true they're opening a safe zone to recruit survivors, but this feels suspiciously like those Myanmar scams. This is pure coercion, right? Handing over your ID and phone means you're fish on the chopping block, at their mercy. Don't jump to conclusions. Don't assume the worst. The principal is just being cautious about potential threats among the survivors. Whoever said that you look just like one of those Myanmar scammers to me? Report spies for 500,000. The audience buzzed with debate, while the expert panel furrowed their brows. The supercomputer's probability analysis showed Song Lianyi and Chi Yanan had a high likelihood of being trapped within the principal's faction with danger levels exceeding 50%. 3 chosen ones might not triple our success rate, but they'll definitely multiply the difficulty and failure rate far beyond threefold. Even if the principal's faction is a complete scam, we have to take that path. Don't forget that in the apocalypse, the most terrifying thing isn't just the infected zombies, it's the human heart, which can never be trusted to act honorably. That said, when it came to outsmarting others, Li Yi had yet to lose. There's still the second half of the video. Let's watch it first. Chapter 114, Concealing the Truth. The stadium was already crowded and chaotic. Despite its size, the place was a noisy mess. Xiao Rou briefly filmed the scene where Qin Yang suggested, even pleaded with everyone to seek refuge with the principal. Then, taking advantage of the fact that no one noticed her, she used her petite frame to make her way to the backstage area of the stadium. Everything looked normal here, and Xiao Rou searched around aimlessly like a headless fly. She seemed to harbor doubts about Qin Yang too, but after searching for ages, she found nothing but some fabricated doomsday survival plans. Just as it seemed Xiao Rou would return empty-handed, her breath quickened. She knew time was running out. Just as she reached out to touch a pile of scattered books, Qin Yang's sharp reprimand rang out behind her. Xiao Rou, what are you doing here? In her panic, the phone fell to the floor. Perhaps from the impact, the screen flickered and went completely black. Li Yi, meanwhile, turned his attention to the books Xiao Rou hadn't managed to inspect. Moving to the back area, there were no signs of many people having been here. Yet judging by the final scene in the video and what Li Yi observed, a struggle seemed to have taken place here. The arrangement of objects didn't match up. Could it be that Qin Yang knew Xiao Rou was about to ruin his plans or had discovered something, so he resorted to force? But this note and the phone were both hidden afterward as clues for Li Yi. How did Xiao Rou manage to escape? The root cause lay in Qin Yang's complex nature. Zhao Go called him a traitor and murderer. Xiao Rou had previously criticized him, yet her note contradicted that. You can believe what each person says, but not everything they say. Qin Yang's character feels shrouded in an eerie shadow. Based on this commander's speculation, there's another possibility. All this information might be precisely what Qin Yang wanted me to see. Perhaps it was a deliberate ploy, designed to draw Li Yi's attention toward the teaching building. The scattered books on the floor remained untouched. Kicking them aside revealed nothing but ordinary ground beneath. Yet beneath Li Yi's heightened senses, the space beneath the floorboards held no secrets. Are the people in this school sick? Why do they all love digging holes? After prying open the floor, he entered the hidden underground space. Judging by the layout, it appeared to be an abandoned sewer system passage. The space wasn't small, but with only one path, Li Yi soon reached the end of the blockade. The scene here was a world apart. Complete viral research equipment, hundreds of experimental hamsters, comprehensive documentation, even 2 large formaldehyde sealed chambers containing the bodies of 2 women. If this was Qin Yang's handiwork, it would essentially brand him as the villain. Yet to Li Yi's surprise, Qin Yang's presence here was barely detectable. He hadn't even approached most of the equipment. If that's the case, why did he lure people away to guard the secrets here? The female corpses in the sealed chambers were identical to the one Li Yi had seen yesterday in the 7th floor warehouse. Yet her body bore numerous additional pinprick wounds, and her expression was one of profound agony. He reached out and pressed his hand against the chamber wall. Li Yi's eyes snapped open wide, and he even stumbled back in shock. Damn it! The mother is dead, but there's still fetal energy in her womb. Yet this fetal energy was entirely different from what Li Yi had diagnosed in the pregnant woman. Neither alive nor dead, the undeveloped embryo pulsed continuously, emitting an eerie, fiery energy. Using a corpse to cultivate a parasite? That's way too abstract. Could it be they intended to use a zombie as a host to cultivate a zombie fetus? The thought sent a chill down Li Yi's spine. Just like the names of the horror tales, despair and rebirth. If this was the kind of new life being born, it would be better off not existing at all. The corpses with damaged lower halves we saw earlier were probably destroyed because they couldn't serve as hosts. Just then, Li Yi suddenly detected a faint sound coming from the entrance. Someone? Finding a spot less likely to be noticed, he had just ducked inside when he saw a small dwarf panting heavily as he ran in. Damn it all! Antitoxins and inhibitors can't be used simultaneously. Dodging zombies nearly killed this doctor. Shall go? Li Yi remained impassive, curious to see what this fellow intended to do here. If he was searching for something, it was likely a useful lead for Li Yi too. Where is it? The old dwarf Xiaogo seemed a bit clueless too, rummaging around haphazardly. Li Yi noticed the bandages wrapped around his body, yet purple-tinged blood seeped through. This old bastard got infected? How come he hasn't mutated yet? Failing to find what he needed, Xiaogo cursed Qin Yang twice, calling him a bastard and a traitor. Yet when he spotted the carrier corpse sealed within the chamber, a flicker of surprise shot through his eyes. After parting ways for so long, I never imagined Qin Yang's solo research progress would outpace the Institute's. He even found a volunteer willing to attempt welcoming his birth. The carrier woman volunteered? And who exactly is this it? These sudden revelations left the audience behind clutching their heads in disbelief, their mouths agape. Holy crap, how did it turn out like this? What the hell is he? And why would these women willingly subject themselves to harm? Unbelievable. The creator of this horror world has some seriously twisted imagination. Conspiracy. It's all AFING conspiracy. No one's going to get off easy, huh? While chosen ones in other countries were still struggling to survive like cavemen in a zombie apocalypse, Li Yi had already collected fragmented clues and entered the mid-stage of the ghost story. As for the Arctic nation's super soldiers, wiping out zombies was their specialty. But honestly, as she swept through the school, even the special infected and anomalies couldn't match her ability to mentally conjure long and short firearms. Not only had the difficulty of the ghost stories increased, but the abilities of the chosen ones were also rising exponentially. With 200 global ghost stories unfolding, chosen ones from nearly every nation had transcended ordinary humanity due to various circumstances. As a certain historical figure once said, "When disaster strikes, humanity evolves." Looking again, Xiaogo began investigating the vessels and embryos. Yet when he reached his conclusion, he could only shake his head. Qin Yang may be fast, but he still got some things wrong. I haven't found what I'm looking for. He probably took it with him. Since what you want isn't here, then help me find what I need. Shall go. The guy jumped in fright, nearly wetting himself. The instant he turned, Li Yi seized the wound on his shoulder. The slightest movement sent searing pain shooting through him. Ow! 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 Let go! Let go! You think you're in a position to make demands? If you don't want to turn into a zombie, answer my questions properly. When Xiaogo saw Li Yi's face, his eyes lit up, but his heart sank halfway. Chapter 115, The Yellow Bird in the Rear. No offense, but why are you here? Let me go now. Seeing Li Yi again, Xiaogo felt not a shred of hope left. If you can scurry around like a rat, why can't I show up here? Seriously, you're such a pain in the ass. To prevent Xiaogo from escaping again, Li Yi dislocated both his legs. Ignoring his agonized wails, Li Yi remained unmoved. Tell me what you're really looking for here. Xiaogo grimaced in agony, fully aware that if he didn't spill the truth, today might very well be his last day. I'll talk, but you have to let me live. Negotiating terms again? Don't you want your arms anymore? Li Yi's expression held no trace of jest as he seized Xiaogo's arm. A single squeeze nearly sent Xiaogo into unconsciousness. Fine, I'll talk. Why can't you show a little respect for your elders? Without hesitation, Xiaogo turned his gaze toward the petri dish. You came looking for this host? Since you've been hiding here for a while, you must have heard what I said. Our institute doesn't claim to be saints, but we're certainly not villains either. The embryo parasitizing inside this host might just be the key to helping us survive this zombie apocalypse. Xiaogo spoke with flying spittle, yet he glimpsed a cold, murderous intent in Li Yi's otherwise serene expression. The man instantly felt uneasy, his voice dropping significantly. What? You don't believe a word this doctor says? A liar spouting nonsense, what do you think? Li Yi abruptly opened the sealed hatch at the top. The pungent stench of formaldehyde and some kind of bacteria was overwhelming, making even Li Yi wrinkle his nose. Hey! Let's talk this out. What are you doing? Li Yi grabbed Xiaogo by the collar with 2 fingers. If you still refuse to tell the truth, I'll make you spend the rest of your life with this vessel. This is your last chance, think carefully. He watched as the hem of his pants was about to touch that disgusting, foul-smelling liquid. The thought of being preserved in formalin as a specimen nearly made Xiaogo cry. What I'm looking for, he gasped, is documentation of individuals with innate viral antibodies and survivors possessing these innate antibodies. Having said this, Li Yi finally released his grip. Despairing, Zhao Go fell into the formalin, instantly making intimate contact with the carrier of the parasitic virus embryo. Zhao Go, gurgle. Gurgle. The moment he opened his mouth, the pungent liquid surged straight into his nose and throat. Fortunately, Li Yi hadn't finished him off. As long as this guy clung to life and crawled out, it wouldn't be a problem. Li Yi searched the lab once more, finally spotting an inconspicuous hidden drawer beneath an unassuming workbench. Oh ho, an electronic lock. But this Taoist master loves nothing more than breaking such contraptions. With a flick of his wrist, Li Yi channeled a palm strike into the tabletop. The lock's electronic components instantly fried, and the drawer sprang open. A document appeared before Li Yi. This must be the thing he was looking for. Just then, that old bastard Zhao Go crawled out of the sealed chamber. A severed finger dangled from his mouth, and strands of corpse hair clung to his body. It had nearly cost him his life. You've got some nerve, you know. What do you think my old bones are made of? Cut the nonsense. I found what you wanted. Wait, what did you say? Since their goals aligned, Li Yi had no intention of keeping the clue to himself. After all, his knowledge of biological virology was limited, and having Zhao Go present meant they were combining strengths. Li Yi didn't even hesitate, tossing the documents right in front of Zhao Go. What's the matter? Aren't you afraid this doctor here will make off with the documents? Li Yi nearly burst out laughing. You're only alive because this Taoist master took pity on you. Weigh your options carefully. You can't leave campus, so I'll definitely kill you. Seeing Li Yi wasn't joking, Zhao Go shuddered. After calming down and wiping his hands dry, just as he pulled out the documents to examine them closely, a loud bang suddenly echoed through the lab. Even Li Yi didn't notice it immediately. A hole instantly pierced through the document, a spatter of blood mist splashing onto the pages. Zhao Go felt a searing pain in his chest. What just happened? Zhao Go looked down to see a bullet hole piercing his chest, his life force rapidly draining away. As the unexpected situation unfolded, Li Yi turned to see Qin Yang with a cold, menacing expression, smoke still rising from the muzzle of his gun. The spectators outside the arena erupted in fury at the sight of that provoking face. That bastard actually came crawling back. Does he think he's immortal? As the saying goes, you can't beat a dog without looking at its owner. Emperor Li, crush him. What the hell? He's got a gun. And he's already 7 steps away. Can Big Brother Li outrun a bullet? Qin Yang hadn't intended to kill anyone. He'd only come back to retrieve the documents, but Li Yi and Zhao Go had beaten him to it. Watching his former mentor, the man who had nurtured him, fall lifeless in a pool of blood with eyes wide open, Qin Yang's pupils trembled, but more than that, he felt cold and numb. The moment Li Yi moved, the man fired a warning shot into the air. Don't come any closer if you value your life. Li Yi wasn't afraid of a pistol. He'd dodged tens of thousands of flying swords before. But when Qin Yang pulled a detonator from his pocket, Li Yi instantly sensed something was terribly wrong. What the hell do you think you're doing? If you're tired of living, don't drag this Taoist master down with you. Ha! I thought you might turn over a new leaf and become my assistant, Qin Yang. But you've sided with Zhao Go and the others. I have reason to suspect you're an undercover agent sent to infiltrate me. Li Yi was somewhat speechless, but with a pistol and detonator in hand, even supernatural beings would think twice. Calm down. I barely know that old geezer, let alone their organization. We can talk this out. Qin Yang remained unmoved, utterly unyielding. He even abandoned the documents he'd intended to take. I've memorized everything anyway. It doesn't matter if you have it or not. But for the greater good of the apocalypse, anyone who stands in my way will die. This guy was seriously extreme. Li Yi hadn't expected that just making contact with him would lead to such a dramatic performance. If only I hadn't jumped out that window and run into you, you scourge. What rotten luck. Qin Yang chuckled without reply. The lab was already piled high with flammable materials. A single lighter strike and the lab was instantly engulfed in raging flames. Stay right here and burn with the brave soul who sacrificed himself for the greater good. I'll remember you. Qin Yang swiftly departed after achieving his goal, leaving Li Yi trapped in the inferno. Chapter 116, Elder Qi's Critical Condition. Qin Yang, don't go. I can't live without you. Li Yi cried out, feigning deep sorrow and grief. But as he watched Qin Yang vanish completely, his feigned expression froze instantly. As the scorching heat surged from the room, viewers felt certain Li Yi might not survive this ordeal. All members of the expert panel immediately assess the current danger level of the Chosen One. Additionally, issue a Level 2 disaster alert. The entire nation is entering the emergency response phase for bizarre natural disasters. The expert team bustled about feverishly, but their numbers and organization kept things orderly. Compared to the flustered chaos of Eagle Chan and Bear Chan, their efficiency was incomparably superior. We have complete faith in the power and luck of the Chosen One, Li Yi. However, for the safety of China's 1.3 billion people, we must prepare for every possible contingency. This is our responsibility to the people and to the chosen one. At the Qi family residence, Qi Xianjun once robust enough to remain active for at least another 30 years. Now, overcome by rage and distress, he had been admitted to a private intensive care room. What the hell are you doctors doing? If anything happens to my old man, not a single useless bastard will walk out of here alive. Qi Xianjun's son, Qi Tian, also Qi Yanran's father, was notorious for his explosive temper. Having spent years traveling for business, he now faced his daughter entangled in the rule anomaly and his father's failing health. Though anxious and impatient, this was no excuse to vent his rage indiscriminately. As doctors, my team has done everything possible to stabilize old Master Qi. But as human beings, we cannot tolerate your threats and insults. We're done here. These doctors were among the finest in the country and abroad. They had become the Qi family's private physicians not for the money, but out of respect for Qi Xianjun, a national figure. To endure such thankless work while facing life-threatening intimidation, who would willingly accept that? Watching his siblings desperately plead with the doctor to stay, yet failing to convince him, Qi Tian, who had been arrogant his entire life, felt a momentary daze. Especially upon hearing those words, "Damn it, in this post-apocalyptic world of rule-bound horrors, if not for the Dragon Nation's chosen ones holding the line, money would have been worthless paper ages ago. What's there to be arrogant about?" Admittedly, before the horror tales descended, the Qi family had wielded immense power and influence. A few lowly doctors could have wiped them off the face of the earth in an instant. But now, in this apocalypse where everyone lived in fear, survival depended entirely on the chosen one's strength. He, Qi Tian, had poured every ounce of effort into sustaining his family's legacy, yet decline was inevitable. It wasn't just the Qi family, the collapse of the entire world's economy seemed unavoidable. In this apocalypse, all souls are equal. Qi Tian truly had no grounds for arrogance. What good is a lifetime spent only making money? When you want to care for your parents, they're no longer there. My daughter, whom I've barely seen since childhood, has now been swept into this horror story. What a failure of a father I am. Qi Tian seemed to age 10 years in an instant, yet this could not restore his father's health or his daughter's safety. The colossus that once dominated half the financial world now knelt on the ground, pleading for salvation from the chosen one, Li. Please, you must win. Bring my daughter back alive. This is bad. Old Qi's condition is unstable, he could die at any moment. What did you say? Doctor. Where is the doctor? As flames raged, Li turned and kicked Xiaogo twice. She's long gone. If you don't want to become a meat skewer, hurry up and die. Logically, a bullet straight through the heart should have left Xiaogo dead as a doornail. But the audience heard the figure on the ground cough twice, its limbs beginning to twist and contort. Holy, is this guy faking it? Are you a country bumpkin? This is a zombie apocalypse. Even if Xiaogo's the worst, he's infected and turned into a zombie. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Xiaogo struggled to his feet. His body was nearly drained of blood, his skin instantly withering and rotting, hardly distinguishable from an infected zombie. Yet this creature seemed to retain human sanity, staring at Li like a madman. What are you staring at? I knew you were infected from the start, but I never expected you wouldn't turn into one of them. What kind of person do you think I am? Any old serum could suppress the virus. But turning into this ghastly mess? I'd rather die 1,000 times over. Xiaogo wasn't exactly generous, but the fact that he possessed only intelligence and memories beyond a zombie, without a hint of whining, surprised Li somewhat. Hey, don't misunderstand. We anticipated this day when we entered this line of work. For the greater good, even death is no obstacle. Greater good? That phrase Qin Yang, that heavy-handed bastard, had used it twice already. What exactly was this so-called greater good? Can we stop chatting? The fire's burning our asses. Think of a way out. Xiaogo stared at the half-burned documents, a fierce, icy glint flashing in his eyes, though it wasn't directed at Li. No fire, but the three-flame true fire can harm me. I'm not afraid. You're on your own. Hey, you can't leave. I beg you, take me out. If you don't mind me looking like this, I'll be your slave forever, okay? Li turned and smiled at Xiaogo. You said it yourself. I didn't force you. Xiaogo. Feeling like you've walked into a trap? With the flames licking at his eyebrows, Li's chi body source surged, instantly expanding and nearly sucking all the air from the space. Yet the flames showed no sign of dying down. If anything, they burned even more fiercely. Almost forgot this is the world of ghost stories, no absolute science here. Well, that makes things easier. Hiding behind him, Xiaogo actually questioned Li's professional competence. Are you up for this or not? Any more nonsense? Xiaogo quickly shut up. Immediately after, he watched as Li formed hand seals. Blue light spots began to rise from the ground. After rising into the air, they transformed into cool raindrops that fell back down. Xiaogo was utterly dumbfounded by the spectacle. What the hell is going on here? I've heard of summoning wind and rain, but this is indoors, for crying out loud. Good heavens. In all my years of research, I've never witnessed anything this extraordinary. I've got a new paper topic. Li remained impassive as the rain swiftly extinguished the blaze. Yet the lab lay in ruins, not a single useful clue remained beyond scattered documents. Lee shook his hands. Ultimately, that fire wasn't real, just an illusion. Once I cultivate an even stronger illusory suppression, I won't just dispel fire, I could even reverse a hail of knives falling from the sky. Confidence born of power made it impossible not to boast. So what do we do now? That bastard Qin Yang shot me dead. We can't just let it go like this, can we? Of course we're going to get revenge. I know exactly where that bastard will be. Chapter 117, Eru's Final Dream. What? You're going to the principal's office? Let me tell you, that place is a den of wolves. Even before the apocalypse, rumors circulated about the principal leading a secret society and violently controlling students. You'd better be careful. Oh ho, who knew you had a shred of conscience left? Actually caring about me? Facing Li, Zhao Go was utterly helpless. He replayed every step in his mind. His actions were nearly flawless, yet he couldn't escape Li's grasp. Forget it. Whatever happens, happens. Just as the two halves of the zombie emerged from the ruined lab, Li inexplicably glanced up at the makeshift dog hole connecting the floor to the stadium. There, wedged in a crack, he spotted a broken pencil stub. It feels like Qi Yanen's scent? Li picked up the object. Half a rotting finger still clung to it, but the pencil tip bore threads from Qi Yanen's golden evening gown. There was no doubt it belonged to her. This girl was here, but how come she vanished from the world? Where the hell is she? As long as the ghost story hadn't suddenly failed, Qi Yanen and Song Lianyi were safe, but who knew what might happen in the next second? This pencil, isn't it the kind only found in Widow Zhang's class? Back when she pursued me and I turned her down, she spread rumors about me in the teachers' group chat. Li shot Zhao Go a disdainful look. With that ridiculous name and his dwarf-like stature, even dogs would shake their heads at him, let alone women. Still, Li picked up a clue from this. Where is teacher Zhang's classroom? I need to go check it out. I recall she teaches advanced math. Her classroom is on the 8th floor, but that area has already been overrun. Are you sure you want to go? Advanced math teacher? Wasn't that precisely the class you absolutely couldn't be late for? Glancing outside once more, he realized that after a full day of turmoil, evening was indeed approaching. Even if I went to find teacher Zhang now, I'd likely come up empty-handed. But Li had a surefire plan. All this time, I've done things my way, tackling challenges however I saw fit. Since this ghost story world has gone out of its way to target me, today I'll give you a real eye-opener. Meanwhile, Wang Eru, separated from Li, dodged zombies along the way until he reached the equally grim area of the dormitory buildings. Damn it, I never noticed before, but who the hell designed this school to be so huge? They definitely had ulterior motives. Hiding in the shadows, Wang Eru had smeared himself with an indescribable liquid to mask his scent. He'd even risked half his life stripping a piece of clothing from a zombie, one so convincing it could fool the noses of lower-tier zombies. The dorm rooms have sturdy iron doors. My room is empty, and I still have plenty of food and water left. If I can just get back there, I'll be almost safe. The dream sounded sweet, but the dormitory building was swarming with zombies below, including evolved second-stage zombies. Their speed had increased, and their senses, especially their sense of smell, had become far more acute. On his way there, Wang Eru had even encountered zombies that had evolved wings and were attempting to fly. Swallowing hard, Wang Eru took his first step, attempting to navigate through the horde and enter the dormitory building. The route had been relatively smooth until he reached the doorway. Something must have short-circuited in his brain. His mind suddenly turned toward the wide-open doors of the girls' dormitory next door. That area was also a heavily infected zone, with twice as many zombies lurking there compared to the men's dorm. It's the end of the world. Who knows when we'll kick the bucket? But I've never even held a girl's hand. I can't just die like a coward, can I? To Wang Eru, the girls' dormitory felt like a sacred paradise. He didn't expect any beauties waiting inside for him to rescue. Just to experience it once seemed worth dying for. Screw it. Even if I die, Wang Eru will go down as a romantic ghost. With that resolve, he strode toward the entrance of the women's dormitory. Realizing he might be overstepping, the silly boy even bowed respectfully. Here I come. The moment Wang Eru took a step forward, it felt like the gates to a new world were opening before him. But the next second, a commotion erupted from within, the sounds growing louder and closer, especially the distinct howls of zombies in pursuit. What's going on? I just wanted to take a look. I really didn't plan to steal the sacred blue and white stripes. In the blink of an eye, a slender figure darted out from the depths of the corridor. Her evening gown was torn into a high slit, her arm wrapped in bandages, her feet refusing to pause. Wait, you're Li's girlfriend? Qi Yanen fled for her life. Her body seemed to undergo some transformation, her agility and speed dramatically enhanced. She could even sense potential dangers within the next 3 seconds. Behind her, countless enraged zombies gave chase, the overwhelming majority female. Holy crap! Is this heaven? Wang Eru's eyes were glued to those female zombies. Even infected, he couldn't tear his gaze away from their bodies, which he admired like precious works of art. Chubby, what are you doing here? Hurry up and run. Spotting Wang Arrow, Chi Yanan instinctively hid something away. Then, dragging the distracted little fatty, she dashed straight into the security room. The dorm supervisor had mutated, clutching her own peeling face as she devoured it. Wang Arrow, having never witnessed such a scene, was so terrified he plopped down onto the floor. But Chi Yanan had changed drastically after being separated from the others. As the zombie lunged toward her, Chi Yanran grabbed a mop and drove it with all her might straight into the creature's skull. A spray of red and white substance splattered across the floor. Ah! What the hell is going on? Shut your mouth if you don't want to get us both killed. Chi Yanan's beautiful eyes were cold as ice. She planted her shoe squarely on Wang Arrow's mouth. Compared to before, she now carried an added aura of icy beauty and fierce spirit. Wang Arrow was a man of principles. Chi Yanan was Li Tongshua's girlfriend, and he dared not entertain any improper thoughts. Besides, she'd managed to escape from so many zombies chasing her, she was clearly not someone he could handle. Hey, Miss Chi, where the hell did you go? Li and I got lost in those dangerous hallways late at night looking for you, and we even ran into a giant zombie. Li E? Who's that? I don't know him. Wang Arrow's torrent of words suddenly stalled at his lips, transforming into furrowed brows and a huge question mark. What do you mean? Isn't Li E your boyfriend? How could you not know him? Chi Yanan shook her head again. Just then, the bandage on her delicate shoulder slipped, revealing a slight lesion on her exposed skin. But Wang Arrow saw it clearly, a very distinct needle puncture. Someone injected Chi Yanan with something dirty. Chapter 118, Heartbeat Time. What exactly happened to you? Are you okay? Wang Arrow examined her cautiously. Aside from the skin reaction around the injection site, Chi Yanan showed no other injuries. Zombie infection could almost be ruled out. But judging by her expression, it seemed she had forgotten Li Yi but still remembered Arrow. What the hell are you playing at? Aren't we close friends? I don't even know this Li Yi guy. Me? Wang Arrow still couldn't quite believe his ears, but there she was, Chi Yanan, standing right before him. Damn it, the hardest thing to bear is a beauty's favor. I wouldn't dare take advantage of Miss Chi's amnesia to do anything shady. If Li found out, wouldn't he skin me alive? Thud. The zombies seemed convinced this room held their favorite flesh and blood. They wouldn't rest until they broke through the door. Cut the nonsense. What are you doing here? If not for saving you, I'd have escaped the zombie horde long ago. Listening closely, Chi Yanan's tone and demeanor seemed slightly altered. Arrow immediately poked himself guiltily. I just wanted to find a safe place to hide, and I accidentally ended up here. I swear to heaven I wasn't trying to peek into a girl's room. Seeing Wang Arrow's earnest expression, Chi Yanan unexpectedly flashed a sweet smile. A wave of warmth washed over him like the first rays of spring sunshine, making his heart skip a beat. Chi Yanan was understanding and flawlessly beautiful. She perfectly matched every fantasy he'd ever had about his dream lover. Boom! The wooden door was instantly torn open by the frenzied horde of zombies. Holy crap! Those whiny little things that can't even open a bottle cap normally have this kind of strength? Don't just stand there. Help us! The two men managed to shove a metal wardrobe into place, once again blocking the bloodthirsty zombies. Just a fist's length away, Wang Arrow could even sense the unique fragrance emanating from Chi Yanan's body, refreshing and invigorating. He turned slightly to gaze at her exquisite face, yet Wang Arrow saw in her the same aura as Li Tongxue, profound and mysterious. No surprise, only exceptional people end up together. I'm just a joke. Wang Arrow shook his head, desperately convincing himself that Chi Yanan and Li Yi were a couple, and that he, a lowly toad, shouldn't even think about it. Arrow, come here. There's a secret passage. What? A secret passage? Where the metal wardrobe met the wooden bed frame was a small trapdoor leading underground. It could be an access point for sewer maintenance, or it might be a dangerous nest of zombies. Either way, staying in this room meant certain death. Better to explore below, they might find a safe hiding spot. Without hesitation, Wang Arrow strained with all his might, his face flushing crimson as he managed to pull the heavy trapdoor halfway open. Chi Yanan didn't urge him, but she suddenly spun around, staring at the blurry surveillance screen. Damn it, they're chasing us again! The dark figure flickered across the screen, even forcing zombies to make way for it. The final frame showed the figure standing before the dorm supervisor's door, mechanically lifting its head toward the camera. The surveillance feed exploded and shut down instantly. Immediately afterward, the metal gate was shaken by a single punch. It swayed precariously. Hurry up, fatty. That thing is coming, it's tougher than any zombie. Got it, sis. That thing weighs twice as much as me. Give me a minute. Time was running out. Another second of delay meant certain death. Chi Yanan suddenly had an idea and blurted out. Chubby, if we make it out alive, I'll hook you up with some beauties. Rich, gorgeous women. Seriously? Wang Arrow stared into Chi Yanan's earnest eyes, and suddenly a surge of immense strength erupted within him. He even flung the gate open with a single swing. It crushed the first zombie that charged in. Chi Yanan stared intently at that figure, its face and form indistinct, yet undeniably dangerous. Just like countless times before, she kept her distance but didn't immediately attack. You go down first. Wang Era was clearly terrified, his legs trembling, yet he pushed Qi Yanan down the tunnel first. When it was his turn, his upper body squeezed through, but his butt got stuck halfway. Mom! I'm done for. I'm gonna die here. If there's a next life, I'm definitely losing weight. While Qi Yanan struggled to pull him out, zombies lunged at her from all sides. But the zombies were too crowded together to sink their teeth in. At most, they could only claw at Wang Era's lower body with their hands. Fortunately, none of them had overly sharp nails. Holy crap, those zombies are freaking perverts. They're pulling at my pants. Not only that, but one zombie even managed to reach his crotch. Wang Era felt a sudden chill between his legs and instinctively tensed his waist. His body immediately melted away. Meanwhile, the horde of ghouls, snarling and jostling, were stuck at the entrance, unable to descend. After checking themselves for wounds, the two hurriedly left the area. However, that eerie figure still slipped through the zombie tide and entered the sewer. It maintained a steady distance from Qi Yanan the entire time. Hey, this corridor is packed with zombies, even high-level infected embryos. Shouldn't we get out of here fast? We're already here. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll use you as bait, got it? Zhao Go hadn't shut up the entire journey, chattering non-stop. Beyond the zombies, the earlier floors also held a significant number of survivors who'd managed to stay alive. They didn't have much in the way of resources, so Li Yi didn't bother with them. In dangerous times, self-preservation was paramount. At the 7th floor corner, Li Yi held his breath and crept closer. Distinct chewing sounds mingled with the low growls of a tank zombie. Zhao Go had mutated and was no longer afraid, but being by Li Yi's side meant he was either facing danger or on his way to it. Old dog, you bastards. How many types of special infected are you studying now? Zhao Go counted on his fingers. Tank, tongue eater, swift, rage girl, gas bomb. After all that, have you figured out how to deal with them? Zhao Go shook his head. At the end of the day, they were just a bunch of useless researchers. Useless as hell. Might as well feed you to the zombies. A tank nearly blocked the only entrance to the upper floor. Zombies were scattered around, scavenging scraps. Breaking through seemed impossible, only a head-on assault remained. Hey, big oaf, look this way. Want a taste of your old man's meat? Holy, Li Yi, have you lost your mind? The tank, clutching its severed arm, froze in shock, finally realizing its authority had been challenged by a foolish human. Roar! This thing pounded its chest and stomped its feet, causing the entire building to shake. Li Yi showed no fear, even releasing a trivial palm-sized thunderbolt to annoy it. As the creature closed in, Li Yi grabbed Zhao Go and dashed toward the 7th floor gymnasium. Chapter 119, Armed Invasion. I remember there's a big pit right there. Burying this bastard in it would be perfect. The tank pursued relentlessly. Though bulky and cumbersome, it covered considerable distance with each swing of its massive legs. The distance between them narrowed dangerously. The tank even reached out, nearly grabbing Zhao Go's sparse hair. The old man was scared out of his wits. Even though he'd become a zombie, retaining some human traits still made him feel fear and dread toward this monstrosity. What's there to fear? He's your buddy. Just bond with him a bit and slow him down. Just as Li Yi acted on this thought, the spatial chi flow he constantly maintained detected a group of unidentified individuals breaching the classroom building. Their footsteps were perfectly synchronized, suggesting professional training. Could it be a rescue team? In the apocalypse, one couldn't afford to be overly optimistic. They might be scoundrels using rescue as a cover to enslave survivors. Li Yi had no time to concern himself with them now. He was still dealing with the dozens of zombies closing in behind him. At the same time, Assistant Principal Xiao Lu personally led a team of over a dozen elite armed personnel into the teaching building for exploration. Search thoroughly, leave no corner unexamined. If you find survivors, administer the tranquilizer immediately. It's getting dark, don't waste time. Understood. We'll get the job done. Armed with firearms, though their firepower was average, dealing with ordinary zombies was a breeze. They swiftly cleared the first 3 floors of the vast academic building. They hadn't captured a single survivor, but they had lost one of their own. What the hell are you lot doing? Can't even handle this small task? How am I supposed to explain this to the principal when we get back? They say rank and file crush people, and Lu, who'd spent years navigating the corporate ladder, had mastered the art of wielding authority like a fox borrowing a tiger's might. But the guy seemed to forget that in this apocalyptic world where everyone feared for their lives, all that bull about rank and authority was meaningless. What truly made them obey was the fist. True to form, just as little Lu was in the thick of his rant, Richard, the small group's leader, stepped forward with a cold expression. The black muzzle of a pistol was shoved straight into little Lu's mouth. The guy jumped in fright, his eyes widening in terror. I advise you to shut your mouth and behave yourself. Otherwise, we'll kill you and blame it on the zombies. The principal won't say a word about it. Alright, I get it. You're the bosses here, I'll shut up, okay? Quick, come up. Multiple survivors found upstairs. The discovery instantly lifted the spirits of these armed men driven by their mission quotas. How many? 9 men and 1 woman. The scene's pretty insane. You should see it for yourself, squad leader. The armed squad quickly organized their advance. After clearing the surrounding zombies, they kicked down the door and stormed inside. The scene before them made them frown. Clothes lay scattered on the floor. Wanya, her hair disheveled, looked utterly ravaged. 9 men crowded around her, moving in and out incessantly. The rescue team is here. We're saved. The men spotted the armed squad first, yet they didn't cease their assault on Wanya. The sound of flesh slapping flesh echoed, piercingly harsh. A 1v9 orgy, this woman really is. Following orders, the armed men showed no mercy, injecting each man with anesthetic to knock them unconscious. This wave nearly completed their mission outright. But thanks to Wanya, they had these swine to play with. Wanya lay exhausted on the cold ground, her face twisted in a ravenous hunger that seemed insatiable. Spotting another man, they even crawled over on her own, about to undo the armed man's pants. As long as you protect me and let me live, I'll do whatever you want for as long as you need. Seeing Wanya covered in unknown fluids, the squad leader instantly recoiled in disgust, kicking her away with a single blow. Her head slammed into the wall, knocking her unconscious, saving them a vial of anesthetic. Reporting to the squad leader, traces of group activity were found in other rooms as well, but only the bodies of male survivors were discovered. Only male corpses? The squad leader looked at Wanya with disgust. This woman knew how to play on people's desires. She was practically a dangerous harbinger of disaster. Take her away first. Women are crucial. The squad leader would surely regret this decision, but he had no idea what lengths this so-called Holy Mother Wanya was capable of going to. As darkness fell completely, the blood moon shrouded the campus. Even the crows had been infected into zombie birds, relentlessly pecking at the rotting corpses. They had hoped to weather the night in this relatively safe room. But just as the group drifted into a drowsy stupor, boom! The entire teaching building shook violently, cracks even spreading across the walls. What the hell is going on? An earthquake? If it were an earthquake, we'd be dead already. Sounds like something collapsed inside the building. Judging by the tremors, the source seemed to be just a few floors above them. Since the 7th floor warehouse was sunken, it wasn't much lower than where they were hiding. Everyone, listen carefully. There seems to be more noise coming. Everyone held their breath, straining to hear the howling and the cracking of walls and floors. The sounds grew louder, as if drawing nearer. What the hell is that noise? Could we be in danger here? Shut your mouth, you jinx. Like some tank zombies gonna smash through the floor and drop down on us? The next second, his dark words proved true. Another violent tremor shook the ground, almost directly above their heads. As the armed man froze in shock and panic, the floorboards crashed down. A massive tank, shrouded in purple lightning, smashed straight through their safe house. What the hell is going on here? Cut the crap. Alert! Alert! Tank zombies extremely dangerous. Once the squad leader regained his composure, he was horrified to see the tank's body covered in severe wounds. The left arm was severed cleanly, the chest bore penetrating wounds, and even the hardened skull was shattered in half. Even heavy firepower couldn't take down this bastard. Who the hell managed to do it? The squad leader's pupils dilated in shock, as if he'd sensed an existence even more terrifying and powerful than the tank zombie itself. He instinctively looked up. Several floors above, a handsome, dignified face gazed down at him silently. Lee spat, greeting the armed men. I know you're no saints. This tank is my gift to you. It's not dead yet, enjoy it while you can. With that, Lee departed immediately, taking Zhaogo with him. The advanced math class was about to start. As a model student, Lee couldn't afford to be late. No, this can't be happening. How could a college student seriously injure a tank zombie? This is impossible. Captain, the tank's moving. Danger. Boom. The bloodthirsty, frenzied tank zombie swung a punch, sending an armed soldier who couldn't dodge in time crashing into the wall. Bones shattered, death came instantly. Chapter 120, Class Time. All units, open fire without restraint. Kill this monster. Forgetting about Lee for the moment, all the armed fighters aimed their guns at the tank. Having been bested by Lee had already enraged the monster beyond measure. Bullets tore through flesh and bone, and the tank let out agonized screams. Yet with a single charge, it sent 2 burly men, each weighing over 200 pounds, flying through the air. Listening to the commotion below, Lee remained unmoved on the 7th floor. Lee, how did you know there were people down there? No idea. Just their bad luck. But seeing those guys all armed, it would have been dangerous for you and me. The two shared an unspoken understanding, almost certain these men were the principal's henchmen. He didn't know if their mission targeted him specifically. But now that they'd run into them, things wouldn't be so simple. Though Lee had beaten the tank into a half-dead state, it wasn't something others could easily destroy. I just have this feeling, this tank won't hold them off for long. Why don't you just unleash that lightning technique, Lee, and zap them all to death? Get lost. Using my abilities takes a huge toll on me. Before the words had even faded, a violent explosion erupted from the cave entrance behind them. A searing wave of fire swept over them, catching Lee off guard. Damn it, these bastards have serious heavy firepower. We better get the hell out of here. The explosion sent billowing black smoke into the air, and even chunks of the tank's flesh were hurled back, landing at Lee's feet. I underestimated you lot. But now, how do you plan to handle this? Skillfully defying the rules, Lee manipulated the corpse tied beyond the designated time limit. The squad leader below stared up at the cratered hole above, as if bragging to Lee across the void. A single tank, barely clinging to life, had inflicted heavy casualties on them, and their only C4 explosive had been wasted. Damn bastard. Setting traps to kill so many of my brothers. Xiaolu, already scared half to death, stumbled over to his comrades, his legs trembling. The commotion we made earlier was way too loud. The principal might not hear it, but those zombies definitely did. Anyway, we've got enough people now to accomplish our goal. Let's get back quickly. Xiaolu's rare moment of reason managed to calm the unusually volatile squad leader. The zombies' howls were especially chilling in this eerie night. They had no choice but to leave for now and return for revenge later. Everyone, retreat. Think you can just walk away? Not so fast. Squad leader? Whose voice was that? Everyone jumped in fright, hastily flashing their torches to scan the surroundings. But all they saw was the corpse hanging in the corridor, its eyes staring fixedly at them, its mouth twitching and emitting a whimpering sound. You're here, then stay. Damn it, the zombies can actually speak. The armed survivors could scarcely believe their eyes. But immediately after, a terrifying tide of corpses surged forward. The tongue monsters and agile ones instantly killed 2 team members. Only then did they manage to organize an effective defense. Lee knew weakening their combat strength wouldn't be a problem, but total annihilation was still unrealistic. Glancing at the bloodless pallor of his own palm, he knew he had to pay closer attention to the Terminator virus within him. The Terminator matrix truly is different. It can manipulate the zombie horde without releasing pheromones. Turning his head, Xiaogo's large face was practically pressed against Lee's body. Lee kicked him away. Get lost. This Taoist master has given up on you. I'll figure out the antidote myself. Xiaogo rolled his eyes twice before scrambling to his feet, his narrowed eyes gleaming. He knew exactly what to say and what to keep quiet. How do you know my lab can't cure your Terminator virus? If you change your mind and come with me to the lab now. Shut your trap. I can hear your abacus clacking from 800 li away. If you think you'll get to dissect this Taoist master for research, you'll have to wait until your next life. Ding dong. Class time is here. Students, please return to your classrooms and prepare for class. The shrill, crackling static of the loudspeaker broadcast the class bell. Its echo reverberated through the empty corridors and across the entire school, enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. Who could have imagined that just moments ago, this academy was filled with laughter and joy, only to be engulfed by a zombie hellscape in the blink of an eye? Such a stark contrast, how could one not despair? In the 8th floor calculus classroom. The flickering lights cast an intermittent glow over the blood-soaked ruins. Thick, viscous blood covered the floor, while hair tangled with human skin clung to the ceiling fan. Everywhere the eye could see was a scene of utter ruin. Yet strangely, dozens of desks and chairs stood neatly arranged in the classroom, submerged in pools of blood. A sexy female teacher, clad in a professional office lady uniform and missing half her body, was using a human face to wipe the blackboard. The chalk was ground from her own fingers, from the same body. Class is in session. Everyone come in. The command echoed as the classroom door burst open, sending Xiaogo into a sudden shriek. No noise during class. Seeing the female teacher who had once shared an ambiguous relationship with him now half-eaten by zombies, Xiaogo couldn't help but sigh deeply. Lee and Xiaogo made their way through the eerie horde of zombies and entered the classroom. The very center desk and chair had been left open for them. Mom's too scary, I want to go home. You're a zombie, what are you afraid of? Shame on you. What surprised the audience even more was that Lee, the chosen one who always defied the rules. This time, he actually followed the rules and attended the teacher's class, utterly shocking. Breaking news. Chosen one Lee defies expectations by obeying ghost story rules. Is this a distortion of humanity or a collapse of morality? Foreign media reports, Lee's bluff has finally been exposed. No matter how much he's deified, he's still just an ordinary man. Running out of tricks, he can only follow the game's rules. Global consensus, should Lee lose his supernatural abilities, the failure rate for Dragon Nation in this ghost story scenario would soar to 100%. The slightest deviation from his usual behavior. And within a second, the world was flooded with reports. To them, the Taoist master Lee had become synonymous with rebellion. He was humanity's spiritual figure in the fight against the rules of the ghost story. Yet merely playing by the rules once drew naysayers. Who knows if they weren't just trolling undercover. Whenever Dragon Nation stirred up any commotion, a bunch of petty troublemakers would emerge to cause chaos. In response, Dragon Nation's representative, the chosen one Lee, stated, "Time will reveal the truth." Ultimately, some individuals are simply unfit for the grand stage, making a complete fool of themselves. Next, student Li Yi will answer this question. No sooner had Li Yi sat down than the eerie teacher called on him. But when he glanced up at the blackboard, the crooked handwriting and dense formulas instantly gave him a headache. Sorry, teacher, I don't know this. What? A top student doesn't know calculus? Chapter 121, can't handle a single bit of class. This was the problem you originally submitted. Why are you saying you don't know it now? Oh, that's because I already have the answer now. Li Yi scratched his head. Of course he had written down this question himself. But now, he could rely on the aid of Taoist arts. Taoist Chi body source flow. Still better than nothing. This sensation? Li Yi furrowed his brow slightly, sensing something peculiar. Li Yi, I'm giving you one more chance. Are you sure you don't want it? No need. Li Yi firmly refused. At that moment, a mocking voice rang out from below the podium. That fool Li Yi, he can't even handle advanced calculus, yet he dares to challenge the ultimate virus? Ha, probably just stumbled into class drunk from last night. He's so stupid, he deserves to be zombie fodder. Li Yi ignored the surrounding taunts, keeping his focus fixed on the teacher. This teacher was also strange and difficult to deal with. Her eyes were pitch black, glowing with a faint crimson light, giving her an eerily cold aura. Mr. Li Yi, since you insist on this, then the teacher has no choice but to. Click. She raised the pistol, aimed it at Li Yi's head, and without hesitation pulled the trigger. The bullet instantly shot toward the boy. Bang! Li Yi reacted with lightning speed, jerking his head to the side. The bullet whizzed past his ear, shattering glass as it embedded itself deep into the wall. Ouch, that really hurt. He clutched his right ear, blood dripping steadily down his face. You foolish, greedy humans. Li Yi's eyes hardened with fury. The zombies in this city have been starving for far too long. They're starving, desperate to tear humans apart. You foolish, despicable maggots, what right do you have to demand we follow the rules? Li Yi's voice grew deeper and deeper, finally erupting like a beast's roar. The classroom, once buzzing with chatter, fell instantly silent. Every student fell silent, holding their breath. This is the Zombie King. It's the Zombie King. Oh my god. The Zombie King is here. We have to run. Run. The students panicked, immediately scrambling into chaos as they surged toward the exit. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Roar. Li Yi abruptly stood up, his hands clenching. Two massive bones extended from his spine, tearing his clothes to shreds and baring his muscular frame. Beneath the skeletal cloak, patches of bluish-gray skin were covered in scars, a gruesome and terrifying sight. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! No! Don't eat me! Help me! Mom! Mom, save me! A timid female student collapsed to the ground, trembling violently. Ha 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 ha! Li Yi let out a maniacal laugh, charging forward like a demon king. He seized the student's head and snapped his jaws shut, tearing through her neck. Blood spurted out, splattering across the entire lecture hall. Li Yi flung the corpse to the floor, licked his lips, and fixed the others with a cruel, bloodthirsty stare. A piercing scream echoed through the classroom as students wailed and fled the room. Suddenly, a colossal force erupted from outside the classroom. Boom! A flaming cannonball slammed into the ground before Li Yi, sending shockwaves rippling outward. As the smoke cleared, Li Yi stood motionless in place, as if nothing had happened. A man wearing sunglasses stood by the window, holding a shell in his hand. You're Li Yi, he began to size him up. That's me. Li Yi nodded. Very well. He turned and walked over to the lectern. The teacher's charred body lay among the rubble. My name is Wu Zhihao, the man introduced himself. Our mission is to locate survivors. We're special forces, part of the rescue team. At this point, Wu Zhihao produced his credentials. It was a triangular badge in gleaming brass. Engraved upon it were two bold Chinese characters, Rescue. Rescue team, that's our special forces designation. Your skills are impressive, Wu Zhihao remarked. But I advise you to surrender. Don't waste your strength on futile resistance. He pointed at the corpse beneath the podium. Do you know how this teacher died? Did you kill her? That's right. I killed her. Got a problem with that? Wu Zhihao sneered. Did you know she was researching something called the human genetic lock? Li shook his head. I don't understand. How does that relate to what we're discussing now? It does. Wu Zhihao said earnestly, we want you to join us, become a member, and share information. Sorry, this Taoist priest isn't interested. Li Yi shrugged. My name is Li Yi. Remember that clearly. As for whatever human genetic locks, that's none of my concern. Wu Zhihao's expression grew icy upon hearing this. Is that so? Regrettable. Then, please be my guest. Also, what you just mentioned, those aren't merely answers we seek. They are our bottom line. Understand? Whoever dares to defy them will find only death. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Wu Zhihao pulled the trigger. Click. A bullet shot out, heading straight for Li Yi's temple. Li Yi showed no fear. With a casual flick of his arm, he caught the bullet in one hand and let it fall onto the table. You! Wu Zhihao froze. His bullets possessed immense power, capable of piercing through armored vehicles. Yet this guy blocked it with a single slap? Could this be a weapons expert? No! He's a mutated being. You're a mutant? Wu Zhihao stared at Li Yi with a grave expression. I didn't expect your abilities to be so formidable. Then answer my question, Li Yi. Has this world already fallen? Li Yi grinned, his smile dripping with mockery and scorn. If it hasn't, then why, in the years since the apocalypse, have I seen nothing but wasteland and cannibalism? Aren't your principal's lackeys supposed to be the self-proclaimed leaders of humanity, saving the world? Then why is everything I see nothing but ugliness and bloodshed? Ask the politicians that question. Not me. I don't like dealing with politicians. Li Yi spoke slowly, each word dripping with intense fury. Then let me rephrase the question. Wu Zhihao suddenly smiled, a hint of mischief in his expression. Why are you here? Why shouldn't I be here? Li Yi countered. The students in this building are ordinary people. I'm here to protect them. Isn't that reasonable? Of course it is, but... Wu Zhihao shifted his tone, his voice turning icy. Your presence will jeopardize our mission. Chapter 122, The Rules for Ordinary People. Li Yi chuckled at this. He clapped his hands and said, I must admit, I admire you elite types. You'll stop at nothing to complete your mission. We're merely following orders. Don't blame us, Wu Zhihao replied. Following orders? Li Yi sneered. Your master is the principal? You're correct, Wu Zhihao replied, his eyes crinkling with amusement. Now, do you still wish to remain here? Why should I leave? Li Yi smiled. This building was donated by the principal. Do you have the right to force me out? Since you're an ordinary person, you should abide by ordinary rules. Wu Zhihao frowned. I'll ask one more time, are you leaving voluntarily, or do we have to force you? I think you should try. Li Yi raised his left arm, curling his index finger in a taunting gesture. Refuse the wine, drink the punishment. Take him down. Wu Zhihao's eyes darkened with malice. At his command, 4 or 5 burly men instantly drew their guns and aimed them at Li Yi. Li Yi met their gaze without flinching, calmly raising his right fist. Bang! With a deafening crack, the head of one gunman exploded, spilling blood and a mixture of red and white matter. Li Yi retracted his fist and surveyed the room with a calm gaze. The remaining men swallowed involuntarily, their hearts pounding wildly. This was beyond even Superman. What the hell was he? Anyone else? Li Yi's cold gaze swept over the crowd. If you want to die, go ahead and shoot. The group hastily retreated, closing the circle around him while keeping their distance from this dangerous individual. Fine. You're ruthless. Wu Zhihao took a deep breath and said, but we don't have much time. We'd better get the files before dawn and then retreat. Li Yi sneered dismissively. Are you sure? What? You want to stay behind and be buried with us? You misunderstand, Li Yi shook his head and laughed. I'm afraid you won't make it out of this city alive. Ha ha ha, kid, you're getting too cocky. Wu Zhihao snorted coldly. This is the apocalypse, not a movie. It's not as terrifying as you make it out to be. Is that so? A smirk touched Li Yi's lips. Then tonight, I'll let you taste the terror of the apocalypse. His legs tensed like steel cables, anchoring him to the floor like a boulder. The weight crushed the tiles beneath him, sending cracks rippling across the surface. Then, he lunged forward, propelling himself like a cannonball. Boom! The air itself roared with a muffled whistling sound. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Wu Zhihao, slamming into his chest with brutal force. Put! Wu Zhihao's body flew through the air like a, tumbling several meters before crashing to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, curled into a ball, his face contorted in agony. Though Li Yi's strength wasn't the most formidable, his speed was unmatched. His physical prowess was monstrous, a single punch could level mountains and fill seas. Clutching his agonizingly torn abdomen, Wu Zhihao gritted his teeth. Run! He scrambled to his feet and dragged his gravely wounded body into a frantic retreat. The others hurriedly followed close behind. Trying to run? Li Yi sneered coldly, pulling a silver needle from his pocket and plunging it lightning fast into the center of a boy's neck. Instantly, the boy's body convulsed violently. His pupils dilated wildly, blood poured from his 7 orifices, and he collapsed unconscious onto the ground. You're asking for death. Wu Zhihao roared, firing a shot that shattered the boy's skull. Li Yi remained standing in place, utterly unmoved. Now, 3 corpses lay beside him. Damn it! How dare you kill someone? Consumed by rage, Wu Zhihao roared and pulled the trigger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 bullets flew toward Li Yi from 3 different directions. Li Yi showed no fear, slowly extending his palm. The bullets seemed to hit an invisible barrier, halting mid-air before plummeting to the ground. They landed at Li Yi's feet, kicking up a cloud of dust. This can't be. Wu Zhihao cried out in shock. They were highly trained operatives, absolutely formidable in combat. How could they not even withstand a single move? Now it's your turn. Li Yi stepped forward. Wu Jihao's heart pounded wildly as he bolted backward, shouting in English, "Everyone listen up. Get out of this building immediately. Hurry." Li Yi gave chase. Thud. Li Yi grabbed Wu Jihao's arm, yanked him violently, and slammed him into the wall before pulling him back. Wu Jihao's body bounced like a punching bag, his agonized screams echoing. "You bastard! Let go of me!" Bang bang bang! He wildly swung his pistol, firing indiscriminately at Li Yi. But Li Yi seemed oblivious, continuing his brutal assault without restraint, even stomping on Wu Jihao's head with his foot. You lunatic! Wu Jihao's face was bruised and swollen from the trampling, tears streaming down his face. The onlookers were already frozen in shock, each panicking and at a loss. They'd never witnessed anything like this before. One punch to instantly kill a sixth-tier evolved beast. Tearing apart a zombie with one hand. Kicking two agents flying with a single blow. Was this guy even human? Wu Jihao finally understood why Li Yi had been so utterly fearless. The real master was right here. "I surrender." Wu Jihao shouted loudly, "You win. Stop torturing me." Clap clap clap. Li Yi clapped his hands and chuckled, knowing when to quit is the mark of a true hero. As expected of a Black Eagle operative, you know when to cut your losses. Wu Jihao hung his head low, his eyes flashing with a savage glint. He was weighing whether to seize this moment to kill Li Yi. After all, Li Yi was now gravely wounded, the perfect moment to strike back. "You want to ambush me?" Just as he was plotting in secret, Li Yi suddenly turned to face him, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Wu Jihao's heart pounded wildly. He immediately denied it, saying, "No." Li Yi gazed at him with a smile, narrowing his eyes. "Are you trying to kill me?" "No." Wu Jihao flatly denied it. Won't admit it, huh? Fine, I'll take the blame for you." Li Yi suddenly reached out, easily seized Wu Jihao's wrist, and pinned him face down onto the ground. Crack! His elbow slammed hard into Wu Jihao's back. Put! Wu Jihao felt a sweetness in his throat as a mouthful of blood gushed out, staining his shirt front. "If you won't admit it, I have other ways." Li Yi chuckled darkly. "Didn't you just call me brutal? Well, let me show you." With that, he clamped one hand around Wu Jihao's waist and pressed the other onto his shoulder, yanking him backward with all his might. Snap! The sharp crack of dislocated bones echoed, followed by Wu Jihao's piercing wail. Li Yi released his grip and said coldly, "I'm the kind of person who loves doing charity work, especially punishing villains and eliminating evil." Put! He raised his foot and delivered a vicious kick to Wu Jihao's groin. A pungent stench of urine assaulted his senses. MMMPH. Wu Jihao's face contorted in fury as he struggled desperately, but it was futile. "Goodbye." Li Yi grinned, revealing 2 rows of gleaming white teeth, then turned and walked away without hesitation. Chapter 123, Unjust and Unprincipled. Thud. Wu Jihao's eyes bulged wide as life completely drained from him. At the same moment, the other 5 agents had all been killed by him, not a single one spared. Li Yi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, glanced around, and frowned slightly. Strange. Where are those guys? Did they already run off? He distinctly remembered seeing several of them running out earlier, yet now there was no trace of them. Ha! Why does this room smell like blood? Li Yi caught the pungent scent of blood wafting through the room. His expression darkened instantly as he rushed inside. Damn it! When he took in the scene inside, rage boiled within him, his eyes bulging with fury. The room was littered with bodies lying haphazardly everywhere, all of them the principal's men. Among them were several women. They all wore white shirts, their long hair sprawled across their faces. Their complexions were as pale as paper, devoid of any sign of life, clearly beyond saving. A torrent of hatred surged within Li Yi, his eyes turning blood red. "You beasts! Every last one of you deserves to die." Before he could finish speaking, Li Yi's gaze locked onto a single figure. It was a man in his 20s, huddled trembling by a desk with his knees drawn up. His forehead was drenched in sweat, his face as pale as paper. Li Yi grabbed him by the collar and yanked him to his feet. "Who are you?" I'm just an ordinary person. Please spare me." The man knelt on the floor, banging his head on the ground in supplication. "Ordinary person?" Li Yi stared at him. "Yes. I'm just a broke student," the man stammered. He was a homebody who rarely played games and had never undergone military training. At school, every military training session left him sunburned like a pig's head. After this training ended, he'd thought he could finally relax. Little did he know that the moment he stepped off campus, he'd stumble into this mess. "So do you know where they went?" Li Yi pointed at Wu Jihao and the remaining agents. "I don't know, I really don't know. They told me to lure you out, and then..." Li Yi's eyes narrowed sharply. "Then you plan to harm me?" The zombie crisis on campus was still dangerous. Though there were only a few hundred, if he encountered a pack of zombies, he'd definitely be no match for them. The man waved his hands frantically. No. We were just following orders. We never intended to harm you. They threatened me." "Shut up." Li Yi roared in fury, snapping the man's neck with a crack. Since you show no mercy, don't blame me for being ruthless. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number, speaking calmly, I found those guys. You can come collect their heads now. After a few seconds of silence, a deep voice came from the other end, alright. We'll be waiting for you at the playground. After hanging up, Li Yi stepped out of the alley. He took a deep breath, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, lit one, and smoked it down. Then he fished a 1 yuan coin from his pocket and tossed it onto the ground. It was his habit. In his view, cigarettes and money were both worthless trash. There was no need to waste them. Thrown on the ground, they would simply disappear. He crouched down, watching silently as the coin rolled slowly away until it vanished from sight. Then he stood up, adjusted his clothes, pulled on his baseball cap, and pushed open the door to leave the alley. Near the playground, an SUV was parked there. The passenger side window rolled down, revealing a sullen face. He was Chun Haonan, a member of the principal's faction, formidable and skilled in martial arts. Across from him sat two men, one older and one younger. The young man was stocky, wearing a short-sleeved sweatshirt and sporting a crew cut. The elder man had snow-white hair and beard, yet appeared remarkably alert. Both wore extremely serious expressions, as if carrying out some secret mission. Is everyone here? The elder asked. Chen Haonan nodded. Yes, only he's missing. The old man sighed, his tone grave. Let's hope he doesn't disappoint us. Chun Haonan replied, should be fine. His strength is formidable, second only to mine in our group. Chun Haonan frowned slightly. Are you certain there are three? The old man replied, all three of us are here. Who else would be hiding? Chen Haonan shook his head, choosing not to press further. He sensed this matter was far from as straightforward as it appeared. His instincts told him this situation was far from as straightforward as it appeared. Perhaps those agents were simply too foolish, lacking the necessary caution. That had led to their exposure. But whoever leaked this plan would pay the price. Chun Haonan gathered his thoughts and fixed his gaze ahead. Just then, Li Yi pushed open the door, strode over, and saluted. Reporting to the captain. The man has been brought in. Chen Haonan nodded. Well done. Li Yi smiled faintly. Captain, you flatter me. It was all thanks to my teammates sacrificing themselves for the country. I merely followed their lead. He made no mention of his own contribution, for the glory truly belonged to the team members. Chen Haonan nodded. You've all worked hard these past few days. Take some time to rest now. He patted Li Yi on the shoulder. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to ask. No need to be formal. Li Yi replied, thank you for your concern, Captain, but I don't have any immediate difficulties. Alright, then go ahead. Best of luck. Alright. Li Yi started walking away. As he reached the intersection, he suddenly remembered something and turned back. Oh, Captain, what are you guys having for dinner tonight? Don't worry about me. Go handle your own business. Chen Haonan waved him off. Li Yi scratched his head and muttered, fine, I won't bother you then. Then he headed across the street. Where are you going? The abrupt voice rang out beside him. Li Yi's body jerked. He turned to see Chen Haonan had appeared behind him without warning. Captain, how did you? Li Yi gasped in shock. Before he could finish, a slap struck his head, sending his entire body flying forward. He slammed into the wall and passed out. Behind Li Yi now stood 5 or 6 men clad in black. These men were tall and muscular, with straight, long legs and straight backs, standing as rigid as javelins. What the hell is going on? Chun Haonan frowned deeply at the scene. We don't know either. We just arrived in the area and found him unconscious in the alley. We rushed him to the hospital, one of them hurriedly explained. Another man asked, Captain, this guy won't rat us out, will he? Should we just kill him? Cut off the trouble at the source. Chun Haonan glanced at the unconscious youth in the corner and coldly replied, don't worry. This guy's a fool. As long as he doesn't talk, he won't cause any trouble. Hearing this, the others finally relaxed. After all, killing someone was ultimately a troublesome affair. Just then, Li slowly regained consciousness, opening his eyes in confusion. His pupils suddenly contracted when he saw the group of men in black surrounding him. Who are you? What do you want? Chapter 124, Li Yi's Daily Humiliation. Chun Haonan replied indifferently, you don't need to know. You're Li Yi, right? You're not worthy of knowing. Just focus on resolving the crisis at hand. Lost crisis? Li Yi frowned. What lost crisis? Seems you've forgotten, Chen Haonan said. But no worries, I can help jog your memory. With that, he handed Li Yi a tablet. The screen displayed an email. What's this? Li Yi took the tablet and glanced at it. His expression changed dramatically, his pupils suddenly contracting. He looked up at Chen Haonan, you guys. Don't be afraid. It hasn't happened yet, Chen Haonan said calmly. But if you'd been a moment later, all of you including every other member of your organization would be dead. Li Yi gritted his teeth. It's him. Who? That man. He's the traitor. He infiltrated our ranks, stealing intelligence, carrying out assassinations, sabotaging operations. Hearing this, Chen Haonan narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing in his gaze. After a moment, he said coldly, "Where is he?" "He escaped." Chen Haonan snorted. "He won't get away. No one in this world dares defy military orders." "Captain, what should we do now?" someone beside him couldn't help but ask. "Save the man first," Chen Haonan ordered in a deep voice. Turning to Li Yi, he ordered, "Go find a medical kit first. Bandage the wound, then lead us there." "Got it." Soon, Li Yi returned with the medical kit in hand. He opened the kit, pulled out a pair of scissors, tore open the fabric on Li Yi's chest, and began applying pressure to stop the bleeding. Though Chen Haonan and his men were enforcers, they had received professional training. Medical care was one of their basic courses. Soon, Li Yi's abdomen was tightly wrapped in bandages. "Let's go," Chen Haonan declared, leading the way out of the neighborhood. Just after 4 in the morning, Chen Haonan's group arrived at the teaching building. Adjacent to it stood a villa, guarded by 20 armed sentries. The guards, spotting the approaching police, immediately raised their submachine guns and opened fire. Chen Haonan and his group leapt into the air, dodging the hail of bullets before landing swiftly. Bang! Bang! The moment their feet touched the ground, several bullets whistled toward them. Chen Haonan and his companions moved like lightning, dodging the bullets. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The guards snapped to attention and relayed the alert. Instantly, a clamor erupted within the villa. Lights flashed on, and several men in black burst out. At the head of the group stood a middle-aged man with a stern face and piercing eyes, radiating a menacing aura that struck fear into those who met his gaze. Chen Haonan stared at him for a moment before speaking slowly. "I know you." "Oh?" The middle-aged man showed a hint of surprise before replying with interest. "Since you recognize me, yet still dare to barge into my home, you're quite brave." Chen Haonan replied coolly, "You shouldn't have crossed me. You're no match for me. So you'd better tell me who your accomplices are and fast." "Ha!" The middle-aged man laughed as if he'd heard the biggest joke ever, tilting his head back and letting out 2 loud, wild laughs. "You're nothing but a frog in a well. You have no idea who I am." He reached up to touch his nose. "Let me be frank in my eyes, you're nothing but a dog." Chen Haonan's face darkened, his voice icy. "I'll give you one chance. Tell me everything you know. Otherwise, you die." "Death? Ha!" The middle-aged man roared with laughter. "What can scum like you possibly do to me?" Before the words had even finished echoing, Chen Haonan moved. His fist shot forward, aiming straight for the middle-aged man's throat. The middle-aged man sneered coldly, calmly extending his right arm to block. A dull thud echoed as the man staggered backwards several meters, crimson blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Is that your best shot? Pathetic." The man wiped the blood from his lips with a sneer. "Ha!" At that moment, Chen Haonan smiled lightly and said, "In that case, I'll have to step it up a notch." With that, he drove his left leg into the ground, his body blurring into a phantom as he vanished from his spot. "What?" Witnessing the explosive speed he unleashed in that instant, the middle-aged man's expression shifted slightly as he stumbled backward repeatedly. His own speed was already considerable, yet compared to Chen Haonan's, it was like a mere trick before a grand illusion. The gap was simply too vast. Thud! Thud! Chen Haonan's hand shot out simultaneously, striking the man's shoulder and knee. Thud! Thud! In an instant, the middle-aged man crashed heavily onto the hard, rough dirt ground, spitting out a mouthful of congealed blood. "You!" The man stared wide-eyed at Chen Haonan, roaring in disbelief. "How? How could you be this strong?" "You're not worthy of knowing the answer," Chen Haonan replied coldly. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and managed to say, "Fine. You win." Chen Haonan said indifferently, "Let's go." They swiftly departed without lingering. "Captain, just letting him go like that?" one of the men in black asked. Chen Haonan shook his head. "He must die, but not now. Once we capture his accomplices, we'll send him to his end." "Captain, what exactly do you mean?" Chen Haonan paused briefly before saying, "Keep this matter confidential for now." The man in black nodded, saying no more. The other men in black remained silent, offering no questions. Soon, the group of 5 returned to the hotel. Chen Haonan had Li Yi lie down on the bed to rest, while he himself sat cross-legged in the room to meditate. Deep into the night, Li Yi abruptly opened his eyes. Glancing toward the window to confirm no guards were outside, he slipped silently from the bed. He walked to the door, opened it, and tiptoed toward the stairwell. Barely 2 or 3 meters away, a pale, delicate hand suddenly seized his wrist. "Ah!" Li Yi gasped, turning to see the face of a pure, beautiful, and spiritually radiant young girl. She wore a nightgown, her hair cascading loosely, looking as though she had just finished bathing. Her exquisitely beautiful face glowed with an alluring radiance. Li Yao seemed to have just stepped out of the bath, her entire body fragrant. Frowning, she stared at Li Yi, her tone sharp. "Didn't you hear me calling you just now?" I heard some noise just now," so Li Yi cleared his throat awkwardly, then whispered, "Yao Yao, did you wake me up?" Ignoring Li Yi's words, Li Yao pointed a slender finger at his forehead and scolded, "Are you out of your mind? Trying to sneak away?" Li Yi felt like crying. He felt utterly wronged. He clearly remembered Li Yao had been fast asleep just moments ago. But the little brat had suddenly jolted awake, startling him so badly he'd forgotten to turn off the light. Seeing Li Yi's aggrieved expression, Li Yao raised her delicate eyebrows and huffed, "Fine. Tonight, I'll reluctantly play along with your charade. But don't ever do anything this foolish again." Chapter 125, Run My Ass. "Thanks, Sister Yao." Li Yi exhaled in relief, a warm wave washing over him. With such a beautiful woman by his side, he felt no regrets. "Come on, let's go downstairs for some hot tea and chat." Li Yao nudged Li Yi and headed toward the stairs. Li Yi followed behind her. "Yao Yao, shouldn't we be sneaking away under cover of darkness?" "Why hot tea?" Li Yi asked curiously. Li Yao rolled her eyes. "Escape my ass." She continued, "I doubt we could escape the principal's reach even if we ran to the ends of the earth." "Then what do we do now?" "Wait," Li Yao said. "I think they'll be here any minute. When they arrive, I'll lead you out." "But what if they don't come?" Li Yi worried. "What if they never intend to rescue us at all?" "They will," Li Yao declared firmly. "They'll definitely send someone to rescue us. No assassin organization in this world is afraid of death." Hearing Li Yao's words, Li Yi felt a slight relief, but still worried. What if they capture us and take us back? "Don't worry. My dad has friends at the police station. They won't dare to act recklessly," Li Yao reassured him. Around 5 in the morning, a car pulled up at the foot of a small hill. Two middle-aged men stepped out, Zhao Long and Yang Jianjun. "Captain, there are no surveillance cameras here." Yang Jianjun glanced toward the mountaintop and reported. Zhao Long nodded. "No surveillance is best. Saves us trouble." Yang Jianjun added, "Then let's get moving quickly. I keep feeling something's off about this." "Right." Zhao Long nodded and began walking up the hill. Though he appeared calm, he was extremely tense inside. Chen Haonan had warned them traps were set here, deadly traps. Their current position was drawing ever closer to the trap. When they were about 100 meters from the mountainside, Zhao Long's expression suddenly changed dramatically. "Damn it, it's a radar scanner. We're exposed." Yang Jianjun froze in place upon hearing this. After a moment, he snapped out of it and cursed, "Damn it. Those bastards are really cautious." After cursing, Yang Jianjun glanced at Zhao Long and asked, "Captain, what do we do?" Zhao Long took a deep breath and said gravely, "No matter what, we retreat first." Yang Jianjun gave a bitter smile. It might already be too late. Following Yang Jianjun's gaze, Zhao Long scanned the horizon. Flames shot skyward in all directions, billowing smoke and dust, clear signs of imminent missile launches. "We're done for." Zhao Long sighed. "Looks like we're dead meat tonight. Captain, we can't just sit here and wait for death. We need to retreat immediately." "No." Zhao Long shook his head, gritting his teeth. "I'll kill that bastard Chen Haonan with my own hands and avenge my brother." "Captain, you're out of your mind." Yang Jianjun's eyes widened in shock. "That guy's a formidable fighter. Even the two of us together couldn't take him down." Zhao Long replied coldly, "Even if we can't beat him, we have to try." Yang Jianjun hesitated. While he admired the captain's courage, he valued his own life more. After all, no one wants to die young. The zombie tide is coming. Everyone, run. The university campus was confined, and the evolved zombies were exceptionally dangerous. Unlike other monsters that charged directly at prey, these wandered aimlessly, searching for sustenance. Now, the tide surged forward, thick and dense, spreading toward them like a swarm of locusts. Yang Jianjun's face drained as he saw the horde. He grabbed Zhao Long, trying to pull him away, but Zhao Long wrenched free and charged resolutely toward the advancing tide. "You're insane. Get the hell out of here!" Yang Jianjun roared. Yet Zhao Long paid no heed, charging relentlessly into the horde. Seeing this, Yang Jianjun cursed under his breath before turning and running. Whoosh! Whoosh! At that moment, several cold gleams shot out from within the tide of corpses. Thud, thud. Two students who couldn't dodge in time had their heads instantly blown apart. Blood spattered everywhere as they collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony. Seeing this, the remaining students were terrified out of their wits, shrieking incessantly as they fled in panic. Boom! 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 At that moment, 3 shells fired simultaneously, exploding outward as dozens of bullets whistled forth, tearing the tide of corpses to shreds. Boom! The deafening explosion echoed across the landscape, a thick plume of smoke billowing skyward, obscuring the entire area. The explosion lasted for about 5 or 6 seconds. When the smoke finally cleared, not a single living soul remained on campus. Pant, pant. Zhao Long lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his face drained of color. The explosion had been brutal, fiercer than a hail of bullets. Had he not risked his life to flee, he would likely have been buried beneath the corpses. Damn it, I'm lucky I got out. Otherwise, I'd be finished too. After a long moment of recovery, Zhao Long finally regained some strength. He slowly stood up, brushed the dirt off his clothes, and muttered, "Chen Haonan, I'll never let you off the hook." With that, Zhao Long dragged his battered body toward the faculty dormitory. Meanwhile, Zhao Long and Yang Jianjun, both disheveled and exhausted, finally relaxed once they reached the dormitory entrance. Captain, we almost got ourselves killed this time, Yang Jianjun said, still trembling with fear. Zhao Long nodded and sighed. Well, I have to tell Chen Haonan about this. Why tell him? Yang Jianjun protested urgently. Don't worry about that now. Getting away from the zombie horde is the priority. Zhao Long waved his hand dismissively. Then tell him now. Warn him to be on guard, don't let his guard down, or we'll all die. Yang Jianjun pleaded. He didn't want to die, and he certainly didn't want to betray Chen Haonan. Do you think I'm stupid? Zhao Long snapped. If I call him now, do you think I'll have any chance of making it back alive? Well. Yang Jianjun was speechless. Enough. Let's switch shifts and rest now. We need to conserve our strength for battle first thing tomorrow morning. Zhao Long ordered. Got it. Yang Jianjun nodded. The two then switched shifts, taking turns keeping watch. Around 6 or 7 in the morning, a bone-chilling cold swept across the entire campus. Wah! A piercing, blood-curdling wail echoed through every corner of the campus. Hearing the sound, everyone shuddered, their hair standing on end. Oh my goodness, what's going on? Ghosts! Ghosts are coming! Everyone run! In an instant, the entire academy descended into utter chaos. Students scattered in all directions, some scaling walls, others squeezing through doggy doors, and a few even diving headfirst into the water tanks. Zhao Long lived in the faculty dormitory on the west side of campus. He occupied room 302, while his personal room was 402. He usually stayed in room 303 of this building. At that moment, Li Yi was using his wind water magic to locate the principal and the others. Chapter 126, Someone Wants to Kill Me. Where the hell are those bastards? The rules of the ghost stories seem to have shifted too, Li Yi muttered, frowning. Logically, the neighborhoods near the school should have been overrun by ghost stories long ago. Yet the several residential areas surrounding the school remained eerily quiet, as if nothing had ever happened. Suddenly, Li Yi's gaze locked onto the balcony of room 403. What's going on here? Li Yi raised an eyebrow. The curtains of room 403 were tightly drawn, casting the interior into complete darkness, not a single glimmer of light escaping. This puzzled Li Yi. After carefully observing and confirming no one was inside, he quietly pushed open the window of room 403. After pushing the window open, Li Yi leaped into room 404. The moment he entered, a pair of blood-red eyes snapped open. Instantly, a dark shadow darted out of the darkness and lunged toward Li Yi. The shadow moved with astonishing speed, like a starving tiger pouncing on its prey, closing the distance to Li Yi in the blink of an eye. Thud! The shadow slammed into Li Yi's chest, sending him flying backward and crashing hard onto the floor. After slamming into the floor tiles, the shadow rose back to its feet. Clad in a black robe, its face was deathly pale, lips a dusky blue. Who are you? Li Yi clutched his injured ribs, grimacing in pain as he managed to ask. The cloaked figure stared coldly at Li Yi, enunciating each word deliberately, the one who will kill you. Kill me? Who do you think you are? Let this celestial master teach you a lesson. Li Yi snorted coldly. Dealing with him would be a breeze. He planted his right foot firmly on the ground, propelling himself toward the cloaked figure. Simultaneously, his left palm whipped out, unleashing hundreds of fierce fists that surged toward the cloaked figure. These hundreds of fists contained Li Yi's full power, their force devastating. A single hit would be excruciating. Facing Li Yi's relentless assault, the cloaked figure dared not meet it head-on. He shifted his stance, evading the onslaught. Thud! 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 In the next instant, Li Yi's hundreds of fist shadows struck the floor tiles, punching numerous holes into the ground. Not half bad. Li Yi narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself that this black-robed figure was quite formidable. He knew he had to unleash his most powerful move. Celestial Master's Command, Thunderous Might. In the next instant, Li Yi formed a seal with one hand and chanted an incantation. A dazzling arc of lightning appeared above the black-robed man's head. The hooded figure looked up, his expression turning grave. He could sense the immense power contained within that bolt of lightning. Whoosh! Without hesitation, the cloaked figure unleashed his ultimate technique, the ghost claw art. He extended his right hand, reaching out to grasp the lightning bolt. His speed was astonishing. In a flash, he was before the lightning bolt and seized it in his grasp. Crackle, crackle. Instantly, a ball of ghostly blue flame erupted from the palm of the cloaked figure, scorching his hand. Though immensely powerful, the flames did not cause him to flinch. He knew that if he did not extinguish the lightning in his grasp, he would face devastating consequences. It was like a double-edged sword. Used correctly, it might inflict heavy damage on the enemy at the cost of even greater self-sacrifice. But if he didn't use it, it would be difficult to deal with this young man who appeared to be only about 20 years old. Break! In the next instant, the cloaked figure let out a low growl. With a forceful squeeze of his right hand, he crushed the lightning into powder, scattering it into the air until it vanished without a trace. Ha! Seeing the black-robed man destroy his lightning, Li Yi gasped in surprise, clearly not expecting such power from him. Ha 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 ha! Little brat, you're staying here tonight to keep me company. The cloaked figure roared with maniacal laughter, lunging toward Li Yi once more. You're asking for death. Killing intent flashed in Li Yi's eyes. He drew a deep breath, clenched his right fist tightly, and unleashed a punch toward the hooded figure. A powerful fist wind, carrying terrifying ripples, slammed straight into the hooded figure's chest. Thud! A dull thud echoed as Li Yi and the cloaked figure collided violently, both bodiesing the immense recoil force. Put! The cloaked figure spat out a mouthful of blood, his face frozen in shock and horror. He never imagined Li Yi's strength could be so terrifying. A single clash had already wounded him. How can you be this strong? The cloaked figure stared wide-eyed, his voice thick with disbelief. Oomph! I am a descendant of the Dragon Tiger sect. How could a mere mortal like you possibly withstand me? Li Yi declared proudly. You're a descendant of the Dragon Tiger sect? The black-robed man's pupils contracted sharply. Li Yi gave a cold snort. Scared now? Heh, little brat, you're overestimating yourself. The black-robed man sneered coldly. Oh? Li Yi curled his lips. In that case, show me what you've got. If you lose, you'll submit to me and serve as my slave forever. How about it? Agreed. I accept your terms. Li Yi's terms were precisely what the black-robed man had been hoping for. Though he practiced dark arts, he had no desire to antagonize the Maoshan sect. Very well. Are you ready? Li Yi asked calmly. I am ready. The black-robed man replied in a deep voice. Li Yi said nothing more. He bent his knees, wrapped his arms around them, and slowly moved closer to the black-robed figure. His posture clearly signaled his intent to duel the cloaked figure. Whoosh! Li Yi instantly accelerated, transforming into a phantom afterimage that vanished in an instant before the cloaked figure. Boom! Li Yi unleashed a punch that erupted with a thunderous roar, carrying an unmatched force. Facing Li Yi's full-force strike, the cloaked figure dared not hesitate. He swiftly swung his claws forward, intent on gauging Li Yi's true combat prowess. As their blows collided, a torrent of savage force erupted outward. Snap! In the next instant, to the stunned expressions of the crowd, Li Yi shattered the black-robed man's arm with a single punch. His body flew backward like a sandbag, crashing heavily to the ground as he spat blood. Thud! The black-robed man lay on the ground, moaning in agony. Li Yi walked over, stepped on the black-robed man's shoulder, and looked down at him with a cold sneer. Now, do you still want to fight me for the yin sha qi? The hooded man clenched his teeth, refusing to utter a sound. Li Yi continued his taunt. You think you can snatch the yin shattered qi? I advise you to give up now. If you're willing to become my disciple, I might consider sparing you. Don't even think about it, the cloaked figure snarled, then roared, you little bastard, kill me if you dare. Oh ho! Li Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, letting out a cold laugh. You want to die? I'll make sure you get your wish. Click. Click. Li Yi drew several silver needles from his robe, crouched down, and inserted them into the black-robed man's pressure points. Moments later, Li Yi withdrew the needles embedded in the dark-robed man's body. The cloaked figure's body convulsed violently, as if enduring some form of torture. His features contorted, his entire body jerked spasmodically, and he let out a piercing scream. Chapter 127, The Fight. These silver needles were eroding the life essence within the black-robed man's body, subjecting him to excruciating agony. This agony was 1,000 times worse than death by slow slicing. You little bastard, what have you done to me? The black-robed man trembled uncontrollably in agony, his face contorted. Li Yi snorted coldly. Tell me, he demanded, what purpose do you black-robes serve in this world? Gasping for breath, the cloaked figure rasped hoarsely, I won't tell you anything. You'd better just wait for death. The moment the words left his mouth, the black-robed man's eyes suddenly turned blood red. His pupils darkened to a deep purple, glowing with an eerie light. So you're a zombie anomaly? Li Yi raised an eyebrow in surprise. That's right. I am a zombie anomaly, haha. The cloaked figure sneered savagely. Li Yi instantly understood. No wonder this guy was so formidable, he was a mutated zombie. Mutant zombies were monsters formed when humans went mad and turned into zombies. Their thinking differed significantly from ordinary humans, moving with swift agility and possessing higher intelligence. In that case, you deserve to die. Li Yi shook his head, his tone icy. Had. The cloaked figure let out a strange cackle, suddenly opening its wide mouth to reveal sharp fangs. Hiss! The cloaked figure leapt forward, charging at Li Yi. Trivial tricks. Li Yi sneered with disdain, shifting his stance to evade the cloaked figure's attack. Boom! A whoa! Immediately, Li Yi executed a sweeping kick, striking the cloaked figure squarely in the midsection. Crash! The hooded man's body crashed heavily to the ground. His ribs were shattered, and blood continuously spilled from his mouth. He clearly wouldn't survive much longer. Poof! With skills like that, you dare to cause trouble in front of me? Li Yi sneered, casting a contemptuous glance at the black-robed man before turning his gaze to the other three thugs. All four henchmen now wore ashen expressions. They never imagined the formidable black-robed man would fall so swiftly. Now it's your turn. Li Yi grinned. Don't get too cocky. The four of us together might just be your match. That's right. The four of us together can cut you down. The other three thugs roared in unison, charging toward Li Yi. Looking for death. Li Yi sneered with contempt, then leapt into the air, charging toward the three men. In the blink of an eye, the four were locked in combat. All four possessed cultivation around the 6th level of Qi, refining, not weak, but still vastly inferior to Li Yi. Within mere exchanges, all four were defeated. Li Yi crippled their limbs, reducing them to useless husks. You little bastard, do you know what you've done? You've stirred up a hell of a mess. The black-robed man glared at Li Yi with venom. For torturing me like this, I curse you to face retribution. You won't end well. Whether I meet a good end, I cannot say. But you certainly will. Swish, swish, swish. Li Yi flipped his palm, sending a volley of silver needles piercing into the black-robed man's body. Sizzle. The black-robed man convulsed violently, seared by excruciating pain that tore at his very soul. You little bastard, just you wait. Once I recover from my injuries, I'll tear you limb from limb, the cloaked figure roared repeatedly. Li Yi paid him no mind, turning and walking away. Stepping outside the house, he lifted his head to gaze at the night sky. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night, Li Yi murmured. The next morning, after breakfast, Li Yi slung his backpack over his shoulder and set off for Southeast City. The black-robed man's surprise attack the previous night had infuriated Li Yi. He resolved to make the trip to Southeast City himself, root out the mastermind hiding there, and eliminate him once and for all. As for the others, he would leave their disposal to those before him. Li Yi sped along the road and soon reached a mountain forest on the outskirts of the school. He scanned his surroundings and found no signs of human presence. Ha! Did I misjudge? Li Yi furrowed his brow, puzzled. According to the black-robed man, the mastermind controlling the zombies was hiding right here. Bang bang bang. Just as Li Yi took a few steps, the sound of intense combat erupted from deep within the dense forest. Li Yi followed the sounds. Swish. The moment Li Yi stepped into the woods, he saw a man clad in black robes grappling with a corpse. Ha! Seeing the corpse's appearance, Li Yi froze. He hadn't expected to encounter Wang Chang here. In the setting of this ghost story, Li Yi knew Wang Chang because they had been classmates. Later, Li Yi dropped out of school to work and met Wang Chang at a drinking table, where they formed a deep friendship. Wang Chang was an orphan who had lived in the countryside for years before being adopted. It wasn't until he met Li Yi that he turned his life around. The two supported each other, worked hard together, and eventually succeeded in starting their own business, venturing out into the world. Though Wang Chang was thin and short, his generous and righteous character suited Li Yi perfectly. Li Yi, what are you doing here? Wang Chang asked in surprise. Li Yi pointed toward the distant corpse and explained, there was an explosion here. I was worried poachers might be involved, so I rushed over. I see. That was quite a hassle for you, Wang Chang smiled. Li Yi replied indifferently, no need to thank me. It's what I should do. Ah, Wang Chang sighed. If you hadn't intervened, I probably would have been dead. Li Yi waved his hand dismissively. I'll deal with that body first. We can talk later. With that, he charged forward, wooden sword in hand. This corpse was the very one that had ambushed Li Yi at the street corner yesterday. It was already dead. Li Yi approached the corpse and examined it closely. After careful inspection, he confirmed it was a zombie. Strange, Li Yi murmured, furrowing his brow slightly. How did it die? Could it have been killed by some powerful cultivator? Unable to figure it out, he dismissed the thought. Picking up his wooden sword, he prepared to extract the corpse's core. Unfortunately, the corpse had long since lost its soul, making extraction impossible. Otherwise, it could have provided Li Yi with a useful weapon. Shaking his head, Li Yi turned and left, continuing his search for the mastermind behind the scenes. Half an hour later, Li Yi arrived at a dense jungle. Deep within its heart stood a simple, dilapidated building. Could that mysterious figure really be here? Li Yi frowned deeply. After a moment's hesitation, he strode purposefully toward the building. As soon as he neared the doorway, the sound of an argument drifted out. Slowly pushing open the door, the scene that met his eyes made his pupils contract sharply. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Chapter 128, Zombie. Holy! Li Yi's eyes widened, filled with shock and terror. Inside this small warehouse, piles of various medicinal herbs and coins were stacked high. The entire space was permeated with a rich, soothing herbal fragrance that lifted the spirits. Beyond that, there were numerous rare medicinal herbs, worth a fortune. Li Yi stood frozen for a long moment before gradually snapping out of his shock. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he stepped inside the warehouse and surveyed the array of herbs. Some herbs had withered and shriveled, while others still held vitality. Many plants radiated vibrant life. So many treasures. Li Yi's face lit up with excitement. Ha ha ha. Li Yi burst into laughter, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the herbs before him. Ha! Where did everyone go? Suddenly, something felt off. He whirled around to look behind him only to find the corpse had vanished. Damn it! Li Yi cursed under his breath, a dark shadow crossing his face. Damn it, that bastard actually tricked me. He deserves it. Since you dared to play me for a fool, don't blame me for being ruthless. Li Yi growled through gritted teeth. Buzz. 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 Suddenly, clusters of eerie green ghostly flames materialized out of thin air, hovering around Li Yi with an unsettling, chilling presence. Hiss, hiss. As the green ghostly flames appeared, the entire space grew dim, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Woo woo. Wails of ghostly wailing drifted through the air, radiating extreme terror and eeriness. What the hell is this? Just as Li Yi stood dumbfounded, a hoarse, desolate voice echoed in his ears. Ha ha ha, little one. This old one hasn't tasted blood in centuries. Who'd have thought my luck would strike today? To encounter a pure young child. Gak gak gak. Pure young child? Li Yi frowned and snorted coldly. Old hag, you've got to have some limits to your ghostly tricks. You brat, you're asking for death. The bleak, raspy voice echoed once more. The next moment, Li Yi felt a sharp pain in his neck as a cold, slimy tongue licked the skin there. Terrified out of his wits, Li Yi scrambled back 3 steps. Ha ha ha. Just then, a faint green light flickered, and a colossal figure over 5 meters tall abruptly materialized behind Li Yi. Holy! Seeing the colossal figure standing behind him, Li Yi nearly wet himself. Li Yi spun around. When he got a clear look at the monstrous figure, he was utterly horrified. Holy, a zombie this big! Li Yi screamed and took off running. Hey, you little punk, don't run! The massive zombie gave chase, moving with lightning speed. Within mere minutes, the colossal zombie caught up to Li Yi and blocked his path. This colossal undead creature was covered in jet-black fur. Its massive, grotesque head bore a pair of blood-red eyes, its mouth gaping wide to reveal rows of gleaming white fangs. This colossal zombie possessed the strength of a martial artist, equivalent to a human at the early stages of that level, making it a ferocious combatant. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The colossal zombie flickered its crimson serpentine tongue, its gaze mocking as it sneered coldly. Little brat, I advise you to surrender peacefully. Perhaps I'll spare you a whole corpse. Poof. You want to capture me? Have you asked the blade in my hand? Li Yi snorted coldly. His right hand tightened around the bronze dagger in his grasp. Swish. At that moment, the colossal zombie lunged toward Li Yi. Its speed was astonishingly swift, closing the distance in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it appeared beside Li Yi, its gaping maw snapping viciously toward his shoulder. Li Yi reacted with lightning speed. The instant the giant zombie attacked, he raised the dagger in his left hand and swung it down with all his might. Clang! A dull clang echoed as Li Yi's arm went numb and tingled, nearly dislocating. Not only that, but the colossal zombie was knocked back several steps by the force of Li Yi's blade. Li Yi froze, his heart pounding violently. This thing was ridiculously strong. The giant zombie halted its assault, lifting its head to stare at Li Yi. Boy, it said, the weapon in your hand is quite decent. Unfortunately, your strength is far too weak. You cannot possibly harm my body. Oh? Li Yi stared coldly at the giant zombie and sneered, I'm not so sure. You seem to be injured too. Had ha. The giant zombie chuckled coldly, its voice sinister. What does being wounded matter? I am a 1,000-year-old zombie. What could a mere dagger possibly do to me? Your Chinese have a saying, a man may be killed, but he cannot be disgraced. Since you refuse to surrender, you shall become one with me forever. The colossal zombie extended its 2 claws, lunging straight at Li Yi. The zombie's claws were enormous, each as large as a grown man's fist. Their sharpness was beyond measure capable of piercing steel plates. Damn it, I'll fight to the death. Li Yi gritted his teeth, brandishing his bronze dagger as he charged toward the colossal zombie. Thud. 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 Li Yi and the colossal zombie clashed, their attacks growing increasingly savage. Within mere moments, they exchanged hundreds of blows, neither gaining the upper hand. This zombie is incredibly powerful and no match for it. Li Yi's heart raced with frustration as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. This colossal zombie possessed terrifying strength. Boy, you truly possess extraordinary talent in martial arts, but you are ultimately no match for me. The colossal zombie sneered coldly, then crouched low like an agile cheetah before lunging toward Li Yi. Its speed was blinding. In the blink of an eye, it was upon Li Yi, its razor-sharp claws aimed straight for his throat. Die, the giant zombie snarled. Yet Li Yi remained utterly still, allowing the razor-sharp claws to land on his neck. Rip! Li Yi's clothing ripped apart, and a foul-smelling stream of blood gushed forth. Roar! Flooded with pain, Li Yi roared in fury, kicking the massive zombie flying. He touched the claw marks on his neck, seething with rage. Looking up, Li Yi saw the colossal zombie had already restored its original form, now grinning mockingly at him with its gaping maw. You bastard! How dare you harm my flesh? Li Yi roared with fury. His blood could heal wounds. But he hadn't anticipated that the corpse poison of that giant zombie could actually corrode his blood. You worthless brat, your life force is weak indeed. Unable to withstand even this master's corpse poison? TSK, truly a disgrace to humanity, the giant zombie sneered. Damn it, I'm going all out today. Worst case, you devour me, Li Yi gritted his teeth. Knowing defeat was inevitable, he abandoned any thought of escape. Chapter 129, nearly bit the dust. Because escape was utterly futile. Faced with overwhelming power, unless you had some god-defying luck, you'd never escape them in a lifetime. And besides, Li Yi was already deep in the mire. Running was the dumbest choice. Given that, he might as well fight to the death. Ha 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 ha, this master relishes a spirited opponent like you. Your soul shall become nourishment for my cultivation. The colossal zombie roared to the heavens. Boom! At its call, nearby zombies rushed toward Li Yi. In an instant, corpses of all kinds appeared, some wielding shovels, hoes, and other tools, others brandishing kitchen knives. All these zombies were under the control of this zombie, each possessing peak innate strength. But that wasn't all. Li Yi detected a familiar scent among the horde, the very essence of human life. This made Li Yi's expression grow grave. Damn it, there are still living people. Li Yi growled darkly, his face grim. He never imagined that after fleeing all this way, he would encounter living people, humans infected with the zombie virus. Could it be that after the apocalypse broke out, many had gone into hiding? But this place was far too small. There wasn't even anywhere to hide. Roar! The zombies swung their weapons and charged toward Li Yi. His eyes turned cold as he immediately took off running. Li Yi knew full well that while his current condition was far better than that of ordinary people bitten by mutated zombies, his chances of winning against this horde were slim. Escape was his only option. Li Yi moved with lightning speed, his form shifting like a ghostly apparition as he weaved through the horde of zombies, searching for an opening. Boom! Li Yi's fist slammed into the zombie's chest. Instantly, the creature flew backward 10 meters, crashing through several trees before finally landing at the base of a wall, foaming at the mouth and dead as a doornail. Splash! Simultaneously, Li Yi's foot landed on a stone, causing his entire right leg to bend sharply. He sprang upward, driving his knee violently into the skull of another zombie. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of splattering brain matter, the zombie flew backward 5 or 6 meters, crashing through several trees as thick as bowls before finally coming to a halt. Li Yi stood panting heavily in place, sweat beading on his forehead. The movement had seemed simple, but how much skill lay within it? Had his physique not been enhanced, he likely would have failed. Damn it, going this long without food has drained my stamina too much. Li Yi frowned and cursed under his breath. Suddenly, he noticed the muzzle of a black gun barrel peeking through the crack of a nearby door. Li Yi's heart skipped a beat. He immediately headed toward it, ready to kick the door open. Thud, thud, thud. Li Yi swung both feet, delivering a fierce kick to the door panel. Yet the two thick, sturdy wooden doors didn't budge an inch, leaving not even a scratch. Damn it, no wonder they dared lock me out. Li Yi couldn't help but curse. He knew his strength was formidable, but kicking this door down was still beyond his capabilities. Snap! Just as Li Yi was at a loss, a strange sound suddenly came from the house next door, like something shattering. Li Yi turned his head to see the window glass shatter into 1,000 pieces. Then, a crimson shadow darted out. Whoosh! The red figure moved with blinding speed, appearing behind Li Yi in the blink of an eye. Startled, Li Yi spun around only to see that the red figure was nothing more than a hideous-looking bat. What the hell is this thing doing here? Li Yi was utterly stunned. Ha 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 ha! The bat cackled twice. Do you think your flesh alone can stand against me? How naive! I am the world's most wicked specter, devouring human souls. Damn it! Another vampire? At the word vampire, Li Yi's mouth twitched. Lately, he'd encountered all sorts of bizarre creatures, vampires, werewolves, zombies, all beings humanity had never heard of. Now another vampire appeared? What on earth was happening to this world? Li Yi couldn't help but recall waking up covered in blood. Could it be that he too had been bitten by a zombie and transformed into this monstrous form? Key. The bat monster cackled, lunging forward once more. Oomph! Li Yi grunted, kicking out with a force that sent him crashing into the bat monster. Thud! The bat monster was sent tumbling backward by the force of the kick, crashing to the ground and rolling several meters away. What? Li Yi's eyes widened in shock. That kick had contained his full strength by all logic. This thing should have been dead. The bat monster's eyes darted wildly before flaring with rage. Baring its fangs, it charged forward with a ferocious glare, its speed even faster than before. Li Yi's pupils contracted in horror. No! The bat monster's strength had clearly increased significantly, and its speed had also grown much faster. This was definitely not going to work. Li Yi scrambled backward to evade, but the bat monster stuck to him like glue, relentlessly pursuing. The farther Li Yi ran, the closer the bat monster drew. Finally, when it was less than half a meter away, Li Yi realized its claws were sharper than steel. Rip! A piercing, ear-splitting whistle cut through the air. Li Yi stiffened, instinctively thrusting his left arm forward to block. Clang! A dagger plunged into Li Yi's left hand, the metal striking bone with a harsh clang. The pain nearly made Li Yi cry out. A gash over an inch long had been carved into his skin, blood gushing freely. The bat-like creature, having seized the dagger, now tore at him with its claws. Its razor-sharp nails easily ripped through Li Yi's skin, sending a spray of bright red blood into the air. Gah! Li Yi sucked in a sharp breath. His skin felt as fragile as tofu? A single scratch had wounded him. Roar! The bat creature let out an excited roar, its crimson tongue flickering out to lick the blood on its claws. This taste. Absolutely exquisite. Damn it! Li Yi erupted in fury. This bastard actually thought he was food. Filled with rage, Li Yi lunged forward, crashing into the bat monster's chest before slamming a fist into its nasal bone. Thud! The bat monster's head jerked to the side, yet it charged forward fearlessly, driving its sharp claws into Li Yi's abdomen. Li Yi's expression flickered as he rolled swiftly to evade. Yet the bat monster gave him no chance to recover, immediately lunging forward with its razor-sharp claws aimed at his throat. Whoosh! At that critical moment, a sliver of silver light shot out, piercing the bat monster's throat. Its body convulsed violently before dissolving into a thick, foul-smelling mist of blood. What? Li Yi froze in shock. That flash of cold light, was it a sword? Swish! The next instant, another silver streak shot out from the room, aiming straight for Li Yi's heart even faster than before. Li Yi was startled and quickly dodged. Chapter 130, Impolite. Clang! Li Yi narrowly dodged the attack, but the fabric on his back was slashed to shreds. At that moment, the door swung open and a woman stepped out. She was exquisitely beautiful, clad in a pristine white nightgown. Her long, slender legs were exposed to the air, tempting enough to make one's mouth water. Her eyes were a vivid blue, clear and bright, radiating an aloof arrogance and an icy detachment that kept others at arm's length. "Miss, are you all right?" Li Yi asked, breathing a sigh of relief. The woman glanced at Li Yi indifferently. "I'm fine." With that, she walked straight past him toward the exit. Hey! How rude are you?" Li Yi pouted, calling after her in annoyance. "You saved me. What's wrong with me saying thank you?" The woman offered no reply, continuing toward the staircase. "Hey, wait! I'm hungry, treat me to a meal?" Li Yi hurried after her. The woman turned her head, her gaze calm as it swept over Li Yi. "I don't have any money," she said coldly. "No money? Damn it, are there even people without money these days?" Li Yi was both annoyed and amused. "No way! You won't even treat me to a meal?" "No. I don't like owing favors. I helped you out big time. Treating me to a meal would be the least you could do to repay me. Mark my words, you're treating tonight, or else you won't live to see tomorrow." "Ha!" Li Yi gave a cold laugh. "Don't worry. I'll make sure you get your comeuppance." Li Yi's mood was absolutely terrible right now. That bat monster had been far too cunning, striking him in an instant when he'd let his guard down. If not for that sword slashing it down in time, he'd have fallen victim to that damn beast's claws. This beast must not be spared. But first, he had to deal with this guy. The woman gave Li Yi a deep look and said indifferently, "Follow me." Following her, Li Yi ascended to the second floor, arriving at an opulently decorated living room. He surveyed the space and couldn't help but inwardly marvel, "Wow, this place is outrageously lavish. Every piece of furniture here must be worth a fortune. Have a seat and enjoy some tea. Rest a moment." Li Yi didn't hesitate, sitting down to drink his tea before picking up a magazine from the table and reading it with great interest. "Ahem. Do you have any cigarettes here?" Li Yi suddenly asked. He felt the urge to smoke, damn it, and was itching to experience the power of nicotine. The woman raised an eyebrow and uttered a single word in a detached tone, "Yes." With that, she walked over to the liquor cabinet beside the sofa, opened the cabinet, found a pack of cigarettes, pulled one out, and handed it to Li Yi. "Here you go." "Ha, thanks." Li Yi grinned, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. As he puffed away, Li Yi studied the woman before him. She was stunningly beautiful with a fiery figure, yet her face perpetually bore a faint, icy detachment that kept others at arm's length. "How did you know I was in danger?" Li Yi asked, puzzled. Though she was beautiful, he felt no romantic attraction toward her. "The bloodstains on your clothes prove you were just in a fight," the woman replied coldly, her tone neither humble nor arrogant, as if it were her natural disposition. "Damn! You could tell that? Impressive!" Li Yi exclaimed in astonishment. The woman gave Li Yi a faint glance and said, "A faint trace of blood lingers on you. This indicates you were attacked." "Oh, I see." Li Yi realized. "Well, you really are amazing you figured that out." The woman remained silent, her gaze fixed on the night view outside the window. Li Yi cleared his throat and said, "Miss, besides me, there shouldn't be any other living souls around here, right? I mean, this building feels so eerie." He scratched his nose as he spoke. The woman shook her head, her voice detached. "This building harbors more than one monster." Hearing this, Li Yi froze for a moment before furrowing his brow. "What do you mean by that?" "Nothing much. Just a heads up!" Exclamation point. Li Yi gave a wry, helpless smile. "Look, just tell me straight, what exactly do you want from me? Or I can pay you a reward." "I've already said I don't need payment." The woman's tone remained as cool and detached as ever. Li Yi scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. Miss, you're helping me like this. Do you have some ulterior motive? You're overthinking it. Ha! Then why are you helping me? The woman gave Lee a fleeting glance and said coldly, believe it or not, I never intended to harm you. It's you who've repeatedly offended me. Offended you? Come on, you were the one who attacked me first. Lee exclaimed, eyes wide. A flicker of anger and embarrassment flashed across the woman's face. I warned you not to touch me. I didn't. Shut up. The woman snorted coldly. I don't want to see either of us again. Fine, if that's how it is, then we won't see each other. Lee shrugged. But I still have a few things to say. What is it? The woman demanded. Lee lifted his head and stared intently at her. Your face. It looks familiar. Hearing this, the woman's slender frame trembled violently. You. What do you mean? Lee sighed softly. Ah, no wonder you looked familiar the moment I saw you. Turns out we're from the same hometown. Her pretty face shifted slightly at his words, but she eventually regained her composure. She shot Lee a cold glance. Get lost. Put. What a bore. Lee muttered under his breath, rising to his feet. He brushed the dust off his pants and prepared to leave. Alright, I won't disturb your business. Maybe another time. Bye, beautiful. With that, Lee turned and walked out of the living room toward the door. But the instant he pushed open the door, he abruptly halted, slowly turning back with a faint, mocking smile. I forgot to tell you your so-called client is already dead as a doornail. With that, he pulled the door open and stepped outside, closing it behind him. The woman's beautiful brows furrowed tightly, a hint of worry flickering in her eyes. Could he have figured something out? Bang! 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 Gunshots echoed through the living room, and the woman rushed out of the house. Lee wandered aimlessly through the streets, his mood extremely irritable. Sigh. Where should I go? Lee muttered to himself. He had intended to find a safe place to hide for a while, then slip back into Jiangzhou City once the dust settled. But he feared that once he returned, he'd be unable to escape the clutches of those desperate men. Damn it, my luck's been tight as hell. Lee kicked a stone at his feet in frustration, then lowered his head, grinding the pavement fiercely with his shoe tip. Chapter 131, The Hardest Way to Lose. His mind was filled with the image of that woman. She had saved his life and even helped him escape danger. Lee was deeply grateful to her. Hey! A shout rang out from the distance. Lee looked up to see a tall woman in a short skirt running toward him. She wore sexy, form-fitting black leather pants, dark sunglasses, and high heels. Hey, beautiful, what's up? Lee blinked. The woman removed her sunglasses, revealing an exquisitely delicate face. Her lively, clear eyes held a faint chill. What are you doing here? Just taking a stroll. Why, is that a problem? No. Exclamation point. Lee rolled his eyes. I've got things to do. I'm outta here. Maybe we'll cross paths again someday. Don't you dare leave. A flicker of hesitation crossed the woman's lovely face before she clenched her teeth and declared, Don't you dare leave. Lee pursed his lips. Why can't I leave? You must stay and protect me, or else. I'll kill you. Her expression turned stern as her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Lee. Ha! Lee froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. Protect you? Why should I? No reason? You must stay. Her tone carried an unquestionable harshness. You have no choice now. Either stay or die. Damn it! Lee was speechless. Are you even being reasonable? We're complete strangers. Why should I stay and die with you? The woman furrowed her delicate brows. I don't like repeating myself. Are you staying, or are you dying? You. Lee pointed at her, stammering for a moment before sighing and shrugging helplessly. Fine. If that's how it is, I'll stay. But you have to give me my money back. The woman ignored Lee and walked straight into the kitchen. Moments later, she emerged from the kitchen carrying a bag of food packaging, tossing it onto the coffee table. Let's eat. I made some congee. With that, she turned and headed toward the dining room. Lee glanced at the food on the table, pursed his lips, then sat down and began wolfing it down. After a few bites, Lee suddenly remembered something and asked, Hey, I saw those zombies attacking you earlier. How did you kill them? Hearing this, the woman set down her chopsticks and replied indifferently, Don't ask so many questions. Lee chuckled and pressed on, I get it. It must be because those zombies are too simple-minded, which is why you could take them out so easily. The woman shot Lee a glance. You know a lot, don't you? Lee pursed his lips, saying nothing. He buried his head back in his food. Before long, he'd polished off every last bit of porridge and steamed bun in his bowl. Picking up the empty lunchbox, he stood up. Thanks for the meal. I'll be going now. With that, he started toward the door. Stop. The woman's voice called out. Lee turned his head. Is there something else? The woman stepped in front of him, towering over him as she stared down at him. Tonight, I'm sleeping on the couch. Lee froze. You? Are you sure? The woman pressed her thin lips together, her tone calm as she asked, "Is there a problem?" "No problem." Lee spread his hands. "I'm a very understanding person. I absolutely wouldn't mind sharing a bed with you." With that, Lee slid onto the sofa and lay down. The woman walked into the kitchen to wash the dishes. "Stop dawdling. Run. The zombies are coming." Lee's voice suddenly rang out. Hearing this, the woman's expression sharpened as she sprinted toward the entrance. Outside, the zombies were violently pounding on the front door. Taking a deep breath, the woman grabbed the long sword hanging on the wall and stepped out of the residential compound. 1 a.m., a suburban area of Huaxia. This was a dense forest. The pitch-black night shrouded the land, filling the air with an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. Roar! A deafening roar suddenly echoed throughout the entire mountain forest. A massive crimson beast, standing over 3 meters tall, charged forward with powerful strides. Its body was covered in sturdy scales, its head resembling a lion's, fierce and vicious, with fangs over half a foot long. 3 razor-sharp blades protruded from its spine. Each swing unleashed a torrent of murderous aura, causing surrounding beasts to flee in terror. Roar! The crimson beast bellowed repeatedly, as if venting its inner fury. Suddenly, its gaze fixed on a figure ahead. A young man stood there, clutching a rabbit and gnawing on its leg. Roar! The crimson beast erupted in fury, leaping forward to pounce on the young man. Holy crap! The young man shuddered in terror, immediately dropping the rabbit leg and bolting for his life. The tide of corpses pursued relentlessly, chasing him all the way to the edge of a raging river. The young man stopped dead in his tracks, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Surveying his surroundings, he muttered to himself, "What a ing stroke of bad luck, running into a mutated crimson tiger. Thank God this thing can't swim." The crimson tiger thumped twice in the river before hauling itself ashore. The colossal scarlet beast raised its head, its crimson eyes blazing with a cruel, bloodthirsty glint, as if it intended to devour its prey whole. Seeing this, the young man shuddered and scrambled to his feet. His expression turned grave as he stared at the tiger. Clenching his fists, he muttered, "Screw it. I'll fight to the death." With that, he gripped the dagger in his hand tightly and charged toward the crimson tiger. Roar! The crimson tiger let out a savage snarl before lunging forward, its claws slamming into the young man's chest. The young man was sent flying several meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Clutching his chest, he coughed several times before struggling to his feet. Splatter! The crimson tiger's claw pierced the young man's abdomen, blood spurting out instantly. Gritting his teeth, the young man seized the tiger's claw with one hand while raising a dagger in the other. Thud! The blade plunged deep into the scarlet tiger's neck. The crimson tiger's body swayed twice before crashing to the ground. The young man released the dagger and collapsed onto the ground. He gasped for breath with every ounce of strength left in him, then picked up the tiger's claw, extracted the crystal core, and stuffed it into his pocket. Only after completing these actions did the young man collapse onto the ground, utterly drained. His body felt weak, as if every bone had been disassembled and reassembled. Damn it, I shouldn't have played the hero. Now I'm the one suffering, he muttered bitterly, full of complaints. Chapter 132, Zombie Snake. After resting briefly, the young man staggered to his feet, dragging his weary body as he prepared to leave. Just then, an icy chill suddenly shot through his ankle. Ugh! He looked down to find a black venomous snake coiled around his ankle. Its color was eerie, a uniform dark blue-black with a triangular, razor-sharp tip at the end of its tail. Hiss! The venomous snake flickered its tongue, its green glowing eyes staring eerily at the young man. Damn it! Where did this thing come from? The young man's eyes widened in shock. He kicked the snake hard, sending it flying to the side. Staggering, he darted into the nearby grass, drew his dagger, and prepared to sever the serpent's tail. But the venomous snake was cunning. Sensing danger, it swiftly vanished from the scene, leaving no trace. Gritting his teeth in frustration, the young man could do nothing but abandon his pursuit. Dragging his weary body, he limped away. The next day, at 6 o'clock in the morning. Oh whoa! Another deafening tiger roar shattered the quiet dawn, making the entire city tremble. The young man jolted awake from his dreams, rubbing his aching temples as he muttered, "Damn it, not another mutated scarlet tiger." For days now, he'd been encountering mutated crimson tigers daily. Though he'd narrowly escaped death each time, his body was severely strained. Combined with relentless hunger, he simply couldn't endure it any longer. He rolled over and sat up, glancing toward the window. It remained pitch black, utterly still. Ha! Looks like that bastard hasn't come for me yet. He curled his lips in a mocking, self-deprecating smile. The young man rubbed his stomach, licked his dry, pale lips, then got up to dress. But just as he finished dressing, he suddenly noticed something wriggling outside the door. Who's there? Get in here. Don't think I'm scared of your ghostly tricks. The young man raised his pistol, aiming it at the room's entrance. Then, he heard the door creak open. Immediately after, a figure wearing a mask and a hooded cap entered. The young man frowned, staring intently at the masked figure before him for a long moment before slowly asking, "Who are you?" He vaguely remembered that when he fell asleep last night, this door had been closed, and there hadn't been anyone else in the room. Could this guy be invisible? The thought made the young man stiffen, goosebumps instantly covering his entire body. Clenching his fists, he fixed the man with a tense stare and spoke cautiously, "If you dare harm me, I guarantee you won't live to see tomorrow." Hearing this, the man lifted his head, his face obscured by the mask. "Ha! I'd like to see what you can do to stop me from living past tomorrow." His voice was hoarse and low, carrying an eerie, terrifying aura. With that, he lunged at the young man, grabbing him by the collar. "Watch out! Zombies! So scary! Monsters! Help! Run! Help!" In an instant, screams echoed throughout the entire apartment building. The young man froze in terror, completely forgetting to fight back. Just then, a sharp crack echoed as glass shattered, and blood gushed instantly from the man's arm. He released the young man, clutching his wounded arm, and roared in fury, "Damn it!" The young man snapped back to his senses and quickly pulled out his phone to dial 911. By the time he hung up, the man had already slipped out into the chaos. "Damn it!" the young man cursed, then rushed after him. Crash! A black sedan suddenly slammed into him, sending him flying across the road. "Damn it! You two bastards, just you wait!" Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, the young man scrambled to his feet and glared viciously at the hit-and-run car. He turned, about to continue forward, when he suddenly spotted a female corpse lying by the roadside in the distance. The young man froze for a moment before walking toward the body. He knelt down to examine her condition. After confirming she was no longer breathing, he furrowed his brow, his eyes flashing with a dark, unfathomable gleam. "It's Lee. Our savior has arrived." Just then, excited screams erupted from a group of men and women in the distance. The young man looked up to see a group of people wielding sticks and clubs, running toward his location. Soon, he was surrounded by the crowd. He snorted coldly, "How did you know I'd be here?" The leader grinned. "Because you're our hope. Look at my leg, it was torn by those mutated crimson tigers." Chapter 50055, New Teammate, Lee. The young man raised an eyebrow and examined the man's left leg. His pant leg was stained crimson, clearly swollen from the injury. "Then why didn't you tell me where you were?" he asked, puzzled. "I was worried you'd be too weak. What if you got scared or something happened to you? Our organization's future would be ruined." The man patted the young man's shoulder. Hearing this, the young man narrowed his eyes and coldly declared, "Since you're the captain, come with me to kill some zombies." "No problem, brother," the man replied with a hearty laugh. Then, the group set off toward the hospital. Night fell, the moon hung high in the sky, casting a silvery glow. Jiangbei Central Hospital, inside a ward. "Your wounds are no longer a major concern. What you need to do now is focus on recovering fully, then join our hunting operation. That way, we can complete the mission sooner and get home earlier," the attending physician gently advised the youth lying in bed. The youth nodded slightly, replying obediently, "Yes, thank you, doctor." The doctor sighed, his tone earnest. "Young man, I hope you remember this, a human lifespan's only 12 short years. You must cherish everything you have." The young man pressed his lips together, saying nothing. He simply lowered his head, hiding the shadow in his eyes. After the doctor left the ward, silence returned. The young man rose, walked to the windowsill, drew back the curtains, and gazed at the bright, clear moon outside. Today was December 29th, the very beginning of the apocalypse. In just this 1 month, over 100 people had already perished. The young man gripped the windowsill tightly, his deep eyes flashing with a resolute and unyielding gaze. The apocalypse has arrived. No matter what, I must survive. Chapter 133, Hurried Steps. Meanwhile, in a park a kilometer away from the young man's location, several burly, muscular men stood beside the park lake, their feet trampling countless zombies. One of the men frowned at the zombies before him, then raised his hand to signal the others. "Finish them off." The other three nodded in unison, swiftly drawing weapons from their belts and launching attacks at the zombies. Soon, the zombies were completely eliminated. Though the battle had been arduous, victory was theirs. The leader walked to the lakeshore, gazing at the tranquil water, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Strange. Why would so many zombies gather here today? Could it be that something unusual has happened nearby again? Why don't we send 2 people to check it out first? Agreed. You stay here. The rest of you come with me, ordered the leader. Immediately, 2 pairs of burly men stepped forward, leaving the rest behind to guard the park. They followed the zombies' trail until they stopped in front of a bridge underpass. "Boss, it's here," one of them said, pointing at the dark, gloomy bridge opening. The leader nodded, then stepped inside. The tunnel leading to the outside world was filled with the stench of decay. Holding his breath, the man moved cautiously forward. The further he went, the dimmer the light became. Just then, a rustling sound came from ahead. The leader halted, cautiously raising his gun before creeping forward. When he finally made out the scene ahead, his eyes widened in shock, filled with utter disbelief. Before him lay utter devastation, the ground littered with severed limbs, torn clothing, and blood still wet with freshness. Amidst the chaotic wreckage, a human-like form lay exposed. It was a woman's palm, the flesh rotted and mangled, skin and flesh curled and exposed. The sight sent a chill down his spine. Holy! The other men were equally stunned by the horrific scene. They swallowed nervously, then immediately took several steps back, turning to flee. Nobody moves. Or don't blame me for being ruthless. Just as they turned, the girl appeared soaked to the bone, her long hair hanging in disarray. A cold smile played at the corners of her lips, her phoenix-like eyes gleaming with icy chill. Her voice was icy cold, thick with menace. Instantly, the men were terrified out of their wits. Without a second thought, they all took off running. After the men vanished, the girl who had been sitting on the ground abruptly lifted her head. Her face was as pale as paper, and her dark, piercing eyes were filled with nothing but hatred. She lowered her gaze to her hands, grinding her teeth as she spoke. Shenhuan, Shenhuan. Her voice was hoarse and raspy. One day, I will kill you with my own hands and tear you to pieces. The next day, as dawn broke, the entire city was already bustling with activity. People hurried about with purposeful haste, as if rushing to the front lines of a war. Soldiers in olive-drab combat fatigues filled the streets, and every 500 or 600 meters, a police officer stood guard, rifle slung over their shoulder. They patrolled and inspected repeatedly, ensuring every passerby underwent rigorous questioning. On the rooftop of a building, several men stood back to back, their eyes fixed intently on the scene below. "Boss, where the hell is that zombie king? We've been searching all night and haven't found a trace of him," one man finally asked. "I've already reported this matter to higher-ups. I'm sure we'll have news soon," another man replied after a long pause, his voice heavy. "I suspect this isn't as straightforward as it seems. I've heard rumors about a type of zombie called a host type after the apocalypse. If it feeds on enough fresh blood, the zombie king will awaken. And this information came from a survivor. I'd say it's pretty reliable. After all, zombies have changed so drastically since the apocalypse, undergoing a complete metamorphosis. Following the patterns of the apocalypse, zombies' tears increase and their intelligence gradually matures. This zombie king is likely far more formidable than we realize." By the end of his sentence, the man's tone had grown unmistakably somber. Hearing this, the expressions of the other three men all grew solemn, and they nodded in agreement one after another. "I think Old Seven makes a very good point." "Exactly. I agree with Old Seven too. This zombie king must be secluded somewhere within the base, training in secret. And I suspect the survivors in this city have all met with misfortune. If that's the case, what should we do?" Listening to the discussion, the man called Big Brother furrowed his brow. "What do we do now? We can't just sit here waiting for orders from above. Whoever dares harm my sister, I will hunt them down." The woman's voice rang out, cold and vicious, sending a chill through everyone present. "Exactly. We must find a way to eliminate that zombie king." The group exchanged glances, then began discussing their plans. At that very moment, click! The sound of a door lock turning reached their ears. Immediately after, the door swung open. A slender, petite figure emerged and headed toward the staircase. The men hiding in the shadows froze. Wasn't that the girl from yesterday? She hadn't died? But they quickly snapped back to reality. "Boss, she's coming for us. Boss, should we make a run for it before she spots us?" "Run? What's the point? Since we've run into her, we'll just give her a little send-off," the man said viciously. With that, the man headed toward the stairwell. But after taking just a few steps, he suddenly felt his foot give way. His entire body slammed hard onto the floor. "Ouch," the man groaned in pain. "Big Brother. Number 2, number 3, number 4, help me. I don't want to die." The man struggled to his feet, frantically calling out to his brothers for help. At that moment, the three men scrambled over to his side. Seeing the man's twisted, hideous face, they couldn't help but swallow hard, their expressions filled with terror. "Big Brother, are you all right?" The man shook his head, but kept wailing, "Quick! Quick, pull me up." As he spoke, he saw the young woman standing just a few steps away. "Who the hell are you?" the man roared. Chapter 134, Slacker. "Me?" Shenhuan raised an eyebrow. "I'm Shenhuan. Don't you remember me?" Hearing Shenhuan's words, the four men froze in surprise, clearly not expecting her to acknowledge her identity. A faint smile touched Shenhuan's lips, though the warmth didn't reach her eyes. "We received orders from higher-ups this morning to eradicate all zombies in this city today." The moment the man finished speaking, the other three turned deathly pale. "But we've already done everything we could," Fourth shouted indignantly. The man frowned but said nothing. "Don't worry, I found the healing crystal core. Once I get it, my illness will be cured." The man narrowed his eyes slightly before turning to look at Shenhuan. "Shenhuan, are you certain you can find the healing crystal core?" A flicker of surprise crossed Shenhuan's eyes before she nodded. "Of course." Hearing this, the man and the other two exchanged glances. "All right. Then you'll join us on this mission. Hope you deliver on your promise." With that, the man led the group toward Shenhuan. Seeing this, Shenhuan offered no resistance, simply falling into step behind them. The group of 5 descended the stairs and entered a nearby supermarket. Inside, the shelves held few items, yet nothing was missing. Mostly daily necessities and ingredients filled the aisles. The man pulled out several bags of frozen dumplings, handed one to Shen Huan, then distributed the rest to the 3 people behind him, instructing them to carry them. Shen Huan, you must be starving. Eat something to fill your stomach. The man gestured toward the bag in his hand. Without hesitation, Shen Huan nodded and began devouring her food. Shen Huan, why are you eating so fast? Slow down, don't choke. Seeing her rush, the man couldn't help but caution her. Thanks. Shen Huan nodded politely, then buried her head back into her food, showing no signs of stopping. Watching her, the man's lips pressed into a straight line. Are you starving? This stuff won't even keep you full. Listening to the man's slightly reproachful words, Shen Huan finally lifted her head, her clear black and white eyes brimming with mist. Wah! Burp! Shen Huan let out a hiccup, looking at the man with a helpless expression, as if she wanted to cry but couldn't. Wah! I'm hungry. Ha ha ha. The man's words instantly set off a roaring laughter from the 3 men beside him, and they laughed especially loudly. You say you're hungry, but you've only eaten half of what's in that bag. Hearing this, Shen Huan pouted in hurt, then bent back down to munch on her bag. Ha ha ha. Seeing Shen Huan's pitiful expression, the man burst into laughter once more. Shen Huan. Let me tell you, don't think I don't know what you're up to. Shen Huan looked up, blinking her big eyes in confusion. What scheme? Don't think I don't know. You want to use us to kill the zombie king in this building so you can get the crystal core, right? The man looked at Shen Huan with mocking contempt, seemingly certain she wouldn't dare to act. Unfortunately for him, Shen Huan didn't show the hesitation he expected. She licked the crumbs of wrapper lingering at the corner of her mouth, then spoke with an innocent expression. Sorry, that wasn't my plan. Because my target is all 4 of you. The man's pupils contracted slightly, his eyes filled with profound shock. Shen Huan, what the hell are you talking about? Have you forgotten how we helped you before? Shen Huan let out a cold laugh at his words. Help me? Ha! When were you ever genuinely trying to help me? You just wanted to exploit my power to find crystal cores for yourselves. You! The man opened his mouth to protest, but Shen Huan cut him off before he could speak. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. You just want to use my abilities to kill the zombie king. My abilities are devastatingly powerful. If controlled properly, they could annihilate an entire horde of zombies. If you could obtain my abilities, you'd possess the ultimate weapon. Then you could easily seize control of this world. That way, you'd become the rulers above all others. As she finished speaking, Shen Huan's eyes began to redden. Unbidden, vivid images flashed through her mind. Shen Huan. Stop imagining things. We never intended to conquer the world. The man looked at her tear-filled eyes, his voice tinged with irritation. Though they usually appeared carefree and irresponsible, they weren't bad people. Shen Huan lifted her head, her gaze burning as she fixed it on the man. No. You do want it. The man's eyes darkened slightly. Shen Huan. Don't push me. I don't care who sent you. Bottom line, if you want me to work for you, hand over the crystal core. Otherwise, I'd rather go down in flames with you. At that moment, Shen Huan looked fiercely formidable, a world away from the timid, obedient little girl she had been before. Her expression was resolute and icy, and the chill radiating from her body sent a shiver down the man's spine. You! Enough talk. I'll count to 3. Shen Huan suddenly held up her finger and snapped. 1. What are you standing around for? Hand over the crystal cores now. The man turned and shouted at the 3 behind him. The trio exchanged a glance before approaching Shen Huan in unison. They simultaneously thrust the items in their hands into her arms and fled swiftly. You! The man stared wide-eyed at the items in Shen Huan's hands, his expression darkening. Seeing the dark glint in the man's eyes, Shen Huan suddenly smiled. She looked at him with a smile and said, My name is Shen Huan. From now on, you can call me Sister Huan or Sister-in-law Huan, whichever you prefer. No need to be so formal. After all, we're teammates now. With that, she went back to eating. Oomph. Ungrateful. The man turned to leave, but Shen Huan suddenly grabbed his arm. Hey, wait. Hearing Shen Huan call out to him, the man halted and turned to glare at her. What else do you want? How about my earlier suggestion? Shen Huan smiled at him, as if asking when they could eat. Don't even think about it. The man shot Shen Huan a vicious glare, then shook off her hand and strode away. Once the man was out of sight, Shen Huan slowly stood up and turned to the 3 people eating nearby. Aren't you afraid of him? Shen Huan looked at them in confusion. Why should we be afraid? A young man shrugged, his words muffled as he chewed on dried meat. We're all after the crystal cores anyway. Exactly. We're all in this together now. If he wants to hog all these crystal cores, he better think twice about whether he's got what it takes. Chapter 135, Shen Huan's Peculiarity. Shen Huan listened to the murmurs of discussion around him, a bitter smile curling his lips. You shouldn't have agreed to work with me. At this, the man scoffed. Shen Huan, do you really think you're some kind of saint? That we're begging you to save us? We have our dignity too. We're human beings, and we don't need anyone's pity. Exactly. We're not as foolish as you, risking our lives to earn their trust. Shan Huan. If you want the crystal core, then join our operation. Otherwise, don't blame us for turning on you without mercy. The three men spoke in rapid succession, their faces etched with contempt and resentment. Shin Huan watched their furious expressions and gave a faint smile. She had anticipated this outcome all along. Her inquiry had merely been a test. In that case, we'll go our separate ways. Better not to drag each other down. With that, she strode toward the door. Stop. Think you can just walk out like that? Hand over the crystal core today, or don't blame me for being rude. With that, a sharp blade instantly pressed against Shin Huan's slender neck. Don't push your luck. Shin Huan frowned, her face flushing with anger. Haha, Shin Huan, we don't want to ruin our relationship with you either. Just hand over the crystal core, and we'll let you go immediately. As he spoke, the man tightened his grip slightly, drawing a thin trickle of blood. Under these circumstances, if Shin Huan insisted on leaving, she would surely meet her end. As the man's face drew closer, Shin Huan suddenly closed her eyes. Just kill me. Kill you? The man sneered coldly. No rush. Just hand over the crystal core, and I promise you'll live. Why should I trust you? Then what do you want? The man frowned at her, his impatience growing. Shin Huan took a deep breath, then opened her eyes and looked at the man earnestly. I can cooperate with you, but I have two demands. Speak. The man said coldly. I want you to stay with me from now on. You're not allowed to touch any other women, nor do any of those filthy, disgusting things to them. Shin Huan's tone was icy as she refused without hesitation. She disliked the man's eyes, they were far too blatant. His eyes held nothing but lust and depravity. Fine. The man nodded, his agreement surprisingly swift. Remember what you promised me today. If you dare betray me, you'll regret it. With that, she strode toward the door. Wait. The man suddenly called out to her. Shin Huan paused and turned to look at him. He held a piece of white cloth in his hand, extending it toward Shin Huan. What is this? He asked. She took the cloth, a mocking smile playing at the corners of her mouth. I don't know. I'm no doctor. Oomph. Shin Huan, don't play dumb. You know exactly what it is. Shin Huan chuckled softly, then shook her head. I truly don't know. With that, she tossed the cloth onto the ground and strode out. The man frowned as he picked up the fabric Shin Huan had discarded, examining it closely for a moment before tossing it back down. Boss, what is this? Another young man approached, asking curiously. The man frowned. I have no idea either. After stepping outside, Shin Huan headed straight for the cave. This man gave her an uneasy feeling, so she decided to eliminate this potential threat as soon as possible. After taking a few steps, Shin Huan sensed unusual movement around her. She narrowed her eyes and scanned the area, only to find nothing but trees as far as the eye could see, not a single soul in sight. Had she misjudged? Was there no one here at all? No. She refused to believe it. She'd encountered this situation before. When she'd first woken up, she'd noticed a strong, foul stench clinging to her body. That foul stench she'd never forget for the rest of her life. She remembered that night when a zombie had bitten her, its sharp fangs piercing her throat as it slowly injected venom into her body. Ah! Shin Huan clutched her head, letting out a pained cry. She crouched on the ground, sobbing audibly, her body trembling violently. Xiao Huan! Xiao Huan! Are you okay? Suddenly, a familiar, warm voice came from beside her. Hearing the voice, Shin Huan snapped her head up. The moment she saw Xiao Mingyang's face, she threw herself into his arms, burying her face against his chest and sobbing uncontrollably. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Shin Huan choked out. Watching the sobbing figure in his arms, Xiao Mingyang's furrowed brows slowly relaxed. Xiao Huan, please stop crying. Tell me what happened. Xiao Mingyang gently stroked the soft top of her head, his voice filled with concern. He had lost her too many times already, so he would never let her go again. Shin Huan clung to him tightly, sobbing, woo-woo. Yan. I'm so scared. I don't want to become a zombie, and I definitely don't want to be eaten by one. I don't want to die, Yang, I don't want to die. Watching Shin Huan's tear-streaked face, Xiao Mingyang clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white. He would find that horde of zombies. He wouldn't let them harm Shin Huan. It's okay, sweetheart. I won't let anyone hurt you again, even if it costs me my life. Xiao Mingyang held her close, soothing her softly. At his words, Shin Huan's sobbing abruptly froze. She slowly lifted her head, staring at him with terror. What are you doing? Seeing her worried, wary gaze, Xiao Mingyang shook his head helplessly. This woman was still so timid and fearful. Seeing this, Shin Huan finally relaxed. She wiped away her tears and said, I'm going back to sleep first. We'll go treasure hunting first thing tomorrow morning. She needed to rest up now, otherwise, she might not be able to fight off the zombies tomorrow. Though they were both injured now, given time, she would surely recover to peak condition. MHM. Xiao Mingyang ruffled her hair affectionately, a tender smile on his lips. Rest now. We'll see each other tomorrow. Shin Huan nodded and returned to her tent. Night gradually descended, shrouding the forest in pitch darkness, punctuated only by occasional flickers of firelight. Beneath a large tree, Xinhuan leaned against the trunk, her eyes half closed as she slipped into a deep slumber. Roar roar! Woo woo! Suddenly, the forest echoed with continuous beastly howls and snarling roars, lending the woods an eerie, sinister atmosphere. Xinhuan's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She snapped her eyes open, sprang to her feet, and scanned her surroundings. Just then, a gust of wind blew, lifting the hem of Xinhuan's skirt and revealing her snow-white, slender legs. Xinhuan hurriedly pulled her clothes together, her eyes darting warily around the area. Suddenly, a tall figure darted out of the shadows and lunged toward her. Xinhuan's almond-shaped eyes widened in shock before she swung her right palm, striking out at the attacker. Thud! The two collided violently. Chapter 136, The Black-Cloaked Figure. Both were sent reeling several meters back before coming to a halt. Xinhuan braced herself on her knees, then bent over, coughing violently. Who the hell are you? Xinhuan stared coldly at the man across from her, her eyes filled with wariness. Ha! Who'd have thought the Xin family's eldest daughter was still alive and that she'd actually come here? The man sneered coldly. So it was you. Xinhuan froze at his mocking tone, then spat out furiously, You brought me here? Of course it was me. You ran away from your wedding, didn't you? So I took it upon myself to teach you a lesson on behalf of the Xin family, the man said coldly. Oomph. Xinhuan sneered, pointing her index finger at his nose. You think a worthless piece of trash like you could hurt me? I advise you to get out of here now. Otherwise. Oomph. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. The man glanced at her and sneered coldly, In your current state, what exactly can you do? With that, he lunged forward. Xinhuan drew the blade at her waist and engaged him in combat. Xinhuan remained purely defensive, never launching an attack. After all, she didn't know this man. Killing him would surely bring a lot of trouble. Seeing he couldn't overpower her after so long, the man grew furious. Since you refused the wine offered, you'll have to drink the punishment wine. Don't blame me for being impolite. With that, he violently drew the dagger from his waist. Whoosh! The blade sliced through the air, its sharp point hurtling straight toward Xinhuan. At that critical moment, a silver-white snaketail lashed out violently toward the man. The vicious force struck his abdomen, causing him to grunt and tumble backward. Xinhuan scrambled backward several steps, watching the snake warily. It flickered its tongue, its cold, bloodthirsty pupils fixed intently on the man. Witnessing this, the man scrambled to his feet and scrambled away, rolling and crawling deep into the forest. The silver python retracted its tail and gave chase. Xinhuan exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground. Her left arm had gone numb from the pain. Xinhuan bit her lip, staring at her left arm. No way. These monsters are impossible to handle. I have to find Li Yi. I heard someone's looking for my help. It was Li Yi, the savior. Upon arriving, Li Yi unleashed his wind water Dao spell, charging straight at the monsters. What's going on here? Li Yi stared in astonishment at the decapitated wolf corpse and the girl lying on the ground. You recognize this thing? Li Yi nodded. Yeah, it's a specialty of the Miao region. They call it a goo poison beast. It feeds on human essence, blood, and organs utterly disgusting. And most importantly, they all have their own territorial instincts. They usually don't allow outsiders to intrude. Xinhuan nodded, then briefly recounted the events of the night to Li Yi. You mean that black-clad figure deliberately lured you here? Probably, Xinhuan frowned. But I don't even know him. Li Yi pondered for a moment before replying, This world is vast and full of surprises. There are still many people and events you don't know about. But rest assured, I'm here for you. Thank you, Mr. Li. Xinhuan expressed her gratitude. Though Li Yi usually acted carefree and irresponsible, he proved reliable when it mattered. No problem, no problem. Li Yi chuckled, then asked, So, where did you come from anyway? Oh, my parents arranged a betrothal for me. Li Yi's mouth twitched, then he stared at her in shock. You're infected. The zombie virus is extremely dangerous. Xinhuan sighed and explained, That's right. And it gets worse. The virus in my body is complicated. I suspect my parents injected me with some kind of drug. Because now, every time I have an episode, I transform. Li Yi frowned thoughtfully upon hearing this. Oh. As if suddenly remembering something, Xinhuan lifted her head, her eyes sparkling as she fixed them on him. Li Yi felt a chill run down his spine under her intense gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Xinhuan swallowed hard before tentatively asking, Do you know witchcraft? I'd like to ask you to take a look. Witchcraft? Yes. Seeing he didn't quite grasp it, Xinhuan gave him a quick explanation. Oh, I see. Hold on, I'll go get something. With that, he walked over to the tree and started rummaging around, seemingly searching for something. 10 minutes passed before Li Yi finally returned with the items. Xinhuan's eyes lit up the moment she saw what he was holding. Are you absolutely sure you didn't get the wrong thing? She stared at the items in Li Yi's hands, swallowing hard. Li Yi shrugged. I don't think so. That's why I bought this kit. Try it. I guarantee you'll be back to normal in no time. Shin Huan swallowed hard before eagerly snatching the items from his hands. Seeing her move, Li Yi raised an eyebrow before walking over to sit nearby and watch. Hey, girl, need a hand? Shin Huan waved him off. No thanks. With that, she began examining the tools in her hands. Whoa, her expression changed at the sight of the tiny syringe. What's wrong? Li Yi leaned in for a look and said, let me tell you, this thing can cure amnesia. Shin Huan shook her head and returned to her examination. After a long moment, she lifted her head again, a resolute expression on her face. I've made up my mind. I'll trust you this once. Without hesitation, she grabbed the syringe and plunged it into her arm. Ugh. Shin Huan groaned softly, beads of sweat the size of peas forming on her forehead. Seeing this, Li Yi hurriedly handed her a bottle of mineral water. Shin Huan unscrewed the cap and took a sip, feeling somewhat better. Still, the pain left her face pale and her skin drenched in sweat. Taking a deep breath, Shin Huan injected the remaining liquid into her arm. Zzzzzzz, an electric current surged through her entire body. Shin Huan felt as if she were being burned alive, the agony unbearable. Ah! She let out a piercing scream before fainting. Ha! How did she fall asleep? Li Yi frowned, then crouched down to examine Shin Huan's condition. Seeing her breathing gradually stabilize, he breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the unconscious Shin Huan, Li Yi stood up, ready to leave. Gah! Just as he turned, a piercing pain shot through the back of his knee. Damn it! What the hell is this? He cursed under his breath and collapsed onto the ground. What's wrong? Hearing the commotion, Shin Huan slowly opened her eyes. Recognizing her surroundings, she let out a terrified scream before scrambling to her feet and rushing toward the exit. Li Yi forced himself to his feet and followed her out, his steps painfully deliberate. Shin Huan sprinted all the way to the edge of the forest, clutching her chest as she gasped for breath. Hey! Li Yi's voice called from behind, startling her so badly she nearly fell back into the grass. Li Yi walked up to her and patted her shoulder. Are you okay? Shin Huan slowly lifted her gaze to meet his, a flicker of embarrassment crossing her face. What happened to your leg? Got bitten by a dog. It's already swollen. Shin Huan glanced at the spot on his knee, then reached out and took his hand. Chapter 137, Forgotten. What are you doing? Li Yi startled, instinctively pulling his leg back only to realize he couldn't move it. Don't worry, I'll examine the wound. Shin Huan helped him sit down on the grass and rolled up his pant leg. Both of Li Yi's knees were covered in red bumps and had swollen up. Shin Huan frowned, then quickly tore off a strip of cloth to bandage his wounds. After finishing, Li Yi's face turned as pale as paper. He licked his dry lips and looked at Shin Huan. Are you really going to use my method? Shin Huan nodded. Yeah. You've got nowhere else to go anyway, so just stay here and keep me company. Heh, I thought you wanted me to teach you how to make the antidote. Li Yi chuckled softly, a flicker of darkness passing through his eyes. You don't want to? Then I'll find someone else to try. Seeing her rise to leave, Li Yi quickly stopped her. Hey! Don't do that! As he spoke, he wrapped his arms around Shin Huan, his tone tinged with a hint of pout. Huan, I know you don't have any family right now. I'm only taking you in out of the goodness of my heart. Shin Huan blinked. Who said I don't have family? Ha? Wait, aren't you an orphan? Li Yi abruptly dropped his playful demeanor, his gaze sharpening as he fixed it on her. Exclamation point. Shin Huan shot him a speechless glance. Seriously, who told you I was an orphan? Saying that makes me look like I'm misleading you. Li Yi scratched his nose. Then who told me before? They said you were an orphan. Shin Huan, I don't remember. You don't remember? Yeah. Fine, never mind. As long as you stay by my side. How come you suddenly turned so kind? Even helping me find a doctor. Shin Huan narrowed her eyes and stared at him, her expression turning serious. Li Yi froze for a second before grinning. Ha! I've been practicing being a good person lately. Look, we've been together this long, I can't just stand by and watch you die. Besides, if you died, wouldn't that make me a murderer? What nonsense are you spouting? I'm telling the truth. I don't want to carry such a huge burden. Stop talking nonsense. Shin Huan shot him a dismissive glance. Seeing she didn't believe him, Li Yi pouted slightly, looking a bit aggrieved. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Sigh. But I am curious, why were you pushing yourself so hard just now? Aren't you going to wear yourself out? Hearing his concern, Shin Huan tugged at the corners of her mouth, revealing a pale, weak smile. It's nothing. This is nothing. As long as I can save my brother, I'll pay any price. After that, she met his gaze directly and continued, besides, I haven't even thanked you yet. If it weren't for you today, my brother would have been ruined by that bunch of bastards. Li Yi lowered his head and replied in a low voice, You're welcome. Rest assured, once I promise to help you, I won't go back on my word. Shin Huan flashed him a sweet smile before asking, What's your name? Li Yi. Oh, what a nice name. Your parents sure have a unique way of naming things. Li Yi! Exclamation point. He sighed silently. Rest for a bit. I'll call you when it's time to eat. Alright. Thanks. Shin Huan lay on the ground, inhaling the faint scent of decay in the air. Closing her eyes, she slowly drifted off to sleep. For years now, whenever night fell, she felt an overwhelming fear. Because at night, wild beasts always came out to roam. And they often ambushed villages and towns. She had once witnessed a child's neck snapped by a wild wolf. That's why she dreaded the night. But tonight, she slept with unusual peace. Upon waking, she rubbed her sleepy eyes. She had been dreaming all night, dreaming she was 20 again, married to a strikingly handsome man, living happily together. Huan. Li Yi called out the moment he saw her stir. Shin Huan sat up, looking around in confusion. Li Yi glanced at her clothes, then pointed to a nearby branch. Here, I brought your clothes. Thanks. Shin Huan looked at the clothes Li Yi handed her, took them, and put them on. Wait here for a moment. I'll go gather some firewood. Okay. Li Yi turned and walked away. Shin Huan leaned against the thick tree trunk, glanced down at her bare legs, then lifted her eyes to scan the surroundings. Spotting wild berries nearby, she couldn't resist picking a few and popping them into her mouth. Though she didn't particularly enjoy the tart, astringent taste, she forced herself to swallow them. Woo! Suddenly, a dull rumble echoed from her stomach. She quickly tossed the wild fruit aside. Could I have fainted from hunger? She frowned, muttering to herself. When Li Yi returned, he saw Shin Huan leaning against the tree trunk, her hands pressed against her stomach. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Li Yi hurried over, asking with concern. I think I have a stomachache. Stomachache? How could you suddenly get a stomachache? Li Yi reached out to touch her forehead, checking for a fever. After confirming she was fine, he immediately took off his own jacket and draped it over her. Then, half supporting her, he began walking deeper into the woods. Shin Huan's eyes widened in surprise before she turned her head away, unable to look at him. Where are you taking me? She whispered softly. Li Yi answered as he continued walking with her in his arms. You need to eat something to regain your strength. Otherwise, how will you care for the patients tomorrow? But, aren't you disgusted by me? I'm covered in blood, bleeding everywhere. Shin Huan lowered her head, staring at her toes, unable to meet his gaze. I don't mind. Besides, you're the patient, how could I possibly mind? They walked until they reached the center of a dense forest. There, a campfire burned, and 5 or 6 villagers sat around it, each holding a wooden stick, seemingly preparing to roast meat. Li Yi took Shin Huan's hand and walked over, then politely greeted them. Hello, everyone. Can we join you? One man in a blue short-sleeved shirt glanced up at them and said, What the hell happened to you two? Li Yi grinned. We ran into a tiger in the cave and had to run a long way to escape. A tiger? What did you do to provoke it? This is terrible, all my hunting efforts will go to waste now. As he spoke, he stood up and tossed the pheasant into the fire. Ah! Shin Huan gasped in fright. Li Yi immediately grabbed her and ducked behind a tree trunk, then yelled at the man, What the hell are you yelling about? The man shrank his neck, gave an awkward chuckle, and crouched back down. Shin Huan peeked out from behind Li Yi's shoulder, cautiously glancing at him before quickly ducking back. Chapter 138, A Good Thrashing. It's okay. Don't be scared. He just likes to mess around. Ignore him. Li Yi soothed her softly. Shin Huan nodded obediently and fell silent. She didn't understand what Li Yi meant, only sensing he seemed determined to hide her existence from others. Recalling his earlier words, Shin Huan couldn't help but mentally rant. Not only was he a scumbag, but he was also a fool, a complete idiot. Huan, what are you thinking about? Li Yi's voice murmured softly by her ear. Nothing. Really? But you looked a bit uneasy just now. Did I? I don't think so. Must have been my imagination. Li Yi chuckled, pinching her cheek playfully. Shin Huan gave an awkward chuckle. What would you like to eat? Li Yi asked. Whatever. Alright, wait here a moment. With that, Li Yi walked over to the campfire. He tossed the rabbit he was carrying to them. Is this enough to eat? If you need more, just let me know. The women shook their heads with smiles. Plenty. We're in for a treat today. They chatted as they began dividing the rabbit among themselves. Li Yi slipped his hands into his pockets and approached the man sitting on the stone block. Uncle Ah Chiang, can I borrow your lighter? Ah Chang nodded and tossed him a lighter. After lighting it, Li Yi sat down beside Shin Huan and asked, Hungry? What do you want to eat? Water, she replied softly, licking her lips. Got it. Li Yi immediately stood up and walked over to the group of women to ask for some water. When he returned with the water, he saw the group of women gathered around Shin Huan, seemingly discussing something. Li Yi walked over to investigate and was instantly overcome with rage. A plump woman was yanking her collar, screaming, You filthy woman! You seduced my son! I'll tear you to pieces today. Auntie, it's a misunderstanding. Please listen to my explanation. Shin Huan struggled while trying to explain. Pa! Who wants to hear your explanation? You filthy whore! The plump woman spat viciously, then raised her hand and slapped Shin Huan hard across the face. You worthless trash. Today I'll teach you a lesson for my Xiaobao. With that, she raised her fist to strike again, only to be intercepted. Sister-in-law, watch your language. No insults. Li Yi's handsome face was cold, his tone icy. The plump woman froze, then snapped back, oh my, Li Yi. How can you side with an outsider? Have you forgotten how your own parents kicked you out of the house? Mark my words, today, she'll lose an arm or a leg. Hearing this, Li Yi tightened his grip on her fist. The pain made her yelp, let go. Let go. Ouch, that hurts. Stop, stop. Li Yi released his grip, and the woman's entire right arm instantly turned red and swollen. She glared at Li Yi and Shen Huan with hatred. You! How dare you hurt me? I'll beat you to death. She swung her fist and charged forward again. Shen Huan instinctively hugged her head, then closed her eyes, waiting for the blow to land. Thud! Thud, the plump woman flew backward. Li Yi calmly shook out his palm. Wow! So cool! Shen Huan opened her eyes, gazing at him with admiration. Li Yi grinned and ruffled her fluffy hair. If you like me, just tell me. Shen Huan nodded. Ah, so adorable. I'd love to have one too, an elderly gentleman nearby chuckled heartily. Shen Huan blinked, then pointed at herself. Am I a bear? The old man shook his head. Of course not. My daughter is the bear, ha ha ha. Shen Huan, exclamation point. Li tugged at her arm helplessly, signaling her to stop talking nonsense. She immediately covered her mouth and stood quietly to the side, saying nothing. You two little ones, come over here, and Auntie called out to them. The two exchanged a glance before walking over. Here, have some water to warm your stomach. Shen Huan lifted the bowl and took a small sip. The warm water slid down her throat, making her feel much more comfortable. You're Shen Huan, right? My surname is Wang. From now on, I'll call you Little Huan. Look at you, skin and bones. You'll catch a cold easily like this. Auntie Wang took her hand and handed her a string of roasted fish. Thank you, Grandma Wang. She took it and bit into a large piece. Though the grilled fish didn't taste as good as the meal she used to cook, the novelty of it made her savor every bite. Li Yi stood silently beside her, watching her quietly, his eyes sparkling. Comrade Li Yi, why don't you stay here tonight? Look, there's a river and woods nearby. You could use this chance to gather more firewood, a villager suggested. No need, brother. I'll take her home. I'll bring the firewood over tomorrow morning to exchange with yours, Li Yi politely declined. That won't do. How about this, bring the wood over tomorrow, and we'll chop it for you. That way, you'll save effort and conserve your strength, the village chief suggested. Sounds good. Li Yi agreed readily. Shen Huan frowned at Li Yi, puzzled why he agreed to stay here. Li Yi, have you lost your mind? We haven't even eaten our fill, how are we supposed to have the strength to chop wood? Li Yi gently ruffled her hair, murmuring affectionately, it's okay. I'll make sure you eat your fill. You said it, no backing out. Absolutely not. And so, the three of them happily settled the matter. After dinner, they prepared to leave. The plump woman suddenly rushed out after them. Wait! My little treasure has been waiting for you here for ages. Come with me now, no dawdling. As she spoke, she reached out to grab Shen Huan's wrist, only to be blocked by Li Yi. Auntie, surely you know about the propriety between men and women? The plump woman froze for a moment, then whined, I don't care about any no physical contact between men and women. I'm going to kill that little today. Her words made Li Yi's gaze turn sharp and fierce, causing the plump woman to pull her hand back in fright. Li Yi turned to Shen Huan. Honey, don't be afraid. I'm here. Honey, go for it. Shen Huan encouraged him. Li Yi smiled, stepped forward, and confronted the plump woman head-on. Auntie, are you sure you want to resort to violence? Of course. If I don't kill this little today, I'll change my name from Sun Hohat. In that case, we'll have no choice but to oblige. He narrowed his eyes. Seeing this, Sun Hohat immediately signaled the burly men behind her, go. Beat them down. And so, Li Yi and the burly men began wrestling. Shen Huan was stunned. She never imagined Li Yi knew martial arts, and he seemed quite skilled at it. She quietly slipped into the tent, wrapped a scrap of cloth around her small backpack, and sneaked out. At that moment, Li Yi was pinning one of them down and beating him mercilessly. Chapter 139, Playing Dead. Li Yi, watch out. Shen Huan cried urgently. Li Yi glanced back at her, then gave the plump woman a cold smile. I advise you to get out of here now. Otherwise, I can't guarantee I won't lose my temper and hit a woman. Hearing his words, the plump woman froze for a second before bolting up the hillside. Li Yi didn't bother chasing her, continuing to beat up the burly men. None of them were his match. Within minutes, every last one lay beaten on the ground. Shen Huan watched from a short distance away, her eyes filled with admiration. So he really was this formidable, no wonder she'd slept so soundly last night. Alright, lie down and play dead, Li Yi said softly, clapping his hands. Then he took Shen Huan's hand and walked toward where the villagers were gathered. Li Yi, what if the village chief finds out about this? Shen Huan asked anxiously. After all, the incident had caused such a commotion, the village chief must know about it. What if he came looking for trouble? Li Yi stopped, turned, and looked deeply into her eyes. Silly girl, stop worrying. The village chief won't cause us trouble. Because I'm a soldier. A soldier? Yes. Li Yi nodded solemnly, a resolute gleam flashing in his eyes. That's amazing. Shen Huan praised sincerely. Li Yi smiled, then took Shen Huan by the hand and led her before the crowd, explaining their purpose. Uncle, you see, Xiao Huan isn't feeling well and needs plenty of rest. So, I'd like to stay at your place for a while. No problem at all. Xiaoya, hurry and bring over 2 sets of bedding for them to use. Got it. Shen Huan bowed gratefully. Thank you, uncle and auntie. Thank you, everyone. Once I'm better, I'll make beef jerky for you all. Alright, you silly girl. Go on now. So Li Yi took her to Grandpa Sun's house. Oh, Comrade Li Yi is here. Huan, please sit down. Grandpa Sun said with a smile. Oh, no need for formalities. Li Yi shook his head with a smile. Shen Huan pulled a jar from her backpack and handed it over. Uncle Sun, this is the beef jerky I just cured. Please try some. Oh my. Such a precious thing, you should save it for yourself. Old Sun doesn't need it. It's fine, take it. It'll go bad if you don't, and then it won't be worth anything. Shen Huan insisted, pressing it into Grandpa Sun's arms. Seeing him accept the gift, Li Yi tossed his backpack onto the table. Here's 5 pounds of pork liver, half a pound of ribs, 5 pounds of cured sausage, plus 4 pounds of eggs, and 100 yuan. Grandpa Sun's eyes widened at the list. Comrade Li Yi, this is far too much. We can't just take it for free, we'll pay whatever it's worth. Uncle, I just happened to pick some mushrooms. You're being too polite. It's really not necessary. Ah, but this. Grandpa Sun tried to refuse, but ultimately couldn't persuade Li Yi otherwise. He accepted Li Yi's offerings with a smile. Alright, no need for formalities. I'll remember this kindness. Thank you, Grandpa Sun, Li Yi said with a smile. You're such a polite kid. I can't possibly eat all this myself. Leave it with me for now. I'll give it back once I've stored up some grain, okay? Sure thing. I'll leave it with you then, uncle. No trouble at all, Grandpa Sun waved dismissively. Afterward, Li Yi went to apologize to the village chief before finally leaving Uncle Sun's house, holding Shen Huan's hand. On the way, Shen Huan struggled for a long time before finally blurting out, Li, how come you're so good at fighting? Because I served in the military, he replied matter-of-factly. Oh. She nodded, seeming to understand yet not quite grasping it. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She grabbed his sleeve and asked, why did you join the army? Li stopped in his tracks, turned, and looked at her earnestly. I want to marry you. Boom. Shen Huan's mind went blank instantly, a buzzing sound filling her ears. What was he saying? He liked her? Li Yi, don't joke around. Li Yi gave a helpless, bitter smile. Xiao Huan, I'm serious. I like you. I hope you'll marry me. Shen Huan stared at him blankly as a flood of memories surged into her mind. She remembered now. She had been kidnapped and sold to this desolate island, where she had coincidentally met him. She had always forgotten who she was, never knowing her parents. The only thing she knew was that she had never left this island, and she had no clue how she ended up here. Had she secretly harbored feelings for him all this time? This feeling was strange, like falling in love for the first time. Her heart raced, pounding wildly, her cheeks flushed, her body stiffened, and she felt completely overwhelmed. Shen Huan lowered her head, silent and overwhelmed with conflicting emotions. Deep down, she knew she was utterly unworthy of him. He was a soldier, while she possessed no skills whatsoever, not even basic life skills. The gap between them was simply too vast. Seeing Shen Huan's silent, head-bowed posture, Li Yi felt an inexplicable pang of disappointment. Xiao Huan, I'm willing. Shen Huan suddenly lifted her head and flashed him a sweet smile, her eyes sparkling. Hearing this, Li Yi froze for a moment before bursting into wild joy. Really? MHM. Shen Huan nodded, her cheeks flushed. Though she was older than him, she was still thrilled to marry him. This way, they'd share a common goal. She vowed to study hard, work diligently, earn as much money as possible to support the family, buy a house, and then marry him. At this thought, she couldn't help but curve her lips into a blissful smile. Seeing her radiant expression, Li Yi felt even more tender toward her. Xiao Huan, I'm sorry. I should have come find you first today. If he had gone to her today, he wouldn't have delayed for so long. It's okay. We'll see each other again someday. As long as we like each other, that's enough. Shen Huan tilted her head back and smiled at him, revealing her beautiful, pearly white teeth that sparkled like dazzling diamonds. Seeing her smile warmed Li Yi's heart. Are you hungry? I made some kanji. Shall we have some? Li Yi asked softly. Sure. Shen Huan nodded obediently. I'll go get it for you. With that, Li Yi turned and headed back inside. When he emerged carrying steaming rice porridge and eggs, he found Shen Huan already washed, dressed, and ready. He handed her the bowl and chopsticks. Eat while it's hot. Shin Huan took them and eagerly picked up a piece of egg, popping it into her mouth. So delicious. If you like it, have more, Li Yi said with a smile. Watching her eat with such relish, Li Yi's eyes softened. He reached out and gently stroked her soft, jet-black hair, saying affectionately, "Take your time eating. Don't choke." His gesture reminded her of how her grandmother used to feed her like this. Back then, she had enough to eat and wear every day. Chapter 140, Declining Morals. The zombie crisis and its strange rules continued. After bidding farewell to Shin Huan, Li Yi's struggle for survival persisted. That night, Li Yi barely slept a wink. The sheer number of zombies on this desolate island demanded constant vigilance to ensure his safety. Fortunately, his special abilities were more than sufficient to eliminate them. The next morning, he escorted Shin Huan to the mountaintop as usual, then descended alone to return to his unit and report for duty. Training intensity at the base had been escalating these past days. He hadn't slept a wink for several nights now and needed to get back as soon as possible to catch up on sleep. As soon as he reached the village, he saw men, women, and children gathered in a circle, their expressions filled with panic. "What's going on?" Li Yi frowned, walking over to ask. The villagers parted to make way for him, their sympathetic gazes fixed on him. Li Yi was puzzled. "Folks, what's happened?" An elderly woman sighed, "Oh. I just went to the market to buy vegetables and saw a crowd chasing a giant spider." "A spider? Where?" Li Yi asked. "It's right at the village entrance." Li Yi immediately took off toward the village entrance. By the time he arrived, the spider had already collapsed. "Phew, that scared the living daylights out of me." Shin Huan patted her chest, still shaken. "Xiao Huan, are you okay?" "I'm fine. Thank goodness you saved me." With that, she flashed him a bright smile. Li shook his head, frowning at the giant spider lying on the ground. "How did it die?" "I don't know either. It was fine yesterday. Why did it suddenly die? I'll get to the bottom of this." As they were talking, someone shouted, "Everyone, come see this." The crowd immediately swarmed over, stunned by the sight before them. "Holy crap, what the hell is this? What happened to that giant spider? Could it be ghosts last night?" "Shoo, don't talk nonsense. You actually believe in ghosts and spirits? But this spider was clearly bitten to death, right? Who knows? Maybe it killed itself?" The crowd murmured in confusion, their expressions grave. Though terrified, none backed down. After all, with so many of them, they could surely subdue it and their marksmanship was no joke. "I'll give it a shot. Everyone, help hold its legs." Li Yi stepped forward and said. "Got it," they replied in unison. Working together, they dragged the colossal creature back into the village. The spider was enormous, and it took tremendous effort to drag it to the courtyard entrance. They scrambled to carry it inside. One woman remarked, "It looks badly injured. I wonder if it can be saved." "Don't worry, sister-in-law, we know how to save it," someone assured her. A flurry of discussion ensued, and soon they devised a treatment plan. After a flurry of activity, they finally purged all the toxins from the spider's body and stitched up its wounds. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. That was close. Medical skills are truly amazing. Everyone looked at Li Yi with admiration. Li Yi, however, refused to take credit. "It was only possible because everyone worked together," he said modestly. "I simply followed the treatment techniques the physician taught me." "Li Yi, you're such a kind person." "I thank you on behalf of everyone," the woman said, gripping his hand emotionally. "No need to thank me, sister-in-law. Everyone worked hard. Let me treat you all to some kanji." With that, Li Yi grabbed a spatula and wielded it like a weapon to stir-fry the vegetables. Soon, the fragrant porridge was served on the table. Li Yi served each person a bowl and said, "Everyone, please eat. If you need more, help yourselves to another bowl." The group was overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaiming in unison, "Thank you, Li Yi. I've never had meat before." That's right. Li Yi smiled shyly and said, "You're welcome. It's no trouble at all. Please, everyone, eat up." Just then, a young girl suddenly approached him, looking hesitant as if she wanted to strike up a conversation. But Li Yi ignored her, lowering his head to eat his porridge. The girl felt terribly awkward, but she steeled herself and said, "Li Yi. Ahem." The woman beside her cleared her throat a few times, signaling for the girl to be quiet. Only then did the girl sulkily lower her head. "Li Yi, this is my granddaughter. Her name is Shin Huan," the woman introduced cheerfully. Li Yi lifted his head to look at Shin Huan, offering a polite, slight smile. "Hello, Shin Huan. I'm Li Yi." "Hello." Shin Huan gave a faint nod in greeting. Witnessing this exchange, those around them shot disdainful glances their way. That girl Shin Huan was far too aloof. Knowing full well that Li Yi was the son of the military district commander, why was she putting on such an icy demeanor? Li Yi didn't notice the stares. He only found Shin Huan peculiar. She seemed completely different from the female soldiers he usually knew. But then he remembered he'd once had a girlfriend himself, and the thought eased his mind. Li Yi couldn't help but sigh inwardly at how the world had changed. Were girls like this so arrogant nowadays? Shin Huan remained oblivious to his thoughts, focused solely on slurping her porridge. A bowl of steaming porridge warmed her from the inside out. What's your favorite color? Li Yi's voice sounded beside her. Shin Huan froze for a moment before turning to look at him. Why are you asking me that? Li Yi scratched his head, flashing a shy smile. I remember asking my wife her favorite color when we dated. She absolutely loved pink. Shin Huan blinked, her cheeks flushing slightly. Oh. I don't mind. Then let's go with pink. Li Yi handed the bowl to Shin Huan. Thanks, Shin Huan said. Oh, and could you help me clean up the kitchen? He gestured toward the stove. Sure. Shin Huan stood up and walked over. Xiao Huan, what's wrong? Why are you so flushed? Wang Ting asked with concern. Nothing. I'll go get back to work. Li Yi saw this and hurried after her. What are you doing? We don't need to wash the dishes. Don't worry, I'll handle it. After placing the dishes neatly, Li Yi squatted down to tidy up. Shin Huan watched his diligent efforts, a flicker of satisfaction crossing her eyes. Li Yi, I've come to realize you're actually quite a decent person. Thanks for the compliment, Li Yi said with a smile. This silly girl. He couldn't resist ruffling Shin Huan's hair. What are you doing? Shin Huan angrily swatted his hand away. Petting a dog's head? Hearing this, Li Yi chuckled twice. Shin Huan rolled her eyes and continued clearing the dishes, while Li Yi sat by the well scrubbing pots. After scrubbing the pot, Li Yi washed all the dishes and utensils, then boiled water to brew a pot of tea. Xiao Huan, let's go for a walk. The weather's nice today, plenty of sunshine. Sure, I'll go wherever you want. After taking Shin Huan for a stroll around the neighborhood, Li Yi headed back home. Passing through the town's busiest street, Shin Huan watched the bustling scene of people and vehicles flowing like a river, her thoughts drifting away. It had been half a month since she traveled through time, yet she had spent nearly every day of that time fleeing for her life. Now that she was finally safe for the moment, she didn't want to leave this place at all. She even felt reluctant to leave. How wonderful it would be if she could stay. What's wrong? Li Yi's questioning voice reached her ears. Shin Huan snapped back to reality, glanced at him, and replied in a flat tone, nothing. Chapter 141, Monsters Everywhere. Are you sure nothing's wrong? You look like something's bothering you. Mind your own business. Shin Huan shot him a glare. Li Yi pouted innocently, then silently followed behind her. Watch out. The giant spider is coming again. Upon hearing the giant spider was approaching, Shin Huan immediately scanned her surroundings warily. Seeing this, Li Yi quickly stepped in front of her, shielding her with his arm. Stay back. I'll handle this. All right. Shin Huan didn't insist. Li Yi pumped his fist at the giant spider. Get lost. Or I'll beat you up. Though Li Yi was normally refined and handsome, his fierce, demonic expression now made him look quite intimidating. However, the giant spider paid him no mind whatsoever, continuing its slow advance, completely unfazed by the sharp blade in his hand. Li Yi frowned. Are you looking for death? With that, he lunged forward, thrusting his blade toward the spider's abdomen. The blade pierced the spider's abdomen. Blood gushed out instantly, staining its belly crimson. The giant spider writhed in agony, flailing wildly. Thud. Li Yi seized the moment to punch it unconscious, and the spider collapsed limply. Li Yi. You're amazing. Shin Huan excitedly hugged his arm, grinning as she shouted, as if nothing had happened moments before. This time, Li Yi had learned his lesson. He didn't touch the spider, merely pulling out his knife and tossing it aside. The spider's body was still relatively fresh, likely retaining some value. He picked it up and tucked it into his sleeve. And zombies, be careful. He had to stay vigilant. Li Yi tossed the spider into a trash bin, then took Shin Huan's hand and walked home with her. Shin Huan kept her head down, staring at her left hand held by his. She hesitated to pull it away. But her right leg was useless. So she could only let Li Yi lead her. Back home, Mrs. Li lay on the heated bed soaking up the sun. Her ankles were swollen like buns, severely puffed up. She kept moaning softly. Mom, how are you feeling? Li Yi asked with concern. Don't even mention it. This leg won't move at all. I'm afraid it's ruined, Mrs. Li sighed, her voice filled with sorrow. Shin Huan felt a pang of guilt witnessing this scene. Though Mrs. Li had been injured because of her, it hadn't been intentional. Besides, she had already compensated them financially. Li Yi paused for a moment before asking, can I have my father take you back to your hometown to recuperate? Don't worry, he's the only village doctor there. His medical skills are excellent, he can definitely heal your leg. At this, Mrs. Li's eyes brightened slightly. Really? It wasn't that she disliked the rural environment, but... Absolutely. When have I ever lied to you? Li Yi affirmed. He had never lied to anyone. Only then did Li's mother agree, deciding to go with his father to the countryside for recuperation. Then let's go. The journey wasn't peaceful, monsters were everywhere. Zombies roamed the land, forcing Li Yi to stay vigilant. Had the apocalypse truly begun here? Li Yi gazed blankly at his surroundings, never imagining he'd be swept into this apocalypse. Amidst the devastated streets, Li Yi stared at the building before him, hesitating whether to enter. His situation was dangerous now, having killed several people during a recent fight. Though they weren't particularly strong, they were still psychic users. And they had guns. Even without firearms, any weapon they picked up could kill him instantly. That's why Li Yi only dared to hide and ambush them, never daring to provoke them directly. Li Yi knew someone must still be alive inside. If he barged in recklessly, he'd surely be taken out. He wasn't stupid, why would he do something like that? Beep beep. The sudden alarm startled Li Yi. He frantically scanned his surroundings for the source of the sound but found nothing. Was the alarm malfunctioning? Li Yi doubted it. Besides him, there seemed to be no one else nearby. So where was the alarm coming from? He looked up at the sky and froze in shock. The once pitch-black sky had transformed into a blood-red hue, a color even deeper than fresh blood, as if a faint mist had settled over the heavens. Clouds drifted in the air, faint flashes of lightning visible within them. The entire continent was filled with an eerie, sinister atmosphere. It evoked endless panic and despair. A pungent, nauseating stench of blood hung in the air, so overpowering that prolonged exposure made one's head spin. The blood's intensity was suffocating. Such a scene could only be found in TV dramas or sci-fi movies. Li Yi was utterly dumbfounded. Based on the movies and sci-fi books he'd consumed, this was the harbinger of apocalyptic collapse. Even someone with his iron will trembled uncontrollably at the sheer terror of this apocalyptic nightmare. No matter what, escape first. Li Yi wasted no time, turning to flee the city. Unfortunately, after taking just 2 steps, he felt a chill on his back. Turning around, he realized his clothes had somehow torn, revealing the white shirt underneath. What the hell just happened? Li Yi reached behind him in confusion, his fingers meeting a cold, clammy sensation that felt like a venomous snake coiling around his body. He looked down at his right ankle and saw 2 bloody holes oozing crimson blood. Gah! The pain made him gasp involuntarily. Li Yi frowned. Could it be a bite wound? He tried to stand, but the moment he rose, he collapsed back down. Only then did he realize his legs had lost all sensation and even his body was gradually stiffening. Damn it! This is bad. Li Yi's face turned pale. He knew he'd been infected with the zombie virus, likely from accidentally brushing against it while trying to get up earlier. Now he was completely compromised. Death awaited him. System! System, are you there? He desperately called out to the system, hoping it could exchange for a cure. Unfortunately, even after shouting himself hoarse, he heard no response. System, get your ass out here. Aren't you supposed to be so damn powerful? Save me, damn it. Li Yi roared in fury. But still, no one paid him any attention. Li Yi collapsed onto the ground, watching helplessly as the zombies slowly approached him. Finally, the zombies pounced on him and began tearing into his flesh. He could only watch helplessly as more and more zombies gathered around him, tears streaming down his cheeks. Even dying in a horde of zombies would be 100 times better than this living hell he was enduring now. Roar! A thunderous roar echoed through the air. Li Yi looked up and saw a horse galloping toward him from the distance. On the horse's back sat a human man. Li Yi's eyes lit up. Save me. The man rode his horse straight toward him with purpose. His speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he was right before Li Yi. As he drew near, the man slapped Li Yi's shoulder. A wave of warmth flooded Li Yi's body, miraculously restoring sensation. System! System! I'm not dead! System! He shouted ecstatically, overcome with joy and excitement. Chapter 142, Blood Sacrifice. Unfortunately, he still heard no response from the system. The man smiled and asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. Thanks, bro." "Alright, since you're okay, let's continue then." "Huh?" Li Yi was puzzled. "I just saved you. Weren't you going to thank me? Since you're fine now, let's get back to it." The man smiled gently, but unfortunately, that smile paired with his hideous face made it look incredibly eerie and unsettling. Continue what? Li Yi froze. Why did this guy's words sound so off? Like he was trafficking girls or something? The man pointed at the zombies in the distance. "I saved you. Don't you owe me something? Well, how about I give you these zombies to play with?" "Huh?" Li Yi's eyes widened. He wondered if his ears were playing tricks on him. How else could he hear such absurd nonsense? The man chuckled softly, then leaped toward the horde of zombies. The zombies, spotting him, immediately lunged toward him with frenzied excitement. Seeing this, Li Yi scrambled to his feet and took off running. Are you kidding me? This man actually intended to take on thousands of zombies single-handedly? Was he tired of living? Li Yi sprinted for his life. His current special ability was agility, granting him speed far surpassing ordinary humans, allowing him to flee at an incredible pace. But no matter how fast he ran, no zombie could outpace him. Soon, he was completely surrounded by the horde. Li Yi came to a halt, surveying the horde closing in around him with a bitter smile. With so many zombies, it seemed he wouldn't be able to escape today. Chapter 8, The Supernatural Being 2. System. Host, what's the matter? The system's cold voice suddenly echoed in Li Yi's mind. System, you're not going to vanish, are you? Li Yi asked. Rest assured, I will never vanish. As long as you wish it, I will always exist within your mind, the system replied. Li Yi rolled his eyes. He couldn't be bothered to argue with the system. Why didn't you react just now? Were you trying to get me killed? Ha! Hey! System, what the hell are you laughing at? Li Yi demanded angrily. What did you say? The system retorted. Damn it! Are you playing deaf? I asked if you deliberately tried to rip me off. The system snorted coldly, its tone tinged with arrogance. Humph! This system is the pinnacle of cosmic intelligence. Would I stoop to such underhanded tactics to swindle you out of your money? Yeah, right. Who'd believe that? Let me tell you, I was just testing your endurance earlier, the system stated. Li Yi nearly choked on his own blood. Bull. Test? You tested my endurance, resilience, perseverance, and luck? What the hell kind of test is that? Never mind what I tested. The point is, after the test, you now qualify for basic psychic abilities, the system explained. Li Yi froze in shock. Basic supernatural abilities? What are basic supernatural abilities? It means you can control the supernatural abilities within your body. Li Yi stared at it in shock. The system's words implied he now possessed telekinesis? Though he didn't understand what supernatural abilities were, he knew the term itself must signify something formidable. The system had once mentioned his energy reserves were immense, sufficient to cultivate him into an advanced practitioner. Yet he didn't feel like he possessed any advanced abilities, and he certainly didn't believe he now had this skill. He took a deep breath. I can control zombies? The system nodded. Holy crap, are you serious? Li Yi was stunned, then shook his head. This is ridiculous. He refused to believe it. Ha! The system chuckled contemptuously. You're not trying to scam me out of my points, are you? Li Yi suddenly realized. You guess. Damn it, could you be any more shameless? Li Yi was frustrated beyond belief. I never make deals that lose me money, the system replied indifferently. Fine. Describe the situation from earlier in detail, Li Yi demanded. System. After a moment's silence, it slowly spoke. Those zombies just now smelled blood and rushed toward this place like mad. I was worried you couldn't hold them off, so I helped you stop them. Are you sure it was the blood scent that drove them mad? Li Yi asked suspiciously. Something about this felt off. Of course, the system answered. Don't we need a blood sacrifice every time we enter a plane? Li Yi choked on his words. How could he have forgotten that? Was the system pulling his leg? As if reading his thoughts, the system snorted coldly. Stop speculating. The system cannot violate the rules of this world. Doing so would invite devastating retaliation. This warning silenced Li Yi instantly, and he dared not entertain further wild thoughts. Just then, the three figures who had been trailing behind them approached. Upon recognizing their faces, Li Yi was utterly stunned. Holy, these guys were terrifying. Two middle-aged men in olive-drab camouflage uniforms sported full beards, their faces weathered and stern. The third wore a black trench coat and a baseball cap pulled low, concealing half of his strikingly handsome features. As for the last one, his features were so exquisitely perfect they resembled a sculpted work of art. His angles were sharp yet not harsh, his eyebrows thick and jet black. His dark eyes flashed with a piercing light. Beneath his straight, high nose were thin lips, thin and tightly pursed, making him appear even more cold and fierce. He stood at the very front of the group, his posture perfectly straight. With a slight flick of his right fist, a powerful surge of supernatural energy erupted. Li Yi felt a flash before his eyes as the dozen or so zombies surrounding him instantly exploded, turning to dust and dissipating into the air. Holy! Damn, that's awesome. This guy is so freaking badass. Li Yi couldn't help but scream out loud. Hearing the outburst, the man frowned, turned, and walked back without a word, leaving immediately. After he left, Li Yi immediately followed. Wait for me. I want to kill zombies with you too. Get lost. The man spat out the single word coldly. Li Yi pouted, refusing to back down. Off yourself. Your whole family can go to hell. The guy was acting all cocky, and he just had to defy him. Ow, you bastard. The man kicked him square in the chest, sending Li Yi howling in pain. What the hell is wrong with you? Li Yi roared, clutching his aching chest. The man's gaze was icy cold, his eyes radiating danger and warning, as if he might lunge forward and tear him apart at any moment. Faced with the man's vicious, bloodthirsty glare, Li Yi instantly backed down. Cough, we don't know each other, so let's just go our separate ways. The man snorted coldly and strode forward. Li Yi rubbed his nose and muttered under his breath, damn it, I'm not going to bother with him. Chapter 143, Chi Yanan's Crisis. He then quickened his pace to follow behind the man, keeping a close eye on his movements. Hey buddy, you really don't recognize me? Li Yi persisted, unwilling to give up. Who the hell are you? The man shot him a cold, dismissive glance. Li Yi instantly took offense. Hey, bro, talking like that really hurts my pride, you know? You're my fiancé's own brother, for crying out loud. How could you not even recognize her brother? As he spoke, Li Yi reached out and patted the man on the shoulder. Exclamation point. The man swatted his hand away and glared at Li Yi. Keep your filthy thoughts to yourself. Exclamation point. Li Yi blinked, giving him an I'm innocent look. You're her brother? Li Yi asked. No, the man replied coldly. Li Yi paused, then pressed, if you're not, why do you care so much about her? The man ignored him. Li Yi pursed his lips. Fine, whatever. The man shot him a cold, piercing glance. Instantly, a chill ran down Li Yi's spine. It felt like being locked in a snake's gaze, terrifying and bone-chilling. He swallowed hard and obediently shut up. Ha? What's that? Li Yi pointed ahead. A laboratory-like structure was emitting smoke, which slowly billowed upward and spread throughout the surroundings. Li Yi hurried over to the man and whispered, let's go check it out. What if there's something valuable in the research institute? The man shot him a cold glance. Go ahead if you want to die. Li Yi immediately shrank his neck and chuckled awkwardly, I was just saying. I wouldn't dare. Oh. The man responded indifferently. Boss, can I ask you something? Li Yi pressed, thickening his skin. The man gave him a sidelong glance but remained silent. Unfazed, Li Yi pressed on, big shot, how old are you this year? Hearing this, the man frowned. Why ask such things? Because you look pretty young. Li Yi replied. The man narrowed his eyes. Are you investigating me? Nah, Li shook his head, explaining, I just wanted to know if your sister wasn't so good looking, would you still like her? The man pursed his lips, his gaze dark and menacing. Unfortunately, Li Yi didn't notice. He continued chattering away to himself, of course, I think you're quite handsome too, so. Heh. Suddenly, the man grabbed his arm and yanked him toward the exit. Whoa. Caught off guard, Li Yi stumbled back 2 steps. Once steady on his feet, he shouted in exasperation, what the hell are you doing? The man tossed him to the ground and towered over him. The neighborhood's been rough lately. Keep your head down. And if I ever hear you badmouth Xiaoran again, you'll pay with your life. With that, he turned and walked away. Li Yi froze. By the time he snapped out of it, the man was already gone. Damn it! Li Yi cursed under his breath, scrambling to his feet, seething with rage. This man is utterly unreasonable. But Li Yi didn't intend to dwell on it. Meanwhile, Shi Yanan and the Zombie King were locked in a fierce battle. Not only was the Zombie King fast, but his strength was overwhelming. Shi Yanan couldn't get within half a step of him. She gritted her teeth, her eyes red as she stared into the distance. Damn it! Why haven't they arrived yet? Roar! Suddenly, a deafening beastly roar echoed in her ears, thick with murderous intent. Shi Yanan's heart pounded wildly as she whirled around. She saw the Zombie King swinging its massive arm, bringing it down with brutal force. Shi Yanan's pupils contracted as she instinctively dodged. Thud! A dull thud echoed as Shi Yanan was knocked back several meters. As she looked up, the Zombie King closed in again, opening its gaping maw and lunging for her neck without warning. Startled, Shi Yanan immediately dodged to the left, but it was too late. A chunk of flesh was torn from her right leg. Pain made cold sweat bead on her forehead, yet she refused to give up. Rolling swiftly to the side, she sprang up and delivered a flying kick to the Zombie King's chest. Thud! The Zombie King flew backward several meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Seizing the moment, Shi Yanan fled swiftly. But she forgot that the Zombie King possessed an incredibly keen sense of smell. Even from this distance, she could still distinctly smell the foul stench emanating from it. Awoo! The Zombie King roared, head thrown back. In the next instant, its massive body charged toward Shi Yanan. Damn it! Shi Yanan cursed under her breath and took off running. But after only a few steps, her body froze stiff. She froze, glancing down to see a sharp dagger piercing her skin at her lower abdomen. Blood flowed freely from the wound. She lowered her head and slowly opened her eyes. In the chaos of the moment, she had forgotten to dodge the Zombie King's spit. Now, her entire body felt utterly drained. This is it. Shi Yanan slowly closed her eyes. At the very last moment, the Zombie King suddenly halted its attack. Shi Yanan opened her eyes, staring at it in shock. The Zombie King forcefully pushed away the girl pinned beneath it, then slowly rose to its feet. Shi Yanan felt a moment of disorientation. Could it be this thing had a change of heart? But the next second, the Zombie King suddenly opened its mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and lunged toward her. Ugh! Shi Yanan screamed in terror, mustering every ounce of strength to dodge to the side. The Zombie King missed its target. It spun around and continued its lunge toward Shi Yanan. With no other option, Shi Yanan rolled awkwardly on the ground. Ah! The Zombie King's tongue lashed out, its foul, pungent stench assaulting her senses. Shi Yanan felt utterly sickened, nearly vomiting. But in that moment, she managed to create some distance. Crawling on the ground, she glared up at it with fury. The Zombie King showed no fear whatsoever. It opened its mouth again, letting out a terrifying howl. The next moment, a thunderous rumble echoed from deep within the dense forest. Chi Yanan's heart sank. She whipped her head around to see a swarm of zombies surging madly toward them. Oh no! She couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Though this was the outskirts, nearby villages and towns lay within reach. If the zombies closed in, utter devastation would surely follow. Roar! The zombie king let out a piercing howl, as if summoning the rest of the horde. Within moments, a massive mutated tiger charged down the hillside. Its eyes glowed crimson, its fur a golden yellow, and it looked ferocious at first glance. Chi Yanan's face turned pale. Roar! The mutated tiger roared and charged straight at the zombie king. Roar! The zombie king bellowed in response, snapping its monstrous jaws wide open as it lunged at the mutant tiger. Boom! 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 The two zombies clashed violently. Chi Yanan sat frozen on the ground, her heart sinking at the sight of this bloody, brutal spectacle. Is this what the apocalypse looks like? She murmured, her expression growing numb. She wanted to flee, but lacked the strength to rise. Her body went limp as she lay on the ground, hugging her knees tightly. She curled up into a ball, trembling like a frightened kitten. She was afraid. So very afraid. At some point, the zombie king had gained the upper hand. He slammed a fist into the mutated tiger's forehead, shattering its skull. Blood spattered everywhere, the scene horrifying to behold. Chi Yanan held her breath. Soon, the mutated tiger's body stiffened, then slowly collapsed to the ground. The zombie king licked its claws, its expression arrogant. Chi Yanan stared at it, her eyes filled with horror. Chapter 144, The Zombie King. The zombie king turned its head, fixing her with a fierce stare, as if debating whether to devour this small prey. But Chi Yanan remained silent. Just then, a sudden creak echoed from nearby. Chi Yanan's heart skipped a beat. She followed the sound and saw a car parked nearby. Someone leaned out from the driver's seat, a gun pointed directly at her. Chi Yanan's face instantly drained of color. A zombie? What should she do? Her mind was in chaos, completely oblivious to the frail, slender figure crouched silently on a treetop at the rear of the zombie horde, watching her every move. Her expression remained serene, her dark eyes utterly still, not even the slightest curve of her lips shifting. She was observing, waiting for an opportunity. Damn it! I'll fight you all to the death. Chi Yanan gritted her teeth as she stood up, gripping her machete tightly, her expression one of utter desperation. Since things had come to this, she had no choice but to fight to the death. Even in death, she would take a few with her. With a burst of courage, she swung her blade at the zombie king. Though these zombies were thick-skinned and tough, they weren't fearless. As Chi Yanan swung her machete, the surrounding zombies scattered to avoid the blow. Oomph! Chi Yanan sneered coldly with disdain. Sure enough, these things fear death too. Chi Yanan grew increasingly confident, accelerating her pace as she relentlessly pursued the zombie king. But... roar! A zombie suddenly blocked her path, snapping its jaws to bite her shoulder. The excruciating pain made Chi Yanan's face pale instantly, and her machete flew from her grasp. The zombie king approached triumphantly, its sharp claws slashing fiercely across Chi Yanan's cheek. SSHHH Chi Yanan sucked in a sharp breath, her cheek burning fiercely as flesh peeled back in a horrifying sight. She stared at the zombie king in disbelief. Just moments ago, she had been so fierce, yet in the blink of an eye, the zombie had torn her face apart, nearly costing her her life. In that moment, Chi Yanran finally understood what it meant when they said, humans are more terrifying than zombies. Roar! Roar! The zombie king lashed out again with several swipes, sending Chi Yanan flying. Kyanran clutched her face, the pain piercing her heart, her vision already blurring. The zombie king grinned excitedly, baring its ghastly white fangs, then raised its sharp claws high. No! Chi Yanan closed her eyes in despair. The next moment, the expected excruciating pain did not come. Instead, a thunderous roar echoed like a muffled thunderclap. Boom! 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 Explosions echoed one after another. Thick smoke obscured the sky, completely enveloping Chi Yanan. Chi Yanan stared blankly around her. Every bone in her body throbbed with pain, as if her very skeleton had shattered. Yet she still lived. With great effort, Chi Yanan lifted her head. There, not far from her side, lay the ferocious, bloodthirsty zombie king, struggling weakly in its final moments. Not far in front of it stood a male zombie. Tall and muscular, his skin was dark and glossy. His face bore an expression of indifference and coldness, his eyes shrouded in shadow. This man was none other than Luo Mo. I won! Chi Yanan exclaimed joyfully. Luo Mo gave her a cold glance. MHM. Chi Yanan froze, then let out a bitter laugh. She had actually thought Luo Mo had saved her. Thank you, she murmured. If Luo Mo hadn't appeared just in time, she'd probably be dead by now. Luo Mo gave a slight nod, saying nothing more. He bent down to pick up the machete lying on the ground, then strode toward the zombie king. Chi Yanan immediately cried out in alarm, "Hey! What are you doing?" She didn't want to die, and she certainly didn't want to become a mindless walking corpse. Luo Mo paused slightly, glancing at her. Kill it. His tone was cold, devoid of any emotion. You're going to kill it? Chi Yanan gasped in shock. Yes. Luo replied, his eyes showing not a hint of hesitation. Hearing this, Shi Yanen's heart clenched. Resentment welled up within her. Why? This monster is incredibly powerful. Even the two of us together aren't its match. Luo glanced at her indifferently. Because you're too stupid. With that, he withdrew his gaze, ignoring Shi Yanen entirely as he strode directly toward the zombie king. Shi Yanran froze for a moment before erupting in fury. Hey! Who's stupid? Where am I stupid? How dare you call me stupid? Let me remind you came here to seek my cooperation. If you won't help, fine, but mocking me? Luo sneered coldly, his gaze dripping with scorn. I advise you to shut your mouth. Otherwise, I'll let you taste the flavor of zombie bites right now. With that, he raised his machete. You! Shi Yanen glared at him, seething with anger yet powerless to act. She bit her lip, forcing herself to endure. Then tell me first, how did you know I was here? And what exactly do you want? Luo didn't answer. He merely glanced at her before continuing toward the zombie king. Shi Yanen stomped her foot in frustration. Damn it! Fine, I won't ask anymore. This man was utterly bizarre. He tracked her all the way here, he must have ulterior motives. And she couldn't gauge this man's strength, but judging by his earlier attack, he was at least a level 3 zombie. Grumble, grumble. The zombie king growled lowly, as if threatening Luo to leave. But Luo paid no heed, instead walking into a nearby building. The zombie king instantly grew frenzied, charging madly toward Luo with claws extended. Luo deftly dodged. His gaze grew even more intense as he darted through the horde of zombies. With a flick of his wrist, the machete shot forward. Splash! The zombie king's left arm was slashed, blood gushing out and dripping onto the ground, corroding it into a black stain. The zombie king howled, its rage and agony evident, while simultaneously drawing the remaining ordinary zombies toward Luo. They swarmed him like a dense tide, the scene utterly terrifying. Roar, roar! Luo's brows furrowed slightly as his form flickered like the wind. He swung his machete relentlessly, each strike aimed precisely at the zombies' vital points or joints. Though numerous, the zombies posed no obstacle to Luo. His strikes were ruthless, each blow deadly and merciless. In mere moments, he had dispatched 5 or 6 zombies. By then, the zombie king had already fled into the house. Roar! Luo's eyes flashed with cold determination as he spun and charged toward the stairwell. Inside the house, the zombie king lay sprawled on the floor, wailing incessantly. Its right arm was severely injured, gushing blood. The entire limb had gone numb, unable to muster even a shred of strength. Ah! The zombie king screamed repeatedly, its bloodshot eyes fixed on the doorway, seething with the desire to tear Luo to shreds. Luo pushed open the door and entered the room. Seeing the zombie king in a sorry state, covered in wounds, he gave a cold snort. Luo! Shi Yanen rushed in, her voice trembling with emotion. Covered in dust, her face grimy, she looked utterly disheveled. Yet, the light in her eyes burned with extraordinary determination and excitement. Chapter 145, You haven't been infected, have you? She was utterly sick of this oppressive existence. Rather than waiting to die in this dark, sunless hole, she'd rather fight with everything she had. Panting heavily, she asked Luo, what are you going to do? Kill it. Luo uttered the 3 words calmly, then raised his machete and swung it at the zombie king. Shi Yanen's heart raced as she held her breath, watching the scene unfold. Crack! The machete pierced the zombie king's throat without resistance, blood spurting out. Ah! Shi Yanen screamed in terror. Luo frowned as he pulled the machete free. The zombie king's massive body crashed to the ground, sending a powerful shockwave rippling through the air. That thing is so ugly. Shi Yanen grimaced in disgust. Luo shot her a cold glance before silently sheathing his machete. He picked up the glass bottle from the table, poured some of the greenish liquid inside, and smeared it onto the back of his hand and his neck. Soon, his originally snow-white skin turned a bluish-gray. You! Shi Yanen's eyes widened in shock as she stared at him. What did you eat? The zombie virus, Luo replied coldly, his tone as calm as if he were discussing tonight's dinner menu. At those words, Shi Yanen's expression changed instantly. Are you insane? She screamed. That stuff isn't something you just eat. Don't you know consuming the zombie virus turns you into one? You'll become one whether you eat it or not, Luo said coldly. Shi Yanen trembled all over, her eyes brimming with tears that streamed down her cheeks. You bastard! I curse you to become a zombie. Since the apocalypse began, she had witnessed firsthand the horrors of zombies, especially the mutated plants and animals far more terrifying than the undead themselves. She couldn't believe that one day, she would encounter a zombie. And become one herself. Luo ignored Shi Yanen, walking straight to the window and pulling back the curtains. Sunlight streamed in, banishing the gloom and darkness from the room. He looked outside. It was already noon, the air stiflingly hot. You're going to rescue those 2 children? Shi Yanen suddenly asked. Hearing this, Luo glanced back at her. Do you have a better suggestion? Shi Yanen pressed her lips tightly together, her gaze complex as she met his. If you want to save them, I can take you there. Are you sure? Lumo's lips curved into a faint smile. I need your cooperation. Otherwise, I won't mind taking you down with me. Shi Yanan's face drained of color, but she quickly regained her composure. Of course. If you think I'm using you, then I have nothing more to say. After all, if you kill me, the other zombies here won't survive either. She spoke with frank honesty. Her words made Lumo raise an eyebrow. A flicker of surprise crossed his dark eyes. He hadn't expected this woman to admit it so readily. In that case, let's go, Lumo said. His target was the zombie king. Shi Yanan felt a wave of relief wash over her. She didn't know why she was willing to lead Lumo to the humans, even risking her life to do so. Was it simply because he was the eldest son of the Lu family? It couldn't be. Beyond that, she couldn't think of any other reason. But she couldn't afford to dwell on it. Her urgent priority now was to escape this predicament and find an opportunity to kill Lumo. Lumo moved swiftly. After considerable effort, the two finally reached a dilapidated residential building. Squeak! The door lock clicked and the door slowly swung open. The room was pitch black, nothing could be seen. Lumo stepped forward, slowly entering the room. Roar, a hoarse, piercing growl echoed from within. Following the sound, Lumo walked to the other side of the bed. There lay a zombie king, about half a meter tall, entirely black, with shriveled, purplish skin. Its flesh had wasted away to nothing but bones. It stared at him with bloodshot eyes. Who? Who? It emitted strange growls, clawing at the bed frame as if trying to rise and pounce on Lumo, yet recoiled in fear. Roar! Its voice grew weaker and weaker. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, the door shook violently, thundering loudly. Bang! With a thunderous crash, the door was kicked wide open. Whoosh! Several men armed with guns stood at the doorway. Who's there? Who's inside? The leader raised his gun, scanning the room warily. This location wasn't far from the base, and he feared stragglers might have slipped through. I'm here. Lumo called out, his voice low and hoarse, thick with menace. It's the leader. Quick, go get the doctor. The leader is injured. Hearing the commotion, the others rushed over. Seeing this scene, Shi Yanan's pupils suddenly contracted. Where had all these zombies come from? She had clearly seen rows of shambling corpses on the street outside moments ago, along with a small zombie horde. How could so many have materialized out of thin air in the blink of an eye? Could it all have been an illusion? She observed carefully and realized these zombies showed no aggression. Only a few of them were glaring at them menacingly. Shi Yanan gritted her teeth. It seemed she had truly underestimated Lumo. Commander, are you all right? A soldier in camouflage approached to ask. MHM. Lumo nodded, glancing at Shi Yanan. Tie her up and toss her onto the rooftop. The soldier immediately stepped forward and untied the ropes binding Shi Yanan. Shi Yanan glared at Lumo, cursing furiously, Lumo. You bastard. Let me go. Lumo shot her a cold, indifferent glance before turning away. Leader, the soldier called hesitantly. Carry out the order. Lumo commanded without turning back. Yes, the soldier answered immediately, swiftly cuffing Shi Yanan. After leaving the house, Lumo headed toward the staircase. His pace was slow, yet his steps were light and agile, showing no sign of fatigue, as if completely unaffected. Soon, he reached the second floor. As soon as he stepped onto the stairs, Lumo paused. His gaze fell to the floor, where several crimson droplets of blood snaked their way down the stairs toward the lower level. He narrowed his eyes. The scent of blood must be emanating from somewhere. Lumo continued forward, finding a pool of blood at each step he took. A flash of danger crossed his mind. He halted his advance, turning back to re-examine the area. Whoosh! At that moment, a silver needle shot toward him from behind. Lumo jerked his head aside, dodging the needle. Instantly, a fierce palm strike lashed out behind him. Boom! Their palms collided. Shi Yanan staggered back a step, stunned. Lumo's strength far exceeded her expectations. Regaining her footing, she charged forward once more. Simultaneously, she flipped her wrist, revealing 3 silver needles as fine as cow hair in her hand. She then thrust all 3 needles toward Lumo. Lumo's eyes flashed with sharpness. Clenching his right fist, he swung it forward to meet the needles. Boom! 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 Their exchange was rapid and brutal. Though skilled in toxin manipulation, Shi Yanan herself was not adept at close combat. After several exchanges, she gradually found herself at a disadvantage. Ah! Shi Yanan suddenly let out a piercing scream as her left shoulder was struck. Chapter 146, The End Lies Beneath Her Feet. Lee seized the moment to close in, delivering a vicious karate chop to her throat. Shi Yanan instantly passed out, her body going limp as she collapsed to the ground. He bent down to pick up the silver needle that had fallen to the ground. Kyanan's strength was impressive. She had actually managed to withstand his attacks. This surprised him. He tucked the needles away and turned to leave. Just then, a gust of wind whipped past his ear. He deftly sidestepped the blow and looked up to see a rotting corpse lunging toward him. Its chest cavity had been hollowed out, exposing a bright red heart within. The heart had long since stopped beating, lying lifeless on the ground. Yet eerily, its arms and legs still moved with surprising agility, clearly a reanimated corpse, a zombie risen from the dead. Thud. The zombie's head slammed into the wall, its brain matter splattering. Poof. Lee sneered, not even glancing at it as he walked away. At the end of the corridor, two doors stood tightly shut. Lee raised his hand and knocked. Soon, the door swung open from the inside. A youth with delicate features peered out. Spotting Lee, he froze for a second before rushing out excitedly. "Brother! You're finally back!" Lu Tianming excitedly grabbed Li's arm. "How was it? I knew you'd be fine. Let's talk inside." "Got it." Lu Tianming hurriedly dragged Shi Yanin along behind Li. Shi Yanin opened her eyes wide, staring at the boy before her and frowned. "Who are you?" Lu Tianming shot Shi Yanin a dismissive glance. "I'm Lu Tianming, Li's younger brother." Turning to Li, he demanded, "Why did you bring this woman back?" Li gave Shi Yanin a cold glance. "She's here to deliver something." At this, Lu Tianming's attention was instantly captured. "What are you delivering?" Lu Tianming asked suspiciously. Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization. Pointing at Shi Yanin in astonishment, he exclaimed, "You wouldn't have this woman deliver grain to us, would you?" "Ha ha ha." Li ignored his mockery and walked straight inside, leaving Lu Tianming and Shi Yanin standing there dumbfounded. In the Lu family's living room, Lu Tianming examined the so-called supplies closely. His expression darkened with each passing moment until he finally exploded, cursing, "Damn it! You think I'm stupid? This is all junk. What's worth anything here? Brother, you didn't pull a fast one on me, did you? If you don't believe me, go ahead and throw it away yourself." Li stared at him coldly. Forget it. I'll trust your character after all." Lu Tianming gave a few dry chuckles. "What are you planning to do with this woman?" Li glanced at the unconscious Shi Yanin. "When she wakes up, you'll take her away from me." Lu Tianming blinked. "Bro, are you sure you want to let her go?" Li raised an eyebrow, countering, "What else?" Lu Tianming pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Bro, since you don't like her, why not find an opportunity to get rid of her? That way, it's done once and for all. No more trouble." Li fixed him with a heavy gaze. "I don't have time to kill women right now." "Then are you going to keep her?" Lu Tianming pressed on, feigning seriousness as he spun nonsense. "Even though she's rather ugly, keeping her at home means you'd at least have someone to take care of all her needs. How convenient. Plus, after you marry and have children, she could look after them. Otherwise, who knows what she might do to make you wear the green hat. In the end, it's the children who'll suffer." Li's lips curved slightly, seemingly unconvinced. "Do you think I need someone else to look after myself and my children?" True enough, Lu Tianming scratched his head. "Hey, bro, heard you're getting married soon?" Lu Tianming asked excitedly. "Is the bride pretty? Sweet-tempered? When's the wedding banquet?" "I'm definitely coming." Li shot him a glance and coldly uttered two words, "For now, it's confidential." "Bro! How could you be so unfaithful? You're getting married and didn't even tell me." Lu Tianming's eyes widened in frustration as he accused him with a heart full of grievance. "And here I was worrying you'd end up alone forever. How could you do this to me? It hurts." Lu Tianming. Li's voice was icy as he uttered the three syllables, his gaze sharp and piercing. "Don't forget what you promised grandfather." Lu Tianming immediately fell silent, his face flushing crimson. He had promised old Master Lu never to tell anyone about Li's marriage. Otherwise, he'd never be able to work at Lu Group for the rest of his life. "Brother! You can't be serious. We're blood brothers." Lu Tianming whined, his face twisted in despair. "I promised grandfather. I can't tell anyone else." Li ignored his wails and turned to enter the bedroom. Staring at the closed door, Lu Tianming gritted his teeth in frustration and stomped his foot. He didn't care. He'd promised old Master Lu not to tell others, but he'd never promised not to tell Li. Once he found grandfather, he'd teach Li a lesson. Make him pay for bullying him. Night fell. Under a moonless sky with howling winds, all sounds ceased. The Lu residence was shrouded in shadow, utterly silent. Inside the mansion, a shadowy figure, sneaking past the surveillance cameras, made his way to the door of Li's room. The man extended his right hand to gently push against Li's door. The moment his fingers touched the surface, a sharp snap echoed through the air. His expression changed abruptly as he jerked his hand back. Scanning warily left and right, he then crept cautiously to the bedside. Lifting the blanket, he stared at the sleeping Li. A savage gleam flashed in his eyes before he raised his hand, plunging the cold, gleaming dagger downward. Li's eyes snapped open. Recognizing his attacker, his pupils contracted sharply. He rolled up into a sitting position, dodging the dagger's swing, and kicked out at the man's midsection. "Ah!" The attacker cried out in pain, sent flying backward. It was the dead of night, and the entire Lu residence lay in slumber. Not a single soul could be seen outside the compound. Clutching his stomach, the assailant landed awkwardly in the grass, glaring furiously at Li Yi. Li Yi. You dare kick me? How dare you kick me? Li Yi's expression remained cold and stern as he walked slowly toward the man. The man scrambled away in fear, cursing and threatening Li Yi as he crawled. Li Yi, if you dare kill me, my parents won't let you off the hook. Is that so? Li Yi scoffed. You really think they consider you their son? The man's face paled. Li Yi, what do you mean by that? Li Yi looked down on him with contempt. Lu Tianming, don't you think your IQ is overdue for payment? Lu Tianming froze. Li Yi stared at him coldly. I'm 29 years old, and you didn't even finish junior high. Do you really think you could escape if I truly wanted to kill you? His tone dripped with scorn. Exclamation point. Lu Tianming's face turned as pale as paper. Li Yi couldn't be bothered with further words. He turned and walked into the room without hesitation. The room was pitch black. Thick window film covered the glass, obscuring the interior from outside. Yet Li Yi could sense a faint, lingering scent of blood within. The rule of strange tales was indeed not something that could be completed so easily. Seems I still have a long road ahead of me. Li Yi realized this tale of the uncanny was both distant and yet right beneath his feet.